You eat my food, drink my water, and your parents get 20,000 yuan from me every month. No matter what I do, you have no right to interfere, understand? Ji Qiu looked at his beautiful wife, Lu Ruyan, and listened to her words, feeling a moment of disorientation. After a brief moment of confusion, the familiar sight filled him with ecstasy. He confirmed it, he had been reborn. We've gone back 10 years. Just now, Lu Ruyan brought a blonde, blue-eyed foreign man home. The two were hugging and cuddling on the sofa in the living room when Ji Qiu happened to see them. You actually brought someone home directly, Lu Ruyan. You really are a ruthless character. After his rebirth, Ji Qiu knew everything about Lu Ruyan and no longer cared about her. Without uttering a single unnecessary word, he turned and strode out of the villa's living room. If his parents hadn't forced him so hard, he would never have married Lu Ruyan. Ji Qiu, if you don't come back tonight, we're going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce tomorrow. Lu Ruyan threatened coldly, and Ji Qiu, as a son-in-law who had married into the family, seemed particularly confident. But Ji Qiu did not stop and continued walking forward. He left the Lu family villa, walked out of this well-known upscale residential area in Jiangzhou City, and quickly got into a taxi. Compared to her conflict with Lu Ruyan, Ji Qiu now has more important things to deal with. According to my memories from my past life, in 2 days, the entire planet will undergo a tremendous change. At that time, statues of gods will suddenly descend upon all parts of the world and stand tall. Anyone who is 16 years of age or older can awaken a superpower by sacrificing their lifespan when they get close to the idol. 3 days after the statue descended, God Lord officially launched, and various monsters began to appear all over the world. The entire planet Earth will be integrated into an extremely realistic, massively multiplayer online game world called God Duke. However, in ordinary online games, you can be resurrected after dying. But in God Duke, once you die, you are dead forever, unless you have the superpower or equipment to resurrect. Half an hour later, Ji Qiu got off the bus at the southwest corner of Jiangzhou Cultural Park. As expected, he saw an old man, dressed in rags and looking disheveled, sitting under a large tree not far away. Would you trade 20 years of your lifespan for my superpowers? Everyone who passes by this disheveled old man hears him say this. Almost no one paid him any attention, treating him as a mentally unstable homeless man and quickly walking past him. Just then, a group of thugs passed by the old man. Unlike ordinary people, they stopped in their tracks. One of the blonde-haired youths spoke up. I'm willing. Come on, I want to see what kind of superpowers you can give me. The disheveled old man slowly stood up, stretched out a dirty hand, and gently stroked the forehead of the blonde-haired youth. Then he sat down against the big tree. The blonde-haired youth asked with dissatisfaction. The old man nodded. Where are my superpowers? The blonde-haired youth pressed for an answer. You'll feel it in 2 days. The old man replied solemnly. It's not time yet. You dare to play me. Enraged, the blonde-haired youth kicked the old man hard in the left shoulder. The old man didn't dodge. After taking the kick, he simply smiled and shook his head. The blonde-haired youth was unwilling to accept this. He had been humiliated elsewhere today, and his pretense of striking up a conversation was just an excuse to vent his anger. He was preparing to continue his actions. Ji Qiu stepped forward and shouted, "Get out of my way, mind your own business." The blonde-haired youth pulled out a dagger from his waist and coldly scrutinized Ji Qiu as he approached. This guy who suddenly appeared, wanting to be a hero, was a head taller than him, with a slender and well-proportioned figure. His narrow, scimitar-like eyes flashed with a sharp light, making the blonde youth feel a little afraid. What? You want to commit violence in broad daylight? Ji Qiu showed no fear, even though the other side had a large number of people and were armed with sharp weapons. Despite being newly reborn and not yet having awakened his superpowers, his skills honed over 10 years are far beyond those of ordinary people. There are security cameras here. An accomplice warned the blonde-haired youth, fearing he might do something impulsive. You just wait. The blonde-haired man glared fiercely at Ji Qiu, then led his companions away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to spit on the disheveled old man. He had no idea what he was missing. Ji Qiu knew perfectly well that not only did the blonde-haired man not gain any superpowers, but he would also lose 20 years of his lifespan. Grandpa, are you alright? Ji Qiu approached the disheveled old man, squatted down, and asked with concern. Young man, your kindness and courage are commendable. The disheveled old man still smiled and asked, would you trade 20 years of your lifespan for a superpower from me? Ji Qiu nodded repeatedly without hesitation, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The disheveled old man raised his right arm and gently brushed his right hand across Ji Qiu's forehead. That's it? Apart from the brief sensation on his forehead, Ji Qiu did not feel anything unusual, but he knew that he had definitely gained an extremely powerful superpower. This ability will only awaken 2 days later, when those idols descend upon Earth. In his previous life, Ji Qiu heard that there was a girl in Jiangzhou City who was under the age of 16. Although she could not awaken any abilities through any idols, she possessed the ability to become invisible. The girl was innocent and unassuming, and inadvertently revealed that she had once met a homeless man in the cultural park. Unfortunately, since the arrival of God of Gale, no one has seen the homeless man the little girl spoke of. If we compare the world of God of Gale to a large-scale online game, then then the disheveled old man sitting under this big tree is an NPC who has arrived ahead of time. The existence of such disheveled elderly people is not limited to Jiangzhou City, they can be found elsewhere as well, but very few people actually manage to benefit from them. Using the information gap brought from her previous life, Jiqiu successfully snatched what others saw as a great opportunity. He speculated that the superpower the slovenly old man had given him was likely invisibility. Of course, it might not be. Jiqiu is not picky, he can accept any kind of superpower. After all, sacrificing one's lifespan to a statue can only grant one superpower, and no one is an exception. Others only have one ability, but Jiqiu has two, which is undoubtedly a huge advantage. Young man, work hard. The future may be full of obstacles, but I hope we can meet again. As the disheveled old man spoke, he stood up and slowly walked deeper into the park. Just then, Jiqiu's phone rang. The call was from her father, Ji Dahai. As soon as she answered, Jiqiu heard a roar. Are you crazy? You actually want to divorce Lu Ruyan? She's already brought her lover home. What's wrong with me divorcing her? Jiqiu didn't dwell on who initiated the divorce. The marriage was already a done deal anyway. Ruyan just called your mother and said that the man is her English teacher, Thomas, and not her lover at all. Ji Dahai's tone softened slightly. She was just unhappy with your attitude at the time, so she said some unpleasant things to upset you. How could you believe those angry words? Talking in anger? Ha! Jiqiu gave a cold laugh. Ruyan has already explained, so don't dwell on it. Go home and apologize to her right away. Ji Dahai's face was serious, and his tone left no room for argument. If you really dare to divorce Ruyan, your mother and I will disown you as our son from now on. Really? That's great. Jiqiu hung up the phone without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, he blocked all his family members, including Ji Dahai. Jiqiu's past life experiences made her realize just how greedy and vicious Ji Dahai and his so-called family members really were. In fact, Ji Dahai was just his adoptive father. Ji Dahai was infertile and had no children after many years of marriage, but his infertility was cured 3 years after he adopted Jiqiu. So, when Jiqiu was 4 years old, a younger brother, Ji Ming, was born into the family. The Ji couple not only showered all their affection on Ji Ming, but also gradually grew to dislike Jiqiu. From the age of 7, Jiqiu began collecting cardboard boxes and beverage bottles to sell for money and support himself. It wasn't until 5 years after the arrival of God of the Marauders that Jiqiu learned that he had actually been adopted by Ji Dahai. In the 10th year since the arrival of God Lord, an alien civilization suddenly invaded Earth. In that fierce battle, he was seriously wounded, but managed to escape the battlefield. When he returned home, he was so weak that he could barely move. Jiqiu never expected that she would be attacked by Ji Dahai and his wife, along with Ji Ming, while lying in bed. They did this in order to seize the divine equipment that Jiqiu was wearing. After Jiqiu died, as his soul left his body and quickly dissipated, he saw Ji Dahai personally take the divine armor from his corpse and hand it to Ji Ming. It's true what they say, a kind person is often bullied, and a good horse is often ridden. Not far away, Jiqiu booked a room at a budget hotel next to the cultural park. He hasn't blocked Lu Ruyan yet, but Lu Ruyan hasn't contacted him first. It wasn't until the next morning that Lu Ruyan finally called. It's not too late for you to regret it now. After all, we were classmates and lived together for 2 years. I still have some feelings for you. Stop talking. You're not worthy. Jiqiu refused without hesitation. You're not worthy? Lu Ruyan scoffed. Are you out of your mind? Do you know what you're saying? Stop talking nonsense. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Jiqiu replied coldly. Okay, I'll go now. Lu Ruyan hung up the phone. Jiqiu then left the hotel and took a taxi to the Civil Affairs Bureau. In fact, Lu Ruyan did not want to get a divorce now. Her parents had long stipulated that she must be married for 3 years and have a child before she could inherit the family business. There's still 1 year left. Lu Ruyan's parents didn't want to give away their family property to outsiders. If she divorced Jiqiu, she would have to find another man willing to marry into the family, and she would have to wait another 3 years. Jiqiu was nothing more than a tool Lu Ruyan used to appease her parents. For the past 2 years, they have been husband and wife in name only, but have no real relationship. Lu Ruyan's plan is to get pregnant with her lover's child, then everything will be perfect. Unfortunately, plans can't keep up with changes. Even in Jiqiu's previous life, the arrival of the Divine Duke forced Lu Ruyan to change her original plans. At 10 a.m., Jiqiu and Lu Ruyan successfully completed their divorce procedures. In the blink of an eye, on the morning of the 3rd day after the divorce, Jiqiu left the hotel early and walked into the cultural park. At 8 o'clock sharp, the scene we had been waiting for appeared as expected. A colossal statue, hundreds of meters tall, stands in the center of the cultural park. It appeared silently, towering majestically, its entire body radiating a faint, colorful light. The entire statue appears to be made of stone. The three-headed, six-armed deity's facial features were blurred, with only large eyes, a large mouth, and a small nose vaguely discernible. To the eyes of a human from Earth, it appeared extremely incongruous. Jiqiu knew that this was a statue of a god. Similar idols appeared in various parts of Earth at the same time. Any human who was 16 18 years of age or older on Earth can awaken a superpower if they get within 500 meters of the statue. As soon as the news broke, people flocked to the statue, crowding around it. To avoid queuing, Ji Chio waited here early in the morning. Soon, the three-headed, six-armed statue began to exude a mysterious aura. Immediately afterwards, a loud and majestic voice rang in Ji Chio's mind. "A mortal blessed by the gods, would you be willing to give up 20 years of your lifespan to awaken a superpower?" Upon hearing this, Ji Chio was taken aback. In his past life, it was this same statue that unlocked his superpowers, but he didn't hear those words back then. At that time, the idol said to him, "Humble inferior human, are you willing to sacrifice 30 years of your lifespan to awaken a superpower? Different names come at different costs to one's lifespan. Is this a change brought about by rebirth? What does it really mean to be given a divine blessing? Is it rebirth or gaining a superpower ahead of time?" Ji Chio temporarily set aside these disturbances and answered softly. The next second, two mysterious forces erupted within him simultaneously, rapidly flowing to every corner of his body. In his previous life, only a mysterious power erupted from his body. The extra power I gained in this life was clearly a gift from that slovenly old man. The sudden appearance of the giant statue attracted widespread attention, with more and more Jiangzhou citizens flocking to see it, which naturally alarmed the authorities. Without delay, Ji Chio turned around and left the cultural park, returning to the hotel where she was temporarily staying. Back in his hotel room, his next task was naturally to confirm which two superpowers he had acquired. The method is very simple. Simply clench your fists and exert force throughout your body. That's how it is at first. Once you're completely familiar with the superpower, you can unleash it with just a thought. As Ji Chio began to exert his strength, a mysterious power erupted. Immediately afterwards, a person who looked exactly like him appeared in the room. This person is absolutely real. What Ji Chio found even more unbelievable was that this extra figure was connected to him in spirit and mind. He can clearly sense what the other person is thinking, and the other person can sense him in the same way. In other words, there are two autumn seasons existing at the same time. An avatar? Surprised, Ji Chio was incredibly excited. In his previous life, the superpower he awakened was Shadow Clones, which is an S-class superpower. After some time, the humans of Earth finally understood through the God Duke system that the superpower classification from low to high was D level, C level, B level, A level, S level, SS level, and SSS level. For example, the ability to see in the dark as if it were daytime has little practical value and is classified as a C-level ability. Flame manipulation is classified as a Class A superpower. Class D superpowers are usually quite weak, such as having an unusually large appetite or being exceptionally long-lasting in bed. Superpowers below Class A have obvious flaws and are easily countered. Class A superpowers often combine strong practicality with combat capabilities. Superpowers of grade A or above are extremely rare, almost 1 in 10,000. Only those with exceptional survival skills and growth potential can be recognized as having S-class superpowers. While Shadow Clones themselves are not strong in combat, they can greatly enhance an individual's self-defense capabilities and have extremely high growth potential, thus making them one of the S-class superpowers. In a harsh environment teeming with monsters, survival is the most crucial thing. SS-class superpowers not only possess the characteristics of S-class superpowers, but also pose a significant threat to the enemy in actual combat. For example, the ability to become invisible is an SS-level superpower. As for SSS-level superpowers, they are the kind of abilities that can make a person invincible, and they are extremely rare on the entire planet Earth. The superpower of creating an avatar has the potential to grow, specifically manifested in an increase in the number of clones. Initially, there is only one clone, but there will be more and more afterward. As long as one clone survives, even if the main body perishes, it can be resurrected through the clone. As long as one clone is hidden in a safe place, the survivability is almost at its peak. Suddenly releasing clones during battle not only doubles combat power but also achieves a surprise effect, significantly boosting combat strength. With the help of clones, monsters will be killed faster and easier, and the speed at which you become stronger will also increase exponentially. Therefore, the ability to create an avatar is an SSS-level superpower. Just as Ji Chio was sighing inwardly, another mysterious force erupted. His other superpower has been activated. The two Ji Chios vanished without a trace in the room in an instant, completely disappearing. The superpower that slovenly old man gave me really is invisibility. As Ji Chio moved his body around, he carefully sensed what was wrong and soon noticed something amiss. In his past life, he knew that there was more than one person with the ability to become invisible. He had some knowledge of the ability to become invisible. While normal invisibility allows the body to be completely transparent and undetectable to the naked eye, any movement will disturb the air and even produce sound. Ji Chio had his clone walk quickly around him and found that the surrounding air was completely still. What shocked him even more was that he and his clone could pass through walls. It can pass through any obstacle, not just walls. Even the most basic form of stealth or a more advanced form of stealth could never possess such terrifying abilities. This is definitely not ordinary invisibility. Ji Chio tried hard to recall, but unfortunately he had never heard of anyone awakening such a superpower in his previous life. This is walking through the void. Without a doubt, void walking is also an SSS level superpower. That slovenly old man once said that my kindness and courage deserved encouragement. Perhaps it was for this reason that he upgraded the SS level superpower that should have been given to me to SSS level. Having one SSS level superpower is enough to pave the way to invincibility, but I possess two SSS level superpowers at the same time. The ability to walk through the void is also effective against my clone. Woohoo, take off. There are only two words to describe it. Fucking awesome. Ji Chio withdrew his clone and began to make detailed plans for the future based on his dual superpowers. 3 days later, all sorts of monsters will emerge around the world, and no place, whether in bustling cities or remote wilderness, will be spared. Due to insufficient preparation, humanity on Earth will suffer devastating losses, with countless deaths and injuries. In addition, some people who awaken high-level superpowers but had evil intentions committed evil deeds, causing the social order to completely collapse. For the weak, survival becomes increasingly difficult. These were not things that Ji Chio cared about. He had experienced an invasion by an alien civilization in his previous life, and the terror and ferocity of the alien powerhouses still haunted him. Although I perished at the very beginning of the alien invasion, I am certain that the humans of Earth in my previous life were destined to be defeated, either slaughtered or enslaved. The top combat forces of Earth are utterly powerless in the face of those true alien powerhouses. Only 10 years. In these 10 years, I must grow as strong as possible, otherwise even with two SSS level superpowers, I am still very likely to be killed by alien powerhouses. As for Thomas, Lu Ruyan, and the Ji family, there's no rush to deal with them. These people are destined for a bad end. In his hotel room, Ji Chio familiarized himself with and adapted to his two SSS level superpowers. Meanwhile, the appearance of those towering statues caused a global sensation. More and more ordinary people are awakening superpowers by sacrificing their lifespan. People naturally flocked to the nearest statue. The Chinese government reacted swiftly, deploying a large number of military and police personnel to seal off all statues of deities within the country. The police and military, representing the authorities, were the first to awaken their superpowers before allowing ordinary citizens to do so. This is to maintain control of the situation and prevent society from descending into chaos. Official forces cannot prevent ordinary people from awakening superpowers forever. After all, the temptation and benefits are enormous, and forcibly obstructing it will only enrage the entire population and lead to a loss of control. Apart from the initial group, all those who awakened their superpowers will have their information recorded in detail by the authorities. People with powerful superpowers will be recruited by the authorities. Damn it, isn't it said that anyone over 15 can awaken superpowers? Why can't I? Near the cultural park in Jiangzhou City, a young man with blonde hair looked puzzled and dejected. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, all those who awakened superpowers began to age to varying degrees. The negative effects of sacrificing one's lifespan have finally become apparent, but almost no one died directly from it, apart from some elderly people who are already frail and do not live long. As people's bodies suddenly aged, they also discovered another extremely bad situation. Monsters have appeared all over the world. Various ferocious monsters emerge one after another, each with a long health bar floating above its head. What's causing great headaches for officials around the world is that all firearms on Earth have become ineffective, whether they are ordinary firearms or various explosives. The world has instantly regressed to the era of cold weapons. Fortunately, the more densely populated the area, the fewer and weaker the monsters appear. Even so, caught completely off guard, the monsters still killed many people. Soon, people discovered that after killing a monster, its corpse would emit a cloud of white mist that would fall onto the person who delivered the fatal blow. The white mist can enhance a person's strength and extend their lifespan, but it does not improve superpowers at all, since most people's superpowers do not have the potential for growth. The more monsters you kill, the more white mist you get. As large amounts of white mist accumulate, a person's physique, speed, strength, and lifespan are continuously enhanced, equivalent to leveling up. This made everyone realize that Earth seemed to have been integrated into a large-scale online game world. In Jiangzhou's urban and suburban areas, a large number of monsters that were not too strong have also appeared. Having been reborn, Ji Chio knows all too well the importance of leveling up. Even if one awakens powerful superpowers, if one is too weak, one is still easily defeated by monsters or enemies. Before the monster appeared, Ji Chio left the budget hotel where he was temporarily staying and headed to the western suburbs of Jiangzhou City. This is a scenic area. In the early morning, there was hardly anyone in sight. When the people around are awakened by the monster's roars, they will choose to flee back to the city and seek safe haven. The city has more people and fewer monsters, so the safety level is naturally higher. Although the suburbs are sparsely populated, they are close to the densely populated city center, so the number of monsters is neither too many nor too few, making them perfect for beginners to level up. Ji Jiqiu is no longer a novice, he possesses 2 SSS level superpowers, making it easy for him to deal with the low-level monsters here. He has lost 40 years of his lifespan, and now his physique is equivalent to that of an ordinary 60-year-old. Although his physical strength has weakened considerably, he can still easily wield his knife. Neither walking in the void nor creating an avatar is known for its powerful attacks. However, these two superpowers proved extremely helpful to Jiqiu in actual combat. His ability to walk through the void makes him completely undetectable to monsters, while his avatar allows him to launch attacks from both sides. 2 sharp blades flashed past. 2 long wounds appeared on the rump and head of a poisoned elk. The poisonous deer in this scenic area are level 2 monsters with 20 HP. Jiqiu and his clone each slashed once, reducing his health by only 3 points. A knife strike to the buttocks deals 1 point of damage, while a knife strike to the head deals 2 points of damage. Same weapon, same force, but different damage. Jiqiu was not surprised by this. He understood that attacking a monster's vital or weak points would deal more damage than hitting its normal parts. The attacked elk roared angrily, but it couldn't find its enemy at all. It can only wander around aimlessly like a headless fly. Jiqiu and his clone don't need to dodge, they can walk through the void. Even if they are hit by monsters, they won't be injured, and the monsters can only pass through them. This is precisely where the power of void walking lies. While in stealth mode, you can directly attack monsters simply by swinging your weapon. Ordinary invisibility superpowers will immediately reveal the superpowered person if they launch an attack. For this reason, in the world of God Lord, void walking is rated as an SSS level superpower, while ordinary invisibility is classified as SS level. Jiqiu must be aware that void walk can only last for 60 seconds initially, and then requires a 1800 second cooldown before it can be used again. The cooldown time for the avatar is also 1800 seconds. Once the avatar is released, it will persist unless the original body actively retracts it or the avatar is defeated. It's worth noting that all superpowers have a cooldown period, including SSS level ones. However, SSS level superpowers have extremely high growth potential. As they grow, the cooldown time will be greatly shortened and the duration will be significantly extended. This is also a feature of God of War. Many powerful skills in online games have cooldown restrictions. Having experienced Rebirth, Jiqiu understands that his 2 SSS level superpowers will soon grow stronger. Although the void walk only lasts for 1 minute, it is sufficient for the current stage. During this time, Jiqiu and his clone launched a series of attacks, killing 8 poison-infected elk in one go. 8 streams of white mist surged into Jiqiu's body, like the spiritual energy in a cultivation novel, rapidly nourishing his increasingly weakened body. Besides the white mist, the slain deer also dropped 2 pieces of equipment. Once I collect more equipment, I'll be able to challenge the boss here. At that time, void walk can be cast again. Defeat the boss here and successfully level up to level 10 to unlock the God's Disciple quest and activate the system panel. With clear goals and high morale, void walking has entered a cooldown state. Jiqiu and his clone found a secluded spot to hide temporarily and began to carefully examine the 2 pieces of equipment they had just acquired. Low-level monsters naturally won't drop high-level equipment. Both of these are basic equipment. Strange deer hide boots, physical defense +2, movement speed +1, requires level 2. Strange deer bone blade, physical attack +3, level requirement 2. Any piece of equipment, once held in hand, allows people to see its various attributes. Like everyone else, Jiqiu had not yet opened the system panel and could not see the specific values of his experience and level. However, based on his experience from his previous life, Jiqiu was certain that the 8 poisonous deer infected by the poisonous creatures were enough to allow him to advance to level 2. It took less than a minute to level up smoothly. Wearing strange deer hide boots and wielding a strange deer bone blade, Jiqiu continued to slay monsters. His weakened body was nourished, his stamina increased significantly, his movement speed improved, and his weapon's attack power increased considerably. Even without the aid of void walk, Jiqiu and his clone could easily slay the monsters here. Previously, he was only holding an ordinary kitchen knife with only 1 point of physical attack. The strange deer bone blade has 3 points of physical attack. It's worth mentioning that the clones of the avatar always remain completely identical to the original body. As the original body's attributes increase, the clones will also be strengthened in tandem. The clone can directly copy the equipment on the original body. SSS level superpowers are just that powerful. The appearance of the monster plunged the world into extreme chaos and panic. People hadn't realized the importance of leveling up by fighting monsters, and they only cared about gathering in crowded places. At first, they didn't dare to go out alone or in a team. People like Jiqiu, who rush to level up as soon as monsters appear, are extremely rare. Currently, Jiqiu is the only person in this scenic area. One after another, the poison elk collapsed, and puffs of white mist poured into Jiqiu's body, with equipment occasionally dropping off. The next 20 poisonous deer that were killed dropped 2 pieces of equipment. Strange deer hide armor, physical defense +3, elemental defense +1, required level 2. Strange deer leggings, physical defense defense plus 2, movement speed plus 1, requires level 2. I should be level 3 by now. The experience I get from grinding level 2 monsters will be significantly reduced. Let's kill the boss here first, then move on to another place to level up. With that in mind, Jichio stopped killing the smaller monsters and began searching for the boss. Because void walking was still on cooldown, it had taken quite a bit of time to kill the 20 poisonous elk that had been infected. In the void walking state, he and his clone can attack without restraint, without needing to defend or dodge, naturally making them extremely efficient at killing monsters. Don't underestimate these level 2 monsters, they have strong attack power and are fast. When he can't hide, Jichio and his clone often have to face 2 or more monsters at the same time, and they have to be extra careful with their positioning, which undoubtedly greatly reduces his monster killing speed. After all, he's still a fragile character right now. At this point, Voidwalk's cooldown ends, and it can be cast again. That's why Jichio decided to go find the boss. Soon, in a small mountain valley, Jichio found his target as he wished, a boss, a mutated elk. It is also level 2, but its health is as high as 100 points, which is 5 times that of a regular poison infecting a deer. It's not hard to guess that its defense and attack are also more powerful, enough to instantly kill humans of the same level. Most importantly, all the bosses have powerful special moves. Jichio remembers that the mutated elk's ultimate move was called Poisonous Mist Spread. This ultimate skill releases a poisonous mist that weakens defense and causes continuous damage. Jichio had no anti-poison equipment or antidote. Once exposed to the poisonous mist, the poisoning alone would be fatal, even without being hit by the mutated deer. If Voidwalk is still on cooldown, Jichio can kill the boss at an extremely fast speed, and absolutely cannot let it unleash its ultimate move. With his current attack power, he simply cannot do it. Upon discovering the mutated deer, Jichio immediately used Voidwalk to merge his main body and clone into the void simultaneously. He and his clone then rushed to the boss's side and launched an attack, wielding the monstrous deer bone blade. The mutated deer's health bar is constantly decreasing. Jichio's normal attacks on this boss only deal 1 point of damage, and attacks to its weak points and vital points only deal 2 points of damage. This boss's defense far exceeds that of those deer infected by poison. When attacked, even though it couldn't see the enemy or know who was attacking it, the mutated deer became increasingly frenzied, roaring, and charging wildly. Fortunately, the strange deer-hide boots and leggings increased Jichio's movement speed by 2 points, allowing him to stay close to the boss and ensure that his and his clone's attacks kept hitting it. Otherwise, given that the Voidwalk only lasts for 1 minute, Jichio might not have been able to kill the boss. When the mutated elk's health dropped to half, thick, dark green poisonous mist began to emanate from its entire body. The poisonous fog spread rapidly, covering an area of 10 meters in radius. Unfortunately, the poisonous fog posed no threat to Jichio, who was in a state of walking in the void. After about 50 seconds of fighting, Jichio and his clone finally succeeded in killing the mutated deer. The first kill of a low-level boss will not trigger a system announcement in God Duke, but the rewards will definitely be substantial. The white mist rising from the carcass of the mutated elk grew thicker. It dropped 3 pieces of equipment and 1 special item. Deer King's Fong, 1-star physical attack plus 6, attacks inflict poison, requires level 2. Deer King Bone Chain, 1-star physical attack plus 1, poison resistance plus 2, elemental resistance plus 1, requires level 2. Deer King Boots, 1-star physical defense plus 3, elemental resistance plus 1, movement speed plus 2, requires level 2. These are all level 2, 1-star equipment. Jichio understood that in the setting of God Duke, equipment not only had different levels, but also different star ratings. Among equipment of the same level, the higher the star rating, the stronger the attributes, with a maximum of 7 stars. If a low-level piece of equipment has a high star rating, its attributes can even surpass those of a high-level piece of equipment. However, monsters usually only drop unstarred, basic equipment. Star-rated equipment can generally only be obtained by defeating bosses or completing special quests. Actually, the boss itself also has a star rating. The mutated deer that Jichio just killed was a basic boss. It was only because it was the first kill that it dropped 3 1-star equipment pieces at once. If it's not the first kill, getting even a 1-star item is considered lucky. Only bosses with star ratings can reliably drop star-rated equipment. That special item is even more interesting. It is called First Kill Certificate for Level 2 Boss. In his previous life, Jichio had never achieved a first kill on any low-level boss, but he had heard of such a token item. This First Kill Certificate is extremely important when carrying out the God's Disciple mission. Only by accumulating enough first kill vouchers can you challenge high-star God Apprentice missions, obtain richer rewards, and and advance to a high-star god apprentice. Therefore, Ji Chio had already planned to get more first kills on bosses. He replaced the Deer King's Fong with the strange Deer Bone Blade, put on Deer King's leather boots, and wore the Deer King's Bone Chain, significantly increasing his overall combat power by a level. Voidwalk's skill is on cooldown again. Ji Chio left the area where the monster deer spawned with his clone, but did not leave the entire scenic area. Soon, they entered a forest. The creature that spawns here is a poison-infected boar, level 5, with 100 HP. They almost never appear alone, always in groups, making it extremely difficult and dangerous for ordinary level 3 players to challenge them alone. At this time, void walking is still on cooldown. Even if it works, it only lasts for a minute, which is too short. Ji Chio can only rely on herself and her clone. Fortunately, he had 3 pieces of star-level equipment and the rich experience he had accumulated in his previous life, so he was still able to deal with these level 5 monsters with ease and without any risk. Ji Chio sent his clone to lure the monsters, leading a group of infected boars running around. Meanwhile, he himself waited for the right moment to strike, targeting those monsters that were alone or had fallen behind and launching a fierce attack. The 2-point speed boost from the Deer King's boots made it impossible for these level 5 monsters to catch up with the clones, and also made Ji Chio's attacks more flexible. He and his clone were cautiously pulling at each other. One after another, the venomous boars collapsed, bringing more and more white fog to late autumn. Occasionally, equipment will drop. There is also a level 5 boss here. Before dealing with it, Ji Chio not only needs to wait for Voidwalk to cool down, but also needs to collect more level 5 equipment. Time quickly came to 11 AM. Ji Chio slaughtered a large number of fang boars infected by poison. When he discovered that the amount of white mist he obtained from killing these small monsters had decreased significantly, he immediately realized that he had leveled up to level 5. His speed in killing these level 5 monsters increased significantly because he now had 4 more level 5 pieces of equipment. Although they were all basic equipment, they still significantly improved the overall strength of Ji Chio and his clone. We can go challenge the boss here. Ji Chio stopped bothering the minor monsters and began searching for a target with his clone. A few minutes later, he spotted a hog that was significantly larger. Mutant Tusk Boar. The health bar shows 500 health points. Its thick, rough skin makes it even more terrifying. Its eyes were bloodshot, and its fangs gleamed with a chilling sharpness. My attack power is about 15 right now. Each critical hit can take away 5 points of its health. I need to hit it 100 times in a minute to kill it. Logically speaking, this is almost impossible to accomplish, since it will escape. But I have a clone. It's not difficult for both the main body and the clone to hit 50 times in a minute. Ji Chio knew that if he couldn't kill the boss within a minute, he would be in danger. This boss naturally has its own special moves. Even with several level 5 equipment pieces, Ji Chio could not withstand the attack. He and his clone charged toward the mutated boar, only activating Voidwalk when they were very close. The main body and the clone vanished into thin air at the same time, and the green glowing blade instantly struck the mutated boar. Just as Ji Chio had predicted, even a critical hit could only reduce its health by 5 points. Like the mutated deer, this mutated boar was completely unaware of the source of the attack. It could only howl and run desperately, trying to shake off the attack. When its health drops to 250 points, the pig bristles on its body become covered in a green poison, shooting out like steel needles. Such a wide-range attack is difficult to dodge, but Ji Chio and his clone did not need to dodge at all. Those sharp and poisonous pig bristles passed through their bodies without causing any harm. With 5 seconds remaining in the void-walking state, the mutated boar finally collapsed in front of Ji Chio. A thick white mist surged into Ji Chio's body. 3 level 5 equipment items and a level 5 boss first kill certificate dropped. Of the 3 pieces of equipment, one is a blank item and the other is a 1-star item. Mutant Pig King's Belt, physical defense +4, poison resistance +3, elemental resistance +3, stamina +2, required level 5. Poisonous Bone Ring, 1-star physical attack +3, attacks inflict poison effect enhanced by 5%, requires level 5. Mutant Pig King's Helmet, 1-star physical defense +10, poison resistance +7, elemental resistance +9, required level 5. The Voidwalk skill has gone on cooldown again. Upon hearing the news, many poisonous boars from the surrounding area rushed towards the location, and Ji Chio immediately led his clones to retreat quickly. Even with stars, low-level equipment has limited use and will soon be obsolete. For Ji Chio, what's truly valuable is this first kill certificate. After leaving the woods, he found a secluded spot, ate some food, and drank some water. After resting for half an hour, at noon, the cooldown of Voidwalk ended, and Ji Chio led his clone to the next leveling location. After a tense morning, people around the world gradually adapted to the new situation. People began hunting monsters and realized that killing them would bring benefits. The town was bustling with people, including many superpowered individuals who had awakened strong combat abilities. Under their leadership, the few remaining monsters were quickly wiped out. It's worth noting that there will be no bosses in the town. The boss is too powerful. If it appears in a crowded area, it will inevitably cause heavy heavy casualties. Once the small monsters in the town have been cleared out, the superpowered individuals begin to explore the outside world, hunting down more monsters to increase their strength. The town has a large population but few monsters and no bosses, resulting in a generally low level and limited equipment for everyone. When most people first leave town, they are carrying ordinary weapons with only one point of physical attack, such as machetes and daggers. Lu Ruyan and Thomas and others left the city and arrived in the northern suburbs of Jiangzhou. This is an elite team. There were 6 of them in total, and even the weakest among them had awakened a Class B superpower. 4 of them were from the United Kingdom, while only 2 were Chinese. Lu Ruyan awakened her superpowers on the afternoon of the day after the statue appeared. She sacrificed 10 years of her lifespan to gain an A-level superpower, Freezing Cold Current. This ability can freeze enemies, allowing for both offense and retreat, making it a formidable A-class superpower. Having A-level superpowers means you already have the potential to become a master. If they can grow smoothly, they may even become a powerful figure admired by thousands. Luckily, I've already divorced Ji Chio, otherwise he would definitely keep bothering me and I wouldn't be able to get rid of him no matter what I did. That guy is a complete waste of space. There's absolutely no way he could awaken any powerful superpowers. Thomas's awakened superpowers are also very powerful. As expected of the man Lu Ruyan, he is indeed a nobleman from the Free Kingdom. Ji Chio is not even worthy to carry his shoes. Lu Ruyan was filled with pride and looked forward to the future. Her team, led by Thomas, moved forward cautiously and slowly, exploring step by step. Whenever they encounter monsters, Lu Ruyan will use her frostbite skill to freeze them, and then her teammates will quickly move forward to attack. Thomas awakened an A-level superpower, Golden Light Protection. When activated, his entire body shone with golden light, making him look like a god of war. Low-level monsters cannot break through his golden body at all, and he can wield his steel sword with impunity, easily killing his enemies. Looking at the handsome and dashing Thomas, who was covered in golden light, Lu Ruyan became more and more infatuated. That's a real man. My freezing abilities are just as good. I'm a perfect match for him. We will all become true strongmen. At this moment, Lu Ruyan occasionally thought of Ji Chio and couldn't help but scoff at him. Ji Chio was not good enough for her in the past, and he is even less so now. At this moment, Ji Dahai and his family of 3 were gathered together. The Ji couple were originally searching for Ji Chio, but they temporarily gave up after the statue appeared and instead lined up to awaken their superpowers. Ji Dahai awakened a Class B superpower, the power of alcohol, which allows him to enhance his strength by drinking alcohol. This kind of superpower, which requires external aids to unleash and is highly practical, is the representative of Class B. Ji Dahai's wife, Lu Saixia, awakened a Class C superpower, sound location identification. This ability has many limitations and cannot enhance combat power. All superpowers below grade A require only a 5-year sacrifice of lifespan. Their son, Ji Ming, sacrificed 10 years of his lifespan to awaken an A-level superpower, the deadly poisonous Black Claw. That kid Ji Chio actually blocked us. He's such an ungrateful wretch. Lu Saixia thought of her adopted son again. Forget it. Anyway, in the 2 years since he married into the Lu family, we've made several 100,000 yuan. We haven't lost out. Ji Dahai thought to himself, not only did I not lose money, I actually made a huge profit. I wonder if he has awakened any superpowers, and if so, which kind? Ji Ming, who had just turned 20, smiled slightly, a hint of pride in his expression. That kid couldn't possibly have awakened any superpowers. If he were lucky, he wouldn't have been abandoned by his biological parents. Ji Dahai responded with a cold laugh while drinking. He pretended not to care, but he was extremely dissatisfied and furious that Ji Chio had suddenly blocked him. Dad, Mom, I've decided to join my classmates' guild. He's a rich kid, and the benefits are far better than the official guild. Many people began to see the dramatic changes on Earth as the integration of a large-scale online game, and some ambitious individuals formed organizations with lofty aspirations. In chaotic times, it is difficult to survive and become stronger by one's own strength. It is safer to join a powerful force. Ji Ming decides to make greater progress and show his ambitions in the guild formed by his classmates. Go! There are no more monsters in the city. Don't worry about us. Be careful outside. Our family is counting on you from now on. Ji Dahai and Lu Saixia certainly wouldn't hold their son back, and both cast encouraging glances their way. Ji Chio continued to diligently kill monsters and level up with his clone. At 3 p.m., he successfully leveled up to level 7 and acquired 4 new level 7 white-grade equipment pieces. Then, he encountered a level 7 boss. Bloodthirsty Mutant Hound, 1 star. It has 850 health points. This boss has bloodshot eyes, sharp fangs, and black fur that shimmers with blood-red light, making it look both ferocious and sinister. It's actually a low-level boss with a star rating. It has 150 more HP than a regular level 7 mini-boss. Its defense, speed, and resistance have all been greatly enhanced. My current attack power is about 35 points, and it should have 25 points of physical defense. Even if every attack is a critical hit, it will still take many hits. Luckily, I have a clone. Although Ji Chio's equipment wasn't top of the line, it was already quite luxurious for the lower levels. Even so, without 2 SSS level superpowers, it would still be extremely difficult and risky for him to kill a 1-star mini-boss of the same level. Typically, defeating a boss requires a team of multiple players working together. Take this bloodthirsty mutant hound for example. If it weren't for the superpower of being an avatar, Jichio could only take away 10 points of its health with one attack. It will take more than 80 consecutive attacks. This doesn't even take into account the boss's healing ability. Regular mini-bosses generally don't have the ability to heal themselves, but starred mini-bosses do. Jichio approached first, and then began to walk through the void. He and his clone ganged up on the bloodthirsty mutated hound. A normal attack deals 10 damage. A critical hit costs 20 points. Jichio guessed correctly. This bloodthirsty mutated hound did indeed have 25 points of physical defense. His main body and clones must try to launch as many vital attacks as possible, otherwise a minute will be extremely tight. Because the boss won't stand still, even if it doesn't spot any enemies, it will quickly run away once attacked. If the main body and the clone attack at the same time, it's already quite good if they can take away 30 points of health in one attack. As it turns out, this level 7, 1-star boss is indeed difficult to deal with. When its health dropped to half, its entire body suddenly emitted a bloody light, becoming even brighter and more sinister. Immediately afterwards, it began to regenerate health at an accelerated pace. Previously, it could only regenerate 2 health points per second, but now it has been increased to 10 health points per second. This almost reduced Jichio's attack power by 10 points. Although Jichio had never fought this mini-boss in his previous life, nor had he ever heard of it, based on his experience, he judged that accelerated health regeneration was definitely this boss's ultimate move. His original plan to kill the mini-boss in about half a minute was completely ruined. With his current equipment and level, he could very well be one-shot by this mini-boss, so he must kill it before Voidwalk cooldown. Jichio remained completely calm. After all, it's 2 against 1, and we only need to attack with all our might without worrying about defense, so the advantage is clearly on our side. If you can't kill the boss before the Voidwalk ends, leave the clone in front of the boss while the main body runs away. I will not lose my life no matter what. Ultimately, no accident occurred, but a tense scene still unfolded. When Voidwalking went into cooldown again, the bloodthirsty mutated hound's health bar was reduced to a sliver. If Jichio hadn't been quick-witted and abandoned the intentional attack on vital points, instead choosing to attack any part of the body to successfully kill the boss, the clone would have been countered by the boss. Thank goodness, that was really close. Jichio breathed a long sigh of relief. A thick white mist slowly sank into his body. He picked up a few items that the bloodthirsty mutant hound had dropped. It turned out to be 4 level 7-star equipped items, a level 7 1-star boss first kill certificate, and something that looked like a coin. 3 of them are level 7 1-star equipment, and 1 is level 7 2-star equipment. Although level 7 1-star equipment is considered quite good low-level equipment, in Jichio's eyes, it was almost no different from trash. But it's only useful for now. Jichio doesn't value them, but that doesn't mean they're useless. At least before level 10, these pieces of equipment can greatly improve his leveling efficiency. Jichio quite liked that level 7 2-star equipment. Bloodlust Pendant, 2-star physical attack plus 7, accuracy plus 2, attack with lifesteal plus 10, requires level 7. Lifesteal plus 10 means that you can recover 10 health points with each attack. The addition of 2 points of accuracy increases the chance of hitting vital points or weak points. The stats of this level 7 2-star equipment far surpass those of a level 10 ordinary white-grade equipment. The first kill of the boss is indeed impressive. Ordinary bosses only drop 1-star equipment, while 1-star bosses drop 2-star equipment. After changing into the bloodthirsty pendant, Jichio smiled with satisfaction. His gaze then fell on the object, which was about the size of a coin. It has a 5-pointed star engraved on it. That's a 1-star source coin. Source power coin is the universal currency of the future, and the number of 5-pointed stars on the coin represents its face value. The energy contained within source coins can be absorbed and used to upgrade levels. Once your level increases, your lifespan, physique, strength, speed, and other abilities will also increase accordingly. This is also why source coin has such a high value. Otherwise, it would never have become a universal currency. The energy contained in a 1-star source coin is equivalent to the energy of the white mist that emerges after killing a level 10 ordinary monster. After seeing the source coins, people began to call the white mist emitted by monsters after they died source power. Normally, monsters below level 10 will not drop source coins, unless they are starred bosses. 1-star source coins are the lowest level of source coins. If someone else obtained them, they would be overjoyed and treasure them like precious gems. But Jichio didn't care about them at all, just like he didn't care about level 7 1-star equipment. Without hesitation, Jichio absorbed the energy of the 1-star source coin. The absorption method is extremely simple, just hold it firmly in your palm. That's equivalent to taking down a level 10 monster. A surge of energy flowed from his palm into his body, and Jichio clearly felt himself becoming stronger. After tidying Studying up, Jiqiu and his clone continued to fight monsters and level up. As dusk fell, he finally reached level 10, having killed 3 bosses below level 10 in the process. He was not in a hurry to do the mission of becoming a disciple of God. His goal is not only to kill level 10 bosses, but also to collect first kill certificates for multiple level 10 bosses. The more the better, preferably bosses with stars. The sun gradually sank below the western horizon. Jiqiu, accompanied by his clone, discovered a level 10 boss at the foot of a small hill by a lake. A ferocious mutated water monkey. It is a level 10 boss without a star and has 1200 HP. Although it is called a water monkey, apart from having a head that resembles a monkey, it looks more like a sloth. It likes to lie on the ground, has thick fur all over its body, and long claws. This is the lakeside. Once it is attacked and cannot find its enemy, it will definitely escape into the water. This is the biggest difficulty in killing it. For an ordinary level 10 human, killing this berserk mutated water monkey alone would be quite challenging. Its attack power is so great that it can instantly kill an ordinary level 10 human. Swift and agile, with strong physical defense and elemental resistance. Be especially wary of its ultimate move. But for Jiqiu, all he had to do was prevent the level 10 boss from escaping back into the water. It's not that Jiqiu can't fight in the water, but rather that visibility is limited underwater, which could allow the boss to escape. Jiqiu's attack power has reached 82 points, and his clone also has 82 points of attack power. This berserk mutated water monkey has an attack power of about 35 points, and Jiqiu's normal attack can deal nearly 50 points of damage to it. A regular level 10 boss isn't much stronger than a level 7 1-star boss. Moreover, Jiqiu's equipment is much better than when he dealt with the bloodthirsty mutated hounds. My movement speed has increased by 10 points now, which is fast enough. Send the clone to lure the monsters, and keep it as far away from the lake as possible. Thinking of this, Jiqiu's clone began to act, rushing towards the frenzied mutated water monkey. After attracting the other party's attention, the clone quickly turned around and ran away. As its name suggests, this level 10 boss is extremely irritable and lacks rationality. Once it spots an enemy, it will not let it go easily. It immediately began to pursue Jiqiu's clone. Jiqiu himself hid behind a boulder, watching the berserk mutated water monkey chase his clone further and further away. He deliberately waited a few seconds before emerging from behind the boulder, following behind the mutated water monkey and blocking its retreat. A minute later, Jiqiu suddenly began to walk in the void. The main body and the clone disappeared without a trace at the same time. Seeing its target vanish into thin air, the berserk mutated water monkey was stunned, its expression momentarily blank and helpless. Suddenly, 2 sharp, cold lights flashed. The ferocious mutated water monkey has started bleeding. Jiqiu's main body and clone simultaneously struck the boss's vital points. Before it could react, it was stabbed twice in the head. Even in its berserk state, it still sensed the danger and immediately turned around to run away. The fact that it couldn't catch up with Jiqiu's clone before is enough to show that its movement speed is not as fast as Jiqiu's, so it could only run away and be beaten at the same time. Soon, its health dropped to less than half. Then, a thick layer of blue light appeared on its body. This layer of blue light, like a liquid water film, greatly enhances its defensive capabilities. Previously, Jiqiu's normal attack could reduce its health by 47 points, but now it can only reduce it by 17 points, and its critical hit can only deal 34 points of damage. Clearly, this is its ultimate move. It also has nearly 600 health points and regenerates 5 health points per second. However, Jiqiu was prepared for this. At this moment, the level 10 boss was still more than 1,000 meters away from the lake. Unsurprisingly, when the two were only 300 meters from the lake, the ferocious mutated water monkey collapsed, its body dissipating with a wisp of white mist. First kill certificate obtained. There are still 5 1-star source power coins left. In addition, 3 level 10 1-star equipment items dropped. After a short rest, Jiqiu continued searching for level 10 bosses. With 3 additional level 10 equipment pieces bearing stars, he and his clone can easily defeat ordinary level 10 bosses without needing to activate Voidwalk. If you encounter a level 10 boss with a 1-star rating, you must activate Voidwalk to ensure your safety. The stars twinkled, and the moonlight shone like a torch. People naturally noticed the unusual night sky. On nights when the moon is exceptionally bright and dazzling, there shouldn't usually be a sky full of stars. Moreover, the temperature drops sharply under the moonlight. Despite it being the height of summer in Jiangzhou, the temperature plummeted to around 0 degrees Celsius on this windless and rainless night. Clearly, this is the impact of the massive changes that Earth is undergoing. Since those statues of gods suddenly appeared, everything on Earth has become inexplicable by common sense. The cold night was not suitable for going out to fight monsters, and people gradually returned to town from the wilderness. Of course, some bold or confident individuals choose to continue fighting in the wild. Especially for players who are already enthusiastic about online games, they are even more aware of the huge benefits that gaining an early advantage can bring. Local authorities dispatched multiple teams to do their utmost to clear the monsters around the towns. Currently, no one knows shows that the monsters will respawn repeatedly, but the respawn frequency is low. Northern suburbs of Zhengzhou City. In an abandoned industrial park, Thomas continued to lead Lu Ruyan and the others to find and kill monsters. They were all elites, proud and arrogant. While others returned to the city at night, they showed no fear and were never conservative. After absorbing a significant amount of source energy, their physical constitution was enhanced. Coupled with the various equipment they carried, they were able to quickly adapt to even the bitterly cold night. Just 10 minutes ago, they defeated a level 3 boss. Thomas's golden aura protection is extremely powerful. Once activated, even ordinary bosses of the same level would find it difficult to break through his defenses. When encountering monsters, Thomas would charge ahead while the others coordinated the attack. As their teamwork improved, their combat effectiveness also increased. I did almost nothing, I was just protected and kept at a distance, releasing a chilling aura, yet my growth rate was astonishing. It feels so good to have made the right choice. Lu Ruyan was overjoyed. The superpower of freezing cold allowed her to adapt to the cold nights more quickly and easily. Their team includes many skilled online gamers, including Thomas. They quickly estimated a monster's level by observing the amount of white mist that rose after its death. When the mist decreased, they knew their level was likely higher than the monsters. If this were a game, I would have reached level 3 by now. There are definitely very few people who can reach this level. That good-for-nothing Jiqiu is probably hiding in some corner of the city, trembling with fear, just like most people. The more Lu Ruyan thought about it, the more smug she felt. Thomas treated her fairly well, often letting her finish off monsters when their health was down to a sliver, which is why her level kept increasing. Otherwise, although her freezing cold can freeze monsters, its attack power is not strong, and it is almost impossible to kill monsters with this move. There are many people like her, just like support characters in a game. For these types of superpowered individuals, the main way to level up in the future will be by absorbing the source energy from source energy coins, because it is difficult for them to become the one who delivers the fatal blow to the monster. If I can hold out until tomorrow morning, I should be able to level up to level 5, right? Lu Ruyan thought expectantly. The cold night gradually passed. As dawn broke, the temperature began to rise. Jiqiu finally returned to downtown Zhengzhou and entered the cultural park. As he approached within 500 meters of the three-headed, six-armed statue, a majestic voice reached his ears. Mortals blessed by the gods, are you willing to accept the gods' test and become proud followers of the gods? Ready, Jiqiu answered without hesitation. He took out many first kill certificates from his briefcase. With so many first kill certificates for bosses, many of which are for star-level bosses, and all obtained within 24 hours, these mortals are truly blessed by the gods. Amazing. The Divine Disciple quests range from normal to 7-star. You can choose anyone. Mortals blessed by the gods, first read the description of each task, then tell me your choice. A virtual screen appeared in front of Jiqiu. This virtual screen is visible only to him. Even if someone stands right next to him, they cannot perceive it. He carefully read the contents on the screen. Normal and 1-star missions are relatively easy, while the difficulty gradually increases from 1-star to higher missions. Jiqiu, who awakened the S-class superpower Shadow Clone in his previous life, only completed the 2-star God Disciple mission. At that time, he was only level 10, and his Shadow Clones had not been upgraded. Although he had good survival ability, his combat power was limited. Moreover, in his previous life, Jiqiu had no first kill certificate for any boss, so he was not qualified to carry out any missions for a God Disciple of 2 stars or higher. But this life is completely different. Jiqiu can choose freely from 8 tiers of Divine Disciple missions. This is the benefit of having a large number of boss first kill certificates. More importantly, Jiqiu not only possesses 2 SSS level superpowers, but his current equipment level also far surpasses that of himself when he was doing the God's Disciple mission in his previous life. Jiqiu's level has now reached level 11. Last night, he killed 4 level 10 1-star bosses and collected a complete set of level 10 2-star equipment. In his previous life, no one could have done this much. Someone might collect a full set of level 10 2-star equipment while doing the God's Apprentice quest, but it would never be done within 24 hours. The timing of completing the God's Disciple quest is equally important. The earlier you start, the higher the star rating of the tasks you can choose. The earlier you start, the easier the missions of the same star level will be. The earlier you finish, the bigger the reward. I choose the 7-star mission. Jiqiu made a decisive decision. 10 minutes later, he gave his answer. Very good, commendable courage. May you achieve great success, and may the gods be with you. The voice of the deity echoed in Jiqiu's mind. The next moment, a white light flashed and disappeared along with Jiqiu. Inside the cultural park, Zhengzhou city officials were naturally keeping a close eye on the statue. They are merely observing and will not prevent people from approaching, since many people have not yet awakened their superpowers, such as the patients who are currently receiving treatment at the hospital. Someone noticed Jiqiu, initially assuming he was awakening superpowers, so they didn't disturb him. After waiting for a while, just as they were about to step forward to ask questions, a white light suddenly flashed, and the person who had been being watched vanished from the spot instantly. What happened? How did they suddenly disappear? It's like being teleported away. That man had a lot of equipment, and it was all high-end stuff. My superpower is aura perception. When I was observing him just now, he gave me a feeling of incredibly powerful aura. He's probably a true master. Ji Chiogain was teleported to a spacious underground corridor and immediately began to walk through the void. The monsters here are incredibly dense and numerous. The monsters are skeleton soldiers, all level 10. There are also some mini-bosses like skeleton commanders, who are also level 10, with high health and attack power, making them difficult to kill. Compared to missions below 7 stars, 7-star missions have a higher density of monsters on their maps. Furthermore, there is a time limit for completing the task. The 7-star Divine Disciple mission must be completed within 60 minutes. With so many monsters of all sizes, even with Ji Chio's excellent equipment and the assistance of his clones, it would be extremely difficult to clear them all within 60 minutes. Fortunately, it wasn't necessary to kill all the monsters. According to the mission requirements, the mission will be completed as long as Ji Chio kills the big boss here. Normally, there are too many monsters of all sizes here. Even with the superpower of invisibility, you would still have to kill a lot of monsters to get close to the big boss. After all, invisibility doesn't mean complete disappearance. Moving around will disturb the air and make subtle noises, making it easy for monsters to detect. This underground corridor was almost completely filled with monsters, so while invisibility was useful, its effectiveness was limited. Walking in the void is different. With the ability to walk through the void, Ji Chio can ignore all monsters, pass directly through their bodies, and move silently without being detected. That's precisely what makes SSS level superpowers so abnormal. Ji Chio rushed to the end of the corridor as fast as she could and entered a more spacious underground hall. In the center of the hall stands a high platform that resembles an altar. On the high platform stood a skeleton general. There were also 6 skeleton commanders standing around. Skeleton commanders are level 10 2-star bosses, while skeleton generals are level 10 3-star bosses. As expected of the 7-star Divine Disciple mission, it is extremely difficult. In his previous life, Ji Chio had never heard of anyone completing the 7-star mission, including the 7-star Divine Disciple mission. At most, I've only ever completed the 5-star Divine Disciple mission. Ji Chio, in his void walking state, can ignore the 6 skeleton commanders, greatly reducing the difficulty of the mission. Luckily, it was only a level 10 3-star boss. If it were a level 10 boss with a higher star rating, even with the addition of clones, I probably still wouldn't be able to beat it. Even if we could win, it would be impossible to kill him within the allotted time. Ji Chio wasted no time and immediately summoned his clone, rushing to the top of the platform. A normal level 10 boss has about 1200 HP, while a 1-star boss usually has 2000 HP. This skeleton general, as a level 10 3-star boss, has a whopping 4000 HP. 2 sharp blades flashed simultaneously. The skeleton general's health bar began to drop rapidly. Ji Chio currently has an attack power of 135 points. His normal attack deals 60 points of damage to the skeleton general, which means that the opponent has 75 points of physical defense. Only 40 seconds remain for Void Walk. It must deal at least 100 points of true damage per second. Considering the boss's healing and evasion, the true damage dealt per second must far exceed 100 points. Time is of the essence. If Ji Chio has several level 10 3-star equipment pieces, or several level 10 or higher equipment pieces, the time required to kill the skeleton general will be greatly reduced. However, acquiring that equipment would take a lot of time, and if so, he would not be able to complete the mission within 24 hours. Come back in 3 days, and the big boss here might be level 10, 4-star or even stronger. Furthermore, you can no longer do the God's Apprentice quest after level 15. Every strike must hit a vital point. Luckily, I added a lot of accuracy to my equipment. Even if both the main body and the clone use normal attacks, there are still 120 points of true damage, but it's impossible for it to be all normal attacks. If all attacks are critical hits, the true damage can reach 240 points. Time is of the essence, especially since the boss is about to unleash a powerful attack. When the skeleton general's health dropped to 1/3, it began to unleash its ultimate attack. A thick aura of malevolence enveloped his entire body. The brown aura not only accelerates health regeneration but also significantly enhances defense. In fact, this malevolent aura can also weaken the enemy's attributes, but it has no effect on Ji Chio, who is in a state of walking in the void. Seeing this, Ji Chio immediately drank a bottle of attack potion. It was a low-level attack potion that could only increase physical attack by 10% for 30 seconds. It was dropped by a level 10, 1-star boss. After taking the potion, Ji Chio's main body and clone's combined attack power increased by 27 points. Although the improvement is not significant, it is of great importance at this crucial moment. Ji Chio had previously thought that it might not be necessary, so she did not take it in advance. After all, at this stage, attack potions are quite precious, and it is best not to use them if possible. But if it has to be used, Ji Chio will never be stingy. The attack potion really helped him a lot. Just as the Void Walk was about to end, the Skeleton General had only 95 health points left. The Skeleton General finally saw the enemy clearly, and with a single slash, he hit him precisely. The enemy hit instantly fell to the ground and disappeared. Before the Skeleton General could even feel happy, it was stabbed again on the back of the neck. This is a critical strike. The Skeleton General's already dwindling health was instantly reduced to zero, and its towering body crashed to the ground. The one who was just struck was naturally Ji Chou's clone. When facing a particularly challenging boss, Ji Chou always has his clone stand directly in front of the boss. Of course, even if the main body is killed, as long as the clone is still there, the clone will immediately become the main body, and the clone can be released again afterwards. Many times, even Ji Chou himself couldn't tell which was the real person and which was the clone. Even what he thought was his true self was actually an avatar. In the mission map, defeating monsters will not drop equipment or any items, and there is not even any source energy mist. Everything on the map is virtual and doesn't actually exist, so nothing drops. Dying in the mission map does not result in actual death. It is simply considered mission failure and will incur varying degrees of punishment. A flash of white light, and Ji Chou felt a dizzy spell before being teleported away. He returned to Jiangzhou Cultural Park, less than 500 meters from the three-headed, six-armed deity statue. As expected of a mortal blessed by the gods, congratulations on passing the test and becoming a proud and noble 7-star Divine Disciple. You completed the 7-star Divine Disciple mission in just 61 seconds, ranking first among all civilizations. Normally, you have to kill some of the smaller monsters and mini-bosses before you can deal with the big boss in the mission. Just clearing out the smaller monsters takes a lot of time. This also means that even if someone has better equipment than Ji Chou and possesses extremely strong superpowers, it is impossible for them to complete the mission within 100 seconds. Tell me your name, and your name will be engraved on the historical monument of God's Lord. Immediately, a virtual screen appeared in front of Ji Chou, visible only to him. A prompt box appears on the screen asking for your character name. Ji Chou was prepared for this and typed in the character, Chou. He already had trouble coming up with names and was too lazy to waste time on it. God's announcement. Congratulations to Chou, the Chinese superhuman, for successfully completing the 7-star Divine Disciple mission and becoming the first 7-star Divine Disciple on Earth. These words appeared before the eyes of everyone on the entire planet Blue Star at the same time. Present the same content in various languages. This announcement was posted 3 times. What does God Duke mean? What the hell is the God's Disciple mission? It's becoming more and more like a game. Not only are there quests, but there are even system announcements. Who is Chou? Everyone was completely bewildered, their faces full of confusion. Only Ji Chou, who has been reborn, has a good understanding of the Divine Duke. Divine Noble refers to a mythological title. The lowest rank of nobility is called Divine Disciple. Above Divine Disciple are Divine Official, Divine Attendant, Divine Messenger, and above Divine Messenger are the gods. Beneath the gods, all are but ants. In his previous life, Ji Chou had heard a top expert in China say that there were titles above gods. Advancing your rank will bring about a comprehensive enhancement of your attributes. The higher the star rating, the greater the boost. In his previous life, Ji Chou's highest rank was 3-star Divine Envoy. As far as he knew, the highest ranking noble on the entire Blue Star at that time was a 5-star Divine Envoy with SSS level superpowers. Forget about the 7-star Divine Envoys. There aren't even any 6-star Divine Envoys. Your mission reward has been sent to your inventory. As a 7-star Divine Disciple blessed by the gods, I wish you good luck, and may the gods always be with you. After hearing this, Ji Chou turned and left. The nearby officials were still confused by the announcement from the God of War. By the time they came to their senses, Ji Chou had already gone. He did not return to the budget hotel. Just as dawn broke, Ji Chou arrived at Wanshan Scenic Area in the southern suburbs of Jiangzhou City. This is a suburban scenic area, sparsely populated but teeming with monsters. The original inhabitants have long since moved to the city, leaving behind many empty houses. These monsters posed absolutely no threat to Ji Chou. South of Wanshan Scenic Area, Ji Chou entered a farmhouse courtyard. He was exhausted after a whole day and night of work. He needs rest, but he's in no hurry to stop. With a thought, a virtual screen appeared before my eyes. That was his personal system panel. Autumn, 7-star Divine Disciple. Superpowers, Avatar, SSS Beginner. Void Walking, SSS Beginner. Grade, 11, 5%. Physical Condition, 1525. Lifespan, 20 years, 5 months, 20 days, 13 hours, 22 minutes, and 24 seconds. Overall Combat Strength Assessment, unrivaled among its peers. The attribute display is simple and clear, making it easy to understand at a glance. The character's name is followed by the title of Godly Noble. The percentage following the level number represents the upgrade progress. Constitution is equivalent to the number of blood points. Lifespan displays the remaining lifespan, that is, how much longer you can live. Ji Chou's 2 SSS level superpowers are both at the initial stage. In terms of level, it's still 95 25% away from reaching level 12. Before completing the God's Disciple quest, Jichio only had 125 HP. Even with top-tier equipment, his clone was instantly killed by a level 10, 3-star skeleton general. After completing the mission, your health will instantly increase more than tenfold, even surpassing that of a normal boss of the same level. This is the tremendous leap in attributes that comes with becoming a disciple of the 7-star gods. An extremely exaggerated improvement. The lifespan data kept fluctuating, decreasing second by second. However, the source energy white mist obtained from defeating monsters will sink into the body, and lifespan data will increase accordingly. Of course, source coins have the same effect. In order to awaken these two SSS level superpowers, Jichio spent a full 40 years of his lifespan. If he could live to be 80 under normal circumstances, given his current age of 24, he has less than 20 years left to live. This shows that the lifespan increase he gained from killing monsters was not significant. After all, those were all low-level monsters. Even a level 10 boss with a star is considered a low-level monster. As for the overall combat strength assessment, it covers superpowers, level, rank/star rating, personal attributes, and equipment attributes. Physical attack power, mental strength, physical defense, elemental resistance, movement speed, poison resistance, and so on are all taken into consideration. Unrivaled among its peers, that's no exaggeration. Jichio thought to himself, after all, if a 7-star god disciple with 2 SSS level superpowers cannot be considered invincible among his peers, then he is truly a waste. After reviewing the attribute panel, Jichio opened the system warehouse to check the rewards he received after completing the 7-star divine disciple quest. He only glanced at it, but his eyes lit up and he became excited. The first thing Jichio saw was an item called Beginner Superpower Enhancement Scroll. He knew that the rewards for the 7-star divine disciple mission would most likely include this kind of item, and he was excited because he had obtained 2 of them. In this way, he can upgrade both his voidwalking and avatar abilities to SSS intermediate level. I don't know if the 7-star divine disciple quest originally gave out 2 basic superpower enhancement scrolls, or if the system recognized that I have 2 SSS level superpowers and specially gave me 2. As Jichio pondered this, he activated 2 beginner level superpower enhancement scrolls in quick succession. He then reviewed the system descriptions of his 2 SSS level superpowers once more. Voidwalk, SSS intermediate, lasts 180 seconds each time, cooldown 900 seconds. This SSS level superpower can only increase the duration and cooldown time. From beginner to intermediate, the duration is doubled and the cooldown time is halved. External avatar, SSS intermediate, can release up to 3 clones, cooldown time 900 seconds. With 2 more clones, our overall combat power has more than doubled. With 3 clones plus the main body, their combat power is absolutely terrifying if they coordinate properly. While others can fight one-on-one, Jichio can fight 4 against 1. Of course, one-on-one battles don't necessarily have to be 1 against 1. For example, there are those who have awakened beast taming or summoning superpowers. After enhancing his 2 superpowers, Jichio turned his attention to other task rewards in the system's inventory. There is a white badge. The badge is inlaid with 7 5-pointed stars made of special black iron. Clearly, this is the emblem of the 7-star gods: iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamonds. God's disciple, God's official, God's attendant, God's envoy. The material of the 5-pointed star on the white badge represents the rank of nobility, while the number of stars symbolizes the star rating. Wearing this badge has many benefits. For example, it allows unrestricted access to certain hidden maps. For example, you can gain favor with most NPCs, making it easier to trigger hidden quests, and you can even enjoy discounts when buying things. Jichio knew that this was only the initial stage of the arrival of gods and lords. In the future, many special divine officials and priests would descend upon Earth. They would be like NPCs in a game, providing various kinds of help and services to the humans on Earth. The NPCs from different races are not virtual characters, but real people, and they are often very powerful. This badge is not a reward for completing a quest, but rather an identity item that you should receive after completing the God's Disciple quest, just like those items that greatly enhance your attributes. Jichio continued browsing the system repository. I saw source coin, 10,000 2-star source power coins. 1 2-star source coin can be exchanged for 10 1-star source coins. 10,000 2-star source energy coins are equivalent to 100,000 1-star source energy coins. How many monsters would you have to kill to get that much? If I absorb all these source coins, I'll definitely level up several times. But there's no need. Source coins have many uses. Using them for upgrades would be a waste. Now I'm the only one who can kill monsters above level 10. No one's competing with me for kills. Jichio knew very well that source coins would be very useful in the future, and unless necessary, he shouldn't waste too much on upgrades. Before long, a place appeared before us that required a considerable amount of source coins. Anyone who completes the God's Disciple quest can form a guild. In addition to obtaining an item called Source Power Horn, they also need to prepare a large amount of source power coins. Guilds also have star star ratings. The higher the star rating, the more source coins are required to create one. Moreover, not all level-based followers can create high-level guilds. The star rating of the Divine Disciple rank determines the highest star rating at which a guild can be created. A Samsung disciple can only create a Samsung guild at most. Ji Chio was able to create a 7-star guild, a guild of this level that could bring many conveniences and benefits. For example, high-star guilds can build teleportation arrays. For example, it's easier to attract high-level NPCs to join. For example, guilds have strong protective capabilities, providing a safer living environment. The source horn is not difficult to obtain. It can be dropped by bosses of level 10 and above. The final mission reward is a weapon. Blade of Ruin, evolvable 1-star artifact, physical attack plus 300, 100% armor penetration, accuracy plus 10, 5% chance to trigger lightning attack, requires level 10. After reading the weapon's description, Ji Chio couldn't help but exclaim, exclamation point. I was actually rewarded with a divine piece of equipment. Only 24 hours had passed since the cataclysmic changes on Earth, and he had already obtained a divine piece of equipment, which was truly unbelievable to him. He originally thought the rewards for the 7-star Divine Disciple mission would be very generous, but he never expected to receive divine equipment. Low-level divine equipment is extremely rare. At least in my previous life, I had never heard of divine equipment below level 35. Although this is only a level 10 divine equipment, it is absolutely a true divine equipment, so its attributes are extremely abnormal. 300 points of physical attack is ridiculously exaggerated. It can kill a level 10 boss in just a few hits and still break through the defense 100%. 100% defense penetration means completely ignoring the enemy's defense. Every hit deals real damage. It also adds an extra 10 points of accuracy, making it very difficult for enemies to dodge the attack. A typical level 10 weapon has a physical attack power of only 30 to 45 points, which shows how powerful the Blade of Annihilation is. Moreover, this divine weapon also has a lightning strike attack. Although the trigger probability is only 5%, once it is triggered, the damage will be greatly increased. Lightning punishment is an elemental attack, and the Blade of Ruin has a 100% defense breaking effect, completely ignoring the opponent's elemental resistance. Most importantly, the Blade of Destruction can evolve. Ji Chio knew that evolvable equipment was extremely rare, and the higher the level of the evolvable equipment, the greater the difficulty of evolution. This divine equipment can not only be upgraded in level, but its star rating can also be advanced. Normally, equipment evolution requires the help of NPCs with special identities, while the evolution of divine equipment can only be achieved by relying on very high-level NPCs. In addition, there are some extremely rare and special items that can also promote the evolution of divine equipment. Of course, no matter which method is used to evolve divine equipment, the owner of the equipment must pay a very high price. The Blade of Destruction is currently sufficient for Ji Chio's use. Its attributes even far surpass those of level 20 weapons and equipment. Its ability to penetrate defenses with 100% accuracy is simply invincible. I have 3 clones, which is equivalent to having 4 Blades of Annihilation. The main body and the clone attack simultaneously, and one strike can instantly kill an ordinary level 10 boss. Ji Chio took out the Blade of Destruction and held it tightly in his hand. He then used his avatar ability to summon 3 clones that were identical to himself. 2 clones go out to fight monsters and level up, while 1 clone guards the main body, allowing the main body to rest in peace. Upgrading and resting at the same time, it's wonderful. As the 2 clones left the farmhouse, Ji Chio looked at the ranking list on the system panel. The rankings are divided into 3 lists: global rankings, national rankings, and regional rankings. The global leaderboard is currently empty because you need to reach at least level 35 to be listed. The national rankings are also empty. You need to be at least level 20 to enter. On the ranking list of the Jiangnan region, where Jiangzhou City is located, only Ji Chio is listed. Autumn, Jiangnan region of China, level 11, 7-star Divine Disciple. Currently, none of us have reached level 10 yet. The system panel is not yet open, and the level leaderboard is not visible. All they knew was that a man named Chio had completed the mission of the 7-star gods. Because people lacked understanding of God's daughter and didn't grasp the meaning of the 7-star Divine Disciples, they weren't shocked when they saw the announcement. Instead, they were more confused. That afternoon, the scorching sun beat down on the land of Jiangzhou. Ji Chio woke up from her sleep. He then recalled the 2 clones that were outside fighting monsters and leveling up. After sleeping for about 4 hours, Ji Chio's energy was fully restored. As your level increases, the amount of sleep you need will gradually decrease. He's already leveled up to 13 in just one morning. Ji Chio was promoted 2 ranks in just one morning, and he was very satisfied. The 2 clones have cleared many monster spawn points nearby, making leveling up extremely efficient. This is perfectly reasonable. Wearing level 10 2-star top-tier equipment, coupled with the extremely high attribute bonus from the 7-star Divine Apprentice, and wielding a divine weapon, monsters below level 15, even bosses, are easily annihilated. When the clone is killing monsters, the source energy mist items dropped by the monsters will be absorbed by one of the clones and directly injected into the main body. Equipment, source coins, and other items picked up by the clone will also be stored in the system warehouse. Jichio's system inventory is full. This is assuming the clone doesn't pick up trash. An ordinary person's system warehouse has only 20 storage slots, but Jichio's has 100. This is also a significant benefit of becoming a disciple of the 7-star gods. Of course, the storage space in the system warehouse can be expanded, similar to creating a guild, which requires not only special items but also a large amount of source coins. The source coins obtained by the 2 clones from fighting monsters were all 1-star level, with a mere 350 coins in total. I don't need any of this equipment, it's a shame to throw it away. We must create a guild as soon as possible. The 7 Stars Guild has a huge warehouse capacity, and the items are stored at the guild headquarters, so they will never be lost. Jichio knew that he couldn't just store equipment or items anywhere, otherwise they might be deleted by the system after a while. Only by storing it at the guild headquarters can it be considered completely safe. With that thought in mind, Jichio left the farmhouse with his 3 clones. In the morning, the 2 clones were leveling up outside and didn't deliberately fight the boss, so they didn't get the source horn. He left the Wangshan scenic area and headed south. Soon, Jichio arrived at the Dongshan scenic area and began searching for and killing bosses of level 10 or higher. For bosses below level 15, Jichio doesn't need to activate Void Walk at all and can easily handle them. After reaching level 13, his health increased from 1525 to 1700. Even without considering equipment and other attributes, bosses below level 15 would not be able to easily kill him. With each level up, the 7-star Divine Disciple not only gains a significant increase in health but also receives a much greater boost in attributes such as movement speed and strength than the lower star Divine Disciple. Jichio was busy all afternoon. He killed more than a dozen bosses between levels 10 and 15 and finally obtained a source horn. Not only do we have to fight the boss, but he can't let the mobs go either, since fighting the boss doesn't take him much time. Without delay, Jichio, who had reached level 14, returned to Wangshan scenic area at dusk. He brought up the system panel, opened the guild creation page, and selected to create the 7-star guild. Are you sure you want to create a 7-star guild by consuming 1 source horn and 70,000 1-star source coins? Jichio clicked OK without hesitation. Please name your 7 stars guild. Jichio's naming difficulties have flared up again. Too lazy to think, he quickly filled in who cares in the prompt box. I'm the boss in this life and everyone else. I don't care who they are. Hint, are you sure you want to create the Who Cares guild centered around your current location? Jichio clicked OK again. Congratulations on successfully creating your guild. Within a 10-kilometer radius of your current location, the territory of the Who Cares guild will no longer spawn monsters. As the first guild and the first 7-star guild on Earth, the Anyone Want guild will receive a 5-star barrier and a 5-star teleportation array for free. Jichio was overjoyed, never expecting such an unexpected gain from creating a guild. The 5-star barrier has extremely strong defense. Unless you have special divine equipment or powerful superpowers, superhumans below level 55 cannot break through it or sneak in silently. The 5-star teleportation array is also extremely useful, as it can teleport you to almost any corner of the Earth. However, even the teleportation arrays within the guild require members to spend source coins to use them, and the cost increases with the distance traveled. These 2 rewards saved Jichio a large amount of source coins. Should we immediately activate a 5-star barrier to protect the Anyone Want guild's territory? Jichio chose yes without hesitation. 5-star barrier successfully activated. Immediately, he noticed an additional layer of energy shield above and around his head. Jichio understood that those inside the barrier could see outside, but those outside could not see inside. Guild members can freely enter and exit the barrier, while non-members do not have this privilege. Please select a construction location for the 5-star teleportation array within your guild's territory. A virtual map appeared before Jichio's eyes. He selected a spot by a pond and tapped it lightly. Immediately afterwards, a magnificent teleportation array was rapidly constructed within 10 seconds. The teleportation array was surrounded by 6 enormous stone pillars, each 100 meters tall, with mysterious patterns carved all over them. These patterns connect with the hexagonal star pattern on the ground, shimmering with strange light. Just as Jichio was gazing at the 5-star teleportation array, a line of text simultaneously appeared in the vision of all superhumans worldwide. God's announcement: congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Chiu for successfully creating the first 7-star guild Aishuaishui. This announcement was issued 3 times in a row. This has sparked heated discussions around the world once again. Having completed the 7-star Divine Disciple mission and then created the 7-star guild, this Chiu is definitely no ordinary person. It's probably because it awakened a super advanced superpower. Either they discovered a bug, or they had incredible luck. Damn it, I'm still getting wrecked by those mobs, and they've already triggered the announcement twice. When it comes to playing games, no one can compare to us Han people. This autumn will definitely be settled among the Han people of China. It may seem impressive at first, first, but it might not be truly impressive. It might not work out later, or it might suddenly get wiped out by a monster. Ji Chio didn't care at all what others said about her. He took a walk around the guild headquarters, stored everything in the system warehouse into the guild warehouse, and then left with his 2 clones to continue leveling up. One of the clones remained at the guild headquarters to ensure everything went smoothly. His goal was clear, to reach level 20 as soon as possible to accept the divine official quest. Lu Ruyan, Thomas, and others returned to the city in the morning. They rested until 3 p.m. before leaving the city again to go to the northern suburbs of Jiangzhou to level up. This morning, Lu Ruyan successfully leveled up to level 5, while Thomas reached level 6. As soon as it got dark, they saw the announcement posted by the Godlord and naturally began to discuss it. That Chio is no ordinary person. If we have the chance, we should contact him and bring him into our team. He dares to refuse? Then kill him. Can we beat him? Why not? We're all elites, 6 against 1, and even the weakest of us is level 7 now. Thomas is almost level 9. The advantage is definitely on our side. But if that guy isn't in Jiangzhou, we won't be able to run into him anytime soon. They hadn't opened the system panel yet, so they couldn't see the ranking list, nor did they know that the autumn mentioned in the announcement was actually in the Jiangnan region. Listening to his teammates' discussion, Thomas asked Lu Ruyan, "Do you think that Chio is Ji Chio? They are all Chinese, and their names both contain the character Chio." Lu Ruyan sneered, "There are too many people in China with the character Chio in their names. Ji Chio is just one of them, and a good-for-nothing at that. Do you think I don't know how capable he really is?" Hee, that's true. Thomas nodded, then encouraged his teammates, "Stop chatting, keep fighting, we need to maintain our lead in Jiangzhou." It was completely dark when Ji Ming accompanied his parents home. He returned at noon and rested for only 2 hours before taking his parents to the suburbs. He was highly regarded in his classmates' guild. That rich kid classmate formed a 5-person team, and his 4 teammates worked hard to help him. Ji Ming dealt most of the critical hits on the monsters, so his leveling speed was naturally fast. When he returned at noon, Ji Ming had already reached level 7. In the afternoon, we played a game of fighting monsters to help our parents level up and let them experience the outside world. Ji Ming brought the monster to low health, then his parents finished off the monster, so he didn't level up that afternoon. When their parents awakened their superpowers, they each sacrificed 5 years of their lifespan. They need to absorb the white mist dropped by monsters to recover their physical condition. At this time, both Ji Dahai and Lu Caixia had reached level 5. Ji Ming has good equipment, rich experience in fighting monsters, and is very fast. There are many monsters outside, and the environment is dangerous. Lu Caixia sighed, "Luckily we had Ji Ming, otherwise we would have died the moment we stepped outside. He's such a good son, all the love your parents have for you is paid off. Ji Ming, you don't need to keep helping us level up. Your own development is more important." Ji Dahai chimed in, "The great changes on Blue Star have only just begun. You need to quickly become stronger and take the lead. Once you become a strong man, your mother and I will just benefit a little." "Yes, your dad is right." Lu Caixia chimed in, then angrily cursed, "That bastard Ji Chio has disappeared. We raised him with such care and even found him a beautiful wife, and he just says he won't come home. What an ingrate. Ignore him, it's better if he dies out there." Ji Dahai was also annoyed, thinking that if Ji Chio hadn't gone missing, he might have been able to lead them to level up like Ji Ming. That way, Ji Ming's precious time won't be wasted. He probably doesn't know he was adopted yet, but he'll probably be back soon. Ji Ming felt a little resentful towards Ji Chio. If Ji Chio could go home earlier, he could focus on leveling up and wouldn't have to worry about his parents at home. Ji Ming thought to himself, "Ji Chio, you'd better come back quickly and apologize to mom and dad, otherwise I will never forgive you." "Ji Ming, hurry up and go to the guild," Lu Caixia urged anxiously. Ji Ming nodded and then left the house. Tonight, he must reach level 10. Ji Dahai and his family of 3 naturally saw the 2 announcements about Chio, but they never expected that it would be Ji Chio. At this time, Ji Chio had arrived at the southwest corner of the Dongshan scenic area. Looking west, one could see Lake Tai. Ji Chio, along with his 2 clones, jumped into the lake and swam westward. When encountering small monsters in the water, they are killed without hesitation. Soon after, Ji Chio landed on an island in the lake, which became known as the Shishan scenic area. The Shishan scenic area spawns monsters ranging from level 15 to 20. There are both regular monsters and bosses. When the main body and 2 clones fight together, the experience gained is equivalent to 3 times. There's a hidden map here, but unfortunately, someone discovered it in my past life. He went in when he was level 17, but he didn't even see what the boss inside looked like before he had to run away. It said that there are a lot of monsters inside, and they are all elite monsters, much stronger than the monsters of the same level outside. Later, he leveled up to level 20, completed the divine official quest, equipped himself with a full set of top-tier level 20 gear, and re-entered that hidden map, finally successfully defeating the big boss inside. That big boss dropped a 4-star lucky treasure chest. After opening it, he obtained a lucky gem that can increase the luck points of equipment. In their previous lives, the person who discovered the hidden map of Shishan scenic area belonged to the same official guild guild as Ji Qiu. The other person also awakened an S-class superpower, so the two got along well, which is how Ji Qiu learned that there was a hidden map here. Regardless of the star rating, the equipment or items obtained from opening a lucky treasure chest will have a lucky attribute. The luck attribute is extremely rare because of its immense value. People with high luck have a higher drop rate when fighting monsters, and their evasion and hit rate will also be higher when attacking enemies. In short, anything related to luck will develop in a favorable direction. No rush, let's wait until we've collected a full set of level 15 top-tier equipment. Ji Qiu, along with his two clones, began fighting monsters. Although one of his clones remained at the guild headquarters, Ji Qiu was unwilling to take any risks. Anyway, no one can discover the hidden map here before him, and no one can break in first. Even if someone discovers and enters, there is absolutely no way they can kill the big boss inside. Ji Qiu and his two clones quickly killed the level 15 monsters here and successfully leveled up to level 15, obtaining several decent level 15 white-grade equipment pieces. Less than 10 minutes later, Ji Qiu encountered a level 15 normal boss. It has 2,300 health points and its leather armor is as hard as iron, making it extremely defensive. An ordinary level 15 superhuman would definitely have a headache facing it, but unfortunately, tonight it is Ji Qiu who is facing it. Blade of Destruction, 100% defense penetration. At this moment, Ji Qiu's attack power is as high as 400 points. With the addition of two clones, a single attack can deal 1,200 points of true damage. Moreover, Ji Qiu at level 15 has nearly 2,000 HP, which is more than enough to withstand this boss without needing to activate Void Walk. The two had barely clashed when the iron-backed crocodile died in less than 3 seconds. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Qiu for achieving the first kill of the level 15 boss iron-backed crocodile. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Qiu for achieving the first kill of the level 15 boss iron-backed crocodile. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Qiu for achieving the first kill of the level 15 boss iron-backed crocodile. The announcement was repeated 3 times in a row before the eyes of superhumans around the world. A global announcement will be made for the first kill of a level 15 or higher boss. This announcement caused an even greater shock. No way. I'm only level 5, and that Qiu can already kill a level 15 boss. My god, how can this Chinese superhuman level up so fast? I believe there are definitely stronger beings in the White Elephant Kingdom. They're just keeping a low profile. Chinese people are generally not very strong in games, so this Qiu must be a student from our great Han country who was sent to China. Jiangzhou City, northern suburbs. Thomas is leveling up with Lu Ruyan and the others. At this moment, his level has not yet reached level 10, but it is close. They actually managed to kill a level 15 boss? They must have awakened incredibly powerful superpowers. His high level might just mean his superpowers are more advantageous in fighting monsters. You have an advantage when fighting monsters, but don't you have an advantage when killing people? The group was discussing it animatedly. They had naively thought that if they could meet Qiu, they would force him to join their team, but now they have long since given up on that idea. The difference is just too big. Everyone is still in the exploratory stage. He levels up quickly at first, but the speed will definitely slow down as his level increases. Lu Ruyan said, as long as we work hard, we will catch up with or even surpass him sooner or later. Keep fighting monsters. Thomas frowned, his expression not looking good. He originally thought he was already among the top, but he never expected to be left far behind by a Chinese person. Up until now, no one has accessed the system panel and is unaware of the superpower level classifications, which makes those who have awakened decent superpowers exceptionally confident. Taihu Lake, Shishan Scenic Area. The corpse of the iron-backed crocodile emitted a dense white mist of source energy, which slowly flowed into Ji Qiu's body. This boss also dropped 3 level 15 1-star equipment pieces, 100 1-star source coins, and a healing potion. Of course, the first kill certificate for the level 15 boss is indispensable. The first kill certificate is still very important and can be used when doing the Divine Officer quest. The attributes of a level 15 1-star equipment are slightly stronger than those of a level 10 2-star equipment. Ji Qiu replaced the equipment he was wearing and continued to search for a level 15 boss. Then, every so often, an announcement would pop up in front of superhumans around the world. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Qiu for achieving the first kill of the level 15 boss mutated zombie. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Qiu for achieving the first kill of the level 15 boss, the venomous Spider King. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Qiu for achieving the first kill of the level 15 1-star boss, Golden Spotted Wolf. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Qiu for achieving the first kill of the level 15 1-star boss, the evil two-headed serpent. Gradually, superhumans around the world became accustomed to these announcements and were no longer surprised. Anyone could guess that Qiu, a superhuman from China, was frantically hunting down level 15 bosses, and at an incredibly fast pace. That night, someone finally reached level 10, and there was more than one person. As more people reached level 10, some everyone naturally approached a statue in their area and activated the Divine Apprentice quest. The news spread quickly, and more people learned that reaching level 10 would allow them to do the God's Apprentice quest. Completing the God's Disciple quest will unlock the system panel. Because Jiqiu successfully completed the 7-star Divine Disciple mission, everyone thought that the Divine Disciple mission was not difficult, and they all chose the highest level Divine Disciple mission that they could do. However, reality slapped them hard in the face. Fortunately, failing the mission won't actually result in death. As more and more people failed the God Disciple mission, everyone realized that those who could complete the 7-star God Disciple mission were simply not human. After all, even for most superhumans undertaking a 2-star God Apprentice mission, there is a significant risk of failure. It was already midnight. After killing the level 15 1-star evil two-headed snake, Jiqiu leveled up to level 16. He acquired a large number of level 15 equipment, mostly 1-star, with 7 2-star pieces. Although most of the equipment was not suitable for him, he still managed to assemble a complete set of usable level 15 top-quality equipment. 1-star and 2-star items are considered minor rare items. Only items of 2 stars or higher are considered major rare items. We can try that hidden map now. If a level 20s rank superhuman who has completed the Divine Officer quest can kill the big boss there, I should be fine too. Despite being only level 16 and lacking a set of level 20 top-tier equipment, Jiqiu has 2 clones with him. The combined attributes of 3 sets of level 15 top-quality equipment are in no way inferior to a set of level 20 top-quality equipment, and may even be significantly higher. Moreover, Jiqiu is a 7-star Divine Disciple. Even without considering the attributes of his equipment, his strength is extremely formidable. For example, his health has reached 2,200 points. Most importantly, Jiqiu possesses the ability to walk through the void. His void walk has reached SSS intermediate level and can last for 3 minutes. As planned, Jiqiu soon arrived at the center of the scenic area, Sikuan Mountain. The hidden map is located here. Once someone enters and defeats the final boss inside, the hidden map will disappear. After 10 minutes of careful searching, Jiqiu finally found a smooth and steep rock face. Without hesitation, he led his 2 clones directly into the stone wall. As expected, Jiqiu and his 2 clones passed through the stone wall and entered the hidden map. This is a massive underground tomb. The monsters are sacrificial victims corrupted by evil energy, all level 15, but their health is significantly higher than other level 15 monsters. There is also a level 15, 1-star boss called Gargoyle. Unlike the mission map, there is no time limit for entering the hidden map. Small monsters are densely distributed, and you can encounter gargoyles every certain distance. Jiqiu was too lazy to waste time on mobs and regular bosses, so he activated Void Walk and sprinted at full speed into the depths of the tomb. In just 1 minute, Jiqiu and his 2 clones successfully reached the deepest part of the tomb and found the golden coffin. Around the golden coffin were not only many sacrificial victims corrupted by evil energy, but also 8 gargoyles and 2 level 15 2-star bosses, coffin guardians corrupted by evil energy. According to information gathered in my previous life, I must first kill the 8 gargoyles and 2 guardian deities here before the golden coffin will open automatically and the big boss hidden inside will appear. Although a level 15 2-star Divine Disciple is not too strong, it does not pose a threat to Jiqiu. After all, he is a 7-star God Disciple and has already reached level 16. However, these 2 level 15 2-star Divine Disciples mutated due to being corrupted by evil energy, and their strength increased significantly, making them much stronger than ordinary level 15 2-star Divine Disciples. No matter how much stronger you get, it's useless, since it's just a level 15 boss. Jiqiu and his 2 clones were currently walking in the void, and they were still tightly holding the Blade of Destruction, which could break through defenses with 100% accuracy. The blade was sharp, gleaming with a cold light. The health bars of the 8 gargoyles began to drop rapidly. After equipping himself with level 15 top-tier gear, Jiqiu's attack power increased significantly. Ignoring defenses, a single fatal attack can deal nearly 1,000 points of true damage. This is an extremely exaggerated number. Keep in mind that a normal level 15 boss, the Ironback Crocodile, only has 2,300 HP. The gargoyle here is a level 15, 1-star boss with more than twice the health of the Ironback Crocodile, but only 5,000 health points. Jiqiu and his 2 clones attacked a gargoyle simultaneously, and they were able to kill it in 2 rounds of attacks. In less than 20 seconds, all 8 gargoyles fell down. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Xiu for achieving the first kill of the level 15 1-star boss gargoyle. The announcement appeared immediately after the first gargoyle fell. The 8 gargoyles only dropped 1 first kill certificate, but they also dropped 16 level 15 1-star equipment pieces and 3 level 15 2-star equipment pieces. There are also 2,000 1-star source power coins and 82 star source power coins. Without delay, Jiqiu picked up the equipment and quickly attacked the 2 coffin guarding disciples who were corrupted by evil energy. These 2 level 15 2-star bosses have a total of 8,500 HP. It has high HP and strong defense, with extremely high defensive capabilities. Unfortunately, Unfortunately, the defense was completely ineffective against Jiqiu. Being in a void-walking state, he completely ignored the attacks of the two bosses, making their attacks no threat at all. They were knocked down in less than 10 seconds. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Xiu for achieving the first kill of the level 15 2-star boss, the Coffin Guardian disciple corrupted by evil energy. Ignoring the announcement, Jiqiu quickly picked up the items dropped by the boss while the golden coffin lid slowly moved on its own. Among them is a first kill certificate for a level 15 2-star boss, 500 2-star source power coins, and 1,300 1-star source power coins. For level 15 3-star equipment pieces and 6 level 15 2-star equipment pieces. Jiqiu quickly checked the attributes of the equipment and replaced all the equipment he could with. In this way, he not only collected a complete set of level 15 2-star equipment, but also gained 2 more level 15 3-star equipment pieces. Without a doubt, his combat power has increased once again. His physical attack power was 475 points before, but it has now increased to 520 points. The equipment that provides the highest bonus to physical attack is the weapon. Jiqiu wields the Blade of Destruction and does not need to change weapons, so his physical attack power is unlikely to increase significantly. After all, many pieces of equipment don't add any physical attack. The release of 2 announcements within a minute naturally astonished superhumans worldwide. Killing level 15 1-star and 2-star bosses in a short period of time is incredible. As expected of a master who completed the 7-star Divine Disciple mission, I'm truly impressed. The highest level in our Munihei region is only level 10, and there are only 4 of us. This Joe can actually treat a level 15 boss like a mob. Damn it, where can I report this? This Joe is definitely cheating. At this moment, Jiqiu was unaware of what others were saying about him, and he didn't care at all. After the equipment was changed, the lid of the golden coffin fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a big boss jumped out of the golden coffin. York, the corrupted divine official. This level 15 3-star boss resembles a dried corpse, clad in complete armor, and exudes an eerie brown mist. The health bar above its head shows that it has 20,000 health points. Jiqiu knew very well that a normal level 15 3-star boss only had about 12,000 HP. The hidden maps are different, and the attributes of the monsters and bosses are also quite different from those in the outside world. At this moment, there is still 1 minute left in the void walking state. Normal attack, 520. Critical hit, 1,040. Jiqiu and his 2 clones joined forces to attack, and their combined attack could deal at least 2,000 points of damage. Although 100% defense penetration does not mean 100% hit rate, even if this big boss dodges half of the attacks, it still has the ability to regenerate health, but there is enough time. Moreover, Jiqiu's equipment significantly increased his hit rate, making it impossible for a level 15 boss to dodge his attacks frequently. York, the corrupted divine official, began to lose health rapidly. When its health was down to just over 6,000, it unleashed its ultimate attack. Its entire body was shrouded in darkness. The shadowy figure quickly solidified into a winged demon, its brown malevolent energy intertwining with the shadow and spreading continuously, making it extremely eerie. This move is called demon possession. The demonized divine official York instantly recovered to full health, and all his attributes were greatly enhanced. If it were any other superhuman, they would definitely feel frustrated, but for Jiqiu, this ultimate move was simply unable to turn the tide of the battle. He cannot be attacked while walking in the void. No matter how much the opponent's attack power increases, it will be of no use. Jiqiu only needs to completely kill this boss before the void walk ends. There are 45 seconds left until the end. Plenty of time. It has to be said that York, the demon-possessed god, was significantly faster and more evasive, which made it take Jiqiu and his 2 clones a full 30 seconds to kill him. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Xiu for achieving the first kill of the level 15 3-star boss, demonic god official York. The world's superhumans are once again in awe. However, everyone has gotten used to it. Jiqiu quickly picked up the various items dropped by the demonized divine official York. After a short wait, the scene before him began to distort. A moment later, Jiqiu and his 2 clones returned to the steep cliff face of Si Koen Mountain. The sky gradually darkened. He opened the system inventory and checked the items dropped by the level 15 3-star boss. First kill certificate for a level 15 3-star boss, 2,500 2-star source power coins. For level 15 3-star equipment pieces and 2 level 15 4-star equipment pieces. There's also the Ring of the Divine Cleric for star physical attack plus 25, elemental resistance plus 25, poison resistance plus 15, with the demon possession skill for 30 seconds, requiring level 15. Cleric York's armor for star physical defense plus 130, elemental resistance plus 79, evil resistance plus 36, auto regeneration plus 30, requires level 15. Although the ring's attributes aren't particularly powerful, its built-in demonic possession effect is extremely valuable, hence its 4-star rating. The armor's value lies in its significantly increased resistance to evil and automatic health regeneration, both of which are extremely rare in low-star equipment. equipment. However, these are not what Ji Chio most desires. His gaze finally settled on a treasure chest. The treasure chest is made of an unknown material and emits a dazzling array of colors. 4 golden 5-pointed stars are engraved on the top. It really is a 4-star lucky treasure chest. Ji Chio clicked on the treasure chest in the system warehouse. After a 10-second countdown, the treasure chest automatically opened and disappeared, replaced by a colored gem. Lucky gem, 5-star, increases the luck attribute of any equipment you wear by 5 points, with no level restriction. How could it be a 5-star gem? Ji Chio asked in surprise. In his previous life, the lucky gems that could be obtained from such treasure chests were at most 4-star. Generally speaking, the highest level of lucky gems you can get from a 4-star lucky chest is 4 stars. Could this be related to the divine grace I received? Or is it because of my status as a disciple of the 7-star gods? Without much thought, Ji Chio immediately activated the 5-star lucky gem. Please take out the lucky gem and attach it to the equipment whose luck attribute you want to increase. Following the system prompts, Ji Chio took out the gem and brought it close to the blade of destruction. Are you sure you want to consume 1 lucky gem to increase the luck attribute of the blade of ruin? Ji Chio decisively clicked OK. Congratulations, you have successfully increased the luck attribute of the blade of ruin by 5 points. Blade of ruin, evolvable 1-star artifact, physical attack plus 300, 100% armor penetration, accuracy plus 10, 5% chance to trigger lightning attack, luck plus 5, requires level 10. In Ji Chio's opinion, only true divine equipment deserves the lucky gem. Aside from the blade of despair, all his other equipment will soon be obsolete. Afterwards, Ji Chio changed into the ring and armor of the divine official York, which gave him 2 more level 15 4-star equipment pieces. Of the 4 level 15 3-star equipment pieces dropped by the demonized god York, 3 were suitable for him, so he naturally equipped them. At this moment, Ji Chio's equipment can be described as luxurious. Without delay, he continued to grind and level up on the island's scenic area with his 2 clones. The Shishan scenic area not only has level 15 monsters and bosses, but also many monsters ranging from level 16 to 20. Ji Chio knew in his previous life that this was an excellent place to level up and fight bosses. If you encounter a boss, fight the boss, otherwise, farm normal monsters that are level 15 or higher. After gaining 5 more points in the luck attribute, Ji Chio clearly felt that the monster drop rate had increased significantly, and his own hit rate and evasion had also improved noticeably. This luxurious equipment made him virtually invulnerable to ordinary monsters. Even if injured, the health can be quickly restored to full thanks to automatic health regeneration and lifesteal. There's absolutely no need to rely on walking through the void. Even encountering a level 20 boss doesn't pose much of a challenge. After all, the level 20 bosses here are at most 1-star. The level 20 1-star boss is about the same strength as a regular level 15 2-star boss, and is far inferior to the level 15 3-star boss in the hidden map, posing no threat to Ji Chio at all. When the system warehouse was full, he used the guild system to transfer the equipment to the guild warehouse. This is one of the benefits of creating a guild. At this time, Thomas, along with his teammates including Lu Ruyan, returned to the city from the northern suburbs of Jiangzhou. They weren't tired, they just heard that the Divine Disciple quest could be unlocked at level 10. The dramatic changes on Earth have had a huge impact, but some networks are still working and mobile phones can still make calls normally. At least in China, social order has not collapsed, and the government has been working hard to maintain infrastructure. Moreover, the monsters that spawn do not intentionally damage infrastructure, they only attack humans who approach them. In the past period, occasional global announcements have appeared, showing that someone has completed the 1-star God Apprentice mission, the 2-star God Apprentice mission for the first time, and so on. Thomas naturally had to inquire about this. He's almost level 11 now and has already collected a full set of level 10 equipment. Although they are all basic equipment, they are quite rare and valuable at this stage. His 5 teammates had also reached level 9, but were still some distance from level 10, so they came back first and waited for Thomas to complete the God's Apprentice quest. Thomas also has first kill certificates for low-level bosses, but unfortunately, there are too few of them, so he can only choose the highest level Divine Disciple mission. Fuck, how come I can only do 4-star missions? Thomas was a little annoyed. He felt that he was no worse than that Chio. More importantly, according to the global announcement, the 4-star God Apprentice mission has already been completed by someone. Full of confidence, he chose the 4-star God Apprentice mission. However, he was teleported back in just 3 minutes. Thomas felt himself becoming weaker and guessed that he had dropped a level. However, the fact that he can still do the God's Apprentice quests means that he hasn't dropped below level 10. Several teammates were somewhat bewildered. Lu Ruyan was secretly pleased with herself. As expected of the man she loved, and as expected of a nobleman from the Eagle Kingdom, he was indeed powerful. Thomas didn't know how to respond, and remained silent. This time he was more serious and began to carefully examine the system introductions for each star-level God Apprentice mission. His recent failure had given him some experience and improved his judgment. Soon, he realized with dismay that he seemed to be able to complete the the 2-star God Disciple mission with confidence, while choosing the 3-star God Disciple mission was also very risky. He didn't want to experience failure again. To be on the safe side, he chose the 2-star God Apprentice mission. 20 minutes later, Thomas returned to the cultural park in Jiangzhou City and reunited with his teammates. When he suddenly disappeared 20 minutes earlier, his teammates guessed that he had failed to complete the mission. Damn this God's Disciple mission, why is it so difficult? Thomas cursed inwardly. If low-star God Disciple missions are already this difficult, then wouldn't 7-star God Disciple missions be hellish challenges? How exactly did that Autumn manage to do it? According to the global announcement, not a single person on the entire planet Earth has completed the 5-star God Apprentice mission. The 7-star Divine Disciple quest is just too outrageous. If I could wait a little longer and upgrade my equipment, I wouldn't be stuck with only the 2-star God Apprentice quest. Thomas stubbornly told his concerned teammates, I was just too impatient, but it doesn't matter. As long as I can complete the God Disciple mission, that's fine. High-star God Disciple missions may not be very beneficial. Are you ready? After completing the God's Apprentice quest, you can open the system panel, view the level leaderboard, and create a guild, someone reminded him. Thomas, take a look at the rankings for the Jiangnan region. Thomas brought up the system panel, checked the rankings, and was immediately stunned. That show is actually in the Jiangnan region. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan and the others also showed expressions of surprise. The Jiangnan region is very large, but since that Autumn is also here, there is a high probability that it is also in Jiangzhou City. In an instant, a bad premonition arose in Lu Ruyan's heart. Could that Autumn be the late autumn season? She was Ji Qiu's college classmate and had been married to him for 2 years. She knew that Ji Qiu didn't like playing games at all. Just then, another line of text appeared before everyone's eyes. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Qiu for achieving the first kill of the level 20 boss Crimson Chain Copper Scale Python. Although everyone was already immune to the announcements related to Autumn, this news still shocked everyone. There's also envy, jealousy, and hatred. The vast majority of people are still struggling below level 10. A very small number of people are being tormented to the point of near death by the mission of God's disciples. And someone has actually killed a level 20 boss. It's true what they say, comparison is the thief of joy. Thomas, what level is Qiu at now? Lu Ruyan asked eagerly. Level 17. Thomas replied. A level 17 can actually kill a level 20 boss? Clearly, his superpowers are extremely powerful. He has previously slain many level 15 bosses, and even some top-tier level 15 3-star bosses. His equipment must be extraordinary. Hearing his teammates' comments, Thomas snorted coldly. Stop wasting time chatting. The gap is so big, we must speed up our pace to catch up. Let's go, keep upgrading. Thomas said in a serious tone, I just looked at the guild creation page. We need to farm more source coins, and we also need to obtain an item called the Source Horn. It's 1:30 a.m. Jiangzhou City, Taihu Lake, Xishan Scenic Area. Ji Qiu was carefully examining the equipment dropped by the Crimson Chain Copper Scale Python. The 3 level 21-star equipment pieces have similar attributes to the same level 15 2-star equipment. Because it was a boss kill that was above the level of the boss, the Crimson Chain Copper Scale Python brought Ji Qiu a large amount of source power white mist. Ji Qiu was already close to level 17, and after just killing this level 20 normal boss, leveling up to 18 was just around the corner. He already has enough first kill certificates below level 20. Next, he will go to find and kill a level 20 1-star boss. The first kill reward for a level 21-star boss can drop level 22-star equipment. The stats of a level 22-star equipment are superior to those of a level 15 3-star equipment. He first searched the Xishan Scenic Area, killing all the level 21-star bosses in the area, and then Ji Qiu left to return to the mainland and expand his activity range. That night, someone finally approached Wangshan Scenic Area and discovered the barrier light shield of the Anyone Guild. The person who first discovered the light barrier didn't know it was a guild barrier and launched a probing attack, only to receive a system notification. You are attacking the encirclement barrier of the Whoever You Want Guild. All members of the Whoever You Want Guild have the right to retaliate. If you are killed, the opposing guild will not gain any sin points. The news spread rapidly. People living in Jiangzhou City gradually learned that the Aishuishui Guild was based in Wangshan Scenic Area of Jiangzhou City, and the news spread widely afterward. As everyone knows, the Whoever You Want Guild is a 7-stars guild founded by Qiu. The guild's headquarters are located in Jiangzhou City, so it's almost certain that Qiu is in this city. People in Jiangzhou City were also very excited. Oh my god, Qiushan is in Jiangzhou too. I'm so happy. Jiangzhou has always been a land of outstanding people and abundant resources. I want to join Qiushan's guild. The 7-stars guild is such a perfect match for me. Stop dreaming, get to level 10 first. In order to witness the legendary autumn, more and more people from Jiangzhou are flocking to Wangshan Scenic Area to fight monsters and level up around the barrier light shield. Every now and then, everyone can see global announcements about autumn. First kills of various level 20 bosses. Among them are first kills of of level 21 star bosses. The name Chiyo has become increasingly well known and deeply ingrained in people's minds, like an insurmountable mountain weighing heavily on the heads of superhumans around the world. However, some people admire him, while others disagree. After all, there are hundreds of millions of superhumans in the world, and there are naturally many powerful individuals. Although they did not level up as quickly as Chiyo, they are full of confidence and will surely become true powerhouses after they have become familiar with the changes on Earth and have acquired more information. Autumn may lead for a time, but it may not be able to lead forever. This is just the beginning. The world has yet to realize just how far ahead Jichio is. They have no idea what the 7-star disciples and the 7-star guild mean. What's even more unknown is that Jichio possesses 2 SSS level superpowers simultaneously and is also a reincarnated individual. The night gradually faded. The dawn's light bathed the land of Zhengzhou. Jichio finally reached level 20. The higher the level, the more source energy is required to level up. If it weren't for the 2 clones greatly increasing his monster-killing speed, he would have had a hard time reaching level 20 in such a short time. Jichio did not return to the guild headquarters, but went directly to the cultural park in the city. He came alone, and all 3 clones were put away, including the one left at the guild headquarters. To complete the 7-star divine official mission, having an additional clone increases his chances of success. At this moment, the cultural park is bustling with activity. At this point in time, it's not uncommon for superhumans to reach level 10. They've all come to complete the mission of becoming a god's disciple. Let's wait until we're at a higher level and have better equipment before taking any action. However, when people heard that completing the god's disciple quest would unlock the system panel, most lost patience and chose not to wait any longer. The system panel was a great help to them. The superhumans in the cultural park are only concerned with their own missions as god's disciples and don't care about others at all. No one noticed that Jichio was different from others. 7-star divine disciple, blessed by the gods, are you willing to accept the god's test and become a respected divine official? That majestic and resonant voice echoed in Jichio's mind. Jichio took out many first kill certificates and the badge symbolizing the identity of the 7-star god disciple from the system warehouse. Monsters have only been respawning across the planet for 2 days, and you've already achieved such a feat. The gods truly have discerning eyes. You are truly remarkable. Divine official quests range from ordinary to 7-star, the choice is yours. Only the virtual screen visible to Jichio was displayed. After a quick look, he selected the 7-star divine official quest. Go forth, and may the gods be with you. The voice of the deity rang out, and in an instant, a white light flashed, and Jichio disappeared from the spot. Within the cultural park, flashes of white light frequently appear, and people often suddenly disappear and reappear. This phenomenon has long been commonplace and no longer surprising. Jichio was teleported into the mission map. This was a dense forest. As soon as he arrived, he released 3 clones and then entered a state of walking in the void. The 7 stars quest is extremely difficult, with numerous ordinary monsters on the map, along with several mini-bosses. These monsters are very cunning, adept at disguise and concealment, and fond of ambush. For example, those tree monsters that look like ordinary big trees will use their branches to whip or entangle enemies. For example, snakes and insects that lurk in dense bushes always catch people off guard with their sudden attacks. Jichio wouldn't waste time on the small monsters. In his void-walking state, he and his 3 clones would neither be detected by the monsters nor be attacked. He just needs to find the big boss here as soon as possible and kill him. This dense forest is not large, but the monster density is extremely high. All the monsters here are level 20, and there are also a few level 20 mini-bosses. Jichio didn't know the exact location of the big boss, so he can only take his 3 clones and search around as quickly as possible. A minute passed quickly. Finally, Jichio spotted the big boss on the top of a small hill. That's a demonized tree spirit. A large, leafy tree, shrouded in black mist, its canopy almost completely obscuring the hill, its long branches resembling the tentacles of a demon. Those tentacle-like branches were covered with sharp thorns. This is a level 20, 4-star boss. The health bar shows that it has 42,000 health points. With its retractable branches, it has an extremely wide attack range. The black magical mist it releases is extremely corrosive and can weaken the condition of human superhumans. They are by no means easy opponents. Ignoring the demonic mist, Jichio led his 3 clones and rushed up the hill to launch a fierce attack on the demonized tree spirit. The demonized tree spirit began to lose health. After changing a few pieces of equipment, Jichio's physical attack power increased from 520 points to 580 points. At level 20, his health has increased to 3,100 points. Most importantly, the Blade of Destruction can break through defenses 100% and also adds 5 points of luck. Jichio and his 3 clones' attack can take away at least 3,000 points of the boss's health. For a human superhuman at only level 20, such damage is extremely terrifying. Even when facing a 4-star boss of the same level, it's difficult to last long. After several waves of attacks, the demonic tree spirit's health has been reduced by half. It took less than 10 seconds. The demonic tree spirit, whose health health had dropped to half, not only began to unleash its ultimate attack, but its health regeneration speed also increased rapidly. Its entire body was blazing with demonic light, and sharp thorns fell off the branches. These thorns absorbed a large amount of demonic mist and turned into long black thorns. Black spikes gathered in midair and fell like raindrops. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful a move is, it only counts if it hits the target. Ji Chio and his 3 clones, in their void-walking state, were completely unaffected by the attack. After about 15 seconds, the demonic tree spirit came to a complete standstill. It dropped neither any equipment or items, nor did it emit any source energy mist, but its branches and leaves had withered rapidly, clearly indicating that it had been completely killed. However, to Ji Chio's surprise, he was not teleported away. Does defeating the final boss in the mission map mean the mission is complete? Could it be? Based on his rich experience from his previous life, Ji Chio suddenly thought of a possibility. There might be more than one big boss in this mission map, so he left the hill and continued his search. As expected, half a minute later, Ji Chio discovered another level 20 4-star boss, a demonized carnivorous plant. Its health is 40,000, which is slightly less than that of the demonized tree ant. It took root in an extremely dense thicket, where 4 level 20 3-star mutated giant scorpions were also hidden. Around the bushes are 4 level 20 3-star enchanted tree spirits. Normally, defeating this demonic man-eating flower is even more difficult than defeating the demonic tree spirit on the hill. Only 65 seconds remain for Voidwalk. Ji Chio ignored the level 20 3-star bosses and directly targeted the demonized carnivorous plant to launch an attack. The demonic tree spirit was killed in less than half a minute, and the demonic man-eating flower was defeated just as quickly. As the demonic carnivorous flower withers rapidly, Ji Chio and his 3 clones can continue their void walking for about 40 seconds. This time, without any surprises, Ji Chio and his 3 clones were successfully teleported out of the mission map and back to the cultural park in Jiangzhou City. As expected, you are a 7-star divine disciple blessed by the gods. Congratulations on successfully passing the test and becoming a proud and noble 7-star divine official. You completed the 7-star divine official mission in just 141 seconds, ranking first among all civilizations. The mission reward has been sent to your system warehouse. May the 7-star divine officer, blessed by the gods, have good fortune and may the gods be with you. The voice of the idol echoed in Ji Chio's mind, and at the same time, an announcement appeared before superhumans around the world. Godly announcement. Congratulations to Chio, the Chinese superhuman, for successfully completing the 7-star divine officer mission and becoming the first 7-star divine officer on Earth. The world's superhumans are once again in shock. Just yesterday at this time, Chio had just completed the 7-star divine disciple mission. At that time, people knew very little about God Lord. No one had reached level 10, and no one had completed the God disciple quest. Therefore, they could only wonder but were not too surprised. As more and more superhumans reached level 10, and more people completed the God disciple mission, people began to realize the immense value of the 7-star God disciple. Just one day later, Chio had already completed the 7-star divine official mission. His progress is so fast it's almost despairing. No one knows exactly what level is needed to complete the divine official quest, but it's easy to guess that it should be level 20. Level 20 superhumans can be listed on the national ranking list. Therefore, superhumans in China who have completed the God disciple mission and opened the system panel can see that Chio is now level 20. Superhumans from other countries were shocked and cried out in despair. Damn! I just finished the divine disciple mission, and that Chio from China has already completed the 7-star divine official mission. How can the difference be so huge? Absolutely cheating. If Chio wasn't cheating, I'd gladly cut off my own 3-inch long bone. Baka, when will our Japan produce such an amazing master? Our White Elephant Kingdom's superhumans are the strongest, and sooner or later someone will surpass Chio from China. We've investigated, and even if Chio isn't from the Great Cold region, he at least has Great Cold ancestry. The superhumans in China were overjoyed and felt extremely honored. If Season 3 starts now, with Chioshin leading the way, we'll definitely sweep the world. I heard that Chioshin is in Jiangzhou City in the Jiangnan region. It would be great if I could go there and join his guild. Autumn God's superpowers must be absolutely top-notch. I hope to witness them someday. Autumn God, I want to have your babies. Come on. Even if there's no mirror, can't I at least pee by myself? Jiangzhou City, Cultural Park. Many people are looking for Chio because he has just completed his mission as a divine official and is likely nearby. Unfortunately, Ji Chio and his 3 clones were still in a state of walking in the void and could not be detected at all. Moreover, Ji Chio had already left this place with his 3 clones. At this moment, Thomas, Lu Ruyan, and others were also here, waiting for a teammate who was on a mission to become a god's disciple. With Thomas's guidance and help, they all leveled up to level 10. Lu Ruyan also completed the mission of becoming a divine disciple and became a 1-star divine disciple. Her superpower is control-based, not particularly strong offensively. Furthermore, she's not good at fighting monsters and isn't especially bright. Even with decent equipment from Thomas, she could only complete 1-star apprentice apprentice missions. Thomas and the others were naturally discussing that autumn. Listening to her teammates' discussions, Lu Ruyan felt her mood gradually become heavy for some reason, as if something bad was about to happen. That morning, Ji Ming brought Ji Dahai and Lu Tsaixia to the cultural park. In the previous few hours, with Ji Ming's help, Ji Dahai and Lu Tsaixia both leveled up to level 10. The couple didn't want to be a burden to Ji Ming, and Ji Ming was unwilling to continue helping them level up, but the Divine Disciple mission changed the family's plans. Not only them, but most superhumans around the world believe that they must at least complete the mission of God's disciple in order to barely survive. No one knows whether they will be punished if they don't do the God's disciple missions for a long time. Although source coins can be used to upgrade, source coins are currently very scarce, and Ji Ming handed over all the ones he had obtained to the guild. At 2 a.m., Ji Ming had reached level 10 and barely passed the 3-star God Apprentice mission. Ji Ming joined his classmates' guild and received a lot of attention. Before he started the God's Apprentice quest, his guild leader classmate gathered a set of level 10 top-quality equipment for him. To help his parents successfully complete the mission of becoming a God's Apprentice, Ji Ming also prepared a set of level 10 equipment for them. This equipment is really good. After equipping himself with level 10 gear, Ji Dahai grinned from ear to ear. I have 40 points of physical attack power, and releasing the Drunken Power superpower will also add 10 points of attack and 20 points of health. Indeed, most superhumans find it difficult to have a complete set of level 10 equipment by the time they reach level 10. This is all thanks to our good son, Lu Tsaixia said with satisfaction. We also have to thank our classmate, President Ji Ming. It's really important to find the right backer. With just a little promotion from him, we've gotten so far ahead of everyone else. However, that Xiao is indeed formidable. I heard he's also in Jiangzhou. Ji Dahai advised, Ji Ming, you and he are both top experts, and you are likely to meet in the future. If you have the opportunity to get to know him, you must find a way to build a good relationship with him. There's no need for that. Lu Tsaixia responded confidently, that Xiao has a slight advantage now, but it may not last. He might be surpassed by Ji Ming soon. Don't forget, our son has a powerful guild behind him. Because Ji Qiu's name contains the character Qiu, Lu Tsaixia didn't have a good impression of that famous Qiu, even though he was already very strong. Besides, nobody wants to admit that their child is inferior to others. Ji Dahai nodded and said, if it weren't for the two of us wasting a lot of Ji Ming's time, he would be close to level 20 by now. Dad, Mom, do you think that Qiu could be Ji Qiu? Ji Ming suddenly asked. He didn't know that Qiu was in Jiangzhou before, so he didn't think much of it, but now the situation is different. Impossible. Lu Tsaixia firmly replied, that kid definitely doesn't have that much ability. Ji Ming, don't make wild guesses. Ji Dahai also shook his head and said, I watched that kid grow up. Besides being honest and obedient, he doesn't have any other redeeming qualities. Being obedient and compliant? That's just an act. Lu Tsaixia said bitterly, if he were really honest, how could he have divorced Lu Ruyan behind our backs and blocked us? Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's hurry up and do the God's Apprentice quest. Ji Ming waved his hand, signaling his parents to hurry up. After you finish the mission, I still need to return those equipment to the guild. Ji Dahai chose to undertake the 1-star God's Disciple mission. Lu Tsaixia decided to take on ordinary missions as a disciple of the gods. As the morning sun filled the sky, Ji Qiu returned to Wangshan Scenic Area and entered the residence of the Whoever You Want guild. When he left the cultural park, he put on a mask to conceal his true identity. He knew very well that now that he was famous, there were already people lying in ambush and waiting around the barrier of the Whoever Guild's headquarters. He didn't want to reveal his identity too early, as that would only bring a lot of unnecessary trouble. He only wanted to act alone and improve his strength as quickly as possible. Ji Qiu felt somewhat tired at this moment and urgently needed to rest for a while. Before resting, he naturally wanted to carefully check what rewards he had received after completing the 7-star Divine Official mission. The badge of the 7-star Divine Disciple was transformed into the badge of the 7-star Divine Officer. It is still a white badge, with 7 special bronze 5-pointed stars inlaid on it. This doesn't count as a reward. 200,000 2-star source coins. 200,000 2-star source power coins can be exchanged for 2 million 1-star source power coins. The intermediate superpower enhancement scroll that Ji Qiu most wanted did not appear in his system inventory, but there was a special item called Blessing of the Gods that not only made him very satisfied, but even made him ecstatic. The blessing from the gods appeared to be a jade bottle containing a mysterious liquid. Drinking that mysterious liquid can cause a qualitative transformation in the physique of a superhuman. However, the bodies of low-level superpowered individuals simply cannot withstand this powerful energy. To consume it rashly would be tantamount to setting oneself on fire and inviting destruction. One must at least become a messenger of the gods to drink this mysterious liquid. The blessing of the gods has another function. It can allow evolvable equipment to undergo an evolution. There aren't many pieces of equipment that can be evolved, and some lower-level equipment simply doesn't deserve the blessings of the gods. Divine equipment is certainly worthy of it. Even low-level divine equipment. Ji Qiu is still far from becoming an a divine messenger. Whether before or after becoming a divine messenger, he will most likely receive further blessings from the gods. There's no need to keep this divine blessing you've received. Therefore, evolving the Blade of Ruin is a wiser and more practical choice. Jiqiu understood this principle very well, but she still hesitated, because he has another divine item in his system inventory. Chain of Lightning Punishment, evolvable 1-star artifact, physical attack plus 99, lightning attack plus 199, elemental resistance plus 99, accuracy plus 5, luck plus 2, 10% chance to trigger lightning punishment attack, requires level 20. This divine item is not a weapon, but a necklace. For a necklace, having 99 points of physical attack is quite amazing. In terms of attributes, the Chain of Lightning Punishment is more suitable for ranged attacks and is more suitable for superpowered individuals who have awakened lightning superpowers. With the Blade of Destruction in hand, Jiqiu naturally takes a melee combat approach. However, the Chain of Lightning Punishment is also suitable for him. After all, its physical attack is not low, and its other attributes are also excellent, especially those 2 points of luck attribute, which brought Jiqiu's luck value to 7 points. The 10% chance to trigger lightning punishment attack perfectly stacks with the 5% trigger rate of the Blade of Destruction. Combined, Jiqiu has a 15% chance to trigger lightning punishment attack when fighting monsters or enemies. While a 5% chance is low, a 15% chance is a completely different story. Jiqiu fell into deep thought. Faced with 2 pieces of divine equipment that could be evolved, which one should be evolved first? After much deliberation, Jiqiu finally decided to upgrade the Blade of Annihilation first. After all, using the blessing of the gods to evolve divine equipment requires consuming a large amount of source power coins. The current Blade of Ruin is a level 10 divine item, and it requires far fewer source coins to evolve than the Chain of Lightning Punishment. Jiqiu retrieved the divine blessing from the system's inventory, uncorked the bottle and turned the bottle opening towards the Blade of Destruction. Are you sure you want to consume 1 bottle of divine blessing and 50,000 2-star source coins to evolve the Blade of Destruction? Jiqiu clicked OK without hesitation. Immediately, a cloud of colorful mist emerged from the mouth of the jade bottle. The colorful mist quickly seeped into the Blade of Destruction, giving it a dazzling glow. About 10 seconds later, the dazzling colored light gradually dissipated. Congratulations! Your Blade of Ruin has completed an evolution. Blade of Ruin, evolvable 1-star artifact, physical attack plus 400, 100% armor penetration, accuracy plus 15, 10% chance to trigger lightning attack, luck plus 6, required level 20, already evolved once. With this evolution, the physical attack of the Blade of Ruin has increased by 100 points, the hit rate has increased by 5 points, and the trigger probability of the lightning punishment attack has also increased by 5%. To Jiqiu's surprise, the 5 points of luck that were added to the Blade of Destruction through the lucky gem also increased by 1 point in this evolution. However, although the level has been increased, the star rating remains unchanged. Therefore, the attribute boost brought about by this evolution is not exaggerated. Star level evolution of divine equipment is extremely difficult, while level evolution is relatively easy, especially for low-level divine equipment. If he chooses to evolve the Chain of Lightning Punishment, not only will he need to spend more source coins, but the Chain of Lightning Punishment may even evolve into a level 30 or 35 divine equipment, in which case Jiqiu will be temporarily unable to equip it. But at his leveling speed, he will soon reach level 30 or even level 35. After the Blade of Destruction evolved, Jiqiu checked his attribute panel. Autumn, 7-star God. Superpowers, Avatar, SSS Intermediate, Voidwalking, SSS Intermediate. Grade, 20, 0.9%. Physical fitness, 13,600. Lifespan, 25 years, 7 months, 15 days, 3 hours, 55 minutes, and 48 seconds. Overall combat strength assessment, ignoring superpowers, Invincible below level 35. Before completing the 7-star divine official quest, Jiqiu's constitution, health points, was only 3,100. After completing the task, although the level remains at 20, the constitution and other basic attributes are greatly improved. All of this is due to the promotion in rank. At level 10, the 7-star divine disciple has slightly more HP than a normal boss of the same level. At level 20, the 7-star divine official has significantly more HP than a regular level 20 boss, which typically has only around 12,000 HP. For ordinary superhumans, reaching level 20 and not completing high-star divine apprentice or divine official missions would be considered quite good if their health reached 400 points. If Jiqiu can complete the missions of 7-star divine official, 7-star divine servant, and 7-star divine envoy in the future, his physique and basic attributes will become extremely terrifying. In terms of lifespan, Jiqiu lived about 5 years and 2 months longer than when he had just completed the 7-star divine disciple mission. In the early stages, the lifespan of superhumans increases slowly. Being able to gain an extra 5 years of lifespan when leveling up from 10 to 20 is already quite remarkable, considering that he killed a large number of bosses, and almost all of them were first kills. A physical attack exceeding 700 points points is simply insane for a level 20 superhuman. With my main body and 3 clones, a single normal attack can deal 2,800 points of true damage. If all attacks are aimed at vital points, a single round of attacks can deal 5,600 points of true damage, which is simply outrageous. And that doesn't even include the cases where lightning strikes are triggered. I have 8 points of luck and a high hit rate. As long as my clone and I aim at the opponent's vital parts, most of our attacks will hit the vitals, unless the opponent's evasion attribute is extremely high. Ignoring superpowers, no one below level 35 can defeat him. Even with 2 SSS level intermediate superpowers, he can still go toe-to-toe with anyone above level 35. Jiqiu knew that to complete the priest's mission, he had to reach level 35. Therefore, he speculated that if the chain of lightning were to evolve once, it would very likely become a level 35 divine weapon. Becoming a priest is a watershed moment for superhumans, and also a threshold that is difficult to cross. The colorful mist quickly gathered and sank into the blade of destruction, covering it with a layer of dazzling color. After about 10 seconds, the brilliant colored light gradually dissipated. Congratulations! Your Blade of Ruin has completed an evolution. Blade of Ruin, evolvable 1-star artifact, physical attack plus 400, 100% armor penetration, accuracy plus 15, 10% chance to trigger lightning attack, luck plus 6, required level 20, already evolved once. With this evolution, the physical attack power of the Blade of Ruin has increased by 100 points, the hit rate has increased by 5 points, and the trigger probability of the lightning punishment attack has also increased by 5%. To Jiqiu's surprise, the 5 points of luck that he had previously added to the Blade of Destruction through the lucky gem had been increased by an additional 1 point this time. However, this time it's only an evolution in level, not an increase in star rating. Therefore, this attribute boost is not considered excessive. Star level evolution of divine equipment is extremely difficult, while level evolution is relatively easier, especially for divine equipment at lower levels. If he chooses to evolve the chain of lightning punishment, not only will he need to consume more source coins, but the chain of lightning punishment may also evolve into a level 30 or even level 35 divine equipment, which Jiqiu will not be able to equip for the time being. Of course, at his current leveling speed, he will soon reach level 30 or even level 35. After the Blade of Destruction completed its evolution, Jiqiu checked his attribute panel. Autumn, 7-star God. Superpowers, Avatar, SSS Intermediate, Voidwalking, SSS Intermediate. Grade, 20, 0.9%. Physical fitness, 13,600. Lifespan, 25 years, 7 months, 15 days, 3 hours, 55 minutes, and 48 seconds. Overall combat strength assessment, excluding superpowers, invincible below level 35. Before completing the 7-star divine official quest, Jiqiu's constitution, health points, was only 3,100. After completing the 7-star divine official quest, although his level remained at 20, his physique and other basic attributes were significantly improved. These promotions all come from the increase in rank. At level 10, the 7-star divine disciple has slightly more HP than a regular boss of the same level. At level 20, the 7-star divine official also has higher HP than a normal level 20 boss, which has only about 12,000 HP. For ordinary superhumans, reaching level 20 and having 400 health points is considered good if they haven't completed high-star missions involving divine disciples or divine officials. If Jiqiu can complete the tasks of 7-star God official, 7-star God servant, and 7-star God envoy in the future, his basic attributes such as physique will be exceptionally amazing. In terms of lifespan, Jiqiu's lifespan has increased by approximately 5 years and 2 months compared to when he first completed the 7-star divine disciple mission. The lifespan of early-stage superhumans increases slowly. The increase of 5 years in lifespan from level 10 to level 20 is already quite remarkable, thanks to Jiqiu's numerous kills of bosses, almost all of which were first kills. A physical attack exceeding 700 points is simply insane for a level 20 superhuman. With the main body and 3 clones, a single normal attack can deal 2,800 points of true damage. If all attacks are aimed at vital points, a single attack can deal 5,600 points of true damage, which is simply outrageous. This doesn't even take into account the triggering of the lightning attack. I have 8 points of luck and an extremely high hit rate. As long as my clone and I aim at the opponent's vital parts, most attacks will become critical hits, unless the opponent has extremely high evasion attributes. Ignoring superpowers, he's invincible below level 35. If you include 2 SSS level intermediate superpowers, he can go toe-to-toe with opponents above level 35. Jiqiu knew that he needed to reach level 35 to complete the priest's mission. Therefore, he speculated that if the chain of lightning were to evolve once, it would most likely directly reach level 35 divine equipment. Becoming a priest is a watershed moment on the path of superhumans, and also a threshold that is difficult to cross. Reaching level 35 isn't difficult, but the priest quests are extremely challenging. Even the non-star level ordinary quests are not easy to complete. It's time to rest. Jiqiu sent all 3 clones out to fight monsters and level up, while he stayed at the guild guild's headquarters to rest. There's no need to leave any clones around. The guild's 5-star barrier is currently unbreakable, and even superpowers like wall walking and burrowing cannot penetrate it. These 3 clones did not leave the base as usual, but instead departed via a teleportation array. There are no suitable places for Jiqiu to level up in the nearby area. He must go far away from the city, or even far away from the suburbs, where there are a large number of monsters above level 20. Even using their own teleportation array requires paying a fee. The specific pricing depends on the number of people being transported and the distance traveled. Jiqiu's 3 clones were teleported to a place 200 miles away, which was not too far and only cost 151 star source power coins. He only slept for 4 hours before waking up. I received many system text messages, which can be roughly divided into 2 categories: friend requests and guild joining requests. Superhuman peeing 3 feet in the wind requests to add as a friend. Superhuman crooked mouth dragon king requests to add as a friend. Superhuman 1 leaf 7 times wolf applies to join the guild. Superpowered individual loves jasmine tea requests to add as a friend. Superpowered user loves jasmine tea applies to join the guild. On the system panel for superhumans, the functions of adding friends and applying to join a guild are frequently used. By this time, many superhumans had already reached level 10 and completed the God's Apprentice mission. You have accepted the friend request from the superhuman, the most heartless person in Jiangnan. You have accepted the friend request from the superhuman loves jasmine tea. The most heartless person in Jiangnan was Jiqiu's friend in his previous life. This person had discovered the hidden map in the Shishan scenic area and, after completing the Divine Official's mission, killed the demonized Divine Official York in the hidden map. He awakened an S-class superpower, Beast Transformation. In the initial stage, one can only partially transform into a beast, and can only become an ordinary ferocious beast. As the superhuman's level increases, their beast transformation ability strengthens, allowing them to completely transform their body into a more powerful beast, monster, or even divine beast. The beast-like superpower has extremely high growth potential. When faced with danger, superhumans in their beast form can conceal their human presence, greatly increase their speed and strength, and possess exceptional survivability. Therefore, this is an S-class superpower. In his previous life, Jiqiu had a good relationship with the most ruthless person in Jiangnan. Although he was somewhat cynical, his character was impeccable. Moreover, he was an official in the Jiangnan region. As for her favorite jasmine tea, Jiqiu and she were only nodding acquaintances in their previous life, and their relationship was not deep. She is a great beauty who awakens the enviable SS level superpower, soul summoning, and eventually grows into one of the top powerhouses in China. Sadly, her beauty was short-lived, and her talent was envied by heaven. In the fierce battle against the alien invasion, she sacrificed herself to cover the retreat of the superhuman team in the Jiangnan region of China, and her life ended tragically. If it weren't for her and some top experts risking their lives to cover him, Jiqiu would never have been able to escape the battlefield in his previous life. Jiqiu knew that the woman who loved jasmine tea the most was a woman who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and beautiful and intelligent. In his previous life, Jiqiu had an ordinary start. It wasn't until his S-level superpower, Shadow Clone, grew that he was qualified to have access to his favorite jasmine tea. But we only meet occasionally. She loves jasmine tea, dislikes idle chatter, is usually quiet and reserved, and is difficult for strangers to approach. Her soul summoning superpower is extremely powerful. Every boss she kills leaves behind a soul mark which she can pick up and summon at any time. The summoned boss is completely under her control and can help her fight monsters and enemies, and even cover her escape from danger. The number of bosses she can summon is limited, but as her level and rank increase, her soul summoning ability grows, and the number of bosses she can summon will also increase. This superpower has a lot of room to grow. Message from friend the most heartless person in Jiangnan, Autumn God, can I join the who cares whatever guild? Jiqiu replied, you should already have a guild by now, right? Message from friend the most heartless in Jiangnan, huh? As expected of Qiu Shen, you even know this. I can leave my current guild. Jiqiu replied, you definitely can't afford the cost of quitting right now. Message from my friend the most heartless person in Jiangnan, I can save up enough source coins before leaving the guild. Jiqiu replied, there's no need for that. We're already friends. Just say what you need to say. You don't necessarily have to join my guild. A message from my friend the most heartless person in Jiangnan, that's true. The authorities asked me to learn more about your situation, which I feel is inappropriate, but my boss mentioned something else that I must tell you. Jiqiu replied, what is it? Message from friend the most heartless in Jiangnan, you've killed a lot of bosses, so you must have picked up a lot of equipment you don't need. Could you sell that equipment to the official team? Jiqiu replied, of course. Message from friend the most heartless in Jiangnan, our Jiangzhou official team doesn't have many source coins right now. Could you offer some discounts or allow us to buy on credit? Jiqiu replied, there is a discount for full payment, and you can pay on credit, but there is no discount for paying on credit. A disaster is about to strike, and Jiqiu must help some people grow up quickly, otherwise she herself will also be affected. More importantly, if Jiqiu develops too quickly, his strength may not be enough to face an alien invasion. Message from friend, the most heartless person in Jiangnan. I'm open to buying on credit. How do we trade? Jiqiu replied, of course, you conduct remote transactions on the friend trading page. You didn't discover this feature, did you? Excellent, very excellent. Message from friend, the most heartless person in Jiangnan. Huh? There's this feature? Sorry, I really didn't know. Jiqiu understood that this guy wasn't unaware of the friend trading function. He just wanted to use the trading as an excuse to meet him. My friend, the most heartless person in Jiangnan, has sent a remote transaction request. Do you agree? Jiqiu nodded. The virtual screen interface then changed, and the trading panel had only 35 blank cells. Only one item can be placed in each empty space. The reason there are only 35 is because the system warehouse of the most ruthless person in Jiangnan only has 35 storage slots. Jiqiu asked, how many empty spaces do you have left in your warehouse? Message from friend, the most heartless person in Jiangnan. Wait a minute, let me move my things. Message from friend, the most heartless person in Jiangnan. Alright, there are now 35 empty slots in the warehouse, ready for trading. Remote trading can begin immediately. Jiqiu sold all the useless equipment in the guild warehouse to the Jiangzhou municipal government through more than 20 transactions. This batch of equipment is quite valuable, and the Jiangzhou municipal government certainly cannot afford to buy it all. The official representative of Jiangnan's most ruthless company only paid 20,000 one-star source power coins, leaving the remaining 80,000 source power coins unpaid. These are the most valuable items right now, so selling them is the most profitable. Moreover, both the most ruthless person in Jiangnan and the Jiangzhou municipal government are trustworthy. They will definitely maintain long-term cooperation and will not renege on their promises. More importantly, who would dare offend a powerful figure like Qiu? Not even the authorities. With the Jiangzhou government acquiring so many top-tier equipment at once, their progress will definitely accelerate significantly. That's for the best. If everyone progresses too slowly, the equipment I get will just gather dust in the warehouse, and no one will buy it even if I want to sell it. With 3 clones out fighting monsters and leveling up fast enough, Jiqiu didn't mind staying at the guild headquarters a little longer. Superhuman Gold God requests to add as a friend. Upon seeing this system message, Jiqiu sneered. Gold is metal, and God is a deity. He was very familiar with the character's name. It was none other than Thomas, Lu Ruyan's foreign lover. Thomas used this name mainly because his superpower was a golden aura protecting him. Jiqiu quickly guessed that Thomas wanted to win her over, or at least use the opportunity to get closer to her if he couldn't win her over. Jiqiu glanced at it, ignored it, and continued to look at other system messages. Message from a friend who loves jasmine tea. Accept me. This message stunned Jiqiu. If one didn't know that the person who loves jasmine tea is very sparing with words, they might have misunderstood. This beautiful woman not only requested to add him as a friend, but also applied to join his guild. Jiqiu only accepted her friend request, and now she is sending him messages urging him to accept her guild membership application. Jiqiu originally had no intention of recruiting anyone into the whoever guild, but this deal with the Jiangzhou municipal government changed his mind. It would be a good thing if someone could help with some of the mundane tasks. Jasmine tea is undoubtedly an excellent choice. First of all, she is very pleasing to the eye. A scientist once said that looking at beautiful women is good for physical and mental health and may even prolong life. Secondly, this beautiful woman is of good character and equally capable in handling affairs. Who wouldn't like a capable and beautiful woman? Another equally important point is that this beautiful woman's superpowers are extremely strong, with unlimited potential for development, and she will definitely not hold anyone back. Superpowered user loves jasmine tea joins the guild. Jiqiu opened the guild page and immediately set her favorite jasmine tea as the vice president. Guild members can put items into the guild warehouse, but only the vice guild leader and the guild leader have the authority to retrieve items. If you don't trust them, then don't accept their gifts, but if you do accept them, you must give them your trust. In addition, Jiqiu knew in his heart that he owed his beloved jasmine tea a great favor. If she hadn't risked her life to protect Jiqiu in her past life, Jiqiu would have already died at the hands of the alien powerhouses. In that case, she might not have been able to be reborn, and even if she were, she wouldn't have been able to witness the viciousness of Ji Dahai's family. This favor must be repaid. Moreover, the more powerful beings from Earth who develop ahead of time, the greater the chance of victory should an alien civilization invade. To Jiqiu's surprise, his favorite jasmine tea appeared at his current location in less than 10 minutes. This place was originally a temple, but it was abandoned when the monsters first started wreaking havoc. At this moment, the one who loves jasmine tea, dressed in blue leather armor and holding a strange bone staff, stands calmly outside the temple gate. She arrived so quickly, clearly, she had been waiting outside the barrier all along. She is confident in joining the whoever guild. That's just how she is. She's always been confident in her choices. Do you think all of this is real? When Jiqiu arrived at the temple gate, Zuei jasmine tea suddenly asked a strange question. Jiqiu frowned slightly quietly, unsure how to respond for a moment. As a reborn individual, he possesses a wealth of unknown information, but upon closer examination, he also harbors many doubts about the truth behind the arrival of God Duke on Earth. Whether it's true or not, Jichio isn't sure. Take his own sudden rebirth for example. It felt like falling into a dream. Die in one dream, be reborn in another. Yes, even a world-leading expert like you can feel lost. She shook her head helplessly, a self-deprecating bitter smile appearing on her exquisite oval face. She felt she shouldn't be thinking about such useless things. It's especially inappropriate to ask such a question on the first meeting. Whether it's true or false, we're already deeply involved and must take it seriously and go all out. After a moment's hesitation, Jichio replied. Meanwhile, he continued to scrutinize the beautiful woman. In his previous life, he had never seen his favorite jasmine tea from his lower-class days. At this moment, she was absolutely stunning, with a tall and well-proportioned figure. Compared to the woman I had seen in my previous life, she was more innocent and humble, and less aloof and arrogant. People always grow. As people age and gain experience, and as their rank and strength increase, their temperament will also change. The jasmine tea lover nodded gently, then asked, "Why was I appointed as the vice president?" Jichio countered, "Then why do you insist on joining this guild? Who wouldn't want to join this guild?" Jichio was speechless. The name Chio is truly resounding, and the 7 Stars Guild he founded is extremely attractive. In her previous life, she loved jasmine tea and didn't join any guilds at first because she disliked being constrained. Later, she created her own guild, which only accepts female superhumans who have awakened superpowers of grade B or higher. The past life is different from this life. In the past, there was no renowned master like Chio, nor a famous 7-star guild like Ai Shueishue. Why was I appointed as the vice president? The jasmine tea lover asked again, then added, "I'm not good at management, and I don't like communicating with people, so I'm afraid I can't handle it." "I don't need you to manage it, because I have no intention of bringing anyone in." Jichio replied, "From now on, the entire guild might just consist of the 2 of us." "Only 2 people?" The jasmine tea lover was greatly surprised. It's a huge waste of resources for a 7-star guild to only have 2 people. In her view, almost all men like to show off in front of others, enjoy being admired, and like to have a group of followers. But Chio clearly has that kind of strength and appeal, yet she is unwilling to recruit too many members, which makes her stand out from the crowd and even seem a bit eccentric. "I get annoyed when there are too many people." Jichio shrugged. He not only disliked noise and didn't want to be entangled in mundane affairs, but also didn't want to reveal his identity too early. After all, he possesses 2 SSS-level superpowers. Only by keeping a low profile can you avoid being targeted. The tallest tree in the forest will be felled by the wind. Everyone understands this principle, and Jichio is no exception. There were only 2 people. "I love jasmine tea, but something just feels off." Jichio's words made her think of the phrase "alone man" and "alone woman." Yes, the fewer people, the better. Jichio nodded. "Aren't you also not good at management and don't like dealing with people? Then you only need to take good care of me." "Service?" The jasmine tea lover frowned slightly, her phoenix eyes narrowing. "That word isn't quite right." Jichio smiled apologetically. "I meant to assist and help." He. "There must be many people applying to join the guild, so why did you approve my application?" she pressed. "I also like to drink jasmine tea." Jichio replied seriously. "You should have gotten a lot of gear, so why is there so little in the guild warehouse?" Jasmine tea lover asked again. "Don't tell me you threw it all away or didn't pick it up? Before you came, I sold all those things to the Jiangzhou municipal government." Jichio replied. "Selling things to the government will also be part of your job from now on. Of course, I won't let you work for free. Take whatever you need." "I wouldn't just take it," Jasmine tea lover chimed in. "I'd sell it to you cheaply, but I'm not going to take it for free." Joining a guild brings a lot of benefits, like a safe place to rest and access to the guild's teleportation array. It's only right that I contribute for those things. Perhaps because she hadn't fully adapted yet, or because there were too many things to discuss during their first meeting, she was unusually talkative. Jichio opened the level rankings, found her favorite jasmine tea, and discovered that she was only level 10 and a 3-star apprentice. While the Samsung Divine Disciple isn't bad, it's definitely not that great either. This is completely inconsistent with the SS-level superpower she possesses. Jichio understood that this beautiful woman didn't fully understand her superpowers. After all, only 3 days had passed since the arrival of God Duke and the appearance of the monsters, and everyone was still figuring things out. If she hadn't rushed into the God Disciple mission and had prepared more thoroughly, she could at least have become a 5-star God Disciple. There are a few decent pieces of equipment in the guild warehouse. If you can use them, take them and use them. Jichio reminded him. He first accepted the friend request from the woman who loved jasmine tea the most, and then made a deal with the most ruthless person in Jiangnan, specially leaving 2 top-quality pieces of equipment for this beauty. "I originally intended to sell it to her. He loves jasmine tea without any pretense. Once I've saved up enough source coins, I'll deposit them directly into the guild warehouse." Jichio waved his hand, indicating that she could do as she pleased. He contacted the most ruthless person in Jiangnan plan and asked her to add the person who loves Jasmine Tea as a friend, explaining that she would be in charge of the cooperation between the Whoever You Want Guild and the Jiangzhou municipal government. This is my residence. You can stay wherever you want elsewhere, take your pick. Ji Qiu turned and went back to the temple. Even with her favorite Jasmine Tea on her mind, she started choosing her accommodation. Ji Qiu recalled his 3 clones, leaving one at the temple, while his main body, along with 2 clones, left the guild's headquarters via a 5-star teleportation array by the pond. For the time being, he doesn't plan to upgrade his favorite Jasmine Tea. He knew that once this beautiful woman truly mastered her superpowers, her level-up speed would be incredibly fast, and she wouldn't need him to guide her at all. Looking at the rankings, the player who loves Jasmine Tea was surprised to find that Qiu, who was originally only level 22, had now reached level 23. He stayed at the guild headquarters the whole time and didn't go to fight any monsters, so how could his level have increased? Could it be that his superpower allows him to level up without fighting monsters? Her beautiful face, which loved Jasmine Tea the most, was filled with disbelief. Ji Qiu teleported with 2 clones to a national wetland park on the west side of Taihu Lake. This place is far from any bustling city, and not only are there a large number of monsters, but they are all above level 20. For the past 4 hours, Ji Qiu's 3 clones have been constantly fighting monsters and leveling up on the outskirts of this area. With excellent equipment, outstanding basic attributes, and a triple experience bonus, the leveling speed is naturally very fast. He leveled up 3 levels in one go. It only took 4 hours to level up from level 20 to level 23, a speed that ordinary superhumans simply cannot achieve. Yesterday morning, Ji Qiu also leveled up 3 times, but that was from level 10 to level 13, which required far less source energy than level 20 to level 23. Yesterday, he only had 2 clones out fighting monsters, but this morning he sent out 3 clones. There's another difference. Yesterday, Ji Qiu's equipment was luxurious enough to easily defeat monsters of level 10 or higher, but it lacked 8 points of luck attribute. With these 8 extra points of luck, your monster killing efficiency will increase significantly, and the monster drop rate will also rise dramatically. However, the higher the level, the more source energy is required for upgrading. Even in the short term, it will be difficult for Ji Qiu to break through to level 35. In 8 days, 10 days after the first appearance of monsters globally, densely populated human areas will be hit by a fierce monster attack. There will be a large number of casualties. When the monsters suddenly spawned last time, many people around the world lost their lives. For Ji Qiu, the disaster 8 days later was not a predicament, but rather a good opportunity to expand his lead. People called this disaster the Siege of the Monsters. The number and level of monsters during a siege depend on the city's population. The more people there are, the more monsters there are, and the higher their level will be. There are also a large number of bosses, even star-level bosses. The statue will collapse as long as any monster enters within 500 meters of it. If the statue collapses, it signifies the failure of the defense, with extremely serious consequences. All superhumans in the city will be punished, and the higher the level, the heavier the price. At best, it will cause a drop in level and a weakening of attributes. At worst, it will result in the complete loss of awakened superpowers. At that time, Ji Qiu was undoubtedly still number 1 on the leaderboard. If he failed to defend the city, he would pay the greatest price. Therefore, Ji Qiu did not mind selling the equipment to the Jiangzhou municipal government at a preferential price, and even allowed them to buy it on credit. While getting rid of the unused equipment was a side effect, the most important reason was to improve the strength of some superhumans and ensure that the statue in Jiangzhou City could be protected in 8 days. The collapse of the statue had another extremely serious consequence. Children who haven't yet awakened their superpowers can only awaken them in other places once they reach the age for awakening. Similarly, everyone can only go to other places to complete various levels of Divine Lord missions. The wilderness is extremely dangerous now, and low-level superhumans dare not stray far from the town. There are many satellite towns around Jiangzhou City, and these towns also have statues of deities. But if even the statues in Jiangzhou City collapse, how can the statues in the surrounding towns be preserved? From now on, only super-large cities that successfully defend their cities will continue to have idols. Rise to level 35 within 8 days and become a 7-star priest. At that time, I will be able to kill all the star-level bosses of the siege monsters in a short period of time. Not only will I not be punished, but I will also receive generous rewards. Ji Qiu already had a clear plan for the upcoming monster siege. Under normal circumstances, with him around, the statue in Jiangzhou Cultural Park would never collapse. You should know that in his previous life, Jiangzhou City was able to withstand the monster siege. Now that he is a great god, it is almost impossible for the city to fail, unless something unexpected happens. As for whether there will be any unexpected situations, Ji Qiu cannot say for sure. His rebirth will inevitably bring about some butterfly effects. However, if the city is successfully defended, the more monsters killed and the higher their level, the richer the rewards the superhuman will receive. Among the various rewards are even upgrades in rank and star rating. These disasters, and even the more dangerous ones we may may encounter in the future are nothing compared to an invasion by an alien civilization. Even after her rebirth, Ji Chio remained preoccupied with the possibility of an alien invasion. That was a true catastrophe for the entire planet Earth. The road ahead is long. Heaven has given Ji Chio a second chance, and he must take each step carefully. Seize every opportunity to improve your skills. Using ordinary leveling methods, it's difficult to reach level 35 within 8 days, even though Ji Chio levels up very quickly. The amount of source energy required to level up from level 30 to level 35 is simply too much. You have to frequently challenge bosses that are much stronger than you. Fortunately, Ji Chio has the ability to fight bosses of a higher level, so he started searching for bosses between levels 25 and 35. During this time, you should also deal with any bosses below level 25 that you encounter, as it won't take up much time anyway. This wetland park is vast, with monsters below level 30 spawning on the outer perimeter, while monsters above level 30 only appear in the central area. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Xiu for achieving the first kill of the level 25 boss Big-Eared Zombie Bear. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Xiu for achieving the first kill of the level 25 1-star boss, the Mutant Skeleton General. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Xiu for achieving the first kill of the level 28 boss, the Bronze Armored Hairy Zombie. Every so often, announcements about Xiu appear in the field of vision of superhumans around the world. Everyone has long been used to it. They even completely ignored it. Upon seeing it, I muttered, the autumn in China is truly bizarre. The wetland park where Ji Chio is currently located is almost entirely populated by undead and ghostly monsters. The atmosphere is heavy with malevolent energy, and the various monsters are ugly and terrifying. People with a weak heart would probably be scared out of their wits. Ji Chio, on the other hand, has 10 years of experience fighting monsters and has seen all kinds of situations, so he is naturally fearless. As darkness fell completely, a cold night descended. Ji Chio finally reached level 25 and could now equip the level 25 2-star gear he had previously acquired. The stats of a level 25 1-star equipment are roughly equivalent to those of a level 22-star equipment, so Ji Chio doesn't have many equipment options to replace it with. Ji Chio wouldn't even glance at a level 25 basic equipment. 3 levels in 4 hours this morning. 8 hours have passed since the afternoon, and there are only 2 levels left to level up. Although he worked very hard, his upgrade speed has slowed down significantly. Ji Chio was resting by a stream when suddenly a biting cold wind blew by. This cold wind carried an extremely strong aura of yin and evil. Before Ji Chio could react, several more gusts of cold, eerie wind blew in. A dozen or so black mists suddenly appeared around them. These are not ordinary fogs, but a group of level 30 monsters. Health points reached 25,000. This monster has relatively low health among level 30 monsters, but it has one unique feature: it is almost completely immune to physical attacks. Moreover, they themselves do not possess physical attack capabilities. Their attack method involves releasing malevolent energy to corrode and weaken the bodies of human superhumans, while simultaneously disturbing their minds with piercing ghostly screams. Melee-type superhumans are most afraid of this type of monster. Ji Chio is a melee-type superhuman. Faced with the onslaught of malevolent spirits, the superhuman's physical defenses were rendered useless. Elemental resistance and resistance to toxins can provide some protection. The most effective ones are evil resistance and automatic health regeneration. For example, the Divine Officer York armor that Ji Chio is wearing right now is a level 15 4-star equipment with 36 points of evil resistance and 30 points of automatic health regeneration. A cold wind kept blowing, and the piercing ghostly screams made Ji Chio's head throb with pain. My physical condition began to decline slowly, and my blood volume continued to decrease. Ji Chio found a lot of level 25 equipment suitable for ranged attacks, but he didn't have any ranged attack skills. Void walking and creating avatars are not offensive superpowers. No superhuman is invincible. Everyone has weaknesses, even those who awaken SSS level superpowers. Ji Chio's weaknesses were now fully exposed. Superhumans who haven't awakened ranged attack abilities are unable to manipulate one or more elements to launch attacks. Even if their equipment possesses extremely high elemental attack power, it's completely useless. Fortunately, Ji Chio has already reached level 25 and has more than 15,000 health points. The attacks of these sinister ghosts lacked explosive power, although they could cause Ji Chio to lose health continuously. With the support of his own strong basic attributes and equipment resistance, he could only lose a little over 100 points of health per second. Losing over 100 points of health, automatically recovering over 30 points. Ji Chio, on the other hand, can last for more than 3 minutes. This wouldn't work for other level 25 human superhumans, as they don't have more than 15,000 health points. Of course, other level 25 superhumans wouldn't come to a place like this. If Ji Chio didn't activate Void Walk, he would have no chance of escaping, because the Inly Ghost's movement speed far exceeded his. However, Ji Chio neither activated the Void Walk nor chose to escape. He quickly changed changed several pieces of equipment, increasing his elemental resistance, poison resistance, and evil resistance, and also gained an extra dozen or so points of automatic health regeneration. After the equipment was adjusted, his health loss per second dropped to 50 points. In this way, his endurance time increased to 5 minutes. Immediately afterwards, he and his two clones began to fight back. When the Blade of Destruction strikes the Wraith, it only inflicts 1 point of forced damage each time. Even if you keep swinging your sword, you can't kill a malevolent ghost. However, Jichio's efforts were not in vain. The Blade of Ruin, when combined with the Chain of Lightning Punishment, has a 20% chance to trigger a lightning punishment attack. In other words, on average, a lightning strike can be triggered once every 5 attacks, and lightning strikes are elemental attacks. The damage of a lightning strike depends on the user's level and the lightning element attack attribute on their equipment. The higher the level, the greater the power of the lightning attack. Jichio is level 25, and his triggered lightning attack can deal 400 points of lightning elemental damage. That's already considered quite a lot of damage. After all, most level 25 superhumans would find it difficult to reach 400 attack power without top-tier equipment. Even the level 20 divine weapon Blade of Destruction only has 400 physical attack points. Lightning punishment is a powerful attack with a low trigger probability, so its attack power is naturally not low. As for lightning elemental attacks, Jichio only received 199 points from the lightning punishment chain. As the Blade of Annihilation swung down, a winding bolt of lightning struck a sinister ghost. This lightning strike is a critical hit. The Wraith itself has high elemental resistance, but the Blade of Ruin can penetrate its defense 100%. Jichio's high accuracy and 8 points of luck make it difficult for the Ainli ghost to dodge lightning attacks, and almost every lightning attack hits a vital point. In theory, a lightning strike is triggered on average every 5 seconds, and each strike deals about 1,200 points of true damage. It would only take about 20 lightning strikes in 100 seconds to kill a malevolent ghost. In fact, Jichio's attack speed is very fast. Without any defense, he can launch 5 attacks in less than 5 seconds. Of course, Jichio's attacks cannot always be fatal, and although the Ainli ghost is not a boss, it also has a considerable ability to automatically regenerate health. The main body and its two clones can attack simultaneously, dealing with 3 malevolent spirits at once. In just 85 seconds, the 3 malevolent ghosts were killed. Then, in 95 seconds, they killed 3 more malevolent ghosts. At this moment, Jichio and his two clones had their health reduced to less than half, while there were still 8 Ainli ghosts left. Time is clearly running out, but Jichio still has no intention of running away. The main body and its two clones continued their attack. In 90 seconds, only 5 malevolent spirits will remain. Jichio's health points were less than 2,000. Compared to the continuous loss of health, the mental attacks that Jichio was enduring were even more troublesome for him. Even with his strong will, he is now finding it difficult to hold on. At that moment, Jichio decisively activated void walking. While walking in the void, he is immune to all attacks. Jichio and his two clones stopped losing health, and the ghostly cries of those malevolent spirits lost their threat. But Jichio was still able to attack the remaining malevolent spirits. With 60 seconds remaining in the void walk, the last 5 malevolent spirits were successfully killed. Only then did Jichio begin to pick up the various equipment and props scattered on the ground. Just as he was busy picking them up, another unexpected situation occurred. A billowing black mist surged in from one side, rolling like a raging storm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, thin, black bone spears shot out. Without any clear target, they simply exploded automatically around Jichio. Within the black mist, the figure of a boss could be vaguely discerned. Soul Hooking Ghost Officer, 1 star. Its health points are a whopping 66,000. This is not only a level 30 boss, but it also has stars. Jichio secretly rejoiced. Luckily, I had just activated Void Walk. If I had been ambushed by a level 31 star boss while I was at low health, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Those black bone spears, formed from special energy, are not to be underestimated in terms of attack power. As the black mist drew closer, Jichio finally saw the true face of the soul-snatching ghost official. Its shriveled body was like skin and bones, its skin was pale, its lips were purple, and its 2 eye sockets were empty, yet each burned with a small, pale green flame. It gripped a long black iron chain tightly with both hands, with an iron hook hanging at each end of the chain. He wore a tattered, round, pointed hat and a worn-out, mottled brocade robe that resembled an official's uniform. It was slender, yet unusually tall. He looks to be over 2.5 meters tall. Its appearance is both terrifying and bizarre. What's even more chilling is that every now and then, a ghostly figure of a soul would peek halfway out from the black iron chain. Those ethereal souls, like lives struggling in a quagmire, were particularly heart-wrenching in their painful struggle. Jichio had come here to level up in his previous life, but had never encountered the soul-hooking ghost officer and knew nothing about this level 31 star boss. He could clearly see that the soul-hooking ghost officer was not a purely spiritual monster like the yin-yang ghost. It had a real body and could not be immune to physical attacks. attacks. Ji Chio quickly calculated in his mind whether the remaining time for Voidwalk was enough to kill this boss. After switching to the previous set of equipment, Ji Chio's physical attack power reached 735 points. With the main body and 2 clones, a round of normal attacks can deal 2,205 points of true damage, while a round of critical hits can unleash 4,410 points of true damage. Despite having 66,000 health points, which seems huge, it actually won't last long. Even if Ji Chio's attacks are not all critical hits, and even if this level 31 star boss can regenerate health, it will only take him a maximum of 20 seconds to defeat it. Moreover, once the lightning attack is triggered, Ji Chio's critical strike can unleash 2,069 points of true damage. If the main body and the 2 clones trigger the lightning punishment attack at the same time, and both of them are critical hits, the damage of this wave of attacks can reach a terrifying 6,207 points. There's plenty of time. After calculation, Ji Chio, who was still in a state of walking in the void, began to besiege the soul-hooking ghost official with his 2 clones. In just 7 or 8 seconds, the soul-hooking ghost officer's health dropped by half. At this moment, the level 30, 1-star boss finally unleashed its ultimate move. The ghostly flames from its 2 eye sockets floated out and attached themselves to the 2 ends of the long iron chain. The iron hooks on the chain seemed to be ignited, burning fiercely with intense flames. At the same time, the churning black mist around them quickly gathered, enveloping the soul-hooking ghost official and condensing it into a solid and complete black armor. Its health instantly recovered by 20,000 points, almost full health. Defense and movement speed have also been greatly improved. However, the Blade of Destruction has a 100% defense penetration effect, so no matter how high the defense is, it is useless. After unleashing its ultimate move, the soul-hooking ghost officer was clearly much stronger, but it could still only withstand attacks and could never actually reach the enemy. With only 20 seconds left in the Voidwalk, the soul-hooking ghost official finally collapsed stiffly. God's announcement: congratulations to the Chinese superhuman show for achieving the first kill of the level 31 star boss, soul-hooking ghost officer. Upon seeing this announcement, the other superhumans once again expressed their amazement. At this time, the strongest superhuman was only level 15, still quite a distance from level 20. Ji Chio is already able to easily kill a level 31 star boss. Everyone thought that as Ji Chio leveled up and gained a deeper understanding of God Duke, his lead would gradually narrow, but the reality seemed to be different. The gap has not only failed to narrow, but it seems to be widening. The superhumans in China who had completed the mission of becoming God's disciples opened the level rankings and were surprised to find that Chio had already reached level 25. It's hard not to admire him. Chioshin's leveling speed after level 20 is much faster than mine after breaking through level 10. Isn't it said that the higher the level, the slower the leveling up? As expected of the Autumn God, he can kill star level bosses even after several levels. It's a pity that Chioshin's guild isn't recruiting. If I could level up with him, that would be awesome. There are naturally many foreigners in China, and after completing the mission of becoming a God's disciple, they can also see the ranking list of China. As a result, these foreigners spread the word about the speed at which Autumn was upgraded all over the world. The number of foreign forces paying attention to Chio is astonishing. Anyone can guess that Earth is no longer the same Earth it used to be. The arrival of God Duke will surely reshuffle the entire Earth. All countries must pay special attention to the strong nations of other countries. The overwhelming performance of Autumn has caused headaches for all countries, who are worried that they will be unable to withstand the threat posed by Autumn and China in the future. They're overthinking it. As long as they don't cause trouble for themselves, Ji Chio can't be bothered with them at all. Those people were no match for Ji Chio. The real threat was the alien civilization. At this moment, the Jasmine tea enthusiast had just returned to the Whoever Guild's headquarters. This afternoon, she first chose a place to stay, and then went out to level up her character. With 2 more top-tier pieces of equipment that suited her, her leveling speed increased significantly. Absolutely impossible. She was only level 10 when she left, but she had leveled up to level 13 when she came back. As a superhuman who has awakened summoning abilities, she can not only take action herself but also summon mini-bosses to help her. Her soul summoning ability is currently only at the SS level beginner level, and she can only summon 2 bosses whose level does not exceed her own. This is also why Ji Chio didn't take her to participate in high-level boss battles. Even when she went to fight bosses with Ji Chio, and Ji Chio was willing to let her land the fatal blow, she still couldn't summon a boss that was higher level than herself. However, 2 level 10 mini-bosses are more than enough to help. Seeing the global announcements flashing by, I glanced at the rankings of Jasmine Tea from the Jiangnan region and sighed to myself. It seems almost impossible to catch up with him in the short term. I can only wait until my superpowers improve so that I can summon more and stronger bosses. Maybe then I'll have a chance to catch up with or even surpass him. She opened the guild warehouse, and her lips twitched involuntarily. The warehouse is now full of level 20 to 30 equipment. Of course, there were quite a few that would suit her, but unfortunately her level was too low to wear them. Rest first, we'll go out and upgrade at midnight. It was cold at night, visibility was poor, and it was even even more dangerous outside, making it unsuitable for low-level superhumans to act alone. But in order to put on those equipment as soon as possible, Jasmine T was determined to work even harder. North suburbs of Jiangzhou City, near Tsawu Lake, Thomas, along with Lu Ruyan and the others, rested temporarily in a secluded spot. I wonder if that Chiu has seen our friend request. He probably didn't see it. After all, too many people want to add him, so he won't spend time looking at them carefully. Hearing his two teammates say that, Thomas snorted and replied, "It's his loss that he didn't see it." Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement. "That's right. It's his honor to be friends with such an elite team as ours. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's already level 25 and can still kill level 30 bosses. When you're out in the world, it's all about influence and background." Lu Ruyan knew that Thomas's father was a shareholder and senior executive of a multinational corporation with a prominent family background and powerful connections. "We've got the source horn. Now we can create a guild when we get back." Thomas was ambitious and full of confidence. "When the time comes, I will first bring all the Eagle Kingdom people in Jiangzhou City into the guild. Only with more people can we take on high-level bosses." He had just reached level 15. Although there is a huge gap between him and Xiu, it does not affect his sense of superiority. To help him level up quickly, his teammates made great sacrifices, deliberately leaving many monsters for him to land a fatal blow. At this moment, Ji Qiu had finished collecting all the items dropped by the soul-hooking ghost official, and his void-walking skill had entered cooldown. A first kill certificate for a level 30, 1-star boss, 3,300 2-star source power coins, for level 30 1-star equipment pieces and 3 level 30 2-star equipment pieces. There is also a special item called level 30 Netherworld Passage Teleport Scroll. The Netherworld Passage Scroll. What a treasure! Ji Qiu's eyes gleamed with excitement. The Netherworld Passage is a hidden map with numerous but extremely well-hidden entrances, most of which are located in areas where high-level monsters spawn. However, with the Netherworld Passage Scroll, one can teleport directly inside. This item is extremely rare. The only way to obtain it is by defeating undead bosses, but the drop rate is extremely low. As a star-level undead boss, the soul-hooking ghost official does indeed have a chance to drop Netherworld Passage Scrolls that match its level. Ji Qiu not only secured the first kill of the soul-hooking ghost officer, but also possessed extremely high luck attributes, so it's not surprising that he was able to obtain this teleportation scroll. The first kill of any boss has an extremely high drop rate, and can even drop top-tier equipment with a higher star rating than the boss. Therefore, the level 31-star soul hook ghost officer who was just killed actually dropped 3 level 32-star equipment pieces. I need to reach level 30 to activate this teleportation scroll. Ji Qiu first put the teleportation scroll into the system warehouse, and then carefully checked the attributes of the 3 level 32-star equipment. Soul hooking ghost official's robe, 2-star elemental attack plus 35, physical defense plus 155, elemental resistance plus 99, evil resistance plus 45, required level 30. This is a type of armor. Its attack attributes are usually not high, and it focuses on defense and resistance. Its stats are slightly higher than the level 15 4-star Divine Cleric York's armor, with additional elemental attack, but it lacks the automatic health regeneration effect. The level is higher, and the armor of the Divine Official York has a higher star rating. For Ji Qiu, the 30 points of automatic health regeneration have limited effect. Improving defensive attributes is more practical. Clearly, the robes of the soul-hooking ghost official are more suitable for those who have awakened elemental control superpowers. Of course, melee-type superhumans can also wear it. Ring of the soul-hooking ghost, 2-star physical attack plus 25, elemental attack plus 20, elemental resistance plus 30, poison resistance plus 19, evil resistance plus 19, required level 30. This ring has the same physical attack as the ring of the Divine Cleric York, both at 25 points. In comparison, it has 20 more elemental attack and 19 more evil resistance, and its elemental resistance and poison resistance are also slightly better, but it doesn't come with any skills. The ring of the priest York possesses the special ability to grant demonic possession for 30 seconds. Superhumans can wear one ring on each hand, so when Ji Qiu wears the soul-hooking ghost officer's ring, she does not need to replace the Divine Officer York's ring. Soul-hooking ghost officer's boots, 2-star physical defense plus 49, elemental resistance plus 35, evil resistance plus 15, movement speed plus 15, required level 30. This equipment is very useful for Ji Qiu at the moment. These 3 level 32-star equipment pieces not only greatly improved his defense, but also significantly increased his movement speed. However, the increase in attack power is limited. Without changing weapons, it is difficult to significantly improve attack power. Unfortunately, Ji Qiu has not yet reached level 30, so the 3 top-tier pieces of equipment he just acquired can only be temporarily stored in the warehouse. Keep upgrading. Ji Qiu made up his mind. With the Netherworld Passage Scroll, he was even more eager to reach level 30 as soon as possible. Hidden maps are incredibly attractive to all superpowered individuals. Even Ji Qiu, who possesses 2 SSS level superpowers, is no exception. perception. While leveling up, he must constantly challenge various bosses, especially with level 31 star bosses. If you fight them a few more times, you can naturally collect a complete set of level 32 star top quality equipment. At that time, his exploration of the Netherworld passage will be safer and smoother. The night passed quickly. As dawn broke, Jiqiu did not go to Jiangzhou Cultural Park as she had done the previous 2 days, but went straight back to the headquarters of the Whoever You Want Guild. He had already reached level 26 and was still 30% short of level 27. The upgrade speed has slowed down significantly. After all, he had just reached level 25 yesterday afternoon. He leveled up 3 times in just 8 hours, but failed to break through even 2 levels in the following 10 hours of the night. Even if you keep challenging bosses that are way higher than your level, the leveling speed is still this fast. If you were to fight monsters normally, the leveling speed would definitely be much slower. Announcement from God, visible only in the Jiangnan region of China. Congratulations to the superhuman gold god for successfully creating the 2-star guild superhero. Just as Jiqiu reached the entrance of the temple in the guild's territory, a regional announcement flashed before his eyes. Thomas founded the guild a day earlier than in his previous life. It seems that things are indeed different in this life compared to my previous one. The guild name hasn't changed. Superheroes? A bunch of worthless bastards. Since we've crossed paths, and he's even created a guild, it would be inappropriate for me not to send him a congratulatory gift. What should I send as a gift? Just as Jiqiu was pondering this, her favorite jasmine tea came over. This beautiful woman just returned from outside and has now reached level 15. This armor is quite nice, you can put it on. Jiqiu took out the armor of the divine official York from the system warehouse. At the moment, he was wearing a level 25 2-star battlesuit. In God of the Lord, clothing and equipment are not gender specific. Not only clothing, but almost all equipment and props, with the exception of a very few special cases, are gender neutral. However, some equipment is more suitable for women to wear, while others are more suitable for men. This setting is closer to reality. In reality, men can wear skirts and women can wear men's clothing, but it just looks a bit mismatched and not very aesthetically pleasing. Level 15, 4-star. After receiving the armor from the divine official York and looking at its attributes, a look of surprise appeared on his face. She knew very well that Jiqiu had been wearing this armor before. For ordinary superhumans, this armor can be worn up to level 30. It's truly a masterpiece. The jasmine tea lover nodded gently, then couldn't help but ask curiously, how many source coins is this equipment worth? At least 200,000 1-star source energy coins. Jiqiu replied, don't let its low level fool you, it's definitely one of the most valuable pieces of equipment right now. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. I love jasmine tea the most. I know the president wasn't bragging. Even though the better equipment is of a higher level, superhumans can't wear it right now. 200,000 1-star source energy coins, how long would it take me to fight? By the way, what's your superpower? Jiqiu asked a question on purpose. He knew about the beautiful woman's awakened superpowers, but he couldn't openly admit that he knew. Soul summoning. He makes no secret of his love for jasmine tea, nor does he feel the need to hide it. I can summon the bosses I've killed. An hour passed. Jiqiu nodded, then suggested, you can do me a favor, and this armor will be your reward. I'm a little wary of my favorite jasmine tea. There's a guild that was just created by a foreigner called Superhero. Summon 2 bosses and wipe out that guild. The jasmine tea lover paused for a moment. You have a grudge against that guild leader? No need to ask why. If you want to go, go. If you don't, we won't force you. Jiqiu didn't say much. Are you afraid of being recognized if you don't take action yourself? My favorite is jasmine tea. Follow-up question. Jiqiu shook his head again. I just want to avoid them making me increase my sin value. The boss I summon kills people, which will also increase my sin value. My favorite is jasmine tea. I frown. She wasn't forced to do it. She didn't want to kill anyone, and she certainly didn't want to kill someone she had no grudge against. You can let them make the first move. Jiqiu said seriously, aside from some personal grudges, those people really deserve to die. Keeping them around will bring us a lot of trouble in the future. How do you know they will be detrimental to China in the future? My love for jasmine tea isn't out of doubt, it's just curiosity. Those who are not of our kind will surely have different hearts. That was just what he said. Jiqiu naturally had a different answer in his heart. In his previous life, after Thomas founded the guild, he quickly recruited many foreigners, most of whom came from the United States. Centered on Jiangzhou City, they expanded rapidly, radiating throughout the Jiangnan region and even the entire country of China. At first, they were quite well behaved, but after the guild's star rating was upgraded and a high-star teleportation array was built, they began to act recklessly. They assassinated powerful figures from the Chinese nation, steal the boss that other guilds are currently attacking, secretly kidnapping a female superhuman from China, subvert or annex other guilds. They commit virtually every imaginable evil. High-level teleportation arrays enable international teleportation, allowing them to not only receive support from various countries but also easily escape, thus emboldening them to act recklessly and without restraint. It wasn't until the Chinese government had solid evidence and could no longer tolerate the situation that they launched a crackdown. However, they only destroyed the guild. The core members escaped via the teleportation array. You could go over there and let them take the initiative against you, said Jasmine T. Lover after thinking for a moment. They recognize me. Do you think they would dare to provoke me? Ji Chio asked rhetorically. That's true. Jasmine T. Lover nodded. Their president was renowned and extremely powerful. At least for now, no one dared to provoke him. She felt that the guild leader's statement, "Those who are not of our kind are bound to have different hearts," was just an excuse, and that the real reason he wanted to take action against the guild was some personal grudges. That's terrifying. After a moment's thought, she asked again, does increasing the sin value have a significant impact? Ji Chio solemnly replied, if the sin value is too high, not only will the monster drop rate decrease, but the basic attributes will also be reduced, making it impossible to complete the Divine Do quest. Moreover, the sin value is very difficult to eliminate. There was something Ji Chio didn't say aloud. When the sin value accumulates to a certain level, the superhuman will lose control, gradually becoming demonic and evil, eventually turning into a monster, a walking corpse, or a killing machine. It will probably take quite a while to get them to take action against me, but since it's the guild master's order, I will do my best. Only then did the Jasmine T. Lover put away the armor of the divine officer York, without rushing to put it on. Ji Chio sent her to do this task to test her and see if she was truly on his side. This is not only a test, but also a trial. This beautiful woman probably hasn't killed anyone before. Moreover, if Ji Chio were to take action himself to avoid increasing his sin value, it would take a considerable amount of time. A few days later, the monster siege made Ji Chio want to spend all his time leveling up. I need to rest for a bit, and I haven't killed a level 15 boss yet. I probably won't be able to wipe out the guild with bosses below level 15. Okay, no rush. Ji Chio instructed, this afternoon, go out and find a level 15 boss, preferably one with stars. Once you find one, send me the coordinates, and I'll teleport there to help you fight it. Great. The Jasmine T. Lover's eyes lit up with anticipation. Have you had breakfast? Ji Chio asked. She shook her head. I don't have any normal food left. I'll go out at noon and see if I can get some. No need for that. Ji Chio reminded. I'll use the guild system to create a guild canteen in a bit. You can buy whatever you want to eat or drink there using source coins. There's this function too? Jasmine T. Lover was a little surprised, as she hadn't studied the guild system of God Duke in detail. Ji Chio then brought up the system panel, opened the guild management page, and spent 10,000 2-star source power coins to build a 2-star guild canteen. The 7 Stars Guild can build the 7 Stars canteen, but the cost is too high, and Ji Chio simply cannot afford it. There's no need for that. A 2-star cafeteria is sufficient. After all, the Whoever You Want guild currently only has 2 members. I'll go check it out. The guild's canteen lover ran over as soon as she saw the Jasmine Tea. After the arrival of God Lord, the wilderness is full of monsters and arable land has almost disappeared. In the future, both agricultural and industrial production will come to a standstill. Although wells will still provide drinking water, food will have to be obtained from hunting and the guild canteen. In human settlements on Earth, such as large towns and guild headquarters, there simply isn't enough space to grow crops, vegetables, or raise livestock. However, as their superhuman level increases, their need for food gradually decreases, and they may even stop eating altogether, just as advanced superhumans do not need to sleep. Ji Chio did not go to the newly built guild canteen. He went straight into the temple where he was staying and fell into a peaceful sleep. His clone, who had been there before, stood guard outside the bedroom. The 2 clones I took out last night are still fighting outside, leveling up. In the afternoon, Ji Chio woke up. Only then did he feel a little hungry, so he went to the guild canteen. The guild canteen is located in a koi pond, with an elegant environment and not far from the guild's 5-star teleportation array. As a 2-star guild canteen, it is not large in scale. It is a 1-story stone building with 5 order windows inside. Behind the order window is the kitchen, and in front is a large dining room that can accommodate 200 people at the same time. Ji Chio walked to a food ordering window, where a virtual screen appeared displaying the menu. Guild members can also choose to cook their own meals in the kitchen, which is fully equipped with all necessary cooking utensils. Ji Chio casually ordered a few ordinary dishes, spending a total of 5 1-star source power coins. In less than 10 seconds, the food appeared on the counter in front of the order window. Just as Ji Chio was about to start eating, her favorite Jasmine Tea sent her a message. It's a coordinate. Ji Chio immediately ordered the clone left at the guild's headquarters to use the teleportation array to go to the coordinates, while the main body continued to eat and drink in the guild's canteen. Shishan's scenic area in Taihu Lake. Jasmine Tea is her favorite, but she looks slightly nervous at this moment. Not far away, the 2 level 13 bosses she summoned were engaged in a fierce battle with a golden spotted wolf. The golden spotted wolf is a level 15, 1-star boss, whose strength far surpasses that of the 2 level 13 bosses. The battle will be decided quickly. Seeing that the 2 bosses she had summoned were about to be reduced to low health, Jasmine Tea was ready to retreat at any time. At that moment, moment, the space around her fluctuated, and a familiar figure appeared out of thin air. There's a level 15, 1-star boss over there. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief and pointed to the golden-spotted wolf. Jichio's clone didn't say much, quickly flashed forward, and in the blink of an eye rushed to within 20 meters of the golden-spotted wolf. This guy is so fast. The jasmine tea lover couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. The blade of destruction struck the golden wolf's head precisely. Upon seeing the numbers floating above the golden wolf's head, her phoenix eyes widened instantly. Over 1,000 damage? No, that's a vital point attack. Even if it's a vital attack, it's still too outrageous. His physical attack power is at least 700, and if you take this boss's defense into account, the person who loves jasmine tea is unaware that Jichio's weapon has a 100% armor penetration effect. The golden wolf has a total of 3,000 health points. Before Jichio's clone arrived, the golden-spotted wolf had already lost 1,000 HP to 2 level 13 bosses. After being hit again, it only had a little over 500 health points left. However, as a star-level boss, it will recover a significant amount of health once it loses a certain amount of health. Jichio's clone deliberately waited for the golden-spotted wolf to recover its health. When its health points recovered to over 1,500, the clone attacked again, striking its head. Another critical strike. The golden wolf's health instantly dropped to 20 points. Immediately afterwards, a summon level 13 boss bit the golden-spotted wolf hard. The golden-spotted wolf immediately collapsed to the ground, releasing a wisp of white mist of source energy. I was completely shocked by my favorite jasmine tea. She had thought her student council president was strong, but she hadn't expected her to be this strong. Stop spacing out, hurry up and pick up the equipment, I'll take you to find another level 15 1-star boss. Jichio's clone reminded him. Okay. Jasmine tea lover snapped out of her daze and quickly went forward to pick up the equipment and soul imprint dropped by the golden wolf. The soul imprint is like a small orange ball of light which she can pick up and store in the system warehouse. Since this wasn't the first kill, all the equipment dropped by this golden wolf was level 15, 1-star, and 2 of them were perfect for Jasmine tea lover to wear. Soon after, Jichio's clone discovered an evil two-headed snake. This evil two-headed snake is also a level 15, 1-star boss. Jichio once got the first kill on it and knows its spawn point like the back of his hand. This boss has a whopping 3,200 HP. Jichio's clone only needed 1 strike to reduce its health by more than half. This attack was not only a vital strike but it also triggered a lightning strike. Jichio's physical attack power reaches 742 points, while his lightning attack power is 599 points, totaling 1,341 points. The damage of his critical hit is doubled. When I saw the damage numbers floating above the head of the evil two-headed snake, I was shocked. That damage is outrageous. It almost killed a level 15, 1-star boss instantly. What was that sudden lightning strike? I don't even have 300 health points right now. Am I going to die from just one hit? The evil two-headed snake had very little health left, so it unleashed its ultimate attack and began to regenerate health at an accelerated pace. Its ultimate move poses no threat to Jichio's clone. Once its health points recovered to over 1,500, Jichio's clone once again delivered a fatal blow to its vital points. Subsequently, the evil two-headed snake was killed by the newly summoned golden-spotted wolf, dropping a pile of equipment. Jichio's clone greeted them and left without looking back. With the help of these 2 level 15 1-star bosses, Jasmine Tea's strength has been greatly enhanced, making it easy to deal with ordinary monsters below level 20. Even if you encounter a level 20 normal boss, you can handle it. If you encounter a level 20 star level boss, you can only stay far away. Level up first, collect a full set of level 15 top tier equipment, and then wipe out that guild created by that foreigner tonight. After quickly acquiring equipment and soul imprints, the player, who loves Jasmine Tea the most, continues to level up by fighting monsters in the Shishan scenic area. This place is nice, and no one bothers her. The clone that helped the Jasmine Tea lover fight the boss returned to the guild headquarters, and Jichio's real body had also eaten and drunk its fill. He came out of the guild cafeteria and quickly met up with his 2 other clones via a teleportation array. The 2 clones were still fighting monsters in the wetland park west of Taihu Lake. After a morning of hard work, Jichio finally reached level 27. In fact, Jichio's upgrade speed is already quite fast, but he couldn't relax, as reaching level 35 before the monster siege was still quite difficult. With 2 clones, Jichio entered the heart of this national wetland park, challenging monsters and bosses of higher levels to accelerate his leveling pace. He can easily kill level 30 normal bosses or 1-star bosses. The most powerful boss that spawns here is a level 35 1-star boss, which is rare and not easy to encounter. God's announcement: congratulations to the Chinese superhuman show for achieving the first kill of the level 30 boss, the Fierce Soul Tiger King. God's announcement: congratulations to the Chinese superhuman show for achieving the first kill of the level 31-star boss, In Shabon Officer. God's announcement: congratulations to the Chinese superhuman show for achieving the first kill of the level 31-star boss, the Evil Corpse Bat. I came back from Shishan Scenic Area area with my favorite jasmine tea. She ate a meal at the guild canteen and rested for a while before leaving the guild headquarters once she had regained her strength. She arrived in Jiangzhou City and quickly found out the exact location of the superhero guild's headquarters. As darkness fell, I arrived at Tiger Hill Scenic Area in the northern part of Jiangzhou City, enjoying my favorite jasmine tea. This place is now the headquarters of the superhero guild. This guild is only 2 stars, and its territory is not large, with guild flags planted all around it. Establishing the guild consumed a large amount of source coins, and Thomas was unable to provide enough source coins to activate the barrier around the guild's headquarters. There is currently no need to activate the barrier to protect the guild's headquarters. Monsters will not spawn within the guild's territory, and the monsters that spawn around it are all below level 5 and pose no threat whatsoever. As for human superhumans, they would not dare to attack a guild's territory lightly. Everyone is busy leveling up and acquiring equipment. Even if they have grudges, they will put them aside for the time being and will not rush to attack each other. I love jasmine tea. I strolled slowly around the superhero guild's headquarters. I hadn't gone far when I was stopped by a foreigner with a hooked nose. "Hey beautiful, wanna join our superhero guild?" the foreigner asked in broken Chinese. "A mere 2-star guild dares to ask me to join?" He deliberately mocked her, his face full of disdain. Sure enough, the other party took the bait and retorted angrily, "You'd better apologize right now, or you'll pay the price for your arrogance and stupidity." "You?" he responded with a cold laugh, saying he loved jasmine tea the most. Her contemptuous attitude directly stunned the hook-nosed man, causing his composure to crumble instantly and his anger to explode. He awakened an A-level superpowered golden blade arm, which has reached level 14 and is quite powerful. Enraged, his arms instantly transformed into 2 broad-bladed golden swords, which he simultaneously slashed at the shoulders of his beloved jasmine tea. The jasmine tea lover was prepared. With a swift movement, she deftly dodged the attack. "You have been attacked by the superhuman Abide. You can defend and counterattack. Killing the attacker will not increase your sin value." The system notification flashed before her eyes, bringing her a sense of relief. The hook-nosed man pursued relentlessly, continuing his fierce attack with his knife. "You are actively attacking someone. If you kill them, your sin value will increase. If you are killed in retaliation, the other party will not gain sin value." A system notification flashed before his eyes. This was the first time he had seen such a prompt, and he knew nothing about sin values. They don't understand at all, so they don't care at all. Before God Lord descended upon earth, he had killed people. The man who loved jasmine tea raised a bronze staff with a snake's head and forcefully blocked the opponent's 2 golden knives. The hook-nosed man was agile. He swiftly drew his left arm and swept it towards her waist. She is not good at fighting, at least not yet, and lacks practical experience in combat. Unable to dodge in time, he was grazed by the opponent's golden blade. My heart flutters slightly as I think of my favorite jasmine tea. The hook-nosed man was stunned when he saw the numbers indicating his health was dropping above her head. Only 1 point of true damage? His attack was clearly not dodged, so how come the opponent only lost 1 point of health? This means he hit her, but the attack was less powerful than her physical defense. How is this possible? The hook-nosed man exclaimed inwardly, unless she was Chio. Even the jasmine tea lover was stunned for a moment, then almost burst out laughing. The 2 golden swords in the opponent's hands looked fierce, but they were of too low level and their attack power was not strong at all. For an average level 15 superhuman, having 100 points of attack power is considered pretty good. My level 15 4-star armor has 130 points of physical defense. With other equipment and my own defensive attributes, as long as the opponent's physical attack power is less than 150 points, they can't break through my defense. She secretly rejoiced. As a summoner, I can completely withstand melee attacks. This feels so good. It wasn't until then that the jasmine tea lover realized that she was actually quite amazing. Abide, with his hooked nose, attacked again with his knife. Abide grew increasingly panicked as the fight progressed. He initially thought he was seeing things, but it turned out he really couldn't break through the opponent's defense. "Does your mother know how useless you are?" The jasmine tea lover wasn't in a hurry to end the fight and continued to taunt. "Those 2 golden knives, could they be fakes?" Abide was furious. Unfortunately, he couldn't break through the opponent's defense at all, and the opponent could even automatically regenerate health. He swung the knife frantically. He was practically insane. Others can deal 999 damage with a single strike, but he only deals -1 damage with 1 strike. "Why don't you call a few more people over?" My favorite jasmine tea is a kind reminder. Abide was obedient, hacking away while shouting and yelling. Sometimes he shouted in Chinese, and sometimes in English. He was furious and shouted himself hoarse. The superhero guild was right next door, so his shouts naturally carried into the guild's territory. So, one by one, members of the superhero guild arrived. Although the guild has not been established for long, it has already attracted many members thanks to Thomas's status and influence. You have been attacked by 5 or more members of the superhero guild. You not only have the right to defend yourself, but you can also launch an attack on the entire superhero guild. Do you wish to launch an attack on the entire superhero guild? guild? If you select yes, all members of the superhero guild will receive this message. Please think carefully. My favorite is Jasmine T, so I clicked yes without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, she summoned a golden spotted wolf and an evil two-headed snake. 2 level 15, 1-star bosses. Even for a level 20 superhuman, it is extremely difficult and dangerous to fight a level 15 1-star boss alone. What's going on? Why did 2 big bosses suddenly spawn? It wasn't a refresh at all. It was summoned by that woman. Her superpower can actually summon the boss. She actually attacked our entire guild. The superhero guild members on the battlefield all showed expressions of terror. Their guild's highest level was only 17, which was enough to handle a level 15 basic boss, but the other side actually sent 2 level 15 1-star bosses. The members are generally not high level, and their superpowers are still in the early stages, so they cannot exert much combat power. For example, Abide with the hooked nose, whose golden sword arm should be a powerful A-class superpower, currently only has 100 points of physical attack power. But the boss is completely different. At the same level, star-level bosses not only have a lot of health and extremely strong defense, but their attack power is enough to instantly kill human superhumans. Facing a level 15 1-star boss is already difficult enough, let alone dealing with 2 at the same time. It's practically suicide. The golden spotted wolf is a melee-type boss, whose main attack methods are clawing and biting. It moves swiftly, dodging and weaving, as fast as the wind. The evil two-headed serpent can not only use its sharp teeth and tail for close combat, but also spew poisonous mist and use its long tongue to bind enemies. Under the control of the most favorite Jasmine T boss, the 2 bosses launched a frenzied attack on the superhero guild members. The opponents could not last more than 10 seconds, leaving behind 3 corpses before fleeing back to the guild headquarters in a panic. Those superheroes who were out fighting monsters and leveling up didn't rush back when they first received the system message, but when they heard the guild members' distress signals, they realized the seriousness of the situation. They returned immediately without hesitation, including Chairman Thomas. The Jasmine T enthusiast, accompanied by 2 level 15 1-star bosses, stormed into the superhero guild's territory with great momentum. A newly established 2-star guild, without any defensive barriers or measures, is like a fish on a chopping board when faced with a powerful enemy invasion, completely at their mercy. Each guild can design its own flag. If the flag is destroyed, the guild will be forcibly disbanded and cannot be rebuilt. Of course, you can also choose not to design a special flag. If the guild leader dies, the guild will also be forcibly disbanded without a flag. Ji Chio did not design a special flag for the whoever guild because, in his view, if he died, there would be no need for the guild to exist. It is common for guild leaders to encounter misfortune while away from home, so most guilds have their own banners, and Superhero Guild is no exception. The mission of the Jasmine Tea Lover is to destroy the Superhero Guild's exclusive flag. Ji Chio instructed her to destroy this guild, although it wasn't said that all members had to be killed. Most of the members are foreigners, and they love Jasmine Tea and don't want to cause too much bloodshed. She would not kill easily unless someone attacked or obstructed her. At this moment, the people in the guild's territory were too frightened to approach her and the 2 level 15 1-star bosses. Once the guild's flag is destroyed, not only will the guild be forcibly disbanded, but all members will also be punished. The penalties include a drop in rank, and even a reduction in basic attributes such as lifespan. Therefore, under normal circumstances, once a guild's exclusive flag is attacked, all guild members will do everything in their power to stop it. But now, it's clearly not the normal situation. Continuing to hold on will only lead to your death. The Superhero Guild's exclusive flag stands tall atop a small hill, with a flagpole a full 30 meters high, and the white flag flutters in the wind. Besides the guild's name, the flag was also covered with many 5-pointed stars and horizontal stripes. Even though it's just a flag for a 2-star guild, it has 50,000 HP and decent defensive attributes, so it won't be easily destroyed in a short time. How can such a flag be allowed to stand on our Chinese soil forever? Upon seeing the embroidered design on the Superhero Guild's exclusive banner, Jasmine Tea Lover's anger burned even brighter. They have too much health, it'll take a long time to fight them. The long health bar gave her a headache. The level 15 1-star boss's attack power is not strong, while the flag has high defense. Even though the golden spotted wolf and the evil two-headed serpent used all their skills to attack, the flag's health still dropped slowly. On average, you can only lose 30 points of health per second. It only loses 1,800 points of health per minute, and it would take nearly half an hour of continuous attack to completely destroy it. Fortunately, the guild-exclusive flag does not retaliate and does not have an automatic health regeneration function. High-star guilds' exclusive flags can automatically regenerate health, while low-star guilds require source coins to regenerate health. I patiently waited for my favorite Jasmine Tea, while remaining highly vigilant. More and more members of the Superhero Guild returned to the guild headquarters from outside, their eyes scanning back and forth between their own flag and their favorite Jasmine Tea. Who is this woman? How dare she do this? Her armor is really ugly, but she herself is quite beautiful. Could she be Chio? We have no grudge against Chio. Don't worry, Chairman Chairman Thomas is on his way back. No one knows whether the powerful and mysterious Chiu is male or female, since the ranking list does not display gender. It shouldn't be Chiu. He's already level 27. He doesn't need to rely on a level 15 boss to deal with us. Some speculate, if Chiu awakened a summoning type superpower, the bosses he summons wouldn't only be level 15. The problem is, if this woman who barged into the guild's territory alone is not Chiu, then who is she? Abide, who provoked her outside the guild headquarters, is already dead. Are we just going to let her get away with it like this? Generally, only the name of the attacker is displayed to the attacked party, and Love's Jasmine T is the attacked party in this battle. In this battle, only the superhumans she kills will know her character name at the moment of death. Unfortunately, the dead can't speak, let alone send messages. Thomas finally arrived when the banner's health was down to 14,000. He is already level 17, and the places suitable for leveling up are all far from the city. Damn it! What are you all standing there for? Seeing the guild's banner nearly destroyed and watching helplessly as others attacked it, Thomas trembled with rage. It's utterly absurd that over 100 people stood by and watched as others attacked their flag. President, it's not that we're not moving, it's that our attacks simply can't break through her defenses. We've already tried it. Each attack only takes away a maximum of 1 point of health from her. She can regenerate dozens of health points per second, and if she stands still and lets us attack her, we can't hurt her at all. Those two bosses she summoned could kill us in a second. Everyone tried to explain and defend themselves, their faces full of frustration and helplessness. Thomas was furious. Focus your fire. Each of you take down 1 drop of her health. 1 wave will take down more than 100 drops of her health. If you attack her a few more times, she'll still die. No one objected further. After all, Thomas is right. However, this is only reasonable, and may not be feasible in practice. They can't just stand there and let you hit them. Besides, with over 100 people attacking, it's impossible for them to hit you all, so we still need to wait for more people to get back. More importantly, who wouldn't be afraid of death? A mass attack might be effective, but some people will definitely be killed. Those 2 level 15 1-star bosses on the other side are no joke. Lu Ruyan also returned with Thomas. In an effort to help Thomas level up quickly, she and her teammates barely killed any monsters and have only reached level 13 so far. That woman is too brave. Lu Ruyan gazed at her beloved Jasmine T from afar, feeling both amazed and a mix of envy and jealousy. As a woman, why is she so amazing? She's impressive, but she dared to offend Thomas. She's dead meat. A flame of hatred ignited in Lu Ruyan's eyes, even though the person she was staring at was also Chinese. Charge! Let's all charge! Thomas shouted and charged ahead towards where his favorite Jasmine T was. With the guild leader taking the lead, the members of the superhero guild immediately gained more confidence and courage, and followed closely behind Thomas. Seeing this, the one who loves Jasmine T only frowned slightly. At this moment, she has 2 choices. First, command 2 level 15 1-star bosses to repel the enemies, and then attack the flag. Secondly, you can engage the enemy yourself and let the 2 bosses continue to attack the other guild flag. Both options are viable. After a brief moment of thought, I chose the second option, which is to love Jasmine T the most. After all, Ji Chio's task for her was to destroy the opposing guild, not to kill more people. She is a high-level character, wearing a full set of level 15 top-tier equipment. She has fast movement speed, strong defense, and high evasion and various resistances. As long as she doesn't stand still and get focused on by the enemy, they can't do anything to her. Of course, someone who loves Jasmine T wouldn't stand still. She can not only move, but she can move at top speed. The 3-star apprentice has a movement speed boost, and her top-tier equipment also increases her movement speed. When she runs at full speed, no one in the superhero guild can catch up with her. However, she cannot stray too far from those 2 level 15 1-star bosses, or they will disappear on their own. Without this distance limitation, soul summoning would be an SSS level superpower, not just an SS level one. There is no distance limit between the original body and the clone, so it is an SSS level superpower. Jasmine T's equipment grants her extremely high evasion, as well as strong elemental and poison resistance, rendering ranged attacks and control-type superpowers ineffective against her. Even if controlled, you can quickly break free by relying on the resistance of your equipment. She won't be trapped and unable to move, and there aren't many people who can hit her. By the time a large number of the other party gathered, she had already broken free and escaped. Stop chasing her, take down those 2 bosses first. Thomas, seeing that Jasmine T was too difficult to deal with and noticing that his guild flag had very little health left, immediately adjusted his strategy. Thomas didn't have enough source coins to replenish the flag's resources through the guild management system. He unleashed his superpowers, transforming himself into a golden war god. His super strong defense allowed him to withstand the attacks of a level 15 1-star boss and lead the charge. Jasmine T is a favorite, so of course the 2 bosses she summoned can't keep getting beaten up. She has to fight back. So, the golden spotted wolf and Thomas got into a fight. It must be said that Thomas's golden aura protection is quite powerful, capable of withstanding the sharp claws and teeth of the golden spotted wolf. But a boss is still a boss. The golden golden aura protecting Thomas was visibly weakening. Of course, Thomas was being helped by others. He was holding the line while many superhumans unleashed ranged attacks on the Golden Wolf. Unfortunately, superhumans below level 15 cannot break through the defense of a level 15 1-star boss. Most attacks only result in a -1 damage number appearing above the Golden Wolf's head, but as a star-level boss, the Golden Wolf possesses considerable healing abilities. Moreover, neither the Golden Spotted Wolf nor the evil two-headed snake would remain idle. Under the control of the Jasmine Tea Lover, the Golden Spotted Wolf abandoned its pursuit of Thomas and instead attacked ordinary members of the superhero guild. The evil two-headed serpent continued its relentless attacks on the guild flag. The Golden Spotted Wolf is responsible for covering the evil two-headed snake. It is swift and has a stronger attack power. As a result, members of the superhero guild fell one after another in pools of blood. Both the Golden Spotted Wolf and the evil two-headed snake are slowly losing health. If the fight continues like this, and as long as the members of the superhero guild can fight to the death, these two level 15 1-star bosses might actually be worn down and defeated. But they are, after all, merely beings that have been summoned. They were killed without any remorse, as they could be summoned again after a while. Once a member of the superhero guild dies, they are gone forever. Faced with the threat of death, it's inevitable that some people will feel fear, and the confidence and courage that Thomas brought quickly vanished. They were not soldiers and had not received formal training. Having always lived a life of comfort and ease, with only a little experience in fighting monsters, they would definitely choose to run away if forced to risk their lives. No matter how Thomas shouted and rebuked, none of those who should have fled stayed behind. The members of their own guild were routed and utterly defeated under the attack of the Golden Wolf. Thomas was both angry and helpless. A bunch of useless trash, all of them are useless. You may be able to escape for a while, but can you escape forever? If we don't fight back today, we'll live a life of constant fear and might not even survive long. He cursed angrily, but the thought of running away also popped into his mind. But he's already been targeted by his favorite Jasmine Tea Lover. The person who loves Jasmine Tea is convinced that Thomas is the guild leader. She guessed that the person who had a personal grudge against Chio was most likely him, so she ordered the Golden Spotted Wolf to harass Thomas relentlessly, giving him no chance to escape. Thomas might have escaped if someone had helped him, but everyone had already scattered. This newly established guild has members who are not loyal to the guild leader at all. Although Thomas is considered a skilled player, he is only level 17 and far from being strong enough to take on a level 15 1-star boss single-handedly. This is bad. Thomas is in danger. Lu Ruyan, who had been silently watching the battle, widened her eyes in tension. She really wanted to help Thomas, but for some reason, she couldn't bring herself to take a step. The sight of those corpses in such a gruesome state sent chills down her spine and filled her with terror. She didn't want to see Thomas die, and she was even more afraid of losing her own life. They could only watch helplessly as the golden light protecting Thomas gradually dimmed, as he was viciously clawed and torn by the Golden Spotted Wolf, as he screamed in agony as he was being torn apart. Thomas was ultimately unable to shake off the Golden Wolf's clutches. When the protective golden light disappeared, the Golden Wolf bit off his neck. "Thomas, I will definitely avenge you." With tears welling in her eyes, Lu Ruyan turned and fled the scene. He discovered Lu Ruyan, who loved Jasmine Tea, but did not harm her. Not only because Lu Ruyan was far away, but also because she was a woman, and a Chinese. Thomas was dead, and the other members of the superhero guild had no courage to resist for even a moment. Not a single one dared to stay at the guild's headquarters. Not long after, the guild's flag finally fell. God's announcement, visible only in the Jiangnan region of China, the exclusive banner of the 2-star guild superhero, has been destroyed. The guild is forcibly disbanded. All members' levels will decrease by 2, and their lifespan will be reduced by 5 years. The punishment is extremely severe. Since everyone's level is not high now, it's not difficult to drop 2 levels, but you still have to go out and fight monsters no matter what, and fighting monsters always comes with risks. The only consolation is that the superhumans who have completed the God Apprentice mission have had their level reduced from 10 to 8, and no longer need to perform God Apprentice missions, but their previous several-star God Apprentice status is still retained. A 5-year reduction in lifespan is a price no one can afford. It's worth noting that even for Ji Chou, who leveled up from 10 to 20 and completed the 7-star Divine Official quest, his lifespan only increased by a little over 5 years. The loser is punished, while the winner receives no reward from the system. Human superhumans do not explode when they die, but their equipment can be removed. However, looking at the gruesome corpses, the Jasmine Tea Lover began to feel all sorts of discomfort. This is her first murder. Although it was actually 2 bosses who killed those people, she was undoubtedly the real culprit. She had been so tense before that she hadn't felt any physical discomfort, but now that everything had calmed down, the terrible scene before her eyes finally stirred up a storm in her heart. I killed people, and I killed so many people at once. With a trembling body, I left that place, my favorite Jasmine Tea. She did not retrieve the equipment from Thomas and the others. Those corpses were truly horrifying. She didn't yet have the courage to remove her equipment, at least not at this this moment. Fortunately, those equipment were all low level. On the way back to the Whoever You Want guild headquarters, my favorite Jasmine T, whose mood had calmed down a bit, sent a message to the guild leader, Autumn. Friend Chiu replied, yes, I saw the announcement. Ji Chiu's reply was so brief, it was as if wiping out a guild was commonplace. At this time, Ji Chiu was still leveling up in the National Wetland Park on the west side of Taihu Lake. After nearly 8 hours of fighting, including the main body and 2 clones, and defeating many bosses of higher levels, the main body barely managed to reach level 28. My favorite Jasmine T hasn't sent any more messages. Ji Chiu could guess that she was definitely not at peace at the moment, because her previous messages mentioned that she had killed a lot of people. She emphasized this point deliberately, which clearly indicates that she was greatly influenced. There's a first time for everything, you can't avoid facing it just because you're afraid. Ji Chiu muttered to herself, the sooner she experiences it, the sooner she adapts, and the sooner she understands what Blue Star is like now, the better it will be for her. The news of the superhero guild's demise shocked the entire Jiangnan region, with Jiangzhou City paying particular attention. Many people only then realized that guilds that are wiped out will be severely punished. Everyone is speculating about who destroyed the superhero guild. All we know is that she is a woman who can summon bosses, but her identity is unknown. It's not easy to deduce anything from the ranking list of the Jiangnan region, as there are many people on the list, including women at level 15 or even higher. Furthermore, the rankings do not display gender, nor do they reveal the awakened superpowers. Those superhero guild members who managed to escape began pressuring the Jiangzhou municipal government to severely punish the perpetrators. They claimed this was a malicious case targeting foreigners, and that the Jiangzhou municipal government must provide an explanation, otherwise, they would no longer abide by any official regulations and would unite with all foreigners to retaliate. The Jiangzhou municipal government responded that it will investigate. Official investigations are not difficult because most cases of superpower awakening are documented. By combining the rankings, the official team quickly found the answer. So, the most heartless person in Jiangnan contacted the person who loved Jasmine T the most. She readily admitted it, but did not reveal that Ji Chiu had instructed her to do so. She said that members of the superhero guild provoked her first and attacked her because of their numbers, forcing her to go on a killing spree. The most ruthless man in Jiangnan asked, does this have anything to do with the god of autumn? She replied, it can be related to him, or it can be unrelated to him. Jiangnan's most ruthless person naturally understood that as the vice president of the Whoever You Love guild, the most beloved Jasmine T had an extraordinary relationship with Chiu. It can be said that her affairs are Chiu's affairs. The most ruthless man in Jiangnan concluded, if you encounter a similar situation in the future, please let me know first. Thank you so much. No reply was received from my favorite Jasmine T. Upon returning to the guild headquarters, her face was still pale, and her body was no longer trembling, except for a few fingers that occasionally twitched. No more rest, let's keep upgrading. She found herself unable to calm down, her mind a jumbled mess, so she decided to keep herself busy by fighting monsters and leveling up, trying to forget what had just happened. Using the 5-star teleportation array within the guild's headquarters, she was directly teleported to the Shishan scenic area in Taihu Lake. I must reach level 20 in one go tonight, and then complete the divine official quest. For the Jiangzhou municipal government, this night was exceptionally turbulent. First, the superhero guild, created by foreigners, was completely wiped out, and then many foreigners gathered at the gate of the official guild headquarters to protest. The most ruthless person in Jiangnan is currently the highest ranking and most powerful official in Jiangzhou City, and the only one who can contact Chiu. He naturally became the official representative of Jiangzhou City. In order to deal with these foreigners, he, who was originally out there leveling up, had to return to the official base. At this moment, he has just reached level 18. There are two main reasons why the upgrade was able to be so rapid. First, he bought a lot of top-quality equipment from Chiu. Second, the Jiangzhou municipal government provided him with a team to assist in fighting monsters. The support team doesn't steal experience points, they only assist in defeating monsters. The official intention is very clear. First, cultivate a few truly powerful individuals, and then have these powerful individuals give back to the other members of the organization. Is it over so soon? Not only the official organizations, but many unofficial guilds have also adopted the same strategy. Regarding the annihilation of your guild and the deaths of your guild leader and many members, the authorities have conducted a detailed investigation. You attacked others first, and they were merely acting in self-defense after being provoked. Clad in silver armor, the most ruthless man in Jiangnan stood at the entrance of the official guild's headquarters, calmly surveying the group of foreigners before him. He was strong and handsome, with a sharp look in his eyes. That woman was clearly deliberately stirring up trouble, first provoking our guild members, and then relying on the two bosses to kill indiscriminately. Some people offered their own explanations. Did you guys strike first? The most ruthless man in Jiangnan repeatedly questioned, did you call on many others to attack because you couldn't defeat one person? The fact that our side attacked first and surrounded that woman cannot be denied. It's already shameful enough that so many people from your guild ganged up on one woman, but you still didn't win, which is even more embarrassing. The most heartless man in Jiangnan said with a forced smile, what's most shameful is that your guild was wiped out by someone else, and instead of reflecting on your actions, you come here to cause trouble. What? On our Chinese soil, you can only take all the advantages, but you can't suffer any losses or grievances? Not to mention that the entire planet Earth has undergone tremendous changes and is no longer what it used to be. Even without the arrival of the God Duke, China is no longer the China of 100 years ago. I'm telling you, don't threaten the authorities with breaking official rules. What just happened has proven that breaking the rules will inevitably come at a price. The Chinese government has the capability to overcome all obstacles. The foreigners who caused trouble at the entrance of the Jiangzhou City Official Guild were severely reprimanded by the most ruthless person in Jiangnan, and could only leave grumbling in frustration. The current situation is indeed very different from before. In the past, they could exert pressure on the Chinese government through diplomatic means, and the Chinese government would give them some face. But now that God Lord has descended upon Earth, global order is in chaos, and everything must be re-examined. Honestly, this has wasted so much of my time. The most ruthless guild leader from Jiangnan entered the guild headquarters, ready to give a report to the leaders. The cold night has passed. As the first rays of dawn touched the earth, Ji Qiu left 2 clones behind to continue fighting monsters and leveling up, while his main body returned to the whoever guild's headquarters. At this time, Ji Qiu was still at level 28. It took 8 hours to level up from level 27 to level 28, and only 10 hours have passed since then, so it's not surprising that I haven't reached level 29 yet. That's about enough. In the guild canteen, Ji Qiu met her, who loved drinking jasmine tea the most. She has just returned. I've reached level 20. Time to do the divine official quest. How many first kill certificates do you have for level 10 or higher bosses? Ji Qiu shook his head and said, no need to rush to do the divine official quests. You can do them anytime before level 25. Collect more boss first kill certificates so you can do higher star divine official quests and also improve your equipment. The monsters in the quest are the same level as when I was doing the quest. Now that my level has increased and my equipment is better, the monsters in the quest map will naturally become stronger. He continued, saying that he loved jasmine tea the most. You can just challenge those bosses that haven't been killed by anyone yet. You don't need to level up deliberately. Ji Qiu paused briefly, then added, besides, you're already level 20. You won't get much source energy from fighting bosses below level 20. Okay, I'll do as you say. He nodded, indicating that he loved jasmine tea the most. I know a few good spots. Go check them out after you've rested. No one should have killed the bosses in those places yet. Ji Qiu then gave several locations, all near Jiangzhou City, not too far away. During their meeting, the two never mentioned the destruction of the superhero guild. That matter is in the past, there's no need to bring it up again. Ji Qiu returned to the temple where she was temporarily staying, and under the protection of an avatar, she quickly fell asleep. Even though she loved jasmine tea the most, she didn't rush to do the divine officer quest and returned to her lodging at the guild's headquarters. She lay down and closed her eyes, and some chilling images involuntarily surfaced in her mind. One after another, mangled and gruesome corpses. She realized last night that killing monsters and killing people are two completely different things. She needs more time to adjust, and that's something she absolutely must adjust to. Once you've done it once, there will be many more times to come. Our own president is clearly no pushover. The morning passed quickly. When Ji Qiu woke up at noon, he felt no hunger at all, so he didn't go to the guild canteen. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He checked his attribute panel and found that he had already leveled up to level 29. I'm only one level away from level 30. Ji Qiu was filled with anticipation. Once he reached level 30, he would be able to enter the Netherworld passage. He has already secured many first kills of level 31 star bosses and collected a set of top-tier level 32 star equipment, and is now preparing to enter the Netherworld passage. Next, Ji Qiu browsed through many system messages. There is an announcement about the first kill of the boss. I received a friend request. There are also requests to join a guild. God's announcement, visible only in the Jiangnan region of China. Congratulations to the superhuman Jess Li for successfully creating the 3-star guild warriors home. Ji Qiu noticed the regional announcement that was released at 10 a.m. In the previous life, there was no guild called warriors home, but there was a character named Jess Li. Ji Qiu remembered clearly that Jess Li, like Thomas, was from the United States. The difference is that Jess Li awakened an S-class superpower, teleportation. The basic teleportation is like a blink in a game. It covers a short distance but has a long cooldown. This superpower not only has extremely high growth potential, but also grants the superpowered individual exceptional survival skills, thus it is considered an S-class superpower. In Ji Qiu's previous life, Jess Li rose to prominence very quickly. He was later recruited by Thomas and joined the superhero guild, even becoming its vice president. In reality, Jess Li wanted to replace Thomas as the guildmaster, but Thomas's family was powerful. Although he was not afraid of Thomas himself, he was wary of that family and therefore dared not act rashly. Thomas is now now dead. The superhero guild was also forcibly disbanded. Foreigners in the Jiangnan region of China needed a guild, and Jess Li became their leader. Compared to Thomas, Jess Li is more cautious and steady. He never flaunts his actions, always greets everyone with a smile, giving people a very friendly and humorous feeling. But that was just a carefully crafted facade. In fact, he is an extremely ruthless person. In Ji Chou's previous life, Jess Li was one of the main forces assassinating powerful figures in China. As his teleportation ability grows, the cooldown time decreases, and the movement distance increases. He can not only suddenly appear next to his assassination target and launch an attack that is difficult to defend against, but also calmly retreat after success or failure. It can be said that if Jess Li were to truly grow up, his harm would far exceed that of Thomas by 100 times. We can't let this guy have a chance to grow. Ji Chou knew that Jess Li was relatively easy to deal with at this stage. Jess Li himself knew perfectly well that Jess Li was as cunning as a fox and would never easily reveal his whereabouts. To kill him, one had to have enough patience to lie in wait. Based on Ji Chou's understanding of Jess Li, once this person establishes a guild, he will definitely hand it over to someone else to manage, while he himself will remain behind the scenes. Ji Chou needs to level up to 35 as soon as possible to complete the priest quest and deal with the monster siege, so he obviously can't spend too much time camping out Jess Li. Her favorite jasmine tea also needs an upgrade, and she might not actually be able to kill the cautious Jess Li. Send a clone to keep watch? Ji Chou quickly shook his head. To ensure his absolute safety, he had to keep his main body or one of his clones in a sufficiently safe place at all times. Sending a clone to hold the line means that the main body or another clone must remain at the guild's headquarters. This will inevitably slow down the upgrade speed. There's no need for that. Anyway, that guy doesn't know I'm going to kill him. As soon as I run into him, he's doomed. What use is teleportation if it can kill instantly with a single strike? Ji Chou stopped worrying, left the temple where he was temporarily staying, took the 5-star teleportation array to leave the guild's headquarters, and reunited with his 2 clones outside. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ruyan had also joined the Warriors Home Guild founded by Jess Li. Thomas's superhero guild is only 2 stars, while Warriors Home is a 3-star guild, which makes Lu Ruyan even more hopeful about her future. Time flows slowly. The days of leveling up and defeating monsters were peaceful yet fulfilling. An afternoon passed, and then a whole night. It's another morning. Ji Chou returned to the Ai Shueishui Guild's headquarters for a meal and rest, and Zue Ai Jasmine Tea also returned. She now had several pieces of top-tier level 20, 2-star equipment. After chatting briefly with Ji Chou, she left the guild headquarters alone. To ensure she could successfully complete the high-level Divine Official mission, Ji Chou lent her the Ring of the Divine Official York before she left. This level 15 4-star equipment has a demonic possession effect, which is very useful in critical moments. Equipment with ultimate abilities is extremely rare, so Ji Chou only temporarily lent the Ring of the Divine Official York to her favorite Jasmine Tea, and did not give it away directly. An hour later, a global announcement flashed before Ji Chou's eyes. Godly announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman most favorite Jasmine Tea for successfully completing the 5-star Divine Official mission and becoming the first 5-star Divine Official on Earth. Ji Chou smiled with satisfaction. Completing the 5-star Divine Official quest is already extremely difficult. The fact that the character loves Jasmine Tea shows just how difficult the high-level Divine Official missions are. She was very well prepared and awakened in SS-level superpower, but even so, she could only become a 5-star Divine Official. Now, everyone has a basic understanding of godly nobles and knows that the noble quests have a huge impact, which makes superhumans who have awakened advanced superpowers reluctant to take on the godly noble quests. Autumn completes the mission of the 7-star Divine Officials, which has a profound impact on superhumans around the world. Some people who reach level 20 and possess advanced superpowers will not rush to complete high-star Divine Official tasks. Otherwise, the one who loves Jasmine Tea most could not have become the first 5-star Divine Official on Earth. Not long after, the Jasmine Tea lover returned to the All About Whoever Guild's headquarters and arrived at the temple where Ji Chou was temporarily staying. Congratulations! Ji Chou accepted the ring from the priest York from her hand and offered her congratulations. 5 stars is nothing compared to yours. The man who loved Jasmine Tea remained calm and sincere. But I still have to thank you. Without your help, I could only complete the 3-star Divine Official mission at most. How can I express my gratitude? Just by saying it? Ji Chou asked, pretending to be serious. The Jasmine Tea lover was taken aback, not expecting the president to take her polite remark so seriously. Joke. Ji Chou smiled and shook his head. Don't always try to compare yourself to me. I'm the president, and you're the vice president. It's only natural that I'm better than you. Nothing is taken for granted. He turned and left, his favorite Jasmine Tea gone. Jiangnan's #1 Heartless just sent her a message, congratulating her and asking if she had any unwanted equipment and if she would be willing to sell it to the official team. Of course she has more equipment than she can use, since she's been fighting a lot of bosses below level 20 lately. Equipment below level 20 is currently an extremely extremely high demand. Although there are still many level 20 and above and even level 30 equipment in the guild warehouse, the official team is unable to purchase them, and even if they did, they would not be able to use them for the time being. Looking at the inventory in the warehouse, the guild that loves jasmine tea secretly thought, if their guild could recruit more members, it would definitely have the potential to become one of the most powerful guilds in the country and even the world. Of course, with a master like Cho in charge, even if the AI Shueishui guild stops recruiting, its strength will still be formidable. It's good that they don't recruit anyone. It saves me from worrying about all the guild's trivial matters every day. While contemplating, he, who loves jasmine tea the most, remotely traded with the most ruthless person in Jiangnan. After this transaction, the Jiangzhou government's debt accumulated to 230,000 one-star source power coins. Ji Qiu remained completely unconcerned about this. After all, there are many officials and a lot of talented people recruited. Once their elites are upgraded to a certain level, the speed at which they accumulate source coins will naturally increase significantly. This former beauty was quite easy to get along with before she became a powerful figure. She wasn't like this in my past life. I didn't dare to joke with her at all, and it was difficult to even say a word to her. However, what she said when she left just now is enough to prove that she is still confident and proud. Ji Qiu and her favorite jasmine tea left the guild's headquarters one after the other via a 5-star teleportation array. At this moment, Ji Qiu is 22% away from level 30. Logically, he should be able to reach level 30 this afternoon. Starting yesterday evening, Ji Qiu changed locations to fight monsters. He then moved to Tianmu Lake Wetland Park further west. Nearby are also scenic spots like Yunhu Scenic Area and Litton Forest Park, which are suitable for leveling up and fighting monsters. Because it is far from big cities and there are no densely populated small and medium-sized towns nearby, the monsters that spawn here are of a higher level, mostly level 30 and above, and monsters below level 30 are almost extinct. Ji Qiu acted cautiously and did not act recklessly. There are many bosses here that are level 35 or higher, including some star-level bosses, and even some level 40 star-level bosses. I'll level up to 30 here first, and after I've been to the Netherworld Passage, I'll come back and level up to 35 in one go. Ji Qiu secretly made plans. As dusk approached, Ji Qiu finally reached level 30. The robes, rings, and boots of the soul-reaping ghost official. He was able to equip all of these level 30, 2-star top-tier equipment, which greatly enhanced his overall combat power. Just 5 minutes after leveling up, Ji Qiu, who had just changed his equipment, encountered a level 30 boss. Actually, he no longer needs to fight level 30 bosses. He has enough level 30 equipment in his warehouse. After leveling up to 30, killing a level 30 boss is not considered leveling up, and the source power he gains is not much. But this time, he has to take action against the boss, because it's a level 30, 2-star. Most low-level bosses don't have stars, and those that do usually only have 1 star. Low-level 2-star bosses are extremely rare. Now that we've encountered him, Ji Qiu is determined to kill him. The rotten, evil Thunder Serpent. Its health points are a whopping 93,000. Compared to the level 30, 1-star soul-hooking ghost officer, this big boss has 27,000 more HP. Its body was severely decayed, with only a few intact scales remaining, rotten flesh hanging on the bones, and about a third of its head missing. It looked miserable and terrifying. It primarily relies on remote attacks. The snake's tongue is like a divine whip, capable of striking or binding enemies at a distance. It can also spew highly poisonous mist and unleash lightning attacks. It is powerful, but Ji Qiu is not weak either. Even without activating voidwalking, Ji Qiu could still contend with it. However, since you can enable voidwalking, why not use it? If you can kill them easily, why make things difficult for yourself? Without hesitation, the moment they encountered the corrupt and evil Thunder Serpent, Ji Qiu and his 2 clones simultaneously entered a state of walking in the void. Soon, damage numbers began to appear above the head of the corrupt evil Thunder Serpent. 2 vital strikes plus 1 normal attack. Ji Qiu and his 2 clones' first wave of attacks dealt a total of 3,780 damage. Ji Qiu's 100% armor penetration makes his output exceptionally powerful. Such damage, given the corrupted evil Thunder Serpent's more than 90,000 HP, could only last for about 25 waves. Lightning punishment attack triggered. Although the decaying evil lightning python originally possessed extremely strong resistance to lightning elements, this resistance was useless in the face of the Blade of Destruction's 100% defense penetration. In just 15 seconds, the level 32-star boss had already lost more than half of its health. It finally got angry and unleashed its ultimate attack. A huge white sphere of light floated in mid-air. Bolts of lightning crashed down from the white orb of light. At the same time, the toxic fog within a radius of 200 meters became even denser. Poison arrows continued to be generated within the poisonous fog. Such a wide-ranging attack is difficult to completely dodge, but Ji Qiu and his 2 clones still maintained their ability to walk in the void, handling it with ease. After unleashing its ultimate attack, the decaying evil Thunder Python instantly regained 40,000 health points. This change is clearly visible to the naked eye. Are you ready? Even more difficult difficult to detect is that many of its attributes have also been significantly improved, such as physical defense and elemental resistance. Ready! These enhancements are extremely threatening to other superhumans and could even turn the tide of battle, but they have no effect on Jiqiu. Jiqiu and his two clones attacked relentlessly, and the decaying evil thunder python's health bar dwindled at an alarming rate. Just when Jiqiu thought he could easily defeat the boss again, the corrupt and evil thunder serpent found that its ultimate move had failed to bring victory, and instead charged towards the lake not far away without looking back. The lake wasn't very big, but it was unusually deep. Moreover, many other monsters and bosses lurk in the lake. The corrupt and evil rat halos thought that it would be safe as long as it escaped into the lake. Little did it know that walking in the void was completely unrestricted by the lake. Intermediate void walking lasts for 180 seconds, and only 30 seconds have passed so far. There's plenty of time. Unable to stop the corrupt and evil lightning python from escaping into the lake, Jiqiu simply gave up trying to intercept it and unleashed his full power. The decaying, evil thunder serpent, hiding beneath the lake's waters, discovered it was still losing health and knew it hadn't escaped its powerful foe. Danger was still closing in, so it burrowed into a deep cave at the bottom of the lake. The cave was long and dark, its bottom unseen, and its destination unknown. Jiqiu hesitated for only a moment before quickly following with his two clones. Now that we've come this far, we absolutely cannot give up halfway. The cave is filled with lake water, winding and turning, becoming more spacious the deeper you go. Although Jiqiu, who walks through the void, can penetrate the cave walls, the cave passages are too winding. If he doesn't follow closely, he is very likely to go the wrong way and lose sight of his target. Jiqiu followed closely behind, but the blade of destruction could only strike the decaying tail of the evil lightning python, resulting in significantly reduced damage. The corrupt and evil thunder serpent has less than 40,000 health points left, and the cave has come to an end. Ahead lies a huge cave. There is no lake in the cave, but it is teeming with snake monsters and quite a few snake bosses. There are about 10 regular level 30 bosses and 3 level 30 1-star bosses. Led by the corrupt and evil thunder serpent, the monsters and bosses in the cave gathered around it, surrounding it tightly and leaving no room for escape. Trying to use these to evade my attacks? How naive. Jiqiu's void walk can pass through the bodies of small monsters and mini-bosses, directly attacking the decaying evil lightning python. However, to his surprise, the decaying evil thunder python frantically absorbed the source power of the surrounding monsters and mini-bosses, and its health regeneration speed was astonishing. Every strike from me and my two clones was a vital attack, yet its health bar only decreased by 500 points. Impossible. Every strike was aimed at vital points. Even if the lightning punishment is triggered occasionally, the average damage per second is only 5 or 600. Damn it, it really is a level 32-star boss. It's really hard to deal with. I only have 80 seconds left for void walking, and I need to allow time to escape. Time can't be too tight. After careful consideration, Jiqiu decisively released the demonic possession attached to the divine official York ring. Instantly, he and his two clones were enveloped in black demonic mist, and a mysterious and powerful force began to erupt. Jiqiu's attributes have all improved significantly. Although the demonic possession effect only lasts for 30 seconds, that's enough time. Jiqiu's physical attack power was 756 points before, but after the demon possession was activated, it increased to 906 points. After all, this is just a powerful skill that comes with level 15 equipment. Its effectiveness on a level 30 superhuman is unlikely to be exaggerated. If a level 15 superhuman used demon possession to increase attack power by 150 points, that would be truly outrageous. Jiqiu and his two clones were simultaneously enhanced, dealing over 700 damage per second to the corrupt evil thunder python. 30 seconds passed quickly. After the demonic possession ends, you must wait 1 hour before you can release it again. At this moment, Voidwalk can last for another 50 seconds, and the decaying evil thunder python only has 16,000 health points left. Time is still tight, but there's enough to handle. About 30 seconds later, the level 30, 2-star boss finally had its health bar reduced to 0. God's announcement: congratulations to the Chinese superhuman show for achieving the first kill of the level 30, 2-star boss, the decaying evil thunder python. Such announcements no longer surprise superhumans around the world. After all, Jiqiu had killed too many level 30 bosses before, including many level 31-star ones. To save time, Jiqiu quickly picked up the items dropped by the decaying evil thunder python and without examining them closely, rushed towards the top of the cave. 10 seconds later, Jiqiu returned to the ground with his two clones. 10 seconds later, voidwalking went into cooldown, and Jiqiu moved to a safe and secluded place. He opened the system inventory and examined the loot he had just acquired one by one. The first kill certificate for a level 32-star boss is naturally included. 6 pieces of level 31-star equipment, 4 pieces of level 32-star equipment, and 2 pieces of level 33-star equipment. As expected, the first kill of a level 32-star boss will definitely drop a level 33-star equipment. There's also a special item, the evil gem, 3 stars. The drop rate for gem-type items is extremely low. If it weren't weren't for the first kill, and if Jichio's luck attribute weren't so high, it would probably be difficult to get a 3-star evil gem even after killing 1,000 rotten evil thunder pythons. We've made a fortune. We've made a fortune. It wasn't a waste of effort after all. I even used demonic possession. The joy of late autumn was palpable. When he saw the stats of one of the level 33-star equipment pieces, he practically grinned from ear to ear. Thunder Serpent Bracers, 3-star physical defense plus 55, lightning attack plus 55, elemental resistance plus 40, poison resistance plus 25, evil resistance plus 30, 5% lightning punishment attack, requires level 30. This equipment, combined with the 199 points of lightning elemental attack from the chain of lightning punishment, increases Jichio's lightning elemental attack to 254 points. The trigger probability of lightning punishment attack has also increased by 5%, reaching 25%. Previously, it took an average of 5 attacks to trigger a lightning strike, but now it only takes 4. At level 25, Jichio's lightning punishment attack deals 400 points of lightning elemental damage. Now at level 30, the lightning elemental damage of the lightning punishment attack has been increased to 480 points. 480 plus 254, totaling 734. If the lightning punishment attack and the vital point attack are combined, a single lightning punishment attack can deal 1,468 points of damage. The Thunder Python Bracers undoubtedly significantly enhanced Jichio's combat capabilities. The other level 33-star equipment also has excellent stats. Thunder Serpent Leggings, 3-star physical defense plus 66, elemental resistance plus 45, poison mist resistance plus 30, evil resistance plus 35, requires level 30. This equipment primarily enhances the ability to withstand damage. The Razor Python Bracers also significantly increase physical defense and resistance. With Jichio's current full set of level 30 top-tier equipment, even without Voidwalk, his survivability is extremely strong. Monsters and bosses below level 40 cannot deal him high amounts of true damage. After reaching level 30, Jichio's HP reached 17,800 points. His high defense and high health allow him to withstand attacks for longer. With explosive attack power, monsters and bosses will be defeated quickly. After changing into his new equipment, Jichio turned his attention to the 3-star evil gem. Lucky gems can enhance the luck attribute of equipment, while evil gems can enhance the evil attributes of equipment. It can increase the evil attribute, or enhance the original evil attribute of the equipment. It's also possible that it has both. The chains of lightning punishment have no resistance to evil, so let's use this gem on it. Jichio immediately activated the evil gem. Please attach the evil gem close to the equipment whose evil attribute you wish to increase or enhance. He brought the 3-star evil gem close to the chain of lightning punishment. Are you sure you want to consume an evil gem to add evil attributes to your chain of lightning punishment? Jichio clicked OK without hesitation. Congratulations on successfully adding the evil attribute to the chain of lightning punishment. Chain of lightning punishment, evolvable 1-star artifact physical attack plus 99, lightning attack plus 199, elemental resistance plus 99, evil resistance plus 100, accuracy plus 5, luck plus 2, 10% chance to trigger lightning punishment attack, inflicts demon possession for 60 seconds, requires level 20. Not only did I gain a full 100 points of evil resistance, but I also gained an evil type ultimate move. Jichio couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, secretly rejoicing that he had made a fortune this time. Fortunately, we didn't give up on killing that level 32-star boss. He carefully examined the description of demon possession on the chain of lightning punishment. What's going on? If 2 or more pieces of equipment have the demonic possession buff, once one of them releases the power of the demonic possession buff, the demonic possession buffs on the other pieces of equipment will also be released simultaneously. However, the effect depends only on the piece with the strongest attribute. The others will be ineffective. Jichio understood this principle long ago. Multiple pieces of equipment that come with the same ultimate skill will not have their power stacked. The demonic possession added to a level 20 divine item by a 3-star evil gem is naturally far superior to that added to a level 15 item. Therefore, Jichio decisively replaced the ring of the divine official York with a level 32-star ring. Compared to similar equipment, the stats of a level 32-star item are significantly stronger than those of a level 15 4-star item. Afterward, he put the priest York's ring into the guild warehouse and immediately messaged his friend, my favorite Jasmine T. Soon after, Jasmine T. Lover took the ring from the guild warehouse. She didn't thank him, presumably because she was focused on upgrading. Jichio glanced at the internal rankings of the Whoever You Want guild again and found that most favorite Jasmine T was already level 22. Awakened in SS level summoning superpower, the leveling speed is really fast. The 5-star divine official has significantly improved all of her attributes, and the number of bosses she can summon has increased to 4. As she can summon more and more bosses, her leveling speed will be even faster. Wait until she can summon a boss with a higher level than herself. Thinking about this, Jichio was filled with anticipation for the future of her beloved Jasmine Tea. A strong future depends on laying a solid foundation step by step now. Therefore, he had to ensure that she could develop steadily and not perish prematurely. In her past life, her favorite Jasmine Tea had made her a true powerhouse. However, in this life, the circumstances are different, and her development trajectory has been greatly affected. After resting for more than 10 minutes, as darkness fell, Jichio took out a level 30 Netherworld passage scroll from the system warehouse and then tore it apart forcefully. The moment the teleportation scroll was torn open, it immediately released a dazzling and intense silver light. A silver light stirred the space, and the entrance to the teleportation channel appeared. There are only about 5 days left until the monster siege. After level 30, it becomes extremely difficult to level up 5 times in 5 days. We must kill as many monsters as possible in the Netherworld passage. At the same level, the monsters here provide more source energy. While making plans, Jichio led his 2 clones into the teleportation channel. The Netherworld passage is fraught with danger, so he must leave a clone to guard the guild's headquarters. Jichio and his 2 clones were teleported to a long and wide road paved with gravel. Graves lined both sides of the road, overgrown with weeds and occasionally dotted with a few strange flowers. The entire place was filled with a thick, ominous brown aura. These malevolent energies are not only highly corrosive, but they can also affect a person's mental state. Fortunately, Jichio had extremely high resistance to evil, so these malevolent energies had almost no effect on him. Before his eyes, a string of constantly changing numbers was clearly visible. 47 hours 59 minutes and 56 seconds. Clearly, that's a countdown. Jichio can only stay here for 48 hours, and he must stay for the full 48 hours. He cannot leave early unless he dies. He will be automatically teleported out when the time comes. Several gusts of cold wind howled past. A group of sinister ghosts, mixed with billowing black mist, surrounded them. The evil spirits here are also level 30, but they have 30,000 health points, a full 5,000 more than the evil spirits outside. Similarly, they are completely immune to physical attacks. After being killed, the source energy they released was twice that of the sinister ghosts outside. The malevolent spirit is a flying, incredibly fast-moving psychic monster. Once it targets you, there is almost no chance of escape. Jichio didn't want to use Voidwalk to deal with them, so he wielded the Blade of Destruction and directly engaged them in battle. He could withstand a group of malevolent spirits at level 25, let alone now that he's level 30. Thanks to his extremely high resistance to evil, these malevolent spirits can only forcibly reduce his health by a maximum of 1 point per second. It should be noted that when Jichio was level 20 and had just completed the 7-star Divine Officer mission, he had already obtained an overall combat power rating that made him invincible below level 35. This is without even considering superpowers. Now that he's level 30 and wearing top-tier equipment, it's perfectly normal that level 30 monsters can't break through his defenses. Even the level 30 monsters in the Netherworld passage are no exception. The lightning strike was triggered, and it was also a critical hit. The damage value is displayed above the head of a sinister ghost. The probability of the main body launching a lightning attack is 25%, and the same applies to the 2 clones. If the main body and its 2 clones work together to attack the same target, the opponent will almost certainly suffer continuous lightning strikes. More than 20 seconds passed. Jichio and his 2 clones each killed a malevolent ghost. In less than 2 minutes, all the malevolent spirits that had attacked were wiped out. Even against monsters completely immune to physical attacks, Jichio still maintains an extremely high kill rate. Of course, Jichio's entry into the Netherworld passage was not simply for the purpose of fighting monsters and leveling up. The monsters here give more experience points, which naturally speeds up his leveling up. Besides leveling up by defeating monsters, Jichio has an even more important goal: to defeat the boss, especially high-star bosses. Encountering a level 30 boss with a 2-star rating is considered good luck. Level 30 bosses with a rating of 2 stars or higher are extremely rare. The first kill of a high-star boss will definitely drop top-quality items. Jichio needs to collect a set of high-star level 35 equipment for himself. Only in this way can he complete the 7-star priest's mission more smoothly and quickly. There is another purpose to fighting high-star bosses. Jichio is about to reveal a special item called Netherworld Certificate. With the Netherworld token, he could directly teleport into the Netherworld through any high-star teleportation array. Without a Netherworld token, one can only enter the Netherworld by finding the entrance through the Netherworld passage. The Netherworld passage is long and extremely complex. With a large number of monsters blocking the way, it is almost impossible to find the entrance to the Netherworld within 48 hours, not to mention that there is a big boss guarding the entrance. Besides the Netherworld certificate, there is another strict requirement to enter the Netherworld. The Divine Lord must have reached at least the level of a priest. Divine disciples and divine officials are not qualified to enter the Netherworld, not even those of the 7 stars. The priests and officials are both low-ranking nobles. Even if they force their way in, they will only end up dying in vain. After clearing out a group of malevolent spirits, Jichio continued forward with his 2 clones. Along the way, they constantly encountered all sorts of undead monsters. Most of these monsters can be encountered outside, but only a small portion exist only in the Netherworld Passage and the Netherworld world. The countdown in front of him made Ji Chio dare not waste a single second. Whether it was a level 30 regular monster or a level 30 boss, Ji Chio slaughtered them without mercy. Even a level 30 boss with 1 or 2 stars could not force Ji Chio to activate the Voidwalk state. Although this ability has a cooldown of only 900 seconds, it's best to avoid using it if possible, since you might encounter even more powerful high-star bosses in the Netherworld Passage at any time. This hidden map has a huge number of monsters. In addition, they drop more experience points, making this place a holy land for leveling up. Ji Chio is essentially carrying 2 clones, and he can even enjoy double experience points. An hour after entering the Netherworld Passage, Ji Chio encountered a level 30 3-star boss. He and his 2 clones were busy dealing with a group of axemen possessed by evil spirits when suddenly, a large tomb not far away exploded and a big boss jumped out. 2-headed hairy zombie, 3 stars. Its health points are a whopping 145,000. It has a full 52,000 more HP than the level 30 2-star boss, the decaying evil thunder serpent. Even the level 33-star boss outside doesn't have as much HP as it. It pounced on them. Those axemen possessed by evil spirits were just level 30 ordinary monsters, and could not cause much damage to Ji Chio. Therefore, Ji Chio didn't take them seriously at all and led his 2 clones to attack the 2-headed hairy zombies directly. Void walking is still not enabled. Although the 2-headed zombie has considerable attack power, it doesn't just target Ji Chio's main body or any of his clones. Whoever triggers the lightning attack, it will attack. Sometimes attacking Ji Chio's main body, sometimes attacking his clone. This invisibly doubled Ji Chio's health. Under the frenzied attacks of Ji Chio and his 2 clones, the 2-headed zombie's health rapidly decreased. This big boss is not immune to physical attacks. Ji Chio's physical attack power is as high as 756 points, and his critical hit power is as high as 1512 points. The lightning strike, combined with a critical hit, can deal nearly 3,000 points of true damage with either the main body or a clone. On average, the 2-headed zombie loses about 5,000 health points per second. Even with its decent healing ability, it can't last a minute. The Blade of Destruction's 100% armor penetration effect made Ji Chio's opponents much weaker. However, this is, after all, a passage to the underworld, a hidden map full of dangers, and there will always be unexpected variables. When the 2-headed zombie's health was down to only 50,000 points, it unleashed its ultimate attack while another big boss suddenly charged in from somewhere. Priest Bulk, 2 stars, possessed by an evil spirit. Health points reached 156,000. This is a level 35 2-star boss. Despite having only 11,000 more HP than a level 30 3-star 2-headed hairy zombie, as a priest boss, its strength far surpasses that of the 2-headed hairy zombie. For human superhumans, level 35 is a significant dividing line, and the same goes for monster bosses. With an additional level 35 2-star boss, Ji Chio didn't hesitate to activate Voidwalk. He could withstand the attacks of the 2-headed zombie, but he couldn't withstand the attacks of the level 35 2-star boss. Moreover, he had to kill these 2 bosses as soon as possible to prevent other big bosses from suddenly attacking. The density of bosses in the Netherworld Passage is far greater than outside. Outside, there are almost no other bosses of the same or higher level around a single boss. As soon as the priest Bulk attacked, Ji Chio and his 2 clones vanished without a trace. The 2-headed zombie's health is still dropping. Having just unleashed its ultimate attack, its 2 heads mysteriously fused together, and its health was almost fully restored. It gained a layer of malevolent armor, and its hands transformed into 2 long, sharp claws. Like most bosses, their attributes skyrocket after unleashing their ultimate attack, causing their combat power to surge instantly. Unfortunately, these enhancements had no effect on Ji Chio, who was walking in the void. 40 seconds later, the 2-headed zombie collapsed to the ground with a thud, scattering a pile of spoils on the ground. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Chio for achieving the first kill of the level 33-star boss, the 2-headed hairy zombie. Ji Chio didn't pick up the things the 2-headed zombie had dropped. Instead, he led his 2 clones to continue attacking the priest Bulk, who was possessed by an evil spirit. Considering the level 35 2-star boss's healing and ultimate skill, the remaining 130 plus seconds of Voidwalk might not be enough, and not a moment can be wasted. Ji Chio and his 2 clones were all walking in the void. Even though they relentlessly attacked the priest Bulk, who was possessed by an evil spirit, they did not attract any other monsters. Ji Chio doesn't need to worry about attracting other bosses during his Voidwalk. His concern was that Voidwalking would be targeted by other big bosses as soon as it entered cooldown. More than 20 seconds later, the priest Bulk, who was possessed by the evil spirit, only had a little over 50,000 health points left. This level 35 2-star boss then unleashed its ultimate attack. An evil spirit, entirely formed from congealed viscous blood, seeped from the priest Bulk's body and then tightly enveloped his entire body. At this moment, Ji Chio was no longer facing the priest Bulk who had become an undead, but but a higher level evil spirit. This level 35 2-star boss not only instantly regained full health but also increased its health from 156,000 to 186,000, a full 30,000 more health points. The duration of Void Walk can be maintained for approximately 100 seconds. The Wrath of the Evil Spirit grants this boss faster movement speed and higher evasion. Compared to increases in defense and resistance, the enhanced movement speed and evasion are more crucial. While the Blade of Destruction can penetrate defenses 100%, it cannot guarantee a 100% hit rate. This boss moves incredibly fast, like lightning. High-speed movement itself can enhance evasion attributes, and the Wrath of the Evil Spirit further enhances its evasion ability, which greatly reduces the probability of Ji Chio and his two clones hitting it, and the trigger rate of critical attacks also decreases accordingly. It would normally take about 40 seconds to kill this boss, but it took Ji Chio and his two clones a full 80 seconds to finally take it down. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Xiu for successfully becoming the first to kill the level 35 2-star boss, the priest bulk possessed by an evil spirit. Ji Chio secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The main body began picking up the items dropped by the two-headed zombie and the priest bulk who was possessed by evil spirits, while the two clones continued to clear out the axemen possessed by evil spirits around them. Because it was the first kill, and with Ji Chio's high luck attribute, the level 33-star two-headed zombie actually dropped level 34-star equipment. There's also a first kill certificate for a level 33-star boss, and 1500 Samsung source coins. These 3-star source power coins can be exchanged for 15,000 2-star source power coins or 150,000 1-star source power coins. That's right, the monsters in the Netherworld passage have an astonishing drop rate. In addition, there are 5 level 33-star equipment pieces and 3 level 34-star equipment pieces. Ji Chio carefully examined the attributes of these equipment items and then equipped himself with the suitable ones. He planned to collect a set of level 35 high-star top-quality equipment in the Netherworld passage, so even level 34-star equipment could not distract him, much less excite him. Of the 3 level 34-star equipment pieces, one has quite good stats. Priest Box Hat, for star physical defense plus 99, elemental resistance plus 66, poison resistance plus 30, evil resistance plus 35, automatic health regeneration plus 99, required level 30. This is a helmet-type piece of equipment, offering high defense and resistance. What Ji Chio values most is its 99-point automatic health regeneration attribute. With this attribute, Ji Chio will basically not change this equipment before reaching level 35. Especially during the Netherworld passage, since he and his two clones couldn't keep using Void Walk, they had to withstand attacks from monsters and bosses, making automatic health regeneration particularly important. The two-headed zombie did not drop the Netherworld token that Ji Chio wanted. The priest bulk, who was possessed by an evil spirit, did not reveal anything. The loot from this level 35 2-star boss is quite plentiful. First kill certificate for a level 35 2-star boss, 2800 Samsung source coins for level 35 2-star equipment pieces and 2 level 35 3-star equipment pieces. Ji Chio couldn't wear these level 35 top-tier equipment yet because he hadn't reached the required level, so he just glanced at them and stored them in his warehouse. His goal is to collect a set of level 35 equipment with 3 stars or higher. Although he did not obtain the Netherworld certificate, the priest bulk, who was possessed by an evil spirit, dropped a pretty good special item. 3-star attack speed gem. Ji Chio activated the gem without hesitation. Please attach the attack speed gem close to the equipment whose attack speed attribute you want to increase or improve. He attached the 3-star attack speed gem to the Blade of Despair. Are you sure you want to consume an attack speed gem to increase the attack speed attribute of the Blade of Despair? Ji Chio decisively clicked OK. Congratulations on successfully adding attack speed to the Blade of Despair. Blade of Ruin, evolvable 1-star artifact, physical attack plus 400, 100% armor penetration, accuracy plus 15, 10% chance to trigger lightning attack, luck plus 6, attack speed plus 3, required level 20, evolved once. Attack speed and luck are 2 attributes that are notoriously difficult to improve when equipping items. Most equipment lacks these attributes, and even if it does, the values are very low. This weapon increases attack speed by 3 points, which may seem insignificant, but in reality, it has made Ji Chio's attack speed 1.5 times faster than before. Such an improvement brings a significant boost to combat power. The drop rate for special gem items is extremely low, yet I managed to get both an evil gem and an attack speed gem consecutively. Besides the 8 points of luck attribute playing a role, my 7-star divine disciple and 7-star divine officer identities probably also provided a hidden bonus. If I hadn't been a disciple of the 7-star gods, I wouldn't have been able to get a 5-star lucky gem from that 4-star lucky treasure chest that dropped in the hidden map of the underground tomb. Furthermore, the statue in the cultural park once said, "I am a person blessed by the gods." Void walking has entered a cooldown state. Ji Chio also killed the axemen who were possessed by evil spirits one by one. He quickly retreated united with his two clones and continued their exploration. As a level 30 Jiqiu, who also holds the title of 7-star divine official, he has an excellent physique, and 2 days without sleep or rest has little effect on him. When encountering monsters or bosses of level 30 to 35, Jiqiu chooses to tough it out. You can even tank a regular level 35 boss. Jiqiu will only activate Void Walk when encountering a level 35 or higher 1-star boss, to kill the enemy as quickly as possible. Unbeknownst to him, another heated discussion had erupted in the global community of superhumans. Huaxia's Zhou is simply insane. I thought that after he leveled up, he wouldn't be so far ahead as before, but I didn't expect his lead to still be so huge. I heard he's already level 30, that's an incredible leveling speed. He's level 30 and he can kill a level 35 2-star boss. He's probably been fighting monsters that are way higher level than him, so his leveling speed is amazing. May Shiva bless us, and may our White Elephant Kingdom also give birth to a top-tier deity. Damn it, go to Han. We're number 1 in the universe. Jasmine T, who just reached level 23, is heading back to the Who Cares Guild's headquarters. Suddenly, 2 branches stretched out from a large tree beside me. 2 branches quickly extended and bound her tightly in the blink of an eye. She then heard a system notification, alerting her that she was under attack by superhumans. You have been attacked by the superhuman Reaper. You can defend yourself and counterattack. Killing the attacker will not increase your sin value. She loves Jasmine T and is a top student. She knows that Reaper means harvester. People who use this name are very likely foreigners. It's not hard to guess that this attack was retaliation for her destroying the superhero guild, but that's not necessarily true. The fact that Reaper loves Jasmine T suggests that he has awakened a transformation-type superpower. This person can transform into a plant. This superpower possesses remarkable survival skills and strong growth potential. Like Jiang Nan's most ruthless beast transformation ability, it belongs to the S-class superpower. She loves Jasmine T but doesn't know how the other person found her. The place where he usually fights monsters and levels up is a place that superhumans below level 20 dare not set foot in. However, the area she is currently in only has monsters below level 10, so it can no longer be considered a dangerous area. Without much thought, she quickly summoned 4 bosses, 2 level 15 1-star bosses, and 2 level 20 normal bosses. To this day, there are only about a dozen superhumans in the entire Jiangnan region who have reached level 20, and even fewer in Jiangzhou City. Aside from Autumn, my favorite Jasmine T is practically unbeatable in Jiangzhou. After all, she essentially has 4 level 20 regular bosses as her henchmen. As we all know, apart from a few top-tier experts, it is very difficult for superhumans to kill a boss of the same level on their own. In other words, the combat power of a boss is equivalent to that of a group of superhumans of the same level. But this is only a theoretical possibility. Once you encounter an opponent who has awakened extremely strong superpowers, you can no longer rely on common sense. The Jasmine T, which she loved most, was tightly bound by the entwined branches and could not move. She could only command the 4 bosses she summoned to attack the big tree. As soon as the 4 bosses made their move, the system alerted that the player was under attack. You have been attacked by the superhuman Jess Lee. You can defend yourself and fight back. Killing him will not increase your sin value. At the same time, damage numbers appeared above her head. Compared to the Jasmine T character's 4000 plus HP, 55 damage is naturally not considered high. She is a 5-star divine official, but she was only a 3-star divine disciple before, so she cannot have more than 13,000 health points like Jiqiu when she was in her 20s. I do know something about the name Jess Lee, or Jasmine T. After all, he created a 3-star guild. My defense is over 200 right now. How can he still take away 55 points of my health in one hit? That attack just now wasn't a fatal blow. His physical attack power is around 270 points. To have this kind of attack power at this stage, this guy is really impressive. The person who loves Jasmine T had carefully examined the attributes of many level 20 equipment in the warehouse of the Whoever Guild. With a simple calculation, it was possible to deduce that Jess Lee must have a lot of top-quality equipment. After Jess Lee's attack, Jasmine T lover heard the system notification again. You have been attacked by the superhuman Angel Alice. You can defend yourself and fight back. Killing her will not increase your sin value. The next moment, under the bright moonlight, the surroundings, which had been fairly bright, suddenly fell into complete darkness, so dark that one could not see their own hand in front of their face. I can't see anything anymore, even though I love Jasmine T. What terrified her even more was that she had lost all contact and control over the 4 bosses. What kind of superpower is this? She was at a loss for what to do. 2 extremely tough tree branches were still tightly binding him. Damage numbers kept appearing above my head. Some damage that only deals 1 point of damage is caused by being attacked but not having your defense broken. The branch cut so hard that it forced out a drop of blood. The unknown, dark environment also caused her to lose a drop of blood every second. This is the damage from Jess Lee's basic attack. This damage also comes from Jess Lee's vital point attack. Although she has over 4000 HP, she won't last long. The opposing team is an elite group. Not only do each member possess powerful superpowers, but they also coordinate extremely well. Unbeknownst to her, the 4 bosses she summoned remained motionless at that moment. These aren't regular bosses that spawn, they're summoned creatures. When summoned creatures lose contact with their master, they lose their vitality, which is a major reason why soul summoning is not considered an SSS level superpower. Jess Lee hadn't expected the 4 bosses to act this way. He arranged for a large number of people to participate in this operation, with a group of people planned to be responsible for restraining the 4 bosses. The goal is neither to secure a kill nor to hold the enemy at bay for an extended period. Jess Lee believes that with his offensive power, he can quickly kill his favorite Jasmine T. Why kill her? One suspicion is that she is the mastermind behind the destruction of the superhero guild. Secondly, she has become the first 5-star divine official, and her leveling speed is extremely fast. In other words, even if she wasn't the one who destroyed the superhero guild, Jess Lee and his group wouldn't let her go and would never allow her to continue growing. Eliminating competitors in advance is also a form of retaliation against the annihilation of the superhero guild. They had already told the Jiangzhou city officials that if they didn't get a satisfactory explanation, they would definitely retaliate. This is absolutely not just empty talk. Jasmine T was their first assassination target, and more martial arts masters from the Jiangnan region will be targeted afterward. As for how they found their favorite Jasmine T, that's their secret. Someone in the Warriors' home guild has awakened the superpower of soul detection. This person can use this ability to detect the approximate location of superhumans who are no more than 5 levels above their own level. In addition to level restrictions, there are also range restrictions. Currently, this person can only detect superhumans within the Jiangzhou city area, with a maximum detection distance of 500 kilometers. In order to help that person pinpoint the approximate location of his favorite Jasmine T, Jess Lee spared no expense in spending a large amount of source coins to force him to level up to level 18 in a short period of time. At level 18, he can detect the approximate location of level 23 superhumans. Jess Lee brought quite a few people, but apart from himself, no one could deal more than 1 point of damage to Jasmine T, so the task of attacking fell entirely on him. This woman's defenses are so strong, the equipment she's wearing must be top-notch. Jess Lee was full of anticipation. I love Jasmine T the most, but I don't know if I can make it to the end of the dark space. Her blood volume was decreasing rapidly, and her condition was extremely critical, so she took the initiative to unleash the ultimate skill attached to the Divine Officer York Ring, Demon Possession. Next, she contacted her guild leader, Chiu, through a friend chat, told him her current coordinates, and silently prayed that Chiu was at the guild's headquarters at that moment. Chiu was currently in the Netherworld Passage, not at the headquarters of the Whoever You Want guild. Chiu frowned upon receiving a message from a friend about her favorite Jasmine T. Time was of the essence, and the situation was critical. The message from the person who loved Jasmine T was brief, consisting of only 1 coordinate and 2 words: help. Chiu naturally didn't delay and acted immediately. The clone that remained at the guild's base quickly boarded a 5-star teleportation array and teleported towards the coordinates given by the guild's favorite Jasmine T. At this moment, the character who loves Jasmine T has only 800 health points left. Fortunately, there was a teleportation array at the guild headquarters, and even more fortunately, Chiu gave her the ring of the Divine Officer York, otherwise, she would have had no chance of survival tonight. The demonic possession extended her duration considerably. This powerful ability that came with the equipment saved her life. As soon as Chiu's clone teleported to her favorite Jasmine T, a damage value of 1 point appeared above her head. That was damage caused by Angel Alice's superpowers. Her superpower is a control-type ability. She can create a dark area that deprives targets within it of all sensory abilities, while also weakening their state and causing them to suffer a certain degree of continuous damage. However, her superpower level was still shallow, and her attack power was relatively weak. She couldn't even break through the defense of her favorite Jasmine T, let alone Chiu's protection. Chiu's clone was not entangled by the tree branches. Although its condition was weakened, it was still able to move freely. With a flash, Chiu's clone rushed out of the coverage area of the Dark Domain. Angel Alice died on the spot. The Dark Domain she unleashed immediately dissipated. Jasmine T regained control of the 4 bosses, commanding 2 level 15, 1-star bosses to attack the superhuman who had transformed into a tree, while the other 2 level 20 bosses returned to her side to defend against Jess Lee's attacks. Just as his beloved Jasmine T was on its last legs, a mysterious and powerful figure suddenly appeared, infuriating Jess Lee. If she attacks a dozen more times, she'll die. What a pity! Despite his dissatisfaction, the ever-cautious Jess Lee did not hesitate and immediately used his superpower, instantaneous movement. In the blink of an eye, Jess Lee vanished without a trace. The elite members of the Warriors House Guild, who were lying in ambush nearby, received the order to retreat from Jess Lee in the guild channel and scattered in all directions. The superhuman named Reaper was entangled by 2 level 15 1-star bosses and had no time to escape. He died with a wail after only 2 breaths. They all seem to be foreigners. Do you know where they come from? Ji Chio's clone asked. He killed Angel Alice after being attacked by the Dark Realm, so his sin value will not increase. You must have heard of Jess Lee, right? Asked the Jasmine Tea lover. So it was him, no wonder. Ji Chio's clone nodded. I love Jasmine Tea, but I'm a little confused. Strip these two of their gear first, then hurry back to the guild headquarters. Let's not cause any more trouble. Ji Chio didn't explain Zue AI Jasmine Tea's question. Come on, you do it. The Jasmine Tea lover seemed quite hesitant. What, you don't even dare to take the equipment off the corpse? Ji Chio's clone smiled with a hint of mockery. Seeing that his favorite Jasmine Tea remained silent, he continued, there's a first time for everything. Try it a few more times, and you'll discover the fun in it. The person who loves Jasmine Tea frowned. Isn't it exciting to kill the enemy and take their equipment along the way? That's true. Not wanting her own president to look down on her, she steeled herself and walked toward Reaper's corpse. A strong, pungent smell of blood filled the air. Reaper was killed by two bosses working together. His belly was ripped open, his intestines were exposed, and he also lost an arm and a leg. His death was extremely gruesome. His armor was already tattered and worthless, so all he could do was remove his undamaged rings, necklaces, and other equipment. Then, she removed Angel Alice's equipment. Even though she tried her best to hold it in, she couldn't hold back and vomited in front of Ji Chio's clone. It's okay, you'll get used to it after a while. Ji Chio's clone walked over and gently patted the back of the one who loved Jasmine Tea the most. On the way back to the guild headquarters, Jasmine Tea lover asked, why don't you just go to Warriors House's guild headquarters and wipe out that guild? Jess Lee is very cunning and not easy to catch. If I went directly, he would run away as soon as he heard the news. Ji Chio's clone shook his head and added, don't worry, he won't last long. There were no unexpected events along the way. Upon arriving at the headquarters of the Who Cares Guild, Ji Chio's clone warned, some members of the Warriors House Guild may have awakened a superpower that allows them to detect other people's locations. You'll have to be extra careful when you go out in the future. I was afraid of revealing my identity on my way back tonight, so I took down the 4 summoned bosses. I won't do that again. Jasmine Tea lover nodded. From now on, whether I go out or come back, I'll have the summoned boss follow me. That way, it won't be so easy for them to ambush me. Ideally, you should have a boss who is exceptionally sensitive to the flow of energy, and another boss who can save your life in a critical moment. Ji Chio's clone said, if there were a flying boss, that would be even more perfect. The ordeal that Ji Chio experienced tonight did not have a significant impact on her exploration of the Netherworld passage. Through his clone, Ji Chio confirmed that his favorite Jasmine Tea had safely returned to the Who Cares Who Guild's headquarters. The clones appeared as if the original had personally arrived. That's what makes SSS level superpowers so amazing. I've only been here for 4 hours and I've already leveled up by half a level. That's awesome. Ji Chio couldn't help but sigh. However, he quickly realized that the upgrades were becoming increasingly difficult. You can level up from level 30 to 31 in 8 hours, but you can't level up from level 31 to 32 in the same amount of time. The road ahead is still long. Ji Chio, along with his 2 clones, continued their search for the ultimate boss. The Netherworld passage is an extremely complex map. In his previous life, Ji Chio only visited it twice, staying for a total of 4 days. 4 days is far from enough to figure out this hidden map. Moreover, the 2 Netherworld passages I visited in my previous life were maps of level 35 or higher, and those 2 Netherworld passages were completely different from the one I'm in now. Level 35 star level bosses are not easy to find, so Ji Chio can only try his luck while challenging monsters and bosses below level 35. As expected, after spending 8 hours in the Netherworld passage, Ji Chio reached level 31. I had just leveled up and hadn't even cleared out the surrounding mobs when suddenly a level 35 3-star boss charged over from the side. Finally encountered a level 35 boss with 3 stars. Evil Corpse King, 3 stars. Its health points are a whopping 186,000. Its health is the same as that of Priest Bulk when he is possessed by an evil spirit in his ultimate form. Its entire body was shrouded in a brown, malevolent aura, surrounded by billowing black mist. Clad in dark gold armor and wielding a dark gold broad axe, he was over 3 meters tall, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, looking exceptionally fierce and imposing. Its eyes gleamed with a ferocious crimson light, and it roared deafeningly as it ran, sending chills down one's spine. With the 2 sides less than 10 meters apart, Ji Chio immediately entered a state of walking in the void. Swish, 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 snap. A bolt of lightning flashed, followed by a glint of light from a blade. 3 damage values immediately appeared above the evil Corpse King's head. This is the damage from a normal attack. This is a fatal blow. This is a critical attack that triggers the lightning punishment effect. After equipping the level 33-star equipment and level 34-star equipment dropped by the twin-headed zombie, Ji Chio's physical attack power increased from 756 points to 780 points. Although the improvement wasn't significant, since he hadn't changed his weapon, and his worst equipment before was only level 30, 2-star. Compared to when he first entered the Netherworld passage, Ji Chio's attack power has not increased significantly, significantly, but his overall strength has greatly improved. This is mainly reflected in the increase in attack speed. Previously, he dealt an average of 5,000 points of true damage per second, but now it has increased to around 7,500 points. This is precisely why attack speed gems are so valuable. In just 20 seconds, the evil Corpse King's health was reduced by half. If it weren't for its swift movement and exceptional evasiveness, Jiqiu and its two clones would have nearly killed it within 15 seconds of attack. The evil spirit zombie king, whose health had dropped to half, suddenly unleashed its ultimate attack. It not only transformed into a powerful evil spirit, but also summoned 4 scarlet evil spirits. The health bar instantly returned to full, soaring to 210,000 points. These 4 scarlet evil spirits have different forms, but each of them is a level 35 2-star boss. Jiqiu smiled dismissively. Logically speaking, the Corpse King cannot be killed without first dealing with the 4 crimson evil spirits. It would be extremely difficult for a superhuman to withstand the attacks of 4 mini-bosses while simultaneously launching a fierce attack on the main boss. We should defeat the 4 mini-bosses one by one first, and then concentrate our firepower to take down the big boss. After all, smaller ones are easier to kill. Each time a mini-boss is defeated, the damage taken by the superhuman is reduced significantly. This is the reasonable way for an ordinary superhuman to deal with a similar situation. But late autumn is different. He and his 2 clones were both in a void-walking state, completely ignoring the 4 scarlet evil spirits, and continued to attack the evil spirit Corpse King frantically. The summoned mini-bosses are a threat to others, but have no effect on him. About a minute later, the enormous evil spirit king collapsed to the ground with a thud. A dense white mist of source energy emanated from the corpse and slowly sank into Jiqiu's body. Immediately afterwards, the 4 summoned scarlet evil spirits dissipated on their own. They neither release source power nor drop anything. God's announcement: congratulations to the Chinese superhuman show for achieving the first kill of the level 35 3-star boss, the evil spirit Corpse King. This global announcement is bound to cause a huge uproar. Jiqiu didn't care what others said and quickly picked up the rewards dropped by the evil spirit Corpse King. First kill certificate for a level 35 3-star boss, 6,000 Samsung source coins, 5 level 35 3-star equipment pieces and 3 level 35 4-star equipment pieces. There are also a few common items, such as healing potions. Almost every boss drops a few of these common items, and Jiqiu rarely uses them. 2 of the 3 level 35 4-star equipment pieces are perfect for me. Great! We're one step closer to collecting a complete set of level 35 3-star or higher equipment. After carefully examining the several top-tier pieces of equipment dropped by the evil spirit Corpse King, Jiqiu grinned with satisfaction. Ha! Another special item dropped? His gaze fell on a special prop, and he was first excited, then felt disappointed. The evil Corpse King actually dropped a beginner superpower enhancement scroll. This special item is currently extremely valuable because the superpowers of the vast majority of superhumans are still in their early stages. Based on Jiqiu's past life experience, superhumans usually have to wait until level 35 before they can upgrade their awakened superpowers from the beginner to the intermediate level in a relatively easy way. For example, completing a priest's mission may reward you with a beginner-level superpower enhancement scroll. For example, seeking help from a specific NPC. There are no NPCs on Earth yet, but they will appear in the future. Defeating level 35 or higher star-level bosses also has a chance to drop these special items, but that requires the player to be level 35 or higher. After all, not everyone can challenge a boss that is above their level. Jiqiu had already upgraded both of his superpowers, so the beginner superpower upgrade scroll was useless to him. Therefore, after his initial joy, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. If only I could get an intermediate level superpower enhancement scroll. Jiqiu could only console himself with this thought. He knew in his heart that a level 35 boss could not possibly drop an intermediate superpower enhancement scroll unless it was a level 35 boss of 5 stars or higher. 6-star or 7-star bosses of any level are extremely rare. The level can be continuously increased by absorbing source energy, but the star rating is almost fixed. Only a very few special bosses, even if their level is not high, can have a very high star rating. Those monsters with mediocre talent will not change their star rating even if they reach level 80 or 100, making it difficult for them to improve. Special beings like true dragons are often born with a high level of power because their bodies contain a large amount of source energy before they are born. Therefore, it's almost impossible to find monsters with high star ratings but low levels. After thinking for a moment, Jiqiu put the newly acquired beginner superpower enhancement scroll into the guild warehouse, and then privately messaged her favorite Jasmine tea to ask her to retrieve it. Great stuff! Thank you, President. This time, I sincerely expressed my gratitude to Jasmine tea. She was also very clear about how much the beginner superpower enhancement scroll would help improve her strength. Jiqiu naturally wouldn't sell this upgrade scroll, especially since no one could afford it. Once everyone can afford it, the value of this special item will be greatly reduced. Jess Lee has now set his sights on her favorite Jasmine tea, and Jiqiu must must make her stronger. After all, it was he who sent her to destroy the superhero guild, which led to her premature exposure and getting into big trouble. Ji Chio naturally had to take responsibility for her. More importantly, only when the Jasmine Tea lover becomes stronger can she help Ji Chio complete more tasks. For example, she can be one of the main forces defending the city when monsters attack it. Unfortunately, the Netherworld token still didn't appear. Ji Chio sighed and continued exploring forward with his two clones. Inside the Whoever You Want guild's headquarters, my favorite Jasmine Tea just used a beginner superpower enhancement scroll to raise my soul summoning level to SS intermediate. The number of bosses I can summon is still 4. Each boss can be summoned again in just 30 minutes after it is defeated. It can even summon a boss that is up to 5 levels higher than me. This is a really good upgrade. Now we're really going to take off. Furthermore, my effective control range over summoned bosses has doubled. No more rest, let's keep leveling up. Let's go fight the boss. Ji Chio, who was desperately leveling up and fighting bosses in the Netherworld passage, suddenly remembered something. He immediately messaged his favorite Jasmine Tea privately, asking her how much her superpowers had increased after using the beginner superpower enhancement scroll. After listening to her detailed feedback, Ji Chio instructed, "Contact me when you reach level 25, and I'll take you somewhere to fight a level 30 boss." I'm really looking forward to my favorite Jasmine Tea. She's already level 23 and will soon reach level 25. She plans to first deal with the level 20 normal bosses or 1-star bosses, and eliminate the level 15 1-star golden spotted wolf and the evil 2-headed snake, so that she can level up faster. Nowadays, there are very few level 20 superpowered individuals in Jiangzhou City, so no one is competing with her for a level 20 boss. Just 1 hour later, just as dawn was breaking, my favorite Jasmine Tea had already summoned 4 level 20 1-star bosses. Whether it was because the area she was in was too dangerous, or because they were worried that powerful beings might teleport over, Jess Lee didn't bring any more elite warriors from the warrior's house to deal with her, but she remained vigilant throughout. With the help of these 4 summoned bosses, her leveling speed increased significantly. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After nearly 12 hours of effort, my favorite Jasmine Tea finally reached level 25. She was very obedient and contacted the president via private message immediately. Ji Chio told her to go back to the guild headquarters first, which she naturally did. They had a smooth journey and encountered no ambushes. Upon returning to the Whoever You Want guild's headquarters, Ji Chio's clone left via the teleportation array with his favorite Jasmine Tea. They were teleported to Songming Island, located at the mouth of the Yangtze River. Previously, Songming Island had a considerable population, and it was very close to the bustling city of Songhai. The number of monsters on the island was small, and their levels were generally low. Even though the island's environment was not dangerous and there were statues of gods there, all the island's residents still moved to Songhai City. The monsters here aren't even level 10, so where would a level 30 boss come from? After the teleportation ended, we walked for a while, and Zue AI Jasmine Tea couldn't help but ask in confusion, "There's a hidden map here." Ji Chio's clone answered calmly. The woman who loves Jasmine Tea was slightly taken aback. "How did you know?" "Of course I've been here." Ji Chio's clone said expressionlessly, "Don't ask anymore, just follow me." My favorite Jasmine Tea didn't ask any more questions and obediently followed. She had no doubts, after all, her own president was extremely powerful and must have many unknown experiences and secrets. It's normal for an expert to know more. There's no need to dig into the details, just bask in the benefits. Ji Chio's clone, carrying her favorite Jasmine Tea, went to the wetland park at the easternmost part of Songming Island and quickly found a small pond. "Jump down with me." After giving a shout, Ji Chio's clone jumped into the pond first and sank to the bottom. My favorite is Jasmine Tea, so without hesitation, I jumped in right after her. At the bottom of the pond was a seemingly ordinary stone slab. Ji Chio's clone reached out and touched the stone slab, then disappeared. The pond wasn't deep, and under the sunlight, the person who loved Jasmine Tea clearly saw how Ji Chio's clone disappeared. She followed his example, approached, and reached out to touch the stone slab. The stone slab suddenly twisted strangely, and a powerful suction force pulled my favorite Jasmine Tea from the bottom of the pool, whereupon it disappeared. Soon, she appeared behind Ji Chio's clone. Before them lay a deep and long underground fissure, from which firelight flickered. Upon closer inspection, scorching magma was flowing at the bottom of the crack. The temperature here is extremely high. Even though Ji Chio and her favorite Jasmine Tea are physically strong and have top-notch equipment, they are sweating profusely at this moment. They searched as they walked along the edge of the large underground fissure. A few minutes later, Ji Chio's clone and his favorite Jasmine Tea simultaneously discovered a level 30 boss. Earthfire Unicorn, 5-star. Health points, 300,000. This level 35-star boss has more HP than the level 35 3-star Evil Spirit Corpse King in the Netherworld passage, and it's more than 100,000 points more. Holy crap, a 5-star boss. Upon seeing the fiery unicorn bathed in rolling lava, Jasmine Tea lover's eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed in astonishment, "Yes, 5 stars. Can we win?" The one who loves Jasmine Tea T most asked. To be precise, is it that you can beat them? It's a 5-star boss, but I'm a 7-star divine official. Jichio's clone curled its lip and replied confidently, I'm 2 stars higher than it, and our levels are about the same. Why can't I beat it? That's true, but can our nobility star rating be compared to the boss's star rating? I still lack confidence even though I love Jasmine T the most. She is a 5-star divine official, and she feels that she definitely cannot defeat a level 25 5-star boss. However, she quickly remembered seeing a global announcement before that her guild leader had once killed a level 35 3-star boss. Even if this level 35-star boss is stronger than a level 35 3-star boss, it shouldn't be much stronger. I think this is how I feel about my favorite Jasmine T. Anyway, you don't need to play. You can just watch from a distance. Jichio's clone left those words and quickly approached the Earthfire unicorn alone. This level 35-star boss is quite a coincidence for someone who loves Jasmine T. In Jichio's previous life, this boss was one of the ones she had summoned. At that time, Japan invaded China. They were teleported to Songming Island, where they encountered powerful figures from Jiangnan, China, and engaged in a fierce battle. My favorite Jasmine T also participated in that battle. Unfortunately, she fell into the trap and bumped into the pond, hitting the stone slab at the bottom and entering this hidden map. At that time, she had already reached level 50 or above, so she could easily defeat the Earthfire unicorn here. The Earthfire unicorn is a monster with extremely high talent, great growth potential, and also high intelligence. Once you reduce it to low health, you can force it to willingly offer its soul mark. Of course, you can also kill it directly with your favorite Jasmine T to obtain its soul mark. However, once it becomes a boss in the soul summoning event, its level and star rating will be fixed and it will no longer be able to grow. At this moment, under the watchful gaze of the Jasmine T lover, Jichio's clone had already approached the Earthfire unicorn. The Earthfire unicorn, which was enjoying a lava bath, suddenly spread its wings, took off, and spewed blazing flames at Jichio's clone. That flame is a fire elemental attack. Fire elemental attacks are the primary attack method of the Earthfire unicorn. It has a pair of wings, which means it belongs to the flying type of boss. At present, the most troublesome thing for superhumans is flying boss, not only because it is difficult to hit targets in the air, but also because they can easily escape if they cannot defeat them. Jichio has 780 physical attack power, and his critical hits can deal 1560 damage. If the critical hits of the Thunder Punishment attack are triggered, the damage will be as high as 3028. In addition to its relatively fast attack speed, a single clone can deal approximately 2500 points of true damage per second. This level 35-star boss has 300,000 HP. It will take Jichio's clone at least 2 minutes to kill it. This doesn't even include the fire unicorn's healing ability and the impact of its ultimate skill. Although Jichio possesses over 400 points of elemental resistance and over 100 points of healing ability, if he is not in a void walking state, he can only withstand the attack of this fire unicorn for 1 minute. Therefore, Jichio absolutely cannot withstand the boss's attacks head-on. Moreover, he has neither the ability to fly nor the means to launch long-range attacks. To deal with flying monsters or bosses, if you don't have a superhuman who can fly to help you, you must find an opportunity to unleash your control-type superpowers on them. Unfortunately, Jichio herself doesn't have any control-type superpowers, and neither does her beloved Jasmine T, which she watches from afar. Therefore, Jichio himself decisively began to walk through the void in the Netherworld passage. 3 minutes of time for walking in the void is more than enough. Walking in the void allows you to ignore gravity. Where did the president suddenly go? The person who loves Jasmine T was surprised to see Jichio's clone disappear after being attacked by flames. The guild leader has 19,200 HP. That's terrifying. The fiery attack from the Earthfire unicorn just now exposed Jichio's clone's health bar. Seeing the damage numbers constantly popping up above the fire unicorn's head, Jasmine T lover was even more surprised. What surprised her was not the guild leader's extremely high attack power, but that the guild leader could continuously attack monsters while invisible. Jasmine T had already witnessed Jichio's offensive power. Compared to when he helped deal with a level 15 1-star boss in Shishan Scenic Area, Jichio's attack power has not increased much. The equipment he changed to mostly did not increase physical attack power. For example, the robes of the Soul Hooking Ghost official increase elemental attack but not physical attack. For example, the Priest Box official hat has absolutely no physical attack attributes. Under the watchful eye of the Jasmine T lover, the Earthfire unicorn that had been flying in midair had its health reduced by half. It then unleashed its ultimate attack. Not only was it bathed in the intense flames, but the surrounding area also turned into a sea of fire. The fire covered an extremely large area, exceeding 1 kilometer in both length and width. Moreover, the area above and below the fire unicorn is also covered by a sea of fire, making it difficult to escape unless the distance exceeds 1,000 meters. If a superhuman is in a fire, their health will drop continuously and rapidly. However, the fire unicorn's health did not instantly recover to full, but rather slowly regenerated at a rate of 1,000 points per second. As As a result, the damage dealt by Jichio's clone per second is reduced to 1,500 points. In its ultimate skill state, the Earthfire Unicorn's defense and other attributes are greatly enhanced, but unfortunately these enhancements are almost useless to it. The Blade of Ruin has a 100% armor penetration capability. There's still enough time. Jichio secretly calculated that he could continue walking in the void for another 2 minutes. Jichio's clone ignored the raging inferno and continued its fierce attack. Another 90 seconds passed, and the Fire Unicorn was finally left with only a sliver of health. High-star bosses possess considerable intelligence. They understand the fear of death and, unlike mindless and violent ordinary monsters, they charge forward recklessly, exhibiting a stronger will to survive. Faced with the threat of death, the Earthfire Unicorn finally chickened out. When its health is low, its ultimate skill cannot be maintained, and the Sea of Fire dissipates automatically. It fell from midair, lay prostrate on the ground, panting and growling, while offering up its soul imprint. Don't just stand there, come and collect the soul imprint. As soon as Jichio's voice rang out, Zui Jasmine Tea immediately ran over and quickly collected the soul imprint of the Earthfire Unicorn. A dozen seconds later, Jichio's clone reappeared next to her favorite Jasmine Tea. All done, call it a day. At this point, his health had been fully restored, and the health bar above his head disappeared automatically. It's amazing that the boss would willingly offer up his soul imprint. He sighed, admiring the Jasmine Tea, while glancing sideways at the president, finding him increasingly mysterious. How does he know everything? Could it be true, as everyone's saying, that he's cheating? This boss is different. It wasn't killed. You can level up with it and grow together with it. Jichio's clone pointed out, a 5-star boss is at least equivalent to a human powerhouse who has awakened an S-class superpower. Can I put it away anytime, anywhere, and then summon it again whenever I want? I love Jasmine Tea the most and humbly seek your advice. Jichio's clone nodded. President, you're so kind to me. Jasmine Tea is extremely grateful. The guild leader just gave her a beginner superpower enhancement scroll and also helped her get a level 35-star summon boss. This kindness is truly overwhelming. I have no way to repay you except, you deserve these. Jichio's clone responded with a smile. After all, your awakened superpowers are worthy of these. Besides, I don't want my guild's vice president to be too incompetent. Don't worry, I will never let the president down. I'm full of energy right now because I love Jasmine Tea. With this level 35-star summon boss, her leveling speed will definitely increase significantly. She can defeat many bosses of similar level and obtain a large amount of top-tier equipment. Most importantly, the Earthfire Unicorn can fly and can take her soaring through the skies. As the two were talking, the surrounding scenery suddenly distorted. Soon, they appeared at the bottom of the small pond along with the Earthfire Unicorn. The stone slab has disappeared. This hidden map has completely disappeared. Emerging from the water and returning to the ground, the Fire Unicorn's health was full. Jichio's clone and his favorite Jasmine Tea sat on its back, riding it into the air and flying towards Jiangzhou City. Soaring through the air, I love Jasmine Tea and look down upon the vast earth. Monsters roam the land, and occasionally, one can even spot enormous monsters. No more vehicles sped along the highways. In the villages and towns, not a wisp of smoke could be seen rising from the chimneys. My favorite Jasmine Tea makes me feel more and more deeply the tremendous changes brought about by the arrival of God Duke on Earth. Jichio and his two clones found a secluded spot to rest temporarily, waiting for the cooldown of their void walking ability to wear off. It took 8 hours to level up from level 30 to level 31, and 12 hours to level up from level 31 to level 32. It will take about 16 hours to level up from level 32 to level 33. Once I reach level 33, I'll only have 12 hours left to stay here. When I left, I was still 2/3 of my source energy away from reaching level 34, and there were still 3 days until the monster siege. Once we get out, we'll have to work incredibly hard to have any chance of reaching level 35 before the monsters attack the city. The key thing is, I've been in the Netherworld passage for a full 20 hours, and I've killed 4 level 35 3-star bosses, but I still haven't gotten the Netherworld token. With my divine status and luck attribute, even 4 level 35 3-star bosses couldn't drop Netherworld tokens, so I guess bosses at this level won't drop Netherworld tokens at all. We need to challenge a level 35 boss with a higher star rating. After resting for about 10 minutes, the cooldown of Voidwalk finally ended, and Jichio continued forward with his two clones. He no longer deliberately sought out level 35 3-star bosses, since he had already killed 4 of them and collected a complete set of level 35 4-star top-tier equipment. But if he encounters a boss like that, he will still take action without hesitation. The level 35 3-star and 4-star equipment can be used to prepare a set for his favorite Jasmine Tea, and any extras can be sold to the Jiangzhou city government. If the Jiangzhou municipal government cannot handle the situation, it will naturally turn to the officials in the Jiangnan region, or even higher-level management agencies. In short, these pieces of equipment will not go to waste. Before we knew it, another 4 hours had passed. Jichio has been in the Netherworld passage for a whole day. Finally, he encountered a level 35 4-star boss, Cerberus, 4-star. Its health points are a whopping 225,000. This boss has 3 heads, is as big as an ox, and is surrounded by evil energy, making it look extremely ferocious. Faced with such a colossal boss, Jiqiu naturally did not hesitate to activate Voidwalk. The main body, along with its 2 clones, can deal an average of 7,500 points of true damage per second. Invincible Voidwalking, the absolute blade of destruction with 100% defense penetration, and a lightning attack with a 25% chance to trigger. Jiqiu and his 2 clones unleashed a barrage of attacks, causing the 3-headed hound's health to plummet. The difficulty of high-star bosses should not be underestimated. The level 35 3-star Evil Corpse King will summon 4 Crimson Evil Spirits, while the level 35 4-star Cerberus also becomes exceptionally powerful when its health is reduced to 1/3. Not only did it instantly regain full health, it also split into 3. It was originally a 3-headed hound of the underworld, but now it has become 3 evil spirit hounds. Although the evil spirit hound only has 1 head, its strength is in no way inferior to that of the 3-headed hound. Moreover, each of the evil spirit hounds has an astonishing 300,000 health points. 300,000s together equal a total of 900,000 HP. It's obvious that you have to kill these 3 evil spirit hounds to truly defeat this level 35 4-star boss. Even with Jiqiu and his 2 clones possessing extremely high attack power, it would still take approximately 120 seconds. Voidwalk has already consumed 20 seconds, and can continue for another 160 seconds. Time is of the essence, because the level 35 4-star boss has extremely strong healing ability and high evasion attribute. For powerful individuals who have awakened top-tier superpowers, defeating monsters of higher levels is not difficult, but challenging high-star bosses is no easy task. The boss wasn't meant to be defeated by a superhuman alone. Especially for high-level bosses, teamwork is often required to defeat them. With only 20-odd seconds left in the Voidwalk, all 3 Wraithhounds were killed. To Jiqiu's surprise, the 3 evil spirit hounds merged into 1, reverting to the 3-headed hound. At this point, the 3-headed hound's health had returned to 225,000. Damn it! I'm back to full health. The final boss in the Netherworld passage is indeed much harder to defeat than the one outside. Jiqiu cursed inwardly. There's not enough time. When the 180-second timer for Voidwalk expired, Cerberus still had approximately 80,000 health points. Since the arrival of God Duke and his rebirth, Jiqiu has encountered real difficulties and dangers for the first time. As it turns out, even possessing 2 SSS-level superpowers doesn't make you absolutely invincible. It will take more than a dozen more waves of attacks to completely kill the 3-headed hound. I have to hold on for 7 or 8 seconds. Jiqiu decided to tough it out without hesitation. If he wanted to escape, he only needed to leave 2 clones to desperately restrain the 3-headed hound of the underworld, and his main body could get away. But he didn't need to. His total health, along with his 2 clones, reached 57,600 points. The 3-headed hound couldn't take away that much health in less than 10 seconds. While its attack power is strong, Jiqiu's defense is equally formidable. 8 seconds passed in a flash. When Jiqiu and his 2 clones had lost half their health, the 3-headed hound finally fell. God's announcement: congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Xiu for achieving the first kill of the level 35 4-star boss, Cerberus. Jiqiu quickly picked up the loot dropped by the 3-headed hound of the underworld, and then left with his 2 clones. The intense battle just now attracted the attention of many monsters. The ferocity of the 3-headed hound had previously kept those monsters at bay, but now the situation has changed. You need to upgrade Voidwalk to a higher level to make it last longer and be safer when challenging big bosses. It's too difficult to get intermediate superpower enhancement scrolls from defeating bosses. I wonder if the 7-star priest quest rewards include them. 5-star bosses of level 35 and above have a chance to drop intermediate superpower enhancement scrolls, but the probability is extremely low. Jiqiu now has to be careful even with level 35 4-star bosses, and has no way to challenge level 35 5-star or higher bosses. Even if we could beat them, we still wouldn't be able to find them. Once they reached a relatively safe area, Jiqiu began to examine the loot dropped by the Cerberus. First kill certificate for a level 35 4-star boss. 3,000 4-star source power coins are equivalent to 30,000 3-star source power coins or 300,000 2-star source power coins. 6 pieces of level 35 4-star equipment. 3 level 35 5-star equipment pieces. All of these are top-tier equipment, but unfortunately Jiqiu's level is not high enough to equip them for the time being. Level 35 4-star boss will naturally drop some extremely valuable special items. The level 35 3-star Evil Corpse King dropped a beginner's superpower enhancement scroll, and the Netherworld Cerberus not only dropped the Netherworld token that Jiqiu had been dreaming of, but also dropped a 4-star evil treasure chest. Jiqiu opened the evil treasure chest in the system warehouse. After a 10-second countdown, the treasure chest opens and disappears, revealing a gem. Sin Gem, 5-star, adds 5 points of sin removal to any equipment, with no level restriction. I can kill my enemies with more confidence and boldness from now on. Jiqiu Chio praised it while activating the Sin Gem. Please take out the Sin Gem and place it near the equipment whose Sin elimination attribute you wish to increase. Following the instructions, Ji Chio took out the gem and gently brought it close to the Blade of Destruction. Confirm to consume one Sin Gem to add the Sin removal attribute to the Blade of Ruin? He clicked OK without hesitation. That's right. Congratulations, you have added 5 points to the Sin removal attribute of the Blade of Ruin. Blade of Ruin, evolvable to a 1-star artifact, physical attack plus 400, 100% armor penetration, accuracy plus 15, 10% chance to trigger lightning punishment attack, luck plus 6, attack speed plus 3, Sin elimination plus 5, requires level 20, already evolved once. 5 points of Sin elimination may not seem like much, but this attribute is extremely difficult to obtain, just like luck. The maximum value is 10 points. Ji Chio knew in his heart that with these 5 points of Sin elimination, even if he killed 500 people in one go, his Sin value would not increase. When launching an attack, killing 500 people will increase your Sin value, but the Sin value from each person is negligible. It is worth mentioning that, as a disciple of the 7 stars and a servant of the 7 stars, Ji Chio himself possesses a hidden attribute of eliminating evil. The hidden benefits of high-ranking noble titles are countless. Once the 7-star priest's mission is completed, his hidden Sin elimination attribute will be further enhanced. The Netherworld passage is truly a treasure trove. Ji Chio knew that in addition to the high drop rate of the Netherworld passage itself, his luck attribute was also the key to obtaining top-quality equipment this time. One more thing, the first kill of a boss will increase the drop rate of that boss. I opened a 4-star lucky chest and got a 5-star lucky gem, and this 4-star evil chest gave me a 5-star Sin gem. This is completely abnormal, yet it keeps happening. When I opened the lucky treasure chest, I hadn't even added any luck attributes yet. The fact that I was able to get a 5-star gem from a 4-star treasure chest clearly had nothing to do with luck. It couldn't be because it's the first treasure chest. In my past life, I saw the most ruthless person in Jiangnan open the first 4-star lucky treasure chest, but only got a 4-star lucky gem. What exactly does that relate to? Could it be related to nobility ranks? 15 minutes passed quickly, and the cooldown for Voidwalk ended. Without hesitation, Ji Chio took his 2 clones and continued killing monsters. The goal is to have more level 35 4-star bosses. Although it is difficult and risky, the rewards are substantial. As the old saying goes, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Anyway, since I have a clone that's been staying at the Who Cares Guild's base all along, and I've already got the Netherworld token, the worst thing about dying here is that I'll just leave early. Of course, if you can avoid dying, try your best to leave alive. Ji Chio had died once before, and the experience was indescribable, something no one wanted to go through again. Time keeps passing. Ji Chio focused on upgrading his equipment, as did everyone else. More and more superhumans have reached level 20 and completed the Divine Official quest. After all, before level 20, the amount of source energy required to level up is not much. However, after reaching level 20, the leveling speed of most superhumans slows down significantly. Some guilds have started to monopolize one or more upgrade maps, and fights over bosses have become frequent. After getting through the initial stage, becoming familiar with the various settings of God Lord, and mastering superpowers more skillfully, some superpowered individuals who already harbored ulterior motives began to become increasingly restless. The ugliness of human nature is laid bare and erupts uncontrollably. The disputes continued and escalated. After the superhero guild was destroyed and Thomas died, Lu Ruyan joined the warriors' house founded by Jess Lee. Her superpowers are quite strong, making her particularly suitable for support roles, especially when fighting bosses. Her freezing attack can freeze a boss for a period of time, which can play a decisive role at crucial moments. This made her highly regarded within the warriors' home guild. Although she wasn't responsible for killing the boss, she could still get a lot of source coins, which she could use to level up. The destruction of the superhero guild caused her to drop 2 levels and lose 5 years of her lifespan. Now, under the care of a new guild, she has risen to level 15 and her lifespan has increased. I heard that a woman named Loves Jasmine T the most killed Thomas. This woman's leveling speed is too fast. She's already level 26. Lu Ruyan wanted to avenge Thomas, but unfortunately, the opponent was too high level and could even summon a boss. Even if the opponent stood in front of her, she could only swallow her anger. Only a big shot like Chio was confident in killing her. Unfortunately, the Who Cares Guild doesn't accept members, so I can't join. Lu Ruyan thought with a heavy heart. Just as Ji Chio had predicted. When he was automatically teleported out of the Netherworld passage after 48 hours, he had already reached level 33, still 2/3 of the source power needed to reach level 34. In the past 24 hours, he killed 2 more level 35 4-star bosses. Although I didn't get any particularly valuable special items, I did get a lot of top quality level 35 4-star and 5-star equipment. Of course, the first kill certificate was essential, and I also got 2 Netherworld certificates. There are also a large number of 4-star source coins. At this moment, Ji Chio has 1.5 million source coins, if calculated upgraded as 2-star source coins. These are all stored in his system repository. The Whoever You Want guild also has 30,000 2-star source power coins in its warehouse. Some of them were obtained from the Most Favorite Jasmine Tea event, and the other part was payment from the Zhengzhou city government. A few hours ago, the Jasmine Tea lovers sold a large number of level 20 equipment to the Zhengzhou city government. The Zhengzhou municipal government currently owes the Ashuashui guild a total of 86,000 2-star source power coins. With these level 20 top-tier equipment, the overall strength of Zhengzhou city has greatly increased. Leveling up is faster, and defeating bosses is smoother. The best among them can even complete high-star divine official tasks. The strong official influence has resulted in relatively stable social order in the Zhengzhou area. In Tenmu Lake Wetland Park, a rather secluded place, Ji Qiu and his two clones suddenly appeared. Ji Qiu rested while checking the ranking leaderboard. The global rankings are still blank. No one has reached level 35. The top spot on the China ranking list is naturally occupied by Autumn, followed closely by Jasmine Tea, which has reached level 28. The speed at which my favorite Jasmine Tea is being upgraded is truly astonishing. She can summon 4 bosses, one of which is a level 35-star Earthfire unicorn, so her leveling speed is definitely not slow. However, the source energy released by the monsters or bosses killed by the Earthfire unicorn will not sink into the body of the Jasmine Tea lover because the Earthfire unicorn is not dead. The favorite Jasmine Tea makes the Earthfire unicorn breathe fire, burning monsters and bosses to a crisp. Then, 3 other summoned bosses finish off the monsters. In this way, the source energy will not sink into the Earthfire unicorn's body. Monsters and bosses that are burned to ashes by the blazing flames can provide the source of power for the Earthfire unicorn's upgrade. Before the monster's siege, she can reach level 30. At that time, she can equip herself with a set of top-tier level 30 gear. With the help of the Earthfire unicorn, her strength will be absolutely not to be underestimated. Ji Qiu smiled with satisfaction. After resting, Ji Qiu did not return to the Whoever You Want guild's headquarters, but instead took his 2 clones and ventured deeper into the wetland park. Fighting monsters here is much easier, but the amount of source power dropped by monsters and bosses is also reduced accordingly. 3 days have passed in a flash. Monsters across the planet are becoming increasingly active, leaving their original spawn areas and heading towards nearby towns with idols. At this moment, Ji Qiu finally reached level 35. Ji Qiu first returned to the Whoever You Want guild's headquarters and slept soundly for an hour and a half. Ji Qiu woke up when it was completely dark. He was full of energy, and his previous fatigue had vanished. The monster's siege has actually begun. However, the monsters that initially rushed towards the town were of relatively low level, and there were no major bosses involved, so no one realized the seriousness of the situation. Ji Qiu knew in his heart that it would take at least 7 or 8 hours before higher-level monsters and bosses rushed into the town, so he wasn't in a hurry and took a nap first. There's still plenty of time. Ji Qiu left the Whoever You Want guild's headquarters and quickly arrived near the Zhengzhou Cultural Park. The place is teeming with people. Some people are completing the mission of becoming a follower of the gods, while others are doing the mission of becoming a divine official. Flashes of white light kept appearing, leading people into the mission map. Some people were teleported back from the mission map, some with joy on their faces, others with barely concealed disappointment. Ji Qiu, draped in a black cloak, walked silently, unnoticed by anyone. 7-star divine officials, blessed by the gods, are you willing to accept the gods' test and become a respected priest? A familiar voice echoed in my mind. Ji Qiu nodded gently, unwilling. Ji Qiu took out many first kill certificates, as well as the 7-star divine official badge. Monsters have only been respawning for 10 days, and you've already slain a level 35 4-star boss. That's truly remarkable. The difficulty of the priest's missions ranges from normal to 7 stars, you can choose freely. Ji Qiu decisively clicked on the 7-star priest quest on the virtual screen in front of him. Go forth, and may the gods be with you. A flash of white light, and Ji Qiu was teleported into the mission map. Before me stood a towering tower. According to the mission description, he must climb to the top of the tower and clear out all the monsters on the top, including the boss, in order to complete the mission. Moreover, a key must be obtained from each floor of the tower to open the door to the next floor. Compared to the missions of the disciples and priests, the missions of the priests are obviously more complex and more difficult. Ji Qiu knew that this time he couldn't simply activate voidwalking and quickly kill the boss in the mission map to easily complete the mission, just like he had done with the divine disciple and divine official missions before. He didn't delay at all. Ji Qiu released 3 clones and passed through the huge, open door on the first floor of the tower. The first floor of the tower spawns level 30 regular monsters and regular bosses. Armored Spearmen. Health 27,500. 45,000 HP. Armored Spearmen are ordinary monsters that move quickly and attack from a distance by throwing spears. The Greatsword Commander is the level 30 boss here. There are 5 Greatsword Commanders on the first floor of the entire tower. They are close combat fighters with strong attack power and high defense. Ji Qiu dealt with these monsters with ease. After reaching level 35, his health points points exceeded 20,000. Moreover, he was wearing a set of top-tier level 35 equipment. Apart from the Blade of Destruction, Chain of Lightning Punishment, and Thunder Serpent bracers, the rest are all level 35 5-star equipment. The Thunder Python bracers are a level 33-star equipment. The reason I didn't replace them is because they can trigger a 5% Thunder Punishment attack attribute. Lightning strikes are extremely lethal. A level 35 Lightning Punishment attack can deal 560 damage. With the Lightning Punishment Chain and Lightning Serpent bracers Lightning Element bonus, it can deal a total of 816 damage. Jicho was equipped with a level 35 5-star set, including a helmet, a battlesuit, a bracelet, 2 rings, a belt, a pair of leggings, and a pair of boots. His physical attack power is as high as 965 points. In addition, he also possesses extremely high physical defense and multiple resistances such as elemental resistance. Don't underestimate these level 35 monsters. Even level 35 regular bosses can't break through Jicho's defenses. Even if they hit him, they can only force him to lose 1 point of health. After changing his equipment, Jicho's automatic health regeneration increased to 230 points per second, and his movement speed also increased by 33 points. What's even more noteworthy is that among Jicho's level 35 5-star equipment, 2 pieces come with powerful ultimate skills. The battle suit comes with Wrath of Evil Spirits. Once released, Jicho's overall strength will be greatly enhanced. Not only will the health of his main body and clones be instantly restored to full, but his health will also be increased by an additional 20%. One of the rings comes with the Summon Evil Spirits ability, which allows you to summon 4 Scarlet Evil Spirits of the same level as Jicho. Since the ring is a 5-star equipment, the Summon Crimson Wraith is naturally also a 5-star quality. With the addition of the demonic possession attached to the Chain of Lightning Punishment, Jicho now possesses 3 powerful ultimate moves. Even he himself is not entirely sure how terrifying his strongest combat power is. After all, he has never gone all out after reaching level 35. A precise attack on a vital point can deal nearly 2,000 points of damage. If the critical hit effect of the Thunder Punishment attack is triggered, a single strike can deal 3,562 points of damage. Don't forget, he also has 3 clones. When undertaking a title quest, the worst that can happen is failure, which will result in a penalty, but you will never die. To complete the mission more quickly and smoothly, Jicho brought along 3 clones. Considering the 1.5x attack speed plus the monster's movement speed and evasion attributes, Jicho and his 3 clones can deal more than 12,000 points of true damage per second on average. The swordsman on the first floor of the tower could only hold out for 4 or 5 seconds at most, and was even killed before he could unleash his ultimate move. Ignoring the armored javelin thrower's obstruction, Jicho killed 3 greatsword commanders in one go and finally obtained a key. In just 20 seconds, Jicho led his 3 clones smoothly down the stairs and arrived at the door on the second floor. He inserted the key into the lock, and the door opened automatically immediately. Jicho and his clones successfully entered the second floor. The second floor has 4 level 35 1-star bosses, 10 level 35 regular bosses, and more than 200 level 35 mobs. It only took 1 minute to kill the 4 1-star bosses, but no key dropped. Jicho had no choice but to continue clearing out the level 35 normal bosses. After defeating 6 more regular bosses, a key finally dropped. On the second floor, Jicho spent a total of 2 minutes. The third floor contains 4 level 35 2-star bosses and 8 level 35 1-star bosses. What frustrated Jicho was that the mobs didn't drop keys, and the keys could appear on any boss, not just high-star bosses. Based on the situation on the previous floors, it is easy to deduce that there is a 3-star boss on the 4th floor, a 4-star boss on the 5th floor, a 5-star boss on the 6th floor, and a 6-star level 35 boss on the 7th floor. Jicho is powerful, but a 6-star boss of the same level as him should not be underestimated. The priest's mission is already very difficult, but the 7-star priest's mission is practically hellish. Jicho's goal is not only to complete the 7-star god's mission, but also to complete it as quickly as possible in order to obtain a more generous reward. On the 3rd floor, it took him a full 200 seconds to get the key. As expected, there were indeed 3 level 35 3-star bosses and 10 level 35 2-star bosses on the 4th floor of the tower. Before reaching level 35 and changing his equipment, Jicho could easily defeat the level 35 3-star boss in the Netherworld passage. Now that his overall strength has greatly improved, the 3-star boss on the 4th floor is even less of a threat to him. It took Jicho 4 minutes to get the key and open the door to the 5th floor. There are 3 level 35 4-star bosses on the 5th floor. There are also 8 level 35 3-star bosses and 20 level 35 2-star bosses. The luck attribute is useless here. Which boss drops a key is completely random. Jicho has no choice but to kill the boss as quickly as possible. It took him a full 6 minutes to finally reach the 6th floor of the tower. On the 6th floor, there are 2 level 35 5-star bosses, 6 level 35 4-star bosses, and 12 level 35 3-star bosses. The monsters were so numerous that they couldn't be counted. These level level 35 5-star bosses are extremely difficult to deal with very strong attack power. It is dangerous to withstand even one of them, let alone two here. The attack power of those 6 level 35 4-star bosses will also cause Jiqiu to lose a lot of health. Therefore, Jiqiu decisively initiated the Void Walk. The 180-second invincibility state can deal an average of more than 12,000 damage per second, totaling more than 2 million damage. The level 35 5-star boss here has 280,000 HP. The two combined only amount to 560,000 points. With healing and ultimate skills, Jiqiu and his 3 clones can kill them in no time. In terms of health, these level 35 5-star bosses are not as good as the Earthfire Unicorn. As a 5-star boss, the Earthfire Unicorn has 300,000 HP at level 30. 100 seconds after entering the 6th floor of the tower, Jiqiu successfully killed 2 level 35 5-star bosses, but unfortunately no key dropped. During the Void Walk cooldown, he killed 4 more level 35 4-star bosses, but the key still didn't appear. However, there are very few big bosses left, so it's quite safe for him and his 3 clones to continue fighting. He wasn't in a hurry to go up to the 7th floor. Even if you manage to get the key, you have to wait for the Void Walk cooldown to finish before you dare to go up to the 7th floor, otherwise the risk of mission failure is too great. After spending a full 12 minutes on the 6th floor of the tower, Jiqiu finally obtained the key. After waiting another 3 minutes, just 1 second before the Void Walk cooldown ended, he led his 3 clones into the 7th floor of the tower. At this point, Jiqiu had been on this mission map for about half an hour. He was unsure whether this speed was considered fast or not. Sure enough, there was a level 35 6-star boss on the 7th floor. Luckily, there was only one. The bad news is that there are also 2 level 35 5-star bosses and 10 level 35 4-star bosses here. You don't need to get the key on the 7th floor anymore, but the mission requirement is to clear all the monsters. Jiqiu, who was walking in the void, immediately surrounded and attacked the only level 35 6-star boss with his 3 clones. This is the Guardian Priest, 6-star, of the Trial Tower. Its health points are a whopping 600,000. This HP is ridiculously high, more than twice that of a level 35 5-star boss here. The difference between 5-star and 6-star bosses of the same level is huge, representing a qualitative leap. Although Jiqiu is level 35, he has not yet become a priest, and this big boss poses a great threat to him. The Guardian Priest of the Trial Tower is 5 meters tall. Although he is humanoid, he has 3 heads and 6 arms, much like the statue in Jiangzhou Cultural Park, only not as large. He wielded a weapon in each of his 6 hands, displaying formidable offensive power. His entire body was covered in dark gold armor, which further highlighted his amazing defensive capabilities. Jiqiu is invincible while walking in the void. No attack can harm him. The Blade of Destruction's 100% armor penetration effect completely reduces the opponent's physical defense and various resistances to 0. When the 6-star level 35 boss's health was reduced by half, he went berserk. Its health instantly returned to full, its entire body was enveloped in a thick golden light, and its 3 heads opened their maws simultaneously. One breathed fire, one breathed electricity, and one breathed poisonous mist. His 6 arms were not idle either, wielding their weapons and hacking wildly. But he could only attack randomly because he couldn't find any enemies. For Jiqiu, this boss's ultimate move was practically useless in terms of attack and defense, except for healing and increasing evasion. After 110 seconds of fierce fighting, Jiqiu and his 3 clones finally defeated the level 35 6-star boss. In order to complete the mission faster, Jiqiu immediately used Summon Evil Spirits, which instantly created 4 more level 35 5-star Scarlet Evil Spirits. The reason we didn't use this ultimate move earlier was because these 4 Crimson Evil Spirits couldn't withstand the Trial Tower Guardian Priest's ultimate move. After casting the Evil Spirit summoning spell, Jiqiu immediately followed up with Demon Possession. Before Void Walk went into cooldown, Jiqiu successfully killed 2 level 35 5-star bosses. Immediately afterwards, he began to deal with the 10 level 35 4-star bosses. Without the suppression of the big boss, the 4 Scarlet Evil Spirits attacked wildly like tigers among sheep. With the strong support of 3 clones and 4 Scarlet Evil Spirits, Jiqiu swept through the monsters and boss on the 7th floor of the tower at an astonishing speed. When the last enemy fell, Jiqiu withdrew his 3 clones and returned to the cultural park in Jiangzhou City. As expected of a 7-star divine official bestowed by the gods, congratulations on successfully passing the test and becoming a 7-star divine official revered by all. You completed the 7-star priest mission in just 36 minutes and 15 seconds, ranking first among all civilizations. The mission reward has been sent to your system inventory. As a 7-star priest blessed by the gods, I wish you good luck and may the gods be with you. The familiar voice rang in Jiqiu's mind again, and at the same time, an announcement appeared in the sight of superhumans around the world. God's announcement: congratulations to Chiu, the Chinese superhuman, for successfully completing the 7-star god official mission and becoming the first 7-star god official on Earth. The superhumans who were fighting hard to resist the monster siege and protect the town and guild headquarters all sighed replied with emotion. Xiaoshin has actually made it onto the global level rankings, and he's already level 35. China's lead in that autumn season is getting bigger and bigger. Fuck, I haven't even completed the 3-star Divine Official mission, and they're already a 7-star Divine Official. Damn it, the highest level in my Great Han Kingdom is only 27. How could that Chio possibly reach level 35? She must have cheated. Our Eagle Nation has an SSS level superhuman, and sooner or later we will surpass Chio from China. Glory belongs to the Free Eagle Nation. Stop talking nonsense, another wave of monsters is coming. Ji Chio quickly left the cultural park and returned to the headquarters of the Whoever You Want Guild. My friend, the most heartless person in Jiangnan, sent me a message. Autumn God is awesome. I admire you to the core. Ji Chio replied, organize your forces to defend the city properly. This monster activity is clearly abnormal. The most heartless person in Jiangnan replied, don't worry, we've taken multiple precautions. At this moment, the Jasmine tea connoisseur came forward and gave Ji Chio a thumbs up. Guild Master, what kind of cheat code are you using? Don't be naughty, or you'll face the family rules. Ji Chio said threateningly. I paused for a moment. My favorite Jasmine tea. A country has its laws, and a guild has its rules. Ji Chio replied earnestly. Now, the guild is like home, isn't it? Yes, yes, yes. Jasmine tea lover nodded repeatedly. The president is awesome. Our guild's protective barrier is strong enough that the monsters can't break through it. Ji Chio instructed. You don't need to guard the base. Go to the city and help defend it. Alright. I rushed back because I heard there was a monster attack in the city. After agreeing, Jasmine tea lover mounted the Earthfire unicorn and flew out of the Who Cares Guild's territory. At this point, the favorite Jasmine tea had reached level 30 and was equipped with a set of top-tier level 30 gear. Ji Chio obtained a large number of level 34-star equipment in the Netherworld Passage, which were stored in the guild warehouse for her to choose from. With a superior level, superior equipment, and 4 level 30 summon bosses, including a level 35-star Earthfire unicorn. Jasmine tea's overall strength is enough to crush anyone except Ji Chio. Her outfit was extremely luxurious. After reaching level 30, she killed several level 32-star bosses with her Earthfire unicorn and selected 3 as summon bosses. It had already been discovered that she was riding the Earthfire unicorn freely in and out of the Who Cares Guild, which meant that the news of her being a guild member had spread quickly. The Earthfire unicorn is so eye-catching and cool. Everyone envies them. The top 2 players on the rankings in the Jiangnan region and even the entire Huaxia kingdom are actually in the same guild. 1 guild, 2 top players. After the Jasmine tea enthusiast left, Ji Chio rested while checking the rewards for completing the 7-star priest mission. The 7-star Divine Officer badge has been upgraded to the 7-star Divine Official badge. The white badge was inlaid with 7 special silver 5-pointed stars. 500,000 Samsung source coins are equivalent to 5 million 2-star source coins. A medium superpower enhancement scroll, a blessing of the gods, a piece of divine equipment and a skill book. Why is there only one intermediate superpower enhancement scroll? Ji Chio frowned. Which superpower should I enhance? After completing the 7-star Divine Disciple mission, Ji Chio was rewarded with 2 beginner-level superpower enhancement scrolls, so there was no need for Ji Chio to hesitate or be conflicted. The more clones you have, the faster you can level up and defeat bosses. If the duration of Voidwalk is extended and the cooldown time is shortened, it will not only improve Ji Chio's own safety, but also make it more advantageous to deal with big bosses. Let's focus on improving our external avatar first. Having more clones is more practical. It will greatly enhance my overall strength. As long as I don't fight bosses that are too far above my level, I can finish the battle within 3 minutes of walking through the void. After careful consideration, Ji Chio used the intermediate superpower enhancement scroll to upgrade his external avatar to the advanced level. External avatar, SSS Advanced, can release up to 5 clones, cooldown time 600 seconds. The number of clones has increased by 2, and the cooldown time has been reduced by 300 seconds. Subsequently, Ji Chio used that divine blessing on the Blade of Destruction. Besides the blessing from the gods, he also spent 100,000 3-star source power coins. Congratulations! Your Blade of Ruin has successfully evolved for the 2nd time. Blade of Ruin, evolvable 1-star artifact, physical attack plus 550, 100% armor penetration, accuracy plus 20, 15% chance to trigger lightning attack, luck plus 7, attack speed plus 4, sin elimination plus 6, required level 35, evolved twice. Just as Ji Chio predicted, the Blade of Destruction was upgraded to a level 35 divine item, instead of a level 31. Compared to before, the physical attack of the Blade of Ruin has increased by 150 points, the hit rate has increased by 5 points, the probability of triggering lightning attack has increased by 5%, and the luck value, attack speed, and sin elimination have all increased by 1 point. The improvement is quite considerable. The combination of the Blade of Ruin and the Chain of Lightning Punishment increases the probability of triggering a lightning punishment attack to 30% and also increases the luck value to 9 points. Attack power has increased significantly, and there are 2 more clones. clones. It's practically invincible. Oh right, there's still one divine item left. Ji Chio's gaze fell on the divine equipment he had just acquired. Void Ring, evolvable 2-star artifact, physical attack plus 166, elemental attack plus 266, elemental resistance plus 166, evasion plus 26, accuracy plus 26, with 1000 storage slots, with 5-second space freeze, requires level 35. 1000 storage compartments, that's great. The 7-star divine disciple initially has 100 storage slots. After completing the 7-star divine officer quest, 150 slots are added, and after completing the 7-star divine official quest, another 200 slots are added. In other words, Ji Chio's system warehouse already has 450 storage slots. The Void Ring comes with 1000 storage slots, which greatly facilitates Ji Chio, eliminating the need to frequently store loot in the guild warehouse. Space freeze is like a powerful skill that comes with the equipment. Once released, the space within 100 meters of Ji Chio will be completely frozen, and everything within that range except for Ji Chio himself will be firmly imprisoned. Although it only lasts for 5 seconds, it can play an unimaginable role at crucial moments. This ultimate move is truly amazing. The Void Ring certainly lives up to its title as a 2-star divine artifact. Ji Chio was pleasantly surprised to see that the reward for the 7-star priest quest included a 2-star artifact, but thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. After all, the 7-star priest mission is extremely difficult, and his completion speed ranks first among all civilizations. Ji Chio put on the Kongshin ring. On her left hand she wore the hollow ring, and on her right hand was the ring that came with the ability to summon evil spirits. Finally, Ji Chio turned his gaze to the skill book. In God of the Gods, skill books are extremely rare and can only be obtained by defeating high-star bosses or completing special missions. Melee skill books cover knife skills, sword skills, spear skills, and more. There are more skill books for ranged control or attack, such as chain archery, fire dragon dance, and meteor shower. Those who awaken the superpower of fire element control without learning any skill books can only rely on their natural control over the fire element to unleash some ordinary and simple fire attacks. However, if they master fire dragon dance, their attack power will increase exponentially. Most skill books have level restrictions. You can't learn them if your level isn't high enough, even if they're perfect for you. The skill book in Ji Chio's hand is called Divine Wrath Source Power / Judging from the name, it is a melee skill that can be used with either a knife or a sword. Divine Wrath Source Power / a divine level combat skill that enhances physical attack power by consuming the user's own source power. The more source power one has, the greater the boost. Cooldown time, 120 seconds. Minimum learning level, 35. Ji Chio clicked on the skill book in the system warehouse. Congratulations on successfully learning God's Wrath Source Power / This skill consumes a large amount of source power, so please use it with caution. Most powerful skills consume a large amount of the superhuman's source energy. The more powerful the skill, the greater the demand for source energy. Skills are also divided into tiers, with the lowest being ordinary skills, followed by star-level skills ranging from 1 to 7 stars. Just like equipment, anything above 7 stars is God tier. God's Wrath Source Power / is a God-level combat skill. Even though it has no cooldown, it cannot be used frequently, otherwise it will cause the level to drop due to excessive source power consumption. After learning this God-level combat skill, Ji Chio checked his attribute panel. Autumn, 7-star priest. Superpowers, Avatar, SSS Advanced, Void Walking, SSS Intermediate. Grade, 35, 0.2%. Physical condition, 86,500. Lifespan, 168 years, 11 months, 28 days, 3 hours, 6 minutes, and 4 seconds. Skill, Divine Wrath Source Power / Overall Combat Strength Assessment, Supreme Priest. Compared to before, the attribute panel now includes a skill attribute. When Ji Chio was doing the priest quest, his health was just over 20,000. Now, as a 7-star priest, his health has more than tripled. Over 80,000 HP is truly astonishing. After all, he's a human superhuman, not a level 35 boss. He remembered that when he was first promoted to 7-star divine official, he only had about 20 years of life left, but now he had nearly 170 years. In God of War, at lower levels, the lifespan of human superhumans increases slowly, and this applies to everyone. Previously, my physical attack power was 965 points. Now, with the Blade of Ruin undergoing its second evolution, a new divine item has been added, and the 7-star priest's massive boost to my base attributes has increased my physical attack power to 1335 points. A single critical hit can deal 2,670 damage, triggering a critical strike that inflicts 4,302 damage. Faster attack speed, greater chance of triggering lightning punishment. With the main body and 5 clones attacking simultaneously, the average damage per second exceeds 25,000 points. The damage has almost doubled compared to before completing the 7-star priest quest. Even if we leave one clone to guard the guild's base, my 4 clones and I can still deal more than 20,000 damage per second. Unleash the Divine Wrath source force slash, and your attack power will increase threefold. If you add demon possession or wrath of the evil spirit, the attack power will be further enhanced. It can also summon 4 5-star crimson evils of the same level. This is the true supreme priest. After the monster siege ends, I need to go to the netherworld to fight the boss and try to get a mid-level superpower upgrade scroll to upgrade my void walk to advanced level. Just as Jichio was happily making plans, she suddenly received a message from her favorite Jasmine T. She sent a private message through a friend, guild leader. A lot of bosses have flooded into the city. Come and fight them quickly. Jichio asked in return, what level of boss? The user, mostly Jasmine T, replied, most of them are level 20 and 25, and there are also some level 30. Jichio frowned slightly. The monster siege has only been going on for less than 3 hours. How could a level 30 boss have broken into the city? He quickly realized that the monster siege in Jiangzhou City this time was very different from that in his previous life. In the past, level 30 bosses only appeared during the final stage of a monster siege. In my previous life, if a level 30 boss had broken into Jiangzhou City less than 3 hours after the monsters attacked, the statue in Jiangzhou Cultural Park would definitely not have been saved. It seems my rebirth has indeed had a significant impact. I not only changed my own destiny and that of my beloved Jasmine T, but I also accelerated the growth of officials such as the most ruthless person in Jiangnan. At this time in my previous life, let alone the 7-star priests, there wasn't even a single priest in the entire world. Back then, I not only failed to reach level 30 with my favorite Jasmine T, but I also failed to obtain the Earthfire Unicorn ahead of time. Clearly, these changes have resulted in a greater number of monsters attacking Jiangzhou City, and their levels are also higher. As Jichio pondered, he released 5 clones. He left 1 clone to guard the Whoever You Want guild's headquarters, and left with the other 4 clones. The main body and its 4 clones each wore a cloak of a different style and color. It was already late at night. The night sky was dotted with stars, and the full moon cast its cold, bone-chilling light. Countless monsters surged towards Jiangzhou City from all directions. As expected, all the satellite towns surrounding Jiangzhou City have fallen, and the statues in those towns have collapsed one after another. Important news came from residents who had fled back to Jiangzhou City. Whoever awakens superpowers through a certain statue will be punished if it collapses. Someone's level has been lowered. Some people have experienced a significant reduction in lifespan. Someone's rank/star rating has dropped. Some people even lost their awakened superpowers. Moreover, the stronger the force, the more severe the punishment. Upon hearing this news, everyone naturally dared not slack off and rally to fight off the monster's attack with all their might. We must never let the monster get near the cultural park, and we must never let the monster touch that statue. Protect those children whose superpowers have not yet been awakened. Don't be cowards, everyone. Once the idol collapses, no one will escape the consequences. Damn it, our guild headquarters has been breached. The monsters not only besieged the city, but also attacked the guild headquarters surrounding and inside the town. Guilds will also be punished if they are destroyed. Most guild headquarters are located on the outskirts of the city, with very few in the city center. These outposts actually form the first line of defense against monster attacks in the city. Currently, under the organization of the Jiangzhou city government, everyone is relying on their respective guild headquarters to desperately block hordes of monsters and engage in fierce battles with each boss. The battle was fierce and brutal, with monsters lurking all around, seemingly endless, and there was no way to escape. At first, everyone was quite confident in facing the mobs and low-level bosses. But as a large number of high-level monsters and bosses swarmed in, everyone gradually realized that something was wrong. Their confidence waned, and they even fell into despair. The timid hid. Compared to punishment, saving one's life is undoubtedly more important. Residents who fled from surrounding towns said that once the statue collapsed, the attacking monsters would automatically retreat. Jiangzhou City already has many experts who are level 20 or above and have completed the divine official quest. They can withstand low-star bosses below level 30, but now, level 30 bosses have broken in. To be on the safe side, Jichio left one of his clones to guard the vicinity of the cultural park. Because his favorite Jasmine T was in the south, he sent his other 3 clones to the east, west, and north respectively. Jichio's true form moves freely, hunting high-level, high-star bosses, and her location is not fixed. Even a single clone is enough to guard a region and kill level 30 bosses as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Before the arrival of God Lord, Jiangzhou City had a population of approximately 13 million. 10 days ago, the monsters suddenly spawned, resulting in the massacre of nearly 4 million people. In the past 10 days, many more people have lost their lives in the pursuit of upgrades and equipment. Many others died of old age or were killed by criminals. In short, as of today, including those who fled from surrounding towns, Jiangzhou City has approximately 7 million people remaining. After the arrival of God Lord, looking at the world, China has the best overall order. In the entire country of China, Jiangzhou City is the most orderly metropolis. It's not because the people in Jiangzhou are more honest, but because of Chio's help, which has made the official power of Jiangzhou City even stronger. Other bustling metropolises have populations that are less than a third of what they used to be. In some countries with weak official power, the death toll from conflicts between the people is far greater than that killed by monsters. Jiangzhou City now has a population of 7 million, a quarter of whom are children who have not yet awakened their superpowers. They are the ones who need protection and are completely unable to resist the attacks of monsters. There are also some people whose superpowers are completely useless in combat and cannot assist others in battle. All calculations show that there are fewer than 4 million combat personnel who can actually participate in the defense of the city. In fact, to be truly useful in defending the city, you need to be at least level 10 and complete the God's Disciple quest. The main force consists of those experts who have completed the mission of the divine official. In Jiangzhou City, there are only about 30,000 people who can be called masters. With more survivors and more high-level players, the number and strength of the monsters attacking the city actually increased. Jiqiu's 3 clones were wreaking havoc in 3 directions. Meanwhile, I'm searching everywhere for the big boss to take down. With their exceptionally high defensive attributes, Jiqiu and his clones can ignore the attacks of those bosses even without activating Void Walk. There was absolutely no bleeding. Even if you bleed, you can instantly recover to full health. There are just too many monsters. Even though Jiqiu had gone all out, he could only quickly kill the bosses, but countless ordinary monsters continued to surge in, requiring everyone to work together to resist them. Every moment, someone falls. This was inevitable. As the battle intensified, more and more people who were afraid of death chose to hide, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty of defending the city. Shortly after joining the battle, Jiqiu sensed something ominous. Just when you've killed one batch of bosses, another batch of bosses is coming. The more you kill, the more bosses will appear, and the higher their level will be. The monster siege will last for 24 hours. In my previous life, Jiangzhou City wasn't very strong overall, and the speed of killing bosses was slow. It wasn't until the very end that a level 30 boss appeared. In this life, the official strength of Jiangzhou City has greatly increased, and they have quickly killed bosses below level 30, thus welcoming the siege of level 30 bosses much earlier. The monster siege has only been going on for 3 hours, and there are still 21 hours left. If I keep killing like this, there will definitely be level 40 or even higher bosses joining the siege. Jiqiu had anticipated that the monster siege in Jiangzhou City might be different from her previous life, but she never expected that the difficulty of defending the city would increase so much. Should we continue to quickly kill the siege boss, or let them live a little longer? Keep slaughtering, an even stronger boss will appear later. If the bosses in front of us live a little longer, they will kill even more superhumans guarding the city. This is truly a dilemma. In my previous life, when monsters attacked the city, the highest level superhuman in Jiangzhou was only level 25, and the highest level boss attacking the city was only level 30. The highest level in Jiangzhou City is now 35. Does that mean the highest level for the siege boss is only 40? Jiqiu's eyes lit up. With his strength, killing a level 40 boss is effortless, unless it's a 6-star or 7-star level 40 boss. As long as it's not a special boss above level 55, Jiqiu can easily kill it. Human superhumans can take on the Divine Servant quest once they reach level 55. The level 55 boss is naturally exceptionally powerful. Keep killing. I don't believe a level 55 boss will come to attack the city. Jiqiu will never allow the boss to indiscriminately attack the city and kill people. After the level 30 regular bosses were cleared out, the level 31 star bosses came next. Then come the level 32 star, 3-star, and even 4-star bosses. However, no 5-star level 30 boss participated in the siege. After all the level 34 star bosses are defeated, the level 35 normal boss will appear. This night seemed exceptionally long. Those who were not involved in the battle felt that the moonlight tonight was exceptionally pale and unusually cold. The people fighting on are filled with boiling passion. The northern district of Jiangzhou City, founded by Jess Li, the Warriors House Guild has all its members stationed at the guild's base. If monsters don't attack their base, they won't actively hunt or stop them, but instead let the monsters pass through and head directly to deeper parts of the city or to other guilds' bases. Warriors House has an incredibly strong overall strength. Although it is far inferior to the Aishuishui Guild and cannot compare to the official guilds in Jiangzhou City, it is by no means inferior to other private guilds in Jiangzhou City. They were well organized, adventurous, leveled up quickly, successfully defeated many bosses, and obtained a lot of top-tier equipment. Unfortunately, most of the members are not Chinese and lack a sense of belonging to this land. At this moment, all they want is to save themselves. In order to defend their guild's territory, they even went to great lengths to activate a protective barrier. This is a 3-star protective barrier, which is enough to easily withstand monsters or bosses below level 30, and can also withstand attacks from level 35 bosses for quite a while. At midnight, Jiqiu's true form passed by the guild headquarters of Warriors Home. Upon seeing the 3-star protective barrier, Jiqiu sneered. In my previous life, this 3-star protective barrier would have been enough to hold out until the monster siege ended. When the level 35 star level boss appears, let the clones here lure a few over there. there. Ji Chio had more important things to do and didn't waste time here taking action against the warrior's house. He knew that if he lingered here for even a second longer, the boss that appeared elsewhere would kill a few more people. The monster's siege severely damaged the city's communication infrastructure. From then on, everyone could only contact each other through guild chat or friend chat. At this moment, the channels of various guilds in Jiangzhou City were buzzing with discussion. I think I just saw Choshin. A level 32 star boss was attacking us. The boss had full health, but it was killed by one person in a few hits. That person must be Choshin. Only Choshin can instantly kill a level 30 boss. Who said that? Sister Chai is amazing too. I just saw her mount tear a level 30 boss apart. It is said that big bosses have appeared in all directions, but they were killed shortly after they appeared. Only Choshin and Chajie were able to kill the big bosses so quickly. How could they have arrived in all directions of Jiangzhou City in such a short time? Autumn is practically everywhere. Late autumn truly seems to be everywhere. Moreover, he has an avatar that hasn't been deployed yet. Jasmine T is her favorite, and she can easily kill level 30 bosses, but she only stays in the South District, so her location is relatively fixed. No one else had the ability to kill a level 30 boss so quickly. The fact that a level 30 boss outside the South District was killed so quickly must have been due to Jichio's intervention. What's even more intriguing is that the level 30 bosses that appeared in each jurisdiction were killed almost simultaneously. It's important to know that Jiangzhou City covers a very large area. Members of ordinary folk guilds naturally gather in a certain area and cannot feel Jichio's omnipresence, but members of official guilds can, because official power is also ubiquitous. The original civil servants, police, and local military regions all belong to the official forces. The government has also recruited many talented individuals. The official forces in Jiangzhou City who are fighting against the monster have maintained close contact and can feel the omnipresence of autumn. 1 second ago, Zhou killed a boss in the North District, and the next second she appeared in the East District to kill another boss. Although Ji Chio himself and his clones were all wearing different cloaks, the concealment was limited because no one but him could easily kill a level 30 star level boss. Even my favorite Jasmine T can only unleash its power by summoning a boss. The most heartless person in Jiangnan couldn't help but send a message to Ji Chio to ask about it. Ji Chio replied, "Don't think about those useless things. The monsters attacking the city are becoming more numerous and stronger. Focus your energy on defending the city." The most heartless person in Jiangnan asked again about her favorite Jasmine T. She replied, "Don't ask me, I don't know either." It's not that she's unwilling to tell, but that she genuinely doesn't know. Of course, even if she knew, she would never tell. Superhumans around the world are defending the city, and announcements of the first kill of the boss are popping up everywhere, with dozens of such messages flooding the screen almost every second. Everyone was so busy and stressed that they didn't have time to carefully check the announcements. But if you look closely, you'll find that the Chinese superhuman Xiao keeps breaking the record for the first kill of the boss. Although Ji Chio has already leveled up to level 35 and become a 7-star priest, there are still many bosses he has not yet challenged. After the last level 34-star boss was defeated, the level 35 boss began to participate in the siege, and Jiangzhou City faced an even more severe test. Apart from Ji Chio and his beloved Jasmine T, almost no one in Jiangzhou City can solo a level 35 boss. Even with teamwork, a group of superhumans who are not even level 30 can hardly defeat a level 35 boss, even if they don't have star level buffs. Even level 35 bosses are here. Don't be afraid, I saw in the announcement that Chioshin has killed a level 35 4-star boss. Thank goodness for Chioshin, otherwise these level 35 bosses would be practically invincible. Other towns don't have Chioshin, or even a level 30 expert like Sister Cha. How can they defend their cities? The superhumans in Jiangzhou City are not quite sure yet that, although other towns do not have Chioshin, the level of the boss attacking the city has not reached level 35. The level 35 bosses that swarmed in from all directions were all killed within 10 minutes. Half an hour later, a level 35 1-star boss appeared. They caused considerable casualties. These bosses are scattered in various locations, attacking the city from different directions. Ji Chio simply cannot find and kill them in a short period of time. This is something we can't help. When monsters attack the city, it's impossible for people not to die. Not to mention, besides the boss, there are countless ordinary monsters. In order to reduce casualties and concentrate elite troops to consolidate the defense line, the defending forces gradually withdrew, reduced the defensive range, and strengthened the defensive positions. Many guild headquarters located in the suburbs have had to be abandoned. The city is filled with high-rise buildings, which makes it easier to organize defenses. Half an hour after the level 35 1-star boss was defeated, the level 35 2-star boss appeared. Ji Chio's clone in the North District begins to take action. He first lured the 3 level 35 2-star bosses that appeared in the North District together, and then led them to the vicinity of the warriors' home guild headquarters. Luring monsters is simple, just hit them once and run. The monsters and bosses in the siege don't have fixed activity areas, so it doesn't matter how far you take them. Of course, you You can't run out of the siege range, otherwise they will turn back and continue the attack. Inside the guild headquarters of Warrior's Home, 30,000 guild members looked out through the protective barrier. Of these 30,000 people, 20,000 are foreigners and 10,000 are Chinese. The Chinese members who join this guild are more or less influenced by a foreign worship mentality, while others are attracted by the generous benefits. Once monsters or bosses attack the city, they launch a fierce counterattack under the protection of the protective barrier. The protective barrier only blocks external attacks, but does not intercept internal counterattacks. The president is truly brilliant. He activated the protective barrier, otherwise, we would have given up long ago, let alone held on until now. That's right, you can earn more source coins after you spend them, but if you lose your life, you lose everything. Anyone who has extra source coins, please donate them to the guild warehouse. The more source coins in the warehouse, the longer the protective barrier can last. I still have 1,000 one-star source power coins left, and I've already donated them all. I just heard that the Jiangzhou city government notified us to abandon our guild headquarters and go deep into the city to defend it. They must be out of their minds. What an idiot. We can defend our guild base, why should we give it up? They want to trick us into helping them defend the city? Dream on. That's right, what does it have to do with us if the Chinese are guarding the Chinese city? Damn. A level 35, 2-star boss has started attacking the protective barrier. Just as the foreign members of Warrior's House were feeling smug, Jichio's clone lured 3 level 35 2-star bosses towards their protective barrier. As soon as he got close to this place, Jichio activated his void walking technique. With the clone gone, the boss lost its previous target and naturally turned to attack the nearest other target. How could there be 3 level 35 2-star bosses here at the same time? The members of Warrior's House looked bewildered, as did their president, Jess Lee. At this moment, Jess Lee was in a secluded spot within the guild's territory, quietly watching the 3 big bosses blocked by the protective barrier, his expression gloomy and cold. A 3-star barrier won't hold for long. The originally sturdy barrier is gradually becoming fragile. Each attack from a level 35 2-star boss caused the barrier's protective shield to vibrate violently. The 30,000 members at the guild's headquarters were all dumbfounded. Those who had connections with the Jiangzhou municipal government immediately contacted them via private message to request assistance. The Jiangzhou municipal government is completely unable to provide assistance to the Warrior's Home. Even if we could offer assistance, we would never lend a hand. Not long ago, the Jiangzhou municipal government demanded that Warrior's Home abandon its guild headquarters and relocate to the depths of the city to assist in the defense of the city under orders. Unexpectedly, this was met with a firm refusal. Warrior's Home was unwilling to defend the city, and no one cared about their safety. The Jiangzhou municipal government rejected Warrior's Home's request for support, citing a shortage of manpower. Everyone, concentrate your firepower and attack. With 30,000 men, how can we not defeat 3 bosses? A boss only has less than 200,000 HP. Even if each attack only reduces its HP by 1 point, it can still be killed. That's right, concentrate firepower, concentrate firepower. The members of Warrior's House did not give up, but the ideal is very beautiful, while the reality is extremely cruel. They cannot break through the defense of a level 35 2-star boss. A single attack will forcibly consume a maximum of 1 point of health. In theory, as long as there are enough people, it is indeed possible to kill the boss. However, the boss has an extremely high evasion attribute, and their hit rate is not high enough. Most of their attacks will be dodged by the boss, and they won't even be able to hit you with that 1 point of force damage. More importantly, concentrating firepower, which sounds easy, is extremely difficult in practice. There are just too many people. It's very difficult for melee fighters to get close enough to hit the boss at the same time. Remote attackers also find it difficult to release the data synchronously due to differences in reaction time. After wave of attacks, the members of Warrior's House quickly discovered that the 3 level 35 2-star bosses were only losing 200 to 300 points of health per second. Each boss has hundreds of thousands of HP. Even if they relentlessly unleash their attacks, it would still take at least 10 minutes to kill a boss. This doesn't even include the situation where the boss unleashes a powerful attack. If the boss suddenly unleashes a powerful attack and recovers full health midway through the battle, it will take them much longer to kill a boss. Jichio's clone did not go far. He waited quietly, waiting for the protective barrier to break, waiting for Jess Lee to appear. Under the cover of night, Jichio's clone hid on the roof of a 5-story building. Although his ability to walk in the void had cooled down, it was still difficult to detect. The 3-star protective barrier won't last long. When the 3 level 35 2-star bosses had more than half of their health left, the barrier shield had been broken. They stormed into the Warrior's Home Guild stronghold. A brutal massacre ensued. If the 30,000 members of Warrior's Home had followed the orders from the Jiangzhou municipal government to evacuate earlier, they could have been safely moved to a relatively safe area. But now, the situation is completely different. The other guilds in the vicinity had already retreated, and the various teams that had been fighting desperately in the vicinity had also withdrawn one after another. The warriors' home guild headquarters is now surrounded by monsters. They had to fight their way out to retreat into the heart of the city, and breaking through often came at a heavy price. They are no longer smug and no longer mock the dream of the Jiangzhou municipal government. They were filled with regret, but it was too late. They were completely unaware that, apart from the 3 level 35 2-star bosses in front of them, all the other level 35 2-star bosses that attacked Jiangzhou City had already been killed. Where's the president? Quickly organize a breakout. It's over. It's over. Our guild headquarters has fallen. We're going to be punished. Damn it, I just donated all my source coins to the guild warehouse, and now the guild is about to be destroyed? Forget about punishment for now. Save your life first. How could this be? Has God truly abandoned us? The members of Warriors House struggled to break through the encirclement while groaning in pain. Without the protection of the barrier, they dared not continue attacking the level 35 2-star boss. Although they are nominally members of the Warriors House, very few of them are actually true warriors. Outside was a vast, seemingly endless army of monsters, and they could only desperately flee deeper into the city. There are ordinary monsters blocking the way ahead, while 3 level 35 2-star bosses are leading even more ordinary monsters in hot pursuit from behind. Every second, someone falls on the road to breaking through, and they fell down in droves. Fortunately, the Warriors' home guild headquarters is not far from the defense line that the Jiangzhou city government has redeployed. Ji Chou's clone was unable to find Jess Li's whereabouts. That guy is indeed cautious. Even though the guild has suffered such a heavy blow, he has managed to remain calm and hasn't shown his face at all. There was no time to wait any longer. The 3 level 35 2-star bosses were about to be taken deep into the city, and Ji Chou's clone immediately launched an attack on them. Jess Li is cautious and intelligent. Nowadays, well-informed people know that the person who loves jasmine tea the most is a member of the whoever guild, and is considered to be on Chou's side. The mysterious person who suddenly appeared when he led his men to attack his favorite jasmine tea last time was clearly Chou. The two sides had long been enemies. He must be wary of retaliation, especially Chou's revenge. Moreover, Jess Li believes that the 3 level 35 2-star bosses were likely sent by Chou. He planted several informants within the Jiangzhou municipal government to monitor the various aspects of the monster siege, thus learning that Chou seemed to be omnipresent. In fact, not only Warriors House, but most unofficial guilds have close ties with at least one official. This has become the norm. Even the powerful, whoever you want guild maintains close ties with the most ruthless guild in Jiangnan. Since autumn is everywhere, it may also be lurking in the northern part of the city. Moreover, Jess Li personally witnessed Chou suddenly appear next to his favorite jasmine tea. With his teleportation ability, Jess Li was able to retreat calmly and move to a safe area first, completely unconcerned about the fate of his guild members. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Chou for achieving the first kill of the level 35 2-star boss, the awakened evil priest. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Chou for achieving the first kill of the level 35 2-star boss Cyclops. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Chou for achieving the first kill of the level 35 2-star boss Wind Blade Bone Leopard. The three announcements flashed by quickly, and Jess Li couldn't help but curl a cold smile into his lips. Chou was indeed guarding the Warriors' Home Guild's headquarters just now. Jess Li knew perfectly well that the 3 level 35 2-star bosses that had just been killed by Chou were the same 3 that had attacked his guild's territory before. His face suddenly darkened. He sent 3 big bosses to wipe out the Warriors' family and kill so many innocent Chinese people. He is truly ruthless. With the guild's headquarters lost, the guild flag was naturally also difficult to protect. With the guild destroyed, Jess Li, as the guild leader, received the most severe punishment. His level dropped by 5 levels and his lifespan was reduced by 15 years. His hatred for Chou deepened even further. The monster siege continues. As dawn broke, level 35 3-star bosses appeared in all directions of Jiangzhou City. Upon hearing that the Warriors' Home Guild had suffered heavy losses, the Jiangzhou municipal government and other superhumans from other private guilds remained indifferent, even secretly cursing them for deserving of their fate. Everyone understands that only by following orders and working together can we overcome this crisis at the lowest cost, but those foreigners just insist on making an exception. It's fine if they fight for bosses and maps to level up normally, but to go against the grain at this crucial moment is just plain stupid. Once the city is overrun by monsters, no one will be spared. The vast majority of foreigners in Jiangzhou have no relatives and are only concerned with their own safety, so they are not strongly motivated to defend the city. The Huaxia people in Jiangzhou are different. Many of them live with their families, and there are children in their families who have not yet awakened their superpowers, or whose awakened superpowers are very weak and of a very low level, and who need protection. The Chinese people have a deeper sense of national and familial sentiment and would never despise those disorganized foreigners. The battle is raging. The superhumans defending the city were already bloodthirsty. Ji Chou's main body and 3 clones are each responsible for clearing out multiple bosses in a separate area. For others, a level 35 3-star boss is a tough boss, but for Ji Chou, it's a piece of cake. A boss of this level can't even make Jiqiu lose any health. The damage they caused to Jiqiu was easily dealt with by Jiqiu's automatic health regeneration. One boss after another was quickly killed, and the superhumans who were fighting nearby cheered when they saw the boss fall. In less than a minute, a boss with nearly 160,000 HP was defeated so quickly. With one slash, the big boss lost more than 4,000 HP. Qiushun is too powerful. Go Qiushun, we're counting on you. I'm so envious. When can I be like Qiushun? Stop dreaming. Qiushun has completed the 7-star Divine Official mission, while you're only a 2-star Divine Official. The level 35 3-star bosses that stormed into the city were quickly eliminated. Moreover, multiple level 35 3-star bosses were killed at the same time. If you pay attention to the boss first kill announcement, you will find the clues. In just a few seconds, 4 major bosses were killed by Qiu. More and more superhumans from civilian guilds have noticed this phenomenon, and they have begun to realize that Autumn is omnipresent. In the past, no one wanted Qiu to be too strong, so that they would have a chance to catch up with him. But now, the situation is completely different. Everyone hopes that Autumn will be as strong as possible. Without Qiu's help, or if Qiu's strength is insufficient, Jiangzhou City will surely fall completely. Next up, there might be a level 35 4-star boss. I wonder if Qiushun can handle it. Definitely. Qiushun killed a level 35 4-star boss before completing the 7-star priest quest. Killing one by one and killing several at the same time are two different things. That being said, Qiushun has become a 7-star priest, so his strength must have increased considerably. Do you think Qiushun can kill bosses in different places at the same time because he has clones? The cold night has passed, and the temperature is soaring on this midsummer morning. The stench of sweat and blood permeated every corner of the city. The roars of monsters and the shouts of people fighting rose and fell, carrying far and wide. At 9 a.m., a level 35 4-star boss stormed into the city. In order to kill them as quickly as possible and reduce casualties, Jiqiu used demon possession. Strength increases dramatically within 60 seconds. On the front line of the southern district of Jiangzhou City, a man who loves jasmine tea stands alone on a high-rise building 200 meters in front of the defensive position. A level 35 3-star boss was guarding her side. This boss was brought to near death by one of Jiqiu's clones in the early morning, and was then killed by a summon boss she commanded, thus becoming the summon boss who loves jasmine tea the most. After defending the city for so long, my favorite jasmine tea has reached level 31. Her summoned bosses can reach a maximum level of 36. At this point, in addition to this level 35 3-star boss and the Earthfire Unicorn, she also has 2 level 35 2-star summon bosses. Her strength has undoubtedly been greatly improved. What would be a disaster for others is a monster siege, but for her it is an excellent opportunity to level up. No need to find monsters or lure them. There are so many monsters around that you can't kill them all. Her summoned boss went on a rampage, with a large amount of source energy flowing into her body every second. If the Earthfire Unicorn didn't always directly incinerate monsters, causing a lot of source energy to fall into its body, Jasmine T's leveling speed would be even faster. She cannot steal the experience of the Earthfire Unicorn. As a 5-star monster, the Earthfire Unicorn requires a huge amount of source energy to level up. My favorite Jasmine T has been leveling up with the Earthfire Unicorn since level 25, when it was level 30. The Earthfire Unicorn has only reached level 32 so far. Guild Master, let me kill that level 35 4-star boss. My favorite is Jasmine T. Please message Jiqiu privately. Alright, when it's low on health, let a summoned boss finish it off. Jiqiu has killed many level 35 4-star bosses, so this level of boss doesn't hold much appeal for him. It's better to let his favorite Jasmine T do the killing. The Jasmine T favorite now has a level 35 4-star summon boss, which not only enhances her strength but also reduces the pressure of defending the city. Not long after, the 2 level 35 4-star bosses that appeared nearby became summoning bosses who loved Jasmine T the most. By slaying all the level 35 4-star bosses participating in the siege, Jiqiu obtained a considerable amount of top-tier level 35 5-star equipment. Unfortunately, apart from him, no one else can wear these top-tier equipment yet. Time continued to flow slowly. Damn it, it's almost noon. Why isn't it over yet? Will there be any more bosses above level 35 appearing? Only Jiqiu knew that the monster siege would last for 24 hours. As the death toll continued to rise, the Jiangzhou municipal government was forced to once again tighten its defenses, ordering all forces defending the city to retreat deeper into the city. The situation that everyone least wanted to see has occurred. A level 40 boss has joined the siege monster army. It started as ordinary, then became 1-star, 2-star, 3-star. At this moment, people do not know that among bosses of the same star level, level 40 is stronger than level 35, but the difference is not significant. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Qiu for achieving the first kill of the level 40 boss Golden Scale Crested Serpent. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Qiu for achieving the first kill of the level 41 star boss, the Poison Sting Troll. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman show for achieving the first kill of the level 42 star boss, the evil flame priest. It was 3 p.m. A level 43 star boss has appeared. The strength of this level boss is comparable to that of a level 35 4-star boss. At 4:30 p.m., a level 44 star boss appeared. The bosses in the monster siege are only 4-star at most. If we kill all these level 44 star bosses, won't even higher level bosses come next? Ji Chio muttered to himself, his brows furrowing slightly. The monster siege began yesterday at dusk and will end today at dusk. There was still about an hour and a half until dusk. Logically, the strongest boss in a monster siege is only 5 levels higher than the highest level of the defending humans. For Jiangzhou City, the highest level of the boss that attacks the city will not exceed Ji Chio's level 5, which is level 40. However, Ji Chio was still somewhat uneasy. He feared that an unusual monster was attacking the city. But worrying is useless. What is destined to happen will happen eventually. Ji Chio once again used demon possession, summoning 4 scarlet evil spirits to quickly kill the level 44 star bosses. These 4 scarlet evil spirits are all level 35 5-star bosses, and their strength is no less than that of a level 44 star boss. When Ji Chio is focused on dealing with a certain boss, they can restrain the other bosses and prevent them from killing too many Jiangzhou superhumans guarding the city. These level 44 star bosses dropped a large number of level 45 star equipment after being killed, as they were all first kills. Unfortunately, Ji Chio's level was not high enough to wear these equipment, otherwise his strength could have been greatly improved. Autumn God is really amazing. He can easily kill a level 44 star boss. That's normal. Xiaoshan killed quite a few level 35 bosses when he was level 30. It's no exaggeration to say that Xiaoshan single-handedly saved the entire Jiangzhou and all of us. Don't be too happy yet. This isn't over yet. Even the God of Autumn might not be able to save us. Xiaoshan killed so many big bosses and only leveled up 1. The leveling speed slows down as the level increases. Just as everyone was discussing it, a new big boss arrived. It wasn't the level 45 boss that Ji Chio had anticipated, but a level 45 star boss. It seems that the boss in the siege will only be 5 levels higher than me at most, but as long as the time is not over, the boss's level will not increase, but its star rating will. Ji Chio frowned even more. A level 45 star boss is as strong as a level 35 6-star boss. This level of boss is enough to pose a considerable threat to Ji Chio. 5-star bosses are fine, but the worst thing is that after killing all the 5-star bosses, 6-star bosses will follow one after another. There probably won't be any level 40 6-star bosses participating in the siege. 6-star bosses of any level are extremely rare, and they are usually only encountered in quest maps or special hidden maps. Moreover, the monster's siege is nearing its end. Wrong. Ji Chio's expression suddenly changed. He remembered an even more important piece of information. At the very end of a monster siege, a true big boss would always appear. At this moment, there is not just one level 45-star boss, but a whole bunch of them. In the previous life, the real big boss that attacked Jiangzhou City at the end was only a level 35-star boss. It is highly likely that a level 46-star boss will appear at the last moment. Ji Chio didn't dwell on it any longer. He'd deal with the rest later and focus on solving the immediate problem first. The level 45-star boss that just attacked has hundreds of thousands of HP and is extremely powerful. Ji Chio led his clone to meet them, and at the same time contacted the most ruthless person in Jiangnan, ordering all the city defense teams to continue their retreat. He also contacted his favorite Jasmine Tea, urging her to quickly evacuate to a safe area. Apart from Ji Chio, no one can withstand a single hit from a level 45-star boss. Even if Ji Chio personally fights him, he will still lose a lot of health. This is insane. How could a level 45-star boss be attacking the city? The highest level boss we've ever faced before was only 4 stars, and level 40 was already outrageous, but there's even a 5-star one. It's impossible to defend against this. This is terrible. They're not giving us a way out. Can Xiaoshan defeat so many level 45-star bosses? Everyone believed that Xiaoshan could defeat any level 45-star boss, but this time more than a dozen came. They were scattered in all directions, accompanied by countless small monsters, and exuded a strong sense of oppression. Everyone in Jiangzhou was extremely tense. Many people stood on high ground and watched from afar, their expressions solemn. Too many people have already sacrificed themselves to defend the city, including many elite experts. What's up? If even after paying such a heavy price, we still can't hold on. Many people's eyes were red and glistening with tears at this moment. The #1 official in Jiangzhou City, the most ruthless person in Jiangnan, this young powerhouse clenched his fists, his eyes and mouth twitching uncontrollably. President, you must hold on. My favorite thing is Jasmine Tea. I ride on the back of the fire unicorn and gaze silently at the distant battlefield. In reality, no one can see the specifics clearly. All they could see were monsters, most of them low-level and weak, but enormous in size, blocking their view. A massive horde of monsters surged forth, heading straight for the newly rebuilt position defending the city. Those level 45-star bosses were intercepted a kilometer away. quickly. Autumn God is dealing with the big boss, so we need to step up our efforts and not let the ordinary monsters break through our defenses. Everyone, hold on. Kill all these damned monsters. The crowd was enraged, and the shouts of killing were deafening. Jichio first activated Void Walk and simultaneously cast Demonic Possession. In order to kill these big bosses as soon as possible, he spared no effort to consume source power and used the Divine Wrath source power / every 2 minutes. With the blessing of Demonic Possession, the attack is tripled plus the critical hit, and a single strike can deal more than 15,000 points of damage. However, each of these level 45-star bosses has hundreds of thousands of HP, as well as powerful attacks and rapid HP regeneration. It is absolutely impossible for Jichio's main body or clones to kill one within a minute. The main body and 3 clones are scattered to guard different directions, attracting the aggro of at least 3 level 45-star bosses, which is extremely stressful. After the 60-second demonic possession ended, Jichio unleashed the Wrath of Evil Spirits, summoning 4 crimson evil spirits in the process. The Wrath of the Evil Spirit greatly enhanced his combat power, but as for healing and restoring health, it had almost no effect while in void walking state. The level 36 5-star Crimson Wraith cannot stand up to a level 45-star boss head-on, but it has strong attack power and high health, and can play a significant role in restraining the enemy. The 3 minutes of walking in the void passed quickly. Jichio and his 3 clones must face the remaining big boss head-on. At this time, the Wrath of the Evil Spirits goes on cooldown, and the 4 crimson evil spirits play an even more crucial role, as they can help Jichio withstand the boss's attacks. After the 4 crimson evils were defeated, there were still 4 level 45-star bosses attacking the city, and each of them was at full health. The clone that had been stationed at the cultural park also joined the battle. Jichio ordered that the clone who loved jasmine tea the most replace the original clone and go to the cultural park to guard the statue. As for the clone that remained at the Whoever Guild's headquarters, Jichio still did not send it out. Each additional clone means an extra layer of powerful combat strength. The 4 clones are positioned in 4 different directions, each dealing with a level 45-star boss. While taking a quick recovery potion, Jichio himself assisted his clone in attacking the boss. 1 boss fell, and one of its clones was also sacrificed. The 2 bosses were defeated, and Jichio also lost 2 clones. With the 2 remaining clones on the battlefield, Jichio faced off against the remaining 2 bosses. The clone took the damage, while the main body fought almost unscathed. And so, after sacrificing yet another clone, all of the dozen or so level 45-star bosses that attacked were wiped out. One after another, announcements of first kills of level 45-star bosses appeared in the sight of superhumans around the world during this period. Very few people have the time to pay attention to these announcements. The monster sieges around the world are coming to an end, but they are also the most difficult phase. Almost everyone's attention was focused on defending the city. In preparation for the possible appearance of a major boss, Jichio recalled his remaining clones and put his external avatars into cooldown. The SSS level avatar has only a 10-minute cooldown. After all the siege bosses in this batch are killed, it will take at least 15 minutes before a stronger boss appears. At this moment, Jichio has not only reached level 36, but is also getting closer and closer to level 37. He killed too many bosses that were much stronger than him, especially those level 40-star level bosses, each of which dropped a large amount of source power. Furthermore, Jichio doesn't just kill big bosses. After clearing out a batch of bosses, he and his clone will also quickly kill high-level ordinary monsters. It's worth mentioning that more than a dozen level 45-star monsters dropped dozens of level 46-star equipment. Once Jichio reaches level 40, he will be able to own a complete set of level 46-star top-tier equipment. 6-star equipment, with exceptionally powerful stats. In addition to equipment, there are also a large amount of source coins and several special items. Based on the Samsung source coins, Jichio has collected a total of 800,000 source coins during the monster siege. Keep in mind that when he completed the 7-star Gods mission, he only received 500,000 3-star source power coins. Among the special items you obtain is a beginner superpower boost scroll, which can be sold for money. There are a few more gems. Jichio used one of the 4-star lucky gems to inlay the Thunder Punishment Chain. Chain of Lightning Punishment, evolvable 1-star artifact physical attack plus 99, lightning attack plus 199, elemental resistance plus 99, evil resistance plus 100, accuracy plus 5, luck plus 4, 10% chance to trigger lightning punishment attack, inflicts demon possession for 60 seconds, requires level 20. In this way, Jichio's equipment luck attribute reached 10 points. Based on past life experience, 10 points of luck is almost the maximum value of the luck attribute. As for whether more than 10 points are useful, no one has reached a consensus. In the system settings of God of the Gods, if a piece of equipment has already increased or improved a certain attribute with a gem, when you use a gem of the same type to improve that attribute again, you must use a gem of a higher star level. Taking the Blade of Ruin as an example, to improve the luck attribute, you must use a luck gem of 5 stars or higher. Furthermore, if you use a 5-star lucky gem to increase the equipment's luck by 5 points, and then use a 6-star lucky gem, the equipment's luck will not increase to 11 points, but will decrease to 6 points. The Blade of Ruin currently has a luck value of 6, and using a 6-star lucky gem will not increase the luck attribute. Only the 7-star gem can do this. The Chain of Lightning already has 2 points of luck, and this time, using a 4-star lucky gem only increased the luck attribute by 2 points. Ji Cho also received a 4-star attack speed gem. If this gem is used on the Blade of Despair, it will not increase the Blade of Despair's attack speed, because its attack speed has already increased from 3 to 4 after evolution. Ji Cho simply inlaid the attack speed gem into the Kongshin Ring. Void Ring, evolvable 2-star artifact, physical attack plus 166, elemental attack plus 266, elemental resistance plus 166, evasion plus 26, accuracy plus 26, attack speed plus 4, with 1000 spatial storage slots, with 5-second spatial freeze, requires level 35. Compared to before the monster siege, Ji Cho's overall attack speed has doubled. Double the attack speed is almost equivalent to doubling the attack power. The other 3 gems, some 3-star and some 4-star, were useless to Ji Cho. For example, that 4-star fire element gem, although it can enhance the fire element attack of equipment. Ji Cho simply sold the beginner's superpower enhancement scroll to the most ruthless person in Jiangnan through a friend transaction. The monster siege continues. If Jiangnan's most ruthless person increases their strength, they will be able to kill even more monsters. As for the source coins, let's owe them for now. Sure enough, a level 40, 6-star boss appeared in the siege monster army. This means that as long as it is defeated, the monster siege in Jiangzhou City can come to an end. Before the appearance of this big boss, Ji Cho had already released 5 clones, one of which returned to the AI Shueishui Guild's headquarters. Facing a level 40, 6-star boss, Ji Cho must be even more careful. The ultimate move of a 6-star boss is extremely terrifying. That level 40, 6-star boss came charging in from the west, like a moving mountain, its oppressive aura suffocating. Divine Blood Sin Ape, 6 stars. Health points reached 1,350,000. Upon seeing the extremely long health bar, Ji Cho's eyes twitched involuntarily a few times. The final boss of the 7-star priest quest is a level 35 6-star boss with 600,000 HP. The Divine Blood Sin Ape is also a 6-star boss, but it is only 5 levels higher, yet its HP is more than doubled. The Divine Blood Sinful Ape was nearly 30 meters tall, wielding a thick spiked club, and exuding a fierce aura. As it ran at high speed, it let out a deafening roar like thunder. Amidst its deafening roar, the attacking monsters seemed to be provoked even more, desperately charging towards the human defenses of Jiangzhou City. The soldiers guarding the city turned pale, feeling a chill run through their hearts and bodies. 6-star, a level 46-star boss. That's just too much. This isn't a siege, it's a massacre. Luckily there was only one. If a dozen or so bosses came at us at once, we might as well just admit defeat and wait to die. My god, the health bar is over 1,000,000. Believe in the god of autumn. The god of autumn is invincible. Faced with this level 40, 6-star boss, everyone can only place all their hopes on Xiao. With a single swing of his staff, this big boss could take away at least several hundred people instantly. Divine Blood Sinful Ape. You can guess from the name that this thing has divine bloodline. No wonder it's a 6-star boss. Ji Cho narrowed his eyes. Based on his experience from his previous life, he knew that bosses with divine bloodlines were extremely powerful and difficult to kill. So what if it's a 6-star boss? It's not like we haven't killed them before. Ji Cho had almost no way out, so even though the boss was very strong, he had no choice but to go forward and kill it. He didn't want to bear the consequences of failing to defend the city. Void Walking activated. Demonic Possession unleashed. Ji Cho, along with his 4 clones, charged towards the Divine Blood Sin Ape. With doubled attack speed and the blessing of Demonic Possession, Ji Cho and his 4 clones can deal a terrifying 44,000 damage per second on average. It only takes half a minute to deplete the Blood Sin Ape's health. However, the opponent was, after all, a 6-star boss with divine bloodline, and after being attacked, it began to regenerate health rapidly. Initially, it could only regenerate 3,000 health points per second. When its health dropped to half, its massive body emitted a dazzling rainbow of light. That is its divinity being released. Its health immediately increased to 2,500,000 points, and it was at full health. Its health regeneration rate reaches 10,000 points per second. Previously, Ji Cho could deplete its health in just half a minute, but now it takes more than 70 seconds. The 1-minute demonic possession is over. Ji Cho did not rush to unleash the wrath of the evil spirit. This ultimate skill was more suitable for use in an emergency when his health was low. Regardless of his past or present life, Ji Cho had never fought the Divine Blood Sinful Ape, nor had he ever even heard of this level 40, 6-star boss. Therefore, he was unsure what powerful moves the Divine Blood Sin Ape possessed, or how many powerful moves it had. All he knew was that 6-star bosses were extremely difficult to defeat. His attack power is already high enough, there's no need to further increase it with Wrath of the Evil Spirit. He didn't rush to summon the 4 Scarlet Evil Spirits. The level 35, 5-star Crimson Evil Spirit deals very little little damage to the Divine Blood Sin Ape. If the bloodthirsty ape cannot be killed before Voidwalk goes on cooldown, Jicho will need 4 Crimson Spectres to absorb the damage. With the ordinary monsters relentlessly attacking, the nearby superhumans guarding the city had no time to watch the battle between Jicho and the big boss. Before everyone's eyes were nothing but ferocious monsters rushing towards them. The defensive line kept retreating. Fortunately, the Jiangzhou municipal government organized the defense effectively, planning a new defensive line in advance for each retreat. Even the slightest error, misjudgment, or poor scheduling can lead to a global crash. Once the city descends into chaos, the monsters can storm into the city center and reach the cultural park. With only 60 seconds left in Voidwalk, the Divine Blood Sinful Ape was finally reduced to low health. But it was at this moment that the situation that Jicho had worried about came to pass. The dazzling colors of the Divine Blood Sin Ape's body condensed into a giant ape-like light and shadow. The giant ape's silhouette is 100 meters tall, with a majestic expression and imposing presence. Possessed by a deity, Jicho's heart sank. In his previous life, he had witnessed high-level, high-star bosses unleash such powerful moves. It's not surprising that the Divine Blood Sin Ape possesses divine blood and can unleash powerful attacks that allow it to be possessed by gods. At this moment, the Divine Blood Sin Ape was back to full health. The health points have not increased, they remain at 2,500,000. Even if the superhumans nearby who were fighting off ordinary monsters couldn't see the nearly 30-meter-tall Divine Blood Sin Ape clearly, they could still see the 100-meter-tall giant ape's silhouette by simply looking up. They didn't know it was a divine possession, but they could guess that it was the Divine Blood Sin Ape unleashing some kind of powerful attack. Moreover, the Divine Blood Sin Ape's health bar had reached the top of that giant ape's shadow. Wasn't it over 1.3 million HP before? How come it's now 2.5 million? Full health? It's still at full health. Even Chioshin can't beat him? Maybe we should just run away. Damn it, pills. The nearby superhumans were filled with despair. Jicho's brows were furrowed, and he seemed somewhat nervous. There is a significant difference between the actual 6-star boss and the 6-star boss in the mission map. The mission map is virtual. Most importantly, Jicho started the priest's mission too early, which significantly reduced the difficulty of the mission. The health regeneration speed has increased again. It's now regenerating 15,000 health points per second. It used to take more than 70 seconds to deplete this boss's health, but now it takes more than 80 seconds. Only 60-odd seconds left to use Voidwalk. After being possessed by a deity, this boss's movement speed and attack speed increased significantly, and its evasion attribute also increased dramatically. Jicho will not give up or back down. The attacks from the main body and its 4 clones never ceased. The Divine Wrath Source Force Slash can be used immediately once the cooldown is over. 60 seconds passed quickly, and Voidwalk entered its cooldown phase. The Divine Blood Sinful Ape still has over 500,000 HP. Jicho summoned 4 Scarlet Evil Spirits to surround the Divine Blood Sin Ape and help it absorb the damage. The Divine Blood Sin Ape's attack speed was too fast and its attack power was too high. The 4 Crimson Evil Spirits were all killed in just 6 seconds. Next, Jicho's main body and 4 clones took turns taking the damage. When they were low on health, Jicho unleashed the wrath of the evil spirit. The main body and the clone not only instantly regained full health, but their health also increased by 20%. At this moment, the Divine Blood Sin Ape still had more than 200,000 health points. When the health of both the main body and the clone dropped by half again, Jicho used the ultimate move attached to the Void Ring, Space Freeze. Everything within a kilometer radius froze in place, like a still frame from a movie. Jicho's main body and clones can move, and the Divine Blood Sin Ape's health bar is also moving. 5 seconds passed quickly. The Divine Blood Sin Ape has only 30,000 HP left. When its spiked club struck and killed one of Jicho's clones, it also took a dozen more blows. Godly announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman show for achieving the first kill of the level 46 star boss, Divine Blood Sin Ape. The giant ape aura surrounding the Divine Blood Sin Ape dissipated, and its massive body crashed to the ground. An announcement appeared before the eyes of superhumans worldwide. Upon seeing the foreign superhumans in this guild, they were naturally amazed. No way, Zhou's city was attacked by a level 46 star boss? The strongest boss that attacked our Milan city was only a level 35 star. I just checked the global level rankings, and Zhou is now level 37. He was level 35 before the monster siege, so he leveled up twice in one day. He's probably been killing bosses that are way above his level. It's also possible that he was fighting a boss in a special map and didn't participate in defending the city. Zhou has always been able to defeat bosses of higher levels, and 6-star bosses are not necessarily as powerful as imagined. Superhumans from all over the country outside Jiangzhou City also expressed their admiration. The monster sieges in various places are not completely over yet because the time has not come. However, the monsters attacking Jiangzhou City were just ordinary monsters. When everyone saw the announcement that the Divine Blood Sin Ape had been killed, their previous despair vanished. I knew it. We had to trust Chioshin. 2.5 million HP, a level 46 star boss is really freakish, but Chioshin destruction is even more freakish. Don't ask me why I'm kneeling while defending the city. Honestly, we all owe Chioshin a life. Chapter 57 Cooling Gem, Celestial Priest. Godly announcement, visible only in China. Congratulations to Jiangzhou City for successfully defending the statue. Superhumans within this area will receive rewards based on the number and level of monsters they defeat during the siege. As dusk fell, the global monster siege came to an end. Those who successfully defended the city cheered with joy. Those who failed to defend the city were dejected. The superhumans in Jiangzhou City all felt like they had survived a catastrophe. Some people lost loved ones, some lost close friends. Even if the city was successfully defended, it came at a heavy price. This is a disaster. The only thing to be thankful for was that the city was successfully defended and a reward was given. No reward can bring back those who have died, but anything is better than failing to defend the city. Some guilds that were wiped out by monsters had their members' previous punishments redressed because they successfully defended the city. As the ordinary monsters that had been attacking the city turned around and scattered, Jiqiu let out a long sigh of relief and then returned to the headquarters of the Who Cares Guild. After killing the Divine Blood Sin Ape, Jiqiu leveled up to level 37. Gaining 2 levels in one day was one of his gains during this monster siege. He killed dozens of level 40 bosses, from unstarred ones to level 46 star bosses. Killing bosses above his level brought him a lot of source power. After defeating the boss, he also killed countless ordinary monsters of level 35 and above. In the past 24 hours, he and his clones have been almost constantly killing. It was tiring, and there were even tense moments, but it was all worth it. Getting promoted 2 levels in a row is the least noteworthy of all the gains. The level 40, 6-star Divine Blood Sin Ape dropped a lot of good stuff for Jiqiu. First kill certificate is essential. 3,000 5-star source power coins are equivalent to 30,000 4-star source power coins, which is equivalent to 300,000 3-star source power coins. If all of them were exchanged for 3-star source power coins, Jiqiu would have collected approximately 1.1 million coins during the entire monster siege. However, it's best not to exchange 5-star or higher star source coins for lower star source coins, as higher star source coins will be very useful later. Putting aside everything else, just in terms of upgrading, absorbing high star source power coins will significantly speed up the upgrade process. Upgrading using only 1-star source coins is too slow for high-level superhumans. The Divine Blood Sinful Ape also dropped 8 level 46-star equipment pieces and 3 level 47-star equipment pieces. The attributes of the 7-star equipment are already very close to those of the same level of divine equipment. I'm already level 39, and I'm not far from level 40. Once I reach level 40, my gear will be at least level 46-star. Invincible. As the superhuman who made the greatest contribution to the successful defense of the city, Jiqiu received a reward that included an instant level up of 2. Unfortunately, I still didn't get a mid-level superpower enhancement scroll. However, there is a bottle of divine blessing and a high-star gem. The blessings of the gods should naturally be used on the chains of lightning punishment. Both the Blade of Destruction and the Ring of Void are level 35 divine equipment. If they are evolved again, Jiqiu will no longer be able to wear them. With a bottle of divine blessing and 100,000 3-star source power coins, the Chain of Thunder punishment has undergone an evolution. Chain of Lightning punishment, evolvable 1-star artifact physical attack plus 149, lightning attack plus 299, elemental resistance plus 149, evil resistance plus 150, accuracy plus 6, luck plus 5, 15% chance to trigger lightning punishment attack, inflicts demon possession for 120 seconds, requires level 35, already evolved once. Compared to its pre-evolution form, the Chain of Lightning has increased its physical attack by 50 points, its lightning attack by 100 points, its elemental resistance and evil resistance by 50 points, and its hit rate and luck by 1 point each. Increases the probability of triggering lightning strikes by 5%, and increases the duration of demonic possession by 60 seconds. With the Chain of Lightning punishment, the Blade of Destruction, and the Thunder Serpent bracers, Jiqiu's probability of triggering a lightning punishment attack reached 35%. Previously, a single lightning strike dealt 816 damage, now it deals 916 damage. Once you reach level 40, you can replace the Thunder Serpent bracers. Jiqiu then looked at the gem that the Divine Blood Sin Ape had dropped. Cooldown gem, 6-star significantly reduces the cooldown time of superpowers, skills, or equipment added ultimate abilities. This gem has given Jiqiu a headache. After reading a more detailed introduction about it, Jiqiu quickly made a decision. Although this gem is a 6-star gem, which is a very high star rating, it is ineffective against SSS level superpowers that have already been upgraded, and it is also ineffective against divine equipment that has already been evolved. Such gems cannot be used casually on ordinary equipment. Regular equipment will need to be replaced sooner or later. In this way, Jichio only has two choices. One is to use the cooling gem on the void ring to reduce the cooling time of space solidification, and the other is to use it on the divine wrath source force / I'm leaving. The void ring's spatial solidification effect lasts for 5 seconds, with a cooldown time of 1 hour. Even if the cooldown time is halved, it will still take half an hour, so the actual effect is not significant. Even if the cooldown time is reduced to 15 minutes, it's the same, since spatial solidification is only used in critical moments, and critical moments are often very short. Are you sure you want to consume one 6-star cooldown gem and 300,000 3-star source power coins to reduce the cooldown time of your divine wrath source power / Gems below 6 stars can be activated directly to take effect, but gems of 6 stars or higher require a considerable amount of source coins to function. In God Lord, there are many places where you need to spend source coins. The more powerful the superhuman, the more source coins they need to spend as their level increases. Therefore, Jichio will not use source coins to level up. Jichio clicked OK. The cooldown of your skilled divine wrath source force / has been reduced. Jichio opened his attribute panel. Autumn, Destined Priest. Superpowers, Avatar, SSS Advanced, Void Walking, SSS Intermediate. Grade, 39, 0.0001%. Physical Fitness, 142,500. Lifespan, 301 years, 6 months, 13 days, 8 hours, 55 minutes, and 33 seconds. Skill, Divine Wrath Source Power / Overall Combat Strength Assessment, Supreme Priest. Jichio was pleased to find that the cooldown of Divine Wrath Source Force / had been reduced from 120 seconds to 30 seconds. As expected of a 6-star cooling gem, it's said to significantly reduce cooldown time, and the reduction is indeed substantial. During a single void walk, you can unleash at least 6 Divine Wrath Source Force slashes, dealing explosive damage. Why has the title changed? Jichio sought his title change from 7-star God Official to Heavenly Mandate God Official. What the hell is a Heavenly Destiny God? In his previous life, Jichio had never heard of this divine title. Since no one can complete the 7-star nobility mission, there is naturally no nobility above 7 stars. Jichio looked at his Divine Duke badge. It was still white, but the 7 silver 5-pointed stars inlaid on it had been replaced by the 2 silver characters Destiny. Besides being instantly promoted to level 2, the Celestial Priest was also a reward I received after successfully defending the city. No wonder my health increased so much all of a sudden. Normally, at level 39, my health should be around 92,000 points, and lifespan also increases dramatically. The rewards for successfully defending a city do include a promotion in rank, but this reward is very difficult to obtain. Jichio played a crucial role in Zhangzhou's successful defense. He almost single-handedly killed all the major bosses in the siege, as well as a large number of high-level ordinary monsters. His promotion was only right. The promotion of the title not only brings a significant increase in health and lifespan, but also greatly improves Jichio's various basic attributes. Our overall strength has increased again. However, his overall combat strength is still rated as Supreme Priest, since the Divine Servant mission can only be done at level 55, and Jichio is currently only level 39, which is 16 levels away from level 55. It is indeed hard to say that he is invincible below level 55. For example, if he encounters a level 56-star or 7-star boss, he might not be able to defeat it. Next, I'll level up to 40, equip myself with those top-tier level 40 gear, and then head to the Netherworld to try and get a mid-level superpower enhancement scroll as soon as possible. In 20 days, which is 1 month after the arrival of God Duke and the start of monster spawning, NPCs will appear all over the world. If we can reach level 55 ahead of time and complete the Divine Servant quest, there will be many benefits. It's difficult, but not absolutely impossible. As Jichio was pondering this, she returned to the headquarters of the Who Cares Whatever Guild. The Earthfire Unicorn fell from the sky. Jasmine T, the favorite, jumped off the back of the Fire Unicorn and then went into the temple where her guild leader lived. I didn't expect there would be a reward for successfully defending the city. Upon seeing Jichio, the Jasmine T lover smiled and said, I've leveled up 2 levels, now I'm level 33. And my rank has also increased, I'm now a 6-star divine official. Fine. Jichio's reaction was indifferent. At first glance, the reward he received for favorite Jasmine T was the same as the reward for favorite Jasmine T, a direct upgrade of 2 levels, and a 1-tier increase in the star rating of his title. However, the actual reward he received was far greater than that for favorite Jasmine T. Is leveling up from 37 to 39 the same as leveling up from 31 to 33? Can the star rating increase of a divine official be the same as that of a divine priest? Undeniably, the Jasmine T lover made a significant contribution to the defense of the city. Although her contribution was far less than that of Jichio, it was still far greater than that of other people in Zhangzhou City. The guild warehouse has a lot of level 35 5-star top-tier equipment. It looks so tempting. With a hopeful look on her face, Nice, she said. With that equipment, I can complete high-level priest quests. If I could have a few level 40 star level summon bosses at level 35, that would be even more secure. Ji Chuo added. There are quite a few level 40 bosses among the siege bosses, but unfortunately I'm not level 35 yet. The Jasmine tea lover paused for a moment, then added, by the way, the authorities are holding an event to commemorate those who sacrificed their lives defending the city. Junnan asked me to ask you if you'd like to participate. I'm not going to join in that fun. Ji Chuo shook his head and said, there will definitely be a lot of people crying then, and I can't bear to see that kind of scene. Why don't you represent our guild and participate? She nodded obediently, her favorite being Jasmine tea. She didn't actually want to participate in that event, but her guild had a lot of cooperation with the official organizers, so she should give them face. The monster siege is over, and some are happy while others are sad. The members of the Warriors' Home Guild were feeling very upset at this moment. Their guild was destroyed, many people died, and those who survived were severely punished. Others were rewarded for successfully defending the city, and they were also rewarded, but compared to others, their gains were negligible. They initially hid within the protective barrier, contributing almost nothing to the defense of the city. Later, when the protective barrier was broken, they fled into the depths of the city, remaining in a safe area and not participating in the defense of the city. They killed very few monsters, therefore, the reward they received was very meager. When they learned that there would be a reward for contributing to the defense of the city, they were filled with deep regret. With Chill protecting the big boss, defending the city is still quite dangerous, but for elites like them, as long as they are a little cautious, they can hold out until the end. There's no need to make any special inquiries, just look at the rankings in the Jiangnan region to see the progress of the living superhumans. The ranking list not only displays the rank, but also the title. Xiao has reached level 39 and has become a celestial priest. What a divine official of destiny is not clear to most people. It is certain that the heavenly destiny god is above the 7-star gods. My favorite Jasmine tea has reached level 33, and my rank has been upgraded to 6-star divine official. The two top players from the Whoever Guild are even more amazing now. Seeing the rank and title of these two men, Jess Lee felt a surge of despair. He regretted it even more now, wishing he hadn't attacked his beloved Jasmine tea. The feud has already begun, and the enemy is ridiculously strong. What should we do? Lu Ruyan was also very depressed at this time. I thought that by joining the warrior's house and receiving attention and training, my future would be bright. But unexpectedly, a monster siege occurred, and the warrior's house was destroyed. She had just reached level 19 and was about to be able to do the divine officer quest when she was implicated in the guild's destruction and lost 2 levels in the blink of an eye, and also lost another 5 years of her lifespan. While others received rewards for successfully defending the city, she didn't. Thinking about all the effort she had put into leveling up, Lu Ruyan felt like crying. The woman who killed Thomas is now level 33. When will I be able to avenge Thomas? And I heard she's a member of the Who Cares Guild. Before today, Lu Ruyan had been focused on leveling up and was unaware that my favorite Jasmine tea was a member of the Whoever You Want Guild. No one in the Warriors Home Guild who knew about this had told her. With Chill protecting her, no wonder she leveled up so quickly. If Chill were willing to help me, I would have completed my priesthood mission long ago. I'm so angry. Don't get angry. Stay calm and have confidence. Jess Lee and other powerful figures from the Eagle Nation will rebuild the guild. With their abilities, they will become strong sooner or later, and I can become strong along with them. Lu Ruyan was right. Less than an hour after the monster siege ended, Jess Lee recreated the guild. The new guild is called Light of Civilization, and it's still a 3-star guild. Unlike Thomas, Jess Lee knew that it was best to name a guild in Chinese when establishing one in China. This would win the favor of the Chinese people and make it easier to recruit Chinese elites without suffering excessive discrimination. If you want to accomplish great things on Chinese soil, you must first hide yourself well. All the foreign members of the original Warriors Home Guild naturally joined the Light of Civilization Guild. Most of the original Chinese members of the Warriors Home Guild joined the Light of Civilization Guild, while a small number joined guilds founded by Chinese members. Lu Ruyan still blindly believed in foreigners and joined the Light of Civilization Guild without hesitation. The Light of Civilization. What a wonderful name. This guild can't be wiped out too, can it? The Heroes Guild is a 3-star guild founded by Wang Tang, a well-known rich second generation from Jiangzhou. During the monster siege, the Heroes Guild was also breached by the monsters and subsequently destroyed. Unlike Warriors Home, Heroes Guild was relatively cooperative with the Jiangzhou city government's mobilization efforts and contributed to the defense of the city. They suffered heavy losses, including many guild elites, but the surviving members received substantial rewards after successfully defending the city. After the monster siege ended, Wang Tang created a new 4-star guild called Tenglong. Previously, Wang Tang was only a 3-star apprentice and could only create 3-star guilds. Wang Tang is now a 4-star divine official, so he can create a 4-star guild. Low-star guilds that have not been destroyed can also increase their star rating by spending source coins if the guild leader's rank is upgraded. Ji Ming and Wang Tang were classmates. In addition, Wang Tang awakened an S-level superpower. Jiming felt that following Wang Tang would definitely lead to a bright future, so he first joined the Heroes Guild and now he has joined the Tinglong Guild. Wang Tang certainly values Jiming highly. In order for Jiming to level up faster, Wang Tang arranged a team for him to assist in fighting monsters. To ensure Jiming had no worries, Wang Tang also allowed his parents to join the guild and have separate accommodations within the guild's headquarters. Jiming is now level 27. Although he is only a 3-star divine official, he is still considered a master and has a high status in the guild. After all, he has a good relationship with the president. Ji Dahai and Lu Caixia had a very comfortable life in the previous Heroes Guild. Jiming would occasionally give the elderly couple some source power coins, which they could use to level up by absorbing the source power within the coins. However, Jiming needs to hand over most of the source coins he obtains to the guild, and Ji Dahai and Lu Caixia also need to go out and fight monsters. Fortunately, because Jiming held a high position in the guild, some guild members of similarly low levels were willing to help Ji Dahai and Lu Caixia level up by fighting monsters. Ji Dahai is currently level 15, while Lu Caixia is level 13. The couple were rather lazy and didn't like going out to fight monsters. They preferred to stay in the guild's territory and wait for their son, Jiming, to rise to prominence. In their view, once Jiming reaches a high level and becomes strong enough, they will have an inexhaustible supply of source coins. If that's the case, why bother fighting monsters? Fighting monsters is so tiring. There's also the danger of being killed by monsters. As darkness fell, Jiming and his parents settled down in their new guild. The three of them moved into a small courtyard where there was a 2-story building. Dad, Mom, the Chiu who's ranked number 1 on the leaderboard could very well be Ji Chiu. In the living room on the first floor of the small building, Jiming suddenly spoke up. When I was on the front line resisting the monster siege, I saw that Chiu from afar. At that time, he was fighting a boss. Although he was wearing a cloak, after careful observation, I found that he looked a lot like Ji Chiu. It just looks similar. Lu Caixia curled her lip, looking disdainful. Qiushin is Qiushin, and Ji Chiu is Ji Chiu. There's no comparison at all. They can't possibly be the same person. Ji Chiu has always been someone who hasn't amounted to much, and he never has. Don't overthink it. There are tons of people who look alike. Ji Dahai chimed in. Ji Chiu must have been killed by the monster long ago. Let's forget about him. Jiming also realized that he was overthinking things. However, he also felt that the possibility that Chiu was Ji Chiu could not be ruled out. So he made up his mind to find an opportunity to meet Chiu. After all, they were both in Jiangzhou City, so it wouldn't be too difficult to meet. With the monster siege over, humanity around the world has a chance to catch its breath. Because of Ji Chiu's position on the global ranking list, superhumans from all countries who have activated their system panels can see his rank and title. How did the title of Autumn in China become the Heavenly Mandate Priest? Wasn't it the 7-star priest before? It's clear that his rank was promoted because of the successful defense of the city. In other words, he participated in the defense of the city and wasn't fighting the boss alone on some special map. Among the monsters attacking Chiu's city, there's actually a level 46-star boss? Terrifying. Ordinary superhumans marveled, while powerful figures from various countries and influential guilds felt heavy-hearted. Autumn is leading by too much margin. If he is allowed to continue growing, the entire planet will become his hunting ground in the future. We need to find a way to get rid of him. Although they hadn't discussed it, the powerful figures from various countries shared the same idea. Japan will absolutely not allow such a super strong person to appear in China. If Chiu isn't from my great Han kingdom, then he shouldn't be alive. Hurry up and complete the priest quest. Then, all the powerful priests from our Eagle Kingdom will take the teleportation array to China to hunt down Autumn. The world's strongest individual can only belong to the superhuman from our White Elephant Kingdom. After resting until midnight, Ji Chiu's true form awoke from her sleep. Opening her eyes, Ji Chiu sneezed several times in a row. She frowned, thinking that someone must be talking about her over and over again. After all, he was the only one on the global ranking list and had become a celestial priest. Time to upgrade. Leaving behind one clone, Ji Chiu led the other 4 clones away from the Who Cares Guild's headquarters via a 5-star teleportation array. After the teleportation ended, Ji Chiu and his 4 clones arrived at the famous Shenanjia Forest District. The monsters that spawn here are at least level 40. There are no densely populated towns nearby. Not to mention after the monster siege, even before the siege, the nearby towns and villages were uninhabited. There are still many monster spawning areas below level 40 around the forest area. It will be a long time before a large number of superhumans come here to level up and fight bosses. Ji Chiu leveled up by fighting monsters while searching for the boss. Make a note of the spawn points of some level 40-star level bosses, and let my favorite Jasmine T fight them when she reaches level 35. Originally, 1 main body and 4 clones would be equivalent to 5 times the experience, but in fact, Ji Chiu soon discovered that he could get more source power by fighting the same type of monster. After some experimentation and careful calculation, Ji Chiu finally concluded that his source power gained from defeating monsters had increased by 1.5 times compared to before. Previously, defeating a level 40 normal monster would yield 1000 source points, but now it yields 1500 source points. It's not hard to guess that this is one of the hidden attributes brought by the celestial god. Faster upgrade speed. Jiqiu secretly praised himself. He was already leveling up very quickly with his clone, and now he had 1.5 times more experience. He was taking off. Having already defeated a level 46 star boss, Jiqiu could easily defeat the low star level 40 bosses here, with no difficulty whatsoever. However, the amount of source energy required to level up from level 39 to 40 is simply too much. Even with 1.5 times more experience, Jiqiu cannot complete the level up in a short time. To speed up his leveling, he ventured deep into the Shenangjia forest, killing level 45 monsters and bosses. The night passed quickly. On the first day after the monster siege, a memorial service was held in Jiangzhou City. The memorial service has ended. The Jasmine tea enthusiast returned to the headquarters of the Whoever You Want guild and went to the temple where their guild leader lived. At this moment, Jiqiu's true form was still fighting monsters and leveling up outside, and what he saw was naturally one of his clones. President, this morning a guy named A Star Is Born said he wants to meet you. The Jasmine tea enthusiast reported. He said he might know you, and that you have a close relationship. Jiqiu's clone revealed a meaningful smile. Jiqiu naturally knew that Ji Ming was the one who would make a name for himself. He said he witnessed your charisma during the defense of the city and felt that you resembled someone he knew. The Jasmine tea lover added, by the way, he used to be a key member of the Heroes Guild. The Heroes Guild was wiped out by monsters, and their guild leader recreated a guild called Tinglong. I don't know him. Jiqiu shook his head and said, I don't know anything about the guild he belongs to. As for him wanting to see me, there are plenty of people who want to see me. Who does he think he is? The man who loves Jasmine tea nodded. There are indeed many people who want to see you, including bigwigs from Jiangzhou City and even the Jiangnan region, as well as the presidents of various folk guilds. They say they want to thank you in person for your contributions to the defense of the city, but in reality, they just want to wing you over or curry favor with you. You must have been the most popular person at the memorial service, right? Jiqiu joked. How does it feel to be the center of attention and have everyone trying to please you? Not very good. The Jasmine tea lover replied irritably, I hate being stared at by a group of people, and I have no interest in dealing with complicated interpersonal relationships. I will never participate in similar events again. Upgrade now. Jiqiu said, as long as you are strong enough, no one will dare to disturb your peace. My favorite is Jasmine tea. I turned and left, taking the teleportation array to Tianmu Lake Wetland Park. Not only Jiqiu and her favorite Jasmine tea, but most people quickly recovered from the impact of the monster siege and returned to their previous routines. Upgrade what needs upgrading, and fight the boss if you need to. In chaotic times, one must be strong and strive to be the first, otherwise one will be eliminated and crushed into the dust. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed since the monster siege. Jiqiu finally reached level 40 and equipped a full set of level 46 star equipment, as well as 2 pieces of level 47 star equipment. The Divine Blood Sin Ape dropped 3 level 47 star equipment pieces, one of which was a weapon. Jiqiu already had the Blade of Destruction, so that weapon could only remain idle in the warehouse. Divine Ape Wolf Fong Mace, 7 stars physical attack plus 399, accuracy plus 15, luck plus 2, attack speed plus 2, 35% chance to trigger armor penetration, critical hit damage increased by 50%, requires level 40. This is a melee weapon, and its physical attack power is only 151 points less than the level 35 1-star divine equipment, the Blade of Destruction. Moreover, it has initial attributes of 2 attack speed and 2 luck. Its best feature is that it has a 35% chance to trigger an attack that ignores enemy defense and increases critical hit rate by 50%. The stronger the enemy's defense, the greater the effect of triggering the defense break. A normal critical hit deals twice the damage, and a 50% increase in critical hit damage means that a critical hit deals 3 times the damage of a normal attack. The attributes of the 7-star equipment are indeed powerful. Divine Ape Armor, 7 stars physical attack plus 69, physical defense plus 299, elemental resistance plus 229, poison resistance plus 99, evil resistance plus 99, evasion plus 19, auto heal plus 499, grants 60 seconds of divine possession, requires level 40. Weapons cannot be changed, but armor must be. Jiqiu was previously wearing a level 35 5-star battlesuit, which was equipped with the Wrath of Evil Spirits. Most high-star equipment comes with a special skill, and the Divine Ape Armor, as a 7-star equipment, is no exception. The power of divine possession is clearly far greater than the wrath of an evil spirit. Divine Ape Bracers, 7-star physical attack plus 59, physical defense plus 159, elemental resistance plus 139, poison resistance plus 59, evil resistance plus 59, auto HP regeneration plus 259, with Divine Ape Summoning, requires level 40. The meaning of Divine Ape Summoning is quite clear. It allows you to summon a 7-star Divine ape of the same level as the equipment owner. The 6-star divine ape was already very powerful, and Jichio had high expectations for the strength of the 7-star divine ape. After changing to a new set of equipment, Wrath of the Evil Spirits and Summoning of the Evil Spirits were also phased out. Of course, Jichio can equip the gear that comes with these two ultimate skills when needed. However, after equipping low-level, low-star gear, Jichio can still unleash his ultimate skill, but his own attributes will also be significantly reduced. When the ultimate skill is activated, the gear with the ultimate skill attached cannot be replaced, otherwise the ultimate skill will immediately become ineffective. Jichio was equipped with high-star level 40 top-tier gear, almost every piece of which came with a powerful skill. He didn't need to use Evil Spirit's Wrath or Evil Spirit's Summoning at all. No boss could withstand so many powerful attacks. Jichio wore a divine ape wristband on her left hand and a bracelet on her right. It wasn't the bracelet dropped by the divine blood sin ape, but by a level 45-star boss called Electric Pattern Thunder Bone Beast during a monster siege. Lightning bracelet, 6-star physical attack plus 45, physical defense plus 129, lightning attack plus 189, elemental resistance plus 119, poison resistance plus 55, evil resistance plus 55, 5% chance to trigger lightning punishment attack, requires level 40. This bracelet is the only piece of equipment on Jichio's body that doesn't come with an ultimate skill. Like the Thunder Python bracers, it has a 5% chance to trigger thunder punishment attack, but its other attributes are much stronger than the Thunder Python bracers. After replacing the Thunder Python bracers with the Thunder Pattern bracelet, Jichio's entire equipment still has a 35% chance to trigger thunder punishment attacks. Upon reaching level 40, Jichio's basic lightning attack can deal 640 damage. With the addition of the 299 lightning elemental attack from the lightning chain and the 189 lightning elemental attack from the lightning bracelet, a single lightning attack can deal 1128 damage. With all equipment replaced, Jichio's physical attack power reached 1688 points. Its physical defense and various resistances have also reached astonishing levels, and it regenerates nearly 1000 health points per second. With his health exceeding 140,000, he is now ridiculously strong. If you encounter a level 40, 6-star divine blood sin ape again, you can fight it by just tanking it. Of course, the main body and several clones together endured the damage and took the hits together. After all, it's a 6-star boss, not something you can just solo. After reaching level 40 and changing his equipment, Jichio returned to the Whoever Guild's headquarters. To reach the Netherworld, you need to use the 5-star teleportation array within the guild's headquarters. As soon as Jichio returned, her favorite jasmine tea was served. Guild Master, I've reached level 35. Jasmine Tea Lover asked expectantly, are you going to take me to fight a level 40 high-star boss, or will you tell me the location and I'll go fight it myself? Now, in addition to her level 32 Earthfire Unicorn, she also has 2 level 35 4-star bosses and 1 level 35 3-star boss. She naturally wouldn't even look at a low-star level 40 boss. Tianmu Lake Wetland Park has a level 40 boss, but only ordinary or 1-star ones are available. 2-star ones are very difficult to encounter. A level 42 star boss is no stronger than a level 35 4-star boss. To enjoy Jasmine Tea to the fullest, you need a summon boss that is level 40 and has 2 stars or higher. Go to the Shenangjia forest area and hunt for yourself. Jichio then gave several coordinates, which would allow them to find the boss that the Jasmine Tea enthusiast wanted. Jichio had tested those bosses before. They weren't difficult to defeat. Jasmine Tea is now quite powerful. After all, she is a 6-star divine official and is wearing a set of level 35 5-star equipment. Even if you can't win, you can still escape calmly on the Fire Unicorn. Understood. Thank you, President. Jasmine Tea is her favorite, so she turned and walked towards the 5-star teleportation array inside the guild's headquarters. Jichio didn't rush to the Netherworld. He had been working hard to fight monsters for the past 2 days and needed to rest and recharge. Once he arrives in the underworld, he can only stop occasionally to rest and cannot sleep. After sleeping for 4 hours, Jichio woke up to find an announcement. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman most favored Jasmine Tea for successfully completing the 6-star priest mission and becoming the first 6-star priest on Earth. Jichio smiled with satisfaction and relief. Without sending a congratulatory message or waiting for his favorite Jasmine Tea to return, Jichio left behind 1 clone and led the other 4 clones into the 5-star teleportation array. Take out the Netherworld token, activate it, and then start the teleportation. A Netherworld token was consumed, and a 5-star teleportation array emitted a dazzling silver light, tearing through the void and opening up a deep and dark spatial passage. Jichio and his 4 clones jumped into the spatial passage, and immediately a huge force propelled their bodies forward at high speed. Approximately 20 seconds have passed. The thrust acting on Jichio and his 4 clones suddenly disappeared. They sped forward for a while longer before beginning to fall. Soon, they landed on the ground. Time passes slowly. Honorable Divine Officer, you have entered the Netherworld, a realm of extreme danger. Please proceed with extreme caution. caution. As soon as Ji Chio heard the system notification, a line of numbers appeared in front of her eyes. 119:59:55. Ha! Isn't it true that you can only stay in the netherworld for 3 days using the netherworld certificate? Ji Chio was somewhat surprised. Just like entering the netherworld passage, there is also a time limit in the netherworld. Unless you die, you cannot leave voluntarily within the specified time limit. You will be automatically teleported back when the time is up. Based on his past life's experience, Ji Chio knew that superhumans on Blue Star could only stay in the netherworld passage for 2 days, and in the netherworld world for 3 days. But the countdown displayed before him showed that he could stay in the netherworld for 5 days. That's right, this must be influenced by the heavenly destiny priest. Ji Chio quickly realized, when I came here in my previous life, I didn't hear any system notifications. It seems that there are many hidden benefits to the promotion of the title. The environment of the netherworld passage was already eerie and terrifying, but the netherworld itself was even worse. The sky remained overcast, with wisps of brown mist drifting in the air. The air is thick with malevolent energy. The fishy, foul odor was enough to make one want to vomit. Even more chilling is that severed limbs and broken arms are everywhere. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up like mountains. It's also unusually cold here, colder than the nights on Earth after the arrival of God Lord. The cold here is not only a physical sensation, but also a mental one. The only beauty comes from those red flowers. Those are spider lilies. Everyone nodded in agreement. Their beauty has an eerie quality that is unsettling and makes one afraid to look directly at them. When ordinary humans from Earth first arrive here, they would definitely think they have arrived in hell and would need some time to adapt. Ji Chio was different. He came here in a previous life. In his past life, he had witnessed too many terrifying scenes and even experienced death. The netherworld passage is graded, but the netherworld itself is not. There are many high-level bosses in the netherworld, but the Blue Star superhumans who have just been teleported here will not end up in particularly dangerous places. Unlike the netherworld passage, entering the netherworld will cause you to continuously lose health. The higher the level, the more health you lose per second. It is only related to the rank, not to the star rating of the title. A level 40 superhuman loses 100 health points per second in the netherworld. Ji Chio now automatically regenerates nearly 1000 health points per second, and the automatic health loss caused by the netherworld has no effect on him. 20 minutes passed quickly. However, if a level 40 superhuman is unfamiliar with the netherworld and does not have any healing equipment, the impact of losing 100 health points per second when entering the netherworld for the first time cannot be ignored. After a brief observation and adjustment, Ji Chio led his 4 clones into action. There's a group of monsters not far away. Netherworld electric zombie, level 35, 86,000 HP. For a level 35 non-boss normal monster, 86,000 HP is quite high. The level 35 2-star boss that Ji Chio fought in the netherworld passage was the priest Balk, who was possessed by an evil spirit, and he only had 156,000 HP. It should be noted that there are significant differences in attributes between bosses and ordinary monsters of the same level. Clearly, the monsters and bosses in the netherworld are much more powerful. Being difficult to fight has its advantages. Fighting monsters in the netherworld passage grants double experience, while fighting monsters in the netherworld world grants triple experience. The celestial official also receives a 1.5x experience boost. The netherworld lightning zombies are not bosses, they only have one attack method, continuously releasing black lightning. Ji Chio's elemental resistance is too high. The black lightning of the netherworld electric zombie can't break through its defense at all. Ji Chio was already level 40, so fighting these level 35 netherworld electric zombies was just a practice run for him, a chance to get used to his new equipment and improve his strength. One basic attack, 1688 damage. A critical hit, dealing 3376 damage. The main body and its 4 clones combined to unleash a critical strike, dealing a total of 16,880 points of damage. There's also 1128 points of lightning strike damage. With its rapid attack speed, Ji Chio's main body and 4 clones can deal nearly 50,000 damage per second on average. This is without even unleashing any powerful attacks. If Ji Chio were to unleash the Divine Wrath Source Force / his main body and 4 clones would focus their attacks. As long as they landed a critical hit, without needing to trigger the lightning punishment attack, they would deal approximately 150,000 points of damage in one go. In less than half a minute, all of the dozen or so netherworld electric zombies were killed. Recalling the hardships and suffering in the underworld passage of her past life, and comparing them with the ease and freedom of this life, Ji Chio couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. In my previous life, I was at a higher level, but even fighting small monsters like the netherworld lightning zombie was quite difficult. Ji Chio didn't waste too much time on the small monsters. After familiarizing himself with his current combat strength, he led his 4 clones to search for monsters and bosses of level 40 and above. Not long after Ji Chio entered the netherworld, favorite Jasmine T, who had just completed her priest mission, returned to the Whoever You Want Guild's headquarters and entered the temple where Ji Chio was was temporarily staying. What she saw was naturally the clone left behind by Ji Chio. I carefully read the requirements for the 7-star priest's mission, and it's too difficult. I don't want to be punished for failing the mission, so I chose the 6-star priest's mission. The Jasmine tea lover said, I'm sorry to disappoint the president. Your arrogance is written all over your face. Ji Chio's clone glanced at her favorite Jasmine tea. The beautiful woman was modest, but her eyes revealed a hint of smugness. Clearly, she didn't think that completing the 6-star priest mission would disappoint her guild master. The world's first 6-star divine official, absolutely something to be proud of. The woman who loves Jasmine tea paused for a moment, thinking to herself that her acting skills needed improvement. The mission rewards are pretty good, aren't they? Very good. The Jasmine tea lover nodded and said, I now have over 20,000 HP, and my other basic attributes have also been greatly improved. Even the number of bosses I can summon has increased by 1. Her superpower, soul summoning, is quite unique. As her level and rank increase, the number of bosses she can summon automatically grows. Upgrading soul summoning generally does not increase the number of bosses that can be summoned. So even though she used the beginner superpower enhancement scroll to advance her beginner soul summoning to intermediate, she could still only summon 4 bosses. I also got a beginner level superpower enhancement scroll. I don't need it, so I'll have to sell it. What a pity. If only I had a mid-level superpower enhancement scroll. Samsung gave us 150,000 source coins, which is quite a windfall. Hearing this, Ji Chio couldn't help but interject. Get to the point. A bottle of divine blessing and a skill book. The one who loved Jasmine tea blushed. There's also a 1-star artifact. Clearly, she still couldn't contain her excitement when talking about the 3 prizes. Ji Chio smiled with satisfaction. If you complete the 6-star priest quest quickly enough and rank high enough, you may receive divine equipment as a reward. It's just a possibility. However, the world's first 6-star priest will definitely receive divine equipment as a reward. I've read the detailed description of divine blessings, but I don't need them right now. The Jasmine tea lover continued. The artifact I obtained can be evolved, but it's already a level 35 artifact, so I won't be able to wear it after evolving. Guild master, if you need it, I'll give you that bottle of divine blessing. I don't need it for the time being. Ji Chio shook his head, thinking to himself that this girl was indeed a good person and knew how to repay kindness. I'll just have to save it for now and use it when I reach level 40 or 45. Ji Chio reminded him, if you want to use it to evolve a level 35 divine equipment, you have to wait until level 55, because a level 35 divine equipment can be evolved into a level 55 divine equipment in one go. Is the difference that big? The Jasmine tea lover was somewhat surprised. How did the president know that? You don't need to know how I know. Just listen to me. Ji Chio offered no explanation. Level 55. When will that be? Her delicate eyebrows, which she loved most about Jasmine tea, furrowed slightly. Actually, you can use that bottle of divine blessing on the Earthfire unicorn. Ji Chio pointed out, the bodies of us humans on Blue Star are relatively weak. Even high-star priests cannot withstand the power of the god's blessings. But the Earthfire unicorn is a 5-star boss, and its physique is strong enough. My favorite is Jasmine tea, so I couldn't help but take another good look at my president. This guy really knows everything. I believe you. I believe you. I'll believe whatever the president says. The Jasmine tea lover walked to the temple entrance and summoned the Earthfire unicorn. Next, she used a bottle of divine blessing and 100,000 3-star source power coins to give the Earthfire unicorn a transformation. We actually have to pay so many source coins. My favorite Jasmine tea is really expensive. I got 150,000 3-star source power coins after completing the 6-star priest mission, and most of them are gone in the blink of an eye. The transformed Earthfire unicorn remains level 32, but its star rating has increased, making it a 6-star boss. Don't be fooled by the fact that it only has 1 more star. The Earthfire unicorn's strength has increased dramatically. It originally had just over 300,000 HP, but now its HP has jumped to 700,000, more than doubling. All basic attributes have been greatly improved, and the ultimate skill will become even more powerful. However, the fire unicorn requires more source energy to level up. President, if we give it another bottle of divine blessing, will it level up to 7 stars? I love Jasmine tea, he asked curiously. It should be. Ji Chio gave a vague answer. The accurate answer is that simply buying another bottle of divine blessing won't upgrade the Earthfire unicorn to 7 stars. You'll need to spend more source coins and get help from a special NPC. By the way, what skill book did you get? Ji Chio changed the subject. Great rain technique. 7-star skill. Jasmine tea lover replied, this is a group skill that not only restores health but also removes most negative status effects, such as fatigue and poison. However, it can only be used once every 5 minutes. This is a skill that suits you very well. Ji Chio continued, your summoned bosses are all high star, so they're not easy to kill. When they're low on health, just cast a great rain spell, and they won't die. You won't have to wait for the cooldown to summon them again. Yes, it's really useful. The Jasmine tea lover nodded and said, can I start learning now? Sure. Ji Chio was taken aback for a moment, then asked in return, why haven't you learned it yet? Are you saving it for the new year? With a sincere expression, the person who loves jasmine tea said, I thought I'd give it to you if you needed it. Jiqiu smiled and waved his hand. That skill is clearly more suitable for you, you should learn it yourself. My favorite is jasmine tea, which is why I clicked to learn the great sweet rain technique. What divine artifact did you obtain? See for yourself. The jasmine tea lover handed a piece of equipment to Jiqiu's clone. Divine light pendant, evolvable 1-star artifact, physical attack plus 99, elemental attack plus 299, elemental resistance plus 139, evil resistance plus 139, poison resistance plus 139, evasion plus 39, luck plus 2. Guaranteed to trigger divine light protection when at low health, granting 10x movement speed for 60 seconds. Requires level 35. This is a divine piece of equipment in the necklace category. Its physical attack attribute is not high, but its other attributes are good, making it more suitable for ranged attackers or support-type superhumans. The term residual blood refers to a state where the blood volume is less than 1/3. Divine light protection is a type of shield, and its defensive power depends on the level of the equipment owner. The 10x movement speed is like a powerful bonus, usable for both attacking and escaping. In terms of its overall properties, the divine light pendant's greatest function is to save lives. With this divine gear, as long as you're not instantly killed, you can easily handle most dangers. Its attributes are very strong, right? After waiting a moment, the one who loves jasmine tea said generously, you'll definitely need this amazing item, so I'm giving it to you. It's very powerful, but it's not suitable for me, and I can't take what belongs to someone else. Jiqiu still smiled and shook her head. You wear it yourself. Only one necklace can be worn at a time, and Jiqiu already has the chain of thunder punishment. Unless they awaken special superpowers, superhumans cannot see each other's equipment attributes. Jiqiu himself has not said so Zue AI jasmine tea naturally does not know what kind of divine equipment he has. What I can be sure of is that Jiqiu definitely has some amazing equipment, and possibly more than one piece. The gift hadn't been delivered, and Zue AI jasmine tea sighed in frustration. She owes her chairman so much, she really wanted to repay the favor. Besides repaying the debt, she also wanted to be able to help her own boss instead of constantly taking advantage of him. By the way, where is your family? Jiqiu asked knowingly. Why haven't I heard you mention this before? My family is all gone. After a brief hesitation, the woman who loves jasmine tea continued. My parents are both researchers. 2 years ago, they went to the United States to attend an international conference and were in a car accident there. Jiqiu quickly apologized. In fact, Jiqiu knew something about her family's situation in her previous life regarding their love of jasmine tea. The parents, who loved jasmine tea the most, were top chip experts in China. They were invited to a meeting in the United States, but were taken away by American agents as soon as they got off the plane. The United States claims that her parents stole the United States chip technology. After a 2-day investigation, the British authorities released her parents. Her parents had just regained their freedom when they were in a car accident on their way to the airport. Anyone could see that the car accident was not simple, but unfortunately, no evidence could be produced. As the guild leader said before, the guild is now like home. With a slight smile, she said, I think so too. She loves jasmine tea. Go upgrade. Jiqiu encouraged. There are still many top-tier level 40 equipment items in the guild warehouse. Once you reach level 40 and wear a set of level 46-star equipment, your strength will increase significantly. He turned and left, his favorite jasmine tea gone. She had her eye on those level 46-star equipment in the guild warehouse for a long time. Anyone who sees that equipment would be completely bewildered. Today, there are more and more superhumans around the world who have reached level 30 or above. Those who awaken superpowers of a grade or above all made great contributions to the defense of the city and thus received generous rewards, including level upgrades. This is a major reason why they are able to reach level 30 or even higher. As A level and above superhumans continuously improve their level, rank, and equipment, they gain a deeper understanding of their awakened superpowers, and their rise to power accelerates. They first become well known by leading the rankings, and then become famous and respected powerhouses after one powerful attack after another. After the monster siege, everyone is working hard to level up, hoping to reach level 35 as soon as possible and complete the priest's quest. Of course, we also need to earn more source coins and improve guild development. Building teleportation arrays is especially important within guilds. Teleportation arrays are essential for cross-regional communication, enabling safe and fast travel from one town to another, and from one country to another. In some towns, high-level monsters don't spawn in the surrounding vast areas, so people often have to travel a long way to find a suitable place to fight monsters and level up. For example, Songhai City. Before the arrival of God Lord, Songhai City and its surrounding vast area were a cluster of cities with a relatively dense population. As a result, after the arrival of God Lord, that vast area will not spawn a large number of monsters or bosses above level 30. Traveling is a waste of time, and not everyone can have a mount. With a teleportation array, things are different. It's already a headache if there aren't any suitable places to level up around your guild and town, but it's even more troublesome if there aren't any suitable places to level up in your country. For example, in Japan, due to its dense population and limited territory, there are very few places in the country where high-level monsters spawn. There are also some small countries with high population density that need to build teleportation arrays to travel to other countries' territories to level up. From now on, high-level monsters and bosses will be the most important resources. Guilds, factions, and even nations lacking such resources have to steal, rob, and seize them. At that time, humanity on Earth will enter a protracted period of mutual strife, with conflicts occurring every moment. Those with strategic vision can naturally see this and actively prepare for it. Only Jichio knows what the greatest threat to humanity on Earth is. In the blink of an eye, Jichio had already spent 2 days in the Netherworld. In the past 48 hours, the most powerful boss Jichio encountered was only a level 45 3-star boss. The level 45 3-star boss is only slightly stronger than the level 44-star boss, and poses no threat to Jichio, who has killed the level 46-star boss. The Netherworld has many high-level, high-star bosses, but it is also very vast. In addition, the Netherworld is extremely dangerous, so Jichio dared not run around recklessly and had to be careful at all times. It is normal that he did not encounter any powerful bosses. Of course, these 2 days weren't without their gains. I've obtained at least a lot of top-tier level 40 and 45 equipment. More importantly, Jichio has reached level 42. After reaching level 40, leveling up twice in 2 days is an absolutely outrageous leveling speed. It should be noted that it took Jichio 2 days to level up from level 39 to level 40. If it takes 1000 source energy to level up from level 39 to level 40, and Jichio can get enough in 2 days on Blue Star, then he can get 500 source energy each day. In the Netherworld, Jichio can accumulate up to 2000 source energy points every day. Why not 3 times 500? Because in addition to the triple experience in the Netherworld, Jichio's equipment upgrade also speeds up the monster killing process. The source energy required to level up from level 40 to level 41 is only 1.5 times that required to level up from level 39 to level 40. Therefore, Jichio reached level 41 in less than a day after arriving in the Netherworld. Leveling up in the Netherworld is indeed fast, but at this rate, I definitely won't reach level 55 before the NPCs arrive. We still need to fight high-level monsters. Jichio felt that he didn't need to be overly cautious. After all, he had left a clone at the guild's headquarters. You can be bolder. Besides leveling up, he also has 2 other set goals to achieve in the Netherworld. First, I managed to get a mid-level superpower enhancement scroll. Secondly, you can obtain the pass to the Netherworld Tower. With this special item, you can directly teleport into the Netherworld Tower through the 5-star teleportation array in the whoever guild's territory. If you can pass the many trials of the Netherworld Tower, you will receive unimaginable benefits. In Jichio's previous life, only one person on the entire Blue Star passed all the trials of the Netherworld God Tower. Even though it took too long and his ranking was not high, he still obtained a divine piece of equipment. In order to achieve his goal, Jichio decided to be bolder and venture into the relatively dangerous areas of the Netherworld. Undead spirits and evil spirits blocked the way from time to time. Jichio ignored monsters below level 45 and low-star bosses, and quickly moved forward. Not long after, he encountered a group of level 50 monsters. Netherworld Flame Wolf. Health, 176,000 points. It's just a regular monster, not a boss. Although it's level 50, its health isn't too high. The Netherworld Flame Wolf is over 3 meters tall, and with its tail, it is over 10 meters long. It is enormous and its entire body is bathed in eerie green flames. Hundreds of Netherworld Flame Wolves gathered together, which was exactly what Jichio wanted. High-level monsters, and there are plenty of them. It's worth killing. Without the slightest hesitation, Jichio led his 4 clones and charged straight into the wolf pack. The Netherworld Flame Wolves are not only skilled in melee combat with sharp claws and teeth, but also adept at ranged attacks, as they can spew Netherworld flames. The Netherworld Flame is a very peculiar flame. It deals fire elemental damage and can also inflict mental damage. Fire damage makes you feel intense heat, while mental damage makes your soul feel cold. The damage to the mind caused by the Netherworld Flame is considered an evil attack, while Jichio's equipment has a high level of evil resistance. Ordinary level 50 monsters can't break through Jichio's defense at all, not even level 50 monsters from the Netherworld. Jichio completely ignored the various attacks from the group of Netherworld Flame Wolves, and his main body and 4 clones swung the blade of destruction at top speed. In just 7 or 8 minutes, all of the more than 100 Netherworld Flame Wolves were killed. Jichio harvested a large amount of source power and many level 50 equipment. Just as Jichio was about to leave, a level 50 boss attacked. Ghost Flame Wolf King, 2 stars. Health, 310,000 points. This boss looks much larger, and even has a piece of armor on its body. It is very powerful and violent. Unfortunately, even against a level 50, 2-star boss, Jichio was still able to tank the damage. No need to activate Void Walk. This kind of boss will not drop top intermediate superpower enhancement scrolls, let alone pass to the Netherworld Tower. All we can provide for Jiqiu is a large amount of source energy and level 50 equipment with low star ratings. If it weren't for its ultimate move, it wouldn't have lasted even 10 seconds against the combined attack of Jiqiu and its 4 clones. To Jiqiu's slight surprise, the Ghost Flame Wolf King dropped a special item that was very useful to him. It wasn't a gem or a scroll, but a map. The ancestral map of the Ghost Flame Wolf Clan. This map only depicts the areas where the Ghost Flame Wolf Clan has ventured into the Netherworld. This area is just the tip of the iceberg of the Netherworld. However, it's enough for Jiqiu. After all, the time he can stay in the Netherworld is limited, and the area he can explore is also limited. The ancestral map of the Ghost Flame Wolf Clan marks many special locations, including dangerous places, areas where powerful bosses reside, and areas where large clans live. This provides Jiqiu with considerable convenience in leveling up and fighting bosses, since Jiqiu is located within the area covered by this map. They didn't linger for long. Following the map markings, Jiqiu first went to the nearest valley where there were a large number of level 50 monsters. Stay in the valley for half an hour, kill all the monsters and bosses in the valley, and then go to the next place. And just like that, another day passed in the blink of an eye. Jiqiu has reached level 43. Fighting level 50 monsters continuously significantly accelerated Jiqiu's leveling speed. After his upgrade, he, along with 4 clones, and with the help of the map, found a level 54-star boss. This is a city that has been reduced to ruins. On the city wall, the big boss stood right there. Commander-in-Chief of the Netherworld City Guard, 4-star. Health, 1,310,000 points. This boss has about the same amount of health as the Divine Blood Sinful Ape. In fact, in God of the Lord, the star rating of the boss is more important, as the star rating reflects the quality of its own talents. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Netherworld City Guard commander here is 10 levels higher than the Divine Blood Sin Ape that attacked Jiangzhou City. In reality, the latter is slightly stronger. The same applies to human superhumans. A level 54-star priest may not be able to defeat a level 46-star priest. Besides the Netherworld City Guard commander on the city wall, there are 4 level 53-star Netherworld City Guard commanders, 20 level 52-star Netherworld City Guard officers, more than 100 level 51-star Netherworld City Guard warriors, and more than 2,000 level 50 Netherworld City Guard infantry. They are all upright and appear to be human, but their physical appearance differs significantly from that of humans on Earth. Some of them have 4 ears. Some of them are exceptionally tall and robust. Some of them have a bull's head. Regardless of their appearance, they were all broken and decaying, exuding a strong aura of death, including that level 50 4-star Netherworld City Guard commander. It not only lost an arm, but also only had half a head left. After a brief observation, Jiqiu began to walk in the void. Hit the big ones first, then the small ones. If you attack the smaller bosses first, you'll alert the big boss. You can't withstand the big boss's attacks while trying to kill the smaller bosses. There are too many mini-bosses, it's impossible to kill them all in a short time. While in a void-walking state, Jiqiu and his 4 clones rushed to the city wall and launched an attack on the Grand Commander of the Netherworld City Guard. In just 20 seconds, this level 50 4-star boss lost half of its health. They unleashed their ultimate move. His entire body exuded an aura of death, and his evil flames roared. In an instant, its health was fully restored, and its total health increased to nearly 2 million points. At the same time, it frantically swung its battle sword, and countless sword lights appeared all around its body and above its head. Those blades were extremely powerful, but unfortunately they couldn't hit Jiqiu at all. Another 30 seconds passed, and its health dropped below 1 million. It became more ferocious and powerful. Its death aura solidified into a tangible form, providing it with superhuman defense while also unleashing sharp, ghostly claws. The Blade of Destruction has a 100% chance to break through defenses. Death aura defense is useless. Those sharp ghost claws, like the countless flashes of swordlight, could not strike the target in the void. Even though it could regenerate 10,000 health points per second, it only lasted for a little over 80 seconds in the face of Jiqiu and his 4 clones' relentless attacks. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman show for achieving the first kill of the level 54-star boss, the Netherworld City Guard commander. Because it was the first kill, the Grand Commander of the Netherworld City Guards dropped 3 level 55-star equipment pieces and 7 level 54-star equipment pieces, 25,000 4-star source coins. Jiqiu didn't get the pass to the Netherworld Tower or the intermediate superpower enhancement scroll he wanted, but he did get 2 special items. A 5-star evil gem, a key to the gate of the City Lord's tomb. The so-called City Lord is clearly the City Lord of this city. Since this special item can be obtained, it must be useful. In other words, the City Lord's tomb is worth exploring. Evil gems are generally not used on weapons because weapons do not increase evil resistance. Therefore, there is no need to consider the Blade of Destruction. Should this 5-star evil gem be used on the Chain of Lightning Punishment, or on the Void Ring? While pondering this, Jiqiu led his 4 clones to fight the 4 level 50 3-star Netherworld City Guard Guard Commanders. The Netherworld City Guard Commander has 550,000 HP. As 3-star bosses, their ultimate moves are quite powerful. Even so, before Voidwalk went into cooldown, Jichio still managed to kill all 4 Netherworld City Guard Commanders. Next, we will kill the level 50, 2-star Netherworld City Guard officers one by one. Jichio can easily tank the damage from this level of boss. The damage he loses can't keep up with his healing. After defeating the Netherworld City Guard officers, then fight the Netherworld City Guard warriors. Then came the infantry of the Netherworld City Guard. The number of foot soldiers in the Netherworld City Guard exceeded 2,000, which took Jichio a considerable amount of time. But it's worth it, since they're all level 50 monsters, and each one can drop a lot of source energy. Places like this, where large numbers of level 50 monsters gather, are rare and hard to find. Nearly an hour later, Jichio finally cleared the city of monsters. He had also figured out how to deal with that 5-star evil gem. Use it on the Chain of Lightning punishment. Because the Chain of Lightning is accompanied by demonic possession, this ultimate move is obtained through a 3-star evil gem. A 5-star evil gem would definitely make it stronger. Using a 5-star evil gem on the Void Ring might not necessarily give it an additional ultimate skill, it could simply increase its evil resistance. When Jichio clicked OK, the 5-star evil gem was consumed. Chain of Lightning punishment, evolvable 1-star artifact, physical attack plus 149, lightning attack plus 299, elemental resistance plus 149, evil resistance plus 299, accuracy plus 6, luck plus 5, 15% chance to trigger lightning punishment attack, inflicts demonic wrath for 180 seconds, requires level 35, already evolved once. The Chains of Lightning's evil resistance has been increased by 149 points. The 3-star evil gem adds a powerful ultimate ability to the Chain of Lightning, demon possession for 60 seconds. After the Chain of Lightning evolved once, the duration of its accompanying demon possession increased to 120 seconds. This time, the 5-star evil gem was used on the Chain of Lightning punishment, and the original demonic possession was transformed into demonic wrath. Not only does it last 60 seconds longer, but more importantly, demonic wrath is far stronger than demonic possession. Whether it was high-level, high-star equipment, or special gem-type items, these gains were all within Jichio's expectations. Therefore, obtaining a 5-star evil gem would not bring Jichio any surprise. His strength hasn't improved much either. After all, his equipment comes with too many powerful abilities. As can be seen from the battle just now, Jichio seemed to handle a level 54-star boss with ease. Only a stronger boss could make him unleash those powerful moves. A boss stronger than a level 54-star boss is not easy to encounter. Find the City Lord's tomb. Jichio took out the key to the City Lord's tomb and wandered around the city. According to the item's description, as long as you get close to the location of the City Lord's tomb, the key to the tomb's gate will change. 10 minutes or so passed. The key to the front door in Jichio's hand suddenly began to tremble. The more violently it trembles, the closer it is to the City Lord's tomb. Soon, Jichio jumped into a dry well. The dry well is about 100 meters deep, and there is a long, dark underground passage on one side of the bottom. Jichio walked carefully along this underground passage. After walking more than 1,000 meters, Jichio finally reached the end of the underground passage. What stood in front of him was a large and heavy-looking stone door. There is a keyhole on the stone door. Jichio inserted the key to the gate into the keyhole. Without turning it or making any other movement, the heavy stone gate in front of him opened slowly and automatically. As the door opened, a thick aura of death surged out from behind it. When the gate was fully opened, a tomb passage appeared before Jichio's eyes. It is clear that there are stone sculptures of various shapes on both sides of the tomb passage. They are not real stone sculptures, but level 50 monsters. As Jichio stepped into the tomb passage, the nearby stone sculptures immediately cracked, and the stone layers covering their bodies quickly fell off, revealing the true face of the monster. Netherworld Tomb Guardian Puppet, 2 stars. Health 335,000 points. Puppet monsters usually have high health and high defense. Both being level 52-star bosses, the Netherworld Tomb Guardian Puppet has more HP than the Ghost Flame Wolf King. There are numerous level 52-star bosses near the entrance to the tomb passage, and there will definitely be even higher level bosses deeper inside. Jichio, along with his 4 clones, began clearing out the monsters. Defeating a level 50-star level boss gives a lot of experience points, so don't waste them. Anyway, there's no rush, and we have plenty of time. Slaughter all the way. There are indeed higher level bosses deep inside the tomb passage. For example, the level 50, 3-star Netherworld Guardian Priest. They continued fighting monsters and advancing for about 40 minutes until Jichio, with his 4 clones, finally arrived at the true location of the City Lord's tomb. The tomb is like an underground palace with no main gate, but the entrance and the interior of the tomb are crowded with level 50-star level bosses. There are 2 level 54-star bosses, the Guardian Warriors of the Underworld Tomb. Health 1,260,000 points. Both being level 54-star bosses, the Coffin Guardian General of the Netherworld Tomb has has 50,000 fewer HP than the Netherworld City Guard commander. Their strength is estimated to be slightly weaker. Inside the palace-like tomb, there was a coffin made of special crystals. It's not hard to guess that the so-called City Lord is lying in that coffin. With the Void Walk activated, Jiqiu, along with his 4 clones, began fighting the boss. First, take down those 2 Guardian Warriors of the Netherworld tomb. With only a dozen seconds left in the Void Walk, both Guardian Warriors of the Netherworld tomb were killed. Jiqiu quickly collected the various items they dropped and continued to clear out the nearby bosses. In less than 5 minutes, the tomb was completely clean inside and out, with not a single monster left. Jiqiu originally planned to wait 10 minutes for the cooldown of his void walking ability to finish before making a move on the crystal coffin, but unexpectedly, the crystal coffin shattered on its own. Countless fragments of rock flew everywhere. At the location of the crystal coffin, a level 50 boss stands upright. The City Lord of the Netherworld Red Water City, 5-star. Health 2,620,000 points. No more, no less. This level 55-star boss has exactly twice the HP of the Netherworld City Guard commander. Compared to the other bosses in this city, its body is much more intact, with only a few obvious wounds and almost no other injuries. It stands upright like a human, but its head resembles that of a vicious wolf. Long claws grow from its hands and feet, and its body is emanating a torrent of deathly energy. When it opens its eyes, they glow with a green light like will-o'-the-wisps. As Jiqiu was observing, it had already pounced on him. At this moment, Void Walk is still on cooldown. Without hesitation, Jiqiu unleashed the ultimate skill attached to the Divine Ape Bracers, Divine Ape Summoning. The next moment, a level 43 7-star Divine Ape appeared beside Jiqiu. Despite being 7 levels lower, this Divine Ape star rating is 2 levels higher than that City Lord boss. The level 46-star Divine Blood Sin Ape has 1,350,000 HP, while the level 43 7-star Divine Ape has nearly 3 million HP, more than the City Lord boss. Under normal circumstances, a 7-star boss has a certain degree of suppression over a 5-star boss. However, this is the Netherworld. As an undead boss, the City Lord of Netherworld Red Water City is not a truly living being. He has long since lost his mind and will not be afraid of a 7-star Divine Ape. Moreover, as a boss summoned by an equipment-bearing ultimate skill, this 7-star Divine Ape is not as strong as the real 7-star Divine Ape. It also lacks the necessary intelligence and fights purely on instinct. Even so, it can still hold its own against the City Lord of Yuming Chishui City. Not to mention killing the City Lord of Netherworld Red Water City by himself, he could at least cripple him and withstand his attacks. When the City Lord of Netherworld Red Water City was low on health and unleashed his ultimate move, not only did his health instantly return to full, increasing his total health to nearly 4 million points, but he also seemed to regain his senses, no longer fiercely attacking the 7-star Divine Ape, but instead starting to attack Jiqiu and his 4 clones. The ultimate skill can make the boss smarter? Jiqiu was caught somewhat off guard, and one of his clones took a heavy blow from the opponent. Fortunately, Jiqiu's equipment is top-notch, and he has over 100,000 HP. If it were any other level 43 superhuman, they would probably be instantly killed. Jiqiu was no longer just watching. He joined forces with his 4 clones and the 7-star Divine Ape to besiege this level 55-star boss. When the main body and the 4 clones' health dropped below 50,000, he unleashed the ultimate move attached to the Chain of Thunder punishment, Wrath of the Demon. In an instant, Jiqiu and his 4 clones' health was fully restored, and their total health increased to nearly 250,000 points. The 5 of them together have a total of over 1.2 million health points. The Blade of Destruction can penetrate defense 100%, while the City Lord of Netherworld Red Water City's attack cannot penetrate defense 100%. Jiqiu's luxurious equipment prevented his main body and clone from losing health too quickly. The Demon's Wrath also greatly increases Jiqiu's defense and attack power. Previously, Jiqiu and his 4 clones could deal an average of 50,000 damage per second. With the blessing of Demonic Wrath, they can now deal an average of nearly 70,000 damage per second. Even if the opponent has 4 million HP, it won't last long. There's no need to unleash any other powerful moves, or even expend any source power to unleash the Divine Wrath source power / the Demonic Wrath buff is enough. The City Lord of Netherworld Red Water City doesn't only have one ultimate move. The ultimate skill I just used restored health and buffs. When its health dropped below half again, it unleashed another powerful attack, summoning a group of level 54-star Netherworld ghosts. These ghostly apparitions are in spirit form and are immune to physical attacks. The lightning strikes were very effective against them, but Jiqiu ignored them. Jiqiu's evil resistance increased by another 149 points, and Demonic Wrath also increased his evil resistance, so the evil attacks from the Netherworld ghosts did not pose much of a threat to him. We can definitely tough it out. Although it can't hold out for long, the City Lord of the Netherworld Red Water City also can't hold out for long. Another 30 seconds passed, and the Wrath of the Demon continued to rage. The City Lord of Netherworld Red Water City fell first. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman show for achieving achieving the first kill of the level 50 5-star boss, the Lord of the Netherworld Redwater City. As soon as the announcement flashed before Jichio's eyes, the ghostly figures in the tomb vanished without a trace. The global superhumans, who were also working hard to level up and fight bosses, saw this system announcement. The weak admired and praised it, while the strong were jealous and cursed it. When monsters sieged the city, kill the level 46-star boss. In just a few days, they were even able to kill a level 55-star boss. Everyone instinctively opened the level leaderboard and discovered that Chio had already reached level 43. Everyone remembers that when the monster siege had just ended, Chio was level 39. Everyone knows that the higher the level, the harder it is to level up. So why is Chio still leveling up so quickly after level 40? Even if you keep fighting bosses that are way higher level than you, this leveling speed is just too ridiculous. However, most of the superhumans on Earth have long been accustomed to Chio's amazing performances. If they don't see any information about Chio in the system announcements one day, they will feel that something is wrong. The city lord of Yuming Chishui City revealed what Jichio wanted. First kill certificate for a level 55-star boss, 12,000 5-star source coins, which is equivalent to 120,000 4-star source coins, 8 pieces of level 55-star equipment. Because it was the first kill, it also dropped 3 level 56-star equipment items. Level 56-star equipment is no worse than level 47-star equipment, but unfortunately Jichio is not yet level 50 and cannot wear level 50 equipment. A certificate from the underworld. This time, Jichio used up 1 netherworld token, but he obtained a total of 3 netherworld tokens in the netherworld passage. Even now, he still has 3 netherworld certificates. The netherworld token was naturally not what Jichio wanted most. The city lord of Netherworld Redwater City did not drop a pass to the Netherworld Divine Tower, but he did drop a mid-level superpower enhancement scroll. Naturally, this intermediate level superpower enhancement scroll was used for voidwalking. Voidwalk, SSS Advanced, lasts 300 seconds each time, cooldown 600 seconds. The duration has increased from 3 minutes to 5 minutes. Cooldown time reduced from 15 minutes to 10 minutes. While the improvement may not seem significant, its effects are remarkable in actual combat. In particular, the increased duration means that Jichio can deal more damage while invincible. Once an SSS level superpower reaches an advanced level, it becomes very difficult to improve it further. The drop rate for advanced superpower enhancement scrolls is too low. You have to defeat high-level 6-star or even 7-star bosses to have a chance of getting one. Even if you manage to defeat it, you'll still need the help of a special NPC to upgrade it. Jichio didn't think too much about it. Both of his SSS level superpowers had reached the advanced level, which was more than enough. Only one of the goals set for this trip to the Netherworld has been achieved. Jichio must continue to work hard and strive to obtain the pass to the Netherworld God Tower. Less than 2 days left. Jichio walked out of the tomb and left along the tomb passage he had come from, quickly returning to the surface. Blue Star, China, Jiangzhou City, North District. Near the headquarters of the Light of Civilization Guild, in a grove of trees, spatial fluctuations were frequently observed. One after another, superhumans appeared out of nowhere. Clearly, they were all teleported from other places. It is clear from their physical characteristics that they are not Chinese. Jess Lee has been waiting here to welcome our distinguished guest. Back when he first created the Warriors Home Guild, he shared the coordinates of this place with many acquaintances who, like him, were forced to remain within China, so that one day they could teleport directly here. In fact, before the creation of Warriors House, Thomas had already used his influence to contact many acquaintances who had long resided in China. Most of them are business elites and international students from the United States. There are also spies planted in China by the United States. Expand your reach and connect with more people through those acquaintances. Previously, because the outside world was full of monsters, means of transportation such as airplanes and trains were completely useless, so everyone could only stay in their original cities and work hard to fight monsters and level up. Only now, through the guild construction system, and by spending a considerable amount of source coins, has the teleportation array been built. These are all low-star teleportation arrays, unable to perform international teleportation, only within the territory of China. China has a large land area with many suitable places for upgrading, which is enough to ensure that these foreigners can grow up. Moreover, the Chinese are not xenophobic. The vast majority of Chinese people are quite friendly to foreigners stranded in China. Official forces across China will not target foreigners. In fact, they will try their best to take care of them. No one can be sure what Earth will become in the future. In the view of the Chinese government, countries should work together to overcome difficulties rather than scheme against each other. Dealing with the threat of monsters is already a headache enough. If we also have to deal with infighting among humans from Earth, it will undoubtedly make the living environment even worse, and no one will have a good life. However, foreigners stranded in China do not think so. They are extremely insecure. They also have no sense of belonging to this land. They naturally felt that they were outsiders in this land and would be ostracized sooner or later. They cannot build a high-level teleportation array capable capable of international teleportation in a short period of time, so they must stick together for now. Therefore, when God Lord arrived, they actively contacted each other and made many plans. Those who live relatively close to Jiangzhou City can reach the Light of Civilization Guild in Jiangzhou City with just one teleport. For example, foreigners in Shanghai City. Some people even need to be teleported twice or more to reach Jiangzhou City. For example, foreigners in Western China. Throughout the entire country of China, almost every major city has foreigners who have established guilds and built teleportation arrays in various places. At first, they actively recruited elite superhumans from China in order to develop as quickly as possible, since there is strength in numbers. Foreign superhumans who came from all over the world were welcomed into the guild headquarters of the Light of Civilization by Jess Lee or others. To avoid being detected, they always teleported over at night. The reason I came to Jiangzhou City is because Autumn is in Jiangzhou City, and the Anyone Who Cares guild is in Jiangzhou City. The Whoever You Want guild's favorite Jasmine T once destroyed the superhero guild founded by Thomas. Jess Lee once attempted to assassinate his beloved Jasmine T, but unfortunately, he failed. At that time, he didn't know that the person who loved Jasmine T was a member of the Whoever You Want guild, and he never expected that Chill would make a move. At this time, more than 30 foreigners had been sent from all over China. They were discussing their next course of action in a villa within the Light of Civilization guild's headquarters. Based on Chill's performance during the monster siege, although it cannot be 100% certain, there is at least a 70% chance that he has awakened a clone-type superpower, and it is highly likely to be at least S rank. Jess Lee said in a deep voice, he has a lot of clones, and the clones have strong combat power, some even as strong as the original body. So he levels up very quickly and can even fight bosses of higher levels. He's been getting first kills on all sorts of bosses, so his gear must be incredibly high-end. A blonde woman chimed in, I just teleported here and saw the system announcement that he killed a level 55-star boss. Whether it's level or combat power, he's way ahead. We can't let him continue to get stronger. Yes, once the high-level teleportation array is built, it will threaten our country's homeland. They must be eliminated. We can't get the support of the strong in our motherland in the short term, so we can only rely on ourselves now. Everyone expressed their opinions. Actually, everyone had already reached a tacit understanding before they even arrived. No matter how powerful Chio is, she's only one person. Oh, no, there's also that woman who can summon the boss, so there are two of them. A bald man said in a deep voice, although our level and equipment are inferior to theirs, we outnumber them and our awakened superpowers are not bad either. As long as we coordinate well, we have a good chance of taking them down. Jess Lee nodded and said, last time we hunted Jasmine T, if Autumn hadn't suddenly teleported over, Jasmine T would have been dead for sure. Even a group of people who have only awakened low-level superpowers can hunt down strong individuals if they cooperate well enough. The beautiful woman said, no one is absolutely invincible. There must be a teleportation array inside the Whoever You Want guild's territory, so there's not much point in camping outside their guild territory. Jess Lee continued, moreover, if they attack near the guild's headquarters, they'll not only easily receive support from the Chinese, but they'll also easily escape into the guild's headquarters. The Whoever guild's protective barrier is very strong. It was never breached during the monster siege. Then let's do it in the wild. The bald man chimed in. They are high level, and the places where they fight monsters and level up are very dangerous for us. Jess Lee added, our people used soul detection to search, but they couldn't find where Autumn was. They could only detect the approximate location of her favorite Jasmine T. The person in the Light of Civilization guild who awakened the superpower of soul detection has reached level 27 with the help of source coins. With a higher level and having completed the mission of the divine official, this person can now detect the location of superhumans, who are 10 levels higher than themselves, and the maximum detection distance has increased from 500 kilometers to 1000 kilometers. Her current favorite Jasmine T is level 36, and she won't travel 1000 kilometers away from Jiangzhou City to level up, so Jess Lee knew exactly where she went every day. As for Chiu, his level is simply too high. To detect his location, someone who has awakened the superpower of soul detection would need to be at least level 33. The amount of source coins needed to reach level 33 is too much. Jess Lee and the Light of Civilization guild don't have that many source coins right now, since there are many places where source coins are needed. Let's start with my favorite Jasmine T. The bald man sneered, if her ability to summon bosses continues to grow, she may not be weaker than Chiu in the future, and may even be stronger. This Chinese woman is even more aggressive. Thomas had no grudge against her, yet she destroyed the superhero guild and killed Thomas. Her true identity has long been exposed. Her parents died in the United States, so she has every reason to hate the people of the United States. My favorite Jasmine T is currently being enjoyed at Tianmu Lake Wetland Park. The central area of this wetland park is home to a large number of level 40 monsters and quite a few bosses, making it perfect for her. However, she plans to change her monster hunting location once she reaches level 37. Level 40 monsters and bosses are too easy to kill, and as her level increases, the source energy she can obtain pain from fighting monsters of higher levels here gradually decreases. After all, it's just fighting monsters 3 or 4 levels higher. Actually, her leveling speed is quite fast. After all, she didn't have the 1.5x experience bonus from the Celestial Priest, nor was she fighting monsters in a special map like the Netherworld. She is very close to level 37, only 30% experience points away. After becoming a 6-star priestess, the number of bosses she can summon increases to 5. Besides the Earthfire Unicorn, she also has 4 level 40-star level summon bosses. The Earthfire Unicorn also needs to absorb source energy. The source energy required for leveling up, especially Jasmine T, is mostly obtained by the 4 level 40 summon bosses. With her current strength, it would be a waste for her to level up in Tenmu Lake Wetland Park. Their combat power is excessive, but its advantage lies in its ease, lack of risk, and rapid monster killing speed. Achoo! Achoo! While grinding monsters, I was drinking my favorite Jasmine tea when I suddenly sneezed a few times. Did the student council president miss me? Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly as she looked at the rankings, her favorite tea being Jasmine. Our guild leader is level 43. How can you still level up this fast after level 40? No way. We're upgrading in a different location right now. The Jasmine tea lover put away the 4 summon bosses and sat on the back of the Earthfire Unicorn. First, they returned to the headquarters of the Whoever You Want guild and then took the teleportation array to the Shenangjia Forest District. She came here once when she had just reached level 35. That time I came to fight a level 40 star level boss. She knew that this forest area was a relatively dangerous monster hunting map, with many level 40 and above bosses deep within it. She dared not go too deep. After the Earthfire Unicorn is promoted to 6 stars, its strength has increased a lot, but it is only level 33 now. If it encounters a big boss of level 45 or even higher, it may not be able to defeat it. It's better to keep a low profile. She came to level up, not to fight bosses and get top-tier equipment. Inside the headquarters of the Light of Civilization Guild, a young foreign woman suddenly barged into the villa where Jess Lee and others were having a meeting. Vivian, we're discussing something important. What are you doing barging in here? Jess Lee frowned unhappily and questioned him. President, I just tried to locate the location of my favorite Jasmine tea again, but the detection failed. Vivian replied eagerly. Jess Lee's brow furrowed even more. It seems she's currently more than 1,000 kilometers away from Jeonjo City. Vivian nodded repeatedly. The level ranking shows that she is still level 36, not more than 10 levels higher than me. If she keeps going to faraway places to level up, it will be difficult for us to keep track of her movements at all times, and we won't be able to ambush her. The beautiful woman spoke. It seems we'll have to think of another way. The bald man was also feeling a bit of a headache. They had just come up with a plan, but unfortunately, plans can't keep up with changes, so they need to discuss it again. Find a boss and have the official guild in Jeonjo City fight it. If they can't, they might ask Jasmine T. Lover to help them. A middle-aged, burly man suddenly suggested, we could set up an ambush over there. That might work. That's a good idea. The beautiful woman looked at Jess Lee. Didn't you bribe a few officials in Jeonjo City? They can help. You can give it a try. While agreeing, Jess Lee began to think about how to carry out the middle-aged man's suggestion. Following the markings on the ancestral map of the Ghost Flame Wolf clan, Jichio continued to fight monsters and bosses. This map greatly improved his monster killing efficiency. Even so, it took him nearly 2 days to reach level 44. The countdown in front of us has reached its final few seconds. Jichio spent 5 days in the Netherworld before being teleported back to the Who Cares Guild's headquarters. I leveled up 4 times in 5 days, but even in the Netherworld, Jichio's leveling speed will slow down. It now takes 2 days to level up, then it will take 3 days, then 4.5 days. 7 days have passed since the monster siege, and in 13 days, the NPCs will descend upon Blue Star. It's almost impossible to reach level 55 in the next 13 days. Based on my leveling speed in the Netherworld over the past 2 days, I should only be able to reach level 47 before the NPCs arrive. Jichio had long thought that it would be very difficult to reach level 55 before the NPCs arrived. After trying it in the Netherworld, he realized that it was an impossible goal. When he went to the Netherworld in his previous life, his level was already very high. Different circumstances make accurate estimations difficult. Since we can't reach level 55, there's no need to rush to level up. Let's take a nap first. Jichio spent 5 days in the underworld without sleep or rest and was extremely exhausted. Because of his strong physique, physical fatigue was nothing. The real reason Jichio felt tired was that his spirit was constantly being attacked by the cold in the Netherworld. The weariness of the soul is the hardest to bear. I slept for 6 hours. I woke up at dawn. With all the weariness of her soul swept away and feeling refreshed, Jichio went to the guild canteen and had a hearty meal. While eating, he opened the ranking leaderboard and took a look. My favorite Jasmine T has reached level 38. This beautiful woman is also very hardworking. Her superpowers definitely give her a significant advantage in terms of leveling up. After all, it's an SS level superpower. The third place on the ranking list of the Jiangnan region of China is Jiangnan's #1 Heartless. During the monster siege, Jiqiu sold him a beginner-level superpower enhancement scroll, which boosted his superpowers and naturally accelerated his leveling speed. Moreover, the Anyone Guild sold a large number of top-tier equipment to the Jiangzhou municipal government, allowing the most ruthless person in Jiangnan to own a set of top-tier equipment with good attributes. At this point, Jiangnan's most ruthless character is level 33. After leveling up 2 more times, he can do the priest quest. There are still only 2 priests in the entire Jiangnan region. Jess Li reached level 31, but failed to make it into the top 10 of the Jiangnan region's level rankings. His superpowers were considerable, but unfortunately, the warrior's home guild he founded was destroyed during the monster siege, for which he was severely punished. Moreover, he did not make much contribution to the defense of Jiangzhou City. Most importantly, his superpowers don't offer any advantage in terms of leveling up. Let's take a look at the ranking system of China. Jasmine tea remains the second most popular tea, and all of the top 10 are at level 35 or above. They were all famous and powerful figures in their previous lives. Jiqiu smiled inside. The genius of the past life has already begun to show his talent in this life. Jiqiu is familiar not only with those who rank highly on the Chinese national ranking list, but also with those who rank highly on the global ranking list. Jiqiu knew that as more and more people completed the priest's mission, the situation on the entire planet would become increasingly chaotic. Grab upgrade maps, raid bosses, and seize all kinds of resources. That's just how humans are. They'll stop at nothing to get what they want. The power of the top elites is growing, while the weak can only struggle to survive under their protection and pity. A powerful person with wicked intentions is more terrifying than a monster. In my previous life, around this time, the Superhero Guild and other guilds founded by foreigners began to communicate privately through teleportation arrays, forming a very powerful alliance. Then they launched secret assassination operations targeting the top performers on the ranking list, preventing many people in China who had awakened powerful superpowers from reaching their full potential. In this life, I had my favorite Jasmine tea destroy the Superhero Guild and also took down Thomas ahead of time. That will have some impact, but it won't change the wolfish ambitions of those foreigners. It's a pity we couldn't find Jess Li during the monster siege. Now that Jasmine tea is a well-known powerhouse, she's too easily recognizable. Furthermore, her destruction of the Superhero Guild will increase foreigners' wariness of her. It will be difficult for her to kill a large number of foreigners without increasing her sin value. Let's take action ourselves. Jiqiu decided to strike first, but it would be too troublesome and time-consuming to find and kill them one by one. After all, there are many foreign powerhouses stranded in China. They are scattered in different cities and different guilds. Even if the 5-star teleportation array of the whoever guild can save Jiqiu travel time, it doesn't mean he can kill the target as soon as he arrives. If only they could get together. By the way, my behavior is bound to attract their attention, and they might already be plotting how to deal with me. To deal with me, they must organize a large number of experts to act together. It will take time for enough experts to teleport over. After all, building a teleportation array is not an easy task for a guild these days. Give them time to prepare. I'll continue upgrading. With this in mind, Jiqiu left a clone at the Whoever You Want guild's headquarters, then used a Netherworld token to travel back to the Netherworld through the 5-star teleportation array. Jiqiu was unaware that many foreign experts with ulterior motives had gathered at the headquarters of the Light of Civilization Guild. Moreover, skilled foreign experts are still continuously being sent to Jiangzhou City. Of course, even knowing all this, Jiqiu wouldn't rush into action. The more experts who are teleported over, the better. If we can capture them all in one fell swoop, that would be even better. Upon arriving in the Netherworld and beginning to fight monsters, Jiqiu suddenly remembered something. If Jess Li and other foreign experts can't find me, will they resort to targeting my favorite Jasmine tea instead? Highly likely. So, Jiqiu reminded her favorite Jasmine tea to be extra careful through a private chat with a friend. Jasmine tea lover quickly replied, if they want to mess with me, they'll have to find me first. I've been leveling up in Shenangjia lately and haven't been back to the guild headquarters much. Jiqiu didn't say anything more. In fact, he believes that even if his favorite Jasmine tea is ambushed again, he has enough strength to deal with it calmly. Even if the other side has a large number of people and is powerful. At this point, a powerful individual with divine equipment and awakened SS level superpowers is extremely difficult to kill. Besides the divine light pendant, my favorite Jasmine tea also has a full set of level 35 5-star equipment. Among these top tier equipment items, some naturally come with powerful special moves, and there's more than one. Damn it, we've been teleported to a place outside the Ghost Flame Wolf Clan's territory. That map is useless now. After observing for a while, Jiqiu felt a slight headache. Jiqiu still hasn't visited many of the areas covered by the Ghost Flame Wolf Clan's ancestral map. Ahead, there is a group of level 45 ordinary monsters. The Netherworld Black Armor Giant Scorpion. Health 134,000 points. When I first came here last time, I only encountered level 35 monsters, but this time I encountered level 45 monsters right away. In In his previous life, Ji Chio had heard that the more times one came to the netherworld, the more dangerous the place one would be teleported to each time. The risk is very high if you visit the netherworld repeatedly within a certain period of time. That's good. It saves a lot of time going through areas inhabited by low-level monsters. This time, Ji Chio will be able to find level 50 monsters and bosses very quickly. The day passed in a flash. Just as darkness fell, Shin Nongja, who was leveling up his beloved Jasmine Tea, received a private message from the most heartless friend in Jiangnan. He said he found a level 35 2-star boss and wanted to ask his favorite Jasmine Tea to help him defeat it. The user most favorite Jasmine Tea replied, "If you can't fight, then don't fight. Wait until you can. I'm quite far from Jiangzhou City right now, and going back would waste a lot of time." Jiangnan's #1 Ruthless Depression said that the area where the boss was located was very suitable for superhumans of level 30 to 35 to fight monsters and level up. He and several experts from Jiangzhou City were leveling up there. If they didn't kill the boss, they would have to find a suitable place to level up again. However, there aren't many suitable places for them to upgrade around Jiangzhou City, as most of them have already been occupied by some private guilds. As government officials, they couldn't very well compete for the upgrade maps that the private guilds had already occupied. The person who loves Jasmine Tea asked, "Wasn't that boss there before?" The most ruthless person in Jiangnan replied, "No, there was only a level 35 1-star boss there before, which we killed together. This afternoon, while we were leveling up, a level 35 2-star boss suddenly appeared. We have already paid a heavy price to deal with this boss. 2 people died and more than a dozen were injured." The Jasmine Tea lover asked doubtfully, "As far as I know, bosses don't stray far from their original spawn points. The fact that the boss you mentioned suddenly appeared in the place where you're leveling up and fighting monsters suggests there might be some unknown reason behind it." The most ruthless person in Jiangnan said, "We also suspect that someone deliberately lured that boss there, and we are investigating. But regardless of whether it was intentional or not, we still have to take down that boss." After pondering for a moment, I, who love Jasmine Tea the most, sent a message to my guild leader explaining the situation. Ji Chio quickly replied, "It might be a trap, but even if it is, what's there to fear? As long as you're careful, any trap will only result in the other side throwing their lives away. Go ahead, but send me the coordinates before you get there." So, the one who loves Jasmine Tea sat on the back of the Earthfire unicorn and flew eastward. A level 33, 6-star Earthfire unicorn with extremely fast flight speed. In just over an hour, it flew back to Jiangzhou City with its favorite Jasmine Tea. Near the headquarters of the Whoever You Want guild, there was a suspicious person lurking around. When he saw his favorite Jasmine Tea riding a fiery unicorn through the thick protective barrier, he immediately sent the message via private chat with his friend. Upon entering the guild's headquarters, the guild leader, who loves Jasmine Tea, asked Jiangnan's most ruthless person for the coordinates. He then sent the coordinates to Ji Chio before using the 5-star teleportation array to leave. After the teleportation ended, the Jasmine Tea enthusiast arrived at Sawu Wetland Park in the north of Jiangzhou City. Dressed in gold, the most heartless man in Jiangnan is standing on a blue stone. Upon seeing his favorite Jasmine Tea arrive, he immediately jumped down from the blue stone and greeted her. "Thank you for making this trip, Sister Tea. Where is the boss?" While asking questions, the Jasmine Tea lover unleashed several of his summoned bosses. "It was over there just now." The most heartless man in Jiangnan points one arm northward. "Is there anything unusual around here? My favorite is Jasmine Tea. Ask again." The most ruthless man in Jiangnan shook his head and said, "Our people have searched carefully and found no suspicious persons. In addition, there are still quite a few people on guard around here. Being on guard is useless." The Jasmine Tea lover said meaningfully, "I can teleport here directly, and so can others. Many guilds have built teleportation arrays. Even a 1-star teleportation array can transport you here from anywhere in Jiangzhou City. I've brought in a lot of skilled fighters. They're all nearby. If anyone dares to cause trouble, they'll be in deep trouble." The most ruthless person in Jiangnan guarantees this. The man who loves Jasmine Tea waved his hand and said, "If there's any unexpected situation, it's best if your people don't get involved. I can't handle it, and neither can you. Don't just throw your lives away." The most heartless man in Jiangnan was stunned. "Don't worry, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are nothing but a joke." Jasmine Tea lover jumped onto the back of the fire unicorn and then, with several summoned bosses, headed north. Before long, she saw the level 35 2-star boss. Cyclops, 2 stars. Health, 135,000 points. This boss is over 10 meters tall and has only one eye on its forehead. It held a huge wooden club in each hand, wore a leather armor made of animal hide, and exuded a wild and ferocious aura. Apart from the 2 members of the Whoever You Want guild, no one else in the entire Jiangzhou City has reached level 35, including those from official guilds. With the current overall strength of the Jiangzhou City government, they can defeat ordinary level 35 bosses and level 35 1-star bosses. However, they will find it difficult to kill a level 35 2-star boss unless they are willing to pay an extremely heavy price. Most superhumans below level 30 cannot break through the defense of a level 35 2-star boss. boss. Each hit can only forcibly reduce its health by 1 point. And this level of boss has a very strong ability to regenerate health. Jiangnan's most ruthless leader, along with several official experts, attempted to kill the Cyclops here, but after losing 2 people, they had no choice but to give up. My favorite Jasmine T drove a level 40 3-star summoned boss to attack the Cyclops. A level 40 3-star versus a level 35 2-star is an absolute crushing victory. Even if the summoned boss doesn't have the original strength, the battle is still a foregone conclusion, since one side has the advantage in level and star rating. Just as the two bosses began their battle, a spatial fluctuation appeared in a place to the north. It really was a trap. Seeing a group of masked people teleporting over, Jasmine T lover couldn't help but sneer. Immediately afterwards, groups of people were teleported over from the east, west, and south. These people were all wearing masks, clearly not wanting to show their true faces or reveal their identities. They quickly dispersed, forming a circle around their favorite Jasmine T. My favorite Jasmine T is still on the back of the Earthfire unicorn. Besides the summoned boss that is fighting the Cyclops, there are 3 other level 43-star summoned bosses around me. Nowadays, even superhumans have a hard time dealing with level 35 bosses, let alone facing several level 43-star bosses at the same time. It's practically suicide. I really don't know where these guys get their confidence from. Even when surrounded, the Jasmine T lover remained unimpressed. However, she could tell that the fact that the other party dared to come meant that they had a certain degree of confidence. Although the other party cannot see her equipment attributes, they can see her level, as well as the level and star rating of the boss she summons. Everyone knows she's very strong. As it turned out, the other party came prepared. They rapidly approached from all directions, constantly tightening the encirclement. The favorite Jasmine T is to summon the boss who is fighting the Cyclops to his side. For level 40, 3-star bosses each guard a region. My favorite Jasmine T and the Earthfire unicorn are located in the center. The opposing team has more than 30 people, and they are all experts. When the two sides were less than 10 meters apart, several people on the other side simultaneously released control-type superpowers. Suddenly, one person's 2 arms transformed into 2 long golden vines, binding a level 43-star boss. One person released a burst of extremely cold air, freezing a level 43-star boss. One person controlled the earth element, trapping a level 43-star boss within a thick earthen wall. One person's eyes emitted a strange light, causing a level 43-star boss to freeze in a daze. These superpowers are all very strong, with the worst being A level. However, the 4 people who released these superpowers were not high enough in level, so their superpowers could only control a level 43-star boss for a very short time. The longest control time is no more than 10 seconds. The duration of control depends on the level difference between the two sides. Furthermore, all superpowers have a cooldown period, meaning they cannot unleash their superpowers again for a short period of time. Of course, besides the 4 who have already unleashed their superpowers, many of the other 30-odd people have also awakened control-type superpowers. Those who participated in this operation were all carefully selected. Even so, they still need to complete the assassination mission in a short period of time. If the summoning bosses who love Jasmine T lose control, the consequences will be unimaginable. They do have some tricks up their sleeves. Seeing that the 4 summoned bosses guarding the 4 directions were simultaneously controlled, the Jasmine T lover sighed inwardly, but his expression remained calm and composed. The other side must have practiced many times, so their division of labor was very clear and their actions were extremely swift. While the 4 summoned bosses were being controlled, more than a dozen people rushed to the vicinity of the Jasmine T lover and the fire unicorn. Immediately afterwards, a person opened their mouth wide and let out a piercing scream. This shriek can make people and monsters dizzy and incapacitated. A shrill scream entered my ears, and at the same time, my favorite Jasmine T and the Earthfire unicorn both felt a throbbing pain in my head. The enemy's attack has begun. 8 high-attack melee fighters and 6 high-attack ranged fighters. They either have high physical attack power, high elemental attack power, or are high-attack archers. All the attacks were aimed at my favorite Jasmine T. All 14 people were above level 30, and each of them had a set of top-quality equipment. Although they were not top-tier equipment, the level 30 equipment was still quite good in terms of attributes. This wave of attacks is enough to instantly kill an ordinary low-level priest. My favorite Jasmine T is from the 6-star priest. She has over 20,000 HP. There's also a full set of level 35 5-star top-tier equipment and a divine piece of gear. Its super strong defensive attributes mean that an opponent's attack can only deal about 500 points of damage to the Jasmine T lover. Her favorite Jasmine T's base attributes and equipment attributes allow her to recover 300 health points per second. Even if she stands still and lets the opponent attack her, she can withstand it for more than 100 seconds. She doesn't need to hold out for that long. Her summoned bosses will soon be freed from control and help her deal with these enemies. Fuck, this woman has over 20,000 health points. A minute passed quickly. A dozen high damage attackers can only take down 500 of her health in one wave, while she can recover 300 health points. How can we possibly defeat her? On average, damage? One attack from a single person can only reduce her health by 30 or 40 points? Use your ultimate move. Hurry, time is running out. The dozen or so people who were besieging the jasmine tea enthusiast were all utterly astonished. They clearly thought their favorite jasmine tea was something extraordinary, but it turns out they still underestimated this woman. Although they brought quite a few experts with awakened control-type superpowers, they could only control their beloved jasmine tea and summon the boss twice more. The system can be controlled 3 times, with a maximum control time of about 30 seconds. After a wave of probing attacks, they decisively unleashed their ultimate abilities when available, thereby significantly increasing their attack power. They also considered sending more people over, but that will take even longer to complete the teleportation. The teleportation array they were using, being of a low star rating, could only transport a maximum of 10 people at a time. They worried that the long delivery time would give their favorite jasmine tea time to escape. They naturally had no idea that the person who loved jasmine tea had no intention of running away at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed on the ground waiting for them to come and attack. There's another very important reason why we didn't send more people over. There aren't enough high attack players. Teleporting over those with insufficient attack power is actually of little use. Those people simply cannot break through the defense of the jasmine tea lover. Too many people may lead to errors or disruptions in coordination. Furthermore, if more than 5 members of the same guild attack the other guild has the right to launch a defensive counterattack against the entire guild. The maximum number of people they mobilized this time were only 4 from the same guild. Most of the dozen or so people involved in the attack had powerful special moves at their disposal. After unleashing these moves, their attack power increased significantly, but the average damage they could inflict on jasmine tea per second was still not high, only about 800 points. Subtracting the 300 points of automatic health regeneration, the most beloved jasmine tea causes approximately 500 health points to be lost per second. It can withstand the attack for at least 40 seconds. The opponent can only control her and a few summon bosses for a maximum of 30 seconds. Despite her blood volume continuously decreasing, she remained completely unfazed by her love for jasmine tea. Although she cannot cast the Great Rain spell while under control, her Divine Light pendant will automatically trigger Divine Light protection when she is low on health. With the opponent's attack power, they simply cannot break through the Divine Light protection. At that time, each of their attacks will only cause 1 point of damage. Moreover, under the protection of Divine Light, the opponent's control-type superpowers will also be ineffective against my beloved jasmine tea. This is one of the sources of my confidence in loving jasmine tea. She had another source of confidence: her own president would definitely appear, or perhaps he had already arrived but had not yet made a move. In fact, the clone that Jiqiu left at the guild's headquarters had indeed teleported over. It's not that I'm worried about my favorite jasmine tea being in danger, it's mainly that I want to keep as many of the other party's people as possible. Jiqiu had seen the attributes of the Divine Light pendant. If the jasmine tea lover couldn't withstand the opponent's attack, she could activate 10 times the movement speed while under the protection of the Divine Light and then safely retreat. Jasmine tea already possesses a considerable movement speed, and with the combined enhancement of Divine Light protection and 10 times the movement speed, if she wanted to leave, none of the opponents could stop her. At this moment, the enemy's fierce attack continued. They assigned a very fast-moving person to lure away the Cyclops who had just charged at them. I reckon it was this person who lured the Cyclops from its spawn point to this location. The other side's coordination was indeed very good. Just as a summoned boss was about to break free from control, someone immediately used superpowers to regain control of that summoned boss. This was something they had planned long ago. Just maintain control over the summoned boss, and the same goes for your favorite jasmine tea. Under the fierce attack of more than a dozen high-attack superhumans, jasmine tea's health gradually decreased by half. When her health dropped below 1/3, her body was instantly enveloped in a colorful divine light. The divine light protecting her released her from control. She immediately cast the Great Rain spell, greatly accelerating her health regeneration. The Great Rain technique can only remove negative status effects such as poisoning and fatigue, but it cannot remove the enemy's control-type superpowers, so her summoned bosses are still under control. No way? She can move again, and she's healing incredibly fast. Oh no, our attacks can't break through their defenses. Operation failed. Retreat. Retreat immediately. Those involved in the operation were deeply shocked and felt a pang of despair. They had done their best, and the operation had gone quite smoothly, with the plan executed very well, but even so, they still couldn't assassinate the target. When they came, they could instantly travel long distances using teleportation arrays, but it was a different story when they were escaping. Unable to escape a sufficient distance in a short time, they had to split up and flee. Whoever was targeted was doomed. Jasmine Tea Lover was also decisive, immediately activating 10 times the movement speed, and with the summoned boss already able to move, chased down the fleeing enemy. It's impossible to kill them all. Kill as many as you can. The level 43 star boss moves fast enough. After the Earthfire Unicorn breaks free from its control, it immediately flies into the air and spews flames at the enemies running on the ground. At this moment, Jichio's clone also made a move, catching up to them and taking them down in a second. Normal attacks won't kill you instantly, but a critical hit will. What can't be killed instantly by a vital attack can be killed instantly by Divine Wrath Source Force / Jichio's sin elimination attribute is high enough that killing all these people will not increase his sin value by 1 point. Moreover, Jichio moves extremely fast. Anyone he targets will die within 5 seconds. The 10x speed boost only lasts for 60 seconds. After 60 seconds, the Jasmine Tea Lover lost its speed advantage and stopped chasing. She stopped, but her summon bosses didn't stop, especially the flying summon boss. It's definitely a nightmare for those who are trying to escape. The failed assassination attempt ultimately resulted in the deaths of 28 people. Only a few members of the assassination team managed to escape. 28 people, each one an elite. They left behind their bodies, which naturally exposed their true identities. When the equipment was removed from their bodies, I could tell they were all foreigners just by looking at their faces. Not a single Chinese person. There wasn't even a single Asian. Clearly, this was a secret operation, and to ensure that no word got out, they would not allow any Chinese or anyone they did not fully trust to participate. There should be more foreigners gathering at the Light of Civilization Guild's headquarters. The base has a protective barrier, so they might not be in a hurry to escape using the teleportation array. With this in mind, Jichio's clone headed directly to the northern district of Zhengzhou City. The divine light protecting her, which she loved most about Jasmine Tea, quickly dissipated. While she was looting equipment from the corpses, she contacted her guild leader through private chat with her friends. Jichio told her to continue looting equipment and just take care of herself. She didn't need to participate in the next operation. She naturally complied. Before long, the most ruthless person in Jiangnan arrived with many official experts from Zhengzhou City. The assassination came quickly and went quickly. The official experts stationed here didn't even have time to do anything before it was all over. Even the Cyclops has been killed. Looking at the Jasmine Tea user looting equipment and then at the corpses, the official experts, including Jiangnan number 1 Ruthless, all frowned deeply. They quickly gathered all the nearby bodies together. The masks that the corpses were originally wearing had naturally been removed by the man who loved Jasmine Tea. Some of the bodies were missing limbs, some were charred. They looked extremely gruesome. However, judging from the relatively intact bodies, they were all foreigners. Knowing that Jiangnan's most ruthless person, who loved Jasmine Tea the most, had once destroyed the superhero guild, it's not hard to understand why she would become a target for assassination by foreigners. Sister Cha, did you know you were going to be assassinated? The most heartless man in Jiangnan asked curiously. I can't be 100% sure, but I can guess that it's highly likely to happen. My favorite is Jasmine Tea, she replied calmly. We initially thought that the other side was only targeting us official experts by bringing in a big boss, but it turns out they anticipated that we would invite you, and that you were the one they were after. Jiangnan's most ruthless man had a gloomy face and said through gritted teeth, these guys are too reckless. Our Chinese government has never targeted them, and has even given them preferential treatment. Not only are they not grateful, but they even dare to assassinate our country's strongmen. It's simply outrageous. A bunch of megalomaniacs. The Jasmine Tea enthusiast had now calmed down. It's good that they're jumping out now. Once they've all grown up, they'll undoubtedly pose a greater threat. They were suddenly teleported here. They were probably already in Zhengzhou City before. Jiangnan's number 1 ruthless analyst said, there is only one guild in Zhengzhou City founded by foreigners. They must have teleported here through that guild's teleportation array. Their attack on me is a personal grudge, so it's not appropriate for the authorities to directly take action against the Light of Civilization Guild, is it? The Jasmine Tea enthusiast asked first, then added, the official team doesn't need to intervene. Our who cares who guild isn't easy to bully. Did Xiu Shan make a move just now? They've made their move. Where are the others? The northern district of Zhengzhou City was quiet at night. The headquarters of the Light of Civilization was relatively quiet. The assassination attempt failed, and the few who escaped did not make a fuss. They simply gathered in a villa, looking disheveled. Jess Li was also involved in the previous operation. He has the superpower of teleportation, so he was able to retreat safely. Apart from the few who escaped, there were dozens of other people having a meeting inside the villa. Some were core members of the Light of Civilization Guild, and others were foreign experts who were transferred from other cities and did not participate in the assassination. That woman is too powerful. Even if she didn't suddenly have a shield of colorful light, we might not be able to kill her. Yes, her health is too high, and her defense is ridiculously high, completely exceeding our previous estimates. Xiu has achieved many first kills against major bosses, so she definitely deserves to have a set of top-tier equipment. Autumn seems to have passed. What do you mean by seems like? Didn't you see him? I didn't see anything. I only saw a figure moving at an extremely fast speed. Everyone who saw that figure is dead. A silence fell over the villa. There wasn't a sound at all. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone's expressions were solemn, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. More than 30 experts experts acted together, but only a few escaped. The loss was too great. If killing someone who loves jasmine tea is this difficult, killing the even stronger Autumn is nothing short of a pipe dream. With our current strength, even if we could kill the jasmine tea lover and Autumn, we would have to pay an unbearable price. A bald man broke the silence. Let's give up for now. The gap is too big right now. Let's wait until the gap narrows before we make a move. They will definitely retaliate, and the local authorities might even take action against us. We'd better leave Jiangzhou City as soon as possible, one person suggested. The reason they didn't rush to teleport away was because the Light of Civilization Guild's headquarters had already activated a protective barrier. Although it's only a 3-star protective barrier, it can withstand attacks from powerful individuals for a long time. If the protective barrier of the guild's headquarters is attacked, guild members will receive a system notification. It's not too late to teleport away then. Even if Chiu himself took action, he would not be able to break through the 3-star protective barrier in a short time. That's why they weren't in a hurry to leave Jiangzhou. It was this very confidence that cost them the chance to escape Jiangzhou City. Don't rush to leave. There might still be people on their way back. A beautiful woman said, "Don't be scared off by one failure. This time we were very close to success, proving that our assassination plan is feasible. Besides, even if Jasmine Tea Lover and Autumn really come knocking on our door, there's no need to be afraid. After all, this guild still has tens of thousands of ordinary members. If they dare to come, we can overwhelm them with sheer numbers." Just then, they heard a very unfamiliar voice. They were communicating in English, but suddenly Chinese was spoken. "Since you're not in a hurry to leave, then stay all of you." As the sound rang out, Jes Li's head separated from his body. Surprise! Ji Chio's clone was walking in the void. The group of foreign experts in the villa could hear the sounds he made, but could not see his body. Seeing Jes Li's head floating high in the air, everyone looked on incredulously. Surprised, I felt a chill run down my spine. How did they get in? The guild's protective barrier was not attacked or breached, so how could the enemy have sneaked in silently? At the moment of death, Jes Li heard the system notification sound and knew that the one who killed him was none other than the famous Chiu. That's awesome. He also couldn't understand how Chiu could pass through the protective barrier and sneak in quietly without attacking it. It should be noted that even SS-level invisibility superpowers cannot directly penetrate protective barriers. However, it doesn't matter anymore. He was killed instantly with a single strike and is about to meet his maker. He was extremely frustrated. If he hadn't been killed instantly, he could have escaped using his teleportation superpower, but unfortunately, his opponent didn't give him that chance. To avoid being instantly killed, he equipped himself with several top-tier pieces of equipment with high defense and resistance, and these pieces also had a high evasion attribute. Even so, he was still instantly killed. Autumn's attack power is ridiculously high. Jes Li had no idea that Ji Chiu possessed a divine weapon with a 100% armor penetration rate, as well as extremely high accuracy and luck attributes. Surprised? Unexpected? Ji Chiu's voice rang out again. At the same time, the experts inside the villa began to be killed instantly at an extremely fast speed. Flashes of sword light and lightning crackled frequently. Screams of agony rose and fell. One knife, one kid. No one had the courage to resist. All they wanted to do was escape the villa. Even if you have the will to resist, you still need a target to attack. The enemy is completely invisible and intangible. All that could be heard was his voice, like that of the Grim Reaper demanding a life. No one knows who killed them until they die. Ignoring protective barriers and being able to kill while invisible is simply unheard of. Normal invisibility will be revealed as soon as an attack is initiated, and it cannot pass through physical objects. Because it was completely unexpected, we were caught off guard. There were too many people in the villa. Even if Ji Chiu killed them all with one strike each, he couldn't kill them all in a short time. Someone would inevitably be able to break out. Those who rushed out screamed in terror. This attracted the attention of many people who were not previously in the villa. Everyone was puzzled and looked at the experts who ran out of the villa with puzzled expressions. Once targeted by Ji Chiu, saving your life will be extremely difficult. There's nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. Only a few people managed to escape the villa. They were terrified and ran around in a panic, some even banging their heads against the wall. At first, the members of the nearby Light of Civilization were puzzled, but when they saw the panicked people dying one after another, they realized the seriousness of the problem. Who killed them? I don't know. We can't see the enemy at all. Is it possible that they aren't enemies, but rather there's internal strife? The protective barrier hasn't been attacked, so the enemy can't get in. Stop looking. Let's run away. Chaos reigned at the headquarters of the Light of Civilization Guild. Those who had witnessed the paranormal event ran away shouting loudly, and soon the entire guild was in complete chaos. Some people ran towards the teleportation array, while others ran directly out of the base. They were as frightened as stray dogs. After killing all the dozens of people who had been meeting at that villa, Ji Chiu naturally stripped them of their equipment. Those are all elite experts above level 30. Their equipment can be exchanged for a lot of source coins. We can't waste it, and we can't let others benefit from it. As for those who are fleeing, we can only let them go. After all, they are not elites and cannot cause any major trouble. Most importantly, the entire guild scattered and fled, and Ji Qiu came alone, so it was impossible for him to kill too many people. After looting the equipment, Ji Qiu found the exclusive flag of the Light of Civilization Guild. At this moment, the 5-minute void walk had ended, and Ji Qiu's clone appeared, but unfortunately, there was no one nearby. Samsung Guild's exclusive flag has 150,000 HP. It would take someone else a long time to defeat it, but Ji Qiu's clone quickly emptied its HP bar. Afterwards, Ji Qiu's distraction left, completely satisfied. Divine announcement, visible only in the Jiangnan region of China. The exclusive banner of the 3-star guild Light of Civilization has been destroyed. The guild is forcibly disbanded. All guild members' levels will decrease by 2, and their lifespan will be reduced by 5 years. Upon seeing this system announcement, Lu Ruyan, who had already escaped the guild's headquarters, was struck dumb, as if by lightning. She was completely stunned. They've been demoted yet again. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up. Lu Ruyan had just reached level 24, but in the blink of an eye, she dropped to level 22. This is her 3rd time being relegated. What distressed her even more was that this was the 3rd time her lifespan had been shortened, each time by 5 years, for a total of 15 years. Keep in mind that she sacrificed 10 years of her lifespan to awaken her superpowers. Since the arrival of God Duke, Lu Ruyan has lost a total of 25 years of her lifespan, and has only gained less than 5 years of lifespan through upgrades. Just a moment ago, she could clearly feel that her body had become much weaker. She added Jess Li as a friend, intending to send him a message to ask him something, but to her surprise, the system notified her that this friend has died. The president is dead? Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. How could a top-tier expert like Jess Li die? That doesn't make sense. Although Lu Ruyan was obsessed with foreign things, she was Chinese, so of course she didn't know what Jess Li had done, let alone how he died. The world was spinning. It hurts. Lu Ruyan wanted to cry but had no tears. He secretly cursed himself for being so unlucky. It must be God targeting me. That's not fair. I can't lose heart. I have to pull myself together. Perhaps this is just a test from God for me. After all, as the old saying goes, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility, it will first what again? Lu Ruyan shook her head vigorously. If she couldn't remember, so be it. She understood the meaning anyway. In Jiangzhou City, there is definitely a criminal force targeting foreigners and guilds established by them. The Light of Civilization Guild has been destroyed, and its leader, Jess Li, is dead. I doubt any foreigner will dare to create a guild now. I think I'll join a guild founded by powerful figures from China. I refuse to believe that the next guild I join will also be destroyed. Ji Qiu's clone returned to the Whoever You Want guild's headquarters, and my favorite Jasmine Tea also returned. Jasmine Tea, my favorite, is now lying in bed, ready to get a good night's sleep before heading to the Shenangjia forest area to level up and fight monsters. Before going to sleep, she sent a message to her guild leader, who only replied with good night. The guild leader is really amazing. He single-handedly wiped out another guild. Powerful enough, ruthless enough, I like it. As I pondered, my favorite Jasmine Tea brought on a wave of drowsiness, and I drifted off to sleep with a sweet smile. Ji Qiu himself is having a private chat with the most ruthless person in Jiangnan. The most ruthless man in Jiangnan asked, Autumn God, how many people did you kill this time? Ji Qiu had his 4 clones fight monsters nearby, while his main body replied, not many, only about 60 people in total. More than 60 people were killed by his clones, not counting those killed by his favorite Jasmine Tea and the boss he summoned. The most heartless man in Jiangnan said, oh, that's alright. Clearly, this official representative from Jiangzhou was somewhat worried that Ji Qiu would go on a killing spree and slaughter the members of the Light of Civilization Guild. After all, not all members of the Light of Civilization deserve to die, and killing too many foreigners could very likely provoke retaliation from their home countries. There are no high-star teleportation arrays for international travel right now, but there definitely will be in the future. From the perspective of the officials in Jiangzhou City and even the entire Huaxia Kingdom, it's fine if Qiu can maintain a significant lead. However, if he is overtaken by a strongman from another country, the more powerful he was before and the more foreigners he killed, the more intense the retaliation he and the entire Huaxia Kingdom will face afterward. The Chinese nation has always valued harmony above all else. In her previous life, Ji Qiu also had this mindset, but he is different in this life. 2 minutes later, Jiangnan's #1 Ruthless sent another message. Official guilds in various regions are building teleportation arrays, and it won't be long before a nationwide network is formed. At that time, the official forces will be able to strengthen nationwide supervision, and foreigners stranded in our China will behave much better. Ji Qiu replied, we should strengthen our supervision of them, otherwise their collusion with outsiders will bring us incalculable harm. The most ruthless person in Jiangnan also said, yes, one should not have the heart to harm others, but one must have the heart to guard against others. Ji Qiu did not reply. One should not harbor thoughts of harming others. Now, the world has changed. There are only so many resources in the world available to enhance our strength. If you don't seize them, someone else will. Even resources on your own turf will be coveted by others. Always waiting for others to come to your door before taking action is too passive. Being passive often results in greater losses. Others actively compete for resources, thereby gaining greater strength, and you become the fish on the chopping block. Either you sit on the table and eat the meat, or you become the meat on the table. If one country can't defeat you, multiple countries can join forces, assembling a group of high-level and well-equipped elites, like a sharp dagger, to pierce your vitals. Similar situations have occurred in history, including in Ji Chio's previous life. Although I possess considerable deterrent power in this life, it may not be enough to dissuade those ambitious foreigners from harboring improper desires towards China. Even the foreigners currently stranded in China are incredibly audacious, daring to do outrageous things. Once high-level teleportation arrays are built, it will be even less likely that any country will behave itself. After all, in the general understanding, no one is absolutely invincible, and everyone can be killed. Thinking of this, Ji Chio smiled and shook his head. Without further thought, after resting for a while, he reunited with his 4 clones and together they fought monsters and leveled up. This time, I absolutely must get the pass to the Netherworld Tower. Last time, I didn't get a pass to the Netherworld Tower from the level 55 star boss. This time, I'll try to find and kill a level 56 star boss, or a level 55 high star boss. Ji Chio secretly made plans. 6 star and 7 star bosses of any level are not easy to encounter. Compared to level 56 star bosses, level 55 4 star and 5 star bosses are easier to find in the Netherworld. However, level 55 is another watershed moment. The level 55 boss is far stronger than the level 50 boss of the same star level. The night passed quietly. Lu Ruyan arrived at the gate of the Tinglong Guild's headquarters. After asking around all night, she learned that this guild was very strong overall. Aside from the Whoever You Want guild, there are very few 4-star guilds in the entire Jiangzhou city, and the Tinglong Guild is one of them. Lu Ruyan doesn't want to join an official guild, so joining the Tinglong Guild is a good choice. Hello, my name is Catherine Lu, and I'd like to join your guild. Lu Ruyan said to a young man, I've already applied, but your president has set up an automatic reply, saying that interviews are conducted here every morning, and only those who pass the interview can join. Do you know when the interviews start, Catherine Willow? The young man looked Lu Ruyan up and down. You're a Chinese person, why do you have a foreign character name? Lu Ruyan was speechless for a moment. When Godlord first appeared, she followed Thomas, which is why she took that character name. I'm the interviewer on duty today. What's your real name? The young man said, during our guild's interview, we have to register your real name, as well as all your identity information from before the arrival of God's Lord, including your family background. My real name is Lu Ruyan. Before the arrival of Godly Lord, my parents went abroad for medical treatment, and they are still stranded abroad. Lu Ruyan then briefly described her identity information. Have you been a member of any other guild before? The young man asked first, then emphasized, you must tell the truth, otherwise you'll be in big trouble if it gets found out later. I've been a member of Superhero, Warrior's Home, and Light of Civilization. Lu Ruyan answered truthfully. Oh, huh? The young man nodded at first, then his eyes widened. The 3 guilds that Lu Ruyan just mentioned have all been destroyed, with the Light of Civilization guild being destroyed just last night. Is there a problem? Lu Ruyan frowned. No, there's nothing wrong. The young man waved his hand and said, Ms. Lu, I'm sorry, you did not pass the interview. Please look for other opportunities. Who would dare hire someone like that? Whichever guild she joins, that guild is destroyed. A complete jinx. Why? Lu Ruyan was puzzled, annoyed, and unwilling. I awakened an A-level superpower. No guild would refuse me. I applied to join your guild because I think highly of you. A-level superpower. The young man hesitated. Indeed, there aren't many people who have awakened A-level superpowers, but each one has the potential to become a true master. But this woman, Lu Ruyan? Just then, Ji Ming, who was preparing to go out to level up, walked out of the guild's headquarters. Lu Ruyan and Ji Chio were once husband and wife, so Ji Ming naturally knew Lu Ruyan and was quite familiar with her. Otherwise, Ji Ming might not have recognized Lu Ruyan, whose appearance and temperament had changed drastically after the arrival of Godly Lord. Lu Ruyan looked in the direction of the sound and saw Ji Ming. After a moment of stunned silence, she strode forward to meet him. Ji Ming, are you a member of the Tinglong Guild? Yes, that's right. Ji Ming nodded, only then confirming that he hadn't mistaken the person for someone else. I wanted to join your guild, but after asking a few simple questions, this guy told me to find another job. It's infuriating. Lu Ruyan said angrily, don't think I don't know. He wants some kickbacks from me. People like that, as soon as they have a little power, they don't know who they are. Yiming, don't listen to her nonsense. The young man quickly replied, you know perfectly well what kind of person I am. If I were the kind of person who abuses my power for personal gain, why would the president have chosen me to be an interviewer? Yes, I understand. Ji Ming pulled the young man aside, and the two whispered to each other for a while. Ji Ming learned the details from the young man. Don't be too superstitious. It's all just a coincidence. She's just been unlucky. Ji Ming said, let her pass the interview. After all, she has awakened an A A-level superpower. If we don't take her, it's like missing out on a talented person. Okay, whatever you say. The young man knew that Ji Ming had a close relationship with the chairman, so he naturally had to give him face. He could certainly tell that Ji Ming and Lu Ruyan's relationship was not ordinary. The two were at least acquainted. Passing the interview is practically the same as becoming a member. The interviewer will send the role name of the successful interviewee to the guild leader. Unless there are special circumstances, the guild leader will immediately approve the membership application. After all, the interviewers are people the president trusts. While the young man was sending a message to the president, Ji Ming also greeted his president and classmate. And so, Lu Ruyan successfully joined the Tinglong Guild and naturally added Ji Ming as a friend. Go find a place to stay in the camp first, and we'll fight monsters and level up together later. After saying that, Ji Ming left with his teammates. After watching Ji Ming and the others walk away, Lu Ruyan turned around and entered the Tinglong Guild's headquarters. The Tinglong Guild's headquarters was originally a suburban town with two intersecting streets, and the buildings on both sides of the streets had long been occupied. Lu Ruyan searched around for a long time before finding a suitable house with a pointed roof. This pointed roof house was nothing like her residence in the Light of Civilization Guild compound. Not only was it not a detached house, but the furnishings were also very simple. Unfortunately, all the nice houses are already taken. Once I get to know the president better, I'll ask him to find me a different place to stay. The guild member list shows that Ji Ming is a guild elder, so his status must be quite high. He can help me too. Of course, helping me is also helping himself. After all, I am not weak. I, Lu Ruyan, will shine brightly sooner or later. Lu Ruyan began to dream about a bright future again. While tidying up the tile house, she suddenly thought of Ji Qiu, so she asked Ji Ming through a private chat with a friend. Ji Ming replied, "After divorcing you, Ji Qiu disappeared and blocked all the family's contact information." Lu Ruyan said, "That guy blocked me too. Your parents raised him, and he enjoyed 2 years of good fortune in my house. I don't know what got into him, but he blocked us all. What an ingrate." Ji Ming said, "The Qiu at the top of the leaderboard might be him. I've personally witnessed Qiu fighting the boss, and he really looks a lot like him." Lu Ruyan was stunned. Could it be that my worst fears have come true? After staring blankly for a long time, Lu Ruyan said to Ji Ming again, "It's just like that. Haven't you tried to meet Qiu in person to verify it?" Ji Ming replied, "I tried it. The love whoever Gil's favorite jasmine tea said that Qiu doesn't know me and has nothing to do with me. It also said that I must have mistaken someone for someone else." Lu Ruyan said, "That's right. How could the autumn god be Ji Qiu? He's a dragon in the sky, while Ji Qiu is just an insect on the ground." Ji Ming, "I'm fighting monsters right now. Let's talk later." Ji Qiu, along with his 4 clones, leveled up by fighting level 50 monsters while searching for high-star level 50 bosses. Without a map and having only visited the Netherworld a few times in his previous life, Ji Qiu was unsure which direction to take to encounter level 55 monsters and bosses, and could only explore slowly. Luckily, there was enough time. Having just killed a group of level 50 normal monsters, Ji Qiu received a message from his favorite Jasmine Tea Guild Master, "I got a level 40 Netherworld passage teleport scroll. Is this item useful?" Ji Qiu replied, "It's very useful. It can teleport you into the Netherworld passage, where you get double experience from fighting monsters." The person who loves Jasmine Tea said, "I recently reached level 38, and I estimate it will take a few more days to reach level 40. Ji Qiu said, "No rush. Once you reach level 40, get a full set of top-tier level 46 star equipment. You'll be safer and reap greater rewards in the Netherworld passage." The Jasmine Tea lover says, "Understood." She should be able to obtain the Netherworld token through the Netherworld passage. Ji Qiu thought to himself, "I can also come to the Netherworld to speed up my leveling up." The Netherworld token is a bound item. Like most token-type items, it cannot be traded. Even if you drop it on the ground and someone else picks it up, they cannot use it. Therefore, even though Ji Qiu clearly had several Netherworld certificates, she didn't share them with her favorite Jasmine Tea. Given the drop rate of bosses in the Netherworld during Ji Qiu's time, he'll never run out of Netherworld tokens. Just half an hour ago, a level 53 star boss dropped a Netherworld token. Time flies like water. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since Ji Qiu entered the Netherworld for the second time. He reached level 45. He doesn't have level 45 6-star or 7-star equipment, so his equipment hasn't changed at all, except that his base lightning attack has increased to 720 points. With the addition of the lightning element attack attributes from the lightning chain and the lightning bracelet, a single lightning attack can deal 1208 damage. Shortly after the upgrade, Ji Qiu encountered 4 level 55 star bosses simultaneously in an extremely eerie forest. Deep within an eerie forest, on the shore of a lake, the 4 big bosses gathered around a blood-red tree. The Netherworld demonic 3-eyed toad, Netherworld flood dragon, blood-scaled silver python, the ghostly evil turtle king, the Netherworld black-maned demon monkey. These 4 level 55 star bosses each have more than 3 million HP, and they are all looking up at the canopy of that blood-red tree. The city lord of Netherworld Redwater City, whom Ji Qiu killed last time he came to the Netherworld, was also a level 55-star boss, but he only had 2.62 million HP. You can clearly see that among the dense branches and leaves of the blood-red tree, there are fruits that are as bright as rubies. It's the nether blood fruit. These 4 bosses must have consumed the blood fruit, which is why they have even more health. Ji Cho narrowed his eyes. The blood fruit is an extremely rare and valuable item. It can not only increase the total health of monsters, but also has the same effect on human superhumans. However, only fully ripe dark blood fruit can increase total blood volume. Unripe dark blood fruit contains deadly poison, and if either monsters or human superhumans consume it, it will be tantamount to suicide, unless you reach the level of a god. How can I determine if the blood fruit is fully ripe? It's very simple. The blood fruits that fall from the tree automatically are fully ripe. The presence of 4 powerful bosses around the crimson tree is proof enough that a blood fruit is about to fall from the tree. After observing for a moment, Ji Cho activated his void walking ability and led his 4 clones toward the blood red tree. The 4 level 55-star bosses together have more than 12 million HP. Taking into account their health regeneration speed and the fact that they are instantly fully healed after using their ultimate skill, it would take dealing at least close to 24 million total damage to kill them all. If Ji Cho and his 4 clones combined do not use the Divine Wrath Source Force Slash, they can still deal an average of 50,000 damage per second. Based on that calculation, it will probably take about 8 minutes to finish the battle. The advanced void walk technique can only last for 5 minutes, so when Ji Cho rushed to the blood red tree, he used the Divine Ape summoning, a level 45, 7-star Divine Ape, 3 million HP. The opponent's 4 bosses are all 5 levels higher than it, but their star ratings are 2 tiers lower. The 7-star Divine Ape's attack power is strong enough. Although it cannot break through defenses 100%, it can still deal considerable damage. Ji Cho also continuously unleashed the Divine Wrath Source Force Slash, increasing the attack power of his main body in 4 clones. It can be used once every 30 seconds, and you can cast Divine Wrath Source Force Slash at least 10 times within 5 minutes, which can deal more than 1,000,000 more points of damage. Ji Cho was in a void walking state. After the 4 bosses were attacked, they naturally had to surround and attack the 7-star Divine Ape. The 7-star Divine Ape is tough and resilient, has a fast health regeneration rate, and a significant star advantage, allowing it to withstand attacks for a long time. The health of the 4 enemy bosses is dropping rapidly. Before long, they unleashed their ultimate moves one after another. Their ultimate moves are very powerful, which significantly increased the rate at which the 7-star Divine Ape lost health. But it was completely useless. When they finally managed to bring the 7-star Divine Ape to near death, their own health bars were also almost empty. With less than 10 seconds left in the void, the 4 level 50, 5-star bosses fell one after another, dropping loot all over the ground. System announcements for the first kill of the boss kept popping up. For first kill certificates, nearly 50,000 5-star source coins, more than 30 pieces of level 55-star equipment and 13 pieces of level 56-star equipment, 2 netherworld certificates, 2 intermediate superpower enhancement scrolls, 2 4-star gems and 1 5-star gem. As expected, without a pass to the netherworld tower, a level 55-star boss obviously cannot drop this special item. Great, great. Once I reach level 50, I'll have a set of level 56-star equipment that I can wear. 2 intermediate level superpower enhancement scrolls, 1 for my favorite Jasmine tea, and the remaining 1 can be sold. If we upgrade her soul summoning to a higher level, her strength will increase significantly. Then she can come to the netherworld to fight big bosses and get a lot of top-tier equipment and special items. She sells everything she gets that she doesn't need, which earns the guild a lot of source coins. While thinking about this, Ji Cho privately contacted her favorite Jasmine tea. The Jasmine tea lover said, following the guild leader, "Can I just lie back and focus on leveling up?" Ji Cho said, "Of course not. I'm hoping that once you become powerful, you'll work for me." The person who loves Jasmine tea said, "I was just kidding." Ji Cho said, "Me too." The user most favorite Jasmine tea asked, "Is that extra intermediate superpower enhancement scroll going to be sold to the official team?" Ji Cho said, "You can handle it yourself. By the way, how many source coins does the Jiangzhou municipal government owe us right now?" The person who loves Jasmine tea said, "If we calculate using 3-star source power coins, the total is 300,000. Ji Cho said, "How come there's only so little?" The user most favorite Jasmine tea commented, "It's not a small amount, considering their low level and lack of need for high-level equipment. I only received 150,000 3-star source coins after completing the 6-star priest quest. Moreover, they've already paid for a considerable amount of goods." Ji Cho said, "That's true. What changes have occurred after your superpowers were upgraded to a higher level?" The Jasmine tea lover says, "The number of summoned bosses remains the same, and each boss can be resummoned after only 15 minutes. I can summon bosses that are 10 levels higher than me, and my effective control range over summoned bosses has doubled." Ji Cho said, "That's great. Once you reach level 40, you can summon a level 50 boss." The Jasmine tea lover said, "It's all thanks to the president's support." Ji Cho said, "By the way, you can use the gem you just got on the Divine Light independent. After saying that, Jiqiu initiated a remote transaction with his friends. That was a 4-star evil gem. The transaction was completed quickly, and I would like to express my gratitude once again for my favorite jasmine tea. Of the 3 gems I just obtained, one is a 5-star evil gem. This gem can be used on the void ring, so the 4-star evil gem is useless to Jiqiu. Are you sure you want to consume an evil gem to add the evil attribute to your void ring? Jiqiu clicked OK. Congratulations, you have successfully added the evil attribute to your void ring. Void ring, evolvable 2-star artifact, physical attack plus 166, elemental attack plus 266, elemental resistance plus 166, evasion plus 26, evil resistance plus 299, accuracy plus 26, attack speed plus 4, 1000 storage slots, spatial freeze for 5 seconds, 5% chance to trigger evil soul intimidation, requires level 35. You've gained 299 points of evil resistance. The evil soul stealing skill is a control type ultimate move, somewhat like the stun effect in online games. Once the evil spirit soul stealing ability is triggered, the attacked party will suffer soul paralysis and lose self-awareness. The duration of this effect depends on the level difference between the two parties. If the enemy or monster is of a lower level than Jiqiu, evil soul control can control it for at least 60 seconds. However, Jiqiu doesn't need to use the evil soul slaying technique to deal with opponents of lower level than himself. As long as the opponent's level is not more than 10 levels higher than Jiqiu's, evil soul control can control them for at least 3 seconds. The specific duration of control is not fixed, as it depends on how high the opponent's resistance to evil. The big bosses in the underworld often have very high resistance to evil. A 5% trigger rate is a low, considering my attack speed is fast enough and I have enough clones. The other 4-star gem was an elemental gem, which was useless to Jiqiu and was thrown into the guild warehouse. After reviewing the attributes of the void ring, Jiqiu raised his head and looked at the crown of the crimson tree. Each of the nether blood fruits was crystal clear, gleaming with an eerie blood-red light. As Jiqiu was watching, hesitating whether to wait, the 7-star divine ape suddenly roared at the lake beside it. Clearly, it sensed something was wrong. Jiqiu also looked over. The sound of waves rose. A huge body emerged from the lake. A level 50 boss quickly made it ashore. Netherworld evil dragon, 6 stars. Hell, 5,500,000 points. It's a level 50, 6-star boss. Jiqiu was excited because he had been searching for the big boss at this level. In his excitement, he suddenly remembered that the Voidwalk technique was still cooling down. Voidwalk will take almost 6 minutes to finish its cooldown. But just then, a level 50, 6-star boss appeared. Fortunately, the summoned 7-star divine ape is still there, and its health has been fully restored. The Netherworld evil dragon was over 50 meters long. After swimming ashore, it was immediately attacked by the 7-star divine ape. The two big bosses are fighting. The 7-star divine ape has a star advantage, while the Netherworld evil dragon has a level advantage. However, this Netherworld evil dragon had clearly eaten the Netherblood fruit, and its blood volume was extremely high. However, the 7-star divine ape, which is used to summon the boss, does not possess the true strength of the 7-star divine ape. So overall, the advantage lies with the Netherworld evil dragon. Of course, this is assuming Jiqiu doesn't intervene. Jiqiu and his 4 clones could not stand idly by. Even if they could not enter the invincible state of walking in the void, they were fearless. The 7-star divine ape attacked while simultaneously enduring damage from the Netherworld evil dragon. Jiqiu and his 4 clones could attack the Netherworld evil dragon without restraint. That's how it started. But not long after, the Netherworld evil dragon stopped focusing solely on the 7-star divine ape and began attacking Jiqiu and his 4 clones. This situation also occurred when fighting the city lord of the Netherworld Redwater City. The difference is that the city lord of Netherworld Redwater City chooses to change the attack target while unleashing his ultimate skill. No, it's not the Netherworld evil dragon. At this moment, it still had over 3.5 million HP, and it hadn't used its ultimate move yet. 6-star bosses are indeed much harder to defeat than 5-star bosses. At this point, all we can do is tough it out and fight the boss. The main body and its 4 clones took turns being beaten, and just as they were about to be on the verge of death, Jiqiu unleashed the wrath of the demon. The main body and its 4 clones instantly regained full health, and each of them gained 250,000 health points. Demonic wrath lasts for 180 seconds. During this period, Jiqiu's defense and attack power were greatly improved. Soon, the Netherworld evil dragon's health dropped below 2 million points, and it unleashed its ultimate attack. With its body brimming with blood energy, it instantly regained full health, increasing its total health to 8 million points. With the blessing of the demon's wrath, Jiqiu and his 4 clones can deal about 70,000 damage per second. In addition, the 7-star divine ape they summon also has strong attack power. Even with the Netherworld evil dragon in its ultimate state regenerating 15,000 health points per second, there is still enough time. After all, every 3 or 4 seconds, the evil spirit's soul-stealing ability will be triggered. triggered, causing the Netherworld Evil Dragon to be stunned for 3 seconds. The level 56 star boss in the Netherworld has very high evil resistance, and the Netherworld Evil Dragon is 5 levels higher than Ji Chio, so the evil soul sealing technique cannot keep it under control for too long. 3 seconds may not seem like a long time, but it has a significant effect. For at least these 3 seconds, Ji Chio and his 4 clones will not be attacked and will be able to regenerate health. At this moment, there are still more than 130 seconds left in the Demon's Wrath. It should be noted that as a level 50, 6-star boss, the Netherworld Evil Dragon has more than one ultimate move. At this moment, the Netherworld Evil Dragon's attack power surged. Even though Ji Chio's main body and 4 clones had high defense and evil resistance, their health was still dropping rapidly. In order to last longer, Ji Chio unleashed the ultimate move attached to the boots, Dance of the Gale. Ji Chio's boots are level 46-star equipment, and the attached Dance of the Gale skill can greatly increase his movement speed and evasion attribute. Whether it's the increased movement speed or the improved evasion attribute, it makes him less likely to be hit by the enemy and reduces the probability of the enemy hitting his vital points. As expected, 2 more minutes passed, and when the duration of demonic wrath was reduced to only 10 seconds, the Netherworld Evil Dragon's health was less than 1.5 million, and it unleashed another powerful attack. Although he did not transform into a true dragon, he did activate the dragon bloodline within his body. After transforming into a dragon, the Netherworld Evil Dragon instantly regained half of its health. Previously, it only had 1.5 million health points, but now it has 4 million health points. Moreover, its attack power is even stronger. It began to spew out malevolent dragon breath, which could attack multiple targets simultaneously. Since the Blade of Ruin has a 100% armor penetration rate, its defensive attribute boost, while significant, is ultimately useless. Damn, it'll take almost 70 seconds to deplete 4 million HP. After a quick calculation, seeing that his main body and 4 clones were all nearing the end of their health, Ji Chio didn't wait for the demonic wrath to end before directly casting Divine Possession. Divine Possession is a powerful move that surpasses even the wrath of the demon. The two cannot exert their power simultaneously. When the deity possesses the spirit to unleash their power, the demon's wrath automatically ends. With Divine Possession, Ji Chio and his 4 clones instantly regained full health, and each of them had their health points soar to 300,000. Not only has its health increased significantly, but its defense and various resistances have also increased considerably. When the 60-second possession by the spirit ends, just as Ji Chio and his 4 clones were once again low on health, the Netherworld Evil Dragon finally collapsed, and an extremely dense source energy emanated from its body. Ji Chio secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Time slips away quietly. He didn't find it particularly thrilling. After all, he still had the ultimate move of freezing space to use. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Xiu for achieving the first kill of the level 56 star boss, the Netherworld Evil Dragon. No way? Just now, Xiu killed 4 level 55 star bosses in 1 minute and then killed a level 56 star boss in the blink of an eye. Is Xiu fighting a group of level 50 high star bosses at the same time? He killed a level 46 star boss during a monster siege, and just 10 days later, he got the first kill on a level 56 star boss. His growth rate is unbeatable. Shit, our Eagle Nation doesn't even have a single person who can kill a level 42 star boss. He's cheating. That Xiu is definitely cheating. Chinese people just love cheating. Damn it. I admit, I'm starting to panic. Regardless of what others think, Ji Chio was quite satisfied at that moment. The Netherworld Evil Dragon dropped a lot of good stuff. A first kill certificate for a level 56 star boss is essential. A ghostly certificate. 50,000 5-star source coins. It should be noted that the 4 level 55 star bosses that were killed previously dropped less than 50,000 5-star source power coins in total. The pass to the Netherworld Tower that Ji Chio wanted has finally been revealed. 7 pieces of level 56 star equipment and 3 pieces of level 57 star equipment. Ji Chio has now acquired enough level 56 star equipment to complete 2 sets. Unfortunately, you have to reach level 50 to wear it. 1 nether blood fruit. 1 is enough because human superhumans can only consume 1 blood fruit at most. Consuming more will not provide any improvement. Monsters or big bosses can consume multiple blood fruits, but the more they consume, the weaker the effect. The Netherworld Evil Dragon dropped a nether blood fruit, so Ji Chio no longer needs to wait for the blood red tree to drop nether blood fruits. Should we take it now? Ji Chio hesitated. He knew that below the level of a deity, the higher the rank, the better the effect of consuming the nether blood fruit. After reaching level 45, Ji Chio's HP is just over 150,000. The nether blood fruit can increase it by 20%, and after consuming it, his HP will reach 180,000. It only rose by 30,000 points. If your level is high enough and your HP reaches 500,000, then consuming the nether blood fruit will increase your HP by 100,000. The blood fruit's effect on increasing the blood volume of human superhumans is only a one-time event and does not continue to take effect as their level increases. Use it sooner and enjoy it sooner. We'll be going to the Netherworld world tower soon, so having more health will make us more resilient and safer. Ji Chio consumed the dark blood fruit she had just obtained. The taste of the blood fruit is terrible. It's spicy with a strong, bloody smell. A surge of heat first sank into my abdomen, and then quickly spread throughout my body. Ji Chio felt itchy and painful all over, as if countless ants were gnawing at her body. This torment lasted for nearly 5 minutes before it ended, after which Ji Chio opened the attribute panel. Autumn, Destined Priest. Superpowers, Avatar, SSS Advanced, Void Walking, SSS Advanced, Grade 45, 2.45%. Physical Condition, 180,300. Lifespan, 550 years, 8 months, 25 days, 22 hours, 5 minutes, and 33 seconds. Skill, Divine Wrath Source Power / Overall Combat Strength Assessment, Supreme Priest. Sure enough, the health points increased to 180,000. To Ji Chio's surprise, his lifespan was also greatly extended after consuming a blood of the nether fruit. Previously, he had less than 400 years left to live. In his previous life, he had never consumed the nether blood fruit. He had only heard of it. Therefore, he was unaware that the blood fruit could also significantly increase lifespan. The blood fruit enhances physical constitution and contains a large amount of pure life force, so it's only natural that it can increase lifespan. Oh, right, there's also a 6-star bloodlust gem and a bottle of divine blessing. These are all good stuff. I can only use the blessing of the gods on my 3 pieces of divine equipment when I reach level 55, but I can use the bloodthirsty gem now. Thinking of this, Ji Chio immediately activated the bloodthirsty gem. Are you sure you want to consume 1 6-star bloodlust gem and 300,000 3-star source power to add lifesteal to your Blade of Ruin? Ji Chio clicked OK. Your Blade of Ruin has successfully gained lifesteal. Blade of Ruin, evolvable 1-star artifact, physical attack plus 550, 100% armor penetration, accuracy plus 20, 15% chance to trigger lightning. Punishment attack, luck plus 7, attack speed plus 4, sin elimination plus 6, attack with lifesteal plus 1000, requires level 35, already evolved twice. Excellent, excellent. I already have 1000 points of automatic health regeneration, and with the 1000 points of lifesteal from the Blade of Ruin, I can recover 2000 points of health per second when attacking. Ji Chio was very satisfied. Automatic health regeneration and lifesteal from attacks are different. Automatic health regeneration is always active and remains effective regardless of the user's status. The lifesteal effect of an attack only takes effect when the attack hits an enemy. The rewards are definitely greater when fighting high-level bosses. Ji Chio sighed inwardly, recalling how he had also gained a lot from killing the level 40, 6-star Divine Blood Sin Ape. To this day, he has never killed a 7-star boss, let alone killing him. I haven't even seen him since I was reborn. The 7-star boss is a boss that can drop divine equipment. For the next 2 days, Ji Chio was unable to reach any places with level 55 monsters and continued to fight level 50 monsters and bosses. And so, 5 days passed on their second trip to the netherworld. Ji Chio was teleported back to the headquarters of the Whoever You Want guild. At this point, he was still level 45. To reach level 46, he would need to work hard for at least 2 more days in the netherworld. Just like when she returned from the underworld last time, Ji Chio, exhausted, had a good sleep. I woke up in the afternoon. Ji Chio got out of bed and went to the guild canteen, where he ate while checking the latest system messages and announcements. System messages are nothing more than requests to add friends, requests to join guilds, and private messages with friends. No private messages came from friends, so Ji Chio ignored the other system messages. There were no noteworthy system announcements. Ji Chio then looked at the ranking list. At this point, my favorite Jasmine Tea has reached level 39, and I estimate that it won't be long before it reaches level 40. The ranks of the top players on the leaderboard haven't changed much. Most people didn't level up, and the few who did only level up by 1 level. The most significant change is the marked increase in the number of priests in China and even across the entire planet Earth. The number of people in the Jiangnan region who have reached level 30 or above has also increased significantly. Including Ji Chio and the one who loves Jasmine Tea the most, there are now 6 priests, including the number 1 heartless person in Jiangnan. Another character, a 4-star priest named I Am the Great Emperor, caught Ji Chio's attention. Ji Chio knew that this person's real name was Wang Tang, and he was the president of the Tinglong Guild. Shortly after the monster siege ended, Jasmine Tea lover mentioned the Tinglong Guild to Ji Chio. Even without mentioning that she loves Jasmine Tea, Ji Chio already knew about this guild and the relationship between Ji Ming and Wang Tang. This guy levels up pretty fast too. After all, he awakened the S-Class superpower Extreme Speed, which makes him not only fast in attack but also very fast in movement. Ji Chio knew that a high attack speed meant a faster monster killing speed, which in turn meant a faster leveling speed. Higher movement speed naturally means greater survivability. But this guy is too arrogant. You can tell from the character name he chose. He dares to call himself an emperor just because he's only awakened an S-Class superpower? In Ji Chio's previous life, Wang Tang paid the price for his arrogance with his life. Less than a year after the arrival of God Duke, this guy killed himself himself with his arrogance. Wang Tang was spoiled and pampered, and his arrogant and disdainful personality made him look down on everyone. When Godlord first appeared, everyone was busy leveling up and acquiring equipment, and he was no exception, so he didn't attract too much trouble. When everyone's leveling speed slowed down, he gradually couldn't stand the tedium of fighting monsters and leveling up. Relying on the large number of people in the Tinglong Guild and his own S-level superpower, he started to cause trouble everywhere. Finally, I've messed with the wrong person. That person didn't actually have the strength to kill Wang Tang, but he bribed an elder of the Tinglong Guild who was highly trusted by Wang Tang. As a result, Wang Tang was betrayed, not only falling into a trap meticulously designed for him by his enemies, but also being betrayed by his confidants. Because Wang Tang was overconfident and did not set up a guild flag, he died as the guild leader, and the Tinglong Guild was forcibly disbanded. Those who previously acted as accomplices to Wang Tang and caused trouble are now being purged. Even the members of the Tinglong Guild, who have always been honest and law-abiding, have been greatly affected, and everyone is in a state of fear. At that time, Ji Qiu had already made a name for himself in the official guild and had a good relationship with the most ruthless person in Jiangnan. With his help, Ji Ming, who had a bad reputation, joined the official guild. Ji Dahai and Lu Caixia too. The reason for his bad reputation is that Ji Ming and Wang Tang are too close. Although Ji Ming is not as arrogant as Wang Tang, he still considers himself superior and likes to lead the experts of Tinglong Guild to snatch leveling maps and bosses. At that time, Ji Qiu had no idea that he was just an adopted son. Let them continue along the path of their past lives. Due to my rebirth, everyone's growth rate seems to have accelerated. I estimate that the Tinglong Guild will be destroyed soon. In this lifetime, their family can forget about receiving protection from the official guild. Ji Qiu entered the underworld again. This is my third time here. Shortly after the teleportation ended, Ji Qiu and his 4 clones encountered a group of level 55 monsters. The first time I arrived, I encountered a level 35 monster. The second time, when I first arrived, I encountered a level 45 monster. This time, I encountered a level 55 normal monster right from the start. Unless you are exceptionally strong and have the ability to defeat monsters and bosses of a higher level, it is best not to enter the netherworld consecutively within a certain period of time, otherwise the consequences may be unpredictable. Ji Qiu doesn't need to worry too much. First of all, he is strong enough. Secondly, he has a clone staying at the guild headquarters. But even in late autumn, one cannot continue to visit the underworld without any restraint. Next time he comes, he will most likely encounter a level 65 monster right away. If you were to encounter a high-level, level 65 boss directly, that would be troublesome. No need to bother searching for level 55 monsters anymore, it saves a lot of time. Killing monsters 10 levels higher will significantly speed up your leveling up. Ji Qiu, carrying 4 identities, charged towards the group of level 55 monsters not far away. Health 300,000 points. The HP of this level 55 ordinary monster is about the same as that of the level 52 star boss Ghost Flame Wolf King. 300,000 HP may seem like a lot, but it can actually be taken down in a few seconds by Ji Qiu and his 4 clones. In less than 5 minutes, all 30-odd netherworld evil rhinoceroses had fallen. Ordinary monsters don't drop anything good. However, being a level 55 monster, it dropped a lot of source energy. Ji Qiu will not deliberately seek out high-star level 55 bosses. He can't even wear level 50 equipment now, and the high-star level 55 equipment he gets can only sit in the warehouse collecting dust. The most urgent task is to upgrade. Reach level 50, equip yourself with a full set of top-tier level 50 gear, and then head to the netherworld tower. Next, whenever you encounter a level 55 monster, whether it's a regular monster or a starred boss, fight it as soon as you see it, without wasting a single second. Only 1 day had passed since they arrived in the netherworld, and Zue AI Jasmine T sent a message to Ji Qiu. She said, "Guild Master, I've reached level 40 and equipped myself with a full set of top-tier level 40 gear. I'm going to head deep into the Shenangjia forest to fight a few level 45 star level bosses first and then use them to fight level 50 bosses." Ji Qiu replied, "Okay." After defeating the level 50 summoner boss, go to the netherworld passage to level up and fight bosses. Try to get the netherworld token. If you encounter danger deep in the Shenangjia forest area, you can send me a message. My favorite Jasmine T says, "Okay." Another half day passed. There are 2 main reasons. Ji Qiu also leveled up, reaching level 46. The upgrade was completed half a day earlier than previously expected. On the second day after arriving in the netherworld, Jasmine T Lover sent a message saying that she already had 4 level 50 star level bosses and that the Earthfire Unicorn had reached level 35. Ji Qiu replied, "You can go to the netherworld passage now, but be careful once you get there. Time flies, and 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye." Ji Qiu has been working hard to fight monsters in the netherworld for 4 days. Jasmine T, the favorite, sent another message saying she had left the netherworld passage. With 4 level 50 star level summon bosses, she could directly farm level 50 monsters. In addition, with the double experience from the netherworld Underworld Passage, she leveled up to level 41 in just 2 days. This is even after the Earthfire Unicorn had gained a significant amount of experience. The Earthfire Unicorn leveled up 3 times in 2 days, reaching level 38. I got 2 Netherworld tokens from Jasmine T, along with a lot of level 50 top-tier equipment and special items. She said, Guildmaster, I got a 4-star Thunder Gem. I remember your attacks seem to be accompanied by lightning. Will this gem be useful to you? Jiqiu replied, useful. Immediately afterwards, Zuiai Jasmine T sent the Thunder Gem to Jiqiu through a remote transaction with a friend. Jiqiu didn't stand on ceremony with her. This 4-star Thunder Gem was still used on the Blade of Ruin. Your Blade of Ruin has successfully gained electro-elemental damage. Blade of Ruin, evolvable 1-star artifact, physical attack plus 550, lightning attack plus 199, 100% armor penetration, accuracy plus 20, 15% chance to trigger. Lightning punishment attack, luck plus 7, attack speed plus 4, sin elimination plus 6, attack with lifesteal plus 1000, requires level 35, already evolved twice. It only increased lightning elemental attack by 199 points. The probability of triggering lightning strikes has not increased. It is estimated that a 15% probability is already quite high. 4-star lightning gems are not high enough to improve this attribute. It was precisely because Jiqiu had anticipated this that he did not use the Thunder Gem on the Chain of Thunder punishment. The Chain of Lightning has 299 points of lightning elemental attack, and you need a 5-star or higher lightning gem to increase its lightning elemental attack. After the Blade of Ruin increases electro ATK by 199, Jiqiu's electro punishment attack can deal more than 1400 damage. Since Jiqiu has many clones and a fast attack speed, the probability of triggering lightning attacks is not low, so increasing the lightning element attack power is still very useful. Jiqiu is about to be teleported away. Because leveling up by fighting level 55 monsters accelerated the process considerably, Jiqiu reached level 47. At this point, there were only about 3 days left before the various NPCs arrived on Earth, let alone reaching level 55 by then. Even reaching level 50 is a pipe dream. There's only half an hour left, we can't waste it. After dealing with a group of monsters, Jiqiu quickly left with his 4 clones. Soon, Jiqiu discovered a level 55 3-star boss at the foot of a large mountain, the Netherworld Gold Devouring Beast. Health 1,700,000 points. To Jiqiu's great surprise, the Netherworld Gold Devouring Beast was under attack. The attacker looked very human, but had 4 arms and 3 eyes. Like a human superhuman, yet also like a monster. Jiqiu knew very well that monsters would not easily attack each other, but it was not impossible for them not to attack each other. Not a monster. After observing for a while, Jiqiu confirmed that the creature battling the Netherworld Gold-Eating Beast was not a monster, because he can't see the other person's name. In the eyes of human superhumans, monsters will display their names. One more thing, the health bar above the opponent's head shows that the opponent has less than 100,000 health points. A monster that can rival a level 55 3-star boss can't possibly have so little health. He's a player. Jiqiu was even more surprised. God of Nobility incorporates many planets and civilizations, so the missions for each level of nobility exist on the leaderboards of all civilizations. But in his previous life, before that alien civilization's invasion, Jiqiu had never encountered any other civilization's God Duke players, nor had he ever heard of any human from Earth encountering alien players. Some people may have encountered this, but they just didn't say anything. Can alien players also enter the Netherworld map? Jiqiu never imagined that she would encounter alien players of God of the Underworld. 3 eyes and 4 arms. In my past life, the powerful alien civilization that invaded Earth looked just like this. Is it possible that players on Earth will only encounter players from this civilization in special maps, and not players from other civilizations? Just as Jiqiu was pondering this, the 3-eyed, 4-armed alien player had already killed the Netherworld Gold-Eating Beast. He suddenly turned around and looked at Jiqiu, extremely keen to detect special energies. In an instant, Jiqiu made this judgment. The two were at least 100 meters apart, and Jiqiu had been hiding behind a boulder, so he shouldn't have been discovered by the other party. Moreover, upon hearing the commotion here, Jiqiu only came to investigate alone, leaving his 4 clones a little further away to avoid being easily exposed due to too many people. But they still found out. Jiqiu naturally knew that even people whose perception wasn't particularly strong would inexplicably develop a sense of being stared at for a long time. Ha! Where did it go? The alien player that Jiqiu had originally seen suddenly disappeared into thin air. Jiqiu narrowed his eyes. At this point, it was already possible to guess that the opponent had awakened an SS-level superpower, invisibility. Of course, it's also possible that it involves walking in the void, but that's less likely. He spotted me and went into stealth mode, probably not to get rid of me, but to swish, swish, swish. In just a moment, more than a dozen bright and sharp beams of light appeared around Jiqiu. Jiqiu immediately heard the system notification sound. You are under attack by Bagoo, phonetic translation, a superhuman from the Three-Eyed civilization. This is a civilizational conflict, unrelated to evil. Bagoo's ability to launch more than a dozen attacks in a very short time proves that his attack speed is very fast. However, as the attack was launched, Bagoo's body was also exposed again. This proves that Ji Chio guessed correctly. The other party was indeed just in a normal stealth state. A series of damage numbers floated above Ji Chio's head. The values vary, with the highest reaching over 3,000 points. It should be noted that even in late autumn, physical attack power is less than 2,000 points. His critical strikes can only deal more than 3,000 damage. Even a normal attack that triggers the lightning punishment attack can deal this much damage. This guy's normal attacks only take away a little over 200 health points, and his critical hits only take away less than 500 health points. That 3000 plus damage probably triggered the ignore defense effect. It not only triggered the defense ignoring effect, but it also dealt skill damage. This guy's attack power is not low. He's definitely a master. Ji Chio was too lazy to waste time with this alien expert named Bagoo, so he immediately started walking through the void. Bagoo's invisibility also has a cooldown period and cannot be used continuously. When Ji Chio disappeared, Bagoo couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Actually, he was already somewhat surprised that he hadn't been able to defeat Ji Chio instantly. Realizing the situation was dire, Bagoo immediately set off at full speed. As you can see, his boots and gaiters are emitting a bluish glow. His legs and feet were completely covered in a blue light, which made him extremely fast as lightning. Ji Chio's movement speed is also fast, but not as fast as Bagoo's, so he unleashed the dance of the winds. The two sides are evenly matched. Bagoo started running first, so he gained a lead of some distance. In order to catch up with his opponent and prevent him from escaping into a dangerous place, Ji Chio unleashed the wrath of the demon. Under the ultimate skill state of Demon's Wrath, Ji Chio's speed increased significantly. The distance between the two sides began to close steadily. Ji Chio's void walking continued, and Bagoo did not know his exact location or speed. It wasn't until he was caught up and attacked that Bagoo realized he was doomed. Ji Chio's true form launched the first attack. One strike, a vital attack, dealing nearly 5,000 damage. Another strike landed, triggering a critical hit from the thunder punishment attack, dealing over 10,000 damage. The demon's wrath greatly increased Ji Chio's attack power. Bagoo was deeply shaken and utterly perplexed. Why didn't the opponent come out of stealth mode when they had already launched an attack? Without being able to see the target, it was impossible to hit it. Despite possessing exceptional offensive skills, Bagoo had nowhere to use them and could only continue to flee. Unfortunately, the constant attacks significantly reduced his running speed. When Ji Chio's 4 clones also caught up, even though Bagoo unleashed a powerful skill attached to his equipment, he could only die in terror and despair. Ji Chio and his 4 clones were too powerful, and Bagoo didn't have time to unleash more powerful attacks. You have killed Bagoo, a 6-star priest of the Three-Eyed civilization, contributing to the development and survival of the Blue Star civilization. Merit points plus 6,000. In battles between civilizations, whether one is the aggressor or the retaliator, killing an opponent will not only not increase your sin value, but will also earn you merit points. The exact amount of merit points earned depends on the recipient's rank and status. In addition to merit points, you can also obtain varying amounts of source energy and all the equipment the opponent possesses. The higher your luck, the more source power you'll gain from defeating alien experts. Bagoo is level 50, and even if it's only 1/10 of his source power, it's still quite considerable for Ji Chio, who is level 47. A large amount of source energy surged into his body, and Ji Chio instantly leveled up to level 50. This means that the source power that Ji Chio obtained from Bagoo was far more than 1/10. I never expected to have such an unexpected gain on this trip. Ji Chio was overjoyed, smiling from ear to ear. He actually knew all along that killing powerful alien beings would bring huge benefits, which is probably an important reason why different civilizations are always fighting each other. He just never expected to encounter an alien powerhouse in the netherworld. This guy's gear is pretty good too. Ji Chio stripped Bagoo of his equipment. They are all level 50 high-star equipment, and even the worst ones are level 55-star. There's also a level 57-star equipment piece and a divine piece of equipment. By this time, Ji Chio already had 4 level 57-star equipment pieces. Bagoo is also a melee-type superhuman, so his equipment is naturally suitable for Ji Chio to wear. He's a 6-star priest. This divine armor is probably a reward for completing a priest's mission. Dragon Scale Armor, evolvable 1-star artifact, physical attack plus 99, physical defense plus 499, elemental resistance plus 359, poison resistance plus 299, evil resistance plus 299, evasion plus 39, auto heal plus 699, with Dragon Soul Coil for 180 seconds, requires level 35. Divine equipment is still divine equipment. The Dragon Scale Armor is 5 levels lower than the Divine Ape Armor, but its various attributes are much higher. Dragon Soul Coiling is a powerful additional move, similar to Divine Possession, but with greater power and a longer duration. Another divine item added, Invincible. Bagu's level 57 star equipment has very good stats, but unfortunately it's a weapon. 2-element dividing lightsword, 7 stars physical attack plus 499, accuracy plus 25, luck plus 5, attack speed plus 4, 45% chance to trigger armor penetration, critical hit damage increased by 100%, sin elimination plus 5, requires level 50. Compared to the level 47 star divine ape wolf fang mace, the yin yang dividing lightsword has 100 more physical attack points, a 10% higher chance of triggering armor penetration, and a 50% higher chance of critical hits. As for the attack speed, luck, and sin removal attributes of the yin yang dividing lightsword, it is estimated that Bagu used gems to enhance them. Bagu just dealt me over 3,000 points of damage, probably triggering a defense break, and it was a critical hit. Ji Qiu thought to himself, critical hits already deal double damage, and weapon attributes further increased the power of critical hits by 100%, meaning a single critical hit will deal 4 times the damage of a normal attack. The yin-yang dividing lightsword is good, but it's not as good as the destruction blade, which has evolved twice. Ji Qiu put on the dragon scale armor and put the other equipment left by Bagu into the warehouse. I already have 4 pieces of divine gear at level 50. So awesome. The superhumans on Earth who had been keeping a close eye on the rankings all wore expressions of disbelief. I clearly remember that just a few minutes ago, Zhou from China was level 47, and in the blink of an eye, he was level 50. What's going on? Is there a bug in the ranking system? I told you so. That Zhou is definitely cheating. I want to file a complaint. But can anyone tell me how? Autumn God is awesome. Ji Qiu returned to the headquarters of the Whoever You Want guild. He received a private message from his most ruthless friend in Jiangnan. Autumn God, how did you level up? You went from level 47 to level 50 in the blink of an eye. That's amazing. Ji Qiu replied, I encountered an alien master in a special map, killed him, and obtained a portion of his source power, so I leveled up 3 times. The most ruthless person in Jiangnan was very surprised. An alien expert? Aliens really exist, and they also play God Lord? Ji Qiu replied, obviously the answer is yes. It's time to let humanity on Earth know about the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations. If only I had known. Jiangnan's most heartless person then said, is it easy for us humans on Earth to encounter alien experts? Ji Qiu replied, I don't know. This is also my first time encountering an alien player, but I estimate that it won't be easy to encounter alien experts. Currently, it's likely that we'll only encounter them in some special maps, but we might encounter them more frequently in the future. The most heartless man in Jiangnan said, this situation is very important. I must report it to my superiors immediately. Ji Qiu went into the guild canteen and had a big meal. After eating and drinking his fill, Ji Qiu returned to his temple residence. Soon after, my favorite jasmine tea returned. Guild leader, you suddenly leveled up 3 levels. Everyone suspects you're cheating. If you have doubts, then have your doubts. Why are you dragging everyone else into this? Ji Qiu replied irritably. President, please don't wrong me. The jasmine tea lover quickly explained, I participated in an official event before and added a lot of friends. Just now, many people messaged me privately to ask me about it. When she participated in an event, people added her as a friend in person, and she really couldn't refuse. After all, they are all prominent figures. Moreover, she and her guild leader are very fast at acquiring equipment. The official channels alone cannot handle so many top-tier items, so more sales channels are needed. This is for the benefit of our own guild. Ji Qiu repeated the same words she had just said to the most heartless person in Jiangnan to her favorite jasmine tea. I had long suspected the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations, because when I was doing the priest mission, the system mentioned my ranking among all civilizations. After thinking for a moment, the jasmine tea lover added, I estimate that we will not only encounter alien civilizations on special maps, but we may encounter them frequently in the future. Alien powerhouses may suddenly descend upon Earth, and we may also have the opportunity to go to the lair of some alien civilization. Ji Qiu nodded, thinking to himself that this beautiful woman was indeed quite clever. Slaying powerful alien beings allows you to obtain a portion of their source energy, which is a very fast way to level up. I love jasmine tea the most, he exclaimed. At this stage, it's estimated that it will be difficult to frequently encounter powerful aliens, and even if we do, we might not be able to defeat them. Ji Qiu spoke first, then asked, did you see the divine ape wolf fang mace and divine ape armor in the guild warehouse? I see, they're all level 47 star equipment. The one who loves jasmine tea knows what her president means, but those 2 pieces of equipment are too unsuitable for women to wear. What she meant was that those 2 pieces of equipment were ugly. Ugly as it may be, its attributes are very strong. Ji Qiu smiled and said, although you are a summoning type superhuman, with good equipment, you can also become a melee powerhouse. Moreover, once you reach level 50, you can change your equipment. Level 56 star equipment is no worse than level 47 star equipment, and may even be stronger. Between level 40 and level 50 equipment, there is still level 45 equipment. Generally speaking, Level 47 star equipment is stronger than level 45 6-star equipment, but slightly weaker than level 56 star equipment. Only some level 47 star equipment with special and powerful ultimate skills will be stronger than level 56 star equipment. For example, the level 47 star Divine Ape Bracers, which come with the ultimate skill Divine Ape Summoning, are better than most level 56 star equipment. Therefore, Jichio did not replace the Divine Ape Bracers with level 56 star equipment. Jasmine T. Lover retrieved the Divine Ape Wolf Fawn Club and Divine Ape Armor from the guild warehouse and changed out of her weapons and armor. He was reluctant to change his equipment before because his weapons and armor were level 40 6-star gear, which was also very good. Moreover, the Divine Possession effect of the Divine Ape Armor is similar to the Divine Light Protection effect of the Divine Light Pendant. Both can be used to save lives in critical moments. However, the difference is that Divine Light Protection focuses more on improving defensive capabilities, while Divine Possession focuses more on improving combat capabilities. With the addition of a Divine Possession ultimate move, Jasmine T's ability to deal with danger has undoubtedly been greatly enhanced. At this moment, my favorite thing is Jasmine T. I am wearing the Divine Ape Armor and holding the Divine Ape Wolf Fawn Club. I am less delicate and more fierce and savage than I am. Those two level 47 star equipment pieces really didn't suit her at all. The whole thing feels very out of place. At first glance, it's surprising. Upon closer inspection, it's hilarious. Jichio suppressed a laugh and asked, "Is there anything else?" The person who loves Jasmine T replied, "The guild leader of the Tinglong Guild, I am the Great Emperor, is always harassing me with private messages. One minute he's asking me to meet him to discuss cooperation, and the next he's asking me to fight a boss together. It's so annoying. Why not just block them as a friend? I want to block him too." The Jasmine T lover said helplessly, "But he is, after all, the leader of a large guild, and he has awakened an S-level superpower. The Tinglong Guild is currently developing very well and has a strong overall strength. They can already absorb a lot of our guild's equipment, and they can absorb even more in the future. For the long-term benefit of the guild, it's not good to just block him unless he does something excessive. He's obviously interested in you." Jichio said calmly, "If you have no interest in him, just block him. You don't need to consider the long-term interests of our guild. I, as the guild leader, am responsible for the long-term development of the guild." The person who loves Jasmine T was slightly surprised by the attitude of their own president. It's worth noting that when the guild leader first accepted her into the guild, he appointed her as the vice guild leader and explained that she would be responsible for handling the guild's specific affairs. Collaborating with other guilds and selling various useless equipment and items from guild warehouses are all specific tasks. With the guild leader's support, she naturally has to do her best for the guild. Therefore, even if the whoever you want guild is very strong, she will not easily offend other guilds or any important figures, unless the other party goes too far. "What, are you interested in him?" "No, I have absolutely no interest in it, and I find it very annoying." He shook his head repeatedly, saying he loved Jasmine T the most. "Then just block them." Jichio continued, "If he continues to harass you, killing him wouldn't be out of the question." She widened her beautiful eyes, her favorite being Jasmine T. "Our president is really assertive and domineering." She originally thought that her president was only ruthless and cruel to foreigners, but she didn't expect him to be the same way to his own people. "If you show mercy, more and more people will harass you in the future." Jichio said indifferently, "There are some people who you have already discovered harbor ulterior motives towards you. If you don't kill them soon, they may bring you utter destruction in the future, unless you have absolute strength to deal with any risks and hidden dangers." "Okay, I understand." She nodded, indicating that she loved Jasmine T the most. "I'm a little tired. If there's nothing else, I'm going to rest." Jichio waved his hand and said, "Goodbye, President." My favorite Jasmine T was Jasmine T, so I turned and walked out of the temple. Jichio then lay down to rest. Jichio woke up at dusk that day. In 3 days, various NPCs will descend upon Earth, and the initial adaptation phase of God Duke will officially end. The true chaos has arrived on Earth. Jichio then looked at the ranking list. I am at level 50, ranking first in the global, China, and Jiangnan region level rankings. The number of priests worldwide and in China has increased again. The Huaxia Kingdom already has nearly 200 priests. There are also more than 10 priests in the Jiangnan region. After becoming priests, everyone's strength increased significantly, but the source energy required for leveling up also increased dramatically, causing everyone's leveling speed to slow down. Some superhumans reached level 35 5 days ago and are still at level 35. Having visited the Netherworld Passage, I reached level 41 and my favorite Jasmine T is ranked second on various leaderboards. The third place on the global ranking list is level 38. The third place on the China ranking list is level 37. The third ranked player in the Jiangnan region's level ranking is Jiangnan's #1 Heartless. He is currently level 37 and has probably just leveled up. He is behind 3 other level 37 experts in the Huaxia Kingdom's level ranking. It's worth mentioning that of the 2 intermediate level superpowers superpower enhancement scrolls that Ji Qiu had previously obtained. One was used by the Jasmine Tea Lover, and the other was sold to the Jiangzhou city government, which then upgraded Jiang Nan's #1 ruthless superpower to advanced level. Very few people can elevate their superpowers to an advanced level at this stage. Now, his beast transformation superpower not only allows him to completely transform his body into a beast but also allows him to transform into a variety of very powerful monsters. Therefore, the most heartless person in Jiangnan also has a leveling speed far exceeding that of ordinary people. The top-ranked superhumans on the 3 leaderboards are still the powerful individuals that Ji Qiu was quite familiar with in his previous life. In the previous life, as the number of priests in various countries increased and as advancement became more difficult, powerful figures from different countries began to frequently travel to other countries to plunder their resources and suppress their development. Although Ji Qiu in his previous life was far less powerful than he is now, he still awakened an S-class superpower and joined an official guild, frequently participating in battles to fight against foreign powers invading China. Back then, he and the most ruthless person in Jiangnan had gone through many life and death experiences together, and he had saved the other's life on several occasions. I have already leaked the news about the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations, and I expect the Chinese government will also notify other countries. We hope that all countries can realize what the real threat is and abandon their plans for infighting. When nations develop peacefully, their strength increases faster. If extraterrestrial civilizations invade, the more powerful humans on Earth there are, the greater the chance of defeating them. Ji Qiu had no intention of eliminating the powerful figures from various countries in advance. If the powerful figures of all countries were to die prematurely, China could become the sole superpower without having to worry about the threat from foreign powers, but this would be unbearable for all of humanity on Earth. It would be much more difficult for China alone to deal with an invasion by an extraterrestrial civilization. Ji Qiu is very strong, but the alien powerhouses who invaded Blue Star are not weak either. If he were to face a large number of alien powerhouses alone, he might not be able to withstand it. Having more powerful beings from Earth to help share the burden, even if it only buys them time or makes them cannon fodder, is still a good thing. If countries ignore the potential threat posed by extraterrestrial civilizations and insist on fighting amongst themselves and taking action against China, there is no need to be lenient with them. Those who deserve to die, leave no one alive. Now, we can go to the Netherworld God Tower. Ji Qiu has rested well and is now in a state of full energy. The trials of the Netherworld Tower have 3 levels. The first is the priest level, the second is the attendant level, and the third is the messenger level. With his superpowers upgraded to a high level and a full set of top-tier level 50 equipment, the priest was well prepared to enter the Netherworld Tower. Ji Qiu now has not only 4 pieces of divine equipment, but also 3 pieces of level 57-star equipment. All other equipment, except for the divine 8 bracers, is level 56-star equipment. Even the thunder pattern bracelet has been replaced, because one of the 3 level 57-star equipment pieces is a bracelet. If you wear this equipment, you will need to replace the divine 8 bracers or the thunder pattern bracelet. The divine 8 bracers have a powerful summoning ability that summons a divine ape. They cannot be replaced for now. A level 57-star divine ape is very powerful. The equipment that replaces the thunder pattern bracelet has very strong stats. Evil Dragon Bone Bracelet, 7 stars, physical attack plus 99, physical defense plus 259, elemental resistance plus 189, poison resistance plus 89, evil resistance plus 89, accuracy plus 20, auto regeneration plus 399, grants dragon transformation for 120 seconds, requires level 50. Compared to the thunder pattern bracelet, the evil dragon bone bracelet has 189 less thunder element attack and 5% less chance to trigger thunder punishment attack, but its other attributes, including physical attack, are significantly improved. In particular, the automatic health regeneration of 399 points and the accompanying ultimate skill are super strong attributes that the thunder pattern bracelet cannot match. In fact, the difference between 30% and 35% in the probability of triggering a lightning attack is not significant. Lightning strikes don't happen every time, but the boosts to other attributes are continuous. Not long ago, due to the increased electro ATK of the Blade of Ruin by 199 points, Ji Qiu's electro punishment attack could deal more than 1400 damage. Now, Ji Qiu has lost 189 points of lightning elemental attack, but after reaching level 50, her base lightning attack has increased by 80 points. In total, his single lightning strike can still deal approximately 1300 damage. After changing equipment, the original ultimate skills such as Divine Possession and Dance of the Wind are gone, but new ultimate skills such as Dragon Soul Coiling and Dragon Transformation are added. Level 56-star and 7-star equipment is extremely rare without an ultimate skill. Ji Qiu's physical attack power has also increased to 1920 points. Since the weapons and equipment with high attack points were not replaced, Ji Qiu's increase in physical attack power was not exaggerated. Other attributes saw significant significant improvements. For example, the healing ability used to be around 1000 HP per second, but now it's nearly 2000 HP per second. Actually, considering that Jiqiu has several clones, an increase of 200 or 300 points in attack power is not a small amount. With the added benefits of high attack speed and high accuracy, plus the occasional lightning attack, the main body and 5 clones can deal an average of about 75,000 damage per second when they attack together. Even if you leave one clone in the guild headquarters and only take 4 clones out, the main body and the 4 clones can still deal an average of more than 62,000 damage per second. This is without using any equipment or ultimate abilities. In short, Jiqiu's overall strength has reached a new level. Without the Blade of Destruction's 100% armor penetration, I wouldn't be able to deal much damage to high-level, high-star bosses with their super strong defense. Jiqiu secretly admired. Divine equipment is still awesome. Soon, Jiqiu entered the 5-star teleportation array at the guild's headquarters. Take out the pass to the Netherworld Tower, activate it, and then start the teleportation array. A black passage shimmering with silver light appeared. Jiqiu led his 4 clones into the passage, and a tremendous force immediately came from behind them. Just like using the Netherworld token to enter the Netherworld, the entire teleportation took 20 seconds, and Jiqiu and his 4 clones landed in front of a tall tower. This tower is taller and more majestic than the one in the 7-star Priest Quest map. Its top is completely invisible to the naked eye. It was like a towering mountain standing before us, radiating immense pressure. The monsters and buildings in the mission map are all virtually generated and don't give people a very realistic feeling, but the Netherworld Tower is different. It truly exists, like a towering deity, majestic and ancient, looking down upon all living beings. In his previous life, Jiqiu never obtained a pass to the Netherworld Tower, and therefore never entered it. Everything I know about this sacred tower is hearsay. Just like entering the Netherworld Passage and the Netherworld World, there is also a time limit for entering the Netherworld Tower. At this moment, there was a countdown number in front of Jiqiu's eyes. Midnight. The countdown to entering the Netherworld Tower will only begin in 1 day. The Netherworld Tower is real, and the dangers it harbors are also real. To be on the safe side, Jiqiu only brought 4 clones with him. Taking a deep breath and observing for a while, Jiqiu led his 4 clones through the open door and into the first floor of the Netherworld God Tower. Honorable Divine Officer, you have entered the Netherworld Tower. The tower is filled with countless powerful evil beings and is extremely dangerous. If you pass the numerous trials, you will receive a rich reward. If you fail to pass them within 24 hours, you will perish within the tower. The moment Jiqiu entered the first floor of the Netherworld God Tower, he heard a system notification. At the same time, the countdown numbers in front of us began to change. In the Netherworld Passage and the Netherworld World, it is impossible to leave in advance, but you will be automatically teleported back when the countdown ends. Unlike in the Netherworld Tower, if you fail to complete the level before the countdown ends, you will lose your life. With Jiqiu's current strength, he naturally cannot change this rule. He wasn't sure he could clear the level within 24 hours, so it was necessary to leave a clone at the guild headquarters. There's always a chance of something going wrong. Moreover, Jiqiu's understanding of the Netherworld Tower was not detailed enough. In his previous life, there may have been more than one person on the entire planet Blue Star who entered the Netherworld Tower, but only one person passed all the trials of the Netherworld Tower. That person was neither Chinese nor a relative or friend of Jiqiu. The person had already revealed very little about the Netherworld Tower, and even less that the Chinese could find out. The large, heavy door behind him slammed shut, leaving Jiqiu with no way out. In an instant, the scene before Jiqiu's eyes changed drastically. The once empty first floor of the tower has now been transformed into a vast graveyard. Before Jiqiu could take a few more glances, the graves exploded like bombs across the vast land. The scene was absolutely spectacular. It's also incredibly creepy. From the shattered graves crawled corpses that reeked of stench and death. The corpses were in various shapes and sizes. Some were silent, while others shrieked incessantly. Some are relatively complete, while others are incomplete. They were stunned for a moment, then surged towards Jiqiu and his 4 clones like a flood. Battle is about to break out. Jiqiu and his 4 clones formed a defensive formation and continued to advance. They're all level 50. Only on the first floor, and the monsters I encountered were already level 50? That's ridiculous. There are over 5,000 monsters in this area alone, including star-level bosses. Clearing the Netherworld Tower in 24 hours is too difficult. This one hurdle alone will probably drive most of the experts who enter the Netherworld God Tower to despair and perish. Late autumn was filled with complaints. Complaining is useless. You can only grit your teeth and fight the enemy as quickly as possible. He even went so far as to expend his source energy to unleash the Divine Wrath Source Energy Slash. The level 50 normal monsters here can't break through Jiqiu's defense, and the damage that a star-level boss can inflict is less than the damage from his automatic health regeneration. He doesn't need to worry about defense at all. He can just focus on attacking. This level should test your monster killing efficiency. It took Jiqiu a full 4 hours to finally kill all the monstrous corpses that had charged at him. The relentless attacks left Jiqiu exhausted. It took me this long with 4 clones. If other experts came, even with the same equipment as me, it would take them at least 20 hours to kill all these monsters. For those experts, if the next level is more difficult and takes longer, the chance of passing it is basically 0. Luckily, I have experience fighting monsters here. The Netherworld Tower is not a quest map. Jiqiu just killed more than 5,000 monsters, including many star-level bosses, and gained a lot of experience. Of course, they also obtained a lot of equipment and items. However, no high-star boss appeared, and Jiqiu didn't get anything particularly good. He didn't pick up many of the basic, unusable items. Firstly, they didn't like it, and secondly, they wanted to save time. Especially those level 50 basic equipment pieces. Jiqiu and Zua AI Jasmine Tea look down on them, while other superhumans are still far from level 50. Although Jiqiu was very tired, she did not rest for a moment. After killing all the monsters around them, they began searching. Just a few seconds later, a level 50, 6-star boss suddenly appeared in front of Jiqiu, a 6-star priest who has become a slave to the tower. Health 4,500,000 points. Both being level 56 star bosses, its HP is a full million points less than that of the Netherworld Evil Dragon. Actually, it has more HP than a regular level 56 star boss. The Netherworld Evil Dragon has such an astonishing amount of blood because it has consumed more than one Netherblood fruit. This big boss looks like a lizard man, standing upright with long limbs, sharp claws, and a long tail. It was about 2 meters tall, covered in fine scales, and had a sharp claw gripping a long knife. Could it be that some alien expert died here and became a slave to the tower, or even the boss? Or perhaps this guy didn't really die, but was forced to stay and become a slave because he failed the test? That's possible. Jiqiu pondered this in secret. Even on Earth, you can encounter divine disciples, divine officials, and priests who become bosses. Transforms into a boss, with a significant increase in health. Various attributes and overall combat power will also be greatly improved. Nataru boss swung his long sword and slashed straight down. Jiqiu did not activate Void Walk. With his 4 clones, he could easily take on a level 56 star boss head-on. On average, it deals over 60,000 damage per second. Every 3 or 4 seconds, the evil soul-stealing technique will be triggered, which can stun the opponent for 3 seconds. Moreover, after reaching level 50, Jiqiu's health points climbed to 190,000. One of the boss's normal attacks can cause him to lose more than 3,000 health points, while he can regenerate 2,000 health points per second. Since the boss's attack speed is also very fast, it can attack at least twice per second, so Jiqiu loses more than 4,000 health points per second on average. Although triggering a critical hit doubles the damage, Jiqiu also has a high evasion attribute, so the opponent's attack cannot hit 100% of the time. The opponent's vital attacks and automatic health regeneration were almost completely negated by Jiqiu's evasion attributes and divine wrath source force slash. Even if I were to just bear it myself, I could hold out for a minute. On the other hand, the opponent's 4,500,000 health points seem high, but under the combined attack of Jiqiu and his 4 clones, they can be depleted in about 70 or 80 seconds. It's impossible for the main body to always bear the brunt, nor is it possible for a clone to always bear the brunt. Whoever triggers the lightning attack, the boss will attack them. Therefore, the damage is shared equally between the main body and the 4 clones. Together, they can hold out for about 5 minutes. This is just a theoretical algorithm. In fact, a minute later, the 6-star priest, who had become a slave to the tower, unleashed his ultimate move just as he was low on health. Like most high-star boss ultimate moves, its ultimate move can instantly restore its health to full, and the health will increase significantly. When the dense aura of death enveloped its entire body, its health soared to 6 million points. Regenerates 12,000 health points per second. 6 million health points is nothing. With Jiqiu and his 4 clones' attack power, they can deplete that much health in just 2 minutes. However, after the boss unleashed its ultimate move while under its enhanced state, it unleashed yet another ultimate move. With a flicker of its body, 3 clones appeared around it. The 3 illusory clones are not physical clones. Shadow clone technique. Jiqiu was surprised. It's not that the opponent's ultimate move is particularly powerful, but rather that he possessed this ultimate move in his previous life. For the boss, it's a shadow clone, a powerful attack. For the superhumans of various civilizations, it's a superpower. This boss was definitely a superhuman from some civilization, a level 56 star priest who awakened the superpower of shadow clones. Jiqiu was naturally very familiar with shadow clones. He could tell at a glance that the opponent's shadow clone had been upgraded to a high level. A beginner level shadow clone consists of only 1 clone, possessing 20% of the original strength. An intermediate level shadow clone has 2 clones, each possessing 35% of the original strength. The advanced shadow clone has 3 clones, each possessing 55% of the original strength. The comparison clearly shows that shadow clones are far inferior to avatars. However, the opponent has become the tower slave boss after all, and the combat power of the main body has increased, as have the 3 shadow clones. Regardless of the level, the original body and the shadow shadow clone can transform into each other. The original body can transform into a shadow clone in the blink of an eye, and then one of the shadow clones can simultaneously become the original body. With this ability, shadow clones grant superhumans a considerable capacity for self-preservation. Ji-Chyo understood shadow clones very well, so he knew that he had to destroy both the opponent's main body and shadow clones in order to truly kill the opponent. These three shadow clones together have nearly 10 million HP, plus the original body's 6 million HP. They regenerate health very quickly. It will take me about 5 minutes to wipe them all out. Just now, with only the main body attacking, I and my 4 clones could withstand it for 5 minutes, but we definitely can't hold out for that long now. After a quick calculation, Ji-Chyo still didn't rush to start the void walking, because he didn't know what would happen after defeating this level 50, 6-star boss. If a level 57 star boss appears, or if you encounter other dangerous situations, and void walk is on cooldown, that would be bad. Ji-Chyo summoned the 7-star divine ape, a level 57 star divine ape with 3,800,000 HP. If it weren't for summoning the boss, it would have even more health. The 7-star divine ape joins the battle and can share the damage. The main body of the opponent knows that the 7-star divine ape is a summoned boss and will not attack it, but the opponent's shadow clone does not know this. Moreover, the 7-star divine ape has a very strong attack power, which can reduce the time needed to kill the opponent. Just as Ji-Chyo and his 4 clones were about to be on the verge of death, he unleashed the ultimate move attached to the evil dragon bone bracelet dragon transformation. In an instant, they transformed into 5 dragons over 100 meters long, each with their health points increased to 350,000 and fully restored, causing their combat power to soar. Although it is a Jiaolong, not a real dragon, it is still exceptionally powerful. Ji-Chyo unleashed his dragon transformation ultimate move, and the outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. But don't forget, shadow clones are a superpower that can be used to escape. High-star bosses are intelligent. Even if they aren't very intelligent, they know to run away when they can't win. When the 6-star priest, now a slave of the tower, was nearly dead again, his main body and 3 shadow clones scattered and fled. If other superhumans encountered this situation, it would be very difficult for them to hunt down and successfully kill this big boss. You chase the original body for a while, and then the original body suddenly turns into a shadow clone. The shadow clone that escapes to another location becomes the original body. When you change your target, even if you catch up, the original body will turn back into a shadow clone. This is the most amazing thing about shadow clone technique. This is also the reason why Ji-Chyo was able to survive many dangerous situations in his previous life. When Ji-Chyo was encountered, the shadow clone technique was restrained. The opponent only had 3 shadow clones, but Ji-Chyo had 4 external avatars. The main body doesn't move, 4 clones are enough. Besides, there's also the 7-star divine ape. Ultimately, the 6-star priest, who had become a slave to the tower, failed to escape, and his main body and 3 shadow clones were killed one after another. To Ji-Chyo's slight surprise, there was no system announcement or first kill certificate for killing this big boss. Ji-Chyo was surprised because he didn't know much about the Netherworld Tower. For the first kill of those level 50-star level bosses, there was a system announcement. Not only did no first kill certificate appear, but nothing else either. Only a large and dense amount of source energy sank into Ji-Chyo's body. This Tanu boss probably won't respawn. Once it's killed, it's completely gone, so there's no such thing as a first kill. There's only one. Killing it is like killing an alien master. You can obtain a portion of its source power. Great! I've leveled up to level 51. Looks like I've gained a lot of source energy this time. As expected, it was indeed a superhuman from some civilization before, but failed to break through the barrier and became a slave to the tower. Being killed was its inevitable fate sooner or later. The sooner it dies, the sooner it's free. As Ji-Chyo pondered, he quickly stripped off the equipment of the 6-star priest who had become a slave to the tower. After stripping off only 3 pieces of equipment, his vision became distorted and blurry. Ji-Chyo knew that he had passed the first test of the Netherworld Tower. It was only at this moment that he realized that there was no need to climb stairs in the Netherworld God Tower. As expected of the Divine Tower, it's truly high class. In the blink of an eye, Ji-Chyo's vision returned to clear. His surroundings were no longer a gloomy and terrifying graveyard, but a scene of birdsong and fragrant flowers. Before my eyes, it was like a secluded garden in paradise. A gentle breeze is blowing, and the sun is shining brightly. Amidst pavilions and terraces, flowers and plants vie for beauty, and streams murmur softly. Ji-Chyo didn't feel relaxed at all. On the contrary, she became even more tense, her thick eyebrows furrowed tightly. The more peaceful and harmonious the scene, the more difficult it is to deal with the hidden dangers. After all, this is the Netherworld Tower, not an ordinary place. If Ji-Chyo were actually surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood, she would find it quite normal and feel much more at ease. What made him even more uneasy was that the 7-star divine ape he had summoned earlier had disappeared, clearly having been forcibly erased. Before long, a melodious laugh, like the song of a nightingale, rang out. Following the sound of laughter, a group of lightly dressed women, each carrying a flower basket, walked towards Ji-Chyo, laughing laughing and joking. They were all human women, each with a graceful figure and beautiful appearance. Some are mature and charming. Some of them are as pure and innocent as the girl next door who has just grown up. Some are aloof and elegant, some are sweet and charming, and some possess a noble air. Some are round and plump. Any man could pick out one he particularly likes from this group of beauties. Ji-cho narrowed his eyes, trying to suppress his already restless heart. In his previous life he experienced many hardships, but he never faced the test of beauty. In his previous life, before the arrival of the God Lord, he discovered that Lu Ruyan and Thomas were having an affair. Lu Ruyan did not admit it on the spot and gave an explanation. In addition, Ji Dahai and Lu Xixia disagreed with the marriage, so he and Lu Ruyan did not divorce. Then God Duke arrived, and he focused on fighting monsters, leveling up, and increasing his strength. Even though Lu Ruyan knew that he had awakened S-class superpowers, she did not leave him. Instead, she kept him hanging on while continuing her affair with Thomas. After some time had passed, when he had completed his priestly duties and gained absolute authority in the household, he finally kicked Lu Ruyan away. After that, he lost interest in women and kept his distance from them. Handsome, would you like to try some of our freshly picked fruit? Young man, is this flower more beautiful, or am I more beautiful? Young master, you are so handsome. Where are you from? As they approached, the group of beauties stopped. They seemed unable to distinguish which one was Ji-cho in person and which one was his clone. They all spoke Mandarin, and their voices were clear and melodious. While speaking, he would touch Ji-cho's true form and four clones with his arms or palms. Young lady, please have some self-respect. Ji-cho was ready to take action at any time. He led four clones, creating some distance between himself and the group of women, and held the blade of destruction horizontally in front of him. Young man, don't be so heartless. We have no intention of harming you, we just want to have a chat. How about we dance for you? Dancing is great. Come on, let's dance together. The group of beautiful women put down their flower and fruit baskets and began to sway their hips and dance. Their dance was beautiful. As they danced, they cast flirtatious glances at Ji-cho and his four clones. With every frown and smile, she exudes charm. Her graceful dance moves were absolutely captivating. A peculiar atmosphere permeated the air, and being in it, Ji-cho gradually felt weak in the knees and unable to muster any strength. The land of gentle pleasures is a hero's grave. Even steel can be melted into silk. A hint of intoxication appeared in Ji-cho's eyes. That graceful dance was eroding his soul. Deep within, the primal desires that have been suppressed are now being awakened and ignited. Such a powerful charm technique. Suddenly, Ji-cho's eyes regained their clarity and brightness, and he coldly shouted, I am a divine official of destiny. Don't make a fool of yourself with such underhanded tricks. His resistance to evil is very high, and charm is also a type of evil attack. This is a key reason why he was able to quickly regain his senses from being intoxicated. Handsome, what's wrong? Wasn't our dance beautiful? We'll change your dance. As the beautiful women asked questions, they changed their dance moves, and they began to take off their already thin gauze skirts. At first glance, Ji-cho almost succumbed, his body burning with lust. The allure of those beauties was growing stronger, and reason told Ji-cho that if he continued to watch, he would surely meet a bad end. It's time to take action. But Ji-cho felt weak all over. The thought of taking action had just surfaced in his mind when it was immediately nipped in the bud. Do you really want to keep watching? Watch what you want to watch. Follow your heart. You haven't tasted a woman's flavor yet, have you? Don't you want to try? Beautiful women like flowers. How dare you lay a hand on them? Are you even a man? One voice after another, seemingly from nowhere, echoed in Ji-cho's mind. This is actually a way for bewitching techniques to erode the soul. Get out of here. Ji-cho let out a roar, and his four clones immediately pounced on the dancing beauties. The blade of destruction flashed with sharp blade light, interspersed with a winding bolt of lightning. The attacked beauties not only had health bars displayed above their heads, but their appearances also changed drastically. They turned into zombies surrounded by deathly aura. They were all incredibly ugly, their bodies covered in rotting flesh and crawling with maggots. If a challenger were to fall under the spell of charm and have a one-night stand with these monsters, and then they suddenly turned into this form, how devastated the challenger would be upon regaining their senses. These are no ordinary zombies. They are level 50, 6-star bosses, netherworld ghostly zombies. Health points, 4 million. 6 level 50, 6-star bosses. Ji-cho frowned. The first level tests your monster slaying speed. There is only one boss guarding the level. The second level is significantly more difficult, with 6 level 50, 6-star bosses appearing all at once. More importantly, there might be a powerful boss guarding the gate who is level 50 or higher and has 6 stars. The 6 netherworld zombies in Ji-cho's 4 clones have already engaged in a fierce battle. It can be seen that their physical attack power is not very strong. They've already used their ultimate move, transforming into stunning beauties to unleash their charm. However, that's just one of their powerful moves. The big bosses at this level likely possess other powerful moves as well. At this point, their main attack method, besides melee attacks that don't deal much damage, is to continuously release a ghostly stench of corpses that can make people dizzy. This ghostly stench can slow down the movement and attack speed of the challenger, and occasionally it can trigger a stun effect, causing the challenger to freeze for a certain period of time. Even without considering using ultimate skills to heal, it takes at least 1 minute to kill one of the netherworld zombies, and more than 6 minutes to kill them all. If they simply try to withstand the attack in their normal state, the number of opponents will be greater, and Jiqiu and his 4 clones will be attacked simultaneously. Even though the Blade of Destruction has a bloodlust attribute, they will still lose 2,500 health points per second. Jiqiu can recover 2,000 health points per second. In other words, on average, he and his 4 clones lose 500 health points per second. With 190,000 HP, a loss of 500 HP per second isn't much, but it can only last for a little over 6 minutes. Therefore, Jiqiu and his 4 clones focused their attacks on one of the bosses. Each time they killed a boss, the damage they had to take would be reduced, and they could withstand the attacks for a longer period of time. The 6 netherworld zombies will not focus their attacks on Jiqiu's main body or any of his clones. As expected, when the netherworld zombie, which was under concentrated fire, was low on health, its health soared to 5.5 million and instantly returned to full health. It's easy to guess that the other 5 netherworld zombies will do the same when they're low on health. Not only does its health surge and return to full, but the netherworld zombie's combat power also increases significantly when it unleashes its ultimate move. Its physical attack power has not increased, but its movement speed has increased significantly, and it also keeps emitting strange laughter. The laughter amplified the stench of the underworld corpses and increased the probability of triggering a dizzying effect. Only Jiqiu's good equipment and high resistance to evil meant that other challengers would probably have been constantly stunned and had their health depleted. As the big boss inside the netherworld tower, the opponent also has high resistance to evil, which means that Jiqiu's evil soul control cannot keep the opponent under control for too long. Damn it, every netherworld zombie suddenly becomes stronger when it's low on health. There's no way I can kill them all by just tanking them in my normal state. It takes more than 100 seconds to kill just one of them. Jiqiu was calculating while fighting. Even though summoning the divine ape and transforming into a dragon are both on cooldown, Jiqiu still has quite a few ultimate moves available, but he still needs to be careful with his strategy, because there may be an even more powerful boss guarding the gate. Jiqiu didn't rush to unleash his ultimate move. In just 4 minutes, he killed 2 netherworld zombies in one go. When he and his 4 clones were about to be low on health, he unleashed demonic wrath. Jiqiu instantly regained full health, and his health points soared to 380,000. With the number of opponents decreasing and Jiqiu and his 4 clones simultaneously becoming stronger, the outcome of the battle became a foregone conclusion. When the 3-minute demonic wrath ended, only a ghostly zombie remained. God's announcement: congratulations to the Chinese superhuman show for achieving the first kill of the level 56 star boss, the Netherworld Enchantress. Since Jiqiu had previously defeated a level 56 star boss, this system announcement did not cause much of a stir. All 6 Netherworld zombies dropped a lot of good items, but only one was a first kill, dropping 3 level 57 star equipment pieces and a first kill certificate. There are exactly 40 pieces of level 56 star equipment. Many of them are duplicates. A minute has passed. Once more superhumans on Earth reach level 50, these 6-star equipment items can sell for a lot of source coins. Before Jiqiu could examine the attributes of the equipment and other items in detail, another level 50 boss suddenly attacked. The 7-star priests, 7 stars, who have become slaves of the tower. Health, 7,500,000 points. Damn it, there really is another big boss guarding the gate. A 7-star boss guarding the gate? That's insane. No wonder there are so few superhumans who can clear the Netherworld tower. Could it be that because I'm a celestial priest, they've made the challenge harder for me? Very likely. Otherwise, given the level of difficulty I encountered, that for an expert from Earth in my previous life would never have been able to pass it successfully. Jiqiu couldn't help but secretly complain when he encountered a 7-star boss on the 2nd level. So what if I'm a 7-star boss? I used to be just a 7-star priest, but I'm a heavenly priest above 7 stars. Jiqiu knew that complaining was useless, so when the Tanu boss came, he led his 4 clones to meet him head-on. At this moment, Jiqiu did not unleash any special moves. He wanted to test the enemy's firepower first. The 7-star tower slave boss was dressed in a black robe and held a black staff. It was not tall, and was even somewhat thin. The black robe covered most of its body, with only its snake-like head showing. When Jiqiu charged towards them with his 4 clones, the Tanu boss stopped in his tracks. With a wave of his black staff, black tentacles appeared out of thin air. Caught off guard, Jiqiu and his 4 clones were all bound by those black tentacles. He was immediately unable to move. The 7-star priests, now slaves of the tower, did not stop. The black staff swung once more. One after another, black spears appeared and shot rapidly toward Jiqiu and his 4 clones. Jiqiu could naturally tell that the other party had awakened an elemental control superpower, and that their main attack methods were ranged attacks. These superhumans are like mages in ordinary online games. Dark element control? That's not right. Although the control of dark element elements is stronger than the control of ordinary elements such as metal, wood, water, and fire. It's only an S-rank superpower. How can one become a 7-star priest with only one S-class superpower? Ji Chio was somewhat puzzled. At the same time, those black spears had already pierced him and his 4 clones. Ji Chio has high elemental resistance, but it is also important to note that dark elemental attacks have a certain armor-penetrating attribute. He and his 4 clones were unable to move, which undoubtedly increased the opponent's attack accuracy and the probability of the opponent triggering a vital attack. After a wave of attacks from black spears, Ji Chio and his 4 clones each lost 5,000 health points. Then each of them recovered 2,000 points. In other words, the wave of black spears just now actually dealt about 3,000 points of damage. The 7-star boss's skill attacks must be quite powerful. Even though Ji Chio has over 190,000 HP, if he continues to passively take hits like this, he can only withstand it for about a minute. Ji Chio certainly wouldn't take the beating forever. Void walking activated. The main body and its 4 clones vanished simultaneously. Those black tentacles immediately became useless. While walking in the void, Ji Chio and his 4 clones easily broke free from the black tentacles' restraints. The 7-star priests, now slaves of the tower, have lost their target. Having long since lost its self-awareness, it couldn't help but show a somewhat puzzled expression, looking around blankly. The advanced void walking ability can last for a full 5 minutes. No matter how much health this boss can recover with its ultimate move, it's impossible for it to last 5 minutes under the combined attack of Ji Chio and its 4 clones. Now, this 7-star boss can only passively take the hits. Its movement speed is not very fast, at least not at present, and even when it is running at high speed, it is constantly attacked. It added a layer of dark shield to itself. Unfortunately, it's useless. The Blade of Ruin's 100% armor penetration attribute ignores shields, because shields are also a form of defense. Moreover, since one can pass through barriers by walking through the void, one can naturally pass through shields as well. About 100 seconds later, the 7-star priest, who had become a slave to the tower, was in a state of near death. Suddenly, it turned into a black shadow and disappeared into a forest. Where did it go? This time, it was Ji Chio's turn to look completely bewildered. It's not invisibility. Invisibility doesn't involve turning into a black shadow and then disappearing. It simply vanishes from the spot. There's no need to disappear into the woods to become invisible. That dark figure, that's it. It's shadow stealth. Ji Chio also entered the woods. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a dark shadow moving across the ground, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Then he figured it out. The other person, like him, awakened 2 superpowers. Firstly, it controls dark elements, which is classified as S-level. First, shadow stealth, which is SS rank. When in shadow stealth mode, you can not only hide in any shadow, but if there are no shadows nearby, you can also become a shadow yourself. Whether hiding in other shadows or transforming into a shadow, it will ignore any attacks and its movement speed will be greatly increased. Invisibility is also an SS level superpower. Compared to shadow stealth, invisibility has the advantage of being more concealed and less likely to be detected. The disadvantage is that once detected, it cannot ignore enemy attacks. What they have in common is that they can both be used to ambush the enemy and pose a great threat to the enemy in actual combat. They probably had the same experience as me, and were lucky enough to encounter an NPC who arrived early before the arrival of God's Lord. Possessing both an S-class and an SS-class superpower, he is indeed qualified to become a 7-star priest. My Voidwalk lasts for 300 seconds. When it casts Shadow Stealth, Voidwalk still has 200 seconds left. Ji Chio knew that someone in China had awakened the ability to stealth. Ji Chio had a fairly good understanding of Shadow Stealth. Even at an advanced level, this SS-level superpower could only last for 180 seconds. It can't escape, it can only use this time to recover. Ji Chio kept staring at the moving shadow. He could see the shadow that the other party had transformed into, but the other party could not see him and his 4 clones. Moreover, the other party doesn't know how long the void walking can last. 180 seconds passed quickly. Sure enough, the Tanu boss, which had been hiding in the shadows of the forest, reappeared. At this moment, there are only 20 seconds left for void walk. Nataru's HP has returned to 4.7 million. Ji Chio, along with 4 clones, launched a siege, and within 20 seconds, they had reduced the opponent's health by 1 million. To prevent being bound by the black tentacles again, Ji Chio unhesitatingly unleashed the ultimate move attached to the dragon scale armor, Dragon Soul Coiling. A phantom dragon shadow coiled around Ji Chio's entire body. The true self is like this, and so are its clones. The dragon scale armor is a divine weapon, and its accompanying ultimate skill is naturally exceptionally powerful. With the dragon soul coiled around him, Ji Chio's strength will not only increase greatly, but he can also resist most control skills or superpowers. As expected, the 7-star priest, now a slave of the tower, brandished his black staff, unleashing a barrage of black tentacles that swept towards Ji Chio and his 4 clones. Unfortunately, it had no effect whatsoever. The black tentacles disintegrated on their own as soon as they touched the dragon soul. Ji Chio and his 4 clones continued their attack attack on the not a new boss. The opponent, while trying to dodge and create distance, kept waving his black staff, controlling the dark element to unleash ranged attack skills. Previously, one of its attacks could take away about 3,000 points of Jichio's health, but that's no longer possible. The dragon soul coiled around Jichio, enhancing his defense and accelerating his health regeneration, causing his health to soar to 400,000 points. Currently, one wave of attacks from the not a new boss can only reduce Jichio's health by 2,000 points. Even if the opponent uses area of effect attacks to attack Jichio's main body and 4 clones simultaneously, it will still take at least 200 seconds to end the battle. This is without even considering that the Blade of Ruin can drain life. It only has 3.7 million health points left, so it can only last for a few dozen seconds. 20 seconds later, the not a new boss was once again reduced to low health. It then unleashed a powerful attack. A powerful attack similar to Demon's Wrath restores health to full, boosting total health to 10 million, and simultaneously enhancing various attributes. Damn, that's a lot of health. If it weren't for the dragon soul coiling around me and boosting my attack power, I might not have been able to finish off a 10 million HP enemy even in 3 minutes. With both sides unleashing their powerful ultimate moves, Jichio and his 4 clones could deal an average of 65,000 damage per second to the opponent. When the dragon soul's coiling lasted for 180 seconds, the 7-star priest, now a slave to the tower, was left with only 500,000 HP. The evil spirit soul stealing technique was triggered, giving Jichio another 3 seconds. At this moment, Jichio and his 4 clones still had 150,000 HP each. After a 3-second stun, the Nataru boss still has less than 300,000 HP left. Jichio had already calculated it, so he didn't unleash any other powerful moves. After enduring 5 seconds, the Tanu boss finally fell, and at this time Jichio and his 4 clones only had 60,000 health points left. There was no system announcement when this boss was defeated. Nothing was revealed. Only a large amount of rich and pure source energy sank into Jichio's body. There was no upgrade this time. After killing the 6-star priest who had become a slave of the tower, Jichio was able to level up to level 51 directly. In addition to obtaining some of the source power from the 6-star priest, he also accumulated source power from killing thousands of monsters in the first level. The source power of this level 57-star priest was actually quite substantial. Although it didn't allow Jichio to reach level 52, it did bring the upgrade progress to 45%. Having had experience before, Jichio quickly crouched down, and together with his main body and 4 clones, they began to strip the equipment off the not a new boss. As expected, soon, the scenery around Jichio became distorted and blurred. This time, he and his 4 clones stripped 6 pieces of equipment from the 7-star priest who had become a slave to the tower. The 3rd level is here. Jichio still didn't have time to check the attributes of the equipment she had just acquired. As soon as the surrounding scenery froze, a group of monsters charged at us. At this moment, Jichio discovered that he and his 4 clones were in a vast stone forest. Towering stone pillars were everywhere, some round, some square, and some conical. Monsters swarmed densely among the stone pillars. They are all level 55 monsters, and there are quite a few star-level bosses among them. Jichio and his 4 clones immediately joined the battle. He soon discovered that many tower slave bosses were hiding in various parts of the stone forest. The number of Tanu bosses is unknown, some are priests, and some are divine servants. Priests are usually of a high star rating, with the lowest being a 3-star priest. The levels also differ. Some priests and slaves are only level 35, while others have reached level 60. You can do the divine servant quest at level 55, but not all priests should immediately do the divine servant quest after reaching level 55. You can do the divine servant quest from level 55 to 60. You will lose the qualification to do the divine servant quest if you are level 60 or above. Therefore, there are level 60 priests. The divine servant tower slaves in the stone forest are different. They are all only level 55. Jichio has not yet discovered any divine servant tower slaves of 5 stars or higher. The powerful attacks of a normal level 55 boss, along with the superpowers of those priests and servants, would cause Jichio considerable trouble. This level clearly tests the ability to charge into enemy lines alone. Damn it, even the star-level divine servant Tanu has been mobilized, and a large number of them at once. Isn't this making the difficulty a bit too much? As a divine official destined by heaven, Jichio doesn't mind that his challenges are more difficult, but they shouldn't be too outrageous. The level 55 5-star divine servant Tanu is much stronger than a normal level 55 5-star boss. Even if a level 55 5-star boss is not as strong as a level 57-star boss, it is still stronger than a level 56-star boss. There are many normal monster bosses here, as well as many tower slave bosses. The second stage only has 6 level 56-star bosses and 1 level 57-star boss, which has already caused Jichio a lot of trouble. There is no boss stronger than a level 57-star boss in this level yet, but based on the experience of the first 2 levels, there will definitely be a very powerful boss guarding the level at the end. The gatekeeper boss that has not yet appeared must be stronger than the 7 7-star priest who has become a slave to the tower. The difficulty of the third level is more than 10 times that of the second level. They're really leaving us no way out. Ji Chio cursed inwardly. The only saving grace is that, upon reaching the third level, the Voidwalk ability's cooldown ended early and can be activated at any time. All equipment comes with the same ultimate ability. Even his health was fully restored. Ji Chio simply summoned the 7-star Divine Ape to draw the big boss's firepower. Thanks to his fast health regeneration and the Bloodlust attribute of the Blade of Destruction, Ji Chio was able to cope with the situation relatively easily for the time being. While leading his 4 clones to fight monsters and bosses, he quickly checked the equipment he had obtained earlier. Of the 3 pieces of equipment that Ji Chio stripped from the 6-star priest who had become a slave to the tower in the first level, only one was a level 57-star item. The other 2 were level 56-star items. Of the 6 pieces of equipment that Ji Chio took from the 7-star priest who had become a slave to the tower, 3 were level 56-star equipment, 2 were level 57-star equipment, and 1 was a divine piece of equipment. It's normal for the 7-star priests to have divine equipment, and it's even normal for them to have more than 1 piece of divine equipment. Perhaps the 6-star priest who became a slave to the tower also had divine armor on him, but Ji Chio just didn't take it off. This newly acquired divine equipment, while more suitable for ranged attack-type superhumans, can also be used by Ji Chio. Ring of Darkness, evolvable 1-star artifact, physical attack plus 129, dark elemental attack plus 299, elemental attack plus 129, elemental resistance plus 159, evil resistance plus 259, accuracy plus 29, attack speed plus 3, grants dark source shield for 180 seconds, requires level 35, already evolved once. It's a ring. Having evolved once means that when the tower boss obtained it, it was a level 20 divine item. It's estimated that he obtained this divine equipment by completing a high ranking in the divine official quest. Its dark element attack is very high, making it more suitable for superhumans who have awakened dark element control abilities. Its physical and elemental attacks are also quite powerful, making it usable in melee combat. It can also be used by superhumans who have awakened any elemental control type superpowers. What Ji Chio values most is its 3 points of attack speed. It should be noted that among all gem type items in God Lord, attack speed gems have the lowest drop rate. Even among top tier gear, very few come with built-in attack speed boosts. High attack speed combined with high accuracy, very strong. Adding 3 points to attack speed will increase Ji Chio's attack speed by 1.5 times. Dark Source Shield is also good. Once activated, it can greatly increase Ji Chio's defense. This ultimate move is very useful when you need to withstand the attacks of the big boss. Ji Chio replaced the level 56-star ring he was wearing with the Dark Ring. Left hand, empty mystic ring. Right hand, Dark Ring. Both rings are top-tier equipment. Of the several level 57-star equipment pieces he had just acquired, only one was suitable for Ji Chio, so he naturally replaced it with another one. Of the other 4 items, 2 are a black staff and a necklace, which cannot replace the Blade of Destruction and the Chain of Lightning Punishment. There are also 3 ranged equipment items that are not suitable for Ji Chio. With an additional divine piece of equipment and a level 57-star item, Ji Chio's combat power has increased once again. Even so, it didn't increase his confidence in successfully clearing the Netherworld Tower by much. The third level is already this difficult. If there's a 4th level, a 5th level, just thinking about it gives me a headache. During the monster fighting process, Ji Chio quickly determined that the attack speed boost from the Dark Ring increased the average damage that Ji Chio and his 4 clones could deal per second to more than 90,000 points. A level 55 normal monster can be dealt with in 3 or 4 seconds. A level 55 boss with a low star rating can be killed in about 10 seconds. System announcements kept popping up, announcing that the Chinese superhuman Chio had achieved the first kill of one level 55 boss after another. This has sparked heated discussions worldwide, with the 7-star Divine Ape sharing the damage and relying on the 2000 HP regeneration rate per second and the Bloodlust attribute of the Blade of Destruction. Ji Chio and his 4 clones are currently able to withstand the monsters. Blade of Destruction, Chains of Lightning Punishment, Ring of Void, Dragon Scale Armor, Ring of Darkness. Ji Chio not only has 5 pieces of divine equipment, but also 4 pieces of level 57-star equipment. This set of equipment has incredibly high defense and resistance. Many monsters' attacks can't even break through your defenses. If they do hit, they only lose 1 point of health. Under Ji Chio's control, the 7-star Divine Ape will actively engage nearby star-level bosses or tower slave bosses with strong killing power. That level 66-star Priest Tanu is very powerful, and that level 55 5-star Divine Servant Tanu is also very powerful. Besides them, only those few level 55 5-star monster bosses can pose a threat to me. Damn, thankfully the control skills or superpowers of the Tanu here are almost all single target controls. If they were all group controls, it would be much harder to pass the level. Crowd control skills or superpowers all have range limitations. To avoid being controlled by both the main body and the 4 clones at the same time, Jiqiu instructed the main body and the 4 clones to spread out their formation and maintain a certain distance from each other. The distance shouldn't be too far or too close. Based on her experience from her previous life, Jiqiu was able to control the distance scale well. If the main body is under control, the clone can quickly come to support it, helping the main body deal with high-damage monster boss or tower slave boss. The same applies if a clone is controlled. Some control skills or superpowers can be interrupted in advance. For example, the black tentacles released by the Tanu boss in the second level can be severed. And so, Jiqiu, along with his 4 clones and the summoned 7-star divine ape, worked together to fight the monster. When Jiqiu's health drops to a certain level, he will unleash his ultimate skill, which can quickly restore health and increase his total health. When facing a powerful boss, activate Void Walk directly. The current Void Walk ability has a cooldown of only 10 minutes. In a short time, it's impossible to kill all the monsters and tower slaves in the stone forest. During the duration of this battle, Jiqiu can activate Void Walk multiple times. Based on the experience of the first 2 levels, we can conclude that the final boss will not appear until all the monsters and tower slaves here are killed. Therefore, Jiqiu doesn't need to wait for the final boss to appear before activating Void Walk. When facing a major boss, such as the level 66-star priest tower slave, Jiqiu activates Void Walk once he is low on health, allowing him to fight monsters without taking damage while safely recovering his health. 5 minutes is enough time to go from low health to full health. Jiqiu's current situation requires him to fight monsters strategically and systematically. To avoid having Void Walk on cooldown while killing all the monsters and tower slaves in the stone forest, Jiqiu naturally prioritized taking down the relatively powerful bosses. There was no need to activate Void Walk for the smaller monsters and mini-bosses afterwards. This is also part of the plan. That level 60, 6-star priest Tanu was killed first. Without any scene changes or a more powerful boss appearing, Jiqiu could strip all of the priest's equipment off. Unfortunately, it didn't have any divine equipment. It only had 3 level 57-star equipment pieces and 1 level 55 7-star equipment piece. No wonder he had to be level 60 to do the priest quest. He's a poor guy. It's also possible that before this guy came to the Netherworld God Tower, he entrusted his divine equipment to relatives and friends for safekeeping, so that if he died, the divine equipment would remain in the Netherworld God Tower forever. Or perhaps they encounter danger in the Netherworld Tower, knowing they cannot escape death, and through a remote transaction with a friend, they give the divine equipment to a relative or friend. There's almost no free time during the challenge. Furthermore, remote trading is not possible during combat, making it difficult to find a suitable opportunity to conduct remote trading with friends. Jiqiu cannot equip the level 55 7-star equipment. Of the 3 level 57-star equipment pieces, only one can replace the same type of equipment on Jiqiu's body. As a result, Jiqiu gained another level 57-star equipment. What's even more noteworthy is that although this level 60 priest Tanu boss didn't have many good items, it dropped a very large amount of source power. Jiqiu leveled up to level 56. Moreover, it's only 2% away from level 57. Before entering the Netherworld Tower, Jiqiu had not expected to have such a gain. He thought he would never be able to reach level 55 before the NPCs arrived on Earth, but to his surprise, he reached level 56 directly. Moreover, it seems that reaching level 57 is a 100% certain thing. The superhumans on Earth who had been keeping a close eye on the rankings were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Huaxia's Chiu was just level 51. How did it suddenly jump 5 levels and reach level 56? My god, this is unbelievable. It takes me several days to level up even once. How can someone level up 5 times in such a short time after reaching level 50? In the past few hours, the system announcements have shown that Chiu from China has been fighting the boss and has a very high kill rate. But even so, there shouldn't be such an exaggerated leveling speed, right? There was no system announcement about him killing a level 55 plus boss. This cheating is so blatant, isn't anyone going to do anything about it? At the same time, Jiqiu also received a private message from her best friend who loves jasmine tea and is known as the most heartless person in Jiangnan. They were both clearly surprised and wanted to ask Jiqiu why he leveled up so quickly. However, Jiqiu was too busy at the moment to reply to her friend's messages. After killing the level 60 priest Tanu, Jiqiu deliberately waited a while until the cooldown of Void Walk ended before attacking the level 55 5-star servant Tanu. The basic attributes of the divine servant are far superior to those of the priest of the same star level. Without considering equipment, a level 55 5-star priest can easily defeat a level 55 6-star priest and can even challenge a level 55 7-star priest. High-star divine servants usually have their superpowers upgraded to the highest level. They often possess a variety of powerful skills. More importantly, all the servants of the gods can receive divine protection by sacrificing their lifespan. The so-called divine protection is very similar to the divine possession that comes with equipment. Unlike possession by a deity, the protection of a deity lasts longer and is more powerful. This is the biggest advantage that allows a level 55 5-star divine divine servant to challenge a level 55 7-star divine official. This is also the biggest obstacle for Jiqiu in his attempt to kill the level 55 5-star divine servant Tanu here. The arduous battle continues. The 7-star divine ape continued to hold back several major bosses near Jiqiu. Jiqiu reached level 56, but the 7-star divine ape did not level up to level 56 as well. Even if it was summoned again, it would not level up. The divine ape summoning skill is an ultimate skill attached to the divine ape bracers. However, the divine ape bracers are only level 40. 7-star equipment, not divine equipment. This means that the 7-star divine ape summoned by it can only reach a maximum level of 50. Without this restriction, the divine ape bracers would be comparable to divine equipment, or even more powerful than ordinary divine equipment, simply because of the accompanying divine ape summoning. After all, what is summoned is the 7-star divine ape. The higher the level of the wearer of the divine ape bracers, the more abnormal the ultimate move of summoning the divine ape will be. As soon as the cooldown of Voidwalk ended, Jiqiu immediately activated this superpower and charged towards the level 55 5-star divine servant Tanu with 4 clones. 5-star divine servants reduced to slaves of the tower. Health 9,500,000 points. It has 2 million more health points than the 7-star priest who became a slave to the tower in the second level. Without considering equipment, a 5-star divine servant can rival a 7-star priest of the same level and is naturally stronger than a 7-star priest who is 5 levels lower. What a treasure! In his void-walking state, Jiqiu and his 4 clones didn't need to worry about defense. They could just unleash their full power, dealing an average of over 90,000 damage per second, causing the 5-star divine servants, now slaves of the tower, to lose health very quickly. Even though this big boss can regenerate 20,000 HP per second and has a very high evasion attribute, its HP bar still can't last long. In just 1 minute, it was already low on health. It immediately unleashed a powerful attack, instantly restoring its health to full and its total health soaring to 12.5 million. It can't find a target to attack, and can't do anything except run fast to increase its evasion attribute. It has many powerful moves and skills, but unfortunately, it has no way to use them, and even if it does, it will only miss. The Blade of Ruin's 100% armor penetration attribute renders any increase in the boss's defense completely ineffective. Nearly 2 more minutes passed and it was back to low health. As expected, it was enveloped in a dazzling divine light, and its previous powerful attack ended prematurely. Its total health has been restored to 9.5 million points and is now full again. Its movement speed and evasion attributes have been improved. The evil soul stun cannot stun it, and its health regeneration speed has also been increased to 30,000 points per second. 2 more minutes passed. Void walking complete. Under the protection of the gods, this divine servant Tanu still has 2.2 million health points. At this moment, its attack finally had a target. It then unleashed its superpower, Beast Transformation. It's that kind of S-level superpower, the most ruthless one in Jiangnan. It's not a superpower that's too strong. After all, this tower slave boss isn't a 5-star or higher divine servant powerhouse. The beast form did not restore its health to full. Moreover, the divine protection continues to exert its power, and in this state, it cannot unleash any of the powerful skills attached to its equipment. But after transforming into a silver-white howling moon wolf king, its combat power was extremely strong under the blessing of the gods. Even though Jiqiu had an extra piece of divine equipment, one of its attacks could still take away nearly 10,000 points of Jiqiu's health. It will take about 40 seconds to deplete its remaining 2.2 million HP. Jiqiu and his 4 clones have a total of 1 million health points, and they won't be able to hold out for long if they try to tough it out. Because the opponent's attack speed is also very fast, they can deliver at least 2 effective attacks per second on average. The Bloodlust attribute of the Blade of Ruin is not very effective against such high damage. Considering that many powerful monsters, bosses, and tower bosses were coming, Jiqiu did not hesitate at all and immediately used the Dragon Transformation skill attached to the Evil Dragon Bone Bracelet. When Jiqiu reached level 56, his Dragon Transformation skill caused his and his 4 clones' health to soar to 380,000 points. Their combined health points are 1.9 million. 30-odd seconds passed. The 5-star divine servants, who had become slaves of the tower, were killed under the protection of the gods. Jiqiu withstood the attacks from the other bosses and quickly removed all the equipment from this tower slave boss. 3 level 55 6-star equipment pieces, 3 level 57-star equipment pieces, and the rest of the equipment pieces are either level 56-star or level 55 5-star. Still no god-tier equipment. After all, he is only a 5-star divine servant, and his awakened superpower is only S-rank. It is reasonable that he does not have divine equipment. For similar equipment, the stats of a level 55 6-star item are significantly higher than those of a level 57-star item. So, Jiqiu changed 3 more pieces of equipment, 2 level 55 6-star equipment pieces and 1 level 57-star equipment piece. There is a level 55 6-star piece of equipment that is armor and cannot replace the dragon scale armor. After changing his equipment, Jiqiu's combat power increased increased again. Leveled up. Level 57 now. This upgrade speed is simply unbelievable. Previously, Jiqiu had already reached level 56. Killing a level 55 boss would not be considered killing a monster above his level. Moreover, the source energy required to level up from level 56 to level 57 is too much. Therefore, killing this level 55 divine servant Tanu only allowed him to level up to level 57, and he was still far from level 58. With only a few dozen seconds left before the dragon transformation, Jiqiu began to deal with a level 55 5-star monster boss. A level 55 5-star monster boss, slightly weaker than the level 55 5-star divine servant Tanu. Monster bosses don't have superpowers, but they each have their own attack mechanisms and powerful special moves, making them difficult to kill. In his dragon form, Jiqiu, along with his 4 clones, unleashed a full-force attack, dealing an average of over 150,000 damage per second. A boss with millions of HP would be left with almost no health in half a minute if it were hit by such an attack. When the dragon transformation ended, a level 55 5-star monster boss was killed. God's announcement: congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Xiu for achieving the first kill of the level 55 5-star boss, Netherworld Evil Demon. This system announcement has also sparked heated discussions worldwide. Then everyone realized that Jiqiu had leveled up again, reaching level 57. Num's surprise, the Netherworld Demon dropped a lot of good stuff, and Jiqiu checked them while enduring the monster's attacks. First kill certificate for a level 55 5-star boss, 30,000 6-star source coins, 6 pieces of level 55 5-star equipment. Of the 3 level 55 6-star equipment pieces, only one is one that Jiqiu can equip. Oh, right, I also have a bottle of divine blessing. It's ready to use now. Jiqiu took out the bottle of divine blessing and consumed 100,000 4-star source power coins to evolve the Blade of Destruction once again. Congratulations! Your Blade of Ruin has successfully evolved for the 3rd time. Blade of Ruin, evolvable 1-star artifact, physical attack plus 950, lightning attack plus 399, 100% armor penetration, accuracy plus 39, 20% chance to trigger. Lightning punishment attack, luck plus 8, attack speed plus 5, sin elimination plus 7, attack with lifesteal plus 2000, requires level 55, evolve 3 times. Physical attack power increased by 400 points. Lightning element attack increased by 200 points. Other attributes have also been improved. The trigger probability of lightning punishment attack is increased by 5%. Luck, attack speed, and sin elimination attributes are all increased by 1 point. Lifesteal increased by 1000 points. With this evolution, the attributes of the Blade of Ruin have been greatly improved. After all, it's a leap from level 35 to level 55, a jump of 20 levels. When Jiqiu first entered the Netherworld Tower, his physical attack power was 1920 points. Now, after changing many pieces of equipment and with the evolution of the Blade of Destruction, Jiqiu's physical attack power has skyrocketed to 2560 points. When I first arrived, a single lightning attack could deal 1300 damage. Due to leveling up and the increase in lightning elemental attack, a single lightning attack can now deal more than 1600 damage. The probability of triggering a lightning strike increases by 5%, which isn't a significant impact. Attack speed increased by 1 point. Accuracy also improved significantly. Each attack should also heal for an extra 1000 points of health, which is also crucial. Jiqiu's emotions gradually became excited. Keep fighting monsters and bosses. Jiqiu quickly calculated through actual combat that when the main body and 4 clones attacked together, they could deal an astonishing 210,000 damage per second on average. High luck and high accuracy ensure that critical hits are triggered frequently, and lightning attacks always stack with the power of critical hits. And there's also the Divine Wrath Source Force Slash. Once the other pieces of divine equipment also evolve to level 55, and after I complete the Divine Servant quest, my overall strength will skyrocket. Jiqiu's confidence in clearing the Netherworld Tower has greatly increased. It took Jiqiu nearly 2 hours to kill all the monsters and tower slaves in the stone forest. The countdown timer in front of him showed that he had been inside the Netherworld Tower for more than 6 hours. As expected, after the last monster was defeated, the final boss appeared, a 6-star divine servant reduced to a slave of the tower. 13 million health points. This is a level 55, 6-star divine servant, Tanu. It looks a lot like a human from Earth, but it has a pair of wings and its body is much larger. It flew in midair, continuously shooting arrows at Jiqiu and his 4 clones with a curved bow. Even with Jiqiu's super strong defense, a single arrow shot would cause him to lose 15,000 health points. This is just its basic attack. A flying 6-star boss. If it were a melee-based adventurer without flying superpowers or skills, they would probably have no choice but to accept defeat when faced with such a powerful boss. Even for adventurers skilled in ranged attacks, hitting a flying boss is not easy. It requires extremely high accuracy. High accuracy alone is not enough to kill a flying 6-star boss. You also need strong attack power and control-type superpowers powers or skills. Without wasting too much time, after testing the opponent's attack power, Jiqiu immediately activated Void Walk. The 6-star Divine Servants, now slaves of the tower, immediately lost their target. It also showed a bewildered and helpless expression. It did not attack the 7-star Divine Ape because it knew that the 7-star Divine Ape was summoned. Walking in the void is not flying, but it surpasses flying. Jiqiu, accompanied by 4 clones, arrived in mid-air and attacked the 6-star Divine Servant who had become a slave to the tower. The final boss guarding the gate is starting to lose health rapidly. It loses an average of 210,000 HP per second. Even the biggest boss can't withstand that. It began to accelerate its flight, but unfortunately this only improved its evasion ability and did not help it escape Jiqiu's attacks. Its health regeneration speed is also very fast, but even so, it was already at low health after only 1 minute. It's unleashing its ultimate attack. The various equipment come with powerful special abilities that cause its health to surge, instantly restoring it to full health. However, the Void Walk lasts for 5 minutes. During this time, even without using any ultimate skills, Jiqiu and his 4 clones can still deal more than 60 million damage. The 6-star Divine Servant, reduced to a slave of the tower, repeatedly found himself low on health, only to recover to full health time and time again with his ultimate skill. About 4 minutes later, it finally cast a spell of divine protection. Once again, my health was fully restored, with a regeneration rate of 35,000 points per second, and I was no longer affected by the stun effect of the evil spirit's soul-stealing technique. At the same time, it also unleashed its superpower, Speed. This is an SS level superpower that can greatly enhance the movement and attack speed of superhumans. Once released, the superhuman will transform into a gust of wind, capable of attacking enemies with high attack speed or escaping with high movement speed. Furthermore, when a superhuman is in wind rush mode, their evasion attribute will be greatly enhanced. The divine protection had already increased the Birdman Servant's flight speed, and with the added boost of the wind rush superpower, its speed was truly incredible. Everywhere you look, there are afterimages left by its high-speed flight. Jiqiu couldn't catch up with it at all. The attacks of the Blade of Destruction could only hit the afterimages it left behind. The protection of the gods lasts for a relatively long time. If Wind Chaser's superpowers reach the highest level, the duration will be quite long. As for Void Walk, there is only 1 minute left. Jiqiu decisively unleashed 2 ultimate skills equipped with equipment. One is the demonic wrath that comes with the chain of lightning punishment. One is a level 55, 6-star boot equipment with the meteor chasing the moon skill. These 2 ultimate moves do not conflict with each other and can be used simultaneously. The wrath of the demon is like the protection of the opponent's gods. Meteor chasing the moon is a speed-enhancing ultimate move, and its acceleration effect is no weaker than the opponent's wind speed superpower. Jiqiu will be able to catch up with that bird-like divine servant again. In nearly a minute, the opponent lost almost 10 million health points. The moment the Void Walk ended, Jiqiu had his 4 clones tightly embrace the Birdman Servant, pulling it down to the ground together. By the time the Birdman Servant reacted and tried to break free of its restraints and fly back into the air, the 7-star Divine Ape had already grabbed one of its wings. It can't fly anymore. The level 57-star Divine Ape possesses immense strength. Jiqiu's 4 clones stopped embracing the Birdman Servant and continued their fierce attack together with the main body. Although the Birdman Servant could not fly, he was still able to continue firing arrows in retaliation. However, its attack power was far inferior to Jiqiu and its 4 clones, and its remaining 3 million health points were quickly depleted. This level 55, 6-star Divine Servant Tanu has finally fallen. Before it died, Jiqiu clearly saw that its originally violent and evil eyes suddenly became clear and bright, and a relieved smile appeared on its handsome face. It also said something, enunciating it very clearly, but Jiqiu couldn't understand its language and didn't know what it said. In short, Jiqiu was certain that, on the verge of death, this Birdman Servant regained his self-awareness. At that moment, it was not a slave. Just as Jiqiu was about to strip the bird-like Divine Servant of his equipment, his vision immediately became distorted and blurred, and at the same time, a voice devoid of any emotion rang in his ears. Honorable Divine Official, congratulations on passing the Divine Official level test of the Netherworld Divine Tower. Your total time was 6 hours, 35 minutes, and 29 seconds, ranking 3rd among all civilizations. The completion reward has been credited to your system inventory. After the sound ended, Jiqiu returned to the 5-star teleportation array at the Who Cares Whatever Guild's headquarters. There is no 4th level. Jiqiu didn't know what the other challengers were like, but he successfully passed the Netherworld Tower after only 3 levels. It was precisely because there was no 4th level that he didn't have time to strip the Birdman Servant of his equipment. A 6-star Divine Servant must possess divine equipment. He should be satisfied. After all, he gained a great deal from clearing the Netherworld Tower this time. Even without mentioning the rewards already sent to the system warehouse, Jiqiu's gains are already quite substantial. A divine piece of equipment, the Ring of Darkness. 1 level 55 7-star equipment, many level 57-star equipment and level 55 6-star equipment. There are also some special items items. My level has reached 57. It was midnight, and the Whoever Guild's headquarters was completely quiet. Ji Chio walked out of the teleportation array and returned to his residence in the temple. He then opened the system warehouse to check the rewards for clearing the level. One of the rewards is a divine piece of equipment. Bloodthirsty Soul Suppressing Crown, evolvable 3-star artifact, physical attack plus 369, elemental attack plus 369, physical defense plus 799, elemental resistance plus 699, poison resistance plus 699, evil resistance plus 999, evasion plus 89, auto regeneration plus 4000, with soul suppressing effect, requires level 55. A 3-star divine build. Awesome! Upon seeing the attributes of the Blood Fiend's soul suppressing crown, Ji Chio was extremely excited. This is a helmet. Most similar equipment does not add physical attack or elemental attack, and even if it does, the value is not high. However, the Blood Fiend's soul suppressing crown has a very high attack attribute. Armor type equipment usually has high defensive attributes. A 3-star divine item with ridiculously high defensive stats. Generally, clothing equipment of the same level and star rating has much higher defensive attributes than helmet equipment. However, the Blood Fiend's soul suppressing crown's various attributes are far superior to the dragon scale armor, especially the automatic health regeneration of 4000 points per second, combined with the super strong defensive attributes, can only be described in one word: outrageous. Of course, a 3-star divine item should be extremely powerful. You should know that in his previous life, Ji Chio had never heard of any superhuman on Earth wearing a 3-star divine suit. The soul suppression effect of the Blood Fiend's soul suppressing crown refers to the protection of the wearer's soul. The amazing thing about this ultimate skill is that it is continuously effective. It can protect the soul of the equipment's owner from attack and control. After wearing the Blood Fiend's soul suppressing crown, Ji Chio will no longer be controlled by superpowers or skills that have a stun effect. No duration limit, no cooldown. In addition to the Blood Fiend's soul suppressing crown, there are also 50,000 7-star source power coins, a skills book, 2 bottles blessed by the gods, a high-level superpower enhancement scroll, a 7-star cooling gem, the blessing of the underworld god. These are all high-end goods. If it's first place, wouldn't the prize be even more amazing? Ji Chio was somewhat puzzled. He had already been very fast, yet there were still 2 superhumans ahead of him. The universe is vast and full of wonders. The world of gods and demons incorporates many civilizations, and everyone has their own opportunities. Just because someone possesses 2 SSS level superpowers doesn't mean they should underestimate the top experts from other civilizations. Ji Chio sighed and reflected inwardly. Learn the skill books first. The skill book that Ji Chio just obtained is called Source Power Divine Wings. Origin Power Wings, a divine flight skill that grants a pair of divine wings by consuming one's own origin power. The maximum flight speed is 3 times the user's movement speed. As long as the user's origin power is not depleted, they can soar through the sky indefinitely. Cooldown time, 1800 seconds. Minimum learning level, 35. Congratulations on successfully learning Source Power Wings. This skill consumes a significant amount of source power, so please use it with caution. A good skill, but the half-hour cooldown is a bit long. This flying skill is very useful. With this skill, Ji Chio can deal with flying monsters or superhumans without activating Void Walk. This amazing skill can also be used to escape. Alright, there's a 7-star cooling gem. Ji Chio was now caught in a dilemma again. Are you ready? Cooling gems can not only shorten the cooldown time of superpowers and skills, but also shorten the cooldown time of ultimate abilities attached to equipment. Ready! Ji Chio's 2 superpowers have been enhanced, and the cooling gems have no effect on them. Even evolved divine equipment cannot use cooling gems. However, the dragon scale armor and the void ring have not been evolved. As divine equipment, they naturally deserve a 7-star cooling gem. The dragon soul attached to the dragon scale armor is very powerful, as is the spatial solidification attached to the void ring. The blood demon soul suppressing crown has never evolved, but its ultimate skill has no cooldown. Let's use it on the void ring. After all, it's a 2-star divine artifact. I have many ultimate skills available. I've already used Dragon Soul Coil, so I can use other ultimate skills. There's no need to rush to reduce its cooldown. As for the flying technique, it's not used often, and once it's used, as long as I don't hesitate to expend my source energy, the skill will continue indefinitely, so there's not much need to reduce its cooldown time. Moreover, if we obtain cooling gems in the future, we can use them on the source power wings as well. Once the void ring evolves once, the cooling gems will no longer be effective against it. Ji Chio quickly made a decision. Are you sure you want to consume 1 7-star cooling gem and 100,000 5-star source coins to reduce the cooldown time of the space freeze effect on your void ring? Ji Chio clicked OK. The cooldown time for the space freeze effect attached to your void ring has been reduced. Upon hearing the system notification, Ji Chio checked the attributes of the void ring and discovered that the cooldown time for space freeze had been reduced from 3600 seconds seconds to 600 seconds. Immediately afterwards, Jiqiu took out a bottle of Divine Blessing and used it on the Void Ring. This evolution of the Void Ring consumed 100,000 4-star source coins, the same number as the third evolution of the Blade of Destruction. Although this is only the first evolution of the Void Ring, it is still a 2-star artifact. Void Ring, evolvable 2-star artifact, physical attack plus 266, elemental attack plus 366, elemental resistance plus 266, evasion plus 46, evil resistance plus 399, accuracy plus 46, attack speed plus 5, 3000 spatial storage slots, 10-second spatial freeze, 10% chance to trigger evil soul devouring, requires level 55, already evolved once. Compared to its pre-evolution form, the Void Ring's physical attack, elemental resistance, and evil resistance have all increased by 100 points. Both evasion and accuracy have increased by 20 points. The attack speed only increased by 1 point, but it had the most significant impact on Jiqiu's combat power. With 2000 additional storage slots, the trigger probability of the evil spirit soul-stealing event increases by 5%. Jiqiu is most concerned about space freeze. The duration of this ultimate skill has been increased by 5 seconds, and the cooldown time has been reduced again from 600 seconds to 300 seconds. 300 seconds is only 5 minutes. If I encounter a large number of powerful enemies, I can use spatial solidification multiple times during a battle. Evolving the Void Ring once was also a major reason why Jiqiu chose to use the 7-star cooling gem on it. By shortening the cooling time for the solidification of space twice in a row, no matter how much the time is shortened, Jiqiu will be satisfied. On which piece of divine equipment should the other bottle of divine blessing be used? Jiqiu fell into deep thought. There are 3 options to choose from: Chain of Lightning Punishment, Dragon Scale Armor, and Ring of Darkness. They are now all level 35, 1-star divine equipment. Both the Chain of Lightning Punishment and the Ring of Darkness have evolved once. The Blessing of the Netherworld God Marquis? What is this thing? Jiqiu discovered a special item, similar to a divine blessing, which was a small bottle that looked very much like an ordinary medicine bottle. Jiqiu was very familiar with the blessings bestowed by the gods, so he could recognize them at a glance, but he was not familiar with the blessings bestowed by the Netherworld God. Blessing of the Underworld God, originating from the divine power of an underworld god, it can simultaneously evolve the level and star rating of equipment with evil attack attributes below the level of a 2-star artifact. What kind of being is the Netherworld God Marquis? Is Divine Marquis also a title of nobility? If so, then the Divine Marquis must be above the gods, evolving both level and star rating simultaneously. Awesome. Of Jiqiu's several divine items, only the Chain of Thunder Punishment and the Ring of Void have the attribute of evil attack. The evil attack attributes of both come from their powerful special moves. Once I complete the Divine Servant mission, the reward should include at least 1 blessing from the gods. That's enough. Evolve 2 pieces of divine equipment first, and then evolve 1 more piece after completing the Divine Servant mission. Since the time interval isn't long, it won't have much impact on which one is advanced. Jiqiu took out the blessing from the Netherworld God Marquis and first allowed the Thunder Punishment chains to evolve. The Void Ring was not chosen because it was already a 2-star divine equipment, and the blessing of the Netherworld Marquis could not increase its star rating, only its level. Having consumed one of the Netherworld God's blessings and 10,000 6-star source coins, the Chain of Thunder Punishment successfully completed its second evolution. Chain of Lightning Punishment, evolvable 2-star artifact, physical attack plus 349, lightning attack plus 499, elemental resistance plus 349, evil resistance plus 499, accuracy plus 26, luck plus 7, 25% chance to trigger lightning punishment attack, inflicts Wrath of the Evil God for 360 seconds, requires level 55, already evolved twice. 1 star to 2 stars. Level increased from 35 to 55. Physical attack, lightning attack, elemental resistance, and evil resistance are all increased by 200 points. Accuracy increased by 20 points, luck increased by 2 points. The probability of triggering a lightning strike is increased by 10%, bringing Jiqiu's probability of triggering a lightning strike to 45%. The original demonic wrath that came with the Chain of Lightning has evolved into the Wrath of the Evil God, with its duration increasing from 180 seconds to 360 seconds. Jiqiu did not stop. Then, by consuming a bottle of Divine Blessing and a large amount of Source Power coins, the Dark Ring was evolved. Ring of Darkness, evolvable 1-star artifact, physical attack plus 229, dark elemental attack plus 399, elemental attack plus 229, elemental resistance plus 259, evil resistance plus 359, accuracy plus 39, attack speed plus 4, grants Dark Source Shield for 360 seconds, requires level 55, already evolved twice. Attack speed increased by 1 point. Compared to improving other attributes, Jiqiu prefers to increase attack speed. After evolving his divine gear and replacing the equipment that needed replacing, Jichio's physical attack power reached 3,440 points. A single lightning strike can deal 1,800 damage. The Void Ring and the Dark Ring each increase attack speed by 1 point, which will greatly enhance Jichio's ability to deal damage. The increased attack speed doesn't show a significant effect when Jichio is fighting monsters, but it's a different story when he has several clones. Jichio roughly estimated that even if he only brought 4 clones with him, he could still deal an average of 310,000 damage per second. This is without using any special moves. What terrifying combat power! It should be noted that among ordinary priests and superhumans, there are not many whose attack power can exceed 1,000, whether in ranged or melee combat. Even Jichio, when he had just completed the 7-star Gods mission, only had a physical attack power of a little over 1,300 points. I also have a high-level superpower enhancement scroll, but unfortunately I can't use it for now. To upgrade advanced superpowers to the highest level, in addition to needing advanced superpower upgrade scrolls, you also need the help of special NPCs. But it'll be soon. In about 2.5 days, the NPCs will be arriving on Earth. Should we complete the Divine Servant missions first, or wait until one of our superpowers reaches its maximum level before undertaking the Divine Servant missions? After careful consideration, Jichio decided to wait and not rush to do the Divine Servant task. Anyway, it won't take too long. Completing the 7-star Divine Servant mission is practically a certainty for Jichio now, but he wants to strive for an even higher ranking. I finally have some free time. Jichio remembered that her favorite Jasmine Tea and the most heartless person in Jiangnan had previously sent her a private message as a friend. The two asked Jichio why he was able to level up 6 times in just a few hours. Jichio replied to the most ruthless person in Jiangnan, go to a special map called the Netherworld God Tower, kill the big boss there, and you'll get a lot of experience. He also replied to the most beloved Jasmine Tea, if you fight a big boss in the Netherworld, you may get a pass to the Netherworld God Tower. With that pass, you can enter the Netherworld God Tower to challenge the levels. Not only will you get rich rewards if you successfully pass the level, but you can also level up very quickly by fighting big bosses in the Netherworld God Tower. The person who loves Jasmine Tea quickly replied in a private message, okay, I got it. I'm in the underworld right now. Jichio added to her, if you get the pass to the Netherworld Tower, don't rush in. Level up to 50 and get a full set of top-tier level 50 equipment first. Jasmine Tea Lover says, yes, ma'am. Jichio now has 6 pieces of divine equipment and 1 level 55 7-star equipment. All other equipment has been replaced with level 55 6-star equipment. Therefore, the guild warehouse has a lot of top-tier level 56-star and 7-star equipment. Jichio then reminded everyone, there is a level 47-star Divine Ape Bracer in the guild warehouse, and its accompanying Divine Ape summoning skill is quite good. The Jasmine Tea Lover said, just saw this, thank you for your help, President. The Divine Ape summoning ability is no longer of much help to Jichio now, since he will be facing high-level bosses of level 55 or even 60 and above in the future. Moreover, the attributes of level 47-star equipment are far inferior to those of similar level 55 6-star equipment. Jiangnan's most ruthless person quickly replied, Autumn God, is the Netherworld Tower related to the Netherworld Passage? It seems that some officials in Jiangzhou City also obtained the Netherworld Passage scroll and entered the Netherworld Passage. Jichio replied, there's a slight connection. Defeating a boss in the Netherworld Passage might drop a Netherworld token, which allows you to enter the Netherworld. Defeating a big boss in the Netherworld might drop a Netherworld Tower pass, which allows you to enter the Netherworld Tower. Jichio's lead is so large that she doesn't mind revealing some of her experience and previously unknown information to the authorities. He also hoped that the growth rate of China's strongmen would accelerate, otherwise who would buy all those high-level equipment in the guild's warehouse? The most heartless person in Jiangnan said, understood. Thank you for the guidance, Autumn God. What to do for the next 2.5 days? Take a nap first. We'll talk about it when you wake up. Although Jichio only stayed in the Netherworld Tower for a few hours, he was constantly fighting monsters and bosses with little time to catch his breath, which was really tiring. The next morning, Jichio woke up. While having breakfast at the guild cafeteria, Jichio thought to himself, should I go to the Netherworld again? The Netherworld offers triple experience points and the possibility of encountering powerful alien warriors. Most importantly, if you want to challenge the Netherworld Tower again, you need to obtain the Netherworld Tower Pass. The reason for the hesitation is that Jichio will have to stay in the Netherworld for 5 days before he can come out, and there are only 2 days left before the NPCs arrive on Blue Star. I can leave my main body at the guild headquarters and send 5 clones to the Netherworld. If necessary, the main body can simply retract its clones, and they will disappear from the Netherworld. Anyway, I have plenty of Netherworld certificates, I can't possibly use them all, so it doesn't matter if I waste them. In fact, Jichio could have done this a long time ago. However, when it comes to exploring, he still prefers to go himself. As Jichio gained a deeper understanding of his SSS level superpower of creating an avatar, he discovered that although his clone and his original self were of one mind, there were still some differences between them. The clone's initiative is not strong enough, far inferior to that of the original. If the original body is not killed, the clone does not possess the same self-awareness as the original body. If the main body is killed, or is about to be killed, then all of the main body's self-awareness will be transferred to a clone. It's somewhat similar to shadow clones. Having made his decision, Jiqiu no longer hesitated and immediately sent his 5 clones to the netherworld via the 5-star teleportation array within the guild's headquarters. This is my 4th time entering the netherworld, and I immediately encountered a group of level 60 ordinary monsters. Although the 5 clones are far less proactive than the original, their combat power is still formidable. This group of level 60 ordinary monsters, with less than 400,000 HP, numbered 120 and were all killed in less than 3 minutes. Even after killing them all, Jiqiu's 5 clones are still at full health. Jiqiu now automatically regenerates 6,000 HP per second, and when attacking, he absorbs 2,000 HP with each strike. It should be noted that Jiqiu has a very high attack speed, capable of attacking 6 times per second, which allows him to recover 18,000 health points per second while in an attacking state. Of course, these level 60 ordinary monsters couldn't break through Jiqiu's defense at all. Their attacks could only reduce the health of Jiqiu's 5 clones by 1 point. Only a level 60 high-star boss can pose a significant threat to the 5 clones. Because of the mission to obtain the pass to the Netherworld Tower, the 5 clones cannot just fight small monsters and mini-bosses, they try their best to find high-star bosses. 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The 5 clones in the Netherworld failed to obtain the pass to the Netherworld Tower. NPCs have indeed appeared in various parts of Earth. Most NPCs descend near the statues of gods, while a small number of NPCs descend in special locations in the wild. God Duke has ushered in a new era on Earth. This can also be considered a version update. Jiqiu's true form left the guild's headquarters and arrived at Zhangzhou Cultural Park. The 3-headed, 6-armed deity still stands tall. NPCs appeared in many places in the cultural park, some standing upright, some sitting on chairs, and some lying on the ground. Jiqiu had long known that the more superhumans a town had, the more NPCs would be around the statue. Towns that failed to defend their idols during monster sieges will not have any NPCs appear. Zhangzhou City has a population of approximately 5 million, and about 1 million of them are children who have not yet awakened their superpowers. Before the arrival of God Duke, the population was not very large, but today, Zhangzhou City has become one of the most populous cities in the entire China and even the world. The main reason for this is that the official power in Zhangzhou City is very strong. Jiqiu soon arrived in front of a strange-looking NPC. This NPC has a human appearance, but its entire body is crystal clear and radiates a precious light, as if it were made of crystal stones. In Jiqiu's previous life, this NPC did not descend upon Zhangzhou City, but rather upon the capital of China. Jiqiu was just there to take a look. If the cultural park didn't have this NPC, he would use the teleportation array to search for him in other major cities. Senior, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Please upgrade my superpower to the highest level. Jiqiu stated his purpose directly. The crystal NPC looked at Jiqiu and said in surprise, God Duke has only been on Earth for a month, and your superpowers have already reached an advanced level? Jiqiu nodded. So it was a celestial priest. No wonder. The crystal NPC noticed the noble badge on Jiqiu's chest and said, for helping this time, I can give you a 50% discount. Originally, I would charge you 300 years of lifespan plus 20,000 7-star source coins, but now I'll only charge you 150 years of lifespan and 10,000 7-star source coins. Thank you, senior. Jiqiu then took out the advanced superpower enhancement scroll. Lifespan and source coins will be automatically deducted. Half price. That's a great deal. This is one of the benefits of a high-star nobility title. The crystal NPC took the advanced superpower enhancement scroll from Jiqiu and, while pouring energy into it, asked, you have 2 superpowers, both of which have been upgraded to advanced level. Which superpower do you want to upgrade to the top level this time? Walking in the void. Jiqiu replied. The crystal NPC nodded. Soon, the advanced superpower enhancement scroll in the NPC's hand shattered on its own, and a mysterious energy sank into Jiqiu's body. Congratulations! Your superpower, Void Walking, has reached the highest level. Void Walk, SSS level, lasts 480 seconds each time, cooldown 360 seconds. The duration has been increased by 180 seconds, and the cooldown time has been reduced by 240 seconds. It lasts for 8 minutes, with a cooldown of only 6 minutes. In a major battle, you can activate Void Walking multiple times, which is very important. Combined with the space solidification feature, which has a cooldown time of only 300 seconds, it's incredibly powerful. Jiqiu did not choose to upgrade his avatar because he would soon be doing a Divine Servant mission. Completing a high-star Divine Servant mission would likely reward him with a high-level superpower enhancement scroll, so he could upgrade his avatar then. If you upgrade your avatar, you need to recall your 5 clones in the Netherworld before you can unleash the superpower again and have more clones. There's no need for that. Divine Priest, blessed by the gods, are you willing to accept the gods' test and become a Divine Servant? servant protected by the gods? Ever since I entered the cultural park in late autumn, this voice has been constantly ringing in my mind. This is the voice emitted by the statue. Any superhuman who has reached level 55 and has not yet completed the Divine Servant quest will receive this notification when they approach the statue. Ji Chio did not respond. With his 5 clones fighting monsters and bosses in the netherworld, he naturally wasn't in a hurry to do the Divine Servant quest. After leaving the cultural park, the voice of the statue stopped. Ji Chio? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from inside. Then a woman blocked the way. Ji Chio naturally recognized this woman. She was none other than Lu Ruyan. Because of the sudden arrival of the NPCs, many superhumans in Jiangzhou City flocked to the cultural park, wanting to find out what functions each of the NPCs had. Lu Ruyan was no exception. The cultural park was packed with people. Ji Chio was wearing a cloak and thought that even if she ran into someone she knew, she wouldn't be recognized. But she unexpectedly ran into Lu Ruyan. Having lived together for 2 years, Lu Ruyan knew Ji Chio very well. "You've mistaken me for someone else." Ji Chio bypassed Lu Ruyan and quickly disappeared into the crowd. "There are too many people here." Lu Ruyan couldn't squeeze through the crowd, so she couldn't catch up even if she wanted to. That person just now was definitely Ji Chio. Lu Ruyan was filled with mixed feelings at this moment. That guy is still alive. But why did he say I had mistaken him for someone else? We simply ended a marriage that should never have happened in the first place. There's no deep-seated hatred between us, so there's no reason for him to disown me. Lu Ruyan couldn't quite understand it. Ji Ming said that the number 1 on the leaderboard, Chio, is very likely to be Ji Chio. Was that person just now Chio? Lu Ruyan then contacted Ji Ming via private chat with a friend and told him what she had just discovered. Ji Ming replied, "I told you before, but you didn't believe me. Do you believe me now?" Lu Ruyan said, "If he really is Ji Chio, why won't he admit his identity?" Ji Ming said, "Who knows? I guess she's still upset. Our guild leader is pursuing the love whoever guild's favorite Jasmine tea. If she succeeds, then we'll know if Chio is Ji Chio." The day passed quickly. My favorite Jasmine tea has returned from the underworld. She can only stay in the underworld for 3 days each time she goes there. In the past 3 days, she has reached level 43, and her Earthfire Unicorn has reached level 41. Besides the Earthfire Unicorn, she also has 4 level 50 star level summon bosses. She herself is equipped with a full set of top-tier level 40 gear and has strong combat power. With the boost of triple experience, her leveling speed is naturally not slow. Moreover, she also wore the Divine Ape Bracers, which allowed her to summon a 7-star Divine Ape of the same level as herself, essentially giving her an extra powerful summonable boss. With so many powerful summon bosses, she can easily farm monsters and even easily kill level 50 bosses. Too bad, I didn't get the pass to the Netherworld Tower. Arriving at the temple where Ji Chio was temporarily staying, Zui Ai Jasmine Tea said somewhat dejectedly, "No rush, we'll get it sooner or later." Ji Chio replied, "I only got the Netherworld Tower pass after killing a level 56 star boss. I've never encountered a level 56 star boss before. The strongest boss I encountered in the Netherworld this time was only a level 54 star boss. Jasmine Tea is my favorite," I added. "So, apart from the Earthfire Unicorn, all your summon bosses are level 54 star. Ji Chio continued, "Using these summon bosses, next time you go to the Netherworld, you can first fight a few level 55 star bosses, and then use those level 55 star summon bosses to fight level 56 star bosses. That's a safer approach." The one who loves Jasmine Tea nodded. "I heard that a lot of NPCs have suddenly appeared near the statue in the city. Guildmaster, you must have already gone to check it out, right? I've been there once." Ji Chio waved his hand and said, "Why don't you go and take a look too? Those NPCs are all very powerful and can provide us with all sorts of help. You are a 6-star priest, with a high enough rank to gain their favor. They should all be willing to chat with you a bit more." He immediately turned around and left the temple, as he loved Jasmine Tea the most. Watching his favorite Jasmine Tea right away from the guild headquarters on the back of the Earthfire Unicorn, Ji Chio sighed inwardly, leveling up is so slow. The 5 clones have been in the Netherworld for almost 60 hours, fighting level 60 monsters and bosses, but Ji Chio is still far from reaching level 58. The source energy required for the upgrade is far too much. It's still faster to level up by killing experts from alien civilizations, but unfortunately I can't seem to find one. I didn't get the pass to the Netherworld Tower either. Otherwise, after completing the Divine Servant mission, I could go to the Divine Servant level Netherworld Tower, kill some tower slave bosses, and level up continuously in a short time. Ji Chio was full of anticipation. Jiangzhou City, Cultural Park. The Earthfire Unicorn, carrying its favorite Jasmine Tea, landed directly next to the statue. The place was originally crowded with people, but when everyone saw the Earthfire Unicorn flying over, they all retreated, creating an open space. "It's Sister Cha. That mount is so cool. I really want one. The mount is cool, and the person is even more beautiful, but it's a pity she's the goddess of autumn. The equipment looks a bit ugly." "Hello, Sister Cha. I know many people who love Jasmine Tea. She became widely known for her efforts efforts in defending the city during the monster siege. Later, she participated in the official memorial service and subsequently became the first 6-star priestess on the entire planet Earth. Today, she is a highly sought-after celebrity not only in Jiangzhou City, but also throughout China and even the world. After landing, the jasmine tea lover jumped off the back of the fire unicorn, nodded to everyone, and walked towards an NPC next to her. She did not put away the Earthfire unicorn. This 6-star boss can keep everyone at a distance. Sister T, it's been a while. How have you been? One person squeezed out of the crowd, ignoring the high temperature emanating from the Earthfire unicorn, and came to his favorite jasmine tea, greeting him with a smile. The person who loves jasmine tea glanced at the newcomer and gave a nonchalant reply. The newcomer was dressed in a silver-white battlesuit and carried an unsheathed longsword on his back. He looked extraordinary and was a promising young master. He is none other than Wu Wei Dadi, the guild leader of Tinglong Guild, whose real name is Wang Tang. Behind him were several elite experts from the Tinglong Guild, and it was with their help that he was able to easily pass through the crowded throng. He has now reached level 37. With the help of an elite support team and his powerful superpowers, his leveling speed is also very fast. Even so, he felt that the leveling speed was too slow and gradually lost interest in the tedious monster slaying and leveling up. He began to miss the days before the arrival of God Lord, when he could do almost anything. Sister T, it's already evening. Would you do me the honor of having dinner with me? Wang Tang and Ji Ming were classmates. Before the arrival of God Duke, they were both college students and younger than the one who loves jasmine tea the most. Wang Tang didn't want to address his favorite jasmine tea as tea sister like ordinary young people do. To get closer to each other and to show that he is different from others, he likes to call his favorite jasmine tea tea sister. At this moment, Wang Tang, who had extended an invitation to his favorite jasmine tea, looked on with anticipation. He deliberately invited him in public. If he can successfully invite him, he will feel very proud and many people will envy him. He didn't think that Zue AI jasmine tea would refuse. After all, it wasn't an unreasonable request, and Zue AI jasmine tea had always treated him quite well. Sorry, I already ate before I came. I refused my favorite jasmine tea without hesitation. We've eaten, now we can have a couple of drinks. I've stocked up on a lot of good wine, including red wine and champagne, which were collected before the arrival of God Duke and are high-end items that are hard to come by now. Wang Tang refused to give up. I'm not interested, and I don't have time. I still refuse to drink my favorite jasmine tea. I'm busy. How about another day? Wang Tang raised his eyebrows and asked. I almost nodded in agreement without thinking, as I love jasmine tea the most. Seeing the strange, meaningful smile that appeared on Wang Tang's face, Zoe AI jasmine tea's expression instantly turned gloomy. Is it funny? You think I don't know the another day joke? Don't be angry. I was just kidding. Wang Tang did say that on purpose because his favorite jasmine tea had repeatedly rejected him, making him feel embarrassed and very unhappy. He couldn't afford to lose his temper in front of so many people. However, he had already made up his mind that if he had the chance, he would definitely win over this self-righteous beauty, even if it meant using some underhanded tricks. He also firmly believed that no matter how strong a person is, he cannot withstand a sudden sneak attack from a group of experts. Who's joking with you? Many people around heard what Wang Tang had just said, and quite a few joined in the commotion, pointing and whispering, which made the person who loves jasmine tea furious. As she shouted the rebuke, she also swung the divine ape wolf fawn club. Wang Tang never imagined that his beloved jasmine tea would lead to him taking action because of a joke. With a sudden, unexpected blow, Wang Tang took a solid hit. Then, he just died. This scene stunned everyone watching nearby, including a group of elite experts from the Tinglong Guild. Divine announcement, visible only in the Jiangnan region of China. The guild leader of the 4-star guild Tinglong has been killed. The guild is forcibly disbanded. All guild members' levels will decrease by 3, and their lifespan will be reduced by 5 years. This system announcement made everyone even more certain that Wang Tang, I am the great emperor, was really dead. He was killed with a single blow. During the monster siege, the Heroes Guild, founded by Wang Tang, was forced to disband because its exclusive flag was destroyed by the monsters. Therefore, after Wang Tang founded the Soaring Dragon Guild, he did not set up an exclusive guild flag. Not only were others shocked, but even the person who loves jasmine tea the most was quite surprised. She didn't intend to kill Wang Tang instantly. However, she quickly realized that Wang Tang was just unlucky. That last blow just now happened to trigger the armor-piercing attribute of the Divine Ape Wolf Fang Mace. The Divine Ape Wolf Fang Mace has a 35% chance to ignore defense and a 50% increase in critical hit rate. My favorite is jasmine tea. I have a full set of top-tier level 40 equipment, including one level 47 star piece that adds 50% critical hit rate. As a 6-star priestess, she possesses high base attributes. Now, her physical attack power has reached 1200 points, and if she ignores the enemy's defense, her critical hits can deal 3600 points of damage. Coincidentally, Wang Tang's health points were just over 3500. The base stats of a 4-star priest are not high. Wang Tang is only level 37. Although his equipment equipment is said to be top-notch. The best he has is only a level 35 3-star item. Wang Tang's body stiffened and he fell down, his eyes filled with disbelief and a trace of regret. If he had known the price would be so high, he definitely wouldn't have made that joke about his beloved jasmine tea. To be killed by a single blow, that's such a shameful way to die. Your guild has disbanded. If you attack me now, my counterattack will be self-defense. The man who loved jasmine tea quickly regained his composure and reminded the group of experts that Wang Tang had brought. Behind her, the Earthfire unicorn also let out a series of low roars, looking ready to pounce. Jasmine Tea's equipment doesn't have the sin removal attribute, but as a 6-star priestess, she has a hidden sin removal attribute. Actively killing someone will not increase her sin value. Even if she kills all the experts Wang Tang brought, it won't increase her sin value. Sister Cha, we've disliked him for a long time too. Killing him is doing a service to the people. How could we possibly lay a hand on you? You are the hero who defended Jiangzhou City. Yes, yes, yes. We only have admiration and respect for you. He asked for it. The group of experts that Wang Tang brought simply did not have the courage to avenge Wang Tang. Wang Tang was instantly killed with a single blow, let alone the fact that they were inferior to him in both level and equipment. Moreover, as everyone knows, the summoning superpower awakened by the love of Jasmine Tea possesses multiple high-level, high-star summoning bosses. It's very good that you have such awareness. He nodded expressionlessly, clearly enjoying his favorite Jasmine Tea. Those so-called experts felt as if they had been granted a pardon and turned to leave. The guild was forcibly disbanded, and they need to get back to their base as soon as possible. Their homes must be in complete chaos right now. They certainly didn't expect the Jiangzhou municipal government to uphold justice for the Tinglong Guild. Even the Jiangzhou municipal government can't afford to offend the who cares whatever guild. Even if Wang Tang's words were just a momentary slip of the tongue and did not warrant death, no force would be willing to stand by his side, except for his parents and other close relatives. Ji Ming is also one of the experts that Wang Tang brought to the cultural park today. At that moment, he was cursing Wang Tang in his mind. What an idiot. Before the arrival of God Duke, you might have been able to casually mention that someone loved Jasmine Tea, but now, all you deserve is to be someone's lapdog, okay? If you lick it well, maybe you'll have a chance, but you damn well have to be so foul-mouthed. Now look what's happened. The guild I worked so hard to build is gone, and I'm dead too. Ji Ming was on the verge of tears. Everything was going so well, but then his classmate and student council president decided to commit suicide. On his way home, Ji Ming received a private message from Lu Ruyan. She asked, Ji Ming, what happened? How did the president suddenly die? Ji Ming replied to the message while running. The president angered the person who loves Jasmine Tea and got hit to death with a stick. At this moment, Lu Ruyan, who was in the wilderness teaming up with others to fight monsters, looked extremely pale. She was utterly devastated and even felt like dying. Tinglong Guild was the 4th guild she joined. All 4 guilds have been wiped out. As a result, she was implicated and her lifespan was reduced by another 5 years. This time they were even demoted by 3 levels. She knows very well how difficult and slow it is for her to level up right now. It's that woman again. Superhero Guild was wiped out by the one who loved Jasmine Tea the most. So too, the Tinglong Guild. This intensified Lu Ruyan's hatred for her beloved Jasmine Tea. Not just hatred, but also jealousy. Lu Ruyan was unaware that the downfall of the Light of Civilization Guild was also closely related to her love of Jasmine Tea. What happened? Why did the president suddenly disappear? I don't know. I just asked an elder, and he said that our president angered the person who loves Jasmine Tea the most at the cultural park, and then got killed instantly with a single blow. Instant kill? Really? The guild leader is a 4-star priest with top-tier equipment and has reached level 37. How could he be instantly killed with over 3000 HP? Lu Ruyan's teammates were all members of the Tinglong Guild, and they were all completely bewildered at this moment. Our own president just disappeared like that. Most importantly, the upgrade process is very slow now, and the sudden drop of 3 levels is hard for them to accept. As for losing 5 years of their lifespan, they didn't care much, since they weren't like Lu Ruyan who lost her lifespan 4 times in 1 month. The lifespan they gained from fighting monsters is already quite long. Moreover, they have very few uses that consume their lifespan. At least for now, there's nothing that requires them to consume their lifespan, except for the destruction of your own guild. President, honestly, why did you provoke her? Do you think we can afford to mess with her? An elder I know said that the vice president is planning to rebuild the guild. Once it's established, we can just apply to join. Maybe we shouldn't add it? What if the person who loves Jasmine Tea is still upset? No, the vice president has already asked the Jasmine Tea lover, and she said it won't involve more people or escalate the situation. Lu Ruyan's teammates stopped fighting monsters and continued discussing. The Tinglong Guild had a decent reputation before, and currently no one is targeting its members. They are unlikely to be purged and can remain united. About an hour passed. The new guild has been successfully created and named Jiangzhou Idu. Teammates applied to join the new guild one after another, including Lu Ruyan. As a former member of the Tinglong Guild, Lu Ruyan naturally didn't need to go through another interview. However, while her teammates all successfully joined the new guild, Lu Ruyan did not. Impatient, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but ask Ji Ming through a private chat with a friend. Ji Ming has also joined Edu in Jiangzhou. He told Lu Ruyan, when you applied to join the Tinglong Guild, the elder who interviewed you told the current guild leader that you were a jinx, and that whichever guild you joined would be destroyed. The current guild leader believed it, so it might just be a coincidence once or twice. 3 or 4 times is no longer something that can be explained by coincidence or bad luck. Even if the new president is willing to give Ji Ming face, Ji Ming will be too embarrassed to speak up for Lu Ruyan again. His relationship with the new president is far less close than his relationship with Wang Tong. Lu Ruyan angrily said to Ji Ming, if this place won't keep me, there are plenty of other places that will. It's just a 3-star guild, I don't care. Ji Ming could only reply, good luck. Lu Ruyan failed to join Edu in Jiangzhou, and her teammates quickly found out the specific reason. So, the group claimed they were tired and wanted to go back to rest, ending their upgrade activity for the night. They didn't even return to the city with Lu Ruyan. Damn it, I never thought that someone who's so pretty would be such a jinx. No wonder the drop rate is so low when you team up with her. Whichever society you join, that society will be destroyed. Who can withstand that? After getting away from Lu Ruyan, the group began to complain one after another. Lu Ruyan was soon all alone. A surge of grievances welled up inside me, and tears welled up in my eyes. It feels like the whole world is against me. Don't cry. Be strong. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. The Chinese are too superstitious, too cowardly, and too blind to reason. I can no longer join a guild founded by the Chinese. Lu Ruyan opened the guild page and carefully examined the guild list. Soon, she found a guild founded by foreigners called Sakura Samurai, whose leader was Japanese. Most of the members of this guild are Japanese who are stranded in the Jiangnan region of China, and some are Chinese. Previously, the Sakura Samurai Guild had few members. Later, as guilds in various regions built teleportation arrays, Japanese people stranded in the Jiangnan region outside of Jiangzhou City came to Jiangzhou City and joined the Sakura Samurai Guild. Today, this guild has nearly 5,000 members. From the president to ordinary members, the Sakura Samurai are all relatively low-key, quietly developing their business and rarely causing trouble. They were much more well-behaved than the Westerners who remained in China and did not participate in the assassination attempt led by Jess Li against the man who loved Jasmine Tea. They knew the hatred the Chinese people had for Japan. Before the arrival of the Divine Lord, they didn't have to worry about being bullied by the Chinese. But after the arrival of the Divine Lord, the situation was obviously different. Therefore, they must keep a low profile before building a teleportation array that can directly reach Japan. To demonstrate that they had no ulterior motives, they actively defended the city during the monster siege, and although the casualties were not great, they still put in a lot of effort. Your application to join the guild has been approved. Upon seeing this system message, Lu Ruyan smiled again. A few seconds later, she saw a message in the guild channel welcoming her to the guild, which swept away the gloom in her heart. People from Japan really have better judgment. Immediately, Lu Ruyan walked briskly towards the city center, wanting to reach the Sakura Samurai Guild's headquarters as soon as possible, experience the enthusiasm of the guild members, and choose a suitable place to stay for herself. It's not that I, Lu Ruyan, am being stubborn, but if the Sakura Samurai are destroyed soon after I join, then I'll admit it's my fault. I really am a jinx. On the way back, Lu Ruyan muttered to herself in a huff. After defeating Wang Tang, Zui Jasmine Tea took a stroll around the cultural park, staying for an hour and a half, greeting all the NPCs there, before riding the Earthfire Unicorn back to the AI Shui Guild's headquarters. She left the Fire Unicorn aside and went alone into the temple where Ji Qiu lived. I killed Emperor Woewei, the guild leader of the Tinglong Guild. So what if he killed him? There's no need to come and report such a trivial matter. Ji Qiu looked completely uninterested. Just kill him? The Jasmine Tea lover nodded and said, no one else has offended me. If I kill indiscriminately, I'm worried the authorities will come after me. Wang Tang's death and the forced disbandment of the Tinglong Guild were announced in the system. The Jasmine Tea lover thought that their guild leader must have seen the system announcement, but he didn't send a message to ask her. Don't forget what our guild is called. Ji Qiu offered a seemingly meaningful reminder. How could I possibly forget what my own guild is called? The person who loves Jasmine Tea was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood the implication of their president's words. I don't care who it is. Sounds very colloquial, but it actually exudes a confidence that I'm not afraid of anyone. After a brief chat, Zui Jasmine Tea returned to her residence within the guild's compound. She needs to rest well and recharge before going to the underworld. She now also has many ghostly credentials. After midnight, my favorite Jasmine Tea went to the underworld. The cold night has passed. Another morning has arrived. By this time, Ji Qiu's 5 clones had been in the netherworld for 3 full days. While Ji Qiu was having breakfast in the guild cafeteria, his eyes suddenly lit up. Within the netherworld, Ji Qiu's 5 clones encountered a level 60 5-star boss, Netherworld Wind and Thunder Winged Tiger. With 12 million HP, it has 1 million less HP HP than the 6-star divine servant that Jiqiu encountered in the Netherworld Divine Tower, who had become a tower slave. That divine servant Tanu is a level 55, 6-star character. Level 60 is 5 levels higher than level 55, but both are divine servant level bosses, so star rating has a greater impact on strength. In other words, this Netherworld Wind and Thunder Winged Tiger is not as strong as the 6-star divine servant who has become a slave to the tower. Even the 6-star divine servants who had become slaves to the tower were no match for Jiqiu, so the Netherworld Wind and Thunder Winged Tiger was no match for Jiqiu now. Void Walking activated. The 5 clones immediately disappeared and then shot into the air. The Netherworld Wind and Thunder Winged Tiger has a pair of wings. When it discovered the 5 clones, it flew directly into the air. It flapped its wings and flew very fast, its whole body covered in blue light and lightning. Its wings can unleash wind blades and lightning. It can spew out a giant spear of wind and thunder from its mouth. Its sharp claws and teeth can also scratch and bite. Therefore, it is not only good at ranged attacks but also has considerable melee combat capabilities. Unfortunately, its combat power could not be demonstrated at all, because it never has a target to attack. Jiqiu's 5 clones deal an average of over 300,000 damage per second, and their top-tier Voidwalk can last for 480 seconds. During the Voidwalk, the 5 clones dealt nearly 150 million points of damage. No matter what powerful moves this big boss has, it won't last until the Voidwalk ends. Jiqiu did not use the Source Power Wing skill, which requires source power, while Voidwalk does not. The cooldown for Voidwalk is only 6 minutes, so there's no need to save it. Even if something unexpected happens while fighting a boss, such as attracting an even bigger boss, the 8-minute duration is enough. Even if the boss you're fighting lasts until the Voidwalk ends, and then an unexpected situation arises that's hard to handle, Jiqiu can still use Spatial Freeze. In fact, the Netherworld Wind and Thunder Winged Tiger was killed in less than 3 minutes. God's announcement. Congratulations to the Chinese superhuman show for achieving the first kill of the level 65-star boss, the Netherworld Wind and Thunder Winged Tiger. When superhumans around the world saw this announcement, only one word came to their minds: normal. It's not surprising that a level 57 show can kill a level 65-star boss. It's only gone up 3 levels. You won't be shocked, but you'll be incredibly envious and jealous. Even top players from various countries find it extremely difficult to defeat level 35-star level bosses. Only those ranked high on the leaderboard have the courage and strength to attempt to fight monsters and bosses that are several levels higher. The Netherworld Wind and Thunder Winged Tiger dropped the Netherworld God Tower pass that Jiqiu wanted. In other words, you must be able to kill the boss at this level to be qualified to challenge the Netherworld Tower of the Divine Servant level. First kill certificate for a level 65-star boss: 80,000 6-star source coins, 6 pieces of level 65-star equipment and 3 pieces of level 66-star equipment. There's also a 5-star Thunder Gem. The Blade of Annihilation has 399 points of lightning elemental attack, and the Chain of Lightning Punishment has 499 points of lightning elemental attack. A 5-star lightning gem cannot increase their lightning elemental attack. It can only be used on other divine equipment. In the end, Jiqiu chose the Dragon Scale Armor, because this divine equipment will evolve soon, at which time its additional lightning element attack will also be enhanced. This is the most cost-effective way. Your Dragon Scale Armor has successfully gained lightning elemental attribute. Dragon Scale Armor, evolvable 1-star artifact: physical attack plus 99, physical defense plus 499, lightning attack plus 299, elemental resistance plus 359, poison resistance plus 299, evil resistance plus 299, evasion plus 39, auto regeneration plus 699, 10% chance to trigger lightning punishment attack, accompanied by dragon soul coiling for 180 seconds, requires level 35. Increased lightning elemental attack by 299 points. It also increases the probability of triggering a lightning strike by 10%. Jiqiu's single lightning strike can deal 2,100 damage. The overall probability of triggering a lightning strike has reached 55%. Their combat power has increased significantly. So delicious. The walk in the void is still ongoing. Jiqiu's 5 clones continue to fight monsters and bosses. Over the next 2 days, Jiqiu's 5 clones worked very hard, but unfortunately they still failed to reach level 58. You're 39% away from level 58. Actually, this speed is already very fast. At this level, the time required for upgrades is often calculated in months. It should be noted that in his previous life, Jiqiu spent 10 years to reach level 80-something. We didn't encounter any alien players either. The Netherworld is so vast that even if there are alien experts there, it would be very difficult to encounter them. After 5 days, Jiqiu's 5 clones returned to the headquarters of the Who Cares Whatever Guild. Jiqiu put away all his clones. By the time he left the guild headquarters and arrived at the cultural park in Jiangzhou City, the cooldown period for his clones had ended. Divine Priest, blessed by the gods, are you willing to accept the gods' test and become a divine servant protected by the gods? Are you ready? Ready! Jicho took out the first kill certificate for the boss he had recently obtained, as well as the badge of the Celestial Priest. Divine Servant missions range from ordinary to destiny. You can choose anyone. Upon hearing this, Jicho was taken aback. On the virtual screen that suddenly appeared in front of him, Jicho saw that the highest level Divine Servant mission was not a 7-star mission, but a Destiny level mission. Because he is a Celestial Priest, he has an extra Celestial level option for the Divine Servant missions he can choose from. It has nothing to do with how many boss first kills he got. Jicho naturally chose the Divine Servant mission of the Destiny level. Go forth, may the gods be with you. The virtual screen in front of him disappeared, and Jicho's body was first enveloped in a white light and then quickly disappeared along with the white light. Jicho entered the mission map and immediately released 5 clones. Before us lies a wide street. High-rise buildings line both sides of the street. There are monsters everywhere on the streets, and inside tall buildings too. According to the mission description, completing the mission is not simply about killing all the monsters in the mission map or defeating the big boss in the mission map. To complete the mission, you must find a special item called Heart of Destiny. What the Heart of Destiny is and what it looks like are not mentioned in the mission description. It's possible that it can be obtained by defeating a certain boss. It might also be hidden somewhere. In short, it's very difficult to find. The mission has a time limit of 4 hours. If the Heart of Destiny cannot be found within the time limit, the mission will be considered a failure and you will be punished. Without any hints, Jicho could only fight monsters and search at the same time. The increased lightning attribute from the dragon scale armor boosts both the damage of lightning attacks and the probability of triggering them. When the main body and its 5 clones attack together, they can deal an average of 390,000 damage per second. The level 57 monsters in the quest map can be taken down in 1 second. Even a regular star level boss can only last a few seconds. Only bosses with 3 stars or higher can withstand more than 10 seconds of damage thanks to their powerful healing abilities and ultimate skills. To speed up the search, Jicho immediately had his 5 clones disperse and split up to act. For such a task, Jicho, who has several clones, has a great advantage. There's no need to worry about encountering danger if you split up. Jicho's equipment is so luxurious that even if he encounters a level 57 7-star boss, his main body and any of his clones can hold his own for a long time. Every building, regardless of its size, contains a number of monsters. Jicho and his 5 clones searched every nook and cranny thoroughly. The monsters in the quest map don't drop source power or anything else, saving you time picking up items and making monster killing more efficient. If anything drops, it will definitely be an item related to the quest. 15 minutes passed quickly. Jicho's clone encountered a group of level 57, 6-star bosses. HP, 11.6 million. Both being 6-star bosses, the Divine Servant Commander has 1.4 million less HP than the 6-star Divine Servant who has become a slave in the Netherworld Tower. The Divine Servant Commander, who is 2 levels higher, is not as strong as the 6-star Divine Servant who has become a slave of the tower. The former is virtual, while the latter is real. However, there are 6 Divine Servant leaders here. Jicho and his 4 other clones arrived quickly. Release the Dark Source shield attached to the Ring of Darkness, then withstand the attacks of the 6 Divine Servant Commanders and kill them one by one. Dark Shield lasts for 360 seconds. In those 6 minutes, Jicho and his 5 clones could deal 140 million points of damage. With the lifesteal effect of the Blade of Ruin combined with the automatic health regeneration from his equipment, Jicho and his 5 clones can gain 18,000 health points per second. With his 6-piece set, Jicho's defense was already ridiculously high, and his 18,000 HP regeneration per second allowed him and his 5 clones to withstand the attacks of 6 Divine Servant Commanders without losing much health. After all, the 6 Divine Servants would not only attack the main body or a certain clone. Furthermore, the occasional triggering of the Evil Spirit's soul-stealing ability will also cause the attacked boss to be stunned for 5 seconds. This is a battle between equals. Jicho is not fighting a monster above his level when dealing with a level 57 boss. Even if a 6-star boss has high resistance to evil, he will be controlled by evil spirits for a long time because he does not have a level advantage. As for the control skills of the 6 Divine Servants, with the help of the Blood Fiend's soul-suppressing crown, the soul-type skills have no effect on Jicho, and the other control skills will also quickly become ineffective with the mutual assistance between the main body and the clone. Moreover, the Dark Source shield is also extremely effective at resisting control skills. When the Dark Source shield expired, only one of the 6 Divine Servant Commanders remained. The 6-star bosses have strong healing abilities, and they also have ultimate moves that can increase their total health, instantly turning them from low to full health. So even though Jicho and his 5 clones dealt 140 million damage, they were still unable to kill them all within the duration of the Dark Source shield. The current situation is 6 against 1. 6 Autumns can defeat 1 Divine Servant Commander. Even without using any special moves, it's a one-sided, crushing victory. The only thing that annoyed Jicho was that the remaining Divine Servant Commander could fly. Ji Chio used his source power divine wings, expending some source power, to kill the divine servant commander in midair. You can't just activate voidwalking in the mission map because something unexpected might happen during that short 6-minute cooldown period. When the last flying divine servant commander was killed, a special item shaped like a key fell down. Ji Chio landed back on the ground and picked up the key. There is no system introduction. However, based on Ji Chio's experience, these kinds of key props will have an abnormal reaction as long as they get close to the locks they can open. There's only one key. It can only be carried by the main body or a single clone. In this case, there is little point in splitting up. This key was dropped by a boss in the quest map, so it must be closely related to the quest. Holding the key, Ji Chio led his 5 clones to continue the search. I stopped deliberately fighting monsters and didn't actively end the source power wings. Once this incredible flying skill is used, it's best to keep it active until the mission ends. The mission map is quite large, equivalent to a small county town in the real world. Ji Chio quickly traversed the entire mission map, and as expected, the key in his hand suddenly began to tremble beside a manhole cover. After knocking open the manhole cover, Ji Chio and his 5 clones jumped into a sewer. This sewer is about 4 meters wide and 2 meters high, and it contains many level 57 ordinary monsters and bosses. Ji Chio and his 5 clones charged recklessly, ignoring all the monsters and bosses nearby, and only stopped after traveling about 500 meters. A large number of monsters were chasing after them. A heavy iron gate blocked their way. Ji Chio inserted the key in his hand into the keyhole on the iron gate, and the iron gate opened automatically without him having to turn the key. Behind the iron gate lies a massive underground base. The base's dome was brightly lit. The lights illuminated the underground base. The iron gate was located relatively close to the top of the base, so Ji Chio was looking down at the entire underground base and was deeply impressed by what he saw. The underground base is circular in shape, with a diameter of approximately 5 kilometers. There are many strangely shaped buildings, as well as many large and giant pieces of equipment. There are also many monsters and bosses. They almost all look like humans. This base should be considered a hidden map within the mission map. The so-called Heart of Destiny must be hidden here. Ji Chio, along with his 5 clones, quickly entered the underground base via a staircase behind the iron gate. Monsters from the nearby base rushed towards them, and a large number of monsters poured in through the open iron gate and into the sewer. Ji Chio once again dispersed his 5 clones to improve search efficiency. The monsters and bosses in the base are no longer level 57, but level 65. This is also what makes the mission of a Heavenly Destiny level Divine Servant different. For Divine Servant missions below the Heavenly Fate level, even those at the 7-star level, the boss within the mission map will be of the same level as the superhuman performing the mission. Ji Chio had already known this all along. The main body and its 5 clones primarily focus on searching for quest clues, only stopping to fight monsters when absolutely necessary. Within the quest map, it's unlikely that regular monsters and low-star mini-bosses will drop anything useful. If we're going to fight, we'll fight high-level bosses. The level 65 boss is not much stronger than the level 57 boss. For Ji Chio, the biggest difference between the two is that the level 65 boss of the same star rating has more HP. As for their attacks, none of them can inflict too much true damage on Ji Chio. Ji Chio and his 5 clones quickly searched the entire underground base but found no useful clues. So we started fighting monsters, beginning with the most powerful bosses we could find. There are 4 level 65, 6-star bosses, and they are all grouped together. Commander-in-Chief of the Divine Servants, HP 13.8 million. 2 of the Divine Servants leaders possess the ability to fly, which could be a flying skill or a flying-related superpower. Moreover, they know how to cooperate. Don't be fooled by the fact that their individual health points aren't much higher than those of the 6 Divine Servant commanders. Their overall combat strength is far greater than that of the 6 Divine Servant commanders. 2 Divine Servant commanders were responsible for restraining the enemy on the ground, while 2 Divine Servant commanders were responsible for unleashing their full power in the air. They almost all possess quite powerful control skills. Most importantly, as level 65 6-star bosses, their attacks can cause Ji Chio to lose a lot of health if they hit him. Ji Chio still didn't rush to activate Voidwalking, because the Source Force wings are still unleashing their power. Ji Chio flew into the air with his 5 clones, so that they only needed to face 2 Divine Servant commanders at the same time. Although you will lose health when attacked, the amount of health lost is not much. Just like the Divine Servant commanders on the ground, even when they were low on health and received divine protection, it was of little help to the Divine Servant commanders here. Faced with the Blade of Destruction's 100% defense penetration, the divine protection had no effect on improving their defense. About 4 minutes passed. 2 flying Divine Servant commanders were killed. One of them dropped a special item that looked like a disc. There is a pointer on the disc, just like a compass in the real world, which always points to one direction. Ji Chio ignored the 2 flightless Divine Servant commanders and began searching according to the pointer on the disc. Using the wings of source power to easily shake off the remaining 2 Divine Servant commanders, Ji Chio Chio soon led his 5 clones into a building that resembled a large laboratory. The 5 clones were responsible for fighting monsters and clearing the way, while the main body held a disc and kept a close eye on the pointer. Finally, they entered a very spacious hall. There are 2 dark gold chairs on the wall directly opposite the main entrance in the hall. 2 level 65, 7-star bosses were sitting on the 2 chairs. The blood volume is 18 million points. While exploring the Netherworld Tower, Chio encountered a 7-star priest who had become a slave to the tower. He was a level 57-star boss. However, the Tanu boss is not a normal boss. The Divine Servant General in the mission map isn't actually a normal 7-star boss, but no matter where the 7-star boss is, they are all very strong. What's more, we encountered 2 at once. Even 7-star Divine Servant missions don't necessarily have a 7-star boss, but there are 2 here. It's a level 65 7-star boss. Just as Chio was observing, the 2 Divine Attendant Generals stood up at the same time. Chio didn't hesitate and immediately led his 5 clones to meet them. 6 heavenly officials versus 2 7-star Divine Servants. After enduring the attack, Chio discovered that the opponent's attack power was terrifying. Even a normal attack could cause him to lose more than 20,000 health points. The biggest boss encountered during the Netherworld Tower challenge, a 6-star Divine Servant who has become a slave to the tower, can cause Chio to lose about 15,000 health points with a single arrow. The Divine Servant General is 10 levels higher and has a higher star rating than the Natanu boss, so its attack power is naturally much stronger. If Chio's overall strength were not significantly higher than when he was clearing the Netherworld Tower, a single normal attack from the Divine Servant General would have dealt even more damage to him. Chio can heal an average of 18,000 HP per second. However, facing the attacks of 2 Divine Servant Generals, and each Divine Servant General's attack speed is very fast if only the main body or a certain clone is allowed to withstand the opponent's attacks, the average amount of health lost per second will exceed 50,000 points. Even if the main body and its 5 clones take turns enduring the damage, they can't hold out for very long. A boss is a boss after all, and its attribute mechanism is completely different from that of a normal superhuman. Since the opponent's level is 8 levels higher than Chio's, the evil soul sealing technique can only stun the opponent for 3 seconds. Moreover, the 7-star boss has high resistance in all aspects and is not easily controlled by evil spirits. Their powerful attacks can also disable many control skills or ultimate moves, including the evil soul stealing technique. The hall wasn't very tall, making flight skills almost useless, and the source power wings offered no help to Chio. The 7-star boss is very difficult to defeat. Only Chio, with his 5 clones and extremely high attack power, was able to confront a 7-star boss head-on. Both sides are losing health very quickly. Chio and his 5 clones took turns taking damage and healing themselves. The damage they received was relatively low, but their total health was still far less than that of the 2 Divine Servant Generals. Once the 2 Divine Servant Generals are low on health, they will unleash their ultimate move, instantly restoring them to full health and significantly increasing their health. Chio also has a powerful move. When his main body and 5 clones were low on health, he released the Dragon Soul of the Dragon Scale armor and coiled around it. Total health increases dramatically, and attributes such as movement speed, attack speed, defense, and health regeneration are also boosted. Duration, 180 seconds. When both characters unleash their ultimate abilities, Chio's health loss rate doesn't increase significantly, but the opponent's health loss rate increases considerably. The Blade of Ruin's 100% armor penetration makes the opponent's ultimate move ineffective against defense boosts. In order to end the battle within 180 seconds, Chio unleashed the ultimate skill attached to his level 55 6-star boots equipment, Meteor Chasing the Moon. Movement speed and attack speed have increased again. Soon after, divine light emanated from the 2 Divine Generals, as they received the blessing and protection of the gods. It's still just a futile struggle. At most, the increased speed improves their evasion ability, allowing them to last a little longer. With 20 seconds left before the Dragon Soul could fully revolve, both Divine Servant Generals were killed. They didn't drop any special items. As they fell one after another, a piece of floorboard in the corner of the hall automatically moved away, revealing a hole. Chio came to the cave entrance and looked down, where he saw a staircase. The bottom of the stairs was pitch black. The Heart of Destiny must be hidden down there. Could there be a higher level, 7-star boss below? Chio led his 5 clones down the stairs. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, the light emanating from the source power wings illuminated the surroundings. A huge underground cave is not far ahead. The cave stretched for over 30,000 meters. Its height also exceeds 1,000 meters. In the center of the cave, there is a high platform, and on top of the platform is a treasure chest. The Heart of Destiny is very likely in that treasure chest. Chio narrowed his eyes. Below the platform, there is a level 65 boss. Divine Servant General, Heavenly Mandate, 26 million HP. As expected, there are bosses even more powerful than level 65 7 stars. A supreme boss of Destiny level. If it's a divine priest without an avatar, unless he has extremely strong superpower, superpowers and a lot of divine equipment, it's almost impossible for him to defeat this divine servant general. The mission to become a divine servant of the destiny level is just too difficult to complete. Ji Chio has not yet completed his mission as a divine servant and still holds the title of priest. Your rank and grade are both lower than the other parties. If the opponent is just a level 65 celestial servant, a normal superhuman, and not a big boss, it wouldn't be difficult for Ji Chio and his 5 clones to gang up on and kill him. Unfortunately, the opponent is a big boss. Thank goodness I haven't used voidwalking yet. Ji Chio decisively activated the voidwalk technique and his main body and 5 clones disappeared simultaneously. No matter how powerful a boss is, or how high its attack power is, if it has no target to attack, all its strength is just for show. Ji Chio first rushed to the top of the platform, and using his ability to walk through the void and penetrate everything, he stuck his head into the treasure chest. Inside the treasure chest is a diamond-shaped gem that shines with a strange light. Before Ji Chio could make any other move, he and his 5 clones were immediately enveloped in white light. He knew this meant he had completed his mission and was about to leave the mission map. Sure enough, Ji Chio returned to the cultural park in Zhengzhou City. The main body and its 5 clones remain in a state of walking in the void, and no one can see them, as expected of a divinely appointed priest, blessed by the gods. Congratulations on passing the test and becoming a divinely appointed attendant under the protection of the gods. You completed the divine servant mission in just 30 minutes and 33 seconds, ranking second among all civilizations. The mission reward has been sent to your system inventory. Divine servant, blessed by the gods, good luck, and may the gods be with you. A familiar, authoritative voice echoed in my mind, followed by a system announcement appearing before my eyes. Godly announcement. Congratulations to Chio, the Chinese superhuman, for successfully completing the divine servant mission and becoming the first divine servant on Earth. Ji Chio was somewhat surprised. Was the task completed just like that? The mission objective is to find the heart of destiny. Finding it is not about getting it or obtaining it, nor is it about bringing out the heart of destiny. As long as you see it, you found it. Normally, you should have to defeat that divine servant general and obtain a special item that can open the treasure chest before you can see the heart of destiny inside. Within that massive underground base, if you're lucky enough, you might find that laboratory-like building without even getting the disc-shaped artifact, and then kill those 2 divine servant generals. This is a time-saving step. The missions of the heavenly mandate level divine servant are also ranked. Obviously, among all civilizations, there are many heavenly mandate level divine officials, and there should also be many heavenly mandate level divine servant. As expected, the rewards include a high-level superpower enhancement scroll and a bottle of divine blessing. Ji Chio first used the blessings of the gods on the dragon scale armor. Dragon scale armor, evolvable 1-star artifact, physical attack plus 199, physical defense plus 699, lightning attack plus 399, elemental resistance plus 559, poison resistance plus 499, evil resistance plus 499, evasion plus 59, auto regeneration plus 899, 15% chance to trigger lightning punishment attack, accompanied by dragon soul coiling for 360 seconds, requires level 55, already evolved once. Compared to its pre-evolution form, the dragon scale armor increases physical attack and lightning attack by 100 points each, and physical defense, various resistances, and automatic health regeneration by 200 points each. Evasion increased by 20 points. The probability of triggering a lightning strike is increased by 5%. Ji Chio now has a 60% chance of triggering a lightning attack. A single lightning strike can deal up to 2,200 damage. The duration of the dragon soul coiling has been increased from 180 seconds to 360 seconds. Ji Chio went to the crystal NPC again, took out the high-level superpower enhancement scroll he had just obtained, and used it to enhance his avatar. Not bad at all. You've been promoted from a celestial priest to a celestial attendant so quickly. Your future is promising. The crystal NPC first praised her, then said, I'll give you a 40% discount for helping this time. Originally, I would charge you 300 years of lifespan and 20,000 7-star source coins, but now I'll only charge you 120 years of lifespan and 8,000 7-star source coins. Thank you, senior. Ji Chio handed the advanced superpower enhancement scroll to the crystal NPC. This time, the crystal NPC didn't ask any questions and directly upgraded Ji Chio's avatar. Congratulations, your superpower, avatar, has reached the highest level. Avatar, SSS level, can release up to 7 clones, cooldown time 360 seconds. 2 more clones. Cooldown time reduced from 10 minutes to 6 minutes. For the superpower of creating an avatar, reducing the cooldown time is not important. Increasing the number of clones is the key. With more clones, overall strength increases, and the leveling speed also increases. Ji Chio then left. At this moment, superhumans around the world are talking about it. I'm not even qualified to do the priest's mission, but that Chio has already completed the priest's mission, and he's even a destiny priest. There are actually so-called destiny level title missions. I guess you have to become a Destiny Priest first before you can choose to do Destiny-level Divine Servant missions. Using cheats so obviously and so brazenly, aren't you afraid of being punished? Stop being so sour. Is it so hard to admit that others are excellent? While others were gossiping and arguing, Ji Chio had already returned to the headquarters of the Who Cares Guild. At this moment, her favorite Jasmine Tea was in the underworld when she sent a private message to her friend. "Congratulations, Guild Master." Ji Chio replied, "Congratulations. You've been in the Netherworld for almost 3 days now, right? Did you manage to get a pass to the Netherworld Tower?" The person who loves Jasmine Tea said, "Not yet. I've only fought a few level 55 star bosses, and I haven't encountered a level 56 star boss yet. I'm trying to find one." Ji Chio said, "Then let's keep trying." Ji Chio checked the rankings and found that her favorite Jasmine Tea had reached level 44. I bet her Earthfire Unicorn has leveled up too. Once she reaches level 45, she can summon a level 55 boss, which will significantly increase her strength. Ji Chio is looking forward to her favorite Jasmine Tea. After offering a few more perfunctory words to the most heartless person in Jiangnan, Ji Chio began to check the other rewards he had received for completing the Heavenly Fate level Divine Servant mission. There is a divine piece of equipment, and it's a 3-star divine piece of equipment. Wind God Boots, evolvable 3-star artifact, physical attack plus 339, elemental attack plus 339, physical defense plus 699, elemental resistance plus 599, poison resistance plus 599, evil resistance plus 599, evasion plus 199, movement speed plus 300, attack speed plus 2, grants wind flash for 360 seconds, requires level 55. Compared to the bloodthirsty soul-suppressing crown, the Wind God Boots, also a level 55 3-star divine equipment, have slightly lower attributes in all aspects, and lack automatic health regeneration. However, they have 100 more points of evasion, 300 more points of movement speed, and 2 more points of attack speed. 300 points of movement speed will roughly triple Ji Chio's movement speed. High movement speed can also increase evasion. Moreover, the increased movement speed will also greatly increase the flight speed of the Source Force wings. The 2-point attack speed boost is also very effective, greatly increasing Ji Chio's overall combat power. As for the accompanying ultimate move, Wind Flash 360 seconds, it means that you can continuously flash your body for 360 seconds. This ultimate move is also very powerful, no less so than the soul suppression effect that comes with the Blood Fiend's soul suppressing crown. 360 seconds is long enough. The constant body movements are more like a teleportation skill in a game than instantaneous movement. The instant teleportation has a larger range, but a long cooldown time, and it can often only be used once in a single battle. The maximum movement distance of a single wind flash is only 100 meters, and it can be used continuously within 360 seconds. It can be used to escape, change the direction of an attack, or dodge the opponent's attacks or control skills. As expected of a 3-star divine item, the accompanying ultimate skill is very powerful. After reading Fengshan's introduction, Ji Chio secretly admired him. He replaced his level 55 6-star boots with the Wind God Boots. A meteor chasing the moon is clearly far less impressive than a flash of wind. The 7 gods' armor is ready. I'm one step closer to being fully equipped with divine gear. The system's various task rewards are also very thoughtful. The rewards won't include the same kind of divine equipment that I already have. This shouldn't be a coincidence. It must be something the system did on purpose. I guess I'm not the only one who gets this treatment. Other superhumans get it too. Ji Chio then looked at the other task rewards. 100,000 7-star source coins. The white divine badge bears the golden character's destiny. There's also a skills book. Source Power Divine Palm, a control-type divine skill that consumes the user's own source power to condense a giant palm, thereby capturing the target. Cooldown time, 600 seconds. Minimum learning level, 35. There are no other rewards. The rewards for clearing the Netherworld Tower, which is at the priest level, are not as good. It lacks rewards like the blessing from the Netherworld Marquee, and there is only one bottle of divine blessing. It also lacks a 7-star gem. That means you'll receive an extra 50,000 7-star source coins as a reward. Of course, you won't die if you fail the title quest, but you will lose your life if you can't clear the Netherworld Tower. Greater risks naturally lead to greater rewards. Congratulations on successfully learning the Source Power Palm skill. This skill consumes a significant amount of source power, so please use it with caution. Ji Chio then opened his attribute panel. Autumn, Heavenly Mandate Divine Servant. Superpowers, Avatar, SSS Top Tier. Voidwalking, SSS Top Tier. Grade, 57, 61%. Physical Condition, 305,500. Lifespan, 1496, 11 months, 3 days, 8 hours, 36 minutes, and 46 seconds. Skills, Divine Wrath Source Power / Source Power Divine Wings, Divine Protection, Source Power Divine Palm. Overall Combat Strength Assessment, Supreme Divine Servant, nearly invincible below the level of Divine Messenger. Before doing the Divine Servant quest, Ji Chio's health was just over 200,000, and now now it's over 300,000, an increase of nearly 100,000. When Jiqiu first became a celestial official, he had about 550 years of life remaining. Even though he sacrificed 270 years of his life to upgrade his 2 superpowers to the top level, he still has nearly 1,500 years of life remaining. Ordinary divine servants, even without sacrificing their lifespan to enhance their superpowers, would not have so much remaining lifespan. Having a lifespan of 300 or 400 years is already quite remarkable. In addition to source power Pong, Jiqiu has another skill, Divine Blessing. Gain divine power by sacrificing one's own lifespan. The higher one's level, the more lifespan is required to cast this skill. Cooldown, 3,600 seconds. This skill doesn't require active learning. It's a powerful skill that any divine servant can automatically acquire. Because it is obtained automatically, there is no minimum learning level requirement. Is it merely close to being invincible below the level of a divine messenger? That's right, you need to be level 80 to do the divine messenger quests, and my current level is considered low among the divine servants. If there are high-level divine servants, their divine equipment might not be any less than mine. The reason I was rated as a supreme divine servant is mainly because I have 2 SSS level superpowers, and both of them have been upgraded to the top level. Should we upgrade again and then try to conquer the Netherworld Tower, which is at the divine servant level? Let's level up to 60 first, since the difference isn't that much. During the leveling process, you can fight some high-star level 60 bosses to ensure that your equipment is at least level 60 and 6-star. After making the decision, Jiqiu then assessed his current ability to inflict damage. Before undertaking the divine servant mission, Jiqiu and his 5 clones attacked together, dealing an average of 390,000 damage per second. Now, he has an additional 3-star divine equipment. The dragon scale armor has undergone an evolution, and its basic attributes have also been improved. More importantly, I have 2 more clones. The physical attack power of the main body or a single clone is 3,970 points. A single lightning strike can deal 2,200 damage. The 2 attack speed from the wind god boots also significantly boosts Jiqiu's attack power. If Jiqiu attacks together with his 7 clones, he can deal an average of about 793,000 damage per second, nearly 800,000. It only takes about 10 seconds to reduce a boss with over 10 million HP to near death. This is without using any equipment buffed ultimate skills or divine protection. Damn, that's a pervert. After calculating, Jiqiu couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Jiqiu didn't rush to fight the boss, but instead stayed at the temple residence to rest for a while. It was just past midnight. Jasmine T, the favorite, left the netherworld and returned to the headquarters of the Who Cares Guild. Sigh, I only leveled up once, and I'm still a long way from level 45 in experience. Approaching Jiqiu, the one who loves Jasmine T, sighed. It's already amazing that you can level up this fast after level 40. Don't be ungrateful. Jiqiu replied irritably, I've told you many times, stop trying to compare yourself to me. Even though you have a lot of summoned bosses, the guild leader is definitely stronger than the vice guild leader. Where does the motivation come from if we don't compete? The Jasmine Tea lover stubbornly declared, if you try hard enough, you might catch up, but if you don't try, you'll never catch up. After a rest, my favorite Jasmine Tea went to the underworld again. Jiqiu was also in great spirits. He had breakfast at the guild canteen and then left the guild's residence. He did not go to the underworld. If he goes to the netherworld again, he will be teleported to an area where level 65 monsters roam. He now wants to fight more high-level level 60 bosses and get more high-quality level 60 equipment that he can use. High-level, high-star bosses don't just exist in special maps like the netherworld. There are many on Earth as well. For example, in the Kunlun Mountains of China, in the tropical rainforests of South America, in the Arctic and Antarctic, in the depths of the ocean. The more remote the place, the higher the level of the monster. As someone who's been there, Jiqiu naturally knows where to find a level 60 high-star boss. Only give 5 stars or higher. You have to be far away from Jiangzhou City to find such a big boss. This forces us to consider a very important question. You can take a teleportation array to quickly reach your destination when you go there, but what about coming back? It's a long way away, and walking back would definitely waste a lot of time. Using the wings of source power to fly back will consume a lot of source power. Obviously not worth it. Even with a flying mount, a lot of time is wasted on traveling. Of course there is a solution to this problem. Jiqiu quickly arrived at the cultural park in Jiangzhou City and stopped in front of an NPC whose body was radiating silver light. This NPC appears to be an elderly man in his twilight years, wearing a robe covered with silver patterns. He sits in a chair, holding a thick ancient book in his hands, silently and intently flipping through it. Senior, I'd like to buy a reverse teleportation stone from you. The old NPC glanced at Jiqiu, and after seeing the divine badge on Jiqiu's chest, he put down the ancient book in his hand and said seriously, to become a divine servant at this time, you are remarkable. Reverse teleportation stones are not only expensive, but not everyone is qualified to buy them. Of course, the divine servant of destiny is definitely qualified to purchase. After the the discount, you'll have to pay 100 years of your lifespan and 50,000 6-star source power coins. Is that acceptable? Jichio nodded quickly, indicating that she could accept it and even thanked him. Lifespan and source coins will be automatically deducted. Jichio accepted a silver crystal from the old NPC. The reverse teleportation stone is a special item that requires a high-star teleportation array to use. Superhuman A can teleport to a distant place using a teleportation array. If he wants to return, he can send his location coordinates to Superhuman B via private chat. Superhuman B can then activate any high-level teleportation array to open a teleportation channel to the specific coordinates. In this way, Superhuman A can use the reverse teleportation stone to enter the teleportation channel, teleport back in reverse, and return safely. Jichio doesn't need anyone else's help. He always leaves a clone inside the Whoever You Want guild's headquarters. That clone can activate the 5-star teleportation array within the guild's headquarters. This old NPC actually sells teleportation scrolls. Teleportation scrolls have different star ratings. The higher the star rating, the farther the maximum teleportation distance. Teleportation scrolls are one-time consumables, and high-star teleportation scrolls are not cheap. If you frequently need to teleport long distances, it is more cost-effective to use reverse teleportation stones. After acquiring the reverse teleportation stone, Jichio returned to the headquarters of the Who Cares Guild. Jichio released 7 clones, leaving one at the guild's headquarters, and then activated the 5-star teleportation array with the other 6 clones. This time, they were teleported to Kai Island. This island, located in the northeastern part of the Eurasian continent, is very large in area but has a very small population. The island has many rivers and lakes, as well as numerous volcanoes. The most powerful boss on the surface of this island is only level 50 and 3 stars. But Jichio knew that some of the large lakes on the island contained level 55 bosses, and that the bottom of the island's volcano contained a level 60 high-star boss. Before the arrival of God Lord, the island was inhabited by hundreds of thousands of islanders from the Bear Kingdom. After the monsters attacked the city, the islanders failed to defend it and fled to the mainland by boat. Kai Island is very close to the mainland. For the same reason, there are many high-level superhumans from the Russian Bear Kingdom in the inland areas. They either come to the island by boat or are teleported directly there. There are many ordinary monsters of level 30 to 40 on the island, which are very suitable for leveling up. Actually, at this stage, very few experts from the nearby Russian kingdom come to Kai Island. There's absolutely no need for that. The eastern Siberian mountains are also sparsely populated, with plenty of places suitable for leveling up. On the contrary, it's the Japanese experts who like to come to this island. Japan's Hokkaido Island is also very close to Kai Island, and Japan is densely populated, so there are very few places suitable for superhumans of level 30 or above to level up. In Jichio's previous life, the experts from Japan and Russia often clashed over the resources of Kai Island. Jichio and his 6 clones had just teleported over when they discovered a team of experts from Japan. The team consists of 20 people, divided into 4 groups of 5, several hundred meters apart, hunting level 35 ordinary monsters. If they encounter a boss, they will quickly join forces. Among the 20 people, even the weakest one is level 30. The strongest is a 5-star priest, who is already level 38. Jichio didn't waste any time on these people and sped towards the depths of Kai Island. I think I just saw a few people running past quickly not far away. How many people? Who are they? Aren't they our guild's elites? They're definitely not from our guild, otherwise they would at least have given us a heads up. Is it a team of top players from other guilds in our country? That's possible. Whether it's true or not, since they didn't bother us, let's pretend we didn't see anything. We still need to be careful to avoid being ambushed. How many people are on the other side? I couldn't see clearly, but there were probably 6 or 7. The Japanese experts who were fighting monsters exchanged a few words in their guild channel. After all, it was a relatively dangerous area, so they had to be extra careful and pay attention to any slight movement. Only about 20 minutes have passed. Suddenly, a furious roar rang out. They looked up together at a volcano a few kilometers away. A giant serpent with wings flapped its wings and flew out of the volcano. Its health bar is very long. From this distance, no one can see its exact health bar. However, the powerful aura it exuded made these Japanese experts feel a chill run down their spines, even though they were several kilometers away. It looks like a level 60 boss. One person exclaimed in surprise. Oh no, it's flying this way. Another person, their voice trembling, loudly reminded them. They were all terrified. That big boss is flying too fast. If you try to escape now, you won't get very far before it catches up. When the big boss got close, they realized it was a 2-winged fire dragon, a level 65-star big boss. What surprised the group of Japanese experts even more was that the health of the 2-winged fire dragon was dropping rapidly, and extremely high damage numbers kept floating above its head. It's losing health, and it's losing health very quickly. But I didn't see anyone attacking it. Quick, get out of the way. That boss is spewing fire randomly. The 20 experts no longer bothered to maintain their formation information and fled in panic. In the sky, the two-winged fire dragon roared and spewed out scorching flames. It was resentful and helpless. Even though you are being attacked, you can't see who is attacking you. Without a target, it can only spew fire randomly, hoping to inflict damage on its opponent and force it to reveal itself. The one attacking it is none other than Jiqiu. Jiqiu knew where it was hiding and that it could fly. In order to reach its hiding place smoothly, Jiqiu activated the voidwalk technique. Voidwalking allows you to pass directly through the volcano's body, ignoring the scorching lava, and even chase after the boss as it flies away. With the speed boost from the Wind God boots, and Jiqiu unleashing the Source Power Wings, this level 65-star twin-winged fire dragon simply cannot escape. Its nearly 10 million health points won't last long either. It had just been attacked and, upon discovering the enemy's high attack power, immediately fled the volcano. It was almost dead before it flew very far. It unleashed its ultimate move, fully restoring its health, and attempted a counterattack with a barrage of fiery wheels. The wind carries the fireball at high speed, forming countless fire wheels around it. This wide-range attack can be used to deal with superhumans who can become invisible. Unfortunately, Jiqiu wasn't in a normal stealth state. The fiery wheels that filled the sky could not hit Jiqiu and his clones, but instead fell down one after another. It landed precisely in the area where the group of Japanese experts were located. The ultimate attack of a level 65-star boss would kill these so-called experts who are not even level 40. Fortunately, only one wave of fireballs fell on them. After one wave, the two-winged fire dragon had already flown away. Even so, when the big boss flew away, they counted the number of people and found that only 8 of the original 20 people remained. 12 people died from that wave of fire wheels attack. Not only was his life in danger, but even his equipment was burned. As the remaining 8 people were feeling complicated and sorrowful, a system announcement flashed before their eyes. God's announcement: congratulations to the Chinese superhuman show for achieving the first kill of the level 65-star boss twin-winged fire dragon. Ha! Was it the autumn of China that brought out that big boss? It's not about luring them out, but about forcing that big boss to flee their lair. He killed a level 65-star boss in such a short time? His attack power is too high. The key is that we didn't see him just now. If he was invisible, he should have been exposed under the area of effect attack of that fire dragon. Based on the information we have, we can confirm that Chiu has awakened a clone-type superpower, which is why he was able to appear in various directions of Jiangzhou City during the monster siege. A person can only awaken one superpower. It's impossible for him to also awaken an invisibility-type superpower. Baka, he really did cheat. The group of people we encountered not long ago were probably him and his clone. He must have discovered us too. It's possible that he deliberately brought that fire dragon over here to use its powerful attack to kill us, so that he wouldn't increase his sin value. Damn Chinese. Sooner or later, he and the entire nation of China will pay the price. All they could do was rage helplessly. Having suffered heavy losses, they had no heart to continue fighting monsters and leveling up. What just happened made them afraid to stay on the island. Jiqiu had already collected the items dropped by the twin-winged fire dragon and activated the 5-star teleportation array in the Whoever Guild's base. Soon, spatial fluctuations appeared near Jiqiu and his 6 clones. When the reverse teleportation stone in Jiqiu's hand came into contact with the fluctuating space, a reverse teleportation channel immediately appeared. Jiqiu led 6 clones into the teleportation channel, with a powerful thrust coming from behind them. In the blink of an eye, they were back at the headquarters of the Who Cares Guild. Next, Jiqiu began to appear all over the world. Of course, it's not about going to the most dangerous places, but about finding a level 65-star or 6-star boss based on memories from a previous life. These 2 levels of big bosses are relatively easy for Jiqiu to fight now. At this stage, most of the places Jiqiu went to were places that no one dared to go. The only way for everyone to find out which big bosses Jiqiu killed was through system announcements. Only those Japanese experts on Kai Island were really unlucky. God's announcement: congratulations to the Chinese superhuman show for achieving the first kill of the level 65-star boss Octopus Crocodile. God's announcement: congratulations to the Chinese superhuman show for achieving the first kill of the level 65-star boss, the golden-haired 3-eyed tiger. Godly announcement: congratulations to the Chinese superhuman show for achieving the first kill of the level 66-star boss, the divine Mike Colossus. With the help of the reverse teleportation stone, Jiqiu completed his goal in just one day. He obtained more than 70 pieces of level 65-star equipment and 15 pieces of level 66-star equipment. Because he got the first kill of 2 level 66-star bosses, he also obtained 6 pieces of level 67-star equipment. He already has 7 pieces of divine equipment, so there aren't many pieces he needs to replace. You can only change the equipment if you reach level 60 first. That morning, Jiqiu sent 7 clones to the Netherworld, while his main body remained at the Who Cares Guild's headquarters. Having already obtained the pass to the Netherworld Tower, there's no need to fight high-star bosses. The 7 clones came to the Netherworld mainly to level up. In special maps like the Netherworld, you cannot use the reverse teleportation teleportation stone to leave early. Ji-chio had no intention of letting the 7 clones leave prematurely. As he expected, upon arriving in the netherworld, he encountered a group of level 65 ordinary monsters immediately after the teleportation ended. So, the 7 clones began to work hard to upgrade. It's worth mentioning that the Celestial Priest has a hidden attribute of 1.5x experience, and the Celestial Servant has enhanced this hidden attribute. The Divine Servant has a hidden attribute that grants double experience. Ji-chio had already discovered this while fighting bosses all over the place. With 2 more clones, the experience bonus increased from 1.5x to 2x. Furthermore, he was fighting monsters and bosses of higher levels in the netherworld, where experience was tripled. Coupled with his super strong attack power, Ji-chio's leveling speed was naturally not slow. Even so, it took the 7 clones 2 whole days to reach level 58 in the netherworld. It should be noted that before coming here, Ji-chio was less than 40% away from level 58. In other words, at this rate of leveling up, it would take about 20 days to go from level 58 to level 60. In another 20 days, it will have been less than 2 months since the arrival of God Dupe. Reaching level 60 in less than 2 months, that speed was unimaginable in my previous life. Ji-chio has always been very satisfied with his leveling speed. Next time I come, I'll face level 70 monsters, and the time after that, I'll face level 75 monsters. This time, the next time, and the time after that, it's a total of 15 days. I'm not far from reaching level 60. If we could encounter a high-level alien expert, we could level up much earlier. Ji-chio stopped thinking about it and his 7 clones steadily fought monsters and leveled up in the netherworld according to the plan. I don't deliberately seek out high-star level 65 bosses. I'll kill them if I encounter them, but it doesn't matter if I don't. That morning, the Jasmine tea enthusiast returned to the Who Cares Guild's headquarters from the underworld once again. She told Ji-chio that she had obtained the pass to the netherworld tower. She reached level 45, not far from level 46. The Earthfire Unicorn has also reached level 44. The pass to the netherworld tower that she obtained was dropped by a level 50, 6-star boss. That boss also dropped a bottle of Divine Blessing. Unfortunately, if the Divine Light Pendant were to evolve once, it would become a level 55 divine item, while the Jasmine tea is currently only level 45. So she asked Ji-chio if he wanted the bottle of Divine Blessing. I don't need it right now. Ji-chio shook his head in reply. Then I'll use it to upgrade the Fire Unicorn's star rating. The Jasmine tea lover said, there's an NPC in the cultural park who seems to be able to upgrade the star rating of high-star summon bosses like the Earthfire Unicorn. Okay, go ahead. Ji-chio waved goodbye. He was originally going to remind Jasmine tea that a single bottle of Divine Blessing couldn't raise the star level of a 6-star Earthfire Unicorn, but since Jasmine tea already knew, he didn't need to say anything more. He then left, having already expressed his love for Jasmine tea. Just 20 minutes later, she returned riding the Earthfire Unicorn. Those NPCs are too greedy. The Jasmine tea lover complained. Not only did it consume a bottle of Divine Blessing, but it also cost me 50,000 5-star source power coins and 150 years of my lifespan, and they still say it's a 20% discount for me. It's worth the price. Ji-chio smiled and comforted him. Unlike other summon bosses, the Earthfire Unicorn can unleash its full power. Other summoning bosses won't work. Bosses of 5 stars or higher generally do not offer their soul imprints when they are low on health, so Ji-chio did not use the method of taming the Earthfire Unicorn to help his beloved Jasmine tea tame 6-star or even 7-star bosses. It's not worth it to recruit anything below 5 stars. Moreover, many bosses do not possess high intelligence like the Earthfire Unicorn. For example, the bosses in the netherworld are all violent and evil, like killing machines, and will never voluntarily offer their soul imprints. Besides the level 44 7-star Earthfire Unicorn, I now have 4 level 55-star summon bosses and 1 level 56-star summon boss, and I can also summon a level 45 7-star Divine Ape. The Jasmine tea lover said, I can go fight the level 55 monsters and bosses in the netherworld, which should speed up my leveling up a lot. After reaching level 45, she can summon another boss. The number of bosses that can be summoned by the superpower of soul summoning increases with the level and rank of the user. The Jasmine tea player can now summon up to 6 bosses. The boss summoned by the ultimate skill attached to the equipment is unrelated to soul summoning. Don't overwork yourself, remember to rest. Ji-chio asked with concern. This beautiful woman is really going all out. At the same time, Ji-chio sighed inwardly, realizing that this beautiful woman now possessed almost as many summon bosses as he did clones. It was with Ji-chio's help that I was able to achieve such success in just over a month. She, being a big fan of Jasmine tea, naturally realized this, so she was very obedient. Ji-chio told her to level up to 50 before going to the netherworld tower, but she didn't go beforehand. Given her original temperament and current strength, she simply can't wait any longer. Okay, let's rest first. Jasmine tea, the favorite, turned and left, quickly returning to her residence within the guild's compound. 3 more days have passed in the blink of an eye. Ji-chio's 7 clones were teleported back. At this point, Ji-chio was still still 60% short of reaching level 59. Jiqiu first put away his clones, and then released them after the cooldown period ended. Immediately afterwards, the 7 clones were teleported into the netherworld. As expected, this time, I encountered a level 70 normal monster right from the start. Fortunately, level 70 is still within the range of Divine Servant level. Monsters must reach level 80 to be considered Divine Messenger level. As long as they are within the range of Divine Servant level, no monster can threaten Jiqiu, unless it is a 5-star or higher big boss. Jiqiu was only focused on leveling up, so his 7 clones rarely encountered high-star bosses. Level 70 monsters have more health, but they also drop more source energy. Because there are more levels to fight, the experience gain is greater, and fighting level 70 monsters will make Jiqiu level up slightly faster than before. Not long after, Jasmine T, who could only stay in the netherworld for 3 days at a time, returned to the headquarters of the Who Cares Guild. She reached level 47, only 30% experience away from level 48. The addition of a summonable boss, and the fact that this time the monster was level 55, significantly accelerated her leveling speed. Although the Earthfire Unicorn's strength increased significantly after reaching the 7-star level, the source energy required for leveling up also increased, so it only reached level 45. If you go to the netherworld again, you'll have to face level 60 monsters and bosses, so be very careful. Jiqiu instructed his favorite Jasmine T, with your strength and that of your summoned bosses, dealing with low-star level 60 bosses shouldn't be a problem. However, encountering high-star level 60 bosses will be quite risky. The Jasmine T lover nodded and said, I will try my best to avoid head-on confrontations with high-level bosses. If I encounter one, I will avoid it if possible. By the way, when I was about to leave the netherworld this time, I encountered a master from an alien civilization. Jiqiu immediately perked up and asked curiously, what does the other person look like? It has 3 eyes and 4 arms. Apart from these differences, it's pretty much the same as us humans on Earth. The one who loves Jasmine T answered first, then asked in return, do the experts from the alien civilization you mentioned before also look like this? Jiqiu did not deny it. Unfortunately, I only spotted him from afar, and before I could make a move, he quickly left. The Jasmine T lover looked regretful because the guild leader had said that killing an alien expert would grant him a portion of the opponent's source power. If you encounter an alien expert again, be sure to observe carefully and figure out their strength before considering whether to take action. Don't be impulsive, or you might just end up getting yourself killed. Jiqiu could naturally guess what the person who loved Jasmine T was thinking, and earnestly advised, an alien expert who can go to the netherworld must be quite powerful and must have extraordinary abilities. She nodded obediently, saying that she loved Jasmine T the most. Go and rest. He then left the temple where Jiqiu was staying, as he loved Jasmine T the most. Is it possible that players from the Three-Eyed Civilization are the only ones we can encounter in the netherworld? When I encountered that Three-Eyed Civilization expert named Bagu, it was also in the area where level 55 monsters were active in the netherworld. Is that a coincidence? Back then, Bagu was level 50. He awakened the SS level superpower of invisibility and was also a 6-star priest. Does this mean that the top experts of his Three-Eyed Civilization were at the same level, around level 50? The Three-Eyed Civilization must have powerful individuals who have awakened SSS level superpowers, and Bagu is not one of their top experts. In my previous life, at the same point in time, there wasn't a single person on Earth who had reached level 40, but the Three-Eyed Civilization had a level 50 superhuman. Either the God Duke arrived at the Three-Eyed Civilization earlier, or the Three-Eyed Civilization's development speed far surpasses that of Earth. Jiqiu began to ponder. Many questions remained unanswered, and Jiqiu could only speculate based on the clues he had already gathered. There's still a long time before the Three-Eyed Civilization invades, so there's no need to think too much about it now. We'll definitely be able to gather more clues in the future. The most urgent task right now is to upgrade and then challenge the Netherworld Tower, which is at the Divine Servant level. It took Jiqiu's 7 clones 4 days to help him reach level 59 in the Netherworld. It took me a total of 7 days to level up from level 58 to level 59. Jiqiu estimated that at the current rate, it would take about 11 days to level up from level 59 to level 60. My favorite Jasmine T has returned from the underworld. She could only stay in the Netherworld for 3 days at a time, so she entered and exited the Netherworld much more frequently than Jiqiu. She reached level 48, still 45% experience away from level 49. If she goes to the Netherworld again, she will be teleported to the area where level 65 monsters are active. This time, she did not encounter any more alien experts. To avoid encountering high-level bosses, she didn't travel extensively during her trip to the Netherworld. With your strength, you shouldn't have any problem fighting level 65 monsters in the Netherworld. Level 65 monsters aren't much stronger than level 60 monsters, Jiqiu said to her favorite Jasmine T who had just returned, but like I said, try to avoid encountering high-star bosses. Actually, to be on the safe side, it's best not to go to the Netherworld to level up, since you're not far from level 50. The Jasmine T lover shook his head and said, triple experience experience is addictive. If I go to the netherworld again, even if I don't reach level 50, I won't be far off. I can't resist that temptation. Besides, even before the arrival of God Duke, there were risks in everything we did. We can't give up the opportunity to improve our strength faster just because we're afraid of risks. Jiqiu didn't try to persuade her any further, believing that experiencing more dangers and trials would be beneficial for the growth of this beautiful woman. My current favorite Jasmine tea hasn't reached level 50 yet, so I can't summon a level 60 boss. Apart from the Earthfire Unicorn, all the bosses she summons now are level 55, 1 level 55 5-star and 4 level 55 4-star. A level 55 boss is also a divine servant. There are 6 summoned bosses and 1 7-star divine ape summoned by equipment. As long as you don't encounter a high star level 65 boss, you won't be in too much danger. Moreover, the Jasmine tea that the Divine Light Pendant loves is quite effective at protecting one's life. So, after resting for a few hours, the beloved Jasmine tea was transported back to the underworld. Just as his beloved Jasmine tea was being transported into the netherworld, Jiqiu's 7 clones encountered an unexpected situation. They encountered a powerful alien. The opponent also had a 3-eyed, 4-armed appearance, clearly originating from the 3-eyed civilization like Bago, but he was much stronger than the level 56-star priest Bago. The opponent is already level 60 and holds the title of 7-star divine servant. The 7-star divine servants must have very strong superpowers. You are under attack by Taluba, phonetic translation, a superhuman from the 3-eyed civilization. This is a civilizational conflict, unrelated to evil. While Jiqiu's 7 clones were fighting monsters, they were suddenly attacked by the enemy. The moment the system notification sound was heard, lightning bolts rained down from the sky. It was at this moment that Jiqiu learned that there was a powerful alien nearby. Suddenly, bolts of lightning struck down, each one possessing immense power. Clearly, Troba has awakened the superpower of controlling the lightning element. However, this kind of elemental control superpower is generally an A-level superpower. How can someone with this level of superpower become a 7-star divine servant? Bolts of lightning struck Jiqiu's 7 clones, each bolt dealing less than 1,000 points of damage if it hit its target. Even if a critical hit is triggered, it will only cause Jiqiu to lose a little over 1,000 points of health. Actually, this attack power is already very strong. After all, Jiqiu has very high elemental resistance. The thunderous bombardment continued relentlessly. Taruba must have used some kind of lightning element attack skill. Jiqiu has a high evasion attribute, yet his 7 clones are still constantly being hit. The thunderous attack not only covered a wide area, but also struck very quickly. Thunder attacks are extremely effective against monsters with strong evil attributes in the netherworld. Combined with wide-range area of effect skills, Taluba's leveling speed in the netherworld will definitely be fast. To become a 7-star divine servant, one must have previously been a high-ranking priest. Taruba's equipment is definitely not bad, and he even has more than one god-tier item. Unfortunately, he met Jiqiu. Even if the 7 clones, which are constantly being attacked by lightning, stop attacking monsters, they can still recover 6,000 health points per second. No matter how many skill attacks the opponent throws at you, the 7 clones will always remain at full health. The 7 clones quickly discovered Taruba's hiding place. The two sides cannot be too far apart because any skill attack has a limited range. Taruba was standing in a pile of rocks when he saw the health bar of the target he had ambushed. The system notified him that he was attacking a superhuman from another civilization, but the opponent had over 300,000 health points, which was simply outrageous. Keep in mind that even his level 67-star divine servant only has 180,000 HP. There are 7 targets, all with the same amount of health and similar appearances. It's not hard to guess that the target is actually a superhuman. It must be an SSS level superpower avatar, no wonder it's so strong. When Taluba realized that the other party was charging towards him, he chose to run away without hesitation. He had no chance of winning against 7 opponents. Strange, that guy's Divine Lord badge doesn't have a 5-pointed star, it only has engravings that look like special characters or symbols. That engraving is gold, so it's probably a divine servant title. Plus, the opponent has a very high HP. Could it be a divine servant of 7 stars or higher? Does such a title exist? Just as Taluba realized this, he was surprised to find that he was about to be caught up. Clearly, the opponent is moving faster. Even if he used a speed-boosting ultimate move, he still couldn't outrun his opponent. Therefore, he no longer held back his source power and unleashed his flying divine skill, source power divine wings. But as he flew into the air, he discovered that the other person had also taken to the air. Upon seeing the wings on the other person's back, Taluba quickly realized that the other person had also learned the source power wings technique. You can't escape by flying. Then we have no choice but to fight to the death. Taruba first released a summoning boss, a level 55, 7-star, 3-headed griffin. It's a big boss that can fly. It is unleashed by a powerful ultimate skill attached to a level 55, 6-star equipment. After summoning the 3-headed griffin, Taluba unleashed a powerful attack similar to demonic wrath. He thought thought he could fight his opponent with this ultimate move and the restraint of the three-headed griffin. If all else fails, one can seek divine protection by sacrificing one's lifespan. To his utter surprise, the opponent withstood the attack of the three griffins and launched a siege against him. What he never expected was that within a second, dozens of blades struck him, and his health bar was immediately depleted. Taruba was instantly killed. The dignified 7-star divine servant was instantly killed. Then, it was Jichio's turn to be completely dumbfounded. Jichio did not hear any system notification when Taluba's health reached 0. Normally, killing a master from an alien civilization will not only trigger a system notification, but also reward you with merit points. This is clearly not a normal situation. The three-headed griffin disappeared automatically. Taluba's body did not turn into a corpse, but quickly turned into a phantom, which also disappeared in a short time. Only a vast and powerful source force surged from Taluba's body when his health reached 0, and then sank into one of Jichio's clones. Not dead? But his health was clearly 0. Jichio was very puzzled. There was no system notification, and the other party did not leave a corpse, which is enough to prove that the other party was not killed. It's resurrection. Jichio quickly realized that the powerful figure from the three-eyed civilization named Taluba had awakened two superpowers. One type is lightning element control. One is resurrection. Some divine equipment also comes with a resurrection ultimate skill, but Taluba's resurrection should be an awakened superpower, not an ultimate skill that comes with divine equipment. Without the superpower of resurrection, Taluba could not have become a 7-star divine servant by relying solely on lightning element control. Resurrection is undoubtedly an SSS level superpower. It may not help improve combat power, but it maximizes the survival ability of superhumans. You can choose to revive on the spot or at a fixed location. If the resurrection superpower is upgraded to the highest level, the cooldown time is very short, and one can resurrect multiple times in a single battle. Voidwalking, also an SSS level superpower, has a cooldown time of only 360 seconds after being upgraded to the top level. Once resurrection reaches its maximum level, its cooldown time is estimated to be several minutes. If the danger is manageable, choose to revive on the spot. If the danger is unmanageable, choose to revive at a preset fixed location. After being resurrected, not only will your health be fully restored, but the cooldowns of all your skills and equipment bearing ultimate abilities will also end. Taluba had just encountered an insurmountable danger, which is why he did not revive on the spot. But his resurrection came at a considerable cost. He will not lose source power if he is killed by a monster, but he will lose a portion of his source power if he is killed by an alien player who does not belong to the same civilization. Losing too much source energy will inevitably lead to a drop in level. Having obtained a portion of Taluba's source power, Jichio directly leveled up to level 60. It was quite fruitful. The effort wasn't in vain. Damn it! If we can kill him here, we can at least get a piece of divine equipment from him. Jichio felt a little regretful. Encountering a powerful alien is too difficult. You finally find one, but then they get away. Jichio didn't think reaching level 60 ahead of schedule was a big gain, because with his strength, leveling up was not difficult at all. The upgrade will be completed in about 10 days, so the impact will be minimal. Adding 1 or 2 pieces of divine equipment would greatly help him in his journey through the Netherworld Tower. Composing themselves, Jichio's 7 clones continued fighting monsters. More than 10 hours have passed. As the morning light bathed Jiangzhou City, Jichio's 7 clones returned to the Aishuaishui Guild's headquarters and were then stored away by Jichio. Having reached level 60, Jichio naturally needed to change his equipment. Equip 2 pieces of level 67-star equipment, and all other equipment except for the 7 divine pieces are top-tier level 66-star equipment. His physical attack power reaches 4,180 points. Due to the increase in level, his single lightning strike can now deal 2,248 damage. His original equipment was already quite good, so after changing a few pieces of equipment, the increase in physical attack power was not significant. Jichio's sudden rise to level 60 has sparked another wave of heated discussions worldwide. However, Jichio once had the feat of leveling up 5 levels in a row, so people are no longer surprised by his rapid leveling up. It's nothing more than calling him a cheater and venting your anger. There are now several more level 40 experts on the global ranking list. Excluding Jichio and the one who loves jasmine tea the most, only one person in China has reached level 40, and that person is not the most ruthless person in Jiangnan. The most heartless person in Jiangnan is currently at level 39. Chaos has already arrived on Earth. Many powerful guilds have built 3-star teleportation arrays, enabling international teleportation over relatively short distances. Countries in Europe are geographically close to each other, so low-star teleportation arrays can enable cross-border teleportation. Teleportation arrays only consider actual distance, not national borders. A 3-star teleportation array can teleport up to 3,000 kilometers, while a 4-star teleportation array can teleport up to 10,000 kilometers. The 5-star teleportation array within the Whoever You Want Guild's headquarters can teleport up to 50,000 kilometers away. away, so it can teleport you to any place in the world. Because of Jiqiu and his love for jasmine tea, powerful figures from other countries dared not teleport into China to cause trouble. This meant that China was almost never invaded by foreign enemies. Instead, various domestic forces were engaged in open and covert struggles. We can now attempt to conquer the Netherworld Tower, which is at the Divine Servant level. Just like last time, leaving one clone at the guild headquarters, Jiqiu took only 6 clones into the 5-star teleportation array. Before long, a teleportation channel shimmering with silver light appeared. It still took about 20 seconds for Jiqiu and his 6 clones to land in front of the towering gate of the Netherworld God Tower. A countdown that hadn't even started flashed before Jiqiu's eyes. The time limit for completing the challenge is still only 24 hours. From the outside, the Netherworld Tower we saw this time looked no different from the one we saw last time. Without lingering for long, Jiqiu led his 6 clones through the open gates of the Netherworld God Tower. Honorable Divine Servant, you have entered the Netherworld Tower. The tower is filled with countless powerful evil beings and is extremely dangerous. If you pass the numerous trials, you will receive a generous reward. If you fail to pass them within 24 hours, you will perish within the tower. As the system notification sounded, the countdown numbers began to jump. The tower gate behind Jiqiu closed. The scene before us has also changed. It turned into a boundless sea of blood. In the sea of blood, there are many islands made of pile-up corpses. Countless severed limbs and broken arms floated in the sea of blood, as well as relatively intact corpses. There are also a large number of ghosts and monsters. The sight was chilling and terrifying. Are we going to kill all the monsters here? Jiqiu frowned. This sea of blood is vast and boundless, teeming with countless monsters and bosses. We shouldn't need to kill all the monsters, otherwise we won't have enough time. Monsters were already attacking, leaving Jiqiu no time to think. At this moment, he and his 6 clones were on an island of corpses. Many ghosts and vengeful spirits flew in from the sea, and monsters kept crawling out from the piles of corpses on the island. They are all level 60. Despite each of them having hundreds of thousands of health points, Jiqiu and his 6 clones killed them effortlessly. Even a high-level ghost that is completely immune to physical attacks can be killed by Jiqiu with his lightning attack. The probability of triggering a lightning strike is as high as 60%. The main body and 6 clones can attack more than 50 times per second, of which more than 30 attacks will be accompanied by lightning strikes, and almost 100% of them will be critical hits. With attack lifesteal and automatic health regeneration, Jiqiu doesn't need to worry about losing health. Moreover, these ordinary monsters and even low-star bosses cannot break through Jiqiu's defense at all. Each attack can only force him to lose 1 point of health. Even against level 65-star or 6-star bosses, Jiqiu and his 6 clones can withstand the attacks. However, Jiqiu soon discovered something was wrong. Each monster he kills adds an eerie aura to his main body and his 7 clones. No matter what he does, the evil aura emanating from his body will not diminish or disappear. Even with the Dark Source Shield activated, it couldn't prevent that evil aura from clinging to his body. It's the death energy of the Netherworld. Jiqiu's heart sank, and his expression changed slightly. He clearly remembered that the priests and servants who had become slaves of the tower all possessed an incredibly dense aura of death from the underworld. Under normal circumstances, Jiqiu, who has extremely high resistance to evil, can ignore the death energy of the underworld. The situation he is encountering now is obviously abnormal. Jiqiu estimated that whether he could pass the test would be related to the Netherworld death chi that was constantly accumulating on his body. The amount of Netherworld death chi that Jiqiu absorbed from ordinary level 60 monsters was about the same, but the level 60 star level boss absorbed a lot more Netherworld death chi. The test of the Netherworld Tower is ultimately judged by the length of time taken. For any level, the faster you pass it, the better. This hurdle will likely be no exception. Since I can't stop the Netherworld death chi from possessing me, nor can I remove the Netherworld death chi that has already possessed me, does that mean I should accumulate Netherworld death chi in my body even faster? That's very likely the case. The monsters and bosses in this sea of blood are impossible to kill all of them, so the way to pass this level must be special. With this in mind, Jiqiu and his 6 clones sped up their monster killing speed and tried their best to kill star-level bosses. Jiqiu no longer stays in one place to fight monsters. Clearing a section of the sea, he unleashed his source power wings and flew elsewhere. The aura of death from the underworld on the 6 clones and the main body grew increasingly dense. About half an hour passed. Jiqiu discovered that the Netherworld death chi, which was originally only attached to the surface of his body, began to seep into his body. It's possible that because his resistance to evil is too high, the penetration speed of the Netherworld death chi is not fast. However, if they are allowed to seep in, they will inevitably cause irreparable harm. Am I doing something wrong? Jiqiu couldn't help but have doubts. Even if we have doubts, there's no other way to go right now. We can't just stop fighting monsters, can we? You won't be possessed by the aura of death if you don't fight monsters, but you won't be able to avoid being surrounded by monsters. With Jiqiu's top-notch equipment, he wouldn't be killed by a level 60 monster faster even if he stood still. Standing still will most likely prevent you from passing, unless this test is whether you can stay on this sea of blood for a fixed period of time. This possibility is extremely low, because tests that determine the final score based on the length of time usually don't include such challenges. Of course, we cannot completely rule out this possibility. However, for Jicho, there was no way out. The aura of death emanating from him was too dense. Even if he stopped fighting now, he couldn't stop the aura from seeping into his body. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and go down this path, choosing to trust his previous judgment. As it turned out, Jicho's judgment was correct. Another half-hour passed. Jicho and his 6 clones were enveloped in layers of dense, deathly aura. Suddenly, a level 60, 7-star boss appeared and attacked at lightning speed. The 7-star divine servants, reduced to slaves of the tower. 17.5 million HP. This big boss, who stands upright with 2 arms and 2 legs, has a head that looks just like a bull's head. It held a giant hammer in each hand, and was covered in heavy armor, making it exceptionally tall and imposing. Its entire body was filled with an incredibly dense aura of death and darkness. As soon as it arrived, it opened its mouth wide in front of Jicho. A powerful suction force then acted on Jicho and his 6 clones. The layers of netherworld death chi attached to Jicho's main body and 6 clones began to break away uncontrollably and surge towards the mouth of the big boss. At this moment, Jicho finally understood. Only when the accumulated netherworld death chi on one's body reaches a certain level can one lure out the 7-star divine servant who has become a slave of the tower. The other party must be the gatekeeper boss. The sooner you lure out the final boss, the sooner you can clear the level. Therefore, if you want to spend less time in this level, you need to accumulate netherworld death chi as soon as possible. It is important to note that you need to be able to withstand the penetration of the ghostly death energy into your body for a period of time. Only those who can withstand the pressure will have a chance to challenge the final boss. If you can't withstand it, the deathly aura of the underworld will turn you into a slave to the tower. Jicho did not rush to make a move. He waited until the netherworld death chi surrounding his main body and 6 clones was completely devoured by the opponent, and until his own source power began to surge out uncontrollably before he led his 6 clones to charge towards the opponent. This 7-star divine servant should have awakened a devouring type superpower. This type of superpower is at least SS level. The 7-star divine servant, who had become a slave to the tower, could not only devour the special netherworld death chi accumulated on Jicho's body, but also devour Jicho's source power from a great distance. It's not hard to tell that its devouring superpower is SSS level. Having this level of superpower is its greatest asset in becoming a 7-star divine servant. Putting everything else aside, at least the speed of upgrading is something that ordinary superhumans can hardly match. With this superpower, you don't need to level up by killing monsters to obtain source power. You can simply devour the source power of monsters or other superhumans. In particular, the speed of leveling up by absorbing the source energy of other superhumans is simply too fast. It is precisely because the upgrade speed is almost at its maximum, and it poses a considerable threat to opponents in actual combat, that this superpower is classified as SSS level. Where is the threat? During the battle, you can also absorb the source energy of your opponent, and even absorb the ultimate skills that your opponent uses source energy to unleash. Jicho, along with his 6 clones, rushed to the side of the 7-star divine servants who had become slaves of the tower, and the attack immediately began. When he discovered that his opponent could still absorb his source energy during the battle, he decisively activated Void Walk. The opponent is absorbing source energy too fast. Even if Jicho can kill the opponent quickly, he will lose a lot of source energy. He might even drop below level 60 before he kills the opponent. More importantly, Jicho also discovered that the opponent could not only devour his source energy, but also his blood. It will only stop devouring when the other party is under the control of the evil spirit. Unfortunately, the opponent is a 7-star boss inside the Netherworld God Tower, with extremely high resistance to evil and a very short control time. While in the void walking state, the opponent's devouring superpower was ineffective against Jicho. Next, the 7-star divine servant, now a slave to the tower, unleashed some powerful skills granted by his equipment, and invoked divine protection. But all of these are just futile struggles. The Blade of Destruction has a 100% chance to break through defenses. Having changed his equipment before coming here, Jicho, whose attack power had been increased, launched a fierce attack with his 6 clones, dealing an average of over 700,000 damage per second. It can deal over 40 million damage in just 1 minute. It can bring this big boss to near death several times. The two sides are not even in the same league. Even if the other side is a 7-star boss. It took about 130 seconds for the 7-star divine servant, who possessed a devouring superpower and had become a slave to the tower, to be killed and fall into a sea of blood. A surge of source energy erupted from the corpse of this big boss and sank into Jichio's body. Jichio leveled up to level 61. Jichio landed swiftly, stripping only 2 pieces of equipment from the 7-star divine servant who had become a slave to the tower, before the surrounding scenery became distorted and blurred. Successfully passed the first level. Before long, the scene was set. There was only one majestic mountain, and at this moment, Jichio and his 6 clones were at the foot of the mountain. To Jichio's satisfaction, Voidwalk was still ongoing, with 340 seconds left before it went into cooldown. It was precisely because the duration of voidwalking had increased significantly, and after defeating the boss guarding the first level, it was possible that it would still be active when they reached the second level, that Jichio so readily activated this superpower. Of course, if the voidwalk is forcibly ended prematurely in the second stage, Jichio is not afraid. If he encounters great danger or trouble right after entering the second level, he can unleash the ultimate skill attached to his equipment to deal with it. For example, a space freeze that can last for 10 seconds, a wind flash that can last for 360 seconds. Jichio looked up and saw that there were many monsters on the mountain, all of them level 65, including some level 65 star level bosses. It's not hard to guess that this challenge involves climbing a mountain. Jichio quickly examined the 2 pieces of equipment he had just acquired. A level 67 star equipment piece is a ring. Jichio already has 2 divine ring type equipment pieces, so he naturally doesn't need this ring. The other item is a divine piece of equipment. Divine power bracers, evolvable 2-star artifact, physical attack plus 299, elemental attack plus 266, physical defense plus 499, elemental resistance plus 399, poison resistance plus 399, evil resistance plus 359, accuracy plus 59, 15% critical hit chance, with unbind effect, requires level 55. Jichio was overjoyed. He had acquired another powerful piece of equipment. Critical hit, 5 times the damage. If combined with a vital attack, it will deal 10 times the damage. Moreover, lightning strikes can stack with critical strikes, and naturally they can also stack with critical hits. With Jichio's current attack speed, he can trigger a critical hit at least once per second, both his main body and his clones. That's terrifying. After equipping the divine power bracers, Jichio's physical attack power increased by 200 points, reaching 4,380 points. A single critical hit can deal nearly 22,000 damage. Jichio's main body and 6 clones can now deal an average of nearly 900,000 damage per second. As for the divine power bracer's ability to unbind, it's similar to the Blood Fiend's soul-suppressing crown's ability to suppress the soul. Unbinding refers to releasing oneself from control, freeing oneself from any form of control over the body. Similar to soul suppression, unbinding is also continuously effective with no cooldown. The difference between the two is that, in addition to being able to release control over the soul, soul suppression can also protect the soul from attacks, while unbinding can only release control over the body but cannot protect the body from attacks. After all, the Blood Fiend's soul-suppressing crown is a 3-star artifact, while the divine power wristband is a 2-star artifact. This divine equipment hasn't been evolved. It must be a reward that the final boss of the first level received after completing the divine servant mission. It's not a reward for completing the 7-star priest quest. The time I took to complete the 7-star priest quest ranks first among all civilizations, and the reward was a level 35 2-star. Divine equipment, the Void Ring. The reward that Tanu boss received for completing the priest quest was definitely not better than mine. Yagami is fully equipped. We're one step closer to being fully equipped with divine gear. Jichio did not waste much time. While the void walking was still ongoing, Jichio led his 6 clones to begin climbing the mountain. To his surprise, despite having a pair of origin power wings on his back, he couldn't fly at all. The incredible skill of flying was suppressed by the rules of this level. Not only did the Source Force divine wings lose their ability to fly, but even the void walking ability could not make Jichio and his 6 clones take off. You can jump, but you can only stay in the air for a maximum of 3 seconds. Clearly, we must be down to earth and climb this mountain step by step. Voidwalker's ability to take off has been limited, but they still possess perfect stealth capabilities. The monsters and bosses on the mountain cannot detect Jichio and his 6 clones, so they are naturally unable to attack or hinder them. You have over 300 seconds to focus solely on climbing the mountain without having to fight monsters. This will undoubtedly reduce the time required to reach the summit. When the Voidwalk was off cooldown, Jichio led his 6 clones to the mountainside in one go. At this moment, Jichio discovered that his body had suddenly become unusually heavy. Continuing my mountain climbing journey in late autumn, Voidwalking entered cooldown, and he and his 6 clones began to be attacked by monsters on the mountain. During the climb, Jichio discovered that the higher the location, the higher the star rating of the boss encountered. The boss we encountered halfway up the mountain was a level 65 4-star boss. It's not hard to guess that there must be a level 65, 7-star boss at the top of the mountain. The obstacles posed by ordinary monsters and high-star bosses are just one of the difficulties in climbing the mountain. Jiqiu soon discovered that the higher they went, the stronger the invisible pressure they and their 6 clones faced. I didn't feel the pressure gradually increasing before. It's definitely not that there's no such invisible pressure below the mountainside, but rather that walking in the void allows me to ignore this invisible pressure. This is a situation that is very favorable to me. Voidwalk only has a 6-minute cooldown. I can cast it multiple times during the upcoming climb, which will save a lot of time. Jiqiu pondered to himself. Without any invisible pressure in the first half of the journey, Jiqiu moved very fast, so it only took her a little over 300 seconds to reach the halfway point. Now, even without fighting monsters, his and his 6 clones' movement speed is slowed down by more than 10 times. The monsters on the mountain are exceptionally numerous, and once they spot you, they'll rush over no matter how far away you are. More importantly, the invisible pressure on the mountain doesn't seem to have any effect on the monsters and bosses there. There were too many monsters blocking their way, and they were too densely packed. Jiqiu and his 6 clones could not ignore them and had to break through the encirclement and fight their way out. This will inevitably take a lot of time. Fortunately, you can activate Voidwalk once every 6 minutes. While walking in the void, you can pass through monsters blocking your path. However, the higher they went, the steeper the mountain became. Although the invisible pressure was gone, they couldn't jump high enough to fly or stay airborne for long periods. As a result, Jiqiu and his 6 clones couldn't climb the mountain as quickly as they had in the first half of the journey, fighting fiercely while climbing upwards. 6 minutes passed quickly. After the Voidwalk cooldown ended, Jiqiu activated this superpower and continued climbing the mountain with his 6 clones. Another 8 minutes passed, and the Voidwalk began to cool down. Jiqiu was still quite a distance from the summit. The entire mountain is about 10,000 meters high, and in late autumn it is at an altitude of 6,500 meters. The remaining 3,500 meters are extremely steep, with very few places to stand. The increasingly heavy invisible pressure made Jiqiu's actions extremely difficult. Not only are there many level 65 5-star bosses around, but a level 65 6-star big boss has also appeared. There are monster bosses and tower slave bosses. They move freely and are completely unaffected by invisible pressure. Without being in a void-walking state, Jiqiu and his 6 clones, whose movements are slow and who even have difficulty standing, will find it difficult to kill the surrounding big bosses. If you can't hit monsters or bosses, the lifesteal ability won't work. Even with Jiqiu's high defense and resistance, and the ability to regenerate 6,000 health points per second, he and his 6 clones would find it difficult to sustain the fight for long. After all, the level 65 boss has very strong attack power. We cannot allow them to launch a reckless and frenzied attack. The melee boss lunges fiercely. The remote boss is attacking continuously from a great distance. And there are flying bosses that frequently harass us. Faced with such difficulties, Jiqiu naturally wouldn't hesitate to unleash his ultimate move. He unleashed the ultimate move that came with the Wind God boots, Wind Flash. At this height, the invisible pressure is too great, and coupled with the restrictions of the level rules, Wind Flash can only move horizontally and cannot flash upwards. Jiqiu doesn't need to flash upwards. The main purpose of using Wind Flash is to successfully pass the cooldown of Voidwalk. The cooldown for Voidwalk is 360 seconds, and the duration of Wind Blast is also exactly 360 seconds. Of course, the two cannot work perfectly together, because the cooldown of Windwalk is 1800 seconds, while the duration of a Voidwalk is only 480 seconds. In order to avoid being pursued by these level 65 5-star and 6-star bosses, Jiqiu and his 6 clones tried their best to kill these high-star bosses during the 360 seconds of Wind Flash. The bloodthirsty soul-suppressing crown and divine power bracers allow Jiqiu to ignore the control skills of these powerful bosses. This is important. With their extremely high attack power, Jiqiu and his 6 clones could quickly kill any of the big bosses here under their fierce attacks. This is also very important. There is a system announcement when you kill a monster boss, but there is no announcement when you kill the tower boss. There aren't many bosses on the mountain. Most high-star bosses are just monsters. The system announcements that popped up every now and then allowed superhumans around the world to guess that Chiu from China was fighting a big boss beyond his level. This shouldn't surprise anyone too much, since everyone has already noticed that Autumn has been upgraded again. Isn't it normal for a level 61 Destiny servant to fight level 65 5-star and 6-star bosses? It's only 4 levels higher. 6 minutes later, the flash stopped. Without hesitation, Jiqiu immediately activated Voidwalking. He stopped fighting the boss and charged upwards with his 6 clones. 8 minutes later, Voidwalking went into cooldown again. At this moment, Jiqiu was at an altitude of approximately 8,500 meters. The altitude from the summit is about 1,500 meters, but the actual length of the climb is much longer than 1,500 meters. Jiqiu and his 6 clones are once again in a predicament where they are finding it difficult to move forward. The mountain walls are steep, and there aren't aren't many ordinary level 65 monsters or low-star bosses left, but there are plenty of high-star bosses. The Dark Source Shield, which was used in the first stage, has finished its cooldown, and Ji-Chio uses this ultimate skill attached to the equipment again at this time. The Dark Source Shield can also last for 360 seconds. Once this ultimate skill goes on cooldown, Ji-Chio can activate Void Walk again. The invisible pressure he was under was too great, and Ji-Chio had given up attacking the surrounding big bosses. Despite their attacks, Ji-Chio and his 6 clones simply endured them. Fortunately, the main body and 6 clones can share the damage, which prevents them from losing health too quickly. Under the protection of the Dark Source Shield, they can withstand the damage for a few minutes without any problem. If you can't withstand the damage, it's not too late to unleash other equipment and ultimate skills when you're low on health. When the Dark Source Shield went on cooldown, Ji-Chio and his 6 clones only lost 1/3 of their health. Ji-Chio once again began walking through the void. We still won't fight monsters. We'll try to reach the top of the mountain while fully recovering our health. 8 minutes flew by. Void walking went into cooldown again, and by this time Ji-Chio could clearly see the summit of the mountain. We're only about 200 meters from the summit. There are 3 level 65, 7-star bosses here, one of which is the Tower Slave boss. The first boss is a level 60, 7-star Divine Servant, Tanu. Before even reaching the summit, Ji-Chio encountered 3 level 65 7-star bosses. Wouldn't he face even more powerful gatekeeper bosses once he reached the summit? In an instant, Ji-Chio felt a terrible headache. Is it really that difficult for the Heavenly Servant to challenge the Netherworld Tower? No matter what level of challenger they are, reaching the Netherworld Tower will not be easy. They will encounter great trouble and may even risk losing their lives. Under normal circumstances, Ji-Chio would have no fear of a level 65 7-star boss, but the situation he is currently facing is not normal. He and his 6 clones were under immense, invisible pressure. He can only move at a very slow speed, and even his attack speed is greatly reduced, which undoubtedly weakens his overall combat power. Even with his 8 divine armor pieces, Ji-Chio couldn't withstand the attacks of 3 level 65 7-star bosses for long. Although it can kill monsters and slow down the rate at which the main body and 6 clones lose health through the lifesteal attribute of the Blade of Ruin, the lifesteal attribute is also weakened due to the reduced attack speed. Ji-Chio unleashed the ultimate move attached to the Dragon Scale armor without hesitation, Dragon Soul Coiling. After the Dragon Scale armor evolves once, the duration of the Dragon Soul coiling around it reaches 360 seconds. In those 6 minutes, Ji-Chio and his 6 clones failed to kill any of the major bosses, but they did manage to bring the 2 monster bosses to near death multiple times and force them to use more than one powerful attack. The coiled dragon spirit allowed Ji-Chio to hold on for another 6 minutes. Void Walk cooldown is over. Ji-Chio immediately released this SSS level superpower. As his main body and 6 clones disappeared, he was no longer under tremendous invisible pressure. Ji-Chio certainly wouldn't give up on killing the 2 monster bosses who were already at their last gasp. After all, they are all 7-star bosses, and bosses of this level are likely to drop divine equipment. As for the 7-star Divine Servant Tower Slave boss, it can fly, so Ji-Chio cannot kill it. High-star Divine Servants can almost all fly, either because they have flight-related superpowers, flight-related skills, or powerful moves attached to their equipment. It's easy to kill elsewhere, but not on this mountain. During the previous mountain climbing process, Ji-Chio failed to kill any level 65 Divine Servant Tower Slave. He only killed monster bosses, so he was still level 61. In his void walking state, Ji-Chio quickly reduced the 2 level 65 7-star monster bosses to near death again. At the critical moment, they actually fled to the mountaintop. Ji-Chio, along with his 6 clones, naturally crossed the final 200 meters and followed them to the top of the mountain. There is a magnificent stone palace on the top of the mountain. 2 low-health 7-star bosses crashed open the gate of the stone hall and then hid inside. Ji-Chio could naturally guess that to pass the second test, he had to solve the possible trials within the stone hall. Without any hesitation, Ji-Chio led his 6 clones through the gate of the stone hall and chased them into the hall. The stone hall was completely empty. There are several stone steps at the bottom of the wall directly opposite the gate. At the top of the stone steps is a large stone chair. A level 65 boss sits atop a stone chair. A divine servant destined to become a slave of the tower. HP 23.6 million. Even the heavenly servant has become a slave to the tower? Ji-Chio was surprised. The divine servant of destiny must be very strong. Whether it's superpowers or equipment, they should be top-notch, and their survival abilities shouldn't be bad either. As long as they are careful enough, they shouldn't perish in the Netherworld Divine Tower. However, Ji-Chio, who was also a heavenly servant, had already experienced firsthand how dangerous and difficult the trials of this level of the Netherworld Tower were. In the first level, the Sea of Blood, if you don't know how to accumulate Netherworld Death Chi as soon as possible and can't withstand the infiltration and erosion of Netherworld Death Chi, you will directly become a slave of the tower. The second level, with its high mountains, is even more difficult. Ji-Chio possessed 8 divine pieces of equipment, along with 6 6 clones. He also had to rely on the various powerful skills attached to his equipment and activate Void Walk several times before finally reaching the mountaintop. Those heavenly servant who are weaker than him may indeed not be able to pass this test. Moreover, there might be a third or even a fourth level. This heavenly servant Tanu boss can't see me now and can't attack me. I'll take care of the 2 7-star bosses who just hit here. The Void Walk duration has 370 seconds left. That's enough. Ji Chio, along with his 6 clones, continued to attack the 2 7-star bosses inside the stone hall. Soon, Ji Chio was frustrated to discover that although the 2 7-star bosses no longer had their ultimate moves that quickly restored their health, the heavenly servant Tanu would continuously release healing skills, allowing them to recover health at an extremely fast speed. It restores health based on a percentage of total health, recovers 20% health in one go. If it were cast on an ordinary superhuman, a 20% health recovery wouldn't be much, but if it were cast on 2 level 65 7-star bosses, it could restore millions of health points instantly. The 7-star boss also has a high level of automatic health regeneration. This healing skill has a very short cooldown. It can be used about once every 5 seconds. It's obvious that a 7-star cooling gem was used to shorten the cooldown time. Ji Chio once used a 6-star cooling gem to reduce the cooldown time of God's Wrath Source Force Slash from 120 seconds to 30 seconds. If it's a 7-star cooldown gem, the cooldown time of God's Wrath Source Force Slash will be reduced to about 10 seconds. The opponent is no longer a superhuman, but a powerful boss of destiny level whose every aspect has been greatly enhanced, including skill cooldown time. Using such a powerful healing skill must consume a lot of one's own source energy. Therefore, Ji Chio can continue to attack these 2 7-star bosses, which will quickly deplete the source power of the heavenly servant Tanu. The problem is, can we deplete the source power of that heavenly servant Tanu to an unbearable level within the duration of the Void Walk? If not, then there will be big trouble. Ji Chio certainly wouldn't dare to gamble. After all, there is another, more reliable option. First, take down that heavenly servant, Tanu. This choice also has a problem. After killing the heavenly servant Tanu, Ji Chio doesn't have time to kill the 2 7-star bosses in the Stone Palace. It's a real pity that we couldn't kill those 2 7-star bosses even though we had brought them to low health several times. It's wiser to clear the level smoothly than to defeat 2 7-star bosses. Therefore, Ji Chio led his 6 clones to attack the heavenly servant, Tanu. The gatekeeper boss only saw the 2 7-star bosses being attacked continuously, but never saw the challenger, and had no idea how to deal with it. The only thing you can do is keep healing yourself. With the combined healing from skills, equipment, and the boss's attribute mechanics, you can recover over 5 million health every 5 seconds. Ji Chio and his 6 clones can deal an average of 900,000 damage per second, and about 4.5 million damage every 5 seconds. This was the first time Ji Chio had encountered such an awkward situation. Under his and his clones' fierce attack, the opponent's health regeneration rate was faster than its health loss rate. If it hadn't become a tower slave boss and received a huge boost in all aspects, this divine servant wouldn't be able to withstand so much damage. If he were that powerful, he wouldn't have become a slave to the tower. In order to kill this destiny level boss during the Void Walk, Ji Chio unleashed the ultimate move attached to the Chain of Thunder punishment, Wrath of the Evil God. As soon as Ji Chio entered the 3rd level of the Netherworld Tower, which is at the priest level, all his superpowers, skills, and equipment attached ultimate moves instantly ended their cooldowns and could be released again. The 3rd level of the Divine Servant level Netherworld Tower might also be like that. Therefore, Ji Chio doesn't need to hold back his ultimate move. Of course, even if necessary, the current situation must be considered. The Wrath of the Evil God is unleashed. Ji Chio and his 6 clones all unleashed dazzling, menacing light. The malevolent light solidified into a tall, phantom image of an evil god, exuding a ferocious, violent, and incomparably powerful aura. Ji Chio and his 6 clones immediately experienced a surge in combat power. The Wrath of the Evil God lasts for 360 seconds. There are 330 seconds left for Void Walk. With the blessing of the Wrath of the Evil God, Ji Chio and his 6 clones were able to deal an average of 1.35 million damage per second. On average, it can deal approximately 6.75 million damage every 5 seconds. The opponent regenerates approximately 5 million health points every 5 seconds. In this way, the opponent will lose 1.75 million health points every 5 seconds. The opponent had 23.6 million health points, and was reduced to low health in just 1 minute. Like all big bosses, this Destiny Servant Tanu will unleash a powerful attack when he is low on health, instantly restoring him to full health and significantly increasing his total health. Even so, it probably won't last until the end of Ji Chio's Wrath of the Evil God. The super fast health regeneration is due to the skill, and the Divine Servant also possesses powerful superpowers. This Divine Servant Tanu wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die. As his health was fully restored, he unleashed his superpower, Demon Summoning. This is an SSS level superpower. It's even more advanced than the Soul Summoning awakened by my favorite Jasmine Tea, because this superpower allows you to summon powerful demons anytime, anywhere. Soul summoning requires defeating a boss and obtaining its soul mark before the boss can be summoned, and the summoned boss does not possess the expected strength. Unlike demon summoning, the demons summoned by this superpower will have the corresponding level of power. Similarly, the level and number of demons that this superpower can summon will increase as the superpower user's level and rank increase, so it was a summoning superpower that was awakened. No wonder it has such a powerful group healing ability. Jichio understood. After completing the 6-star priest mission, the character who loves Jasmine Tea obtained the Great Rain technique, and this destiny servant Tanu should have had a similar experience. This is a specific mechanism in God Lord. The rewards for various tasks are usually more suitable for superhumans who complete the tasks. The divine servant Tanu summoned 10 powerful demons, but unfortunately they were of little use at this time. Jichio will not attack them. Just keep attacking that heavenly servant, Tanu. If Jichio were not in the state of walking in the void, or if other divine servants with superpowers came to challenge the level, those 10 powerful demons could pose a great threat. That day, the god of destiny, Tanu, wanted the 10 demons he summoned to help share the damage, but Jichio would not grant his wish. However, the fact that one of the summoned demons could also heal the heavenly servant Tanu brought a slight change to the situation between the two sides. That demon's healing speed wasn't fast. It could only heal the heavenly servant Tanu for 30,000 points per second. Actually, 30,000 HP per second isn't a small amount, but it seems a bit lacking compared to Jichio and his 6 clones' overwhelming attack power. Heals 30,000 HP per second and 150,000 HP every 5 seconds. That day, the divine servant Tanu was still losing 1.6 million HP every 5 seconds. Low health once per minute. With the ultimate skill that can instantly restore full health, the blessing of the gods, and all the skills that should be used, the heavenly fate servant Tanu really managed to hold on until the end of Jichio's void walk. At this moment, this powerful boss has fallen to a critical health state for the 5th time. The wrath of the evil god has only 30 seconds left. The final boss still has over 7 million HP. With the blessing of the wrath of the evil god, Jichio and his 6 clones can deplete the opponent's remaining health in just 25 seconds. Inside the stone hall, besides the heavenly servant Tanu, there are 2 7-star bosses and 10 summoned powerful demons. With such a lineup, it's a pipe dream for Jichio and his 6 clones to hold out for 25 seconds. More importantly, the invisible pressure inside the stone hall was extremely strong, and Jichio and his 6 clones' movement and attack speeds were greatly reduced. In such a situation, it is simply impossible to withstand the opponent's attack head-on. Thankfully, Wind Flash's cooldown is over. As Voidwalk entered its cooldown phase, Jichio decisively unleashed Wind Flash. Wind Flash and Wrath of the Evil God are not contradictory. Jichio and his 6 clones kept flashing around the heavenly fate god servant Tanu, attacking as they flashed. Each Wind Flash will cause the opponent's attack to miss, and frequent Wind Flashes will also make it impossible to lock onto the attack target. 30 seconds passed quickly. The Wrath of the Evil God is now on cooldown. Because the use of Wind Flash reduced the attack frequency of Jichio and his 6 clones, the immense pressure caused their attack speed to decrease. They could have depleted the remaining health of the heavenly fate god servant Tanu in 25 seconds, but it took them 30 seconds to achieve this goal. The storm isn't over yet. Jichio then used the sacrifice of his lifespan to invoke the protection of the gods. There was no other way. The opponent's health regeneration speed was too fast. Jichio had to rely on powerful ultimate skills to make the opponent lose health. The ultimate skills that come with level 66-star or 7-star equipment are not powerful enough at this time. After becoming a divine servant, Jichio used the divine protection for the first time, sacrificing a full 100 years of his lifespan in one go. However, the divine protection he received was stronger than the wrath of the evil god. This compensates for the overall decrease in combat power caused by the reduction in attack speed. Another 10 seconds or so passed, and finally, the divine servant Tanu of destiny collapsed. The 10 summoned demons then disappeared automatically. The corpse of the slain divine servant Tanu emitted a large amount of pure and powerful source energy. As he lay dying, the Tanu boss seemed to regain his senses and uttered something that Jichio couldn't understand at all. Damn it, 100 years of lifespan was only exchanged for a burst of power in a dozen seconds. While cursing inwardly, Jichio quickly began to strip the equipment off the heavenly fate god servant, Tanu. There's no time to kill those 2 level 65, 7-star bosses. After only managing to remove 2 pieces of equipment, Jichio's vision became completely blurry. At this moment, Jichio leveled up to level 64. As his vision gradually cleared, Jichio didn't rush to observe his surroundings, nor did he rush to look at the 2 pieces of equipment he had just stripped off. Instead, he first checked his superpowers, skills, and the cooldown time of the ultimate skill attached to his equipment. As expected, everything that was cooling down was prematurely shut down. Jichio secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's to be expected. After all, the Netherworld Tower is only testing those who attempt it, not necessarily killing them. It won't leave them no way out. Jichio then focused his gaze on the surrounding scenery. The third level of the Divine Servant level Netherworld Tower is a magnificent city. The city has tall and thick city walls. It stretches for tens of miles in both directions. The entire city was built on the top of a mountain. The mountains are not ordinary mountains, but are made up of countless bones. The stench of corpses and the aura of death permeated the city, making one want to vomit. At this moment, Ji Qiu and his 6 clones stood at the city gate of this great city. Looking up, they could see a stone plaque above the city gate. The stone plaque is inscribed with the 3 large characters Ghost King City. What I see is Ghost King City written in Chinese. If powerful figures from other countries on Earth came here, they would see the script of their own country. The same applies to powerful individuals from other civilizations coming here. Ji Qiu knew that the language and script used in different countries and even different civilizations were different. This includes the text on the system panel and the language of system notification sounds. The challenge to pass the third level is obviously in the city. Before entering the city, Ji Qiu naturally wanted to take a look at the 2 pieces of equipment he had just taken from the heavenly fate god servant Tanu. A divine piece of equipment, a level 65 7-star item. Whether it's looting the equipment of normal superhuman enemies or looting the equipment of the tower slave boss in the Netherworld Tower, Ji Qiu already has a wealth of experience. To avoid the equipment he stripped from being the same type as his own divine gear, he deliberately stripped a belt and a bracelet from the divine servant Tanu in the second level. Protective belt, evolvable 3-star artifact, physical attack plus 199, elemental attack plus 199, physical defense plus 999, elemental resistance plus 899, poison resistance plus 899, evil resistance plus 899, evasion plus 199, auto regeneration plus 6000, bonus defense increase of 50%, requires level 55. This 3-star divine equipment has not been evolved. It should be a reward that the Destiny Servant Tanu received after completing the Destiny Servant mission. Its physical and elemental attacks are far inferior to other 3-star divine equipment of the same level, but its attributes show that it focuses on defense. Its defensive attributes are significantly higher than those of the Wind God Boots and Blood Fiend Soul Suppressing Crown, both level 55 3-star artifacts, and it also has 6,000 points of automatic health regeneration. It grants a 50% increase in defense, not only physical defense but also all resistances. Wearing the protective belt didn't increase Ji Qiu's attack power, but it undoubtedly made him more resilient. Ji Qiu already possessed extremely high defensive attributes, and the protective belt provided a continuous, non-cooling down increase in defense by 50%, making his overall defensive power reach an almost abnormal level. Even without considering the lifesteal effect of the Blade of Destruction, Ji Qiu can now automatically regenerate 12,000 health points per second. This is also an incredibly awesome attribute. 9 divine armors. Ji Qiu was extremely excited. As for the level 65 7-star bracelet, Ji Qiu hadn't reached level 65 yet, so he couldn't wear it and hadn't looked at its attributes in detail. Right now, it's best not to waste any time. The shorter the time it takes to complete the level, the richer the reward. Without further delay, Ji Qiu led his 6 clones through the city gate and entered Ghost King City. There are many monsters in the city. They were all ghostly monsters surrounded by malevolent energy and filled with deathly aura. There are ghosts and vengeful spirits, zombies of various levels, and even some tower slave bosses. Ghost King City, there's probably a Ghost King boss in the city, and the Ghost King boss that exists should be the gatekeeper boss. Ji Qiu didn't deliberately fight monsters, instead, he searched the city as quickly as possible. Those superhumans on Earth who like to keep an eye on the rankings have already noticed that Qiu suddenly jumped from level 61 to level 64. The news spread very quickly. Yes, as we can see from the previous system announcement, that Qiu killed quite a few level 65 bosses, but he leveled up 3 times in a short period of time, which is just too ridiculous. You have to know that he was already above level 60. How could he possibly level up so quickly? The bottom of China is absolutely amazing. Our country's highest level is only 40, so China is really far ahead now. Baka, can't the system detect that he's cheating? Autumn God is awesome. My dad is a high-ranking official in France. He heard from people in the Chinese government that you can encounter alien players on certain special maps. If you kill an alien player, you will obtain a portion of their source power. The Chinese player Qiu achieved his rapid leveling speed by killing alien players. Do extraterrestrial civilizations really exist? Look, another system announcement says Qiu has secured the first kill on the boss. Ji Qiu is searching for the gatekeeper boss in Ghost King City. This large city is crisscrossed by more than a dozen wide streets. Each street is lined with rows of traditional style buildings. On the streets and inside various buildings, monsters and bosses of levels 60 to 75 can be seen everywhere. There are also tower slave bosses, but in smaller numbers. If Ji Qiu can't find the final boss guarding the gate, he'll kill any high-star boss he encounters. Therefore, system announcements about him achieving the first kill of the boss began to appear frequently. There's a level 75 star level boss. Ji Qiu was very surprised surprised, but there was no fear whatsoever. Level 75 monsters are considered Divine Servant level, but only level 80 monsters are Divine Messenger level. When Jiqiu had 7 Divine Equipment pieces, he was almost invincible below the level of a Divine Envoy. Now that he has reached level 65 and has an additional 2-star Divine Equipment piece and a 3-star Divine Equipment piece, he can be considered invincible below the level of a Divine Envoy. Even a level 75, 7-star boss can be killed. I've made a huge commotion and searched the entire city, but I haven't found the Gatekeeper boss at all. After spending half an hour in Ghost King City, Jiqiu killed many bosses, but he neither found the Gatekeeper boss nor obtained any clues to pass the level. This is really uncomfortable. It's like having so much energy but nowhere to release it. Could it be that, like the Divine Servant level title quests, the final boss is hiding in a hidden map? Or like the first level, where you need to trigger some special condition to bring out the final boss? Just as Jiqiu was deep in thought, suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from all 4 corners of Ghost King City. Jiqiu immediately activated his source power wings and flew into the air to assess the situation from a high vantage point. He discovered that a tall figure had appeared at each of the 4 corners of Ghost King City. Each tall figure had a long health bar above its head, and the powerful aura they exuded made the entire Ghost King City tremble. For Ghost King bosses? It was only then that I realized that if I wanted to lure out the Gatekeeper boss of Ghost King City, I needed to stay inside Ghost King City for half an hour. To his surprise, the 4 Ghost Kings that had just appeared were not high-level 75 bosses, but level 80 bosses. Divine Envoy level boss. Actually, if you think about it carefully, it's not hard to understand why a god-level boss appears in this level. You should know that the 3rd level of the Netherworld Tower, which is at the Priest level, has a powerful boss at the Servant level. To conquer the Netherworld Tower, you need not only the strength to challenge opponents of higher levels, but also those of higher ranks. For Demon King bosses, they are all level 80, 6-star, with 50 million HP. The final boss of the 3rd level of the Netherworld Tower, which is of the Priest level, is a 6-star Divine Servant who has become a slave to the tower, but there is only one. At this moment, the 4 Netherworld Ghost Kings charged towards Jiqiu together. Along with them came an even denser and purer aura of death from the underworld. Jiqiu was very familiar with this ghostly death aura because he had experienced it firsthand in the Sea of Blood during the 1st level. No matter how high your resistance to evil, you can't stop this ghostly death aura from possessing you. When this ghostly death energy accumulates to a certain level, it will seep into the body and begin to erode the physical body. In Ghost King City, no big boss will help Jiqiu devour the surrounding Netherworld death chi. Regardless of whether there is enough time, facing 4 level 86 star bosses and the surging tide of Netherworld death chi, Jiqiu must activate Voidwalk. The original body and its 6 clones have vanished. While entering the Voidwalking state, Jiqiu also used the Dragon Soul coiling around the Dragon Scale armor. Without using any special abilities, Jiqiu and his 6 clones can deal an average of 900,000 damage per second. With the blessing of the coiled Dragon Soul, this value increased to 1.2 million points. 50 million HP seems like a lot, but it can only last for less than a minute. Jiqiu and his 6 clones naturally had to take the approach of defeating them one by one, without spreading their attack power. They first focused their fire on one of the Netherworld Ghost Kings. The 4 Netherworld Ghost Kings have different appearances and names, and it is estimated that they each have different boss skills and mechanics. They just have the same amount of health. The first to be attacked was the Netherworld Rakshasa Ghost King. As a level 80, 6-star boss, its health regeneration speed is extremely fast. Even with the combined attack power of Jiqiu and his 6 clones, it took them a full 30 seconds to bring it to low health. It uses its ultimate skill to heal itself, and at the same time, the healing speed and health points increased dramatically. It took Jiqiu another 50 seconds to bring it back to near death. It unleashed another powerful move, akin to divine protection, instantly restoring its health to full. At the same time, it began to devour the Netherworld Death Chi within Ghost King City, and the other 3 Ghost King bosses also began to infuse it with Netherworld Death Chi. For the Netherworld Ghost King within Ghost King City, frantically devouring Netherworld Death Chi is also a way to quickly replenish health. Damn, dealing with 4 Demon Kings at the same time is really difficult. Jiqiu felt a headache and was depressed. The Netherworld Rakshasa Ghost King, who had just reached full health, was regenerating at an astonishing rate of 500,000 health points per second. Even with the blessing of the Dragon Soul coiling around them, Jiqiu and his 6 clones could only deal an average of 700,000 damage per second. This time, it withstood the attack for a full 100 seconds before the Netherworld Rakshasa Ghost King was reduced to a state of near death. The duration of Voidwalk is 480 seconds, and 180 seconds have already passed. We haven't even killed a single Ghost King boss. Therefore, it is impossible to kill all 4 Netherworld Ghost Kings within the duration of the Voidwalk. Based on past experience, Divine Messengers, Superhumans, or Divine Messenger level bosses all have a special and powerful mechanism, Divine Source Infusion. The so-called Divine Empowerment refers to receiving the blessing of divine energy by sacrificing one's lifespan. Divine Source is an energy that only gods can possess, a level higher than source power. The divine initiation of the divine messenger is similar to the divine protection of the divine servant. The difference is that the power of divine source initiation is stronger. With the blessing of divine source energy, divine envoy superhumans or divine envoy level bosses will temporarily possess some of the power of gods. Divine protection only significantly enhances various attributes and overall strength, but it cannot achieve a qualitative leap. When the Netherworld Rakshasa Ghost King fell into a state of near death for the third time, it used the divine source infusion. As a monster boss, its lifespan is extremely long, so sacrificing its lifespan is completely irrelevant. A colorful beam of light suddenly appeared above the head of the Netherworld Rakshasa Ghost King. The colorful beam of light quickly disappeared, and the Netherworld Rakshasa Ghost King was covered in a layer of colorful light. Its aura surged, and the powerful fluctuations brought by the divine source shook the entire Ghost King city. Its health was instantly restored to full and increased to 100 million points. However, in this state, it can no longer replenish its health by absorbing the death energy of the underworld. The other three Ghost Kings were also unable to accelerate its health regeneration by infusing it with nether death energy. Because its body is filled with divine energy, other energies of lower grade than divine energy cannot be injected into its body. Even so, it automatically regenerates 200,000 health points per second. Its overall combat power has more than doubled, and the ultimate moves or skills it unleashes with the divine source are incredibly powerful. Unfortunately, it has no target to attack and can only passively take hits. Its movement speed and evasion attributes have also been greatly improved, which is helpful for it at this time. It took Jiqiu and his 6 clones another 180 seconds to kill the Netherworld Rakshasa Ghost King. At this moment, the Dragon Soul Coil entered its cooldown phase, and Voidwalk only had 120 seconds left. During the duration of a single Voidwalk, let alone killing 4 Netherworld Ghost Kings, it's impossible to even kill 2. The remaining 2 minutes are simply not enough to kill another Ghost King. Even if it's enough, after killing 1 more Ghost King, there will still be 2 more Ghost Kings. Without the invincible state of Voidwalking, facing 2 Ghost Kings at the same time, as well as various bosses of all sizes in the city, I, with my 9 divine armor, can't hold out for long. What to do? As Jiqiu pondered, he quickly picked up the items dropped by the Netherworld Rakshasa Ghost King. God's announcement: congratulations to the Chinese superhuman show for achieving the first kill of the level 80, 6-star boss, the Netherworld Rakshasa Ghost King. The superhumans of Earth, who had long been numb to similar announcements, were shocked once again. No way? They can even kill a level 80, 6-star boss? This cheating is a bit too blatant. I think it's quite normal. After all, Joe just killed level 70 and 75-star level bosses. This gap is truly despair-inducing. After Jiqiu picked up the items, he did not attack any more Netherworld Ghost Kings. While the void travel was still ongoing, he led his 6 clones out of Ghost King City and returned to the city gate they had come from. He estimated that the Ghost King boss could only move within the city and could not leave the city. Even if they were able to leave the city, they might not know that they should leave to search for those attempting to break through the barrier. Jiqiu was unsure whether the Netherworld Rakshasa Ghost King, which he had previously killed, would respawn when he re-entered Ghost King City. Normally, no, because the more powerful the boss, the longer the respawn time. Low-level bosses only respawn once every 2 hours, while high-level, high-star bosses often respawn every month. As Jiqiu had predicted, the remaining 3 Netherworld Ghost Kings did not manage to break out of Ghost King City. Even though Voidwalking was on cooldown, Jiqiu and his 6 clones were no longer invisible, and no ordinary monsters or bosses left the city. This shouldn't be a bug, but rather a glimmer of hope for the players, or a usable mechanism to pass the level. It's not exactly a sliver of hope left unsaid. If you can't kill the Ghost King boss in the city, hiding outside the city is useless. You'll still die after 24 hours. Jiqiu pondered this in secret. In fact, he was not afraid of failure. After all, he had a clone left in the Whoever Guild's territory. He won't truly perish because he failed the challenge. If you fail to pass the test in the Netherworld Tower, you will either lose your life or become a slave to the tower. There is no other punishment, because death or becoming a slave to the tower is already the greatest punishment. Especially becoming a slave to the tower, losing one's self-awareness, and turning into a killing machine, only waiting for other challengers to kill you, is even more terrifying than dying directly. Only superhumans like Jiqiu, who have awakened their external avatars, can escape the punishment for failing the challenge. The difficulty of clearing the Netherworld Tower is constantly adjusted based on the strength demonstrated by the challengers. First, the first level is set based on the challenger's rank and title, then the second level is set based on the challenger's performance in the first level. The Heavenly Servant, whose overall combat strength is not particularly strong, will probably only encounter 1 Ghost King boss when he arrives in Ghost King City. If all the divine servants of destiny have to go through the same difficulties as me, the failure rate would be far too high. It would be good if 1 out of 100 divine servants could successfully pass the test. Jiqiu was able to conclude that all the civilizations covered by gods and lords must have had many divine officials and divine servants. The total number of players in the entire God Duke game must be an astonishing astronomical figure. Shortly after arriving outside the city gate, the Void Walk ability entered its cooldown phase. While waiting, Jichio looked at the items dropped by the Netherworld Rakshasa Ghost King. The first boss kill certificate is essential. 80,007 star source coins, 7 pieces of level 86 star equipment and 2 pieces of level 87 star equipment. Jichio is still far from level 80 and has little interest in these top tier level 80 equipment items. A bottle blessed by the gods. There's also a skills book. Netherworld source power spell, an evil divine skill that greatly enhances one's evil attacks by consuming one's own source power. If the source power supply is sufficient, it can continue indefinitely. Cooldown time, 600 seconds. Minimum learning level, 55. Jichio's main focus is melee combat, and he has not awakened any evil superpowers, so this skill is clearly not very suitable for him to learn. However, the Wrath of the Evil God attached to the Chain of Thunder punishment and the evil soul-stealing strike attached to the Void Ring are both evil attacks. Casting the Netherworld source power spell will also enhance the ultimate skills attached to these two equipment, so Jichio learned this evil divine skill without hesitation. Congratulations on successfully learning the Netherworld source power spell. This skill consumes a significant amount of source power, so please use it with caution. While unleashing the wrath of the demon, Jichio will also cast the Netherworld source power spell, which will greatly boost his combat power. Moreover, the probability of triggering evil spirit soul stealing will increase, and once evil spirit soul stealing is triggered, the time the opponent is in a dazed state will also be longer. The blessings of the gods are not needed for the time being. After waiting for 6 minutes, the cooldown of Voidwalk ended, and Jichio led his 6 clones back into Ghost King City. Inside the city, the remaining 3 Netherworld Ghost Kings still exude overwhelming ferocity. A thick aura of death and gloom enveloped the entire city. Fortunately, the Netherworld Rakshasa Ghost King that was killed did not respawn. Jichio activated his Voidwalk ability and charged towards the Netherworld Yaksha Ghost King. First, reduce the Ghost King boss to low health and then wait for it to unleash its ultimate move. Jichio then simultaneously casts the Netherworld Source Power Curse and the Wrath of the Evil God. The Wrath of the Evil God was already stronger than the Coiling Dragon Soul, and with the blessing of the Netherworld Source Power Curse, Jichio and his 6 clones' attack power increased dramatically compared to when they were dealing with the Netherworld Rakshasa Ghost King. During the 6 minutes of the Wrath of the Evil God, Jichio first killed the Netherworld Yaksha Ghost King and then killed the Netherworld Azura Ghost King. God's announcement: congratulations to the Chinese superhuman show for achieving the first kill of the level 80 6-star boss, the Netherworld Yaksha Ghost King. God's announcement: congratulations to the Chinese superhuman show for achieving the first kill of the level 80 6-star boss, Netherworld Azura Ghost King. Jichio picked up the items dropped by the 2 Ghost King bosses and, taking advantage of the 2 minutes left before he could use Voidwalk, hid outside the city gate again. We have a few more level 87 star equipment pieces and more than a dozen level 86 star equipment pieces. Unfortunately, Jichio's level is too low to wear it. However, once he reaches level 80, he'll definitely be decked out in top tier gear. 160,000 7-star source coins. There's also a 7-star evil gem. This evil gem is most cost effective when used on divine gear with relatively low evil resistance. If used on the bloodthirsty soul suppressing crown with 999 evil resistance, or on the protective belt with 899 evil resistance, it won't increase their evil resistance at all. It will only add an evil type ultimate skill. Jichio reviewed the evil resistance of all his divine equipment and ultimately chose to use the 7-star evil gem he had just obtained on the divine power bracers. Are you sure you want to consume one 7-star evil gem and 100,000 5-star source coins to add the evil attribute to your divine power bracers? Jichio clicked OK. Congratulations on successfully adding the evil attribute to your divine power bracers. Divine power bracers: evolvable 2-star artifact, physical attack plus 299, elemental attack plus 266, physical defense plus 499, elemental resistance plus 399, poison resistance plus 399, evil resistance plus 799, accuracy plus 59, 15% chance to trigger critical hit, grants unbound, 15% chance to trigger deathly aura corrosion, requires level 55. Not only has the evil resistance been increased from 359 to 799, but attacks have also been given the ability to trigger death aura erosion. A 15% trigger probability may not seem high, but for Jichio with high attack speed, it is high enough. Once triggered, death aura corrosion will continuously reduce the target's defense and cause the target to lose its lifesteal and automatic health regeneration abilities. Jichio possesses the Blade of Destruction, which has a 100% chance of penetrating defenses. Whether the enemy's defense is reduced or not has little impact. What he values is another function of the Death Chi corrosion. The powerful healing ability of high-star bosses is truly a headache. However, it only loses possesses the ability to suck life and automatically regenerate health. If the target's ultimate skill has the effect of instantly restoring full health, the death energy erosion cannot stop it. As expected of a 7-star gem, awesome. If it's a 6-star evil gem, the probability of triggering death energy erosion should be 10%. The 5-star evil gem adds the evil soul-stealing effect to the void ring, but only has a 5% trigger probability. After the void ring evolves, the trigger probability of evil soul-stealing increases to 10%. Jiqiu was happy that his strength had increased again, but most of the superhumans on Blue Star were not happy at all. In just a few minutes, I killed 2 more level 86 star bosses. I can't even kill mobs this fast. He's not even human. If this wasn't cheated, I'll eat 3 pounds of shit. It's a pity there's no way to report it. On Earth, superhumans from countries other than China were both angry and helpless. It's not you who's angry at someone for being awesome. Unfortunately, we can't keep up with the pace of Autumn's progress, nor can we stop Autumn's progress. Once the cooldown of Voidwalk was over, Jiqiu led his 6 clones into Ghost King City again. Only one Ghost King boss remains in the city, the King of the Underworld. It is also an 80-level, 6-star boss, and is no stronger than the other 3 Ghost Kings. It doesn't receive the Netherworld death energy from the other Ghost Kings, and it always loses its ability to regenerate health, making it much weaker than the other 3 Ghost Kings. The only thing that caused Jiqiu some trouble was that it had a powerful move that could transform into the darkness. This ultimate move is somewhat similar to the SS level superpower Shadow Stealth. Shadow Stealth is becoming one with the shadows, while becoming the night is completely merging into the darkness. Fortunately, the Netherworld Night Demon King only remained in the darkness for 360 seconds. After its ultimate skill ends, Jiqiu's Voidwalk will have 100 seconds left. When Voidwalking went into cooldown, the Netherworld Night Demon King was once again low on health, and then cast Divine Source Infusion. Jiqiu then unleashed the ultimate skill attached to the Wind God Boots, Wind Flash. God's announcement: congratulations to the Chinese superhuman Xiu for achieving the first kill of the level 86 star boss, the Netherworld Dark Knight Ghost King. Before the storm had even ended, the last Ghost King boss in Ghost King City was killed. Jiqiu only obtained the source power dropped by the Netherworld Dark Knight Ghost King, and failed to collect the other items it dropped. Honorable Divine Servant, congratulations on passing the Divine Servant level test of the Netherworld Divine Tower. Your total time was 3 hours, 10 minutes, and 6 seconds, ranking second among all civilizations. The completion reward has been credited to your system inventory. As the system notification sounded, Jiqiu was also sent back to the Who Cares Guild's headquarters. Even the Netherworld Tower at the Divine Servant level only has 3 trials, there is no 4th. Before the 4 Ghost King bosses appeared, Jiqiu stayed in Ghost King City for half an hour, fighting many bosses. He then killed the 4 Ghost King bosses, which allowed him to reach level 65. Jiqiu stepped out of the 5-star teleportation array and quickly returned to the temple, where he began to check his completion rewards. Death's Bracelet, evolvable 4-star artifact, physical attack plus 699, elemental attack plus 699, physical defense plus 599, elemental resistance plus 899, poison resistance plus 899, evil resistance plus 1399, accuracy plus 99, critical hit increase 150% with death harvest effect, requires level 55. 4-star divine equipment. That's incredibly awesome. Jiqiu couldn't help but exclaim again, the Netherworld Tower is truly a wonderful place. This proves the old saying, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Compared to the 3-star divine equipment Bloodthirsty Soul Suppressing Crown, the Death God's Bracelet has 330 more physical attack points. Of course, bracelet equipment does have more offensive attributes than helmet equipment. Helmet equipment usually focuses on defensive attributes, and the Bloodfiend Soul Suppressing Crown has 200 more points of physical defense than the Death God's Bracelet. The Death Bracelet has extremely high resistances in all areas, especially against evil. These are not important. Most importantly, critical hit chances increased by 150%. If a critical hit used to deal 1000 damage, it can now deal 2500 damage. This is a significant boost to combat power. A superhuman with a high hit rate will have over 90% of their attacks hitting vital points. And there's also a powerful additional move, Death Harvest. It doesn't help improve combat power, but it greatly helps with leveling up. It has no cooldown time and no duration limit, which means it is permanently effective. After equipping the Death Bracelet, any superhuman killed by Jiqiu, whether from Earth or other civilizations, will release at least 1/3 of their source power. Any monster killed by Jiqiu will release twice the amount of source energy it should have released. In layman's terms, it's permanent double experience. This can stack with the permanent double experience from the Divine Servant. In other words, Jiqiu gets 4 times the experience even without going to any special maps. Jiqiu felt that she no longer needed to worry about the slow leveling speed. We already have 10 pieces of divine equipment. My entire outfit is only missing leg guards to complete its full gear. Full divine equipment is just another starting point. point. In the future, we will also evolve the star rating of all divine equipment. A full set of 4-star divine gear. Besides the death bracelet, the other rewards for completing the game are also quite good. 500,000 7-star source coins, 1 advanced superpower enhancement scroll, and 1 top-tier superpower enhancement scroll. 2 bottles of divine blessings, and 1 bottle of the blessing of the underworld god. A skills book. A special item called Netherworld Concealment. Jichio's 2 superpowers are both top tier, so she naturally doesn't need advanced superpower enhancement scrolls. At this moment, her beloved Jasmine T is leveling up by fighting monsters in the underworld. Jichio sends her an advanced superpower enhancement scroll through a remote transaction with a friend. However, she needs to return to the cultural park and find the crystal NPC to upgrade her soul summoning to the highest level. Jichio also needs to find that crystal NPC to upgrade his Voidwalker avatar to a higher level. Jichio didn't wait and left the guild's headquarters directly, heading towards the city. He now has 3 bottles of divine blessing, none of which he needs at the moment. The same applies to the blessing bestowed by the underworld god. Jichio's divine gear is all level 55. If he evolves it, he won't be able to wear it anymore. That skill book can be learned directly. Netherworld Divine Eyes, a divine skill of vision. By consuming one's own source energy, it grants the eyes the ability to see through disguises and concealment. Cooldown time, 600 seconds. Minimum learning level, 55. That's an awesome skill. Seeing through a disguise is useful, but understanding what is hidden is even more useful. Seeing through concealment includes seeing through invisibility. After learning about the Netherworld Eye, Jichio looked at that special item again, the Netherworld Concealment. It's a black badge. According to the system introduction, wearing this badge can hide all your personal information. When initiating an attack, the character's name will not be displayed, and when being attacked, the health bar will not be shown. To other superhumans, the wearer of this badge is nothing more than a black cloud of mist. Furthermore, wearing this badge will not appear on the ranking leaderboard. Jichio didn't really care whether it would appear on the ranking list, but the other functions of the Netherworld Concealment were quite useful and interesting, so Jichio wore it on his chest. He wanted to test whether the shadowless concealment technique would work on those powerful NPCs. He soon arrived at the cultural park in Zhengzhou City and walked up to the crystal NPC. Senior, I would like to ask you to help me upgrade one of my superpowers, which has already reached its peak. Chapter 117. The cheater finally got his comeuppance. You got the top-tier superpower enhancement scroll so quickly? The crystal NPC's tone held a hint of surprise. The Netherworld Concealment badge. It seems you've cleared the Netherworld Tower at the Divine Servant level. Not bad at all. Your future is limitless. Thank you for your trouble, Senior. Jichio took out the top-tier superpower enhancement scroll that he had just acquired. At the same time, he was amazed that this crystal NPC could see the Netherworld god's emblem he was wearing. It was indeed very powerful. He must be at least a god-level powerhouse. Don't mention it, I do charge you after all. The crystal NPC took the top-tier superpower enhancement scroll from Jichio's hand. Same as always, 40% off. I'll charge you 360 years of lifespan and 24,000 7-star source coins. You have 2 SSS level top-tier superpowers. Which one will you enhance this time? An avatar. Jichio wants to reach level 80 as soon as possible, but voidwalking doesn't help much with leveling up. The crystal NPC began to infuse energy into the top-tier superpower enhancement scroll. A few seconds later, the top-tier superpower enhancement scroll shattered, and a mysterious and powerful energy sank into Jichio's body. Congratulations! Your superpower avatar has been upgraded to the initial stage of god level. Avatar, SSS level god tier, can release up to 9 clones, with a cooldown of 180 seconds. 2 more clones have appeared. Cooldown time reduced from 6 minutes to 3 minutes. If this superpower continues to improve, I won't be able to help anymore. The crystal NPC cautioned. Currently, none of the NPCs that have descended upon Blue Star can be of any help. Senior, could you please tell me how I can further improve my avatar? Jichio humbly sought guidance. I wasn't obligated to answer your question, but since you're destined for greatness, I'll tell you. The crystal NPC replied, actually, it's quite simple. Once you have a god-level beginner superpower enhancement scroll, find a crystal clan expert who is stronger than me. If they are willing to help you, you can upgrade your god-level beginner superpower to god-level intermediate. Jichio was stunned for a moment, and then asked in succession, Senior, what is your strength? Where can I find a crystal clan expert stronger than you? The crystal NPC replied, I am merely a divine general. My crystal race's powerful warriors are found throughout various civilizations of God's Lord, and in many places, you can find crystal race warriors stronger than me. Alright, I've already made an exception by telling you so much information. You can leave now. Thank you for your kind guidance, Senior. After bowing in thanks, Jichio turned and left. If you get a 40% discount and still get 360 years of lifespan, wouldn't you have to pay 900 years of lifespan if there were no discount at all? Too expensive. But it was worth it. That crystal NPC said he was a divine divine general. A divine general must be a title above gods. I wonder if it's as high as a divine marquis. Judging from his tone, it seems that even a divine general isn't such a remarkable powerhouse. It seems I still have a very long way to go. Ji Chio walked and thought. Before he even returned to the Whoever You Want Guild's headquarters, he received a series of private messages from his friends, Most Love Jasmine T and Jiangnan's #1 Heartless. The two asked the same question. Why did Ji Chio disappear from the ranking list? Generally speaking, if a superhuman who ranks high on the leaderboard suddenly disappears, it means that the superhuman has lost their life. Ji Chio replied to the two of them, saying that he had obtained a special item that could hide information and that they could rest assured. Although Ji Chio hadn't given any instructions, both the Jasmine Tea lover and the most heartless person in Jiangnan felt that this information shouldn't be easily revealed to outsiders. What Ji Chio didn't know was that his sudden disappearance from the ranking list had already caused a global sensation. Has China's autumn finally been sanctioned? It's obvious they've been caught cheating. The lightest punishment will probably be having their level reset to 0 and starting all over again, or they might even lose their lives. We told you he was cheating, but you wouldn't believe us. Now you believe us, right? Chinese people love to cheat the most. When it comes to strength, the superhumans from my great Han country are still stronger, my sir. It's also possible that he wasn't punished for cheating, but rather killed by some big boss. The system announcement shows that he had been fighting an 80-level big boss. Without that autumn, my Eagle Nation has once again become the strongest on Earth. Ha ha ha. Now my White Elephant Kingdom is invincible. Yosh, that show killed more than a dozen of our elite experts on Kai Island. It's time to settle this score. That's not right. Why hasn't the Jasmine Tea favorite disappeared from the rankings? Isn't she the beneficiary of Chio's cheat code? Her favorite Jasmine Tea is also very strong, with a high level, but without Chio, she can't carry the entire China alone. While experts from other countries were jubilant, the superhumans in China had various thoughts. I was always proud that our country had a super strong person, but it turns out he was just a cheater. What happened to the kidneys? Why did Xiaoshin disappear from the ranking list? Xiaoshin is definitely not a cheater. A game like God Duke cannot tolerate cheaters. It shouldn't be that he was punished for cheating, otherwise the Who Cares Whatever guild founded by Xiaoshin should have disappeared. But in fact, it wasn't. Whether he cheated or not, he's gone. It's not that I'm jealous, but to be honest, he's seriously disrupting the game's balance and shouldn't exist at all. Does anyone know someone who loves Jasmine Tea? Ask her what's going on. Zhangzhou Du Guild. Ji Ming had just returned from leveling up when he heard that Chiu had disappeared from the level rankings. He returned to his residence at the guild headquarters and met his parents. Dad, Mom, Ji Chiu might be gone. Upon hearing Ji Ming's words, both Ji Dahai and Lu Caixia looked puzzled. Ji Ming then offered an explanation. Come on, that Chiu from the Whoever's the Guide guild isn't Ji Chiu at all. Lu Caixia rolled her eyes. Ji Ming, stop thinking about him. Whether he is that Chiu or not, he's gone. Ji Dahai shrugged casually and continued. Ever since he blocked our contact information, he's no longer family to us. Ji Ming nodded. He felt a little regretful. If that Chiu is Ji Chiu, he might be able to curry favor with him, since they grew up together. As the older brother, it's my duty to take care of my younger brother. Ji Ming felt that Ji Chiu only had issues with their parents, and probably didn't have any prejudice against his younger brother. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was teaming up with several Japanese experts to level up. Chiu was too famous. His sudden disappearance from the ranking list became a hot topic of discussion, and naturally, it also reached Lu Ruyan's ears. How could it just suddenly disappear? Lu Ruyan's feelings were somewhat complicated. She had been wondering if she could benefit from the situation if that Chiu really was Ji Chiu. You don't need to think about that anymore. It's better without it. Regarding the sudden disappearance of Chiu from the ranking list, Lu Ruyan first felt regret, and then felt a sense of relief. If Ji Chiu is that Chiu, and if the person she met in the cultural park is Chiu, it is enough to prove that Ji Chiu, after becoming a big shot, simply did not want to pay attention to her. Therefore, she doesn't need to feel sorry for Chiu's death. We should feel even more fortunate. At least she won't regret it because a man she abandoned suddenly became a super strong person. If that Ada really is Ji Chiu, it would be incredibly embarrassing and disgusting for Lu Ruyan. Ji Chiu didn't care what impact it would have on her sudden disappearance from the ranking list. After returning to the Who Cares Guild's headquarters, Ji Chiu opened his attribute panel and took a look. Autumn, Heavenly Mandate Divine Servant. Superpowers, Avatar, SSS God Level Beginner. Voidwalking, SSS Top Level. Grade, 65, 0.05%. Physical Condition, 340,500. Lifespan, January 24th days, 5 hours, 44 minutes, and 26 seconds, 1796. Skills, Divine Wrath Source Power / Source Power Divine Wings, Divine Protection, Source Power Divine Palm, Netherworld Source Power Curse, Netherworld Divine Eye. Overall Combat Strength Assessment, Supreme Divine Servant, Invincible below the level of Divine Envoy. If it weren't for upgrading my avatar, my remaining lifespan would have exceeded 2,000 years. By the way, when I was challenging besieging the Netherworld Tower, I also sacrificed 100 years of my lifespan in order to receive divine protection. 2 SSS level superpowers, 6 god level skills, 10 pieces of divine equipment. I am finally invincible under the divine messenger. With 2 more clones, Ji-Chio naturally had to reassess his current attack power. The level increase allowed Ji-Chio's single lightning strike to deal 2,328 damage. Because of the addition of the 4-star divine equipment, the death bracelet, Ji-Chio's physical attack also increased significantly, reaching exactly 5,000 points. The main body or a single clone can deal 25,000 damage with a critical hit. If the lightning punishment attack and the critical strike attack are combined, they can deal 36,640 damage. High accuracy makes the probability of triggering critical hits extremely high, almost reaching 100%. The probability of Ji-Chio triggering a lightning attack is also quite high, at 60%. There's also the 15% critical hit chance from the divine power bracers, which deals 5 times the damage once triggered and can stack with critical hits. After some calculations, Ji-Chio concluded that if the main body and the 9 clones attacked at the same time, the average damage they could deal would be around 3 million per second. This is without even using any special moves or skills. If the Netherworld Source Power Curse and the Wrath of the Evil God are used at the same time, they can completely kill a big boss with millions of health points. With Ji-Chio's superpowers, skills, and equipment, she should have this kind of combat power. I now have a total of 16 points of attack speed, which means I can make 8 attacks per second, at least one of which will be a critical hit. If the attack speed is even faster, the damage per second will also increase. It's a pity that the drop rate for attack speed gems is too low. Ji-Chio wasted no time. His main body remained at the Aishuaishui Guild's headquarters, while his 9 clones were teleported into the Netherworld. This time, we encountered a level 75 monster. Fighting monsters 10 levels higher than you will give you a significant experience bonus. I gained 4 times the experience myself and 3 times the experience in the Netherworld, which equals 12 times the experience. Although leveling up slows down after level 65, with 12 times the experience gained from fighting monsters 10 levels higher, the leveling speed will naturally not be slow. In addition to the 12 times experience, Ji-Chio's super strong attack power will undoubtedly accelerate the leveling speed. The 9 clones deal an average of 2.7 million damage per second. Not to mention ordinary level 75 monsters, even level 75 star level bosses can't withstand that. With its incredibly high defense, lifesteal when slaying monsters, and automatic health regeneration from equipment, Ji-Chio's 9 clones were able to fight monsters in the Netherworld without taking any damage. What Ji-Chio didn't know was that after the news of his sudden disappearance from the ranking list spread, powerful forces from various countries began to stir. When God Lord first appeared, global communications were not severely disrupted. At that time, people from different countries who were stranded in other countries would naturally contact their relatives and friends in their home countries through various means and add each other as friends in the God Lord system. The same applies to foreigners stranded in China. Through private chats with friends, they have maintained contact with their relatives and friends in their respective home countries. Therefore, other countries are aware of the development of China. China is naturally aware of the development status of other countries. In the setting of God Lord, if you awaken your superpower in a certain country at the beginning, you will be regarded as a player of that country and will be able to see the ranking list of your country and region. By looking at a country's ranking list, you can roughly tell its level of development. To this day, the more powerful nations on Earth are all those that were once populous countries. Many hands make light work. Moreover, the larger the population, the more people will awaken powerful superpowers. This is why the people of White Elephant Kingdom are so confident. Before the arrival of God Lord, their total population was the largest in the world. Even without Autumn, China is still very powerful today. After all, she also loves jasmine tea the most, and she has already reached level 49, far ahead of the global rankings. However, her lead was far less than that of Xiao before, and her deterrent power was naturally far less than that of Xiao. With sufficient top-tier combat power and a large population, China naturally has no fear of any challenge from other countries. No country or force would dare to launch a large-scale invasion of China unless multiple countries join forces. In Jianzhou City, in a secluded spot near the headquarters of the Sakura Samurai Guild, spatial fluctuations have been frequently observed. One mysterious master after another keeps appearing out of nowhere. A total of 100 people gathered and walked together into the Sakura Samurai Guild's headquarters next door. In a spacious conference hall, they met Naoki Takahashi, the president of the Sakura Samurai Guild, and 2 vice presidents. The conference hall was guarded by many elite members of the Sakura Samurai Guild who were not allowed to approach. Nagano-kun, I didn't expect you to be here too. Naoki Takahashi, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, bowed to a young-looking superhuman. The young man's name is Nagano Yuta. At level 40, he is ranked first on the Japanese ranking list. Moreover, he is the only person in Japan to have awakened an SSS level superpower. There's no other way. It concerns the fate of the nation and and the future of the people. Since I've been invited, I can't be absent. Yuta Nagano did not return the greeting, but merely glanced indifferently at Naoki Takahashi before sitting down on his own. Before the arrival of God Lord, he was a low-level employee who was often bullied by the company's leaders and senior employees. Now, he is the strongest in Japan, high above all others. Thinking of the humiliation he felt in the past, he had no good feelings towards Naoki Takahashi, who was originally rich and powerful. Then let's start making a plan. Once everyone was seated, Naoki Takahashi cleared his throat. The Autumn of China no longer exists. Even if it were still alive, its level would be reset to 0, and it would need to start all over again. Our goal is to win over the most beloved Jasmine T. It would be best if we could capture her alive, control her soul, and make her work for us. At the same time, we can also use her to control the Who Cares Guild, allowing us to have a 7-star guild in China. If we can't capture her alive, killing her is also acceptable. This operation will only involve experts from our country, Japan, and we must not let the news leak out beforehand. Upon hearing this, Yuta Nagano impatiently interrupted. Just tell me the specific action plan. Yes. Naoki Takahashi nodded repeatedly and continued. The Whoever You Want guild has a teleportation array. Jasmine T always uses the teleportation array to leave when she goes out to fight monsters and level up. Since we don't have an inside contact, we have no way of knowing where she will be teleported to. We can only wait for her to come back. She has a flying mount, which makes her very easy to identify. My idea is that we'll lie in wait outside the Whoever You Want guild's headquarters and make our move as soon as she shows up. What do you all think? Yuta Nagano sneered. What kind of plan is this? With so many of us staking out outside their guild's territory, how can we guarantee we won't be discovered? It's the only option we have. Naoki Takahashi disliked Yuta Nagano's attitude, but he also dared not offend this young powerhouse. A vice president of the Sakura Samurai Guild chimed in. It's almost impossible for us to track down the Jasmine T lover. We really don't have a better way than to stake out the place. To avoid being exposed prematurely, we can send a small number of people to stake out the place. Once we spot the target, we'll teleport over. Yuta Nagano offered his opinion and analysis. The Whoever You Want guild's territory is very large, and it has no walls or gates. We don't know which direction Jasmine T came from, let alone where she entered the guild's territory. If we want to stake it out, we'll have to send people to many locations. Most importantly, our people who are on stakeout have discovered that she loves Jasmine T. If we can't stop her from entering the guild's territory, then the stakeout is pointless. We have very few people who can prevent Jasmine T lover from entering the guild's territory for a period of time, and it's impossible to have such people in every place where we need to stake out. Furthermore, teleportation takes time. Your guild's teleportation array can only transport a maximum of 10 people at a time. By the time we all teleport there, Jasmine T lover will probably have already broken through the barrier and escaped into the territory of the Whoever Guild. The experts from Japan nodded in agreement. They also felt that lying in wait was not a good idea. Naoki Takahashi could only feign humility and ask, does Nagano-kun have a better idea? We should set a trap and wait for our favorite Jasmine T to walk right into it. Nagano Yuta replied. Naoki Takahashi continued. What kind of trap will you create? A trap that allows us to hide inside without being discovered beforehand. Yuta Nagano paused slightly, then added, a trap that would compel even the most Jasmine T-loving person to investigate. Upon hearing this, Naoki Takahashi realized that these experts from his motherland had already planned this. They didn't say it explicitly, but they just wanted to prove that they, the people from their motherland, were more capable and competent. This is also a form of warning. The Japanese who want to teach the Sakura Samurai Guild a lesson. Jasmine T, the favorite beverage, is still working hard to level up in the underworld, unaware that it has been targeted again. There are still about 2 days left before her trip to the underworld ends. A group of Japanese experts have already begun their operation against her. The night passed quickly. Another day quickly passed. The cold night has fallen again. That very night, Jichio received a private message from her best friend who loved Jasmine T the most. She said, Guildmaster, Jiangnan's #1 Heartless just told me that a very strange place has suddenly appeared to the east of our guild's headquarters, and many people have died after entering it. He asked me to go and check it out, but I'm in the netherworld, so I told him to ask if he's free first. Jichio replied, okay, you can level up in the netherworld without worry, I'll go check on you. The guild leader, please be very careful. Your sudden disappearance from the rankings and the reappearance of that strange place next to our guild headquarters might not be a coincidence. Jichio replied, it would be best if it were a conspiracy or trick, and it would be better for the enemy to take the initiative to come out than to keep hiding in the dark. Jichio didn't recall his 9 clones. There was absolutely no need for it. Even in his true form, he would be invincible against the superhumans on Earth. The 9 clones fought monsters without taking any damage. Jichio's 2 superpowers, various skills, and equipment bonuses could all be released at any time. There's a small lake not far to the east of the Whoever Guild's headquarters. Before the arrival of God Lord, the small lake and its surrounding area were built into a resort. The eerie place I mentioned in the private chat earlier is right here. When Ji-Chio arrived nearby, he was wearing the Netherworld God's concealment badge, and remained a black mist. After observing for a while, Ji-Chio used the Netherworld Divine Eye. His eyes suddenly gleamed with an eerie light, and in his vision, the area shrouded in thick fog ahead gradually became clearer. The dense fog is real fog, formed by the continuous evaporation of lake water. On cold nights, the lake water will not evaporate naturally, so it's very strange. Under the scrutiny of the Netherworld Divine Eye, Ji-Chio quickly discovered that there was an illusion within the thick fog. Illusions don't form naturally. It is constructed from a special superpower. Ji-Chio also saw that many superhumans were hidden in the illusion shrouded in thick fog, and they all looked ready for battle. Ji-Chio roughly counted them. There were a total of 120 people on the other side. They formed a semicircle formation, and it's not hard to guess that if any expert were to enter the illusion, they would immediately encircle them. It really is a trap. It seems that my sudden disappearance from the rankings had some effect, making the enemies think I was gone, so they started to have ulterior motives towards the Whoever Guild and even the whole of China. Ji-Chio knew that this trap was not aimed at him. After all, many people thought they were already dead. The trap here is most likely set for someone who loves jasmine tea. She was the only one in the entire country of China who was significantly ahead of everyone else. She is the top combatant. I won't touch you, but you insist on coming here to die, so I have no choice but to grant your wish. Ji-Chio had already used the Netherworld Divine Eye, so he was not affected by the illusion and rushed directly into the thick fog. Tonight, there's bound to be another massacre. The Japanese experts, shrouded in thick fog, only saw a dark figure suddenly burst in, and then their men began to be killed one after another. Who is it? Screams filled the air, and Takahashi Naoki, the guild leader of the Sakura Samurai Guild, couldn't help but let out a terrified scream. Not a human. It's a ghost, a demon. She definitely doesn't love jasmine tea the most. She wouldn't be this fast, and she couldn't possibly ignore this illusion. Shinoda-kun, who activated his golden shield, was instantly killed? Don't be afraid, Kato-kun's soul imprisonment can control this ghost. Within the illusion, an elderly man in his early 50s unleashed his superpowers upon the shadowy figures that were wreaking havoc. SS level superpower. With this superpower, Kato can not only control monsters, but also human superhumans. Of course, the opponent cannot be more than 10 levels higher than him. Kato-kun is already level 39. Even the world's #1 ranked Jasmine T would have to surrender obediently once it was trapped by his soul imprisonment. However, he was only a level 39 priest, and his soul imprisonment was only SS intermediate level, not even SS advanced level. The SS level intermediate soul imprisonment not only has a long cooldown time, but also requires a 30-second release time. If there were no time limit for release, soul confinement wouldn't be SS level, but SSS level. It was thanks to Kato-kun's presence that this group of Japanese masters were confident in winning their beloved Jasmine Tea. If the Jasmine Tea favorite reaches level 50, they will use a large amount of source coins to help Kato-kun reach level 40. As for the 30-second window to unleash his superpowers, experts like Yuta Nagano will buy Kato-kun that time. Many of them are highly skilled individuals who have awakened control-type superpowers. There's also Nagano Yuta, who awakened his SSS level superpowers. In order to buy time for Kato and to save the lives of his country's best fighters, Nagano Yuta naturally did not hold back and quickly unleashed his superpowers. A person who possesses and unleashes this superpower can remain immortal for a certain period of time. If you are killed, you will immediately regain full health. Unlike resurrection, if a resurrected superhuman is killed again during the resurrection cooldown period, they will lose their life. Immortality means that no matter how many times you are killed, you will not die for a period of time. Compared to resurrection, immortality has obvious advantages, but also obvious disadvantages. You can choose to revive at a fixed safe location and escape from dangerous places. The immortal can only revive with full health on the spot. Yuta Nagano's immortality has been upgraded to SSS level, and the duration has reached 300 seconds. Die anytime within 5 minutes. It should be enough. After all, 5 minutes is enough time to escape danger, or even to kill a powerful enemy, so there's no need to run away. But tonight, Yuta Nagano encountered Kiyaki. There is no such thing as escaping or fighting back. Ji-Chio had no idea that there was a Kato-kun here who had awakened the soul imprisonment ability. He just killed anyone he saw. After killing Nagano Yuta once, he discovered that the guy hadn't died immediately, so he killed him twice more. So it was him. Of course, Kiyaki knows Nagano Yuta. Ji-Chio knew about all the superhumans on Earth who had awakened SSS level superpowers in his previous life. However, the current Yuta Nagano is not quite the same as the one that Kiyaki knew in his previous life. In her previous life, when Ji-Chio first encountered Nagano Yuta, the other party was already at a very high level, and his equipment, appearance, and temperament were different from now. I won't kill you yet. Ji-Chio unleashed the ultimate move attached to the Wind God boots, Wind Flash. A dark shadow, like a deadly ghost, kept flashing by. It doesn't even take a second, just one slash. flash. These people don't have any powerful equipment, and their health is low. Jichio's basic attack can deal 5,000 damage. Even a critical hit that doesn't trigger a lightning strike or a critical hit can still deal 25,000 damage. No one can withstand that. You should know that when I first became a 6-star priest, I only had a little over 20,000 HP. Yuta Nagano tried his best to chase after the dark figure, hoping to attract its attention and make the attacks fall on him as much as possible. Unfortunately, the dark figure kept flashing by, making it difficult for him to catch up. Even so, he finally got to wait for Kato-kuen's soul to be released from its confinement. To their surprise, although Kato-kuen successfully released the soul imprisonment, it was completely ineffective against the dark figure. Jichio's Blood Fiend Soul Suppressing Crown comes with the ultimate skill Soul Suppressing, which can make Jichio immune to soul attacks and soul control, so Jichio is still wreaking havoc. No way? Kato-kuen's soul imprisonment is ineffective? This is not human. Even if it's not human, but a big boss, it's impossible for it to be immune to soul imprisonment. Could it be in existence without a soul? It could also be a level 40 or higher boss. If it's a big boss, why isn't its name displayed? Run! Split up and run! The surviving Japanese experts were both puzzled and terrified. They were terrified and finally lost all courage to fight and began to flee in all directions. Some people even demonstrated flight-related superpowers or skills. Jichio then unleashed the Source Power Wings, first killing the enemies who could fly. Kato-kuen is dead. The person who created the illusion using superpowers is dead. Naoki Takahashi is dead. With the combined support of Wind Flash and Source Power Wings, Jichio's movement speed was incredibly fast. Of the enemy's 120 men, only Nagano Yuta remained in the blink of an eye. This Japanese expert, who had awakened SSS level superpowers, was completely terrified. Before he could even figure out the other party's identity, or even whether the other party was human or ghost, all the Japanese experts who came with him were killed. They were as vulnerable as mortals encountering gods. Yuta Nagano ran for his life. Jichio did not lay a hand on him, but simply followed him closely like a shadow. Normally, 5 minutes would be long enough, but tonight, Yuta Nagano felt that 5 minutes was too short. Yuta Nagano's movement speed is also quite fast. With only 20 seconds left of his immortality remaining, Nagano Yuta escaped into the Sakura Samurai Guild's headquarters. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, because the Sakura Samurai Guild had activated a protective barrier long before they went out on their mission. He and all the experts who were transferred from Japan were listed as VIPs of the Sakura Samurai Guild. As a guild VIP, you are allowed to pass through the protective barrier from outside the guild's headquarters and enter the interior of the guild's headquarters. You can also use this guild's teleportation array. As long as the protective barrier can hold off the enemy for a while, I can escape using the teleportation array. Yuta Nagano had just had this thought when he was shocked to discover that he had died again. He was attacked and killed repeatedly, but strangely, the system did not indicate who was behind it. In 20 seconds, he only had enough time to run to the Sakura Samurai Guild's teleportation array. It also takes time to activate the teleportation array. Moreover, if one is under attack and still in combat, it is impossible to activate the teleportation array. How can you ignore the protective barrier? There was a dark shadow before, but now even the shadow is gone, there's not a trace left. Yuta Nagano was puzzled because he didn't know that the person chasing him was Kichio, let alone that Kichio had activated voidwalking. Jichio could certainly break through the protective barrier of the Sakura Samurai Guild's headquarters, but even he would need some time. In order to prevent Nagano Yuta from escaping, he needs to activate voidwalk. Anyway, the cooldown for voidwalk is only 6 minutes, so it's fine to use it. Yuta Nagano died next to the teleportation array of the Sakura Samurai Guild. Like the other Japanese experts who participated in the operation tonight, he died without ever knowing who killed him. He died without any explanation. The Sakura Samurai Guild headquarters was in complete chaos. Because their chairman, Naoki Takahashi, died, someone discovered this 3 or 4 minutes earlier. They then discovered that many other elite members of the guild had also been killed. One of their 2 vice presidents is dead. The survivors said in the guild channel that the guild was facing a major crisis and urged everyone to leave the guild headquarters immediately. After saying this, the vice president left via the teleportation array. Many people came to the teleportation array, waiting to be teleported away. Those who had not yet been teleported away witnessed Nagano Yuta being killed. They were just as terrified. Without even seeing where the enemy was or what they looked like, Nagano Yuta died right in front of them. They no longer dared to queue for the transfer and scattered in all directions. Jichio was too lazy to chase after those small fry. Those people not only have no future, but the death harvest skill attached to the death bracelet also doesn't harvest much source energy from them. Let alone the small fry of the Sakura Samurai Guild. Even Japanese masters like Nagano Yuta are far too low level compared to Kiyaki. At this point, it would obviously be more worthwhile to strip Nagano Yuta of his equipment. These level 40 top tier equipment items are still quite valuable at this stage. After stripping Nagano Yuta of his equipment, Kiyaki quickly found the exclusive flag of the Sakura Samurai Guild. After he destroyed that exclusive flag, the system announcement regarding the destruction of the Sakura Samurai Guild was issued, and almost all of the guild's members were no longer at their headquarters. At this time, Lu Ruyan had just escaped from the Sakura Samurai Guild's headquarters. When the vice president reminded everyone to evacuate immediately, she left the Sakura Samurai Guild's headquarters without hesitation. She is not from Japan, so she doesn't need to use a teleportation array to escape. Not only her, but none of the other Chinese members of the Sakura Samurai Guild were allowed to be the first to leave via the teleportation array. Upon seeing the system announcement of the guild's destruction, and then discovering that she had been demoted by 2 levels and lost 5 years of her lifespan, Lu Ruyan collapsed to the ground. No way, not again? From superhero to warrior's home, from light of civilization to soaring dragon, and then to Sakura Samurai. All 5 guilds that Lu Ruyan joined have been destroyed. The level I finally managed to reach was forcibly lowered time and time again. The lifespan I've painstakingly accumulated is being forcibly deducted time and time again. Am I really a jinx? This was the first time Lu Ruyan had such doubts. After the destruction of the Tinglong Guild, she, who had just joined the Sakura Samurai Guild, once told herself that if the Sakura Samurai Guild also soon perished, she would admit that she was a jinx. Once or twice is a coincidence, but what about 3, 4, or 5 times? Damn it, God, are you kidding me? Lu Ruyan's eyes were bloodshot, and tears streamed down her face. The main reason is that I feel sorry for my level and lifespan, and I feel frustrated by the unfairness of fate. She felt no sadness at the destruction of the Sakura Samurai Guild. She had no deep feelings for the guild. Why? Lu Ruyan clenched her fists and repeatedly pounded the ground beside her. It must be Jiangzhou that's cursed against me. I have to leave Jiangzhou. Lu Ruyan was determined to leave. If that Zhou was Ji-Chou and hadn't died, she might not have left. Where to go? Lu Ruyan fell into deep thought. With her current strength, she wouldn't dare go to the wilderness far from Jiangzhou City. It would be dangerous no matter which direction she went. To leave, you must use a teleportation array. Currently, all the teleportation arrays are located within the guild's headquarters. If you're not a member of a guild, you obviously can't use the guild's teleportation array. Therefore, she still needs to join a guild before she can consider leaving Jiangzhou City. You can't just apply to join any guild. Many guilds don't have teleportation arrays, and once you join one, you'll have to pay a heavy price to leave. Generally speaking, guilds that reach 3 stars all have teleportation arrays. So, Lu Ruyan applied to all the 4-star guilds in Jiangzhou City. Then wait for news. She didn't have to wait long before most of the guilds she applied to join replied quickly. These are all automatic replies set up by the guild leader, and the content is pretty much the same. You can join a guild, but you must pass an interview first. The automated reply also explained that this was a requirement from the Jiangzhou municipal government. Back when Jess Li conspired with a group of foreign experts to hunt down the guild that loved jasmine tea, leading to the destruction of the Light of Civilization Guild, the Jiangzhou municipal government notified all guilds within the city that they were not allowed to recruit foreigners. Tonight, the Sakura Samurai Guild, along with a large number of experts from Japan, set a trap with malicious intent, which has greatly angered the Jiangzhou city government. In order to reduce or even eliminate the occurrence of such incidents, the Jiangzhou municipal government must take action. Foreign members who were originally members of the Light of Civilization Guild and the Sakura Samurai Guild were all implicated. They are no longer allowed to join any guild within Jiangzhou City, nor are they allowed to create new guilds. They were left with only 2 choices. One option is to stay in Jiangzhou and form your own teams. Alternatively, you can leave using the official guild's teleportation array. If you choose the latter, you can become a VIP of the official guild. After you leave via the teleportation array, the official guild will cancel your VIP status. Of course, this requires payment, and it's said to be very expensive. Since she had not yet successfully joined any guild, Lu Ruyan learned this information through a private chat with Ji Ming. Ji Ming, may I become a VIP of your guild and leave using your teleportation array? I doubt it. Ji Ming replied, our guild members have a deep-seated prejudice against you. You should try joining an official guild instead. Oh well. Lu Ruyan decided to go for an interview at the official guild first. She didn't want to join, but only wanted to become a VIP like the foreigners before being teleported away. To her surprise, everything went exceptionally smoothly. When she truthfully recounted her past experiences and expressed her intention to leave Jiangzhou City, she left the city via the teleportation array in less than 20 minutes. Moreover, apart from the source coins that had to be automatically deducted for using the teleportation array, the officials did not ask her to pay any additional teleportation array usage fees as required by the rules. She is not grateful to the Jiangzhou municipal government for this. She could clearly tell that the officials seemed eager for her to leave, like sending away a plague god. It's Jiangzhou that's incompatible with me, not the other way around. I'm the victim. Once I become a powerful being, even if you kneel down and beg me, I will never return to this godforsaken place. Despite having clearly gained the upper hand, Lu Ruyan was still furious. The teleportation had just ended when she received received a system notification that her VIP status had been revoked by the official guild of Jiangzhou City. Because the farther the teleportation distance, the more source coins are automatically deducted, and Lu Ruyan, who has been using source coins to upgrade, is not wealthy. She chose to teleport to Songhai City, which is not too far from Jiangzhou City. There's another very important reason for coming to Songhai City. Many members of the original civilization of Light Guild from the Eagle Kingdom have also been teleported to this metropolis. Compared to Jiangzhou, there are more foreigners stranded in Songhai. They established quite a few guilds. During her time with the Superhero Guild and the Light of Civilization Guild, Lu Ruyan naturally got to know many people from the UK, and they even added each other as friends. She contacted those people from the UK and soon joined a 4-star guild founded by them. God's blessing. I've joined a guild founded by powerful nobles from the Eagle Nation. Even the air smells sweet. If this guild weren't in that godforsaken place, Jiangzhou, it definitely wouldn't have been destroyed so quickly after I joined. Lu Ruyan, naturally beautiful, I could never be a jinx. Those who dislike me will regret it one day. Lu Ruyan regained her confidence and rushed to the headquarters of the Divine Blessing Guild as quickly as possible. From last night until dusk today, news of the Sakura Samurai Guild's destruction has been spreading like wildfire. The guild's demise was too bizarre. Incredibly, not a single person in the entire guild could explain why their guild was destroyed. They had no idea who the enemy was. A trap was set near the Whoever Guild, and all the Japanese experts involved in the operation were killed without exception. The only living person who knew the truth was a vice president of the Sakura Samurai Guild. However, this person only knew about the trap set by Nagano Yuta and others targeting the Jasmine Tea lover, but did not know why the experts involved in the operation died. Before his death, Chairman Takahashi Naoki sent him a private message, saying only one sentence: "Our people are dying rapidly. The enemy is like a deadly ghost, invincible." Even the powerful Nagano-kun has been killed several times. So the vice president who received the message decisively took the teleportation array and fled the guild's headquarters, telling all guild members to escape as soon as possible before leaving. Shortly afterward, someone saw Nagano Yuta being killed near the teleportation array, but no one saw who or what monster killed him. Those who originally belonged to the Sakura Samurai Guild were naturally asked by many people, but unfortunately they couldn't give any valuable answers at all. What exactly happened? Although I dislike Japanese people, I have to admit that the members of the Sakura Samurai Guild have always been relatively low-key and almost never caused trouble. How could they suddenly suffer such a misfortune? Who knows? Maybe they're just being low-key on the surface, but harboring malicious intentions behind the scenes. The key is that Akigami is gone. Who could so easily destroy the Sakura Samurai Guild? Even Chajia couldn't do it, since Chajia fights by summoning bosses, and those bosses usually cause a huge commotion when they appear. It could be a very special and powerful summoned boss of Sister T, capable of becoming invisible and ignoring protective barriers. Does such a boss exist? Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. But why did Sister Cha attack the Sakura Samurai Guild? Look at the rankings. T's sister has reached level 50. My favorite Jasmine T brought me to the end of this journey through the underworld. 15 minutes before she was forcibly teleported away from the netherworld, she had already reached level 50 as she wished. Without a second thought, she replaced the Divine Ape Mace and Divine Ape Armor. These two level 47-star equipment pieces have a too rugged appearance and are not suitable for a female superhuman like her. But it must be admitted that their properties are truly powerful. The Yin-Yang Dividing Light Sword in the guild warehouse is the one that Jasmine T loves the most. This level 57-star weapon not only looks beautiful but also adds 4 points of attack speed and 5 points of luck, has a 45% chance to trigger ignoring enemy defense, increases critical hit rate by 100%, and adds 5 points of sin elimination. Of course, 499 points of physical attack is also 100 points higher than the Divine Ape Wolf-Fang Mace. The two-element Dividing Light Sword was one of the spoils left to Jiqiu by Bagu, the 6-star priest of the Three-Eyed Civilization, as was the Dragon Scale Armor. After reaching level 50, in addition to the Yin-Yang Dividing Light Sword, I also changed my favorite Jasmine T into 4 other level 57-star equipment pieces, while the rest of my equipment were level 56-star. Of course, the Divine Light Pendant will not be replaced. The Earthfire Unicorn has also leveled up and is now level 48. The level 48 7-star boss is extremely powerful. The only drawback is that, even with the favorite Jasmine T, you can still only summon a maximum of 6 bosses. But at level 50, she can summon a level 60 boss. Recently, she went to the netherworld only to level up, and didn't fight many bosses, let alone high-star bosses. Therefore, she does not have the soul imprint of a level 60 boss. To be on the safe side when venturing into the netherworld tower, which is at the priest level, it's best to have a few high-star level 60 summoned bosses. President? Upon entering the temple where Jiqiu resided, all that could be seen was a dark shadow, leaving the person who loves Jasmine T looking quite surprised. Yes, it's me. This is the effect of wearing a special item. Jiqiu gave a brief explanation. I see. There's an old man NPC in the the cultural park who's holding an ancient book and wearing a silver robe. Go find him and buy a reverse teleportation stone. Ji-Chyo instructed her favorite Jasmine Tea, who had just returned. Also, your soul summoning can be upgraded to the top level using the advanced superpower enhancement scroll. 20 minutes later, my favorite Jasmine Tea was back. They're really desperate for money. A single reverse teleportation stone cost me 200 years of my lifespan and 100,000 6-star source power coins. That's the price. The reverse teleportation stone can be used indefinitely, so it's actually quite a good deal. Ji-Chyo also wanted to save money, but unfortunately, she couldn't. The reverse teleportation stone is a bound item. It cannot be lent to the user's favorite Jasmine Tea. Reaching the highest level of soul summoning also consumed 240 years of lifespan and 16,000 7-star source coins. The one who loves Jasmine Tea the most asked, Guild Master, where should I teleport to next? She had already asked about the destruction of the Sakura Samurai Guild through a private chat with a friend, so there was no need to ask again now. Let's go to Kai Island first. There's a level 60, 5-star, 2-winged fire dragon there. Ji-Chyo told the exact coordinates to her favorite Jasmine Tea and let her teleport there alone. Ji-Chyo had no intention of helping, and since she loved Jasmine Tea, she didn't need any help either. Besides the Earthfire Unicorn, she also has 5 level 55 high-star summon bosses. Her equipment is also top tier, enough to kill level 65-star or even 6-star bosses. If danger arises, it won't be too late for Ji-Chyo to teleport there. It's worth mentioning that Jasmine Tea's soul summoning has been upgraded to the highest level. Each of her summoned bosses can be resummoned in just 6 minutes after being killed, and her effective control range over the summoned bosses has doubled again. She can summon bosses that are 15 levels higher than herself. In other words, at level 50, she can summon a level 65 boss. However, you have to eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Don't be impatient for success in anything. The safest approach is to first acquire a few level 60 high-star summon bosses, and then use these summon bosses to fight level 65 high-star bosses. Given the current overall strength of the Jasmine Tea lover, directly challenging a level 65 high-star boss still carries considerable risk. Of course, Ji-Chyo can help her, but there's no need for that. It's best to let her handle things that are within her own capabilities. With specific coordinates and no one able to steal the boss, Jasmine Tea lover won't encounter too much trouble. An hour passed. She sent Ji-Chyo a coordinate via private chat with a friend. Ji-Chyo activated the 5-star teleportation array within the guild's headquarters using that coordinate, and with the help of the reverse teleportation stone, Zui AI Jasmine Tea was able to return smoothly, then teleport away again. After a busy day and a half, 5 of the 6 summoning bosses that I loved most about Jasmine Tea have been replaced. The Earthfire Unicorn remains unchanged, along with 2 level 66-star bosses and 3 level 65-star bosses. Ji-Chyo had fought these level 60 high-star bosses before, so he could provide accurate coordinates. Next, it's time to challenge the level 65 5-star and even 6-star big bosses. In this life, Ji-Chyo has never fought a level 65 boss on Blue Star, so she cannot provide the exact coordinates for her beloved Jasmine Tea. She can only provide a rough spawn location based on her memories from her previous life. After being teleported there, she needs to find those big bosses herself. When Ji-Chyo's 9 clones were forcibly teleported away from the netherworld, the most beloved Jasmine Tea only replaced 3 summon bosses, and there were still 2 summon bosses that needed to be replaced with level 65 high-star ones. The 9 clones spent 5 days fighting monsters in the netherworld. Due to the high experience multiplier and the fact that they were fighting level 75 monsters, Ji-Chyo leveled up from level 65 to level 67. During these 5 days, Ji-Chyo's true form killed more than 100 Japanese experts and also gained a lot of source power through the Death Harvest attached to the Death God bracelet. Each person must unleash at least 1/3 of their source power. Some people even revealed most of their accumulated source power. Although the Japanese experts were not high level, with most not reaching level 40, they had almost all completed the priest quests. In the process of leveling up from level 1 to level 35 or above, they had accumulated a considerable amount of source power. The sudden deaths of Yuta Nagano and others caused a huge uproar in Japan. The ordinary Japanese people were wailing in despair. The fact that most of the top 100 people in their country's ranking list suddenly died is undoubtedly a huge and unbearable loss. The death of Nagano Yuta, who was their pride and joy and had awakened an SSS level superpower, was a huge blow to them. Ji-Chyo knew that Japan was basically finished. Without top-tier combat power, there is no competitiveness. As a densely populated island nation, they lack the map resources needed to upgrade and acquire equipment. Without top-tier combat power, they dare not trespass into other countries' territories to steal monsters and bosses. If this continues, how can we talk about development? In Ji-Chyo's previous life, Japan was always quite powerful. Yuta Nagano led a large group of powerful Japanese warriors to invade the eastern Siberian mountains of Russia, thereby obtaining the resources needed for development. The two countries fought back and forth, and at first it was difficult to determine a winner. winner. The Russian nation has a vast territory, so losing the eastern Siberian mountains would not have a significant impact. Japan, with no way out and no better alternative, is united and determined, which has gradually shifted the balance of power in the favor of Japan. The monsters in the ocean are more numerous and stronger, but not everyone can fight monsters and bosses in the ocean. Fighting monsters on an island is fine, but if you're fighting monsters underwater, you have to consider the water pressure and breathing issues. Moreover, as the time since God Lord landed on Earth has increased, the monsters in the ocean have gradually begun to invade the land. The monsters' siege was a disaster for humanity on Earth. The monsters from the ocean have launched a massive landing, bringing catastrophe to humanity on Earth. At that time, regardless of whether they are near or far from the mainland, all islands will be free from human control, including Japan. Humans on Earth can only survive on the vast landmass, struggling against the invasion of sea monsters and also having to guard against the great bosses deep in the land. When ocean monsters invade the land, the big bosses in many inland areas will no longer stay at their spawn points, they will also become exceptionally active. The NPCs on Earth will never take action. They are very strong, but they will only fulfill their duties as NPCs. As soon as the 9 clones returned, Ji-Chio teleported them back into the Netherworld. As expected, upon arriving in the Netherworld, I immediately encountered a level 80 monster. Level 80 is also a divine messenger level. The monsters at this level are very strong. However, when Ji-Chio was clearing the Netherworld tower at the divine servant level, he had already killed 4 level 86 star ghost king bosses. Ji-Chio is now even stronger and can still easily level up by fighting monsters in the level 80 monster activity area of the Netherworld. Another day has passed. My favorite Jasmine tea has finally replaced all the summon bosses except for the Earthfire unicorn with level 65 ones, 1 level 65 6-star, and 4 level 65 5-star. After a short rest, the Jasmine tea enthusiast used the Netherworld tower pass and, with the help of a 5-star teleportation array, entered the Netherworld tower, which was of divine rank. Ji-Chio was somewhat worried about her going to the Netherworld tower to challenge it, so she naturally shared all her experience with her. Her overall strength is definitely among the top of the 6-star priests, but the Netherworld tower will adjust the difficulty based on the challenger's performance. The stronger she is, the more difficult the trials she will face will be. She only has one divine item. However, all of her summoned bosses have powerful ultimate moves, so clearing the game shouldn't be too difficult. After entering the Netherworld tower, Ji-Chio, who loves Jasmine tea the most, kept a close eye on her level changes. There are tower slave bosses in the Netherworld tower. Defeating those tower slave bosses is equivalent to killing alien superhumans. Although there is no merit point reward, you can obtain a portion of their source power. Ji-Chio wouldn't frequently contact her favorite Jasmine tea through private chat with friends, so as not to affect her. After waiting for a full 6 hours, Ji-Chio finally saw that her favorite Jasmine tea level had suddenly increased from level 50 to level 51. Ji-Chio guessed from this that her favorite Jasmine tea had successfully passed the first test. I took 4 hours to complete the first level of the Netherworld tower at the priest level, and she only took 2 hours longer than me. That's not bad. She only leveled up by 1, which proves that the boss she encountered in the first level was also level 50. Ji-Chio waited for about 15 minutes longer and then sent a private message to her friend saying that she had passed the second level. Like Ji-Chio, after passing the second level of the Netherworld tower, which is at the priest level, Zuai Jasmine tea did not reach level 52. In the second level, Ji-Chio encountered 6 level 56 star bosses and a level 57 star priest who had become a slave to the tower. At that time, he was the Destiny priest. The test for a 6-star priest is definitely much less difficult than the test for a deity of destiny. Another 3.5 hours passed, and the Jasmine tea lover returned to the Who Cares Guild's headquarters, successfully passed the Netherworld tower, which is at the priest level. The total time was 9 hours and 45 minutes. What is your ranking? Ji-Chio asked curiously. Just returned from the Netherworld tower, looking utterly exhausted. This is a description of a tea drink, possibly from a novel. Not bad. Ji-Chio nodded in satisfaction. The ranking of those who love Jasmine tea is the same as that of the 6-star priest. Ji-Chio ranked 3rd in the heavenly official level after conquering the Netherworld tower, proving that there are always people more capable than oneself in heavens beyond heavens. I was probably too cautious. I wasted a lot of time on the 1st and 3rd levels, otherwise my ranking would have been higher. The person who loves Jasmine tea seems dissatisfied with their performance. What good things were given as rewards? 1 2-star divine equipment piece and 100,000 6-star source power coins. The Jasmine tea lover replied, a skill book, a high-level superpower enhancement scroll, a 6-star cooldown gem, and 2 bottles of divine blessing. Ji-Chio thought to himself that the rewards for a 6-star priest to clear the Netherworld tower were far inferior to those for a heavenly destiny priest. The boss guarding the second level is a level 56-star priest who has become a slave to the tower. I looted a 1-star divine item from him. Jasmine tea lover added, unfortunately, after I killed the gatekeeper of the 3rd level, I was sent out of the Netherworld Emerald Tower before I could even strip him of his equipment. We've at least obtained some of Nataru's source power. Jichio naturally noticed that her favorite Jasmine tea had reached level 52 after clearing the game. She only leveled up 2 times in this challenge, proving that she did not encounter the level 55 tower boss. Guild Master, all the good stuff I got from this raid is in the guild warehouse. See if there's anything you need. The person who loves Jasmine tea generously said, please don't be shy. Okay, I'll take a look first. Jichio opened the guild warehouse and examined it carefully. 2 pieces of divine equipment, a level 35 2-star battlesuit and a level 35 1-star ring. None of these are things that Jichio can use. The skill book is called Blood Source Technique, a divine skill perfectly suited for those who love Jasmine tea. Using this divine skill, Jasmine tea can continuously transfer health from her summoned bosses. To kill her, you must kill all of her summoned bosses. High-level, high-star summoned bosses with a lot of health. Bloodborne lasts for 360 seconds and has a cooldown of 1800 seconds. Actually, Jichio could also learn this skill. He didn't summon the boss, but he had a clone. Using this skill, the main body can transfer health from the clones, but it is of little help to him, because in actual combat, if you want to withstand the enemy's attack, the main body and several clones usually share the damage, and it is almost impossible for only the main body to take the damage. This skill can elevate the survivability of someone who loves Jasmine tea to a whole new level. As for the advanced superpower enhancement scroll, Jichio has no use for it. I love Jasmine tea so much, but I don't need it myself, so I have to sell it. Jichio won't need the divine blessing for now, but she'll soon be able to use her favorite Jasmine tea. Once she reaches level 55, all 3 of her divine pieces of equipment will need to be evolved. Only that 6-star cooling gem was somewhat useful to Jichio. His unevolved divine equipment comes with ultimate abilities whose cooldown time can be reduced by cooling gems. For example, the Wind God Boots Wind Flash. As for the Bloodthirsty Soul-Suppressing Crown, Divine Power Bracers, Protective Belt, and Death God's Bracelet, although none of them have been evolved, the ultimate skills attached to these 4 divine items are permanent and have no cooldown time. Besides the Wind God Boots Wind Flash ultimate skill, the cooldown gem is also useful for several of Jichio's skills. Those skills are not frequently used, so there is little need to reduce their cooldown time. After much deliberation, Jichio decided against using the 6-star cooling gem. This 6-star cooldown gem is obviously better suited for Bloodborne. The shorter the cooldown of this amazing skill, the safer Jasmine tea will be. I don't need any of the rewards you got for completing this challenge. No way? The Jasmine tea lover asked in confusion. You don't even need a 6-star cooldown gem and a 4-star attack speed gem? A 4-star attack speed gem? Jichio was taken aback. You didn't mention this special item earlier? He quickly saw that there was indeed a 4-star attack speed gem in the guild's warehouse. The guild warehouse is overflowing with stuff. You were asking about the rewards for completing the levels. That attack speed gem dropped from a boss I defeated during the level progression. He explained that he loves Jasmine tea the most. Jichio nodded repeatedly. I can use this 4-star attack speed gem. As for the 6-star cooldown gem, you can use it on Bloodborne. We'll do as the president says. After learning Bloodborne, the favorite Jasmine tea user then used the 6-star cooling gem to reduce the cooldown time of this divine skill. The cooldown time used to be 1800 seconds, but now it's 180 seconds. When soul summoning is upgraded to the highest level, a summoned boss can be resummoned in just 360 seconds after it is killed. The duration of Bloodborne is also 360 seconds. It would be difficult to kill all the summoned bosses that love Jasmine tea within 360 seconds. If the enemy is also very strong, it is entirely possible to kill all of her summoned bosses within 1800 seconds. If she cannot cast Bloodborne again, she will be in danger. The situation is quite different when Bloodborne's cooldown is reduced to 180 seconds. As long as the opponent cannot kill all the summoned bosses who love Jasmine tea within 360 seconds, she is practically immortal. The opponent's sudden sneak attack might prevent her from using this divine skill in time, but her Divine Light Pendant will automatically trigger Divine Light Protection when she is low on health. The reason she is described as almost immortal rather than absolutely immortal is that if the opponent is too powerful, she could be killed instantly, not only without having time to use Blood Source Technique, but also by being skipped even when she is at low health. Go back and rest. After learning the details, Jichio waved to her favorite Jasmine tea. After his beloved Jasmine tea left, he began to consider which piece of divine equipment to use that 4-star attack speed gem on. First, eliminate the Blade of Destruction, the Ring of Emptiness, and the Ring of Darkness. All 3 pieces of equipment add at least 4 points of attack speed, and 4-star attack speed gems cannot increase their attack speed attribute. The Wind God Boots also add 2 points of attack speed. If you use a 4-star attack speed gem on them, their attack speed will only increase by 2 points. Therefore, the Wind God Boots should also be ruled out. We also need to exclude equipment that doesn't increase attack speed at all. For example, clothing, helmets, and belts, which are primarily defensive items, cannot increase attack speed in the game God's Lord. This also rules out the Dragon scale armor, the Blood Fiend's soul-suppressing crown, and the protective belt. That leaves only the Chain of Lightning Punishment, the Divine Power Bracers, and the Bracelet of Death. Jiqiu quickly ruled out the Death Bracelet because this divine equipment had too high a star rating. It was not difficult to upgrade its level, but it was very difficult to evolve its star rating. As a piece of equipment evolves in level or star rating, all of its attributes will be improved, including attack speed. Therefore, the easier it is for a divine piece of equipment to evolve, the more suitable it is to increase attack speed. Both the Chain of Lightning Punishment and the Divine Power Bracers are currently level 55 2-star divine equipment, so they're both suitable. Jiqiu didn't hesitate for long before quickly using the 4-star attack speed gem on the Divine Power Bracers. Congratulations! You have successfully increased the attack speed attribute of your Divine Power Bracers. Divine Power Bracers, evolvable 2-star artifact physical attack plus 299, elemental attack plus 266, physical defense plus 499, elemental resistance plus 399, poison resistance plus 399, evil resistance plus 799, accuracy plus 59, attack speed plus 4, 15% chance to trigger critical hit, grants unbound, 15% chance to trigger death or a corrosion, requires level 55. My attack speed has increased by a total of 20 points. It can unleash an average of 10 attacks per second. Our overall attack power has increased significantly. Before, when I and my 9 clones attacked together, we could deal an average of 3 million damage per second. Now it has reached about 3.75 million. It wasn't for nothing that I spoiled that beautiful woman. Jiqiu's heart was naturally filled with joy. Attack speed gems are naturally useful for Jasmine T, but after all, she awakened a summoning superpower, and her main combat power comes from the summon bosses, not herself. Therefore, relatively speaking, an attack speed gem doesn't significantly boost her combat power. When equipping herself, she prioritized enhancing her defense and survivability. After resting for a few hours, I returned to the temple where Jiqiu was staying. Can I go back to the netherworld to fight monsters and level up? Sure, Jiqiu replied without hesitation. This time, he didn't try to persuade him to drink his favorite jasmine tea. This beautiful woman not only has 2 more divine pieces of equipment, but also a powerful life-saving skill, making her less risky when fighting level 70 monsters in the netherworld. Last time I went to the netherworld, my favorite jasmine tea was in the area where level 65 monsters were active. This time, I will be directly teleported to the area where level 70 monsters are active. Compared to last time, the summon bosses have all been changed to level 65 high-star ones, so she can even fight against level 70 high-star bosses. Besides leveling up, she also needs to obtain a pass to the Netherworld Tower to prepare for entering the Netherworld Tower at the Divine Servant level. The pass to the Netherworld Tower can only be obtained by defeating bosses in the Netherworld. It cannot be obtained from other places, including the Netherworld Passage and the Netherworld Tower itself. Just like the Netherworld Token, it can only be dropped by the boss in the Netherworld Passage. Jiqiu's 9 clones also have the same task. Jiqiu also needs to obtain the pass to the Netherworld Tower. After reaching level 80, he will attempt to challenge the Netherworld Tower at the Divine Envoy level. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry. He was still more than 10 levels away from level 80. If you don't encounter a high-level alien expert, it won't take more than 10 days or half a month to level up. It's worth mentioning that since wearing the Netherworld God of Concealment badge, Jiqiu will no longer receive any system announcements when he gets the first kill on a boss. If announcements of first kills of bosses related to Autumn were to appear as frequently as before, Japanese experts like Yuta Nagano would not dare to set up traps near the Who Cares Guild's headquarters. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. That day, Jiqiu had just reached level 68 when she discovered that her favorite jasmine tea had suddenly reached level 57. Jiqiu inquired through a private chat with a friend. The user most favorite jasmine tea replied, "I just killed a 3-eyed, 4-armed 7-star divine servant named Taluba. I don't know why, but he didn't leave a corpse after he was killed." Jiqiu said, "I also killed that guy. He must have awakened the superpower of resurrection." The jasmine tea lover said, "I understand. It's a pity, he probably had a lot of good gear, but I didn't manage to take any of it off." Jiqiu thought to himself, Taluba of the 3-eyed civilization is really unlucky. He was killed by me not long ago, and now he's run into his favorite jasmine tea. When I killed that guy, he was level 60. After I killed him, he should have lost a level. He hasn't been leveling up much lately, so when I killed him again, I only leveled up to level 57. I met him in the level 70 monster area of the Netherworld last time. Why is he still in the level 70 monster area this time? It's probably related to the fact that he left early last time. It's one thing for a 7-star divine servant to be unable to defeat a heavenly fate divine official, but to be unable to defeat even a 6-star divine official, he must be quite frustrated. Thinking of this, Jiqiu couldn't help but smile. While resurrection maximizes survivability, it's practically useless in actual combat if you don't choose to resurrect on the spot and continue fighting. Jiqiu had fought against Taluba and knew that this 7-star divine servant was not particularly particularly powerful. That guy can summon a level 55 7-star 3-headed griffin with the ultimate skill attached to his equipment, but this summon boss can only block a level 65 6-star summon boss who loves Jasmine Tea. Even if Taruba uses bloodborne magic, it's impossible for her to kill Jasmine Tea quickly. Faced with the siege of a group of high-level, high-star summon bosses, Taruba was bound to be defeated. There's no escaping it. My favorite Jasmine Tea has a flying summon boss and a special move that increases movement speed by 10 times. Don't underestimate her just because she's only a 6-star priest. She's incredibly powerful now. Her sudden promotion of 5 ranks also sparked heated discussions worldwide. No way? Shou got punished, and this woman is the one cheating now? I told you long ago, this woman is a beneficiary of Chiu's cheat code. Chinese people love to do this kind of thing. Don't worry, she will be punished soon and disappear like autumn. Once she disappears, China will have no advantage in terms of top-tier combat power. Another day has passed quickly. My favorite Jasmine Tea brought me to the end of this journey through the underworld. Since she didn't have an urgent need to upgrade, she focused all her efforts on searching for high-star bosses on the last day and successfully obtained the pass to the Netherworld Tower. However, before venturing into the Netherworld Tower, which is at the Divine Servant level, she needs to complete the Divine Servant missions first. With the blessing of the gods, the user loves Jasmine Tea evolved all 3 pieces of divine equipment to level 55. This further enhanced her own abilities. She only had 2 bottles of divine blessing, and Ji Chiu gave her 1. In addition to all 3 pieces of divine equipment undergoing an evolution, her other equipment was also replaced with top-tier level 55 6-star and 7-star items. Furthermore, at level 45, she could have a maximum of 6 summon bosses, and now she can have a maximum of 1 more summon boss. Without resting, she first took a teleportation array to the Taklamakan Desert to kill a level 65 6-star boss. After returning, she rested for 4 hours until she was in top condition before leaving to do the Divine Servant quest. After waiting for about 50 minutes, Ji Chiu saw the system announcement. God's announcement: congratulations to the Chinese superhuman most favorite Jasmine Tea for successfully completing the 7-star Divine Servant mission and becoming the first 7-star Divine Servant on Earth. Not long after, the Jasmine Tea lover returned to the guild's headquarters and entered the temple where Ji Chiu lived. How are the rankings? It took a little over 36 minutes in total, ranking 9th. The Jasmine Tea lover looked somewhat disappointed, saying, "It's a pity we couldn't make it into the top 5. Making it into the top 10 is already quite good, considering the rankings cover all civilizations." Ji Chiu offered a word of comfort. This isn't just polite talk. Jasmine Tea's favorite awakened superpower is SS level, not SSS level, and it only awakens 1 superpower. In all the civilizations covered by God Duke, there are many players who have awakened more than 1 superpower, and there are also many players who have awakened SSS level superpowers. Even if the 7-star Divine Servants are not too large, they are certainly not few in number. Jasmine Tea is among the top 10 favorites mainly because her superpowers are well suited for fighting monsters and completing various levels of nobility quests. Also, her equipment was good enough, with 3 pieces of divine gear, and her superpowers reached the top level ahead of time. The mission rewards are pretty good. Jasmine Tea lover continued, "I have a level 55 2-star divine equipment, a high-level superpower enhancement scroll, a bottle of divine blessing, 30,000 7-star source power coins, a skill book, and the skill divine protection automatically given by the system." As she spoke, she took out the 2-star divine equipment and skill book she had just obtained. As for the bottle of divine blessing, she stored it in the guild warehouse because Ji Chiu had said that she wouldn't need such a special item for the time being. The 2-star divine equipment is a helmet-type item. The attributes are quite good, but Ji Chiu already has the Blood Fiend's soul-suppressing crown. The skill book is called Source of Power Blessing, and it remains a divine skill that is very suitable for players who have awakened summoning-type superpowers. Using this divine skill can greatly enhance the combat power of your own team. Your team includes teammates, members of the same guild, and your own summon boss. Actually, that includes clones too. It's easy to see that Source of Power and Blessing is a kind of healer skill. If the source energy supply is continuous, this divine skill can remain effective indefinitely, with a cooldown time of 600 seconds. Like most divine skills, using Source Power Blessing consumes a lot of the superhuman source power. If the duration is too long, the superhuman risks losing a level. This amazing skill is also useful for Ji Chiu, but it's obviously more useful for those who love Jasmine Tea. Moreover, Ji Chiu has many pieces of equipment that can simultaneously enhance the combat power of his main body and clones, and these equipment come with powerful ultimate moves. Not only do these ultimate moves not consume his own source power, but they are also more effective. Jasmine Tea is about to embark on a challenging adventure in the Netherworld Tower, a level of Divine Servant level difficulty, and she needs this healing skill even more. Very good. Congratulations on your significant improvement. Ji Chiu returned the helmet and skill book to her beloved Jasmine Tea, saying, "I already have the helmet, and this skill is more suitable for you. I'm going back to rest now, as I love Jasmine Tea the most." 2 hours later, later, she finally entered the Netherworld Tower, a Divine Servant level structure. Now she is a 7-star Divine Servant. Her level will be extremely difficult to complete. However, she already has 4 pieces of divine equipment and 7 summoned bosses, including the Earthfire Unicorn, making her combat power and survivability strong enough. After she was teleported into the Netherworld Tower, Ji Chio kept a close eye on her level changes. 2 hours have passed. Ji Chio discovered that her favorite Jasmine Tea had suddenly leveled up to level 60. This proves that she just killed a Tanu boss. She should have passed the first hurdle, but I wonder if she managed to get any divine gear from that tower slave boss. Ji Chio thought to himself. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Ji Chio's 9 clones were forcibly teleported out of the Netherworld. These 5 days of hard work allowed Ji Chio to reach level 69. With an attack speed increase of 4 points, Ji Chio's 9 clones can kill monsters much faster, and since they are fighting level 80 monsters and bosses, they also level up 2 times this time. Unfortunately, I still haven't gotten the pass to the Netherworld Tower. Ji Chio put away his 9 clones and waited for their cooldowns to finish before releasing them back into the Netherworld. As expected, the 9 clones encountered a group of level 85 monsters as soon as they teleported there. Level 85 is also a divine messenger level. Level 85 monsters aren't much stronger than level 80 monsters. Ordinary monsters can't break through the defenses of the 9 clones, and even star level bosses can't make them lose too much health. The life steal attribute of the Blade of Destruction and their automatic health regeneration attribute allow them to fight monsters without taking damage. The 50% increase in defense from the protective belt is no joke. 2 hours after Ji Chio's 9 clones entered the Netherworld, his favorite Jasmine Tea finally returned. It was clear that she was exhausted, even more so than if she had fought monsters in the Netherworld for 3 consecutive days. So, what's your ranking? 15th. The Jasmine Tea lover replied dejectedly. The first and third levels were alright. It was all about speed and defeating monsters and bosses. The main problem was that the second level took too much time. The second level was a real test for me. If I was missing even 1 piece of divine equipment, or if I didn't have the blood source skill, I would have died in the second level. Just getting through the game is fine. Ranking 15th isn't bad. Ji Chio asked again, what kinds of rewards are there? A 2-star divine item is a belt. The person who loves Jasmine Tea replied, 80,000 7-star source coins, a top-tier superpower enhancement scroll, a bottle of divine blessing, and a skill book. Compared to Ji Chio's successful completion of the Netherworld Tower at the divine servant level, the reward for loving Jasmine Tea was a whole level lower. Putting everything else aside, the star rating of the divine equipment alone is 2 levels higher. One is a test at the Heavenly Mandate level, and the other is a test at the 7 stars level, and the rankings obtained are also very different. Just like after completing the Divine Servant mission, Zui Jasmine Tea handed over the divine equipment and skill book she had just obtained to Ji Chio. I also have the legendary belt. Ji Chio first looked at the divine equipment belt, then returned it to her favorite Jasmine Tea, and then checked the system introduction of the skill book. After only one glance, Ji Chio returned the skill book. The skill book that Ji Chio just obtained, which is called Source Power Wings, is the Jasmine Tea favorite. Ji Chio had already learned it long ago. With this amazing skill, even without a flying summon, the Jasmine Tea can fly. You've reached level 61, so you must have killed more than 1 tower slave boss. Didn't you get any god tier gear? The Jasmine Tea lover shook his head and said, maybe I was just unlucky. I only managed to get 3 level 67 star equipment pieces. It's nothing, you already have 5 pieces of divine equipment. After a slight pause, Ji Chio waved his hand and said, go find that crystal NPC and upgrade your soul summoning again. He nodded and left, saying he loved Jasmine Tea the most. Ji Chio did not ask for the top tier superpower enhancement scroll that she had just obtained from her favorite Jasmine Tea. This special item could be obtained by defeating more god level bosses in the Netherworld. There's no rush to upgrade void walking to the initial stage of godhood. SSS level void walking is enough. More than 20 minutes later, the Jasmine Tea lover returned to the Whoever You Want Guild's headquarters from the cultural park. 450 years of lifespan, 30,000 7-star source coins, those NPCs are so greedy. The Jasmine Tea lover looked pained, saying, and you said you'd give me a 50% discount. What changes will occur in your soul summoning after you advance to the initial stage of godhood? Ji Chio asked curiously. The maximum number of summonable bosses you can have remains unchanged, still 7. Jasmine Tea lover replied, after the summoned boss is killed, it can be summoned again in just 180 seconds. My effective control range over the summoned boss has increased 5-fold compared to before, and I can have a summoned boss that is 20 levels higher than myself. Ji Chio couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, doesn't that mean you can now possess an 80-level boss? She nodded, indicating that she loved Jasmine Tea the most. Next time you go to the Netherworld, you'll land directly in the area where level 75 monsters are active. When you go there, change your summon boss to a level 75 one first, and then you can change it to a level 81 next time. Ji Chio was a little jealous. With a group of powerful bosses at the divine divine level enjoying his favorite jasmine tea, he has become a true top-tier expert. In Jicho's previous life, she worked hard for 10 years but never achieved such great success. It was precisely because Jicho had guessed that her soul summoning would have such amazing effects when it reached the initial stage of the god level that he did not ask her for that top-level superpower enhancement scroll. Looking back now, it was such a wise decision to come and seek refuge with the guild leader. "I love jasmine tea the most," she replied sincerely. This is not flattery or bootlicking, it is a heartfelt statement. Without the strong support of her own president, she could not have grown so quickly. She felt that her president must have obtained a top-tier superpower enhancement scroll, and that her president's superpower must have already reached the initial stage of the god level. That's why she hadn't suggested giving that top-tier superpower enhancement scroll to her president before. She didn't know that Jicho had two superpowers. What's even more unknown is that Jicho possesses a superpower that hasn't yet reached the initial stage of godhood. "President, we're not related, yet you're so kind to me. It can't just be because you also like jasmine tea, right? Otherwise what?" Jicho smiled and asked in return. "How would I know what the president is thinking?" She pursed her bright red lips, clearly enjoying her favorite jasmine tea. "Just consider it that I was attracted to your good looks." Jicho looked like she couldn't be bothered to explain. "You're really patient." The man who loves jasmine tea clearly didn't believe it, saying, "Generally, a man who's lustful, even if he's not in a rush, will at least test the waters occasionally. Aren't you tired? Go and rest if you're tired." He turned and left, his favorite jasmine tea gone. After resting for a few hours, she was teleported to the netherworld. Jicho reached level 70 and also obtained the pass to the netherworld tower. "My favorite jasmine tea returned from the netherworld and successfully replaced all 6 of my summoned bosses, except for the Earthfire Unicorn, with level 75 bosses. In these 3 days, she only leveled up 1 level, reaching level 62. The Earthfire Unicorn has also reached level 53. It can only absorb the source power dropped by monsters it kills. When it encounters alien players in the netherworld or the tower slave boss in the netherworld tower, jasmine tea will prevent it from killing the opponent, so its leveling speed will not be too fast. Fortunately, it has area of effect skills and is good at large area attacks. In addition, it has been killing monsters or bosses that are many levels higher than the level it is currently at, so its leveling speed is not too slow. A level 75, 6-star boss dropped a pass to the netherworld tower for my favorite jasmine tea. Once she reaches level 80 and completes the Divine Messenger quest, she will be able to challenge the netherworld tower again. My love for jasmine tea has never stopped. She was quickly teleported into the netherworld again, this time appearing in the area where level 80 monsters were active. She won't provoke level 85-star or higher bosses. Her only activities are leveling up and finding and killing level 85-star bosses. Nearly 2 days have passed. Jicho's 9 clones have also returned. Jicho is still at level 70. I've already been to the area where level 85 monsters are active, but I still haven't encountered any other alien players. It seems the only possibility is encountering players from the Three-Eyed Civilization. Jicho estimates that the arrival of God's Lord in various civilizations occurred at different times. If those civilizations that integrated into God's Lord many years earlier in the Blue Star Civilization were allowed to enter the same special map, what would the Blue Star Civilization players use to compete with them? Newcomers must be given enough time to develop before they can directly engage with those who arrived earlier. Just like the server merges in many online games, Blue Star Civilization belongs to the new server of God Duke. The Three-Eyed Civilization should also be like that. Even if this civilization integrated into God's Lord earlier than the Blue Star Civilization, its lead wouldn't last too long. Of course, this is just Jicho's speculation and may not be the truth. It's also possible that other rules have caused him and his beloved jasmine tea to have only encountered players from the Three-Eyed Civilization in the netherworld so far. Going to the netherworld again will land you in an area where level 90 monsters are active, and the time after that will land you in an area where level 95 monsters are active. And then what? Landed in the area where level 100 monsters are active? Jicho had to consider this issue. In his previous life, when the Three-Eyed Civilization invaded, the highest rank on Blue Star was 5-star Divine Envoy, and the highest level was 95. No one has ever reached level 100. He has never encountered a level 100 monster or boss, at least not Jicho. He has never heard of any other strong player encountering one. People speculate that if a superhuman who has reached level 100 goes near those statues, they may trigger a divine quest. Since no one has reached level 100, it's impossible to verify whether this speculation is true. Summer passed quietly. Autumn has arrived in China. This early autumn was unusually cold, with frost even appearing in the mornings. Jicho had already anticipated this situation and naturally didn't care at all. His 9 clones went to the netherworld to level up in the area where level 90 monsters roamed. My favorite jasmine tea is back. She reached level 63 and successfully replaced all 6 summoned bosses except for the Earthfire Unicorn with level 85-star ones. The Earthfire Unicorn has reached level 55. 55. Level 55 is a watershed moment. A fire unicorn that reaches level 55 is considered to have reached the Divine Servant level, a 7-star Divine Servant level boss. To this day, only 2 months have passed since God Duke arrived on Earth. The global rankings show that most top players on Earth are still struggling below level 45. Although Jiqiu has disappeared from the ranking list, her favorite Jasmine T is still there. Her lead was also very large, which naturally gave her a strong deterrent effect. Superhumans from all over the world are waiting for her to disappear suddenly like Jiqiu. Those who knew that Jiqiu had not disappeared, besides the person who loved Jasmine T the most, included only a few people in the Chinese government, including the most heartless person in Jiangnan. It's worth mentioning that Jiangnan's #1 Ruthless bought a high-level superpower enhancement scroll from the Whoever You Want guild, but unfortunately he didn't have enough lifespan or source power coins to upgrade his superpower to the top level. For someone who is only level 42, having reached the advanced level of his beast transformation superpower already gives him a significant advantage. His leveling speed is not slow now. The top-tier level 40 equipment he traded for from his favorite Jasmine T, including the Divine Ape Wolf Fang Mace, Divine Ape Armor, and Divine Ape Bracers, is now all on him. The Anyone Guild sold a lot of top-tier equipment to the Jiangzhou municipal government. The Jiangzhou municipal government couldn't actually handle that much equipment, let alone afford to buy it. They also felt embarrassed about owing so much money, so they shared some of the equipment they bought with officials in other regions. Despite local authorities pooling their resources to raise source coins, they still owe the Whoever Guild a huge sum of money. Only by acquiring a large number of top-tier equipment can the Chinese government have sufficient strength to deter troublemakers and maintain stability in the country. Other countries are different. Only a very few countries can maintain stability. Most countries are in chaos, and social order has long since collapsed. This was a period in which various forces vied for power. First, they compete within their own country. Once those major powers have built high-star teleportation arrays, the fierce competition will spread to every part of the world. Only after all parties have paid a heavy price for the competition can a relatively stable situation be formed. With no foreign powers or forces causing trouble in China, Jiqiu was happy to have some peace and quiet, and didn't care at all about the chaos in other countries. President, I want to go to the Eagle country. After returning from the Netherworld, I didn't immediately teleport back into it. Jiqiu replied without hesitation. Aren't you going to ask me why I went to the United States? Why ask? Even if you don't ask, I'm going to tell you. Jasmine T. Lover replied, I remember telling you that my parents were in a car accident in the UK. Actually, it's not as simple as I made it out to be. I didn't have the ability to investigate before, but now that I do, of course I have to find out the truth. This happened 2 years ago, and the arrival of God Duke brought tremendous changes to the entire planet. Is it still possible to find out the truth? Jiqiu thought for a moment and then said, whether or not you can find out the truth, if you want to investigate, then go ahead and investigate. After exchanging greetings, the Jasmine T enthusiast took the 5-star teleportation array at the guild's headquarters to the Eagle Kingdom. She'll return using the reverse teleportation stone after she finishes her business. Although it crosses the entire Pacific Ocean, a round trip wouldn't actually take too long. It should be investigated. Jiqiu, of course, would not stop her from enjoying her favorite Jasmine T. Anyone whose parents have experienced something like that would want to know the truth. It's not hard to guess that there was something wrong with the car accident that happened to the parents who loved Jasmine T so much, and it was a big problem. Jiqiu knew that regardless of whether she could find out the truth, she would kill some people on her way there. For example, the British agent who once took her parents away. Jiqiu naturally doesn't need to worry about the safety of her favorite Jasmine T. With Jasmine T's current strength, if she didn't care about her sin value, she could completely destroy the entire Eagle Kingdom by herself. Finding the relevant people will take time. Investigating things also takes time. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Jiqiu's 9 clones returned. He reached level 71, only 26% more experience needed to reach level 72. In the past few days, the 9 clones killed a level 96 star boss and obtained a top-tier superpower enhancement scroll. So Jiqiu went to the cultural park in Jiangzhou City and sacrificed 360 years of his lifespan and 24,000 7-star source coins. With the help of the crystal NPC, he was able to improve his void walking ability once again. Void Walk, SSS level God tier beginner, lasts 900 seconds each time, cooldown 180 seconds. With this buff, the duration of Void Walk has been increased from 8 minutes to 15 minutes, and the cooldown has been reduced from 360 seconds to 180 seconds. That level 90, 6-star boss even dropped a 7-star cooldown gem. Jiqiu used this cooling gem on the Wind God boots, reducing the cooldown time of the Wind Flash skill attached to this 3-star divine item from 1800 seconds to 180 seconds. Subsequently, Jiqiu sent his 9 clones to the Netherworld. As expected, 9 clones landed in the area where level 95 monsters were active. Jiqiu did not inquire about the situation of her favorite Jasmine T in the UK. 2 days days later, Jasmine T sent her coordinates, and Ji Chio activated the 5-star teleportation array at the guild's headquarters to bring her back from the Eagle Kingdom. Has the matter been investigated thoroughly? Not entirely clear. The person who loves Jasmine T did not leave the teleportation array. This matter also involves some British people who are stranded in our China. I have asked the most ruthless person in Jiangnan to help me investigate. The British people I am looking for are currently in a guild called God's Blessing in Songhai City. Should we go directly to Songhai City now? She nodded, indicating that she loved Jasmine T the most. The Jasmine Tea maker activated the teleportation array again and quickly teleported to Songhai City. Ji Chio could tell that Zue AI Jasmine Tea exuded a murderous aura, probably having killed many people in the United States and intending to continue killing. That God's Blessed Guild is going to be in trouble. Ji Chio knew that, unlike herself, the true identity of the one who loved Jasmine Tea had already been exposed before the arrival of God Duke. Previously, Jess Lee and many other British experts who were stranded in China hunted down Jasmine Tea lover. They probably took into account her special identity and knew that she had no good feelings towards the British, so they decided to strike first. The cold night enveloped Songhai City. The headquarters of the Blessed Light of God was bustling with activity. A bonfire party is underway, and many people are singing and dancing. Before the arrival of Godbor, this was a famous Disney resort, not far from the sea. Suddenly, the roars of monsters drowned out the noise of the crowd. The people who were eating, drinking, and having fun looked at each other in bewilderment. Everyone stopped making a fuss and looked around in confusion. Soon, a flying monster with outstretched wings arrived in the sky above the settlement. You can vaguely see a young woman standing behind the monster. Then, towering monster figures appeared in all directions of the settlement. Those monsters all exuded a powerful and terrifying aura. They all seemed to possess the power to overturn mountains and seas. The flying monster above the base spat out an incredibly hot tongue of fire. The scorching flames landed on the teleportation array within the base. The teleportation array collapsed with a deafening roar. What happened? System notification: our guild has been attacked. It's the favorite Jasmine Tea of the whoever guild. Why did she attack our guild? Chaos erupted at the headquarters of the Divine Blessing Guild. Everyone looked puzzled and terrified, including Lu Ruyan. She had only been a member of the guild for less than 20 days. Over the past 10 days or so, she has received preferential treatment and, with the help of several friends, has been promoted 4 levels. So she tried hard to integrate into the guild. Hearing that there was a bonfire party tonight, she actively participated, trying to blend in with everyone and gain the favor and attention of the guild's higher-ups. Upon seeing the Jasmine Tea, a favorite of the Earthfire unicorn, on its back, Lu Ruyan's eyes were filled with hatred and hostility. Thomas was killed by this woman. Lu Ruyan once thought of avenging Thomas, but the gap between her and the person who loved Jasmine Tea the most was too big, and the gap was widening. The hope of revenge is extremely slim, or even impossible. Damn it, the big bosses around the base are probably all summoned bosses who love Jasmine Tea the most. We're surrounded. The teleportation array has been destroyed. We can't escape even if we wanted to. We haven't provoked her, have we? Why is she attacking us? I heard that in Jiangzhou City, we British people dealt with her. Didn't they say that since all those people are dead, she won't implicate more people? The members of the God's Blessed Light Guild were discussing it nervously. No one dared to run away from the camp. The surrounding area is filled with several powerful summon bosses, none of whom can break through the encirclement. I am Simpson, the guild master of the Blessed Light of God. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his early 40s with a hooked nose raised his head and said loudly, Ms. Cha, you can speak your mind directly. Why do you have to resort to violence right away? The other party only destroyed the teleportation array and did not go on a killing spree, which made Simpson feel that things were not beyond repair. He did not activate the protective barrier, because he knew that the protective barrier wouldn't last long. I need to find a few people, and I hope President Simpson will cooperate and hand them over. Without beating around the bush, he immediately read out the names of the people he was looking for, one by one. Not polite at all. They were very forceful and directly demanded people. Anyone could see that the woman who loves Jasmine Tea is hot-tempered, and it could be inferred from this that she is looking for her enemy. The people Ms. T is looking for are not currently in our guild. Simpson certainly wouldn't hand people over easily. Once those people are handed over, they will most likely be killed in public. It's impossible for him not to be there. I have very reliable sources of information. While speaking, the Jasmine Tea lover commanded the Earthfire unicorn to attack the exclusive banner of the Divine Blessing Guild. A tongue of fire fell, and the special banner lost 1/10 of its health. It can be destroyed in a maximum of 10 attacks. During my few days in the UK, I learned a lesson. You can't be too kind or too reasonable, or things will become extremely troublesome. Make sure the other party understands that there will be extremely serious consequences for not cooperating. This will make things much more efficient. Several tongues of fire fell in succession, and the exclusive banner of the Divine Blessing Guild was reduced to a state of near death. Once the exclusive flag is destroyed, the guild will be forcibly disbanded, and every guild member will be punished. Simpson got impatient. I admit you're strong, but even the strong need to be reasonable, right? You Americans know how to reason? The Jasmine tea lover laughed. Back when you were the only superpower on Earth, did you ever reason with anyone? When you arbitrarily arrested and harmed people, did you ever reason with anyone? The person you're looking for isn't here. Simpson reiterated this point. Whether I'm here or not, I know in my heart. The Jasmine tea lover replied indifferently. Not only are they here, but one of them is your own brother. Am I right? Could you tell me why you're looking for them? Simpson asked. There's no need for that. The person who loves Jasmine tea said, if you cooperate, you can avoid being implicated. If you don't cooperate, you will have to bear the consequences. As soon as she finished speaking, under the continuous attacks of the Earthfire unicorn, the God's Blessed banner's health reached 0. Immediately afterwards, a system announcement was issued that the God's Blessed Light Guild had been forcibly disbanded. At first, everyone thought the Jasmine tea lover might stop. After all, destroying a guild is no small matter, especially a guild founded by foreigners within China. Chinese people are not usually this assertive or so unscrupulous. When it actually happened, everyone finally realized that the person who loved Jasmine tea was serious and not just putting on an act to scare people. President, shall we fight her? This is outrageous. Let's all attack together. I don't believe she'd dare kill us all. Fuck. When have we Americans ever been bullied like this? God will never forgive her. These Americans simply couldn't stand this humiliation. They used to be the ones bullying others, always walking around with their heads held high, but tonight they're being ridden on. Simpson cursed inwardly at those still shouting, saying they were brainless. Unlike the indignant British, Lu Ruyan was in a state of utter despair. And this time it wasn't in Jiangzhou City, it was in Songhai City. I've already left Jiangzhou. Why is it still like this? Isn't this just bullying? Damn you, God. Did I break any heavenly laws? Why are you still chasing after me? Lu Ruyan no longer cares about her reduced rank or shortened lifespan. What she cares about is, why always me? She's more determined to fight to the death for her beloved Jasmine tea than Simpson and other Americans. Unfortunately, she didn't have the ability. Simpson is contacting Songhai City officials via private chat with a friend. He wanted to request that the Chinese government intervene to suppress his favorite Jasmine tea. It seems that this is the only option right now. The official he contacted in Songhai City replied that the Chinese government does not interfere in private disputes. Simpson angrily questioned, didn't you have a rule against escalating personal grudges? The other party replied, as long as you cooperate, Jasmine tea lovers will not harm innocent people. Simpson was even angrier. She has already destroyed our guild. Although she hasn't killed anyone indiscriminately, she has still escalated the situation, hasn't she? The other party said, that's because you didn't cooperate. Simpson was furious. Does she think we have to hand over whoever she wants? Who can guarantee that the person she wants isn't innocent? The other party kindly advised, you should try to cooperate. Right now, she has only destroyed your guild. If you provoke her, the consequences will only be more serious. Simpson was exasperated. He knew, of course, that there were some things that the authorities couldn't say outright. The Songhai City government simply cannot restrain its love for Jasmine tea. Even setting aside those incredibly powerful summoning bosses who love Jasmine tea, she herself possesses unparalleled strength at level 63. Her exceptional strength inevitably earned her a superior status. Are we really going to cooperate and hand them over? Simpson was in a terrible dilemma. One of the people he wanted most was his younger brother. Actually, he could guess why he chose those few people to drink Jasmine tea. Before tonight, he thought that the person who loves Jasmine tea must have already let go of the matter of his parents' car accident, or believed the explanation given by the British government 2 years ago. So those people, including his brother, did not hide. There's nowhere to hide, since we're stuck in China. Apart from major cities, other places are simply not suitable for long-term stays and living. However, as long as you stay in major cities, it's hard to avoid being found. More importantly, no one expected that the popularity of Jasmine tea would grow so rapidly. Most of the British citizens stranded in China, including Simpson himself, are waiting for the high-level teleportation array to be built so they can return to the UK. Unfortunately, before that day could come, our enemies came knocking on our door. President Simpson, you should have heard of an old saying from our Chinese culture. The man who loved Jasmine tea declared emphatically, better to kill 1,000 innocent people than let one guilty person go free. Don't push me to that point. Before coming here, I had already been to the United States and killed many people. It was precisely because she killed many people in the United States that Simpson and others, who were stranded in Songhai City, were not alerted. You can't send any messages from a dead person. The Chinese government will not suppress her. In fact, it is secretly supporting her. Otherwise, she would waste even more time in the UK, and it would be difficult to find out where the people she was looking for were when she returned. However, due to the arrival of God Duke, those people awakened superpowers, wore all kinds of equipment, and their temperament and appearance changed significantly. The Chinese government was unable to provide her with more accurate and detailed information. Therefore, she had no choice but to force the other party to step forward. Those few people are are unwilling to step forward, so let their compatriots betray them. Many of the Americans present could understand Chinese. To avoid any misunderstandings with Mandarin, the jasmine tea lover repeated what he had just said in English. Seeing that the person who loves jasmine tea was very serious and wasn't trying to scare them or joking, the expressions of many Americans became much more complicated. Those who had previously clamored to fight to the death now seemed much calmer. He's just courting death. Don't be fooled by the thousands of British people gathered here. Even if they were all together, they would be no match for the jasmine tea lovers and a few summoned bosses. Resistance is utterly futile. Some people were terrified and tried to escape despite their fear, but just as he escaped to the edge of the camp, he was trampled to death by a summoned boss. Some people were even far away when a beam of strange light casually spat out by a summoned boss pierced their bodies and then collapsed in despair. No one can escape this place without the permission of the most jasmine tea lover. Hand over the people I want, or die with them. My favorite is jasmine tea, she said in an undeniable tone. Simpson sighed helplessly. The faces of his trusted and skilled men were also extremely grim. Even if they dared to fight desperately, their attacks wouldn't land on the one who loves jasmine tea the most. All attacks have limitations in range or area, including various control-type superpowers and skills. My favorite jasmine tea is in the air. I deliberately keep my distance from them. And those summoned bosses, if their level and star rating are high enough, have a longer attack range. If the most beloved jasmine tea were to strike ruthlessly, it would be a one-sided massacre with no suspense whatsoever. It's impossible for me. Simpson was still making a last-ditch effort, but before he could finish his sentence, a tongue of fire landed on him. In an instant, his health bar was reduced to 0. If you don't want everyone to be buried with you, those whose names I just called out, please step forward. Her voice, which spoke of her love for jasmine tea, was firm, and her expression was cold. At this moment, her beauty no longer captivated, but rather made one's heart tremble. Simpson was reduced to ashes in a burst of flames. Upon witnessing this scene, the British people present all turned ashen-faced. Kane, it's Kane. Wesley, don't drag us into this. Ms. T, this is Michelle, the woman you're looking for. Brady, stop hiding. And so, the terrified people pushed out one by one the people they were looking for who loved jasmine tea the most. Some people resisted, but before the jasmine tea lovers could even make a move, they were stabbed in the back by their own compatriots. Whoever caused the trouble should resolve it. If you can't solve it, then die. The person who loves jasmine tea is only a few people, but there are thousands of people from the United States present. Their individual resistance seemed utterly futile. Their relatives, friends, and others who tried to protect them were either killed on the spot or subdued and pushed out. Without any interrogation, the man who loved jasmine tea killed everyone he thought deserved to die. Throughout the entire process, she appeared exceptionally cold. Soon, she put away the summoned bosses around the base and flew away on her Earthfire unicorn. The thousands of British, along with many Chinese, including Lu Ruyan, finally breathed a sigh of relief after the Earthfire unicorn disappeared into the horizon. They all looked like they had survived a disaster. Are we just going to let her do whatever she wants? If you had her power, you could do whatever you wanted. Not to mention within China, even on the territory of our Eagle Nation, she is invincible. While everyone was discussing, Lu Ruyan relaxed, but her mood was extremely bad. God, what have I done wrong that you are torturing me like this? The God's Blessed Light Guild was destroyed, its leader Simpson was killed, and the Eagle Nation members who were stranded in Songhai City created a new guild. It's called Joining Hands for Progress, and it's still a 4-star guild. People who originally belonged to the God's Blessing Guild joined the Hand-in-Hand Guild. Lu Ruyan too. Neither the guild's higher-ups nor ordinary members knew that the guilds Lu Ruyan had previously joined had all been destroyed. Of course, Lu Ruyan herself would not reveal this situation. They might even deliberately conceal it. The jasmine tea enthusiast quickly returned to the Whoever Guild's headquarters in Zhengzhou City via the reverse teleportation stone. Is the matter resolved? Ji Qiu asked the person who had just stepped out of the teleportation array about their favorite jasmine tea. Yes, it's all resolved. The jasmine tea lover nodded. This can now comfort my parents' souls in heaven. You've been busy for so many days, go and rest. I walked towards my home, my favorite jasmine tea. At 4 in the morning, after resting and adjusting my mood and physical condition with my favorite jasmine tea, I entered the underworld again. This time, she landed in the area where level 85 monsters were active. 2.5 days have passed. Ji Qiu's 9 clones were forcibly teleported back. Ji Qiu has reached level 73. Without hesitation, Ji Qiu's 9 clones were quickly teleported into the netherworld. Even if you encounter a god-level boss, at most 9 clones will be killed, and you'll just waste a netherworld token. It's no big deal. Sure enough, they encountered a level 100 monster as soon as they arrived. However, level 100 monsters are only slightly stronger than level 95 monsters, with a little more health. Still at the level of a divine messenger. They haven't reached the level of a god. Of course, Ji Qiu didn't know what a god-level being looked like. It is certain that a god-level being is far stronger than a divine messenger-level being, and not just by a little bit. Based on this, Ji Qiu deduced that reaching level level 100 should not automatically trigger a divine quest near the statue. In fact, in the previous life, many powerful people believed that the divine quest could not be triggered at level 100. The divine disciple quest will be triggered at level 10. The divine official quest will be triggered at level 20. The priest quest will be triggered at level 35. The divine servant quest will be triggered at level 55. The divine envoy quest is triggered at level 80. There is a 10-level difference between the divine disciple quest and the divine clerk quest, a 15-level difference between the divine clerk quest and the divine official quest, a 20-level difference between the divine official quest and the divine servant quest, and a 25-level difference between the divine servant quest and the divine messenger quest. 10, 15, 20, 25. It's easy to deduce that there should be a 30-level difference between the divine messenger quest and the divine spirit quest. In other words, you need to reach level 110 to have a chance to trigger the God's quest. Of course, this is just a projection and may not be the truth. Jichio's 9 clones began their usual efforts to fight monsters. Another half-day passed. Jasmine T. Lover returned to the Whoever You Want Guild's headquarters. She hadn't been able to level up during her 3-day trip to the Netherworld. She kills monsters fast enough, but she doesn't have the double experience bonus from the Divine Servant or the double experience bonus from Death Harvest. After a short rest, she went to the Netherworld again, landing in the area where level 90 monsters were active. 3 more days have passed in the blink of an eye. My favorite Jasmine T has returned from the Underworld and finally reached level 64. During my 2 recent trips to the Netherworld, my Earthfire Unicorn leveled up from 55 to 58 in 6 days. My love for Jasmine T never stopped, so I went to the Netherworld to fight level 95 monsters. A day and a half later, Jichio's 9 clones returned. Jichio has reached level 74. Level 100 monsters aren't much stronger than level 95 monsters, but they give significantly more experience. Jichio's 9 clones once again entered the Netherworld. I still haven't encountered any god-level monsters, but rather level 105 monsters and bosses. 3 days later, the Jasmine T enthusiast arrived at the area where level 100 monsters roamed in the Netherworld. She still seemed completely at ease. Don't be fooled by her low level. Apart from the Earthfire Unicorn that just reached level 60, all the bosses she summons are level 80 and 5-star. She can share the health of summoned bosses through bloodborne magic, and with 5 pieces of divine equipment, even level 100 ordinary bosses can't do anything to her. Even if she encounters a high-level boss and can't defeat it, she can still escape with ease. 2 more days passed. Jichio's 9 clones were forcibly teleported out of the Netherworld. If you go again, you'll most likely end up in an area where level 110 monsters are active, and level 110 is very likely to be at the god level. Jichio did not hesitate and sent his 9 clones back into the Netherworld. Since we are not afraid of death and we will not actually die, what is there to fear? To Jichio's surprise, this time, when we went to the Netherworld, we didn't land in an area where level 110 monsters were active, but rather in a map without any monsters. Honorable Divine Servant, you have entered the Netherworld arena. This arena is filled with superhumans below the level of gods from various civilizations. They will target you, and you can also target them. Please proceed with extreme caution. Note 1. All superhumans entering the Netherworld arena must kill at least one other superhuman within the time limit, or they will die. Tip 2. If no other superhumans are present in the Netherworld arena at the same time, a 7-star boss of the same level as you will appear 30 minutes before the time limit ends. Defeating the boss will teleport you away. Through the system notification, Jichio knew where his 9 clones had arrived. The countdown timer shows that you can only stay in the Netherworld arena for 24 hours. Whether there are other superhumans here is still uncertain for Jichio. It doesn't matter if it's not there. Jichio is currently level 74, and is 20% away from level 75. The level 74 7-star boss posed no threat to Jichio's 9 clones. The Netherworld arena is very large. It is not an open and flat area, but a place with mountains, water, flowers, trees, and shrubs. Moreover, the air was thick with a strong, malevolent aura. Jichio's 9 clones were in a dense forest, where all was quiet. It's safe to assume that the superhumans who come to the Netherworld arena are all very powerful, and each of them has the strength to deal with level 105 Netherworld monsters. Most of the superhumans at this level have completed the mission of the Divine Messenger and possess more than 1 piece of divine equipment. After a short while, Jichio's 9 clones began to search cautiously. Compared to killing a 7-star boss of the same level, Jichio would naturally prefer to kill an alien powerhouse. After searching for 2 full hours, the 9 clones finally encountered a powerful alien. You have been attacked by Morami, phonetic translation, a superhuman from the feathered human civilization. This is a civilizational conflict, not an act of evil. In midair, a superhuman with a pair of large wings wielded a long sword and slashed dozens of sharp swordlights at Jichio's 9 clones. Aside from having a pair of wings, this powerful figure from the feathered human civilization named Morami also had 1 head, 2 arms, and 2 legs, much like humans on Earth. Jichio Jiqiu clearly remembered that the final boss he encountered in the third level of the Netherworld Tower, which was of the priest level, looked just like this. That was a level 55, 6-star divine servant. Jiqiu's 9 clones encountered Morami, a 7-star divine envoy who was already level 88. The divine servant Tanu, who also came from the feathered people civilization, attacked with a bow and arrow, while Morami held a longsword tightly in his hand. That longsword was clearly a divine sword. Dozens of sword lights descended from the sky, simultaneously attacking Jiqiu's 9 clones. Each clone was attacked by at least 5 sword beams, losing at least 20,000 health points. His longsword also has a 100% armor penetration attribute. Seeing that his 9 clones had lost so much health, Jiqiu was naturally shocked. The sword light unleashed by the opponent was clearly the result of a very powerful sword technique. Even if the opponent had high attack power and was enhanced by the skill, Jiqiu's 9 clones should not have lost so much health. After all, the defensive attributes provided by 10 pieces of divine equipment are also very high. Jiqiu automatically regenerates 12,000 HP per second. Once he reaches level 74, his HP exceeds 400,000. Even if the opponent attacks, they can ignore his defense. It is extremely difficult to kill his 9 clones. Unleash the divine wings of source power. Jiqiu's 9 clones instantly flew into the air. Because the opponent's flight speed was faster, Jiqiu immediately followed up with the ultimate move attached to the wind god boots, Wind Flash. Morami is very cautious. When he realized that his sword attack had not killed 9 opponents instantly, he understood that his opponents were very strong. Because Jiqiu was wearing the Netherworld concealment badge, his 9 clones appeared as mere black shadows to Morami, concealing their levels, health bars, and character names. This also raised Morami's high alert. Before the opponent could retaliate, Morami flew a distance at top speed. When he saw the other person fly into the air, he unleashed his superpower without hesitation, void walking. This birdman has actually awakened the ability to walk in the void. Jiqiu was very surprised. I originally intended to use the Wind Flash ultimate to catch up with and instantly kill Morami, but unexpectedly, he was also able to enter the invincible state of void walk. This birdman is already level 88 and has completed the divine envoy quest. His void walking ability must have reached the initial stage of the divine level. Jiqiu knew very well that the initial stage of the god level void walking technique could last for 15 minutes. With such a long time to kill, Morami, who has a 100% defense penetration attribute, was certainly able to kill all 9 of Jiqiu's clones. Jiqiu has an ultimate skill that can enhance the status of his 9 clones, and Morami can also enhance his attack power by using his ultimate skill. Therefore, Jiqiu cannot let his 9 clones withstand the attack. However, if Jiqiu's 9 clones also enter the state of walking in the void, Morami will most likely choose to escape. 15 minutes is enough time to escape far away. Having finally found a powerful alien, Jiqiu was naturally unwilling to let him escape. Jiqiu did not rush to activate the void walking skill. With the help of the Wind Flash ultimate skill, the 9 clones are able to evade the opponent's attacks. The Wind Flash can last for 360 seconds. With the constant flashing, most of Morami's attacks would miss, and even when they did hit one of Jiqiu's clones, they would quickly and automatically recover to full health. With the Blood Fiend's soul-suppressing crown and the divine power wristbands unbinding, the 9 clones will not be under control. Wind Flash has a cooldown of only 180 seconds. 6 minutes have passed, and I only need to endure for 3 minutes before I can cast Wind Flash again. 2 Wind Flashes will take 12 minutes. If we can survive the cooldown of Wind Flashes, the opponent's void walk will end. If you can't hold out for 15 minutes, can't you at least hold out for 3 minutes? This birdman's skills also have cooldowns, but his attack speed is also very high. With my extremely high evasion stat, he can only deal an average of 30,000 damage per second. I can automatically regenerate 12,000 health points per second. Based on this calculation, I'll only lose 20,000 health points per second. If I activate Dragon Soul Coil or Wrath of the Evil God, my health will surge dramatically, and each clone can withstand at least 30 seconds. 9 clones would take at least 270 seconds. Even if he enhances his attack power with some kind of ultimate move, it would be difficult for him to kill all 9 clones within 180 seconds. As long as even one of his clones survives until his void walk ends, he's doomed, unless he chooses to run away beforehand. My 9 clones haven't attacked him yet, so he doesn't know how powerful my clones are. Moreover, he didn't know that none of the 9 clones were the original body. If only 1 or 2 clones were left, he would most likely continue fighting. After all, he might not have killed any superhumans in the Netherworld arena yet, and he would also be under pressure to complete his mission. After careful consideration, Jiqiu acted according to his plan. After the 360 seconds of Wind Flash ended, he decisively unleashed the Wrath of the Evil God. The defensive boost from the Wrath of the Evil God is completely useless against an opponent's 100% armor penetration attribute. However, the increase in total health and health regeneration speed brought by this ultimate skill allows Jiqiu's 9 clones to last longer, and the increase in speed and evasion attributes will also increase the probability of the opponent's attack attacks missing. Morami's sword skills have a cooldown period and cannot be used continuously. In order to end the battle as quickly as possible, he used the ultimate skill attached to his equipment, which greatly increased his attack power. What troubled him was that the enemy was too fast, had too much health, and could ignore his control skills and ultimate abilities. What made him feel gratified was that he was able to kill his target. Every 35 seconds, one of Jichio's clones is killed. When Jichio's clones were reduced to only 4, Wind Flash's cooldown ended. Morami's Void Walk can last for exactly 6 minutes. If he chooses to give up, he can use this time to escape, but he has been at the Netherworld arena for nearly 20 hours. If he cannot find and kill a superhuman in the next 4 hours, he will die. He knew very well that none of the superhumans in the Netherworld arena were easy to kill. There are still 4 targets left. Even if they are all strong, I should be able to last 180 seconds. I also have a powerful move that can enhance my own condition. Morami did not choose to run away. His Void Walk has indeed been upgraded to the initial stage of God level, with only a 180-second cooldown. He was unaware that the enemy also possessed the superpower of walking through the void, and that the enemy also had divine weapons that could penetrate defenses with 100% accuracy. If he had known, he would have made a different choice. Morami is still relentlessly pursuing Jichio's 4 clones. As Jichio's ultimate ability, Wind Flash, went on cooldown again, Morami's Void Walk ended almost simultaneously. Next, Morami needs to hold on for 3 minutes. Hold on until the cooldown for Void Walk ends. From the beginning until now, none of Jichio's clones have attacked Morami. Morami had no idea how powerful those clones were. Jichio decisively unleashed the ultimate move attached to the Dragon Scale Armor, Dragon Soul Coiling. The counterattack has officially begun. But Jichio soon discovered that without the help of Fengshan, Morami's flight speed was even faster, and it was difficult for the 4 clones to catch up with and hit the Birdman. After all, they are creatures born with wings, so they definitely have an advantage in flight. Moreover, Morami can also ignore various control skills or ultimate abilities. A 7-star Divine Envoy is indeed very difficult to kill. Jichio was too lazy to dawdle, so he immediately used the ultimate move attached to the Void Ring, Space Freeze. Although this ultimate skill only lasts for 10 seconds, that's enough. Beneath the ripples in space, everything stood still. Besides Jichio's 4 clones, Morami, who was moving at high speed, suddenly found himself unable to move. His heart sank and he knew something was wrong. Even with only 4 clones remaining, they can still deal an average of 1.5 million damage per second. When Morami began to be attacked, he was shocked to discover that the opponent could also ignore defenses. With just one wave of attacks, Morami was instantly killed. Even if he has damage reduction attributes, even though he just used Divine Source Infusion, we can't let him hold on for even a moment longer. It was only then that he realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. He had been too confident. You have killed Morami, one of the 7-star Divine Envoys of the Feathered Human Civilization, contributing to the development and survival of the Blue Star Civilization. Merit points plus 3 million. A system notification sounded. Killing a 6-star priest of the Three-Eyed Civilization gave 6,000 merit points, and killing a 7-star envoy from outer space gave 3 million merit points. Excellent. Excellent. I just don't know what merit points are used for. I've leveled up to level 87. Morami's body fell from midair. Jichio also landed on the ground and stripped Morami of his equipment. 6 divine pieces of equipment. These days, even the Jasmine Tea, a favorite of the 7-star Divine Servant, has 5 pieces of divine equipment. It's quite normal for a 7-star Divine Envoy to have 6 pieces of divine equipment. Without a 4-star divine item like the Death God's Bracelet, the best you can get is a 3-star divine item. With a pair of divine leg guards, I can finally be fully equipped with divine gear. Morami's 6 pieces of divine equipment are all level 80. 2 of them have never evolved, while the other 4 have evolved at least once. Jichio had his 4 clones hide in a secluded spot, and then began to examine the attributes of the 6 divine pieces of equipment he had just acquired. The first thing to look at is those leg guards. Lamentation Leggings, 3-star physical attack plus 389, elemental attack plus 389, physical defense plus 799, elemental resistance plus 699, poison resistance plus 699, evil resistance plus 699, evasion plus 259, movement speed plus 359, auto regeneration plus 5000, damage reduction 25%, requires level 80. These leg guards are 3-star divine gear that cannot be evolved. The vast majority of level 80 divine equipment cannot be evolved, and the vast majority of low-level divine equipment can only be evolved up to level 80. Both being 3-star divine equipment, the level 80 Li Shan leggings are significantly stronger in terms of stats compared to the level 55 Wind God boots, but they do not offer an attack speed boost, though they do provide 5,000 points of automatic health regeneration. Its 25% damage reduction is a permanent attribute. This divine armor also has damage reduction properties. Jichio then looked at the armor left behind by Morami. Swanee armor, evolvable evolvable 2-star artifact physical attack plus 329, elemental attack plus 329, physical defense plus 999, elemental resistance plus 899, poison resistance plus 799, evil resistance plus 799, evasion plus 79, auto regeneration plus 4000, damage reduction 30%, Swanni's Fury for 600 seconds, requires level 80, already evolved once. The Swanni armor, with its higher level and star rating, has attributes far superior to the dragon scale armor that Jiqiu is currently wearing. The raging flames of the Swanni are no weaker than the coiled dragon soul, and last for a longer period of time. Of course, if the dragon scale armor evolves to level 80, the dragon soul can also stay coiled for 600 seconds. Currently, the dragon scale armor's automatic health regeneration is only 899 points. Even if it evolves to level 80, this attribute will not increase by more than 4,000 points. The combination of the sorrowful leggings and the Swanni armor provides a 55% damage reduction. In a true one-on-one fight, this attribute alone can give you a huge advantage. Unfortunately, that unlucky Birdman messenger ran into me, who has multiple clones. The only drawback of replacing the dragon scale armor with the Swanni armor is the loss of 15% chance of triggering lightning attacks, but it's clearly more worthwhile to wear the Swanni armor. Putting everything else aside, at least Jiqiu won't have to waste another bottle of divine blessing to evolve the dragon scale armor to level 80. Then, Jiqiu looked at the weapons and divine equipment left behind by Morami. As expected, this weapon, like the Blade of Ruin, also has the attribute of 100% armor penetration. It is also an evolvable 1-star artifact, but compared to the Blade of Destruction, it only has an advantage in level, and currently has higher physical attack. Other attributes are inferior to the Blade of Ruin. Jiqiu is already level 87, and all the level 55 divine equipment he has can be evolved to level 80 later. Previously, Jiqiu received 3 bottles of divine blessings, one of which was given to her favorite Jasmine tea. After completing the Divine Servant mission and clearing the Divine Servant level Netherworld Tower, I received a bottle of divine blessing for each of the 2 tasks. Therefore, the Whoever You Want guild now has 4 bottles of divine blessing in its warehouse. Jiqiu only has 2 pieces of divine equipment that are level 80. The remaining 9 pieces of divine equipment all need to be evolved to level 80. No rush, defeating the big boss can drop the blessing of the gods. It won't be long before I get 5 bottles of the blessing of the gods. Use those 4 bottles first. Jiqiu then evolved each of the Blade of Destruction, the Void Ring, the Wind God Boots, and the Divine Power Bracers once. The reason for choosing these 4 divine items is that they all increase attack speed. Blade of Ruin, evolvable 1-star artifact physical attack plus 1450, lightning attack plus 699, 100% armor penetration, accuracy plus 69, 25% chance to trigger. Lightning punishment attack, luck plus 9, attack speed plus 6, sin elimination plus 8, attack with lifesteal plus 3000, requires level 80, evolve 4 times. Void Ring, evolvable 2-star artifact physical attack plus 366, elemental attack plus 466, elemental resistance plus 366, evasion plus 66, evil resistance plus 499, accuracy plus 66, attack speed plus 6, 5000 spatial storage slots, spatial freeze for 20 seconds, 15% chance to trigger evil soul devouring, requires level 80, already evolved twice. Wind God Boots, evolvable 3-star artifact physical attack plus 469, elemental attack plus 469, physical defense plus 899, elemental resistance plus 799, poison resistance plus 799, evil resistance plus 799, evasion plus 299, movement speed plus 450, attack speed plus 3, with wind flash for 600 seconds, requires level 80, already evolved once. Divine Power Bracers, evolvable 2-star artifact physical attack plus 399, elemental attack plus 366, physical defense plus 699, elemental resistance plus 599, poison resistance plus 599, evil resistance plus 899, accuracy plus 79, attack speed plus 5, 20% chance to trigger critical hit, grants unbound, 20% chance to trigger death or a corrosion, requires level 80, already evolved once. Evolve 4 divine pieces of equipment to level 80. In addition, Jiqiu has replaced the level 80 Swanni armor with the level 80 Li Shan leggings, giving him a total of 6 level 80 divine equipment pieces. Physical attack power has surged once again. Most importantly, the attack speed has increased by 4 points, and the average damage per second has also increased significantly. The duration of spatial solidification associated with the Void Ring has been increased from 10 seconds to 20 seconds. The duration of the Wind God Boots Wind Flash ability has been increased from 360 seconds to 600 seconds. The trigger probability of lightning punishment, evil soul intimidation, critical strike, and death chi erosion has all increased by 5%. These are also improvements that should not be underestimated. Besides the Li Shan leggings and Swanee armor, Jiqiu already had similar divine equipment, so he naturally didn't need any of the 4 divine items left behind by Morami. Jiqiu threw them, along with the dragon scale armor he had replaced, into the guild warehouse. Her favorite Jasmine tea hasn't reached level 80 yet, and she has divine armor. Jiqiu did not allow his 4 clones to remain in the netherworld arena to hunt down alien powerhouses. After the avatar is upgraded to the initial stage of SSS god level, the cooldown time is only 180 seconds. However, if Jiqiu releases the 5 clones that were previously killed, they will only appear next to the main body and will not appear in the netherworld arena. 4 clones are certainly not as good as 9 clones, so there's no need to stay in this dangerous place any longer. Jiqiu left the Whoever You Want guild's headquarters and soon arrived at the cultural park in Zhengzhou City. Blessed by the gods, are you willing to accept the gods test and become a divine messenger who is close to the gods? Once you reach level 80, the divine messenger quest will be automatically triggered whenever you get close to the statue. Are you ready? Ready! Jiqiu took out many boss first kill certificates, as well as the badge of the divine servant of destiny. You can choose any of the divine messenger missions, from ordinary to destiny. Jiqiu naturally chose the divine envoy mission of the heavenly mandate level without hesitation. Then we quickly entered the mission map. This is an underground labyrinth. A network of underground tunnels crisscrosses the area. Everywhere you look there are level 87 monsters, interspersed with some star level bosses. The mission requires you to obtain the Heart of Destiny. The mission of a divine servant of the destiny level is to find the Heart of Destiny, but finding and obtaining are obviously different things. I wonder if there are any hidden maps within this mission map. While pondering, Jiqiu released 9 clones. It's definitely not easy to find the Heart of Destiny using normal methods. These kinds of mazes usually require solving, which takes a lot of time and effort. Fighting monsters is a waste of time and a distraction. Why use the normal methods? Suddenly, Jiqiu had a brilliant idea. Do it as soon as you think of it. He immediately activated the void walking skill, and then his main body and 9 clones split up to act. In the state of walking in the void, their bodies can pass directly through any obstacle, including the stone walls of this underground labyrinth. Don't follow the usual path. Jiqiu and his 9 clones quickly searched in all directions. 15 minutes have passed. Jiqiu couldn't find the Heart of Destiny on the mission map. He wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently for 3 minutes before resuming his void walking and continuing his search. He dared to use this move mainly because the cooldown time of void walk is not long. Of course, with his current strength, he is not afraid of any big boss below the level of gods, even without the ability to walk in the void. If he encounters an insurmountable danger while his void walk is on cooldown, whether it's a flash of wind or spatial solidification, he can escape with ease. 5 minutes after the second void walk was activated within the mission map, one of Jiqiu's clones finally found the Heart of Destiny. So, the main body and the other 8 clones quickly rushed over. There is indeed a hidden map in this underground labyrinth. In a hidden corner of the underground labyrinth, there is a dusty statue. Passing through the statue, you can enter a huge underground cave. Inside the underground cave, there is a high platform with a treasure chest placed on top of it. The treasure chest is inlaid with 4 strange gems. The Heart of Destiny is in that treasure chest. These designs are similar to those of the Destiny level Divine Servant missions. However, finding this place is actually very difficult, because you have to solve the maze to reach the statue. Jiqiu used the ability to walk through the void, almost cheating by skipping the steps to solve the maze. Finding this underground cave is only half the battle. The clone, while in a void walking state, can stick its head into the treasure chest and see the Heart of Destiny inside, but cannot take it out. We have to open that treasure chest. Inside the enormous cave, there naturally resides a powerful boss guarding the treasure chest. For divine messenger kings of the heavenly mandate level, their health points have reached a terrifying 80 million. It's not hard to guess that you have to defeat these 4 big bosses to open the treasure chest and obtain the Heart of Destiny inside. To others, these big bosses are far too powerful, but Jiqiu was not afraid at all. There are still about 9 minutes left before you can use void walk. Now, Jiqiu and his 9 clones can deal more than 5 million damage per second on average. The damage dealt in just 1 minute exceeded 300 million points. No matter how powerful these so-called divine messenger kings are, or what special moves and superpowers they possess, they are all destined to be killed. Each time a king of the gods is killed, a strange mist will burst forth. When the 4 strange wisps of mist each entered a strange gem on the treasure chest, the chest opened automatically. Jiqiu arrived at the high platform, and after the state of walking in the void ended, he reached out and took out the Heart of Destiny from the treasure chest. The next moment, the scene before my eyes changed drastically. Jiqiu's true form and 9 clones quickly returned to the cultural park in Zhengzhou City. As expected of a divine servant blessed by the gods, congratulations on passing the test and becoming a divine messenger who is close to the gods. You completed the mission of the divine envoy in just 33 minutes and 46 seconds, ranking first among all civilizations. The mission reward has been sent to your system inventory. You are a divine messenger, almost like a god. God. Good luck, and may you lead your civilization to glory. A system announcement also appeared before Ji Qiu's eyes. God's announcement. Congratulations to Qiu, the Chinese superhuman, for successfully completing the mission of the Divine Envoy and becoming the first Divine Envoy on Earth. Superhumans around the world are astonished. Wasn't China's autumn subject to sanctions? He disappeared from the rankings, and there haven't been any system announcements about him killing the big boss recently. How did he reappear? So, he wasn't punished at all? We were just happy for nothing? Is it possible that China's autumn didn't actually have any special abilities at all? Impossible. He not only cheated, but he upgraded his cheat. He can even hide basic information. China's favorite Jasmine T is already at level 65. She's something we can only look up to. Damn it! I can't see Autumn's level, and I don't know how many levels I need to reach before triggering the Divine Envoy quest. Don't worry about the Divine Messenger quest, just finish the Priest quest first. To this day, the vast majority of superhumans on Earth remain below level 35 and have failed to complete the priesthood mission. Only two great gods from China have completed their divine servant missions, Qiu and the one who loves Jasmine T the most. However, the ranking list shows that there are more superhumans above level 40. Compared to the complaints and frustrations of superhumans in other countries, superhumans in China were jubilant at this moment. Those who said Qiu Shen was punished for cheating, don't you feel ashamed? As expected of the autumn god, he remains silent until he makes a stunning appearance. Everyone thought he was gone, but in the blink of an eye, he pulled off another amazing feat. I told you, the Who Cares What guild is still around, and Qiu Shen is definitely still around. Does anyone know what level Qiu Shen is now? Definitely level 65 or higher. Ji Qiu left the cultural park. On his way back to the Whoever You Want guild headquarters, he received a private message from Jiangnan's #1 Heartless. Congratulations, Autumn God. By the way, what level do you need to be to trigger the Divine Messenger quest? Ji Qiu replied, level 80. Jiangnan's #1 Heartless one said, so high. Autumn God, you're leveling up so fast. Did you kill another player from an alien civilization? Ji Qiu said, yes. The most heartless person in Jiangnan said, you are already fighting against alien powerhouses, while we are still fighting against minor monsters and bosses on Earth. It's true that comparing goods is like throwing them away, and comparing people is like dying. Ji Qiu said, you've reached level 44, that's pretty impressive. The most heartless person in Jiangnan said, isn't this all thanks to you? Without the top-tier equipment and superpower enhancement scrolls provided by you and Sister T, I would definitely still be just a nobody. Ji Qiu did not reply to the most heartless person in Jiangnan. At this moment, Jasmine T, still in the netherworld, sent a private message from a friend. What level is guild leader? Ji Qiu replied, class of 87. We can discuss the details when you get back. My favorite Jasmine T says, Back at the Who Cares Guild's headquarters, Ji Qiu began to check the quest rewards he had received. A top-tier superpower enhancement scroll. Ji Qiu's two superpowers have both reached the initial stage of godhood, so this reward is useless to him. 800,007 Star Source coins. The words Destiny engraved on the white Divine Lord's emblem are composed of small diamonds. One skill book, 2 bottles of Divine Blessing, 1 bottle of Divine Lord's Blessing, and 1 piece of Divine Equipment. The skill book is called Divine Source Ninefold Slash. It is an offensive melee divine skill that requires Divine Source energy to cast. It has a cooldown time of 120 seconds and a minimum learning level of 80. All divine messengers will automatically receive the skill of Divine Empowerment, just as all divine servants will automatically receive Divine Protection. For divine messengers who do not possess Divine Source energy, they must first undergo Divine Source initiation to obtain Divine Source energy before they can unleash the ninefold Divine Source Slash. The Divine Source initiation grants the divine messenger divine power. Ninefold Divine Source Slash is a divine combat technique far more powerful than Divine Wrath Source Force Slash. The 9 waves of attacks are known as the ninefold slash. Each wave is stronger than the last, and the first wave of attacks already has the damage power of a super move. This melee skill is indeed very powerful and suits me well, but unfortunately it requires divine energy to support it. Now, I can only obtain divine energy through Divine Source initiation, but Divine Source initiation requires sacrificing a lot of my lifespan. This skill can't be used casually. After learning the ninefold Divine Source Slash, Ji Qiu looked at the divine armor again. Thunderlord's Ring, evolvable 4-star artifact, physical attack plus 999, lightning attack plus 999, elemental resistance plus 699, evil resistance plus 699, accuracy plus 89, attack speed plus 4, luck plus 4, 30% chance to trigger thunder punishment attack, inflicts heavenly wrath thunder prison for 600 seconds, requires level 80, a 4-star divine item for rings, awesome. By replacing the dragon scale armor with the Thunder Lord battle ring, my chance of triggering a thunder punishment attack has reached 80%. Furthermore, my lightning elemental attack has also been greatly enhanced. Ji Qiu naturally wouldn't replace the void ring. Instead, she replaced it with the dark ring. What Ji Qiu values most about the dark ring is its 4 attack speed, and and the Thunder Lord's War Ring also has 4 attack speed. As for the Dark Ring, which comes with the ultimate ability Dark Source Shield, it doesn't offer much help to Jiqiu. The Thunder Wrath Prison that comes with the Thunder Lord's Battle Ring is still stronger. Heavenly Wrath Thunder Prison is a wide-range area of effect attack that lasts for 10 minutes and can absolutely inflict devastating damage on the opponent. The area of effect of this ultimate skill is always centered on the equipment owner. As the equipment owner moves, the area of effect of the ultimate skill will also change. It's also a good tool for upgrading. Luring a group of monsters before unleashing this powerful attack can significantly increase the monster killing speed. 2 4-star divine items. Jiqiu was very satisfied and then looked at the bottle of divine Marquise blessing. Similar to the blessing of the Netherworld God, the blessing of the god can simultaneously evolve the level and star rating of an equipment below 2-star artifact. After successfully clearing the Netherworld Tower at the divine servant level, Jiqiu did not use the bottle of Netherworld God's blessing that he obtained, because the Netherworld God's blessing has usage restrictions and is only effective on equipment with evil attack attributes. Jiqiu's only piece of equipment is the Blade of Destruction, which is a 1-star divine weapon, but the Blade of Destruction does not possess the evil attack attribute. The God's blessing can be used on the Blade of Destruction. The Blade of Ruin has evolved to level 80, and its level cannot be increased further through evolution. Therefore, Jiqiu doesn't need to worry about the level of the Blade of Destruction increasing and him being unable to wear it, so he used the blessing he had just received from the Divine Lord on the Blade of Destruction. Your Blade of Ruin has failed to evolve. Congratulations! Your Blade of Ruin has undergone a star upgrade. Blade of Ruin, evolvable 2-star artifact physical attack plus 1750, lightning attack plus 899, 100% armor penetration, accuracy plus 89, 30% chance to trigger. Lightning punishment attack, luck plus 10, attack speed plus 7, sin elimination plus 9, attack with lifesteal plus 5000, requires level 80, evolve 5 times. Compared to before, the physical attack of the Blade of Ruin has increased by 300 points, the lightning attack by 200 points, the probability of triggering lightning attack has increased by 5%, the luck, attack speed and sin removal attributes have all increased by 1 point, and the lifesteal has increased by 2000 points. Next, Jiqiu used the 2 bottles of divine blessing he had just obtained to upgrade the levels of the Thunder Punishment Chain and the Blood Fiend's Soul Suppressing Crown. Chain of Lightning Punishment, evolvable 2-star artifact physical attack plus 449, lightning attack plus 699, elemental resistance plus 449, evil resistance plus 599, accuracy plus 46, luck plus 8, 30% chance to trigger lightning punishment attack, inflicts Wrath of the Evil God for 600 seconds, requires level 80, already evolved 3 times. Blood Fiend's Soul Suppressing Crown, evolvable 3-star artifact physical attack plus 469, elemental attack plus 469, physical defense plus 999, elemental resistance plus 899, poison resistance plus 899, evil resistance plus 1299, evasion plus 99, auto HP regeneration plus 5000, with soul suppressing effect, requires level 80, already evolved once. With the Chain of Lightning evolved to level 80, Jiqiu's lightning elemental attack reached 2597 points. The probability of triggering lightning strikes is an astonishing 90%, meaning almost every strike is accompanied by a lightning strike. After the Blood Fiend's Soul Suppressing Crown evolved, Jiqiu's own attributes and the automatic health regeneration provided by the equipment exceeded 30,000 points per second. Today, Jiqiu's physical attack power has exceeded 7,000 points. The main body plus 9 clones can deal 70,000 damage with a single normal attack and nearly 150,000 damage with a single critical hit. This doesn't even include the lightning attack, which has a 90% chance of triggering. Jiqiu roughly estimated that if the main body and the 9 clones attacked at the same time, the average damage they could deal per second would be around 8.4 million. You should know that he is now not only fully equipped with divine gear, but all of his divine gear is at least 1 star, 2 4-star divine equipment pieces, and 4 3-star divine equipment pieces. Jiqiu opened his attribute panel and took a look. Autumn, the Angel of Destiny, Superpowers, Avatar, SSS God Level Beginner, Voidwalking, SSS God Level Beginner, Grade, 87, 1.023%, Physical Condition, 523,300, Lifespan, 3,802 years, 5 months, 16 days, 8 hours, 22 minutes, and 48 seconds. Skills, Divine Wrath Source Power Slash, Source Power Divine Wings, Divine Protection, Source Power Divine Palm, Netherworld Source Power Curse, Netherworld Divine Eye, Divine Source Infusion, Divine Source Ninefold Slash. Overall Combat Strength Assessment, Supreme Divine Envoy, nearly invincible below the level of a god. Close to? Jiqiu was a little puzzled. He was already so powerful, yet he wasn't invincible below the level of a god, but only close to being invincible below the level of a god. Indeed, the top experts of all civilizations should should not be underestimated. After all, God's Lord has only been on Earth for less than 3 months. The powerful beings below the level of gods in other civilizations have been fighting in God's Lord for many years and have accumulated much more experience. The protective belt and the death bracelet haven't been evolved to level 80 yet. If I clear the Netherworld Tower at the Divine Envoy level, I should be able to get at least 2 bottles of Divine Blessing. After all, clearing the Netherworld Tower at the Divine Servant level only gives 2 bottles. There's no need to fight big bosses to get Divine Blessings. Without dawdling, Jiqiu immediately led his 8 clones to the 5-star teleportation array within the guild's headquarters. I'll still leave 1 clone at the residence. Jiqiu took out the pass to the Netherworld Tower and activated the teleportation array. A teleportation channel radiating silver light quickly appeared. After entering the teleportation channel, 20 seconds later, Jiqiu and his 8 clones landed in front of the magnificent Netherworld Tower. The countdown has begun. The time limit for completing the challenge is no longer 24 hours, but only 6 hours. Honorable Divine Envoy, you have entered the Netherworld Tower. The tower is filled with countless powerful evil beings and is extremely dangerous. If you pass all the trials, you will receive a generous reward. If you fail to pass them within 6 hours, you will perish within the tower. As Jiqiu led his 8 clones through the gate and into the Netherworld God Tower, the countdown in front of them began to tick. A deafening roar resounded as the gates of the Netherworld Tower slammed shut, and the scene before Jiqiu's eyes immediately changed. First level, fight monsters. They are all level 90 Netherworld monsters and bosses, as well as some level 90 Divine Messenger Tower slaves. The boss guarding the gate is a level 97-star Divine Messenger who has become a slave to the tower. After defeating the big boss, Jiqiu looted 2 level 80 Divine Equipment pieces from its corpse, 1 1-star and 1 2-star. This level takes 25 minutes. He killed many level 90 tower slaves, allowing Jiqiu to level up from level 87 to level 90. The second challenge is no longer climbing a mountain, but guarding a statue. The statue was built on the top of a mountain, and monsters and bosses kept charging towards the top. The statue also has a health bar, with a total of 20 million health points. Once the health bar reaches 0, the level is considered failed. The total number of monsters and bosses rushing to the top of the mountain is fixed. Only when a large number of monsters and bosses near or on the summit are killed will the monsters and bosses below follow. Therefore, the faster you kill enemies, the shorter the time it takes to clear the level. You cannot rush to the mountainside or down the mountain to kill monsters, otherwise the statue on the mountaintop will be attacked by other monsters. This only applies to the other challengers. Those who cannot create clones can only remain stationary at the mountaintop. Late Autumn is different. He felt that the monsters and bosses were charging too slowly, so he left his main body and 3 clones on the mountaintop to guard the 4 directions of the statue, while sending the other 5 clones to counterattack from the mountaintop to the foot of the mountain. Whether it's a monster boss or a tower slave boss, there are flying beings among them. Jiqiu can't send all his clones to fight back, as his main body alone might not be able to defend that statue. Half an hour passed. The ordinary monsters and bosses on the mountain have all been wiped out. The final boss guarding the gate has appeared. A divine messenger who has become a slave to the tower, level 95, with 85 million HP. Jiqiu gave the gatekeeper boss no chance at all, and immediately activated Void Walk, reducing it to low health in less than 10 seconds. The divine messenger, now a slave to the tower, unleashed his ultimate move, fully restoring his health and then releasing his superpowers. This gatekeeper boss has 2 superpowers, invincibility and invisibility. Stealth is SS level. The invincible golden body is SSS level. Activating the invincible golden body grants immunity to all attacks and freedom from any control, while also significantly enhancing one's attack power. With invisibility and invincible invulnerability, his survivability is also maxed out, and his combat power is equally strong. No wonder he can become a divine messenger. Jiqiu used the Netherworld Divine Eye, but invisibility was ineffective against him. What gave him a headache was the opponent's invincible golden body. He possesses extremely abnormal attack power and can also see through the opponent's invisibility, allowing his attacks to land on the opponent without causing them to lose health. What frustrated him even more was that he and his clones were in a state of walking in the void, and since the other side had no target to attack, they could only attack the statue. Previously, Jiqiu and his clones' attacks could trigger the evil soul-sealing technique, causing the opponent to be stunned. But that no longer works. The opponent is a divine messenger, whose superpowers must have reached the initial stage of the god level, and whose invincible golden body lasts for a long time. Even if Jiqiu ended his void walk early, and his main body and several clones attracted the opponent's attacks, he could not have lasted that long. This heavenly envoy's attack power is not much weaker than Jiqiu's. After becoming the boss of the tower, his strength increased significantly. We have no choice but to use the ninefold divine source slash. Jiqiu knew that the powerful combat techniques unleashed with divine energy could break through the invincible golden body. However, to unleash the ninefold divine source slash, one must first perform the divine source infusion, which requires sacrifice sacrificing a great deal of lifespan. At this point, Jiqiu would naturally not hesitate to sacrifice his lifespan to clear the level as quickly as possible, as the rewards would be even more substantial. By sacrificing 200 years of his lifespan, Jiqiu received the blessing of divine empowerment. Divine energy erupted within his body, causing Jiqiu and all his clones to surge in power and greatly enhance their combat strength. Jiqiu then unleashed the Divine Source Ninefold Slash. The flashes of blades surged towards the great boss, Nataru, like layers upon layers of waves, one wave after another. Each wave is stronger than the last. With just one round of attacks, the Gatekeeper boss fell down. The critical strike of the Divine Power Bracers has been triggered. Lightning Punishment attack triggered. The critical hit was naturally triggered. The Divine Source Ninefold Slash is that powerful. If the user's equipment is luxurious enough, this combat skill, which only gods can master, can instantly kill a big boss. The Divine Messenger who had become a slave of the tower was killed. The statue on the mountaintop still has half its health remaining. If Jiqiu hesitates for even a few seconds, the statue will be destroyed. Jiqiu quickly stripped 2 pieces of equipment off him and then proceeded to the 3rd level. Both of these pieces of equipment are level 80, 2-star divine gear with decent stats, but they are not better than the similar gear that Jiqiu has. The divine equipment he had taken off was useless, but the source power dropped by the divine messenger Tanu allowed Jiqiu to level up to 94. The boss of the 2nd level is not difficult to kill. If it weren't for the quest to protect the statue, I could have waited for the boss's invincible golden body to go on cooldown before killing it, without having to use the Divine Source Ninefold Slash. As the scene changed, Jiqiu pondered silently. His superpowers, all his skills, and all the special moves that come with his equipment are ready to be used at any time. This is the same as the 3rd level of the Netherworld Tower for priest and servant levels. What annoyed Jiqiu was that although the cooldown of Divine Source Initiation and Divine Source Ninefold Slash had ended ahead of schedule, if he were to use Divine Source Initiation again, he would still need to sacrifice 200 years of his lifespan. The 2nd level of the Netherworld Tower, which is a Divine Servant level, is guarded by a Divine Servant who has become a slave to the tower. The 3rd level consists of 4 Ghost Kings who are Divine Messengers. The 2nd level of the Divine Messenger level Netherworld Tower is guarded by a Divine Messenger who has become a slave to the tower. Based on this, could a God-level boss appear as the Gatekeeper in this 3rd level? Jiqiu felt a surge of unease. It's already quite difficult for a Divine Servant to defeat a Divine Messenger who is of a higher level. It's difficult, but for exceptionally powerful superhumans, it's an achievement that's within reach. Did the Divine Messenger defeat the gods? Even though Jiqiu is a Divine Messenger, his overall combat strength is only close to being invincible below the level of a god, so he naturally doesn't have a definite chance of killing a god-level expert. Even if they're not facing high-ranking deities, the gods have achieved a leap in their level of existence, far surpassing what Divine Messengers can achieve. The scene change ended quickly. In front of Jiqiu and his 8 clones was a long stone bridge. As you can see, there is a big boss at the other end of the stone bridge, but it's not the Tanu boss. Too far away, and with the intense malevolent aura present, Jiqiu couldn't see the true face of the big boss, nor could he sense any of its presence. There is a stone tablet at the bridgehead with the 3 characters Naiha Bridge engraved on it. The river under the bridge flows swiftly. Every now and then, ghostly figures would emerge from the river, stirring up gusts of eerie wind and emitting mournful cries. Jiqiu didn't observe for long before resolutely stepping onto the bridge of helplessness with his 8 clones. Immediately, ghostly figures flew out of the river on both sides, baring their fangs and claws, and ferociously pounced on Jiqiu and his clone. There's no need to kill these monsters, just defeat the final boss guarding the gate. Those ghostly figures are not weak, and they are immune to physical attacks. If Jiqiu wants to kill them, he can only rely on lightning attacks. Jiqiu's lightning attack is actually quite strong, with a 90% trigger rate, but he doesn't want to waste time on these small monsters, so he wanted to enter a state of walking in the void. Void walking lasts for 15 minutes, enough time to cross the bridge of helplessness and defeat the final boss on the other side. To Jiqiu's surprise, the superpower of walking in the void could not be released. Jiqiu tried to use the ultimate move Wind Flash that comes with the Wind God boots, but failed again. This is clearly due to the limitations imposed by the level rules. Before long, Jiqiu understood why there were such restrictions. The closer he got to the other side, the greater the spiritual impact he experienced on the bridge. Even with the help of the Blood Fiend's soul-suppressing crown, he gradually began to feel the strain. My soul is terrified, and my consciousness is becoming increasingly muddled. This bridge of helplessness tests whether the superhuman soul power is strong and their willpower is tenacious. This test cannot be avoided through special superpowers, skills, or equipment with powerful special effects. The more ghostly figures accumulated on the bridge, the stronger the soul impact Jiqiu suffered, and he and his 9 clones could not penetrate the large number of ghostly figures crowded together. He could only fight off the ghostly figures to clear a path for himself while trying his best to move forward. Even if they can only use lightning strikes to kill monsters, Jiqiu and his his 8 clones can still deal more than 2 million damage per second on average. His attack speed is too fast right now. On average, it can swing its sword more than 10 times per second, and almost every swing can trigger a critical hit, and occasionally it will even trigger a critical hit. If you kill monsters quickly enough, you won't accumulate too many ghostly figures on the bridge. There weren't many ghostly figures around, which reduced the spiritual impact Jichio would have to endure on the bridge and allowed him to reach the other side more quickly. As for defense, Jichio doesn't need to worry about defense at all. He doesn't lose any health. With his incredibly fast monster killing speed, Jichio successfully crossed the bridge of helplessness before his consciousness collapsed. If it weren't for the fact that my lightning attack is also very powerful in dealing damage, I would probably have perished on this bridge of helplessness. Jichio secretly rejoiced, thinking how close he had come to disaster. For a brief moment just now, many strange images involuntarily surfaced in his mind. If his soul is lost, his self-awareness will sink into the scenes constructed by those strange images, and then he will probably become a divine messenger who becomes a slave to the tower. The loss of self-awareness by the main body will also affect the clone that remains at the Who Cares Guild's headquarters. Once the main body becomes a slave to the tower, it may be able to retract all its clones, which would be truly dangerous and deadly. Therefore, Jichio was filled with lingering fear at this moment. Crossing the bridge of helplessness is clearly only half the process of the third stage. The big boss here is the key to whether you can pass the level. As Jichio led his 8 clones across the bridge of helplessness, 2 level 100 bosses emerged from the Densine Sha mist not far away. One was dressed in black, the other in white, both with pale faces and their feet dangling above the ground. One held a scythe, the other a chain. Neither the bridge of helplessness nor the black and white impermanence here are quite the same as the black and white impermanence that Jichio knows, but that doesn't matter. Importantly, both of them are god-level bosses. Although he is only a 2-star deity, he is still a genuine deity. Can you become a god at level 100? That's not right. I've fought level 100 and even level 105-star level bosses in the Netherworld, and the system didn't show that they were god level. Jichio was a little confused. After all, this was a field I had never encountered in my previous life, and I had no experience to draw upon or refer to. Based on the information he has gathered from his past and present lives, Jichio was certain that if a level 100 godlike boss exists, then superhumans can also become gods at level 100. When you reach level 100, going near those statues will automatically trigger a deity quest? Jichio has no answer to this question at the moment. However, he is already level 94, not far from level 100. Once you reach level 100, take a trip to the cultural park and you'll see. Jichio stopped thinking about it. The most urgent task right now is to kill the 2 level 100 god bosses. Both black impermanence and white impermanence have a total of 100 million HP. Both of them not only exuded an extremely dense aura of deathly darkness, but also faintly emanated powerful divine energy. At this moment, Jichio once again attempted to use Voidwalk. This time it was a success. While in the Voidwalking state, Jichio and his 8 clones are invincible. Their attacks kept landing on black impermanence. Black and white impermanence are not completely immune to physical attacks, but Jichio soon discovered that the black impermanence he was attacking was only losing about 750,000 health points per second on average. The Blade of Destruction has a 100% armor penetration effect. The opponent lost so little health, clearly their damage reduction attribute is extremely high. It provides approximately 90% damage reduction. However, even if you only lose 750,000 health points per second, 100 million health points can only last for a little over 2 minutes. However, when black impermanence is losing health rapidly, white impermanence will be there to heal him, and the healing speed is extremely fast. The deathly aura erosion of the divine power bracers has been triggered, which only prevents black impermanence from automatically regenerating health but does not stop white impermanence from healing black impermanence. This really gave Jichio a headache. We have no choice but to attack both black impermanence and white impermanence at the same time. After Jichio and his 8 clones spent 4 minutes finally bringing the 2 god bosses to low health, they not only unleashed their ultimate moves to instantly restore their health but also hit on the bridge of helplessness. Jichio, along with 8 clones, chased after them onto the bridge. The next moment, the ability to walk through the void failed. Jichio wanted to curse. He discovered that the remaining time for void walking remained unchanged. Therefore, it can be inferred that if you leave the bridge of helplessness, the void walk will take effect immediately and will only enter the cooldown period when the remaining time runs out. Without the invincible state of walking in the void, Jichio only stayed on the bridge of helplessness for a few seconds before feeling the power of the god-level boss. The black scythe, infused with divine energy and enveloped in the aura of death, unleashed some unknown skill, causing one of Jichio's clones to lose over 100,000 health points with a single strike. In other words, the main body or a clone can only withstand such an attack a maximum of 5 times. It's important to know that Jichio has extremely high defensive attributes and a 55% damage reduction. Even though it's 9 against 2, it doesn't seem like I have the advantage. Ji Chio left the Bridge of Helplessness while complaining. As expected, the moment they left the Bridge of Helplessness, Ji Chio and his 8 clones vanished simultaneously. The remaining time for voidwalking is decreasing. Unfortunately, Black Impermanence and White Impermanence did not leave the Bridge of Helplessness. After all, they are god-level bosses, so they have considerable intelligence and know how to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. This is awkward. Ji Chio dared not step onto the Bridge of Helplessness, and neither did the Black and White Impermanence dare to leave it. The two sides are deadlocked. But this stalemate won't last long, because voidwalking can't continue indefinitely. My equipment is top-notch enough, and my attack power is enough to kill low-star gods, but god bosses and god superhumans are different. The divine boss is much stronger than the divine superhumans of the same level and star rating. If it were a level 100 godlike superhuman, I might even be able to instantly kill them. The power of gods comes from possessing divine energy and the various skills they can unleash using that energy. Moreover, gods have very high base attributes and will inevitably possess a lot of divine equipment. The skills of the god-level monster boss are powerful. A superhuman who can become a god must have extraordinary superpowers. At this moment, Ji Chio was racking his brains for a solution. Once we leave the Bridge of Helplessness, we can use Voidwalk, and we should also be able to use the ultimate skill Wind Flash that comes with the Wind God boots. The 600-second Wind Blast ability, even if it can't kill the two bosses guarding the gate, will allow me to hold out until the Voidwalk cooldown ends. I'm afraid these two godlike bosses have skills that can counter Wind Flash. Ji Chio quickly began to make plans. If he uses the Wrath of the Evil God attached to the Chain of Lightning punishment, combined with the Netherworld Source Power Curse, his health and combat power will increase significantly. In that case, would it be possible to defeat the Black and White Impermanence on the Bridge of Helplessness? The Wrath of the Evil God can now last for 600 seconds. It's been quite a while. However, a combined attack from the two opposing godlike bosses can deal approximately 300,000 damage. This level of damage wouldn't last long for Ji Chio, who only has a few 100,000 HP, even with 8 clones possessing super strong automatic HP regeneration and lifesteal attributes. Simply put, neither Ji Chio nor his 8 clones could withstand the other's attacks. The path of simultaneously unleashing the Wrath of the Evil God and the Netherworld Source Power Curse is not viable. What if we combine Divine Source Infusion with the ninefold Divine Source Slash again? Perhaps it's feasible. Thinking of this, Ji Chio felt a little reluctant to part with it. After all, there are many places in God of the Lord where lifespan is needed. Ji Chio would not sacrifice his lifespan to increase his combat power unless absolutely necessary. If the stalemate cannot be broken soon, the situation will be extremely unfavorable for Ji Chio once voidwalking enters its cooldown period. They couldn't bear to sacrifice their lives in late autumn. Ji Chio did not hesitate for long. First, he used the Divine Source Infusion, and then, with his 8 clones, he stepped onto the Manhwa Bridge. At the moment he launched an attack on the Black and White Impermanence, he used the Divine Source Ninefold Slash. After one wave of attacks, both god bosses lost a third of their health. 2 waves of attacks brought them to near death. While launching a counterattack, they also unleashed their ultimate skills to restore themselves to full health. With the help of their ultimate skills, their attack power becomes even stronger. However, Ji Chio and his clone, empowered by the Divine Source, also became much more resilient. Ji Chio and his 8 clones couldn't hold out for long, and neither could their opponents. This battle won't last long, it'll just be a matter of which side falls first. Ji Chio's 5 clones were killed before he could finally defeat the Black and White Impermanence on the Bridge of Helplessness. As the source power unleashed by the Black and White Impermanence surged into their bodies, Ji Chio and his remaining 3 clones were forcibly teleported out of the Netherworld God Tower. Honorable Divine Envoy, congratulations on passing the Divine Envoy level test of the Netherworld Divine Tower. Your total time was 1 hour, 13 minutes, and 45 seconds, ranking first among all civilizations. The completion reward has been credited to your system inventory. Back at the Who Cares Guild's headquarters, before even stepping out of the 5-star teleportation array, Ji Chio's body was strangely racked with waves of intense pain. The Netherworld God's concealment badge allowed Ji Chio to achieve the first kill on the boss without triggering a system announcement. Otherwise, killing a level 100 godlike boss would definitely cause another stir and spark heated discussions among superhumans worldwide. The source energy that Black and White Impermanence just unleashed was Divine Source Energy. Stepping out of the teleportation array, Ji Chio quickly realized why he was suddenly experiencing excruciating pain. It's because it absorbed the divine energy released by the Black and White Impermanence. The divine energy gained through the Divine Initiation skill will automatically dissipate. However, the divine energy obtained by defeating the divine boss will not be used. The divine energy unleashed by the Black and White Impermanence was acting on Ji Chio's entire body, like countless fine needles piercing through his body. Ji Chio's body absorbs that divine energy extremely slowly, which means he will have to endure a long period of torment. Ji Chio quickly entered the temple where she lived. While enduring the physical pain, I checked the rewards for completing the level. Netherworld Armor, 5-star physical physical attack plus 799, elemental attack plus 799, physical defense plus 2999, elemental resistance plus 2699, poison resistance plus 2399, evil resistance plus 3999, evasion plus 299, auto regeneration plus 10,000, sin removal plus 7, damage reduction 45%, death savings for 1800 seconds, requires level 100. Netherworld bracers, 5-star physical attack plus 899, elemental attack plus 899, physical defense plus 999, elemental resistance plus 999, poison resistance plus 999, evil resistance plus 1699, hit rate plus 129, attack speed plus 6, 40% chance to crit, inflicts Netherworld Storm for 1800 seconds, requires level 100. They are all level 100, 5-star divine equipment, and cannot be evolved. Its attributes are ridiculously strong. The Netherworld armor grants a 1800 second death immunity, meaning that once activated, it grants immunity to death for up to half an hour. The Netherworld Gauntlet's Netherworld Storm is also a large area group attack, similar to the Thunder Lord's War Ring's Heavenly Wrath Thunder Prison. We can replace the Swanee battle armor with the Netherworld battle suit, and replace the Divine Power Bracers with the Netherworld Bracers. Remove 2 pieces of 2-star divine equipment and add 2 pieces of 5-star divine equipment. The equipment is even more luxurious now. Jiqiu has not yet reached level 100 and cannot currently wear the Netherworld armor and Netherworld bracers. The other rewards for completing the game are also quite good. 1,007 Star Source coins, 2 God tier beginner level superpower enhancement scrolls, 3 bottles of divine blessings, 2 bottles of blessings from the Underworld God, and 1 bottle of blessings from the Underworld Lord. A skills book. The 2 special items are named Divine Token and Child of the Underworld. Having only a beginner level God tier superpower enhancement scroll is not enough to upgrade a beginner level God tier superpower to an intermediate level God tier. You also need the help of a Crystal Clan expert who is stronger than the Crystal NPC in the cultural park. Jiqiu was already very familiar with the blessings bestowed by the gods and the Netherworld God. He carefully read the system introduction of the Netherworld God's blessing. Blessing of the Underworld God. Originating from the divine power of an Underworld God, it can simultaneously evolve the level and star rating of equipment with evil attack attributes that are below 3-star artifacts. Note, it can upgrade the level of artifacts below 3 stars that have evolved from low level to level 80. Awesome! Normally, once a low-level divine equipment evolves to level 80, its level cannot be increased. Just like the last evolution of the Blade of Ruin, which only increased its star rating, this item can actually upgrade the level of this type of divine equipment. Of the divine gear Jiqiu is currently wearing, only 3 pieces can be evolved once using the blessing of the Netherworld God. It is equipped with the Chain of Thunder Punishment imbued with the Wrath of an Evil God, the Void Ring imbued with the soul-slaying power of evil spirits, and the Divine Power Bracers imbued with the corrosive power of death energy. The Divine Power Bracers will soon be replaced by the Netherworld Bracers, so there's no need to consider them. The spatial solidification of the Void Ring is more useful, so Jiqiu naturally prioritizes evolving this divine equipment. The Void Ring is already a level 80 divine item. If it evolves further, its level will reach at least 100. I'll wait until I reach level 100 before considering it. As Jiqiu pondered, she glanced at the skill book. Divine Source Body Refining Technique. This technique uses Divine Source to temper the body, achieving a state of physical spiritual transcendence. Minimum cultivation level, 100. It was only then that Jiqiu realized that this was not a skill, but a cultivation technique. A body refining cultivation technique. This kind of existence was something that Jiqiu had never encountered or even heard of in his previous life. Cultivating the Divine Source Body Refining Technique mainly enhances the basic attributes of superhumans, which requires a lot of Divine Source energy. Jiqiu suddenly remembered that the blessings of the gods could not only be used to evolve equipment, but also to transform the bodies of superhumans. If I had received the blessing of the gods, and the divine energy of the black and white impermanence had entered my body, I wouldn't be experiencing such intense pain. Right now, only my protective belt and the Death God's bracelet are level 55. I need to evolve them to level 80. Having just received 3 bottles of divine blessing, there's 1 extra. Thinking of this, Jiqiu took out and drank a bottle of divine blessing. Ordinary divine messengers can directly drink the blessings bestowed by the gods, and Jiqiu, as a divine messenger of destiny, is no exception. After consuming a bottle of divine blessing, Jiqiu's physical pain was indeed significantly reduced. The special energy contained in the divine blessing is rapidly integrating into every part of Jiqiu's body, improving and strengthening her constitution. After my body undergoes its transformation, I should be able to easily withstand the divine energy. Only those who can withstand a large amount of divine energy can use it to cultivate the Divine Source Body Refining Technique. With everything clear, late autumn naturally felt much more relaxed. He used 2 bottles of Divine Blessing to evolve his Protective Belt and the Death Bracelet. Protective Belt, evolvable 3-star artifact, physical attack plus 299, elemental attack plus 299, physical defense plus 1299, elemental resistance plus 1199, poison resistance plus 1199, evil resistance plus 1199, evasion plus 259, auto regeneration plus 8000, bonus defense increase of 75%, requires level 80, already evolved once. Death's Bracelet, evolvable 4-star artifact, physical attack plus 799, elemental attack plus 799, physical defense plus 699, elemental resistance plus 999, poison resistance plus 999, evil resistance plus 1599, accuracy plus 159, critical hit increase 200%, with Death Harvest effect, requires level 80, already evolved once. Compared to star rating upgrades, level upgrades don't provide a particularly significant attribute boost. There are also 2 special items. Divine Token, once you reach level 100, you can use this token to trigger a divine quest. I see. Jiqiu then suddenly realized what was going on. To complete the divine quests, you not only need to meet level requirements, but you also need divine credentials. Without this special item, I probably wouldn't be able to trigger the divine quest no matter how many levels I level up. Like the hidden god of the underworld, the Child of the Underworld is also a badge. Wearing the Child of the Underworld badge allows you to freely travel to any location in the underworld via high-star teleportation arrays, including the Underworld God Tower and the Underworld Arena. Half an hour passed. The special energy contained in the Divine Blessing was completely absorbed by Jiqiu's body. Jiqiu has not yet reached level 100 and cannot learn the Divine Source Body refining technique. He can only slowly absorb the Divine Source energy released by the black and white impermanence in an ordinary way. When his beloved Jasmine Tea returned from the underworld, Jiqiu had finally finished absorbing the divine energy within his body. Jasmine Tea has reached level 66, while Fire Unicorn has reached level 62. You will be in the area where level 105 monsters are active in the netherworld next time. Jiqiu reminded him, the next time you go, don't go to the area where level 110 monsters are active, but instead you'll fall into a place called the Netherworld Arena. The Netherworld Arena? I was somewhat surprised that she loves Jasmine Tea the most. Jiqiu then explained the specifics of the Netherworld Arena. No wonder you suddenly leveled up so many times. You saw those top-tier items in the guild warehouse, right? Most of them are level 80, which I can't wear for now. Jasmine Tea Lover nodded and said, there's only one dark ring that's level 55, and it suits me perfectly. Once I reach level 80, I'll have a full set of divine gear. Has the number of summonable bosses you can possess increased by 1 again? Jasmine Tea Lover replied, I can now have a maximum of 8 summon bosses. Go and rest. He turned and left, his favorite Jasmine Tea gone. Leaving behind 1 clone, Jiqiu led 8 clones out of the temple where he lived and into the 5-star teleportation array. Once teleported back into the Netherworld Arena, Jiqiu began searching patiently and carefully. 6 hours passed. Finally, Jiqiu found a powerful alien. The other party discovered him and his 8 clones at the same time. You have been attacked by the superhuman barbarian, phonetic translation, of the Great Wilderness Civilization. This is a civilizational conquest, unrelated to evil. This superhuman from the Great Wilderness Civilization, named Man Mang, is already level 102 and, like Morami from the Feathered People Civilization, is a 7-star divine envoy. It was a fierce and burly figure with a bull's head, thick limbs, and a broadsword tightly gripped in one hand. Jiqiu remembered that the final boss he encountered in the first level of the Netherworld Tower, which was at the Divine Servant level, looked just like this. That was a level 67-star Divine Servant who had awakened a devouring superpower. Unfortunately, that 7-star Divine Servant failed to clear the Netherworld Divine Tower and became a tower slave. What Mang Mang awakened was not a devouring superpower, but an SSS level demon summoning ability. At this moment, the dozen or so powerful demons summoned by Man Mang launched an attack on Jiqiu and his 8 clones. Those demons were all above level 110. Although they had not reached the level of gods, they all possessed strong combat power and some very special ultimate moves. If it were any other superhuman, they would have no choice but to flee at the mere sight of a dozen or so powerful demons at level 110 or above. Unfortunately, Man Mang ran into Jiqiu. Jiqiu did not hesitate to start walking through the void. No matter how powerful those demons are, they can't do anything without a target. Seeing the target suddenly disappear, Man Mang's eyes gleamed with an unusual light. Man Mang must have used some kind of skill that could break invisibility, but Jiqiu was not invisibility, so Man Mang couldn't detect him at all. Looking around and finding no enemy, Man Mang felt a sudden tightness in his chest. He reacted quickly, immediately unleashing a powerful skill attached to his equipment, which greatly increased his health and defense. At the same time, he also cast Bloodborne spells. Blood Source allows him to transfer health from the demons he summoned summons. This will prevent you from being instantly killed. Man Mang knew very well that when strong opponents clashed, everyone had excellent equipment and high attack power, so he had to be careful not to be killed instantly by his opponent. Ji Qiu and his 8 clones quickly landed their attacks on Man Mang. When Ji Qiu realized that an attack had failed to kill the opponent instantly and that a demon that had not been attacked was losing health rapidly, he guessed that the opponent had used blood source technique. This guy's blood source technique must have had its cooldown time reduced using a high-level cooling gem. His demon summoning has most likely reached the initial stage of godhood and he can recast it in just 3 minutes. 3 minutes, that's enough. Ji Qiu and his 8 clones can deal an average of 7 to 8 million points of damage per second. It can deal approximately 1.5 billion damage in 3 minutes. Man Meng naturally noticed that the demons he summoned were losing health very quickly, realizing that the enemy's attack power had reached an abnormal level, so he started to run away. However, his movement speed was not fast enough. Even with his speed-boosting ultimate moves and skills, he could not shake off Ji Qiu's pursuit. After all, Ji Qiu can also use Wind Flash to increase his speed. Occasionally, the evil spirits that trigger can cause the savage to be briefly stunned, making his attempt to escape an unrealistic dream. Ji Qiu doesn't hold back on his ultimate moves or skills. He unleashes the wrath of the evil god and the netherworld source power curse, causing his attack power to skyrocket. We must increase our attack power. Because the opponent has damage reduction attributes, if Ji Qiu doesn't significantly increase his attack power, he might not be able to deal over 1 billion true damage within 3 minutes. What kind of skill or superpower is this? He can only hit me, but I can't hit him. It's so unfair. Man Mang felt extremely frustrated and kept cursing under his breath. He always believed that with the blood source technique and the help of a dozen powerful demons, he would never be killed by superhumans below the level of gods. In fact, if the cooldowns of Bloodborne and demon summoning are both significantly reduced, the combination of the two is virtually unstoppable, maximizing the survivability of superhumans. Unless the opponent has an exceptionally high damage output, they are very difficult to kill. One by one, the demons summoned by the brute force reached 0 health. About 150 seconds passed, and there were only 30 seconds left before the demon summoning could be released to replenish the demons lost earlier. Unfortunately, the dozen or so powerful demons that Man Meng summoned had all exhausted their health. Next, Man Meng will have to tough it out for 30 seconds. He only has a little over 300,000 HP. Even with 90% damage reduction, he wouldn't last a second. You have slain Man Meng, one of the 7-star divine envoys of the Great Wilderness Civilization, contributing to the development and survival of the Blue Star Civilization. Merit points plus 3,600,000. Kill Morami of the Feathered People Civilization and gain 3 million merit points. Man Meng is 14 levels higher than Morami, so killing him will naturally yield more merit points than killing Morami. Man Meng collapsed in despair and resentment. Ji Qiu quickly stripped off Man Meng's entire outfit. The Death Harvest ability attached to the Death Bracelet allowed Ji Qiu to absorb a massive amount of source energy from the Savage Fierce, instantly leveling up to level 101. Ji Qiu immediately changed into the Netherworld Battlesuit and Netherworld Bracers, replacing the Swanee Battle Armor and Divine Power Bracers. Then, as planned, Ji Qiu first learned the Divine Source Body refining technique and then used the blessing of the Netherworld God to evolve the Void Profound Ring once more. Void Ring, evolvable 3-star artifact, physical attack plus 599, elemental attack plus 699, elemental resistance plus 599, evasion plus 99, evil resistance plus 699, accuracy plus 99, attack speed plus 8, 10,000 storage slots, spatial freeze for 60 seconds, 30% chance to trigger evil soul intimidation, requires level 100, evolved 3 times. The Void Ring has evolved from level 80, 2 stars to level 100, 3 stars. Its attack speed has increased by 2 points, and the number of its attached storage slots has increased from 5,000 to 10,000. The trigger probability of evil spirit soul stealing has increased from 15% to 30%. Compared to these improvements, Ji Qiu is more concerned about the enhancement that this evolution has brought to spatial solidification. The duration of spatial freeze has been increased from 20 seconds to 60 seconds, and the cooldown time has been reduced to 120 seconds. It's worth mentioning that when the Void Ring evolved from level 55 to level 80, the cooldown time of space freeze was also reduced. The attack speed attribute of the Netherworld Bracers is 1 point higher than that of the previous Divine Power Bracers. With the 2-point boost from the Void Ring, Ji Qiu's attack speed has increased by another 3 points. The probability of triggering a critical hit has also increased by 20%. After changing into the Netherworld Battlesuit and replacing the Swanee Battle Armor, Ji Qiu's damage reduction attribute reached 70%. The equipment upgrades and evolutions also increased Ji Qiu's physical attack power to 8,400 points. Ji Qiu estimates that if the main body and the 9 clones attack together now, they can deal more than 10 million damage per second on average. Even with only 8 clones, they can still deal over 9 million damage per second on average. damage. The attack lifesteal of the Blade of Ruin has been increased by 50 points, and now Jiqiu can strike 14 times per second. If every strike hits, he can lifesteal 70,000 points per second. With his base attribute health regeneration plus equipment health regeneration, he can automatically regenerate about 30,000 health points per second. In addition, the protective belt increases defense by 75%, and the death bracelet increases critical hit rate by 200%. Their overall combat strength is terrifying. It should be noted that Jiqiu's worst equipment was 2-star divine gear, and he only had 2 pieces of it. I looted 7 pieces of divine equipment from the brute, the best of which was a 3-star divine equipment. There were no 4-star or 5-star pieces. These 7 divine pieces of equipment are not needed by Jiqiu, so they can only be temporarily stored in the guild warehouse until her favorite Jasmine Tea reaches level 80 and can choose them herself. The divine gear left behind by Morami and Mongmeng is almost all level 80, which means that Jasmine Tea will not have to worry about the lack of divine blessings. For the next dozen or so hours, Jiqiu did not find any other powerful figures from other civilizations. When the time came, Jiqiu and his 8 clones were forcibly teleported out of the netherworld arena. My favorite Jasmine Tea has been in the underworld for most of the day now. Jiqiu left the Whoever You Want Guild's headquarters and soon arrived at the cultural park in Jianzhou City. As expected, after taking out the divine token and the divine badge of the heavenly messenger, a familiar voice rang in Jiqiu's mind. Your divine messenger, who is close to a god, are you willing to accept the trials of the gods and become a god who transcends the mortal realm? Are you ready? Ready. Divine quests range from ordinary to destiny. You can choose anyone. Jiqiu hesitated at this moment, because he had witnessed the power of a god-level boss. The black and white impermanents are only 2-star deity bosses, but their strength is already very powerful, posing a considerable threat to Jiqiu. High-star deity quests have a high probability of including high-star deity bosses. The task descriptions for each level did not mention the specific level of the final boss. Although failing a mission won't kill you, you'll be severely punished. The bolder the people, the greater the harvest. We won't die anyway, so we'll only win if we dare to fight. After a brief hesitation, Jiqiu still chose the destiny level mission difficulty. Jiqiu was teleported into the mission map. Once the teleportation was complete, Jiqiu immediately released 9 clones. Only then did he observe the surrounding situation. This is a desolate world. Jiqiu and his 9 clones were high in the sky, falling rapidly. As he fell, Jiqiu saw a devastated landscape. Blood flowed like rivers on the earth, and corpses littered the fields. In midair, ominous clouds gathered, and blood rain fell. Upon landing, Jiqiu felt the powerful, unique fluctuations even more clearly. That special fluctuation can impact the soul. It's like being on the bridge of helplessness in the tower of the underworld. This is not the underworld, nor is it within the underworld tower. This is a virtual mission map. Although it's virtual, it feels incredibly real. It looks like a planet that once had civilization, but war robbed it of its vitality, turning it into this. The unique fluctuations here that can impact the soul must be the indomitable fighting spirit left behind by the powerful warriors of this civilization who died in battle. This kind of willpower is extremely repulsive to powerful outsiders. Jiqiu, along with his 9 clones, began the search. According to the mission description, to complete the mission, you need to obtain all the Hearts of Destiny in the mission map. There are 3 Hearts of Destiny within this mission map. The mission description doesn't specify which map they're hidden on. The mission lasts for 24 hours. The mission map is very vast, and even if you have a whole day, you must search very quickly, otherwise there simply won't be enough time. Moreover, it's not enough to just complete the task. We also need to strive for a higher ranking. The shorter the time it takes to complete the task, the better. Fortunately, Jiqiu had seen 2 Hearts of Destiny before and was quite familiar with the appearance and aura fluctuations of this special item, so he wouldn't miss it once he encountered it. Based on past experience, the Heart of Destiny in the mission map is definitely hidden in his special treasure chest, and there will definitely be a big boss next to the treasure chest. Usually, there are also many regular bosses near the big boss guarding the treasure chest. In other words, you can't go wrong by looking for places where monsters gather in large numbers and where there is a boss. Even if you don't find the Heart of Destiny, you may still get clues related to the quest. To speed up the search, Jiqiu spared no effort and unleashed his source power wings. Flying in midair not only allows for greater speed but also a wider field of vision. 15 minutes passed. Jiqiu, along with his 9 clones, flew over a large city. This great city was magnificent in scale, with walls exceeding 300 meters in height and stretching for over 100 miles. A bird's eye view. The tall and thick city walls are damaged in many places, and there are also ruins everywhere in the city. There were an unusually large number of corpses both inside and outside the city walls. All the corpses looked exactly like humans from Earth. Judging from the situation, it seems that a large city defended by humans has been breached. All the warriors who defended the city have died in battle, and the people in the city have been mercilessly slaughtered. Because the corpses were clearly very similar to his own, Jiqiu felt that the scene in the city was even more horrific. A large number of monsters have gathered in the city. All monsters look the same, only their sizes differ. They have two thick, powerful hind legs for sharp, long claws, and their entire bodies are covered with hard, thick carapaces. They have flat heads, large mouths full of sharp teeth, and a large triangular eye on their forehead. It looks both ferocious and ugly. They normally crawl, but they stand upright when fighting. The system indicates that they are called world beasts. There are at least several 100,000 beasts in the city. Even the worst one has 10 million HP. What gave Jicho a slight headache was that the system only displayed the names and health of those beasts, but not their levels and star ratings. In fact, you can roughly judge the strength of those beasts by their names and health points. Beast of the Realm, Commander of the Beasts, Grand Commander of the Beasts, General of the Beasts, Great General of the Beasts. While Jicho was observing from mid-air, the various levels of the beast realm within the city had already discovered him and his 9 clones and launched an attack. Countless beasts raised their heads, spewing powerful energy blades from their mouths, and shooting out strange beams of light from their triangular eyes. They are not only fierce in close combat, but also adept at ranged attacks. Jicho withstood a wave of attacks to assess the strength of the city's boundary beasts. The main body and its 9 clones were struck by more than a dozen energy blades and more than a dozen strange beams of light. Energy blades attack the body, strange beams attack the soul. The soul attack was blocked by the soul-suppressing effect attached to the Blood Fiend's soul-suppressing crown. Jicho's equipment was luxurious, with extremely high defensive attributes and a 70% damage reduction, so the energy blades of ordinary world beasts couldn't hurt him at all. Each attack will only forcibly deduct 1 point of health. The energy blades of the Beast Commander and Beast General can cause Jicho to lose health, but not much, and he can recover to full health immediately after losing health. Jicho, along with 9 clones, descended upon a world Beast General. This Beast General has 300 million HP. Keep in mind that even the black and white impermanents inside the Netherworld Tower only have 100 million HP. Judging from their health, both the Beast General and the Great Beast General have reached the God level. The Beast General should be at the level of a 2-star deity. The level of the Beast General should have reached that of a 3-star deity. However, in God of Kings, the beasts only have names and health points, but no levels or star ratings, so their power system is probably different from that of God of Kings players. Moreover, if the beasts of the realm truly exist, the God of the Realm system has most likely made adjustments to them within the mission map. In other words, the beasts in the real world and the beasts in the mission map may be very different. Since he could withstand the attack, Jicho naturally wouldn't rush to activate the void walking skill. The main body and 9 clones quickly launched a siege against the World Beast General. With an average damage of over 10 million per second, a person with 300 million HP can only last for half a minute. Jicho didn't hold back on his skills or ultimate moves, because there were still many Beast Generals and Beast Commanders nearby. He directly unleashed the Heavenly Wrath Thunder Prison attached to the Thunder Lord Battle Ring. As a result, thunder rumbled across a vast area centered on late autumn. The Great Beast General was losing health rapidly, and other beasts around him were falling in droves. All the beasts of the realm have very high defensive attributes. They are not equipped, but their carapaces are extremely tough. When attacked, the thick carapaces will show mysterious silver patterns, which can enhance their defensive capabilities. Physical defense and various resistances can be greatly enhanced. Only Jicho's equipment was luxurious enough to kill these world beasts at such a fast speed. The great beast of the realm kept waving its 4 long front claws. Those forepaws were all as hard and sharp as blades. Even Jicho would lose tens of thousands of health points if hit by those claws once. Monsters at the god level have terrifying attack power. However, Jicho's high attack speed brings high lifesteal. As long as he keeps attacking, he will maintain an amazing health regeneration rate. They were completely unafraid to fight these world beasts head-on. The attacked Beast General was quickly left with low health. It let out a deafening roar and unleashed its ultimate attack. Its blood was boiling. Blood seeped out, pouring onto the carapace and blending into those mysterious silver patterns. Its health is fully restored, and it has become even stronger. Its roar echoed throughout the entire city, and the Beast Generals and Great Beast Generals from other places gathered from all directions upon hearing the roar. Jicho could withstand the attack of one World Beast General, but not the siege of a group of World Beast Generals, so he decisively activated Void Walking. Nowadays, besides being able to save one's life by walking through the void, the spatial solidification provided by the Void Ring and the death immunity provided by the Netherworld Battle Armor can also save one's life. In particular, the death exemption can last for half an hour. Both Void Walking and Space Freeze can cool down within half an hour. There's absolutely no need to save your Void Walking skill to guard against the big boss. The 6 Beast Generals of the realm have gathered together. Rolling thunderbolts bombarded them relentlessly, and powerful attacks rained down upon them, making them realize that the enemy had not fled, but had instead entered a special state of stealth. Next, something incredible happened to Jicho. The 4 Beast Generals unleashed a skill together, their triangular eyes simultaneously shooting out a silvery light towards a single point in the sky. The point where the 4 streaks of silver silver light converged quickly transformed into a giant silver sphere of light. Under the illumination of the enormous silver sphere, a large area of space around it began to fluctuate violently. Moreover, all the nearby beasts, including the 4 beast generals, were covered in a layer of silver light. Enveloped in silver light, they were even able to enter a state of walking in the void. Clearly, the 4 beast generals were using a spatial attack that required their combined strength to execute. Since both sides were walking in the void, Jiqiu was no longer vulnerable to attacks. Jiqiu attacked the giant silver sphere of light, attempting to force it to leave the void and walk, but unfortunately, neither the main body nor the 9 clones could get close to the target. That silver sphere of light contained powerful spatial energy. The mysterious and unpredictable spatial power can easily move things. Jiqiu had no choice but to focus on dealing with this group of powerful world beasts. He tried to freeze space, but as expected, he couldn't do it at all. The world and world beast probably refers to space and plane, so they possess spatial power and can use some spatial skills. Jiqiu pondered to himself, space freeze cannot be used, but wind flash can. With Fengshan's help, Jiqiu was able to contend with this group of powerful world beasts, avoiding being surrounded and attacked by multiple world beasts at the same time. However, wind flash will also significantly reduce his and his 9 clones' ability to inflict damage. Frequent position shifts inevitably reduce attack efficiency. Even so, during the 600 seconds that the wind flash lasted, Jiqiu still managed to kill those 4 world beast generals. The enormous silver sphere of light released by their combined power vanished. The nearby beasts simultaneously broke free from their void-walking state. There are still 2 world beast generals here. It seems that there aren't enough of them, so they can no longer create such a huge silver sphere of light. The advantage of walking in the void has returned to Jiqiu's side. The remaining 2 beast generals were also quickly killed. The moment the last world beast general was killed, its body exploded into a sky full of silver light. The silver light converged into a silver vortex. Jiqiu knew that the silver vortex was definitely related to the mission. Not knowing how long the silver vortex would last, Jiqiu dared not delay and immediately led his 9 clones into it. Jiqiu had thought that the silver vortex would teleport him and his 9 clones to some place, but that wasn't the case. The main body and its 9 clones had just rushed into the silver vortex when they were pushed out by a huge force. Immediately afterward, a powerful beast realm expert burst out from the silver vortex. It is indeed a teleportation channel, but this is the exit, not the entrance. Jiqiu realized what was happening. The powerful beast realm warriors who just arrived are referred to as beast realm lords by the system. It has 500 million HP. If the beast general is comparable to a 3-star god level boss, then this beast lord is at least equivalent to a 4-star god level boss. At this moment, Jiqiu has 120 seconds left to walk in the void. With his and his 9 clones attack power, they can deal over 1.2 billion points of damage in 120 seconds. It seems enough, but it's actually not. The big boss has an incredibly fast health regeneration speed, as well as damage reduction attributes, and can instantly restore full health when it's at low health with its ultimate move. Just as Jiqiu and his 9 clones' attacks landed on the beast lord, a beam of silver light shot out from the beast's triangular eyes. A single ray of silver light created a huge silver sphere. While cursing under his breath, Jiqiu also felt it was reasonable. After all, the beast lord is a stronger beast than the beast general. Under the illumination of the silver sphere, the beast lord entered a state of walking in the void. 10 against 1, the advantage is in my hands. Jiqiu was not intimidated at all and joined forces with his 9 clones to besiege the beast lord. But the next moment he was punished. The beast lord unleashed more than a dozen attacks in a single second, instantly killing one of Jiqiu's clones. Jiqiu is very strong, but he has not yet reached the level of a god. The divine messenger is a divine messenger, not a god. A 4-star god level superhuman is definitely not as powerful as this beast lord, at least in terms of health. Jiqiu may not be afraid of a 4-star god level superhuman, but he must be extra cautious when facing a 4-star god level boss. Without hesitation, Jiqiu unleashed the divine source 9-fold slash. Because he absorbed the divine energy released by the black and white impermanence, he did not need to obtain divine energy through divine energy initiation. In order to become more resilient, Jiqiu also unleashed the wrath of the evil god attached to the chain of lightning punishment. The divine source 9-fold slash was already very powerful, and with the blessing of the wrath of the evil god, its attack power became even stronger. After a wave of attacks, the beast lord lost nearly half of its health. Evil spirits and soul-slaying effects triggered. The beast lord was stunned for 2 seconds and lost tens of millions of health points. After the dizziness subsided, it unleashed its ultimate move, fusing its blood energy with the silver patterns on its carapace. Its health was fully restored and soared to 750 million points. Its 4 sharp claws slashed wildly, its attack power soaring in its ultimate attack state, instantly killing one of Jiqiu's clones. Fortunately, the evil spirit soul-stealing skill was triggered again. Although it only lasts for 2 seconds, it is crucial. For at least those 2 seconds, the other party cannot retaliate. Jiqiu could certainly use the death immunity provided by the the netherworld armor, but to be on the safe side, he wanted to save this ultimate move unless absolutely necessary. He had no idea what he would encounter next. Perhaps there's an even more powerful boss that requires a death immunity to deal with. If you happen to encounter an even more powerful boss while your death immunity is on cooldown, you're in big trouble. After all, even powerful beings from the beast realm can walk in the void and can also solidify his space so he can't use his abilities. As for losing a few clones, it's not a big problem. The cooldown time for the avatar is only 3 minutes. If all 9 clones are killed and the beast lord still cannot be defeated, Jiqiu will definitely use a death immunity. Jiqiu, who went all out, ultimately paid the price of having 7 clones killed in order to finally kill the beast lord before his void walk went into cooldown. This beast lord has unleashed a heart of destiny. It seems our previous experience doesn't apply here. Jiqiu originally thought that the heart of destiny for this mission was also hidden in the treasure chest, but he didn't expect that the big boss would drop it. 1 heart of destiny is in hand, and 2 more remain. Jiqiu left the big city to continue her search. Before long, the cooldown of the external avatar ended, and Jiqiu's number of clones became 9 again. An hour and a half passed. In the autumn, Jiqiu discovered an army of tens of thousands of beasts in a valley. There was only 1 beast general among them, which Jiqiu killed, but he got nothing in return. Leave the valley and continue the search. Another hour or so passed, and Jiqiu flew to the seaside. Looking at the boundless ocean, Jiqiu flew over without hesitation. During his flight, Jiqiu deliberately flew to a high altitude and saw many large islands in the sea. Among those islands, there are traces of beasts. After flying at full speed over the sea for half an hour, Jiqiu landed in the center of an island. There is a big mountain here. There were many buildings on the mountain, which also suffered severe damage. The entire mountain resembled the stronghold of a major sect, currently occupied by 8 world beast generals, more than 30 world beast generals, and countless ordinary world beasts. Jiqiu and his 9 clones flew all the way here, stopping many times along the way, and killed many beast generals and great beast generals. However, the number of beast generals in those places is not large, and in some places there is only 1. This mountain, located in the center of the large island, is home to 8 beast generals, indicating that this is no ordinary place. Jiqiu knew that the 4 world beast generals could create a huge silver sphere of light, so he was not in a hurry to enter the voidwalking state. He unleashed the ultimate ability attached to the Netherworld Bracers, Netherworld Storm. The Netherworld Bracers are a level 100 5-star divine equipment. The Netherworld Storm that it comes with can last for half an hour and has extremely strong area of effect attack power. A black storm raged. The incredibly violent storm was mixed with extremely dense malevolent energy and deathly aura. The malevolent and deathly auras almost solidified into tangible wind blades, swirling rapidly as the storm swept through, causing any beast in its path to lose health rapidly. While losing blood, the beasts also struggled to stabilize themselves, being tossed about and staggered by the wind. The nether storm had no effect on Jiqiu and his 9 clones. They moved freely through the storm, unleashing their attacks on the beast generals. Affected by the powerful netherworld storm, the beasts on the mountain, including the beast general and the great beast general, found it difficult to launch a precise counterattack against Jiqiu and his clone. Their attacks are very likely to miss, for netherworld generals had triangular eyes that gleamed with silver light. 4 beams of silver light shot towards a single point in the air. Just as Jiqiu was about to activate his voidwalk ability, he discovered that under the fierce impact of the netherworld storm, the 4 netherworld generals were struggling to maintain their balance, and the silver light they emitted could not be focused on a single point. Since the 4 beams of silver light cannot converge at a single point, they cannot form a giant silver sphere. This was an unexpected bonus. In the netherstorm, the opponent cannot unleash those spatial ultimate moves, nor can they enter a state of walking in the void. But there's no need for that. As expected of a 5-star divine equipment's ultimate skill, it's awesome. While praising them, Jiqiu led his 9 clones to continue their fierce attack on the netherworld generals. Previously, in that great city, all 6 netherworld generals were killed before a beast lord of the realm was attracted. This time is different. Just as Jiqiu killed a world beast general, the world beast general's corpse suddenly exploded, opening a spatial passage. Not long after the silver vortex appeared, 2 beast lords emerged from it one after the other. When Jiqiu saw the 2 beast lords arrive, he couldn't help but curse. Even if you fight head-on, a single beast lord can make Jiqiu pay the price of 7 clones. Even if they take turns attacking, Jiqiu still can't beat them, let alone when both of them attack at the same time. Jiqiu did not hesitate to begin walking through the void. He worried that being even a fraction of a second too slow would prevent the superpower from being unleashed. The 2 beast lords will also be affected and attacked by the netherstorm. As soon as they arrived, one of them shot out a thick silver beam with his triangular eyes. Soon, a huge silver sphere of light appeared. The beast lord is much stronger than the beast general. It can unleash this spatial attack on its own without the cooperation of other powerful members of its race. Under the illumination of the silver sphere, the bodies of all the nearby beasts were covered with a layer of silver light. They can all walk in the void. 2 beast lords and 7 beast generals. Ji-Chio had no choice but to immediately invoke his immunity from death. He had anticipated that the missions of the heavenly mandate-level deities would be difficult, but he hadn't expected them to be this difficult. The death exemption lasts for a full half hour. Ji-Chio no longer needs to use any skills or ultimate moves. With his and his 9 clones' attack power, they can definitely kill 2 beast lords within half an hour. Indeed, that is true. About 5 minutes later, Ji-Chio and his 9 clones had successively killed 2 beast lords. During this time, the clones were killed one by one, and then instantly revived with full health. Although the main body can be resurrected with full health even if it is killed, Ji-Chio always avoids the main body being killed. One of the 2 beast lords unleashed a heart of destiny. Ji-Chio didn't waste the time he had saved from death immunity and killed the remaining world beast generals. Unfortunately, no other beast lords were attracted. One more destiny-ordained heart is missing. 2/3 of the mission is complete. Ji-Chio left the island and flew into the air with the source power wings to continue the rapid search. 1 heart of destiny is in a city on land. 1 is in the ocean. Where is the remaining 1? Could it be that? Ji-Chio looked up at the vast sky. The sky is even more vast. With this speculation in mind, Ji-Chio paid even more attention to the sky above the mission map. As it turns out, without such a guess, Ji-Chio would have wasted much more time searching, and might not have been able to find the other heart of destiny. About an hour passed. Ji-Chio suddenly noticed a satellite in the sky, just like the moon on Earth. However, the satellite that Ji-Chio discovered is not as far away from Earth as the moon. Ji-Chio wasn't sure if the last heart of destiny was on that satellite, but he had to go and take a look. A virtual mission map cannot be designed with a satellite out of nowhere. It didn't look too far, but it took Ji-Chio a full 5 hours of flying at full speed to reach that satellite. A satellite is also a planet, just on a relatively smaller scale. This satellite also harbors countless beasts of the realm. Moreover, there are a large number of powerful beings among them, including world beasts. Beast generals and great beast generals are everywhere. There weren't many beast lords, but there were 4 of them, and they were guarding a huge teleportation array together. Compared to that teleportation array, even the 5-star teleportation array at the Whoever Guild's headquarters seemed insignificant. It's like comparing a thatched hut to a 100-story building. This mission map seems to hold a deeper meaning. The environment and monsters are incredibly realistic. The superhumans being slaughtered are almost identical to the humans on Earth. Blue Planet has a satellite called the Moon, and here we have one too. Ji-Chio pondered this in secret. If it weren't for the fact that powerful beasts here could drop hearts of destiny, Ji-Chio would have thought that this wasn't a virtual mission map, but a real place. In order to complete the mission as soon as possible, Ji-Chio led his 9 clones to activate the void walking technique and directly attack the 4 world beast lords. Of course, the death exemption must also be applied. He also used the wrath of the evil god and the netherworld source power curse to enhance his combat power. These 4 beast lords will most likely drop the last heart of destiny. Then Ji-Chio can complete the mission and leave the mission map, so there's no need to save skills or ultimate moves. One of the 4 beast lords created a huge silver sphere of light. They, along with the nearby beast generals and great beast generals, also entered a state of walking in the void. Immediately, a fierce battle broke out. The death immunity allowed Ji-Chio and his 9 clones to be fearless of death and directly withstand the full force of the attack. The wrath of the evil god, empowered by the netherworld source power curse, is incredibly strong, causing Ji-Chio and his 9 clones to experience a surge in attack power. Before long, all 4 beast lords were killed. As expected, a heart destined for destiny burst forth. When Ji-Chio retrieved the heart of destiny, the 4 slain beast lords transformed into 4 streaks of silver light, creating a silver vortex within the giant teleportation array. At this moment, Ji-Chio was not immediately teleported away. Instead, a virtual screen appeared in front of him. You have completed the Destiny level God quest. A realm beast lord will be teleported here in 10 seconds. If you can defeat it, your quest reward will increase by 1 true heart of destiny. Hint: the beast lord is stronger than the beast lord and is comparable to a 5-star god level boss. Should we stay and fight the realm beast lord? Ji-Chio was stunned. There's even an Easter egg? Ji-Chio did not hesitate to choose to stay and continue fighting. The death exemption will last for another 20 minutes, so what's there to be afraid of? Even a fool could guess that a true heart destined for destiny must be of great use. The heart of destiny that Ji-Chio obtained before was all virtual, not real. As the 10-second countdown ended, a powerful beast of the realm flew out from the silver vortex within the giant teleportation array. World Beast Monarch, 800 million HP. It didn't need to create a silver ball of light first, it just flashed with silver light all over its body and instantly entered a state of walking in the void. Ji-Chio has 5 minutes left to walk through the void. The wrath of the evil god has entered a cooldown period. The death immunity is still active, and Ji-Chio doesn't need to use his ultimate skill. He can just tank the damage with his 9 clones. The Beast Lord has a very high damage reduction attribute, losing only 1.5 million HP per second. With 800 million HP, it can last for more than 500 seconds. After 300 seconds, Ji Chio's Void Walk will enter cooldown. At that time, he and his 9 clones will only be able to take hits and will not be able to attack the opponent at all. Ji Chio launched a fierce attack, aiming to reduce the Beast Lord to near death within 300 seconds, forcing it to unleash its ultimate attack. It's not difficult to do this. In fact, Ji Chio and his 9 clones did indeed accomplish that. Void Walking is now on cooldown, but the cooldown time is only 180 seconds. If you can withstand 180 seconds, the death exemption can still last for about 12 minutes. Ji Chio once again began walking through the void. At the same time, he spared no expense in depleting the divine energy within his body to unleash the ninefold divine energy slash. Although it was a bit of a close call, Ji Chio finally managed to kill the World Beast Monarch as he had hoped. When the Beast Lord fell, the duration of the death immunity was reduced to only 30 seconds. Of course, there's still wind and lightning in late autumn. During the 600 seconds that wind flash lasts, Ji Chio and his 9 clones should be able to kill the World Beast Monarch, which has been weakened multiple times. Ji Chio was teleported out of the mission map, and at the same time, a familiar voice rang in his mind. As expected of a divine messenger who was close to a god, congratulations on passing the test and becoming a transcendent divine being. You completed the mission of the Destiny God in 9 hours, 13 minutes, and 55 seconds, ranking second among all civilizations. The mission reward has been sent to your system inventory. You extraordinary and divinely ordained being, I wish you good luck and hope you can lead your civilization to glory. A system announcement appeared before the eyes of all the superhumans on Earth. God's announcement: congratulations to Chio, the Chinese superhuman, for successfully completing the Destiny God mission and becoming the first Destiny God on Earth. Upon seeing this system announcement, superhumans around the world were utterly astonished. No way? How long has it been? He's already advanced from a divine messenger to a god in the blink of an eye? The gods must be incredibly powerful, and the heavenly deity must be ridiculously strong. This is too unreal. He's cheating. He's definitely cheating. Destiny, cheating. Could it be the God Duke version of Feng Lingi Wing? All the superhumans outside of China, regardless of what kind of superpowers they had awakened, were now in utter despair. Some superhumans in China used to be unconvinced, but now they are completely convinced. The most heartless person in Jiangnan quickly sent a private message to congratulate him, while also trying to extract some useful information. Ji Chio told him everything that needed to be said. Jasmine T, who was still fighting monsters in the underworld, also sent a private message, just to congratulate him, without any formalities. She didn't need to trick her into revealing anything. Ji Chio left the cultural park and quickly returned to the headquarters of the Whoever You Want Guild, then carefully examined the mission rewards he had just received. A god-level beginner-level superpower enhancement scroll, 3,007 star source coins, 20,000 one-star divine source coins. The Divine Lord's emblem changed from white to color, and the words Heavenly Mandate Divine Spirit were engraved on it. A cultivation technique, 3 bottles of divine blessings, 2 bottles of divine Lord blessings, and 1 bottle of divine King blessings. A heart destined by fate. A level 100 5-star divine equipment. Thunder Dragon Belt, 5-star physical attack plus 799, thunder attack plus 1399, physical defense plus 1599, elemental resistance plus 1799, poison resistance plus 1599, evil resistance plus 1799, evasion plus 269, auto regeneration plus 8000, increases defense by 125%, summons Thunder Dragon, requires level 100. This divine equipment cannot be evolved. Compared to the protective belt that Ji Chio is wearing, the Thunder Dragon belt has 500 more points of physical attack and 1399 more points of lightning elemental attack. Its defensive attributes are also significantly improved, and both have the same automatic health regeneration attribute. The protective belt increases defense by 75%, while the Thunder Dragon belt increases defense by 125%. The Thunder Dragon belt now comes with an additional powerful attack. Thunder Dragon Summon summons a Thunder Dragon with the same level and rank as the equipment owner. Cooldown 1800 seconds. Ji Chio is a Destiny God. When he uses the ultimate move Summon Thunder Dragon, he can summon a Destiny God level Thunder Dragon. As long as the Thunder Dragon is not killed, it will exist indefinitely. After changing into the Thunder Dragon belt, Ji Chio used the bottle of the Divine Lord's blessing to evolve the Blade of Annihilation once more. Blade of Ruin, evolvable 3-star artifact physical attack plus 2750, electro attack plus 1399, 100% armor penetration, accuracy plus 139, 40% chance to trigger. Lightning attack, luck plus 12, attack speed plus 9, sin elimination plus 11, attacks inflict lifesteal plus 10,000, requires level 100, evolved 6 times. Compared to its pre-evolution form, the physical attack of the Blade of Ruin has increased by 1000 points, and its lightning attack has increased by 500 points. The probability of triggering a lightning strike has reached 40%. 100%, which directly increases Jichio's probability of triggering a lightning strike to 100%. Attack speed has also increased by 2 points, which allows Jichio to land 1 more attack per second on average. Attack lifesteal has also been increased from 50,000 points to 10,000 points. With both star rating and level evolving simultaneously, the increase in equipment attributes is indeed substantial. After seeing the attributes of the evolved Blade of Destruction, Jichio felt secretly delighted. Now, all he has left is the Thunder Chain, which is a 2-star divine equipment. All his other equipment is divine equipment of 2 stars or higher. Previously, Jichio's physical attack was 8,400 points. Now, just by changing one piece of equipment and evolving another piece of equipment, it has increased by 1,500 points. In addition, with the increase in basic attributes brought about by the promotion of nobility, Jichio's physical attack has exceeded 10,000 points. Lightning attack has also increased by 1,899 points, reaching 4,496 points. The cultivation technique is called Source Power Transformation Divine Skill. Unlike the Divine Source Body Refining Technique, the Source Power Transformation Divine Technique does not utilize Divine Source for cultivation, but is a technique that refines Source Power into Divine Source. Obtaining this cultivation technique is of paramount importance to becoming a deity. Only by refining all the Source energy in one's body into Divine Source energy can one truly become a God-level powerhouse. As for Divine Source coins, they are similar to Source Power coins, but are more advanced. The divine energy contained in the Divine Source coins can also be absorbed by superhumans, provided that the superhuman's body can withstand it. You need to be at least at the level of a divine messenger. Those who have consumed the blessings of the gods can easily withstand the circulation of divine energy within their bodies. The blessings from the gods can be consumed in a maximum of 3 bottles. Consuming more will be ineffective and a complete waste. Jichio had previously consumed 1 bottle of divine blessing, and now that she had received 3 more, she naturally intended to continue consuming them. The blessings of the gods can help him strengthen his physical foundation. After consuming 2 bottles of divine blessing in one go, Jichio looked at the Heart of Destiny. Heart of Destiny can be integrated into the soul of a superhuman, transforming the superhuman's soul into a destiny divine soul. Superhumans possessing a destiny divine soul can connect their minds to the Divine Lord system, thereby gaining immense benefits and conveniences, such as asking questions to the Divine Lord system and receiving answers. Jichio had guessed that the Heart of Destiny was powerful, but he never expected it to be this powerful. It's well worth the risk to stay in the mission map and kill the Beast Lord. Thank goodness I didn't give up, or I would have suffered a huge loss. Activate the Heart of Destiny in late autumn. The rhombus-shaped crystal then transformed into a special energy, which entered Jichio's head through the space between his eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, Jichio felt a series of explosive pains in his head. It felt as if countless bolts of lightning were violently bombarding his soul. Jichio fainted immediately. When he woke up and checked the time, he realized that he had been unconscious for almost 2 days. Fortunately, it was within the guild's territory, protected by a 5-star barrier. No one noticed that Jichio had fallen into a coma. Even if Jichio were discovered while unconscious, and by the enemy at that, he would still be safe. No one on the entire planet Earth can harm him in the slightest, not even his beloved Jasmine Tea. His defensive attributes far surpass anyone's attack power. It also has extremely high automatic health regeneration and damage reduction attributes. Jichio let out a long breath. When he got up and moved around, he found that his senses had become extremely powerful. He could perceive everything happening in the entire Jungjo city without even looking. At this moment, it was as if he had a god's eye view, taking in the entire Jungjo city. Like the divine consciousness in cultivation novels, the coverage area is extremely wide. Moreover, Jichio can clearly see every part of his body, including his internal organs and every cell. You can naturally see your own soul. The soul in the mind is a humanoid phantom bathed in colorful flames. Jichio knew that her soul wasn't like this before. It was only after merging with the Heart of Destiny that it became like this. So this is the heavenly soul? It looks pretty good. Jichio was very satisfied. The special energy contained in the 2 bottles of divine blessings had completely merged into Jichio's body during his coma. My physique has become stronger. After suppressing his outward flowing divine senses, Jichio consumed another bottle of the Divine Marquis's blessing. The blessing of the Divine Marquis is similar to the blessing of the gods. It can evolve equipment and transform the body of a superhuman. The former is simply more advanced. Only with 3 bottles of divine blessings to solidify the body's foundation can one safely consume the blessings of the Divine Marquis. The blessing from the Divine Marquis contained a higher level of energy, causing Jichio to suffer pain after consuming it. Of course, this hardship was nothing to Jichio. While enduring the pain, Jichio began to connect with the God Duke system using his divine sense. It's actually very simple. He only needs to silently recite the words Godly Lord to get a response. How many ranks of nobility were designed in God of Nobility? The game Divine Nobles has 13 ranks, from lowest to highest: Divine Disciple, Divine Official, Divine Attendant, attendant, divine messenger, divine spirit, divine general, divine marquis, divine ruler, divine king, divine emperor, divine venerable. So what is the essence of God's Lord? Is it truly a game that merges with reality? The essence of God Duke is a tool to aid cultivation, helping intelligent beings from various civilizations awaken superpowers and enabling superhumans to become stronger faster. Who created God of the Lords, and why? The game Godly Lord was created jointly by the three great sages of this universe in order to quickly enhance the overall strength of this universe and thus better cope with the invasion of the realm beasts. Sages? Are they beings even more powerful than gods? The three sages couldn't solve the problem of the invasion of the realm beasts? Yes, the world beasts also possess beings comparable to sages. Moreover, besides the world beasts, this universe also faces threats from other universes. After obtaining a divine level beginner tier superpower enhancement scroll, besides receiving help from Crystal Clan experts, what other methods are available to upgrade a divine level beginner tier superpower to a divine level intermediate tier? Those with a rank below God need the assistance of a Crystal Clan powerhouse of God General or higher. Now that you have become a god, if you do not wish to rely on the Crystal Clan powerhouse's help to enhance your initial god level superpowers, you can also do so through evolution gems. Evolution gem? Ji Chio had never heard of such an item before. Where can I get an evolution gem? Evolution gems, even the lowest grade, are divine. They can drop from defeating god level bosses or be obtained by completing special quests such as clearing the god level Netherworld Tower. You can also purchase them from powerful figures on the God Continent. What kind of place is the Divine Continent? This is a place where countless gods and beings of godhood or higher gather. A god-level teleportation array is required to travel there directly. Alternatively, a pass to the God Continent can be used via a 5-star teleportation array. How do I obtain a pass to the Divine Continent? There's a chance to obtain this item by defeating god-level bosses, and it may also appear as a reward for certain special quests. Understood. Ji Chio nodded and then asked the question that she cared about most. In God of Gods, if a player dies, how can they be reborn 10 years in the past without relying on superpowers, skills, or equipment with special moves, and with all the memories of their previous life? There are many ways to resurrect a player after death. Even a God King level expert can do it easily. Resurrecting a player 10 years in the past is possible for some God Emperor level experts who have mastered the laws of time, but it requires a considerable price. Only one of the three great sages personally intervening can easily accomplish what you just described. Ji Chio fell into deep thought. Was it a deity who had mastered the laws of time who spared no expense to help him be reborn, or was it a sage who helped him be reborn? Why would I want to be reborn? Your rebirth was indeed orchestrated by a sage. Just as Ji Chio was wondering, the God Duke system provided an answer. Ji Chio then realized that he had not yet ended his conversation with the God Duke system. Because you are that sage's junior brother. The sage's junior brother? How is that possible? Ji Chio was even more confused. Sorry, the specific details involve sages and powerful beings, and the Divine Lord system cannot provide you with answers. Only the sage who helped you reincarnate can personally intervene and give you the answer. Understood. This conversation is over. Ji Chio knew that he would have to work hard for a long time to meet that sage. Could it be that slovenly old man who appeared in the cultural park before the arrival of God Lord? If so, he should have helped me in my past life. Perhaps the reason I didn't help you in my past life was simply to let you experience more hardships. In my past life, that slovenly old man only gave that little girl the superpower of invisibility, but in this life, he gave me the ability to walk through the void. Moreover, I clearly awakened the SS level superpower Shadow Clone in my past life, but in this life I have become an SSS level external avatar. All of this confirms that there is indeed an invisible hand controlling my rebirth, giving me a huge advantage from the very beginning. Most likely, I was reborn once in my previous life. In my past life, I was the junior brother of that sage. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. The most important thing is to work hard to improve your own abilities. Ji Chio shook his head violently, and then, with the help of the Source Power Transformation Divine Skill, he continuously refined the source power in his body into Divine Source. While cultivating, Ji Chio took a moment to check his attribute panel again. Autumn, Heavenly Mandate Deity, Superpowers, Avatar, SSS God Level Beginner, Voidwalking, SSS God Level Beginner, Grade, 101, 15.56%, Physical Condition, 120-6500, Lifespan, 10,435 years, 8 months, 28 days, 16 hours, 44 minutes, and 36 seconds. Skills, Divine Wrath Source Power / Source Power Divine Wings, Divine Protection, Source Power Divine Palm, Netherworld Source Power Curse, Netherworld Divine Eye, Divine Source Infusion, Divine Source Ninefold / Cultivation Techniques, Divine Source Body Refining Technique, Source Power Transformation into Divine Technique. Overall Combat Strength Assessment, a top-tier deity capable of challenging ordinary divine generals. Its health has reached an astonishing 1.2 million. Compared to before completing the divine mission, it has more than doubled. It should be noted that Jiqiu also has 9 clones, and the total health of the main body and the 9 clones combined exceeds 12 million. My remaining lifespan is over 10,000. A new skill attribute has been added to the attribute panel. It can only challenge ordinary divine generals. If it encounters a high-star divine general, it probably can't win. Jiqiu also knew that the higher the level, the greater the gap between two adjacent levels, and the greater the difficulty of challenging for higher ranks. The combat power of top-tier gods should be lower than that of supreme gods. That's right, players who can become gods are all excellent. Moreover, I have only just been promoted to a god, and the source power in my body has not yet been fully converted into divine source. It is quite good that I have been rated as a top god. Once I consume 3 bottles of the divine Marquise blessing and completely transform my source power into divine source, and then level up, I should be able to become a supreme god. Not long after, my favorite Jasmine Tea returned from the underworld. She reached level 67, while the Earthfire Unicorn reached level 63. Then, by using the Netherworld token to travel to the Netherworld, she will be teleported into the Netherworld arena. Normally, for superhumans who haven't yet become divine messengers, going to the Netherworld arena is practically suicide. However, unlike the one who loves Jasmine Tea the most, she is a 7-star divine servant and has many divine items on her body. Most importantly, apart from the Earthfire Unicorn, all the summoned bosses she summons are high-star bosses at the level of divine messengers. Her soul summoning has been upgraded to the initial stage of the god level. After the summoned boss is killed, it can be summoned again in just 180 seconds. Her Bloodborne spell has a cooldown of only 180 seconds. You could definitely go to the Netherworld arena, since the alien powerhouses there are all below the level of gods. Unless she encounters an alien powerhouse like Jiqiu with extremely high attack power, she will not be in any danger. She also has the skills Great Rain and Source of Blessing. It would be extremely difficult to kill all of her summoned bosses within 3 minutes. Seeing that Jiqiu had already completed the divine mission while she hadn't even completed the divine messenger mission, she was even less willing to dawdle and slowly level up. She expressed her feelings, and Jiqiu didn't try to dissuade her, but only reminded her to be extra careful. So, after resting for 3 hours, I went to the Netherworld arena for my favorite Jasmine Tea. Jiqiu is now a god, and he can no longer teleport into the Netherworld arena. A bigger stage awaits him. Even without buying evolution gems, Jiqiu still wants to venture into the divine continent. 5 hours after his favorite Jasmine Tea left, Jiqiu absorbed all the energy from the bottle of divine blessing and then consumed another bottle. Another half day has passed. The entire energy of the second bottle of divine Marquise blessing was also completely absorbed by Jiqiu's body. His physique has become even stronger. As one's physique strengthens, the speed at which one refines source energy increases, and the amount of divine source energy that the body can withstand also increases. From the level of a god onwards, personal cultivation becomes extremely important. My favorite Jasmine Tea is back from the Netherworld arena. She reached level 84, killed a level 86 alien god messenger in the Netherworld arena. She was injured, and badly injured. Superhumans usually don't suffer from serious injuries, and even if they do, it doesn't last long, since everyone has the ability to recover automatically, and there are various medicines and other items to help heal. However, there are exceptions. For example, Jiqiu in his previous life was seriously injured when he fought against the powerful beings of the Three-Eyed Civilization. He had a long, deep wound cut into his chest. The opponent's attack was accompanied by a highly poisonous corrosive substance. That kind of deadly poison is no ordinary poison. Due to the corrosive effects of the poison, the wounds healed very slowly, and Jiqiu remained in a very weak state, constantly losing blood. In his past life, his own attributes were not high enough, his equipment was not good enough, and his automatic health regeneration was far from keeping up with the health loss caused by the poison. He could only barely survive by constantly drinking health potions to replenish his health. Unlike her favorite Jasmine Tea, she wasn't physically injured, but rather her soul was. Just as she was about to leave the Netherworld arena, she suddenly encountered an alien powerhouse who had awakened the superpower of controlling goo worms, and was unfortunately possessed by one of his powerful goo worms. The goo worm can transform into a wisp of mist, drifting in the air. Under its master's control, it can launch a sneak attack at an extremely fast speed, making it extremely difficult to defend against. Because it was a sudden, unexpected attack, the Jasmine Tea enthusiast was caught off guard and fell victim to it. The mist formed by the goo worm burrowed into her head and invaded her mind. More goo worms appeared and attacked her. She knew she had been ambushed, and under the protection of numerous summon bosses, she fought off countless worms while trying to escape. Half an hour later, she was forcibly teleported out of the Netherworld arena. Fortunately, she was infected just as she was leaving, otherwise she would have lost her life. Aside from being teleported back, she had no way to escape the pursuit of that alien powerhouse because she had his goo worm on her body. No matter where she fled to in the Netherworld arena, he could find her through that goo worm. The opponent doesn't need to fight her head on, they can simply follow her from a distance and wait for her soul to be scattered. This prevented her from eliminating the goo worm in her mind by killing the other party. The poisonous insect that transformed into goo was eroding the soul that loves jasmine tea the most. She had indeed used the Great Rain technique, but it was useless. She also tried medications that could relieve negative effects and detoxify, but it didn't work. In response to her situation, Ji Chio consulted the God Duke system for a solution. As a deity of destiny, you can use the divine sense of your own divine soul to invade her mind and forcibly destroy that goo worm. That simple? Yes, it's that simple. You've just become a deity and don't yet fully understand the power of the destiny god and the destiny soul. Okay, I'll give it a try. Ji Chio then released his divine sense, concentrating its power on the head of the person who loved jasmine tea the most. Sure enough, the power of divine sense quickly invaded a world that seemed like nothingness and found a soul fire orange. That fiery orange soul is the one who loves jasmine tea the most. At this moment, it is enveloped in a dark green mist and could be extinguished at any moment. Ji Chio used his divine power to attack the dark green mist. The godly Duke system will not deceive Ji Chio. Ji Chio's mental attack caused the dark green mist to shrink instantly and then escape from the mind of the person who loved jasmine tea the most. Ji Chio's divine sense covered a wide area, so the goo worm, which had transformed into a wisp of dark green mist, naturally could not escape. After being attacked several more times, the mist transformed into a small green insect and fell from midair. This special and difficult to deal with goo worm is dead. He loved jasmine tea and then fainted. Ji Chio silently stayed by her side and took another bottle of the netherworld god's blessing. The blessing of the underworld god can also be used to enhance the physical constitution of deities. Before autumn, he had already taken 2 bottles of the god's blessing. He only needed to take 1 more bottle of the netherworld god's blessing to reach an extremely powerful level. While absorbing the energy contained in the blessing of the netherworld god, Ji Chio also needs to continue cultivating the source power transformation technique. He possesses too much source energy, which cannot be fully refined into divine source energy in a short period of time. But it won't take too long. 3 whole days passed before Zue AI Jasmine Tea finally woke up from her coma. President, thank goodness you're here. Seeing my boss by my bedside warms my heart, especially since I love jasmine tea. Are you hungry? A little. If you can move, go to the guild cafeteria and get something to eat. Okay. She slowly got out of bed, enjoying her favorite jasmine tea. She had just thought her president had prepared food. After having a bite and a drink at the guild cafeteria, my mood improved considerably, especially since I love jasmine tea. Having reached level 80 or higher, she can now change and add a lot of equipment. For example, she could change into the Swanee armor and replace her level 55 divine armor. For example, add a powerful wrist guard. And there's that divine longsword left behind by Morami, a powerful figure from the feathered human civilization, which is also capable of penetrating defenses with 100% accuracy. In short, my favorite jasmine tea is now fully equipped with amazing features. Furthermore, due to the level increase, she can summon 1 more boss. Guided by Ji Chio, the most beloved jasmine tea travels to places like the Kunlun Mountains and the Sahara Desert to search for the level 100 boss. In his previous life, Ji Chio had never seen a level 100 boss on Earth. However, in his previous life, there were many places on Earth that he had never been to, such as the deepest part of the Kunlun Mountains and the South and North Poles. For example, the deep ocean. Moreover, there are many hidden maps on Earth. Even if you can't find a god-level boss, you should be able to find a level 100 boss. If there isn't a level 100 boss, replacing the summoned boss with a level 95 one is acceptable to me. There are still quite a few level 95 bosses. The energy contained in the blessing bestowed by the netherworld god had already been absorbed by Ji Chio's body. Now he can refine source power into divine source power at a much faster pace. After 2 busy days, constantly leaving and returning using the 5-star teleportation array and reverse teleportation stone, I finally obtained 6 level 95 summon bosses and 2 level 100 summon bosses. There's also a fire unicorn. Afterwards, I, who love jasmine tea, went to complete the mission of the divine messenger. He became the first 7-star divine envoy on the entire blue star. They received a generous reward. After a short rest and adjustment, I went to the Netherworld Tower, a divine messenger level place, with my favorite jasmine tea. The Netherworld Tower, a divine level dungeon, has many high star level 100 bosses. Defeating them allows you to replace your lower star summon bosses with jasmine tea. After clearing the Netherworld Tower at the divine envoy level, and having defeated the level 100 tower slave boss, my favorite jasmine tea leveled up to 99. The fire unicorn, which has killed many small monsters and ordinary bosses, has also leveled up to level 67. My favorite jasmine tea has received a generous reward, including a divine token. The rewards from the divine messenger quest and the Netherworld Tower gave her 2 extra 3-star divine equipment pieces and 2 skills that suited her perfectly. Her overall strength has surged once again, so she went back to the Netherworld arena. A day later, she returned from the Netherworld arena. Because she had killed a level 100 alien powerhouse, she had leveled up to 100 in and even looted 5 pieces of divine equipment from him. She didn't have any special props like the ghostly concealment. Her previous system announcements of constantly killing big bosses and completing the 7-star divine envoy missions had already shocked the world. Now, her level displayed on the ranking list has caused even more discussion throughout the entire Blue Star. Superhumans around the world are talking about it. Not long after, the Jasmine Tea Lover completed the divine mission and became the first 7-star deity on Earth. The Who Cares Guild only has 2 people, and they have both become god-level powerhouses. To this day, apart from the 2 people in the Whoever You Want guild, there isn't a single divine servant in the entire world. The people of the United States were in despair. Everyone knows that the man who loves Jasmine Tea has killed many people from the United States. They used to have thoughts of revenge, but now they have given up on that idea. I love Jasmine Tea the most, and I'm already grateful I won't bother them anymore. The Japanese leadership is equally desperate and powerless. I only hope that the 2 powerful figures from the Whoever Guild will forgive and forget and have no intention of destroying them. Even the usually stubborn Southern Han Kingdom and White Elephant Kingdom were terrified and even expressed their complete submission. High-ranking officials from various countries are conveying goodwill to China. Next, my favorite Jasmine Tea also entered a period of silence. We must use the blessings of the gods and the lords to strengthen our physique and refine the source energy within our bodies into divine energy. A few more days passed. With the help of the source power transformation divine skill, Jiqiu finally refined the source power in his body into divine source power. Then, Jiqiu was teleported into the Netherworld Tower again. Conquer the Netherworld Tower, a challenge against gods. Honorable deity of destiny, you have entered the Netherworld Tower. Countless powerful evil beings gather within, making it extremely dangerous. If you pass the numerous trials, you will receive a rich reward. If you fail to pass them within 4 hours, you will perish within the tower. Jiqiu led his 8 clones into the Netherworld God Tower, and the countdown in front of them began to tick. The challenge time is only 4 hours. The tower gate closed quickly. The scene for the first level will then appear. The goal remains the same, to kill a large number of monsters. All of them are level 105 monsters and bosses, many of which are god-level bosses, and there are also quite a few tower slave bosses mixed in. The final boss guarding the gate is a level 105 5-star divine tower slave. He's a top-tier boss on the same level as the Beast Lord. However, unlike the Beast Lord, this divine tower slave boss could not walk in the void, so Jiqiu easily killed it. Jiqiu is much stronger now than when she was doing the divine missions. Defeating a 5-star god-level boss doesn't require a huge price to pay, and you don't need to lose your clones. After passing the first level, Jiqiu not only obtained 2 pieces of divine equipment with a high star rating, but also leveled up to level 104. Moreover, those god-level monster bosses also dropped 2 passes to the god continent. Next up is the second level. Jiqiu and his 8 clones appeared at the mouth of a huge valley. Looking from the valley entrance into the valley, you can see countless beasts of the realm. They were emanating an aura of death, devoid of consciousness, yet they all appeared exceptionally ferocious. The beasts near the valley entrance spotted Jiqiu and his clone, but did not charge out. There seems to be something important in the valley that they need to protect. Damn it, it's another world beast. Jiqiu was a little frustrated because the powerful beast realm cultivators would cause his void walk to lose its proper power and would also freeze the space, making it impossible to use. Activating the void walk ability, Jiqiu led 8 clones into the valley. If he hadn't activated void walk beforehand, he might have encountered a powerful realm beast and wouldn't have been able to unleash the superpower. While walking in the void, Jiqiu quickly circled the entire valley. Deep in the valley, Jiqiu discovered a silvery, strange stone. As he approached, a strange thing happened. He and his 8 clones actually broke free from the state of walking in the void. Just like on the Bridge of Helplessness in the 3rd level of the Divine Messenger level Netherworld Tower. If exposed, it will naturally be immediately besieged by nearby beasts. There are 4 beast kings and more than 20 beast monarchs around the silver stone. The King of Beasts is a level 110, 6-star deity boss. Fortunately, these powerful beast realm beings are also unable to enter the state of walking in the void, and they cannot use other spatial skills or ultimate moves either. Jiqiu didn't hold back his big move. First, he used the Thunder Dragon summoning skill attached to the Thunder Dragon belt, giving himself an additional level 104 Celestial God level Thunder Dragon summoning skill. Then, he used the Netherworld Storm skill attached to the Netherworld bracers. There are many powerful beast realm beings, so we need to unleash a wide range area of effect attack. To avoid directly withstanding the concentrated attacks of these powerful beast bosses, Jiqiu also used Wind Flash. These equipment items come with different ultimate abilities, so they don't conflict with each other. After unleashing his full power, Jiqiu quickly killed all the nearby beast master bosses. When each powerful beast realm warrior is killed, the silver energy contained within its body will flow into that silver wonder stone. When the silver stone absorbed enough energy, it floated up on its own and fell into Jiqiu's hands. It was only at this moment that Jiqiu realized that it was actually a space gem. According to the system system's introduction, Ji-Chio quickly learned that space gems can be used to upgrade the level and star rating of space-type equipment, as well as to enhance space-type superpowers, and there are no restrictions. If used for superpowers, it can help superhumans comprehend the laws of space. The ability to walk through the void is undoubtedly a spatial superpower. The void ring is a spatial artifact. Ji-Chio naturally used the space gem for walking in the void. Congratulations! Your superpower, void walking, has evolved into space travel. Ji-Chio was overjoyed. Void walking is an SSS level superpower, while spatial teleportation is a god level ability above SSS level. At this moment, Ji-Chio's spatial teleportation is at the initial stage of the god level, which can last for 3,600 seconds and has a cooldown time of 60 seconds. Ji-Chio had never heard of superpowers evolving in this way before. With spatial teleportation, Ji-Chio can go anywhere she wants without a teleportation array. This god-level superpower itself has the function of a teleportation array. When Ji-Chio obtained the space gem, he successfully passed the second test. The scene changed again, and Ji-Chio arrived at the third level of the god-level Netherworld Tower. Ji-Chio and his 8 clones did not encounter any bosses or other challenges. All I could see was a tall, ghostly figure in the void. His features are very clear. He looks like a handsome middle-aged man. Junior brother, can you recognize your elder brother? The phantom spoke. Ji-Chio frowned, then quickly showed a look of sudden realization. You are the sage-level expert that the godly noble system mentioned to me? Yes, it's me. The illusory figure nodded and explained. You were once a peak god emperor, but you perished in a great battle against the invasion of the world beasts. At that time, I was held back by a sage-level world beast expert and was unable to save you in time. I only managed to find a wisp of your true spirit afterward and then used my great divine power to reincarnate that wisp of true spirit, allowing you to be reborn. In order not to affect the operation of God Duke, I have chosen to let you be reborn on a life-bearing planet that has not yet been covered by God Duke. After your true spirit was reborn, you suffered a lot, and even lost your life in the end. I know all of this. You've always been quite brave, but you lack a bit of caution, so you need to suffer some hardships and tribulations. Your earliest memories have long been lost, and even I cannot help you restore them. I have already resurrected your true spirit twice. If you die, you cannot be reborn again. Junior brother, keep up the good work. When you become a god king, we'll finally be able to meet. After saying this, the phantom disappeared. Ji-Chio and his 8 clones were then teleported out of the Netherworld God Tower. God's announcement. Ji-Chio, character name Chio, a superhuman from China, has cleared the god-level Netherworld Tower. Blue Star has entered a new chapter, and the Netherworld will be open to all Blue Star players without restrictions. Perhaps because he did not undergo any trials in the third level, the system announcement stated that he had successfully cleared the god-level Netherworld Tower, but he did not receive any rewards. Of course, being able to meet that sage senior brother would be a great reward. Moreover, Ji-Chio also obtained a space gem in the second level. He estimated that the space gem might have been deliberately arranged by that sage senior brother, and its value was incomparable to several high-star artifacts. Ji-Chio returned to the headquarters of the Whoever You Want Guild. He remained calm, but all the superhumans on Earth were thrown into turmoil, especially Ji Dahai, Lu Tsaixia, Ji Ning, and Lu Ruyan. They had suspected before that Chio was Ji-Chio, and now the system announcement clearly shows that they were right, so they hurriedly arrived outside the Whoever Guild's headquarters. By attacking the protective barrier, they could attract Ji-Chio's attention and get him to come out and meet them. Ji Dahai's family hoped to move Ji-Chio with their kinship and then get his help. Lu Ruyan wanted to apologize to Ji-Chio and see if there was any chance for them to reconcile. Even if there isn't that opportunity, I should at least try to get closer to Ji-Chio. Guild Master, do you recognize those people attacking our guild's protective barrier outside? I don't know them, and we have absolutely no connection. Jasmine Tea Lover has quite a temper these days and won't tolerate Lu Ruyan and the others. She immediately released the Earthfire Unicorn to annihilate everyone who dared to attack the protective barrier. The Who Cares Guild has returned to peace. Half a month later, the Jasmine Tea Lover completely transformed his source power into divine source power and went to challenge the god-level Netherworld Tower. Both of them longed to continue becoming stronger and had no intention of staying on Earth. Using their travel pass to the divine continent, the two were teleported there together, embarking on a new journey.